Chapter 1. The Final Swordsmanship Match. In the year 557 of the Imperial calendar, 26 years after the retreat of Richard IV, in the Republic of Provinces, known as the Mountain Front Republic, lies the city of Guitu. On this sweltering summer afternoon, the sky was devoid of clouds. The relentless sun transformed the city into a steamy cauldron, sapping all vitality from its inhabitants, and even the incessant chirping of cicadas had ceased. Just hold on a little longer and victory will be mine. Winter, a third-year officer cadet at the Army Officer Academy, reassured himself. He bit his lip, straining against the instinct to breathe through his mouth. Winters Montagne endeavored to maintain diaphragmatic breathing, consciously regulating his rhythm to elongate each inhalation. Warm air escaped his nostrils, colliding with the inner surface of his full-coverage helmet, returning with a faint odor of sweat. In such oppressive heat, one would normally seek solace beneath a tree after a refreshing bath. Yet, in this stifling weather, where even sitting still induced profuse perspiration, Winter was clad from head to toe in heavy attire. He wore a complete set of cotton training armor, layered beneath a suit of training plate, an artifact from the Sovereignty Wars over 30 years ago, salvaged from noble corpses. Due to the Army's desire to conserve educational expenses, cadets were compelled to utilize these second-hand pieces. Winter's armor was not the luxurious fineries of the highborn. Those ornate suits had long been appropriated by generals for display in their homes. Instead, the cadets donned the battle-worn armor of knights who once charged into the fray. Those minor nobles who had bartered their ancestral lands for steeds and armor, armed with heirloom lances and swords, following their feudal lords to fourth land in hopes of fortune, believing their adversaries to be mere merchants, farmers, and artisans. Yet, it was the merchants, farmers, and artisans who triumphed, while the knights found their final resting places far from home. Their identities faded into obscurity, leaving behind only these battered suits, riddled with bullet holes and scratches, as testament to their existence. The armor appeared unadorned and lacked embellishments, yet it was constructed with sturdy materials, as it pertained to the very lives of its wearers. The Army's armory stripped away all components below the skirts of the armor, repurposing them as new leg pieces for the cavalry. From other captured armors, they salvaged a batch of left shoulder guards, replacing the original right ones designed with a notch for the ease of wielding lance because the armory preferred not to expend effort crafting a new set of right shoulder guards. After all, shoulder guards are indistinguishable front from back. This batch of second-hand assembled goods was subsequently classified as newly produced quality three-quarter armor, dispatched to the Army Officer Academy for cadet usage, many of which bore unpatched bullet holes. However, a few gunshot wounds were of little concern after all. The officer cadets would not be wearing this armor into battle. What truly tormented them was not the holes in the armor, nor its weight, but rather the exceptional thermal conductivity of the iron armor. In winter, it swiftly siphoned away body heat, while in summer, it efficiently transmitted external heat to the interior. At present, Winter was drenched, as if he had just emerged from a bath, the cotton training garment beneath his armor saturated with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his back. Sweat trickled down his forehead, occasionally stinging his eyes, and with the helmet on, he had no means to rub them, enduring the discomfort. Every time he donned this training armor, older than himself, during the summer, he felt an innate gratitude towards the armory for not mending the holes, for the ventilation provided by these gaps was a slight reprieve. Indeed, whenever swordsmanship classes commenced, the more battered training armors became coveted items among the cadets. The officer who had overseen the processing of these armors 2 decades prior likely never anticipated that his negligence would yield such a beneficial outcome. These armors had been in continuous use since the establishment of the Army Officer Academy, enduring for over 20 years, with no end in sight to the torment they would inflict upon Winter's junior cadets. Yet at this moment, Winter had no time to pity his juniors. He longed only to shed this cumbersome gear and sit on a stone bench at the sidelines, sipping cool water. After more than 30 rounds of combat, he felt as if the muscles in his shoulders were akin to heated iron blocks, and they had become as stiff as hinges that had not been oiled for decades. Winter's biceps involuntarily trembled, his hands nearly unable to grip the sword's hilties, the very sword that necessitated his wearing of iron armor in this sweltering summer. Like the domestic dog, which shares a common ancestry with the gray wolf, yet displays vast morphological differences that raise questions of reproductive isolation, the sword too has undergone a similar evolution. Over millennia, as tactical techniques and metalworking progressed, the sword has branched into hundreds of distinct subtypes. The sword that Winter wielded was a relatively young variant, inscribed towards the latter pages of its lineage. This sword measures 1.3 meters in length, which can be described in another way. For an adult male standing at 1.8 meters tall, when the tip of the sword touches the ground, the counterweight ball is positioned at the height of 4 fingers beneath his armpit. The blade itself extends to 95 centimeters and lacks a fuller. In addition to its length, another defining feature is the perpendicular crossguard, which exceeds the dimensions of a typical swordsguard, approaching the length of an adult male's forearm. This oversized guard is the soul of the weapon, as many techniques could not be executed without it. Surprisingly, in contrast to its length, the weight of this sword is remarkably light. The sword Winter currently wielded weighed a mere 1.4 kilograms, roughly equivalent to several potatoes. Such advancements in metalworking craftsmanship allow swordsmiths to produce blades that are both lightweight and resilient. The hilt of this sword is elongated, requiring 2 hands for optimal force. Yet since the classification two-handed sword has already been claimed by predecessors, it is generally not referred to as such. While it can be wielded one-handed, it is evidently unworthy of the designation half-sword. In most cases, the officer cadets simply refer to it as the sword. If discussions arise involving other types of swords that may lead to confusion, the cadets will call it the sword we practice with, or due to its length compared to ordinary swords, they may refer to it as the longsword. Do not underestimate this 1.4 kilograms when wielded with force. Even this weight is sufficient to shatter skulls or eviscerate unarmored foes. This is why Winter, at the risk of heat stroke, donned half a suit of cavalry armor for training. Winter and his opponent wielded genuine swords, all of which were unsharpened. Now, Winter felt as though he were being boiled in his own sweat, his sole desire being to triumph in this contest, to finally overcome the opponent he had failed to best for 6 years. At this moment, victory was tantalizingly within reach. Through the grid observation window of his helmet, Winters glanced at the scoreboard by the sidelines. He had 17 points, while his opponent had 12. He had never before led by as much as 5 points against the opposing player. The rules established in the Army Officer Academy's fencing class dictated that the first to reach 20 points would emerge victorious, and Winters now found himself holding match point. He repeatedly reminded himself, stay calm, just 3 more points. His mind raced. I possess the match point. My opponent must take the initiative to close the gap, allowing me to wait for a mistake. With his resolve firm, Winters stepped onto the competition floor from the waiting area. He extended his right foot forward, settling into a stable stance, his posture erect. With his right hand forward and left hand behind, he grasped the hilt of his sword, lowering both hands to the height of his navel, the blade's tip aimed menacingly at his opponent's throat. The fencing techniques that Winters and his classmates had learned in their lessons were derived from the founding marshal, Ned Smith. A pivotal aspect of this style was the stance. The position Winters currently adopted was known as the plow stance, which offered a balance of offense and defense. He preferred to keep his dominant hand and leg positioned forward. He was acutely aware that his stamina was waning, and although his rigid stance must have appeared comical to the onlookers, he was beyond caring about embarrassment. He consoled himself. This is merely a game of endurance. My opponent is fatigued too. As long as I can win, that is what matters. In his mind, time seemed to accelerate, filled with countless thoughts. Yet in the real world, only mere seconds had elapsed. His opponent mirrored Winters' stance as he approached. As anticipated, with Winters holding match point, his adversary decided to adopt a more aggressive approach. Otherwise, a single counterstrike from Winters could conclude the match. Winters' opponent maintained the tip of his sword directed toward Winters' head while attempting to maneuver around to his right side, aiming to occupy Winters' flank. Naturally, Winters would not allow this and adjusted his footing accordingly. They circled each other a few times, closing the distance, and the tips of their swords began to collide. Winters dared not blink the moment their blades clashed. It signified that they had both entered each other's range of attack. With unwavering confidence, Winters' opponent actively engaged in the clash, seemingly taunting him. The blades emitted a sharp metallic sound upon contact. Such minor collisions did not confer any advantage, but served as an effective psychological tactic, applying pressure on Winters through this aggressive demeanor. Unbeknownst to Winters, by opting for a defensive counterattack, his own momentum had diminished. What he believed to be a prudent and rational decision was, in fact, a manifestation of his insecurity. Winters understood that his opponent's raw strength surpassed his own, and he could not fathom how he had managed to lead by 5 points. Therefore, he sought to play it safe. Had the roles been reversed, with his opponent leading by 5 points, he would have already been on the offensive. Noticing Winters' staunch defense of the center line, his adversary began to adjust his attack direction. Pivoting around the weighted ball of his sword, he shifted the tip that had initially pointed toward Winters' right side to the left. Winters immediately recognized that his opponent was about to strike. His adversary was a powerhouse, often capable of using sheer strength to forcefully displace his opponent's sword from the center line. Following this, his opponent would swiftly advance, utilizing a sword guard to bind Winters' blade, delivering a downward thrust aimed directly at his chest. This was his opponent's signature move. Instinctively, Winters reacted, seeing the opponent's sword shift to his right. He altered his stance to strike rightward in anticipation. This would lead to a heated collision, with the advantage in the ensuing sword entanglement determining who would score. However, the opponent's sword tip traced a circular path in the air, returning to its original position. This was a feint. A chill ran down Winters' spine as a singular thought echoed in his mind. This is bad. There was never any drawn-out battle of 300 exchanges. In unarmored fencing, a single move could determine victory or defeat. Having fallen for the feint, all was lost. Though his mind froze, Winters' instincts remained intact. Instinct replaced thought, prompting him to redirect his sword from right to left, attempting to regain his stance. But it was too late. His opponent launched an assault from Winters' left side. Instead of targeting Winters' torso directly, he first struck Winters' weaker blade with his own strong sword, displacing it. Simultaneously, his left leg, akin to a spring, propelled him forward, while his right foot took a bold step ahead. His sword swiftly circled back into an offensive position, executing a fierce downward slash. The blade carved through the air with such speed that it produced a whooshing sound, this time aimed squarely at Winters' neck. With no hint of mercy, the strike landed solidly on the neck guard over Winters' left collarbone, the referee's whistle piercing the air. Yet, his opponent remained undeterred, quickly retracting his sword and adopting a horizontal stance to block any potential counterattack from Winters, leaving him no opportunity for a retaliatory strike. A retaliatory strike, recognized by the Academy as a mutual demise, would result in both competitors being denied points. Winters' adversary was resolute in preventing such an eventuality. However, Winters' opponent was overly cautious, having received such a powerful and sudden blow. Winters was in no position to counterattack. He was nearly gasping for breath from the pain. Although his neck and chest armor distributed the force across his torso, the impact on his collarbone felt akin to slamming a toe in a door excruciating. The intensity of the pain rendered Winters nearly immobile. His central nervous system responded to the overwhelming stimulus, rapidly releasing a surge of adrenaline and endorphins throughout his body. Thus, after a brief, agonizing moment, Winters began to regain his composure. Through gritted teeth, he pointed to the left side of his neck guard, indicating where he had been struck. The head referee promptly awarded 3 points, and the score was updated to 17-15. Applause erupted in the training room. This was not a jeer at Winters, but rather a tradition at the Officer Academy, where applause was given for a splendid display of combat. In truth, even Winters felt inclined to applaud his opponent's attack. It was remarkably executed, a simple yet effective feint, a clean and decisive strike, and a flawless follow-through. Each movement was executed with a remarkable grace. Though this round had been described in 900 words, the actual exchange from the moment their swords clashed to the moment Winters was struck transpired in less than 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, victory and defeat were determined, leaving many onlookers bewildered, having only witnessed Winters being struck hard, staggering from the impact. Beyond the pain, a sense of frustration overwhelmed Winters, his face flushed with embarrassment for having fallen for the feint. Marshal Ned Smith's fencing philosophy emphasized the importance of initiative, advocating for straightforward and direct assaults, lauding the suppression of opponents through aggressive strikes, while denouncing ostentatious techniques and critiquing all unnecessary feints. The swordsmanship theory posits that a proficient swordsman would never be easily deceived by feints thus. Employing such tactics against a skilled opponent equates to unwittingly granting them an opportunity to strike. Winters, having fallen for the feint, felt that it was more humiliating than simply standing still and enduring the blows. "Are you all right? Would you like to take a break?" Winters' opponent did not return to the waiting area, instead expressing concern for Winters, whose discomfort was evident. His voice emerged muffled from one helmet to another. Having endured the most painful phase, Winters tentatively moved his shoulders, confirming that his bones were intact. The young man's combative spirit triumphed over the pain, although he felt the urge to sit and rest at the sidelines. He could not relinquish the pride of a mature male. He moved his shoulders, gritted his teeth, and declared, "I'm fine, let's continue. Perhaps we should let them fight first, and we can go later," his opponent suggested, still anxious. Winters could not concede. He reiterated, "I'm fine, let's continue." With that, he returned to the waiting area. His opponent sighed and retreated to his own corner. The whistle blew again, signaling the start of a new round, and both men approached the center of the arena once more. Winters was now seething with frustration, wishing he could slap his past self from 30 seconds ago. Being on the defensive made him vulnerable to feints, and falling for one resulted in a critical hit. How embarrassing. He resolved to attack. Attack! Attack! A single thrust aimed at the head could secure victory. Thus, at the onset of this round, as soon as their swords met, Winters launched a surprise attack. He took a large step forward, executing a high thrust aimed directly at his opponent's face. The principle behind this thrust was to elevate the sword after engagement, using it to block the opponent's path while simultaneously threatening their head. Surprisingly, this unexpected thrust startled Winters' opponent, momentarily leaving him perplexed. How did this guy who fought so steadily last round suddenly become reckless? However, the instinctive reactions of a top-tier swordsman swiftly overcame the disarray caused by Winters' attack. As Winters advanced, his opponent adeptly retreated a step, then deftly redirected his strong blade to intercept Winters' point, forcefully pushing it downward. He twisted his longsword, using it to block Winters' potential strikes while keeping the blade aimed at Winters' abdomen. In the next instant, Winters collided with the attack. The whistle sounded. In less than 2 seconds, Winters' opponent effortlessly struck his torso, earning 2 points, and scattered applause echoed through the training room. Winters pointed at the spot on his practice armor where he had been hit, impatiently returning to the waiting area. The score now stood at 17-17, and a glance exchanged between the referee and Winters' opponent revealed the referee's resigned shake of the head. They both recognized that Winters' composure had unraveled. Yet the match must go on. As they resumed their starting positions, Winters' opponent pondered a question. Should I just let him win this time? In the new round, Winters entered the arena, maintaining a stance of aggression. This anger stance is a poised position where the swordsman brings the hilt to their shoulder. Just as retracting a fist can generate a more powerful strike, so too does this stance in swordsmanship. The anger strike possesses tremendous force and a long reach, but its flaw lies in the overt nature of its intent and direction. At this moment, Winters was consumed by a singular thought. While I may lack his raw strength, I still possess an opportunity to seize victory through an unexpected assault, catching him off guard for 3 points. This was the rationale he employed to convince himself amidst his crumbling mentality, and it did hold a modicum of truth. When everyone perceives someone as having lost their wits, they often still possess a fallacious reasoning, which may even possess a degree of persuasive power. The notion of a surprise attack is not inherently flawed, however. Winters failed to recognize that his intent to attack had become so conspicuous that it could not be feigned away. The possibility of executing an unexpected 3-point strike had vanished, rendering his so-called strategy a mere self-deception. But in the next moment, as Winters observed his opponent adopting the same aggressive stance, he immediately recognized their shared mindset. This stance was one they had practiced during their initial days at the military preparatory school. Throughout 6 years of swordsmanship classes, they had consistently begun with this particular series of techniques. He could choose to execute a straight thrust for 3 points, as a direct stab is always swifter than a powerful swing. His opponent and friend clearly aimed to let him win this time. However, Winters no longer desired victory. He was not angry, but rather he realized that his previous attitude bore a resemblance to someone unable to accept defeat. This round might be their final contest in swordsmanship class, and it could very well be their last duel, as graduation signified the potential reality that they might never meet again. Winning or losing no longer mattered. He had come to terms with it. Thus, in this round, neither employed any tricks. This time, Winters' opponent, utilizing his superior strength, forcefully opened the center line with a thrust that landed successfully. This outcome was expected. Winters silently reassured himself. He's taller, stronger, and practiced more than I have. How could I possibly win? Losing is entirely reasonable. 17 points is already commendable. After being struck, Winters approached his opponent. But as the whistle blew, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. It turned out to be worth 2 points, as the opponent had not aimed at his head but struck his chest instead. The score now stood at 17-19. His opponent needed just one more point to conclude the match. Winters felt a surge of frustration rise in his throat, for he had intended to conclude the match with a warm embrace. Now, he realized he would have to fight again, his embarrassment akin to weeping uncontrollably at the next-door funeral. Fortunately, he hadn't yet embraced his opponent. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. He lamented the waste of his previously abundant emotions, as the moment had been just right, but now, after another round, that sentiment had dissipated. Thus, Winters, muttering under his breath in a volume only he could hear, trudged back to the waiting area with his longsword in hand, preparing for yet another round, still adopting the aggressive stance. His opponent executed a diagonal slash, which Winters blocked with his blade. The opponent withdrew and switched sides, prompting Winters to adjust his defense accordingly. The opponent shifted sides again, and Winters instinctively continued to block. About a second passed, and this round unfolded with lightning speed. Although Winters relied on instinct to wield his sword, he began to sense that something was amiss. As he realized the distance between them was rapidly diminishing, panic engulfed him. In a moment of clarity, he erupted into a torrent of expletives. Vile curse. You're going to even more vile curse. But it was too late. His personal outburst failed to communicate effectively with his opponent. All that resonated through his helmet was an indistinct cry of despair. Winters' opponent deftly wielded a single-handed grip on Winters' sword, while with his other hand, he firmly grasped Winters' shoulder. With a swift maneuver, he executed a simple trip, followed by a decisive takedown that left the unfortunate Winter, clad in armor, heavily pinned beneath him. The training room erupted in a thunderous round of applause. Indeed, since this was a contest of swordsmanship, striking with fists was not permitted, and wrestling could not score points either. However, once one had successfully thrown and subdued their opponent, employing the blade to inflict harm upon the target was undeniably effective. 1 point awarded. Wrestling is an integral facet of swordsmanship. If one cannot abide by that, they should not engage in the sport. The whistle blew, and the referee proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Axel of Orange." Lying on the ground, Winters' mind was consumed by a singular thought. I truly am a fool for not having struck him with my sword just now. Chapter 2. The spellcaster is wrestling enjoyable? Winters inquired as he and Yak descended from the arena, assisting each other in shedding their training armor. The critique of the weapons was evidently less impactful than the critique of the weaponry itself, as Winters delivered a hearty punch to Yak's back. Yak, a nickname for Axel, was commonly addressed as such by his friends. The fist met Yak's back with a dull thud, yet he remained unfazed, encased in his training armor, while Winters felt a jolt of pain reverberate through his bones. Hurry and help me out of this cumbersome attire. If I wear it any longer, it might lead to dire consequences, he urged. Yak complied. The training armor they wore essentially comprised half of a full suit of cavalry armor, making it a cumbersome task for an individual to don or remove alone. Thus, during swordsmanship classes, the two combatants would assist one another in donning and doffing their gear. Once they extricated themselves from the training armor, they swiftly stripped off their combat attire, which was drenched as if freshly pulled from the depths of a river. The sweltering summer exacerbated their discomfort, as the cotton garments bore the burden of the sun's heat. In the region of Senna's Bay, such cotton combat attire could easily serve as winter clothing. However, in the summer, it became a veritable form of torture. How did the knights of Year manage to wage war in such gear during the summer? Yak pondered aloud while stripping off his garments. Wouldn't it be simpler to avoid summer battles altogether? If war is inevitable, at least the enemy bears the same encumbrance, so it becomes a test of endurance. Winters continued their aimless banter. They placed their long swords and armor upon a stone bench and, bare-chested, dashed towards the large water trough in the corner of the training room, indulging in a hearty drink of brine. Where did this brine come from? The swordsmanship instructor had prepared an ample supply, enough for those in the training room to quench their thirst freely. The people of this era lacked an understanding of ionic balance or the dangers of water intoxication. However, the instructors of the academy were already aware. After profuse sweating, one must avoid consuming large quantities of plain water, lest it pose a threat to life. This invaluable lesson had cost them 2 lives as tuition. The brine served in swordsmanship classes encapsulated a profound yet elementary truth. The application of a technique does not necessitate a comprehension of its underlying principles. Just as birds do not understand why they can fly, they simply know how to soar. Having quenched their thirst, the two ambled back to the stone bench to re-equip themselves. The sounds of clashing long swords echoed intermittently throughout the training ground. Yak recalled the decorum befitting an officer, while Winters sprawled carelessly upon the cool stone, relishing the refreshing sensation against his skin. Yet, as he relaxed, the pain returned with a vengeance. The discomfort in his left shoulder incessantly reminded him of the 8 points he had just lost. He glanced at his shoulder, where a sizable bruise had formed, spreading ominously towards his collarbone. To be honest, Winters cleared his throat and remarked, "For a moment, I thought you had cleaved me in two." Eck, noticing the bruises on Winters' shoulder, felt a twinge of guilt. I should have controlled my strength. Did Winters truly harbor resentment towards Eck? Certainly not. He understood that in the realm of swordplay, minor injuries were a natural occurrence. If there were no risks, why don the cumbersome armor? Ned's swordsmanship training employed specialized practice swords for safety. Yet, the instructor insisted that the cadets spar with unsharpened real swords, precisely to embrace the inherent danger and endure the occasional minor injury. Winters was unconcerned about Eck's strike. His nervousness compelled him to create a diversion for the forthcoming inquiries. He swallowed hard, intentionally avoiding eye contact, feigning complete focus on the arena, presenting only the back of his head to Eck. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, he casually asked, "I'm quite curious. How did I manage to score 17 points? Did you let me win in the earlier rounds?" "Not at all," Eck replied, his tone sincere. "When we engage, all I think about is winning. I don't have the luxury to consider conceding points. I was so eager to best you that I couldn't even temper my strikes." Winters exhaled softly. The more he pretended to be indifferent, the more he cared. Achieving a score against a master was an honor in itself. Suddenly, a pang of regret washed over him. He genuinely had a chance to claim victory in this match. Regardless of his internal musings, he could not afford to show hesitation. Thus, he erupted in laughter. "Nonsense. You had the whole scenario scripted, letting me score first, only to execute a stunning comeback later." Eck joined in the laughter, as the duelists on the field engaged in an exquisite display of offense and defense. Winters and Eck applauded enthusiastically. "What you truly need is more practice," Eck stated with newfound seriousness. "Focus on building your strength first, then dedicate more time to your swordsmanship. You were the one who just won." Bare-chested, the contrast between Eck's muscular definition and Winters' physique was stark. Winters' build could only be described as proportionate, still far from robust. You never engage in disciplined training, nor do you practice extra. You've never lifted a stone bell or pulled a stone mill. Most of your time is spent catching up on sleep, Eck concluded. "If you can score 17 points like this, I believe you are already quite impressive." Winters was left speechless. "I truly cannot tell if you are complimenting me or mocking me." "Without a doubt, it is a compliment. The highest form of praise." Eck suddenly rose, drew his long sword, and executed 3 precise swings. Each time, the blade traced the same path, halting at the identical position with unwavering accuracy. Leaning on his sword, Eck addressed Winters. "The power of a firearm relies on gunpowder, yet the potency of swordsmanship is derived from muscle. Technique cannot substitute strength. If you neglect strength training, enough," Winters interjected, "step aside. I need to find something." "What?" "A crevice. I wish to crawl into it." "I am genuinely praising you." Winters shifted into a more comfortable reclining position and languidly remarked, "Truth can wound more deeply than falsehood." "Spare me, master." The term master in Winters' context referred to a swordsman of exceptional skill. Within the Sena's alliance, this title is not one to be tossed about lightly. It must be conferred officially through certification by the Blacksmith Guild. Only those whose swordsmanship theories are widely acknowledged and who are recognized masters in the art of swordplay are deemed worthy of such a title. To date, no living individual has attained this honor. Eik, with his powerful physique and slender waist, possesses a remarkable ability to maintain his wits about him during duels, making him a natural swordsman. He began his study of Ned longsword techniques only upon entering the preparatory school, swiftly conquering all his peers, including Winters, who had practiced the Ned longsword since childhood. As Eik matured, he ascended to the rank of an unmatched contender across all age groups. Officers from the military academy, all of whom have studied the Ned longsword, find themselves incapable of scoring even 20 points against AK. It can be said that the academy can no longer gauge Ike's true depth of skill. He stands at a level above all others, a king without a crown, the foremost swordsman devoid of an official title. Thus, it is unclear when Eik acquired the moniker of Swordsmanship Master, which soon became simply Master. During lighthearted moments, even instructors jestingly referred to him as such. A year ago, General Tyler, the minister of the provincial army, visited the academy and, upon learning that the officer before him was named Axel, exclaimed, "Are you that master?" From that point onward, the nickname spread even further. However, Winters seldom employed this title, for it carried an air of curse. Thus far, no living individual has been able to claim it. You know, I reckon when you return next year, your current standing may very well vanish. Eik admonished Winters earnestly. Winters remained indolent, responding, in my view, for a military commander, a wise mind holds more value than well-developed muscles. It is my unassailable duty to ensure ample rest. Moreover, consider this. If I were to practice diligently and still fail to best you, would that not be an utter loss? Winters calculated, thus, refraining from practice equates to avoiding loss. Veneton, Eik chuckled incredulously. Winters turned over. I was sent to the provinces at 13 to attend preparatory school. If you label me a Veneton, the Venetons might just regard me as one of the provinces. If there is any flaw in my Veneton character, it surely stems from being tainted by provincial influences. The sounds of clashing swords ceased, giving way to another group of cadets enduring their trials. Eik suddenly grew somber. Sometimes I can't help but ponder. The owners of these armors have trained with their weapons longer than I have, encased in heavier armor than mine. Yet, in the end, they are still dragged from their steeds and slain. Does individual valor truly hold significance in the context of war? Your words strike me as somewhat unethical. Winters chuckled heartily. You've stolen my line. At the very least, you ought to have tasted defeat to warrant such remarks. Yet, Ike persisted earnestly. I have contemplated this notion for quite some time. I comprehend why you abstain from swordsmanship. You are a spellcaster, and while I might hold my own in a duel, in a genuine battlefield scenario, a single incantation from you could spell my demise. It is no secret that among officers, there are spellcasters. Even if it were a secret, it could hardly be concealed from classmates who shared daily interactions. For the majority, including Ike, who has received years of education, the archetype of a spellcaster is irrevocably entwined with pointed hats, lofty towers, white-bearded elders, and peculiar folklore. Had it not been for his attendance at military academy, Ike would have never encountered a living spellcaster, nor would he have seen one who is no longer among the living. Individuals possessing magical aptitude are exceedingly rare. The challenge lies not merely in the birth of a child with such talent, but in the arduous process of discerning and nurturing gifted individuals from the vast sea of humanity into accomplished sorcerers, a task so formidable that those uninitiated in the arcane arts scarcely know where to begin. The known sorcerers of this world are all court magicians serving feudal lords. They are scholars, advisors, bodyguards, and enforcers for emperors, khans, sultans, and the highest echelons of nobility. Solely catering to the elite of the feudal hierarchy, sorcerers traverse the courts of these rulers, while common folk have no opportunity to encounter them. Indeed, they ought to pray never to cross paths with a spellcaster. Who are these court magicians who operate under pseudonyms? Are they truly human? At what age were they selected? How have they been trained to wield magic? These secrets are likely known only to the sorcerers and the rulers themselves. The methodologies for identifying potential candidates, the training regimens for sorcerers, and the techniques for executing spells are all closely guarded secrets by the ruling elite. The common populace's understanding of sorcerers oscillates between fearing they will be abducted by witches and envisioning brave princes receiving enchanted swords from reclusive magicians to conquer empires. In the Sena's alliance, a nation established by commoners who overthrew emperors and nobility, the existence of sorcerers is utterly implausible. Not only are there no sorcerers, but the alliance also stands as a principal victim of the feudal ruling class's monopoly on magical power. During the sovereignty war that secured the alliance's independence, countless officers and soldiers perished at the hands of the court magicians retained by Richard IV. Each deployment of court sorcerers to the battlefield by the Mad Emperor unleashed a tempest of bloodshed. Moreover, until the emperor withdrew his forces, the alliance's militia failed to capture or slay a single court magician. The magical military capabilities of the alliance were only born after the war's conclusion, following the emperor's retreat and the establishment of the alliance. Without the gift of magic, General Antoine Laurin, a scholar and major general of the army, summarized his numerous encounters with court mages during wartime and ultimately discerned how to identify individuals possessing magical talent. Consequently, General Laurin invented a set of diagnostic tools. From that moment forth, the Alliance Army commenced an annual screening of children and adolescents within the Alliance's territory to detect those endowed with magical abilities. Subsequently, through reasoning, persuasion, or intimidation, they sought to convince the parents of these children to enroll them in military academies at various levels. While they had identified potential candidates, a new challenge emerged: how to cultivate a child with magical talent into a mage akin to a court wizard. The entire alliance was left in a state of uncertainty. The training system for mages was one of the core competitive advantages of the ruling elite, a closely guarded secret with no external precedents to draw upon. Once again, it was General Antoine Laurin who spearheaded the establishment of the Army's Bureau of Magical Operations, embarking on a tentative journey of exploration. Starting from a blank slate, the Bureau faced the arduous task of developing methods for nurturing spellcasters and realizing magical techniques. Today, after 25 years since its inception, the Bureau has made modest progress. It has categorized magic into two primary disciplines, the School of Sorcery and the School of Alchemy, and further divided spells into three categories: fire-based, acceleration, and sound. They have successfully replicated 12 distinct spells, thereby forming an initial training system for spellcasters with proprietary intellectual property. Traditionally, the term mage has been synonymous with court wizardry. To distinguish their own practitioners, the Alliance opted not to continue using the title mage, instead referring to their magic-capable individuals as spellcasters. In truth, even the Bureau of Magical Operations remains uncertain whether the path they have chosen is right or wrong. The leaders of the republics generally believe that, despite the Bureau's claims of training mages, the proficiency of the spellcasters falls significantly short of that exhibited by the court mages of yore. The difference in perception may stem from proximity, which diminishes the aura of mystique surrounding them. Nevertheless, the Alliance's spellcasters have indeed managed to reproduce some of the spell effects witnessed on the battlefield in years gone by. As the saying goes, have you never seen a pig run if you have never eaten pork? However, the current situation is rather unique. The Alliance army has only been bruised by the pig, having neither tasted the meat nor clearly discerned how the pig runs. Although the republics remain uncertain about the correctness of the path forged by General Laurin, they firmly support the Bureau of Magical Operations, adhering to the simple principle that having some direction is better than having none at all. Winters is one such spellcaster, identified only after entering the Army's juvenile school. Among the 172 students in his cohort, 21 are spellcasters, a remarkably high ratio, with nearly half of the spellcasters of Winters Age within the Gulf Alliance residing here. On the other hand, the majority of spellcasters are female, with a few male individuals whose physical conditions render them unsuitable for military officer roles. All spellcasters are enrolled in the infantry and cavalry divisions, with not a single one in the artillery division, as the military academy offers only these three disciplines. This is due to one of the design objectives of the Army's spellcaster training system, which is to cultivate frontline officers possessing magical abilities to the greatest extent possible. The late General Antoine Laurin believed that it would be a long time before the Alliance could cultivate top-tier spellcasters akin to court magicians. Since it is impossible to follow an elite path like feudal states, victory must be achieved through sheer numbers. In contrast to the cautious approach of the mad Richard IV regarding the use of mages in warfare, the Alliance's strategy is to deploy magical combat forces to the front lines, striving to cultivate as many officers with spellcasting capabilities as possible. However, The execution of this policy ultimately encountered some discrepancies. Winters initially assumed that his classmates at the military academy would possess at least a basic understanding of spellcasters. But he was surprised to find that even Ike believed he could kill with a single spell. He helplessly denied, "My lack of swordsmanship stems from laziness, not from my identity as a spellcaster. Besides, what of spellcasters? You still beat me senseless anyway." Yet, Ike retorted, "But when you use magic, I cannot defeat you. How am I supposed to explain that to you?" Winters sighed long and deeply, covering his face. Chapter 3. Antoine Laurent. 1,000 words cannot compare to a single demonstration. Since it was the last day at the military academy, he thought to hell with the confidentiality principle. Even though they had shared a longhouse every night, spellcasters remained enigmatic. The school strictly prohibited non-spellcaster officers from inquiring into the training content of magic, and spellcasters were forbidden from divulging any information to others. For Ike, this was the first time Winters openly discussed everything about magic with him. For Winters, it was Ike's first expression of envy regarding his identity as a spellcaster. Strictly speaking, it was Ike's first public display of admiration towards Winters, which led Winters to feel an obligation to satisfy his friend's curiosity. Thus, Winters squeezed a few drops of sweat from his combat attire onto a stone bench. Taking a deep breath, he began to concentrate. This process resembled archery. There were no mechanical preliminary steps, just finding the sensation and then releasing. What Winters needed to do was recall the feeling of using magic. In Ike's eyes, Winters was intensely focused on the few droplets of water on the stone bench. For Winters, he was enduring an indescribable phantom pain, as if being ground into flesh and blood by a millstone. The phantom pain did not originate from any part of his skin, tissue, or bones. Yet it was undeniably real. Winters gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. The droplets on the stone bench initially diminished in size, swiftly transforming into several water stains before ultimately vanishing entirely. Winters exhaled deeply. "Is that all?" Ike was utterly perplexed. Winters, appearing weary, replied, "Indeed. Magic? Magic. Is this magic?" "This is indeed magic." "What kind of magic is this?" Ike delivered a light punch to his friend. "Isn't this merely a few drops of water being dried by the wind?" "No. Listen closely. Water evaporated by the wind and water vaporized by magic may lead to the same conclusion, but the paths taken are distinctly different." Ike furrowed his brow tightly. "Transforming water into vapor. This is magic? What purpose does it serve?" "It serves little purpose." Winters languidly reclined back onto the floor. "But what if it were the blood within your skull that transformed into vapor?" During the sweltering summer, Axel of Orange felt an unexpected chill traverse his spine. "It's merely a saying. Penetration is an advanced technique, not one that a sorcerer of my caliber can master. You must understand that magical ability is an innate talent, akin to how fish swim naturally and birds fly without instruction. Sorcerers need not comprehend the principles of magic. It suffices that they can wield such abilities." Winters revealed a personal shortcoming. "Just as I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood, yet I am still inferior to you, a master who commenced 6 years ago. That is talent. There is nothing to lament." "You are mistaken. My swordsmanship stems from diligent practice," Ike asserted earnestly. "Yet, there are those who practice even more diligently than you." "Who?" "Bard. Gerald's Bard." Winters readily offered a name. Ike fell silent. "He is indeed more industrious than I." Winters sighed. "Talent and sweat are both indispensable. Sweat cannot surpass talent, especially when talent is also exerting itself. To attribute your swordsmanship solely to practice would be an affront to Bard. Let us return to magic. The first principle of magic is that you can never truly sense magic itself. You can only perceive the effects it produces." Winters shifted his gesture. A gust of wind brushed through Ike's hair, and he unmistakably felt this breeze. "This is the art of wind manipulation, magic's wind, but you cannot touch magic. You can only touch the wind. In other words, natural wind versus magical wind." Ike retorted, "Is it indistinguishable?" Winters replied matter-of-factly, "It is distinguishable. Unnatural wind is magic's wind." Observing the effects of magic allows one to reverse-engineer the process of its manifestation, transforming intuitive understanding into rational comprehension. That is the great achievement of General Antoine Laurent. Winters said with a touch of melancholy. Without him, there would be no sorcerers. Intuitive comprehension? Rational comprehension? Take swordsmanship as an example. The first wielders of swords certainly only knew how to swing wildly. Through extensive practice, they discovered some useful techniques, that is intuitive understanding. As the development progresses, some individuals will summarize theories, forming systems that enable novices, lacking in the art of combat, to grasp the intricacies of swordsmanship. This will give rise to more advanced techniques based on the principles of swordsmanship, which is a rational understanding. What connection does this have with magic? Imagine placing a pot of water over a flame. Eventually, the water will evaporate. The act of boiling water and the magical process of vaporizing a liquid yield the same result. Antoine Laurent concluded that all spells that substitute flames for functionality are categorized as fire magic. Similarly, all spells that accelerate objects fall under the category of acceleration magic, while spells related to sound are classified as sound magic. This constitutes the three major classifications of the Antoine Laurent system. Winters softly summarized, however, the very individual who established all of this, Antoine Laurent, was incapable of wielding magic. Chapter 4. Antoine Laurent. Words alone cannot convey the message. A demonstration is far more effective. Come closer, Winters beckoned. What do you want? Just come here. Ike leaned in, and Winters abruptly yanked several strands of his hair, causing Ike to wince in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Ike retaliated by kicking the ground where the spellcaster stood, muttering, "You can't pull my hair. I don't even grow it." Winters chuckled. Watch closely. He entered a spellcasting state once more, as if being scorched by flames. His hair curled at a visible rate, ultimately reducing to a small black sphere. Ike's pupils dilated, fixated on those few strands of hair, for he had seen no visible flames. This is how it works. Winters presented the remaining charred remnants to Ike, magic substitutes for fire, performing its function. Is this fire magic? Ike queried. Not quite. Without fuel, there is no visible flame. Winters self-deprecatingly remarked, fire spells are quite practical for everyday tasks, like lighting a lamp. Their power pales in comparison to that of a burning log. If one day, people can carry embers with them, fire spells can be discarded as obsolete. Isn't magic devoid of incantations? Long, complicated spells? Ike pondered. The sorcerers in stories often attain greatness through the mastery of ancient incantations. Chanting? For whom? Winters sighed. Within the Alliance, the Imperial language is spoken, but the accents of the Sea Blue people and the provincial folk differ. Imperial nobles speak the old tongue. The ancient empire's people use the ancient language. The Flamens speak the Saracen tongue. The Silk Nation employs the Silk language. The languages of mankind are diverse, which is correct and which is incorrect. Is it possible that the court wizards of the Empire and the sages of Saracen adhere to two distinct linguistic systems? Or can the wizards of the Silk Nation chant in the same language as the Imperial court wizards? And what of the staff? Surely sorcerers possess them? I questioned. With a staff, I might as well practice that. Winters raised his longsword, gesturing. The spellcaster's power originates from within and is unaffected by external objects. Hand a fine sword to an ordinary person, and they might wield it with the prowess akin to yours. Eck fell into a contemplative silence, unable to articulate a single word. The process of disenchantment is invariably painful. From a distance, a horse appears majestic, yet upon closer inspection, one discovers a donkey clad in a horse's guise, leaving anyone disheartened. However, the description of the chanting may indeed possess some merit. General Antoine Laurent posited that for mages, chanting could serve as a form of self-suggestion. The ritual itself is insignificant. What truly matters is the sense of ritual. Thus, he devised a series of gestures to replace the incantations. This is the gesture employed when casting fire-based spells. Winters raised his left hand, pressing his thumb against his index finger. This is the gesture for acceleration-type spells. He then pressed his thumb against his middle finger. Finally, for sound-based spells, he pressed his thumb against his ring finger. Winters elaborated, stating that other actions could suffice as well, gritting one's teeth, licking one's lips, touching one's nose. Any gesture would do, as long as it is associated with a particular category of magic. Must magic truly require gestures? While it is indeed possible to cast spells without them, a sudden shift in spell type may leave the caster as clumsy as a lumbering cart, careening straight into a wall. It is akin to asking you to engage in a bout of swordplay, then abruptly transition to a game of chess, only to return to swordsmanship once more. The caster's cognition would become muddled. After a moment of reflection, Eck burst into laughter, admitting, I understood none of it. That is precisely the point. Yet, I did grasp one thing. General Antoine Laurent was a remarkable individual, having created numerous innovations and unveiled vast knowledge. He is regarded as the father of the Alliance's magical system. Though he possessed no magical abilities himself, he stands as the greatest of mages. Winters also set aside his flippant demeanor, acknowledging that he epitomizes humanity's spirit of inquiry into the laws of the universe. It is unfortunate that he passed away too soon, due to a head ailment. Winters was reluctant to dwell on the matter, especially since the provinces have yet to vindicate Antoine Lorraine. It is said that he was on the verge of discovering knowledge that could redefine magic, yet after his demise, all his manuscripts were lost. Is it true that the ability to transform water into vapor constitutes a magical affinity? I shall give it a try. Perhaps I possess magical talent as well. Eck hastily shifted the topic, dipping his fingers into the water and letting droplets fall onto the stone bench, then mimicking Winters by exerting force upon the water droplet. The process of vaporizing water is exceedingly challenging. Noticing Eck's attempt to vaporize the water, Winters cautioned his friend, an untrained caster's abilities are feeble, hardly distinguishable from those of an ordinary person. It is impossible to vaporize water. To illustrate, if the essence of magic is akin to fire, then an untrained caster is not even a spark. They are merely the embers struck from flint. Only through extensive training can one gradually evolve into a flame, ultimately culminating in a blaze. To test for small sparks, one must utilize the apparatus invented by General Antoine Lorraine. Moreover, did you not already conduct a test? When did I ever test anything? Eck exclaimed in astonishment. Did you not undergo any assessment upon your enrollment in school during your childhood? Winters was equally surprised. Wasn't it customary for all entrants to be evaluated? I was indeed assessed when I entered school, at the age of 9. I genuinely cannot recall whether I was tested or not. How was it conducted? Eck pondered carefully, and he truly had no recollection of any testing. I can't remember either. But it seems there were several glass instruments in a room. Winters scratched his head. After a decade, he too could not retain those memories. It appeared a woman administered the test, and I simply followed her instructions. Once completed, I left. Later, the teacher informed me that I was a spellcaster, and subsequently, I was enrolled in a spellcasting course. Eck shook his head and lamented. I truly have no impression of it. Perhaps I was never tested, or if I was, I have since forgotten. However, he cheerfully declared, it matters not. Let me see if I can vaporize water now. What if I am an overlooked prodigy? There's no harm in trying. With that, he dipped a bit of saline solution and let a drop fall onto the stone bench. Then, he cupped his hands around the droplet, shielding it from the wind, and intently focused on the water. Winters sat nearby, non-committal, yet intrigued by the outcome. Chapter 5. 3 and 5 Observing Eck's fervent attempts, Winters remained neutral. Given the military's insatiable demand for spellcasters, it seemed unlikely that any promising cadet would be overlooked. However, dismissing another's dreams, even with truth, is an exceedingly unethical act. Eck exerted himself to harness magic, his face drawing ever closer to the stone bench. His expression becoming increasingly strained, his eyes nearly touching the droplet. Considering today's temperature, regardless of Eck's magical prowess, the water on the slab would eventually vaporize. Do you feel anything particularly noteworthy? Winters inquired. Yes, my eyes are exceptionally dry. I do appreciate your sense of humor. Water cannot be utilized to gauge potential, otherwise. Specialized equipment would be unnecessary for selecting spellcasters. Winters elucidated the inadequacy of using water for testing. General Antoine Laurent once mentioned that the magical energy required to vaporize a single droplet of water surpasses that needed to accelerate an arrow, akin to a 100-pound longbow. However, the general merely alluded to it without providing detailed arguments. Winters added, but I too have felt during my training that water is the most challenging liquid to vaporize. Do you now grasp why acceleration spells are universally acknowledged as the most lethal? Vaporizing this droplet seems of little utility, yet accelerating an arrow could take a life? Axel tentatively replied, indeed, the difficulty of casting does not correlate with the potency of the spell, reflecting on the awkward state of fire magic. Winters shook his head. Magic does not exist for the purpose of slaughter. Humanity merely selects the most suitable magic for lethal intentions. What is there to discuss? After a decade of swordsmanship training, to be felled by a single thrust on the battlefield is far more lamentable. Ike readily accepted the idea. Drawing a parallel, wasn't iron and gunpowder created by the divine not for slaughter, yet ultimately employed for that very purpose? The droplets of water on the stone bench had entirely evaporated, and Ike felt no trace of magical ability. A sense of frustration washed over him. Indeed, I possess no aptitude for sorcery. Perhaps not. After all, as water cannot reveal such talents. Winters consoled Ike, if you wish to test. I can take you to find Instructor Christian tomorrow. He should possess the means. Which Instructor Christian? The name Christian, meaning believer, is rather common within the academy. The head of the sorcery research department, he is undoubtedly among the most formidable spellcasters in the institution. Rest assured, he is quite amiable. Seeking his assistance should pose no issue. Never mind, it's merely a casual attempt. I do not truly believe I am a spellcaster. Winters volunteered to assist Ike in finding someone to conduct the test, yet Ike felt a wave of trepidation. The prospect of casually testing a few drops of water was one thing. Seeking out the head of the department and utilizing specialized instruments was an entirely different matter. Pray, enlighten me about the sensation of wielding magic, Ike inquired with curiosity. I cannot precisely articulate it in words, Winters admitted, struggling to find the right expression. For instance, how can you depict colors to someone who is congenitally blind? This query left Ike momentarily speechless. He pondered various ways to describe color, ultimately conceding, it is impossible. How could one comprehend color without ever having known it? The sensation of using magic is akin to this. How might one convey the experience of wielding magic to someone who has never encountered it? Winters spoke candidly, quickly adding, I merely use this as an analogy. I am not suggesting you are disabled. I fully grasp your meaning, Ike replied with a warm smile. It hinges upon the standards of what constitutes a normal person. If spellcasters are deemed normal, then indeed, we are all disabled. You are the normal one. It is the spellcasters who are the outliers. Winters hastily diverted the conversation. Allow me to describe, as best as I can, the sensation of using magic, though it may not be entirely accurate and is limited to my own experience. Certainly, at times, there is an overwhelming sensation of compression, as though the very space around me is closing in. At other moments, a sharp pain akin to being stabbed, sometimes an intense cold, at other times an unbearable heat. Winters furrowed his brow, reflecting on the sensations of magic. He continued, the crux of it is that these sensations do not originate from any part of my body. It is akin to someone else being struck while I experience the pain. Are you familiar with phantom pain? Soldiers who have undergone amputations may feel sensations in limbs that have been severed, experiencing pain in those non-existent appendages. Indeed, it is precisely like phantom pain, Winters nodded. However, for me, it is not the result of a body part that has been removed, but rather, it is as if I experience phantom sensations from a body part one have never possessed. The source of the pain is devoid of flesh and blood, yet it possesses a palpable reality. To describe it as a mere limb would be inaccurate. I find myself at a loss for a more precise characterization. It is akin to the impossibility of portraying colors to a blind person. I have begun to grasp the essence of what you are conveying. Thus, the practitioners of the Alliance refer to magical aptitude as an invisible third hand, a fifth limb beyond the four we possess. The numbers 3 and 5 hold significant symbolic meaning for these practitioners, which is why their association is known as the Tri-5 Society. With a finger dipped in water, Winters inscribed a symbol upon a stone bench. He first drew a regular pentagon, and then connected one vertex of the pentagon to two others, subdividing it into 3 triangles. This symbol serves as the emblem of the Alliance's practitioners. Its form, a pentagon divided into 3 triangles, symbolizes the third hand and the fifth limb, while the triangles represent the 3 primary schools of magic. As Winters sketched, he elucidated the meaning of this symbol to Yak. Is this the emblem of the practitioners? I assumed you wore this badge daily because it represented the Sea Blue Fellowship. You were unaware this is the symbol of the practitioners? You never mentioned it. You never inquired. Thus, the cycle of this absurdity continued without end. Winters soon recalled something. Did we not attend the tactical course on countermagic? It was only after hearing the instructor's description of anti-magic that I felt a practitioner could simply beckon and end my life. Yak chuckled. What he spoke of in class differs greatly from our conversation. I believe the anti-magic course referred to the court mages of King Richard IV during the Sovereignty Wars. Winters comprehended the matter. The court mages were few in number and shrouded in mystery. Their training regimens and methods of spellcasting were unknown to outsiders. He reflected on what he had learned in literature class regarding these court mages. Scholars from the Flamen people recorded that the emperor of the ancient Silk Kingdom once summoned a meteor shower that obliterated hundreds of thousands of rebels. As a practitioner who could only light a candle, I find it incomprehensible how one could wield such grand spells. Summoning a meteor shower? If court mages truly possessed such prowess, How could the mad Richard fail to seize Guitu City? Hence, I suspect that much of the ancient texts are embellished. After all, boasting is inherent to such narratives. Winters laughed heartily. Chapter 6. The mass-produced magical combat automaton. After the laughter subsided, Winters kindly cautioned Yak. Descriptions of mages in ancient texts are undoubtedly exaggerated. However, since court mages serve as the emperor's enforcers, they must possess genuine abilities. If you ever encounter a court mage, exercise utmost caution. Do not conflate us practitioners with them. We are fundamentally different types of magic users. Perhaps they truly deserve the title of mage, whereas we are merely practitioners. Winters despondently remarked. I believe the generals within the army share this sentiment. Hence they refer to us as spellcasters rather than wizards. We are merely mass-produced magical combat tools of the Alliance. Do not belittle yourself. Magic undoubtedly holds significant utility on the battlefield. Although Ike had never set foot on a battlefield, it was clear he was a staunch supporter of the Army's spellcaster policy. Otherwise, why would the Army place such importance on spellcasters? Wizards are the most trusted executioners of the madman Richard. Only an exceptionally powerful wizard could fulfill that role, and currently, the Alliance cannot find a spellcaster as formidable as the court mage of the Mad King. Winters cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking a megaphone. If I were to enter the battlefield, I would serve as a human loudspeaker. He envisioned a makeshift cone fashioned from sheet metal, devoid of its tip, wielded by the discipline officer each morning to chastise the recruits. Ike, perplexed by Winters' analogy, listened as Winters sighed. These words are not my own, but belong to General Taylor, who, during his inspection last year, addressed the spellcaster trainees individually. As his enthusiasm surged, Winters imitated General Taylor's hoarse, duck-like voice. The most useful spell in warfare is amplification. This amplification spell is particularly effective for directing soldiers, and there is no need to worry about the din of gunfire drowning it out. It renders the little drums obsolete. You must practice your amplification spell diligently and refrain from dabbling in trivial, useless tricks. Listen to how the premier figure of the provincial army evaluates spellcasters. Useless tricks? A whimsical thought suddenly struck Winters. If a portable fire source were invented, fire-based spells might become obsolete. If one day someone were to create a device capable of amplifying sound without magic, the army spellcasters might face unemployment. What tools? You are all treasures of the military. After a moment of contemplation, Ike resolved to speak. Have you heard of the 10-year personnel rule? Winters pondered carefully and shook his head. Ike elaborated. It's understandable you haven't heard. This is a topic discussed among those of us without magical talent. For army officers to be promoted, in addition to enduring their service time, there must also be vacancy for positions, correct? This was common knowledge among all army officers and aspiring officers, prompting Winters to respond without hesitation, indeed. Yet, there are many officers in the army who, despite having sufficient service time, cannot ascend the ranks and must continue to bide their time, Ike noted, though his tone wavered. However, many assert that spellcaster officers will certainly be promoted if they have enough service time, ensuring they rise to the rank of major within 10 years and to colonel within 20. This was the first time Winters had heard of such an unspoken rule within the army, leaving him utterly astonished. This was quite normal, akin to how no one would discuss a bully in front of a bully. Which student would dare to speak of spellcasters in the presence of spellcasters? Ike's words caused Winters' cheeks to flush, as he realized he was a beneficiary of an unjust system, while his friends and classmates were the ones oppressed by this very inequality. If such an unwritten rule truly exists, it is evidently discriminatory and unjust. Winters was raised with an education that emphasized fairness and justice, and the Army's policy clearly contravenes the principle of equity. He sincerely expressed, military promotions should be based on capability and merit. I do not believe that magical talent holds any particular value in commanding troops. The Army's approach is akin to misgovernance. Ike realized that he had inadvertently made Winters feel guilty and quickly interjected, do not take it too seriously. It is really not that significant. Officer promotions certainly do not solely consider magical ability, but it is reasonable for magical prowess to serve as a supplementary criterion in a comprehensive evaluation. Ike then cited an even more inequitable example. Those officers who emerge from accelerated training programs may never even attain the rank of a junior officer. Are they not subjected to greater discrimination? Seeing the conversation veer towards a critique of the decisions made by the Alliance's army leadership, Ike regretted bringing up personnel matters with Winters. He hastily redirected the discussion back to magic. You mentioned that fire-based spells are ineffectual. How can fire magic possibly lack utility? Controlling flames is quite impressive, is it not? Winters promptly corrected Ike's misunderstanding regarding magic. Fire-based magic does not merely control flames. It employs magic to replicate certain effects of fire. For instance, with an incombustible material like stone, no amount of magic can induce combustion. To be candid, Winters lamented, my fire spells may indeed lack potency compared to simply wielding a torch. Despite my utmost effort, I can only vaporize a small amount of water, while a torch can dry it in an instant. Sound-based spells require no casting materials, while acceleration spells need only a hard object. In contrast, most fire spells rely heavily on the use of casting materials. If it comes to battle, you might resolve me with a single strike before I even retrieve my materials. How could that be? Did you not just singe a hair? Ike chuckled. In a genuine duel, if you managed to ignite my hair, you would win, would you not? The flippant suggestion caused Winters to gasp in surprise. I must admit, I had never considered using fire magic to ignite an enemy's hair. The more he pondered this notion, the more intriguing it became to him. He stood up, excitedly addressing Ike. What a delightfully mischievous idea. I adore it. I shall inscribe this spell in my grimoire. Huh. You now possess your own original spell. Shall we call it Axel's hair ignition? Winters mused as he paced. However, hair ignition lacks a certain grandeur. Perhaps we should name it Axel's head incineration or facial conflagration or hair combustion. Is this truly the invention of a spell? Ike chuckled in disbelief. This seems rather juvenile. Why should it not be considered an invention of a spell? You have devised a unique application for a fire-based magic, Winters countered earnestly. After all forms of combat can be subdivided into numerous postures and techniques. The invention of a unique application of magic does not necessarily equate to the creation of a spell. One might wonder why fire magic is classified as a single category. The answer lies in the uniformity of its principles, with distinctions arising only in their applications. Let us call it the hair combustion spell then, Yak casually proposed. Although yet to be validated, this notion was indeed quite intriguing. We must procure some genuine hair to practice and discern how to make it ignite more rapidly and vigorously. The more Winters contemplated, the more he found the idea fascinating. I now comprehend why the general asserted that there are no ineffective spells, only foolish spellcasters. A spellcaster must first be an astute individual before they can become proficient in casting spells. My thinking had become rigid. The only practical spell I could conceive was the flash spell, and you have awakened my imagination. Winters said earnestly, Yak, you truly are a genius. If you possessed any talent for magic, you would undoubtedly be 100 times the spellcaster I am. Such exaggeration is unwarranted, Yak replied, feeling that Winters was making a mountain out of a molehill. What if I were to shave my head entirely? Winters paused, momentarily taken aback. Then I would have to revert to the flash spell. Yak burst into hearty laughter, but after the mirth subsided, he spoke sincerely and yearningly to Winters. I genuinely aspire to be a spellcaster, even if it means being the most inept one. I would be content with merely mastering the rudimentary fire spells that you find so distasteful. My desire to become a spellcaster is not driven by aspirations of grandeur. I simply wish to experience the sensation of wielding magic. Winters understood Yak's sentiments. Who among us did not dream of becoming a knight or a magician in our youth? He too had once experienced sleepless excitement upon learning he could study magic. Alas, the spellcasting abilities of an untrained aspirant are akin to mere sparks. To kindle a roaring flame, one must at least possess a spark. Without even a spark, how could one hope to ignite a fire? Is the disappointment of not becoming a magician truly so profound? If you were to experience it, you might find it less enthralling than you anticipated. Furthermore, I must confess, ever since I began my training as a spellcaster, I have grown exceedingly drowsy, and I suspect this may be a side effect of learning magic. Nevertheless, Winters endeavored to encourage Yak. If given the choice, I would gladly trade my magical abilities for your swordsmanship. Can you fathom the pain of never having fought you? Each day, I find myself weeping in the restroom over this. He continued, perhaps court magicians differ, but we spellcasting officers are merely tools. This absurd banter elicited a smile from Yak. Your penchant for sleep has absolutely nothing to do with being a spellcaster. You simply have an innate love for slumber. Enough of these unattainable aspirations. Please, share with me what it truly feels like to wield magic. Winters pondered once more on the sensation of casting spells, and, with a blush, confessed, it is indeed excruciating, akin to enduring torture, yet paradoxically, it is also immensely pleasurable. Pain, yet accompanied by joy. Such is the essence of my experience. Moreover, each time I cease casting spells, a lingering sense of emptiness envelopes me, which I suspect may be symptomatic of addiction. The act of wielding magic is undeniably exhilarating, so much so that it can become addictive. Ike was taken aback. Indeed, Winter's cheeks flushed deeper. The thrill of magic can certainly lead to addiction. However, the spellcasters of this era remain oblivious to the profound reasons behind it. Subsequent researchers, employing nuclear magnetic resonance technology, discovered that when a spellcaster invokes a spell, nearly the entirety of the cerebral cortex becomes intensely active. The pattern of this activity bears striking resemblance to the brain's engagement during reward responses associated with human reproductive behavior. This euphoric state, akin to fireworks within the mind, inevitably engenders both profound agony and a pleasure reminiscent of the brain's reward system during such behaviors. Without this compensatory mechanism, humanity would be utterly incapable of enduring the additional torment that accompanies spellcasting. Further studies revealed that the physiological structure of a spellcaster's brain diverges from that of an ordinary individual, with a thicker cortex and a smaller medulla. How exhilarating is it? Ike inquired with seriousness. Quite exhilarating, Winters responded earnestly. Is it not due to some peculiar aspect of your desires? Ike questioned skeptically. I am not a masochist. Winters retorted. Irate. No more words. Not tomorrow, but today. Ike grasped Winters' hand tightly. Once class concludes, you must hasten to introduce me to that Professor Christian for a test. I now strongly suspect that I may be a rare anomaly. Epilogue. Character card of the protagonist, up to Chapter 6, modeled somewhat after the character card from the Pillars of Eternity. This character card may evolve in an intriguing manner as the narrative unfolds. However, do not take the attributes section too seriously, for spellcasters rely on intellect rather than mere attributes in combat. Name, Winters Montagne. Gender, male. Occupation, warrior, level 3. Spellcaster, level 2, innate ability, unyielding card dominant hand, right height, 182 centimeters, barefoot, background, Alliance of the Gulf Bay, enlightenment. The people do not need an emperor. It is the emperor who requires the people. Resolution 1. The noble Veneta Republic of the Blue Sea Republic. Mercantilism. Everything in the world has a price. Diplomacy 1. Educational background. Army Youth School, Veneta Branch, Army Officer School, Pre-University Program, Army Officer School, Ivory Tower Officer, Street Smarts 4, Tactics 3, Strength 1. Constitution 1. The Army's pathological enthusiasm for education has resulted in the majority of Army Officer School admissions stemming from internal progression. Standard Alliance Spellcaster Officer Training, mass-produced magical combat automaton, unlocks Alliance Spellcaster skill tree. Religious knowledge 4. If you believe that wine can transform into blood and bread into flesh, you are not a competent spellcaster. Courses completed. General studies, rhetoric, history, mathematics, geometry, law, international law, ancient languages, military disciplines, tactics, fortifications, siege warfare, military map drawing and usage, military history, geography, equitation, hygiene, accounting, military skills, horsemanship, swordsmanship, weaponry, field surveying, tactical field operations, military history excursions, annual drills, routine duties. Active abilities. Longsword, proficient, having been persistently bested by skilled swordsmen, he has, in a sense, become formidable himself. Matchlock gun, competent, here, the shooting rod. Aim it at the foe, and you may engage in battle. Equitation, competent. I have an affection for horses, yet I am disinclined to muck out stalls, groom, or feed them carrots. General weaponry, basic understanding. Ah, so that is how it works, I comprehend now. Mechanisms, proficient, to enhance balance under load. One must add 2 more sets of gears. Otherwise, the planetary gears are prone to failure. Demolition, competent. Art is akin to explosion. What mischievous lad does not revel in firecrackers? Alchemy, superficial knowledge. I have heard rumors. Perhaps. Ancient languages, competent. Being single is not such a big deal. Classical languages, familiar. Classical languages are defunct. I can manage with a dictionary. Passive abilities. The standard for an average person is 3. Passive abilities equal to 3 are not specified. Historical knowledge 6. History 1. Military History Course 1. Military History Excursion 1. Esoteric Historical Knowledge. Diplomatic Communication 4. Mercantilism 1. Trust me. This benefits us both. Religious Knowledge 1. Standard Sin as Spellcaster Officer Training 4. Curse those charlatans. Street Smarts 1. Ivory Tower Officer 4. If I lose my wallet, I would seek the guards. Tactical Acumen 6. Military Academy Background 3. Grip your weapons. No turning back. No retreat. Wilderness Survival 2. Unaccustomed to manual labor 2. Urban Child 2. Stomach strengthened by Military Mess 3. Is this wheat? Oh, this is not wheat. Insight 5. Military Training 2. From the tattoo on your arm, I deduce you are a sailor. Intimidation 4. Military Identity 1. Let me introduce you to another concept, the Broadblade. Spell Ability Evaluation. Fire Magic. Moderate Kinetic Magic. Weak Sound Magic. Relatively weak, effectively usable spells. Just as a 5-year-old child can lift a 100-pound barbell if they understand the principles. The same applies to spellcasting. The issue lies in the efficacy of their execution. Antoine Lauren's Fire Spell. Antoine Lauren's Vaporization Spell. Tesla's Illumination Spell. David's Flash Spell. Unnamed Iron Melting Spell. General Faye's Flying Arrow Spell. Wright Brothers' Wind Manipulation Spell. Ludwig's Amplification Spell. Axel's Hair-Burning Spell Character Traits. Proponent of unionism, although hailing from the Ocean Blue Republic. Winters was educated in the United Provinces Republic from a young age, profoundly influenced by unionist ideals, advocating for the government of the Union to possess greater authority. Is he a patriot or a traitor? Genetic heritage of the Veneta people. Fiery temperament is ingrained in the character of the Veneta people. Not everything needs to be engraved. You fool. Respect for expertise and skill. Winters holds deep admiration for individuals endowed with expertise and skill, such as mathematicians or swordsmiths. You can accomplish what I cannot. Atheist. The sorcerer's abilities stem from an understanding of the laws governing all things. Winters does not believe in the existence of deities. Listen closely. I have no intention of enlightening you on atheism, nor do I wish for you to impose religious beliefs upon me. Lawful good. Winters is inclined towards benevolent actions. Yet the education received at Military Academy instilled in him a respect for order. Stabbing a villain in the mouth is a good deed, but it is best done with the judge's consent. Boys Club. Having spent a decade in a boarding school for boys, Winters excels in male interactions but struggles with female counterparts. What kind of school is this? You are truly causing harm. Carefree. Winters possesses an inherently lively spirit, finding joy even in the darkest and most tragic circumstances. He appreciates the unpredictability of life and enjoys the company of those with a sense of humor. This manifests as an uncontrollable urge to make sarcastic remarks. The world is a makeshift stage. Winters perceives the world as a makeshift stage, believing it to be a world of mediocrity rather than excellence. My suffering is inconsequential, as long as my enemies suffer more. Fondness for animals. If there are no cats in heaven, I wish to venture to a place where they exist. Of course, it would be even better if they did not shed fur. The character attributes, though rather imprecise, are as follows. Strength 12, Base 11. Military Academy Background 1. Winters has a penchant for sleep, thus he avoids all unnecessary physical exertion. Constitution 13, Base 12. Military Academy Background 1. A constitution of 13 signifies a lower susceptibility to illness. Agility 14, Base 13. Swordsmanship Training 1. Agility devoid of strength is of little consequence, save for the act of fleeing. Perception 15, Base 13. Spellcaster Training 2. Intuition is most precise when it is a matter of hindsight. Intelligence 18, Base 16. Spellcaster Training 2. Do you believe my excessive slumber is in vain? Determination 14, Base 13. Enlightenment 1. Is 14 points of determination truly excessive? Chapter 7. A good soldier wields his weapon and speaks with conviction upon entering the battlefield. A soldier who can wield his weapon and articulate his thoughts is indeed a commendable soldier. Swordsmanship instructor Richard Knoll is delivering the final post-class commentary to the 55 cadets of the Army Officer Academy's 554th Infantry class. This is not merely my assertion, but a statement made by the old Marshal. At the inception of the Army Officer Academy, the preparatory committee deemed the indoor curriculum excessively extensive, necessitating the inclusion of a dedicated physical education course. The initial proposal included options for swordsmanship, wrestling, or archery. However, the majority of high-ranking military officials stemmed from the old Marshal's evening military tutoring sessions, and all had learned a modicum of longsword techniques from him. Hence, the upper echelons of the army aspired to perpetuate the tradition of longswordsmanship. Consequently, It was established as a formal curriculum within the Army Officer Academy. Students, this marks your final swordsmanship lesson. You have undoubtedly pondered the significance of practicing longsword techniques for your future careers. Nall paused momentarily before candidly stating, I can now inform you that the opportunities for you to unsheath your longsword and engage in close combat with the enemy will be exceedingly scarce. Many of you may leave this training room never to grasp the hilt of a sword again. What does the longsword signify for you? What is the essence of longswordsmanship? In truth, practical combat techniques exist beyond the ivory tower, where the streets favor more agile and portable weaponry. If you wish to discern which weapons are truly effective in combat, observe the dueling associations and their one-on-one confrontations. There, you will find experts you cannot hope to surpass. In the realm of officers, the longsword has transformed into an ornamental weapon, serving as a mark of distinction among the elite. Though we strive to bring you as close to real combat as possible, for you, longswordsmanship has evolved from a combat technique into a mere sport. You may question the relevance of longswordsmanship. I can unequivocally inform you that it lacks significance. Do not harbor the illusion that, having undergone years of training and excelling in swordplay, you will dominate the battlefield. Two farmers wielding pitchforks could easily deal with you. The atmosphere in Instructor Nall's classroom is significantly more relaxed and enjoyable compared to that of cultural and military courses. This marks his first instance of belittling his students, showing them no mercy whatsoever. For when one truly steps onto the battlefield, confronted with the specter of death, even many knights, meticulously trained from the moment they could walk to become killing machines, may find their minds blank and their limbs rigid with tension, rendering them immobile. Although the art of longsword has diverged from actual combat, I implore you to remember my words. If one day in the future, at a certain moment, you find yourselves compelled to draw your weapons in self-defense, regardless of what you wield, be it a spear, a saber, a club, a hammer, or even your bare hands, reflect on what I have said today and on the swordsmanship training you have undergone over the years. At that critical juncture, if you can recall merely 30% of your skills from today, you may just preserve your life. Should you manage to remember 60%, then few on the battlefield shall stand as your equals. The principles of martial arts are universally applicable. Many tenets of longsword technique can be adapted to other weapons. The old marshal often remarked that he feared the unpredictable nature of swordplay during practice, only to have practitioners resort to brute force in genuine combat. Hence, he emphasized straightforward and direct attacks. When that day truly arrives, I hope you will remember my words. Do not grip the hilt too tightly. Keep your arms relaxed. Avoid reckless charges. Your steps must be agile. Reflect once more on your swordsmanship training. As the time drew near for another cohort of students to depart, Richard Nall, rarely expressing genuine emotion, spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Yet, his students, largely preoccupied with thoughts of hastening to dinner, failed to appreciate such candor. Young people often disdain the teachings of their elders, for much of what they impart tends to be superficial drivel. Yet, in doing so, they may overlook genuinely invaluable experiences. It will take at least another decade, after they have weathered the storms of adulthood, before they can discern which past teachings were mere nonsense and which were pearls of wisdom. On that day, when they reflect on today's swordsmanship lesson, they may finally grasp the earnest intent behind Instructor Nall's counsel. For now, however, they remain mere youths, sheltered within their ivory tower. Having delivered his lengthy address, regardless of whether his students absorbed his words, Instructor Nall concluded his speech. All right, dismissed. He clapped his hands twice, issuing the command, dismissed. The students bowed in unison, replying, Goodbye, instructor, and then hurriedly rushed out to return their training gear. The training room returned to its tranquil state, now empty and desolate. Those young individuals, who had once poured their sweat and laughter into this space, seemed merely a fleeting dream within its four walls. Chapter 8. Night duties. The swordsmanship classes at the Army Officer Academy are held twice a week, commencing after lunch. The duration of these classes is contingent upon the hour of sunset. During the summer months, when twilight lingers, the swordsmanship sessions extend longer. Conversely, in winter, as darkness descends earlier, the classes are notably shorter. In principle, an hour is allocated before dusk for students to partake in dinner. This arrangement, however, gives rise to a dilemma. With the prolonged daylight of summer, the sun does not set until 8 or 9 o'clock. After their midday meal, the cadets engage in longsword practice, only to find themselves dining late into the evening. Consequently, during the final hour of the swordsmanship class in summer. All participants are left ravenous. After returning the training gear to the equipment room, Winters and Ike, wielding their longswords and wearing their combat uniforms, hastily made their way to the dining hall, not even pausing to change into their regular attire, and began to devour their meals voraciously. By the time they finished dining and had a quick shower, they returned to the cadet dormitory just before 8 o'clock, with the sun nearly setting. Inside the dormitory, oil lamps had been lit, and Winters observed that those classmates hailing from the republics of the Sea Blue, Highlands, Monta, and Vaughan, whose homes lay beyond the provincial republic, were busily packing their belongings in preparation for their journey home the following day. Ike, being a local from Guitu City, was in no rush to leave. He carried a laundry basin, intending to wash his combat uniform, when he noticed Winters sprawled on his bed, motionless. With a firm slap on Winters' back, he quipped, "Are you going to sleep this early? Aren't you going to pack your things?" "It's fine, I can pack tomorrow. I hardly have anything anyway," Winters replied lethargically, still satiated from his meal, battling the drowsiness that enveloped him. Fatigue, pain, and sleepiness assailed his senses, and he felt utterly unwilling to move even a finger. All he desired was slumber. "What about your combat uniform? Aren't you going to wash it? It's drenched in sweat. If you leave it until tomorrow, it will surely spoil," Ike remarked, glancing at the uniform carelessly tossed by the wooden basin beside Winters' bed, his brow furrowing in concern. Weighing the options between rising to wash his clothes and continuing his repose, Winters made a resolute choice to remain in bed. Burying his face into the pillow as he muttered, "Forget it, just throw it away. I won't wear it again anyway. Weren't you saying you needed to practice your longsword diligently before returning to the Sea Blue? Yet now you're willing to discard your combat uniform? To so casually dispose of such fine attire is rather extravagant, don't you think?" Ike chuckled incredulously at Winters' disregard for his clothing, which he found both amusing and exasperating. However, Winters had already tuned out Ike's words. The sounds merely filtered through his left ear and out the right. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. He realized he could not afford to succumb to sleep just yet. He bolted upright, startling Ike, who stumbled back a step. With a furrowed brow, Winters exclaimed, "I just remembered. I have night duty tonight." He inhaled deeply, letting out a mournful groan from the depths of his chest. "Ah?" Startled, Winters sprang to his feet, hastily donning his attire as Ike, with a resigned expression, questioned him from behind. "What about your clothes?" "There's nothing to be done. I won't have time to wash them. If you want them, take them. If not, let whoever desires them have them. And if no one does, I shall discard them." Winters replied absent-mindedly while pulling on his trousers. He then snatched his shirt, dressing as he rushed out of the dormitory. The Army Officer Academy boasts 3 entrances, each staffed by 2 shifts of guards daily. Each shift comprises 6 individuals, with 2 representatives from each of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years. The academy encompasses 3 disciplines: cavalry, infantry, and artillery, with each discipline hosting between 55 to 60 students per year. Consequently, each cadet is required to serve a day shift followed by a night shift approximately once a month. Winters jogged to the northern gate of the academy, where the day shift guards had yet to depart, while 1st and 2nd year cadets awaited their turn to take over. "Good day, class leader." The junior cadets saluted upon seeing him, a small tradition within the academy. During the initial training of freshmen, 2nd year students serve as their assistant leaders, while 3rd year students take the role of class leaders, guiding them through their training. Hence, in the military school, junior cadets salute anyone with more insignia on their arms, irrespective of familiarity. Returning their salute, Winters hurried into the duty room, where he encountered another 3rd year cadet assigned to the night shift. This cadet, a sturdy young man standing just over 5 feet 7, possessed broad shoulders, strong hands, and a wide smile that revealed a full set of teeth. To Winters, every physical characteristic of this young man emanated a sense of gentleness, simplicity, and inclusiveness. Upon noticing Winters' approach, the young man playfully punched Winters on the shoulder. Grinning as he greeted, "You're here." Winters winced at the reminder of the bruise from his fencing class earlier, inhaling sharply. "What's the matter?" the young man inquired, puzzled by Winters' reaction to such a light punch. "I took a hit during swordsmanship class, but it's nothing serious," Winters replied with a smile. "Did the master do that to you?" The young man quickly comprehended, chuckling in response. Winters pulled over a chair and boldly proclaimed, "You should have seen it. I scored 17 points against Ike, making him quite flustered. Had I not been so fatigued afterward, I might have shattered his undefeated record. Is that true? You're not exaggerating, are you? The young man expressed genuine astonishment, as scoring 17 points against the master is nearly as impressive as defeating him outright. How could I possibly exaggerate? There were numerous witnesses in class. Just ask them. Winters asserted confidently. The young man playfully struck Winters on the opposite shoulder, laughing heartily. 17 points. Impressive indeed. Regrettably, had you emerged victorious, we would have avenged the grievances born from years of being mercilessly beaten by the master. At that moment, a head peered in through the door. It was a first-year student. The junior saluted and said, "Class monitor, the duty instructor has arrived." Winters and his companion promptly tidied their appearance and exited the student duty room. The night shift duties differ significantly from those of the day shift. The latter does not involve patrol tasks. 6 individuals man the post for an entire day, with each group serving 4-hour shifts. They arrive before their shift and may leave once their duty is fulfilled. However, the night shift is more intricate, incorporating patrol responsibilities. Thus, the night shift schedule entails each group standing guard for 4 hours, patrolling for 4 hours, and resting for 4 hours. This arrangement ensures that at any given time, one group is on patrol, another is stationed at the post, while the remaining group rests. Night shift personnel are not permitted to return to the dormitory for sleep. Therefore, 2 small brick houses have been constructed beside the main gate, serving as the student and instructor duty rooms for those assigned to the night shift. Guards resting in the duty room can also respond to emergencies as needed. Why is there a resting room for instructors? Because instructors also take turns on night duty. The administration deems the night shift situation complex, and having only students present is insufficient. In the event of an emergency, a serving officer must be present for safety. In theory, every instructor, from the principal to the lecturers, is obligated to serve on night shifts. However, in practice, it is primarily the beleaguered young instructors who bear this burden. Their common traits include being newly employed, holding low ranks, residing in staff dormitories, and being bachelors. Fortunately, instructors are not required to stand guard. They may simply sleep in the instructor's resting room. The arriving individual was a short-statured weapons instructor, with a flushed face and the top button of his shirt undone to the 3rd button, clearly under the influence of alcohol. The 2 remaining members of the day shift and the 6 on the night shift, a total of 8, stood in formation under Winters' lead. Everyone straightened up, and the duty instructor, with an expressionless countenance, nodded in acknowledgement. Naturally, those on night duty were not in high spirits as he picked up the duty roster to begin roll call. Winters Montagne, present. Winters responded. Gerard's Bud, present. The sturdy youth familiar to Winters answered, revealing that this was indeed his name. Bud's name is peculiar, as he lacks a surname. Gerard denotes his hometown, and referring to him as Gerard's Bud distinguishes him from others named Bud. In this era, surnames are a product of pragmatism. Unlike the orderly naming conventions of the Silk Kingdom, where names, surnames, and titles are meticulously structured, several centuries ago, even emperors and kings did not possess true surnames. Perhaps one day, Bud will adopt Gerard as his surname, but for now, he is simply known as Bud, and in formal situations, as Gerard's Bud. Afterward, the instructor called out the remaining names, dipped his quill in ink, and marked each one on the attendance sheet. He then inquired, "Have the weapons been accounted for?" Winters had been so engrossed in conversation with Bud that he had entirely overlooked the weapon check. But Bud gently nudged him, and Winters understood. It seemed Bud had signaled him. Thus, Winters gained confidence and responded loudly. 6 long pikes, 6 muskets, all accounted for. That will be all, dismissed. If anything arises, call for me. The supervising instructor nodded and then retreated to the instructor's duty room to sleep. 2 underclassmen on day duty bid farewell and hurried back to their dormitories. Winters and Bud commenced their final night shift. Chapter 9. The passion for education. Many rules in this world, when initially established, are adhered to with great diligence. Yet as time passes, they gradually lose their essence. Such is the case with the night regulations instituted by Marshal Ned Smith for the Army Officer Academy, which mandated that all faculty, regardless of rank or position, were to take turns on night duty. When Marshal Ned ascended to the role of President Ned, this regulation was executed in its literal sense. For Ned Smith was not one to merely speak when he set a rule. He genuinely would bring a small blanket to the instructor's duty room for his night shift. With him as a role model, everyone dutifully fulfilled their responsibilities, and no one dared to shirk. However, once President Ned stepped down, this stipulation gradually transformed into the present convention, Those assigned to night duty were all new hires, of lower rank, residing in the staff dormitory and often single. Not only did the scheduling for instructors change, but the manner in which cadets fulfilled their night shifts also deviated from the original design. Originally, each individual was to stand watch for 4 hours, patrol for 4 hours, and then catch up on 4 hours of sleep. Somewhere along the line, this evolved into a system where third-year cadets could simply enter the duty room and fall asleep, while first- and second-year groups endured the agony of standing watch for 6 hours and patrolling for another 6. Thus, before ascending to the third year, Winters harbored a deep disdain for night duties. A significant passion of his was sleep. When deprived of it, he would become particularly irritable and exhibit severe self-destructive tendencies. Therefore, upon reaching his third year, whenever it was time for night duty, he would lie down on the cadet duty room's bed and drift into a deep slumber. He felt entirely justified in doing so, for in his view, he had already fulfilled his duties during the previous 2 years, and now it was his turn to rest. This psychological phenomenon among humanity is the reason why so many blatantly bullying and unreasonable rules can exist and persist in this world. These oppressive systems maintain a channel for ascension, offering a glimmer of hope. They promise the oppressed, endure the current suffering, and one day, you too may sit atop others. The adage suggests that as long as a daughter-in-law does not perish early, she will eventually become a mother-in-law. Similarly, junior instructors will eventually ascend and marry, and lower-year cadets will ultimately transform into third-year seniors. Hence, everyone harbors a flicker of hope, gritting their teeth and enduring, awaiting the day they can exert power over others. Yet, they often fail to recognize that this perpetual cycle of oppression and subjugation design inherently subjects all parties to greater, unnecessary suffering. The torment endured during 3 consecutive 8-hour night shifts with merely 4 hours of sleep pales in comparison to the agony of a single 12-hour night shift followed by classes the next day. A sage from the Silk Nation, named Trayman, remarked on this distorted system, asserting that it takes a generation to endure the harrowing period of oppression, yet possess the nobility to refrain from oppressing others in order to sever this vicious cycle. On this occasion, Winters did not retreat into the trainee duty room to immediately succumb to slumber as he had previously. Instead, he shouldered his halberd, preparing to patrol. This was not due to an elevated sense of awareness. Rather, he had no capacity for such contemplation at present. In fact, he was not originally scheduled to serve today. He had deliberately swapped shifts to seek out Bard. Bard, also a citizen of the Provincial Republic, differed from Yak in that his home lay over 100 kilometers beyond the western gate of Guitu City, in a small village. The armed forces of the allied nations, more precisely, the military of the Provincial Republic, harbored a fervent obsession with establishing educational institutions. This enthusiasm was theoretically inherited from Marshal Ned, who initiated supplementary classes, though it appears to have taken on a unique form. Despite the existence of the Army Officer Academy for training junior officers, this evidently did not suffice to satiate the educational fervor of the Provincial Republic's military. Consequently, they established the Army Officer Preparatory School to train the cadets of the Army Officer Academy, followed by the establishment of the Army Cadet School to nurture students for the Army Officer Preparatory School. Winters entered the Army Cadet School's Blue Sea branch at the tender age of 9, thus embarking on an inescapable career trajectory. But was this the end? Certainly not. While other member states only established cadet schools within the borders of the Mountain Front Republic, the zealous proponents of education continued to open Army Enlightenment schools to prepare students for the Army Cadet School. If this trend of infinite nesting persists, one day we shall undoubtedly witness the emergence of Army kindergartens, early education classes, and even prenatal education classes across the lands of the Provincial Republic. This peculiar ideology, which seems to advocate for the training of officers from the womb, has led to a situation where, although the Army Officer Academy's recruitment criteria has never explicitly mandated graduation from the Army Preparatory School, and despite the annual open entrance examinations for external candidates, few individuals from outside the preparatory school ever gain admission. The interview stage alone deters the vast majority of external applicants. The interviewers, convinced of their impartiality, claim that external candidates simply lacked the military demeanor. Yet, they fail to consider that the external candidates were never soldiers to begin with. And how could they possibly compare their military bearing with those who have ascended from the cadet schools? Regardless of the process, The ultimate outcome remains that the overwhelming majority of students at the military academy are internal admissions, while external entrants are a rarity. The nature of this phenomenon remains shrouded in ambiguity. Its implications for the future of the Republic and the Gulf Coalition are yet to be discerned. What lies ahead is a mystery, known only to fate. Let us return to discussing Bud. In this world, there are individuals who can earn your trust upon your first encounter, and Bud is one such person. His appearance is devoid of any aggression. He possesses broad shoulders and large hands, a wide mouth, and a broad nose, with a slight strabismus that lends him a somewhat endearing charm. He speaks at a leisurely pace. His voice carries a hint of hoarseness, and a gentle smile often graces his full lips. His demeanor is mild, with only a change in temperament when hunger strikes. Upon enrollment, each student was issued a set of summer and winter uniforms, while the affluent sought tailors to craft additional sets for rotation. Bud, however, possessed but a single set, which he diligently washed each day. Among the youth keen on fashion, he donned his slightly faded yet impeccably clean attire, showing no signs of embarrassment. Thus, at first glance, one would recognize him as a person of reliability. An Eastern sage once remarked, "He who finds joy within has no need to compare his sustenance to others." Winters pondered whether Bud had genuinely attained the sage's wisdom or was merely striving to project an air of calm. Yet, Winters felt no desire to speculate or delve deeper, for either scenario indicated that Bud was a man of considerable self-respect, and Winters held deep respect for those who possess such dignity. Chapter 10. External Enrollment. Bud is one of the 3 external enrollees among Winters' cohort of officer cadets, and he is arguably the most formidable of the trio. The majority of external admissions to the Army Officer Academy are reserved for artillery candidates with exceptional mathematical prowess. However, Bud is enrolled in the cavalry, a field that had not seen an external cadet in 6 years. In the days when the Republic was still under the Duke of Shanjian, Bud's family had sustained themselves by providing horses to the Count of Menai, a tradition that persisted from his grandfather's time until the ascension of the current count. Whenever possible, Bud's grandfather would take his 2 sons to tend to their modest plot of land. Though life was arduous, they were never in want of basic necessities. Yet, they could not have anticipated the outbreak of the Sovereignty War. Bud's grandfather and father were bewildered by the townspeople's sudden rebellion against the emperor, perceiving the emperor as a distant figure. In Bud's family's eyes, their existence was tranquil and sufficient, and they had never envisioned that such stability could be disrupted. As the Galewind sect began to lay waste to churches, Bud's family started to sense an impending storm. However, being humble horsemen who had served the Count for 3 generations, they felt powerless to act. Their only duty was to tend to the Count's horses. When the first uprising occurred in Guicheng and the militia seized the city, the Bader family was engaged in the task of tending to the horses for the Count, who remained passive, as he did not align himself with the royalists. When the first rebellion in Guitu City was suppressed and the troops appointed by the emperor entered the city, the Bader family continued to feed the Count's horses, who again refrained from action, for he did not support the militia either. During the second uprising in Guitu City, the militia coordinated an offensive that breached the city's defenses, trapping the governor within the citadel. The Bader family persisted in their duty, with the Count choosing to remain an observer. Following the failure of the second suppression of Guitu City and the conclusion of the Battle of Golden Saddle, which resulted in the annihilation of the royalist nobles led by the Duke of the Mountain Front, the Bader family continued their task as the Count maintained his stance of inaction. He intended to remain watchful. Eventually, the emperor unleashed his fierce hound, Duke Alrian, who declared all surviving nobles from the Battle of Golden Saddle to be traitors. Leading his mountain militia, he unleashed a torrent of bloodshed upon the Duke of the Mountain Front's territory. The Bader family found that there was no need to tend to the horses this time, as all the steeds had been commandeered by Count Menai for battle. The fence-sitting nobles of the Duke of the Mountain Front could no longer afford to sit idly by. The Bader family shifted their focus to feeding cattle, sheep, and chickens. After Duke Alrian met his demise, the Bader family believed they could finally resume feeding the Count's horses. However, they did not anticipate that the militia and the anti-royalist noble forces, once united, would soon turn upon each other. Armored knights patrolled the Royal Avenue, executing all suspicious pedestrians without trial, solely to intercept messengers coordinating the militia across cities. Lone swordsmen lurked along forest paths, concealing their long swords and matchlocks in oilcloth, waiting to ambush any nobles they could find. This internecine conflict within the Duke of the Mountain Front's territory ultimately culminated in a victory for the militia, with no new duke being elected. The land was thereafter renamed the Republic of the Mountain Front, also known as the Confederated Republic. The Bader family no longer had to ponder when they might return to tend to the Count's horses, for the militia's blades were swifter and more ruthless than those of Duke Aurelian. Count Menai and his entire family had met their end. The Confederated Republic would not fall back into the hands of the nobles, as there were no living individuals left who dared to claim noble titles. The Bader family believed the tumultuous events had come to a close. Although they could no longer tend to the Count's horses, they at least hoped to return to managing their modest lands. Yet, they were unprepared for the arrival of Richard IV, who marched forth with the might of lords from across the empire. This time, the conflict extended beyond the Confederated Republic. The Azure Royal Domain and the Plateau Duchy engulfed the entire Gulf region. The former domain of Count Menai, now Menai Province, had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Immature crops were trampled and set ablaze, and the rout of soldiers proved more fearsome than any bandit. Amidst the chaos of war, Bader's father lost his own father, brother, sister, and all of his children. The Bard family has fallen into utter ruin, possessing only a small plot of land devoid of any sustenance. In desperation, Bard's father mortgaged their meager land to the nearby Green Heart Monastery, and the couple sought refuge under its protection, becoming tenant farmers. With the sovereignty wars conclusively over and the emperor withdrawing his troops, the Gulf Bay Alliance achieved complete dominion, and thus Bard was born to his parents. For them, the life of a tenant farmer appeared devoid of any prospects. They could barely scrape by, let alone amass the funds necessary to reclaim their land. Consequently, the only hope for Bard's parents was for him to become a monk at the monastery. However, the path to monkhood was reserved for duly registered clerics, and the aspirations of Bard's parents for him to join their ranks, while understandable, were utterly unrealistic. The monastery would not accept an impoverished youth to become a monk. One must bring with him some form of wealth to the institution. The monastery welcomed those brothers who arrived with land deeds and precious metals. From a young age, Bard served as a servant within the monastery, initially tasked with the most menial chores, such as cleaning the latrines. His diligent hands and careful demeanor, coupled with his discretion, enabled him to quickly rise above such lowly tasks, eventually taking on the responsibility of maintaining the manuscript room and the library of the Green Heart Monastery. A kind-hearted monk taught him to read and write in the old tongue, and through the ancient lexicon, Bard self-studied the archaic language. Once he acquired the ability to read, Bard devoted all his leisure time to the monastery's library, consuming a vast array of ancient texts and the preserved writings of the monastery. He taught himself the mathematical works of ancient imperial scholars, the principles of geometry, and the medical texts of the Framents. Concurrently, his status within the monastery continued to rise. From cleaning the library, he progressed to caring for valuable sacred artifacts and relics of saints, and ultimately became the personal servant to the head of the monastery, assisting him with accounts. Yet, as Bard delved deeper into the inner workings of the monastery, he increasingly realized that the prospect of becoming a monk was utterly unattainable for him. He was resolute in his unwillingness to live out his life as a tenant farmer and servant. By a stroke of fortune, Bard learned from a visitor to the monastery about the Army Officer Academy, discovering that there were no prerequisites for admission. Thus, at the age of 16, he resolved to seize this opportunity. With 6 small silver coins and 3 loaves of black bread saved from his home in Gerald Village, he embarked on a 100-kilometer journey to the city of Guitu. Thanks to his ancestral skill in horse care and his outstanding performance in academic examinations, Bard miraculously gained admission to the cavalry department of the Army Officer Academy, becoming the sole external entrant in 6 years. It was at the academy that Bard met Winters during their equine studies class, which is distinct from equestrian skills. While Bard may have lacked the finesse of Winters in riding, in the realm of horse care, Winters could not rival Bard's expertise. Initially, their acquaintance was founded on Winters' admiration for Bard's remarkable ability to nurture horses. As their acquaintance deepened, Winters increasingly recognized the admirable qualities in Bard that he himself lacked, such as gentleness and an unyielding temper. Winters, feeling deficient in these traits, found himself gravitating towards those who embodied them. Furthermore, the genuine friendship that Winters offered brought Bard a sense of comfort. Over time, the two became exceptionally close friends. Chapter 11. Distribution of Graduation Assignments. And Such Fortunate News, Part 1. Upon taking up their posts, Winters and Bard shouldered their long halberds and patrolled along the walls of the military academy. They carried no firearms, as the weight of a gun far exceeded that of a halberd. Moreover, the gatehouse lacked gunpowder and ammunition, rendering the firearms mere ornaments. If it were up to Winters, he would have preferred not to wield even the halberd. The academy was hardly a treasure trove. The officers' training school was, by all accounts, impoverished. The military's educational philosophy has always been to economize, redirecting saved funds towards the establishment of additional schools. In such a dismal place, even a mouse would emerge in tears, filled with brawny young men. Not even thieves would dare to approach. Even ghosts would avoid it. For the administration, the primary purpose of nighttime patrols was to prevent certain cadets from sneaking out of the academy at night. However, capturing a couple of students attempting to escape did not necessitate the use of weapons. Moreover, relying on students to apprehend their peers was rather untrustworthy. Winters himself had often slipped out to enjoy himself while on night watch, returning in the dead of night. Each time, he had simply walked through the front gate, never needing to scale the walls. After wandering for a while, the night had completely enveloped them, and the lights-out time had passed. The military academy had bid farewell to the day's clamor, and in the darkness, the silent institution resembled a beast lurking in the shadows. During his nighttime patrols, Winters frequently felt that the military academy was not merely an inanimate structure. It was rhythmically breathing at every moment. The nearby neighborhoods had also succumbed to slumber. Much like the academy, only in the distant harbor region did flickering lights hint at revelers and service workers still awake, indulging in merriment. Outside the academy's walls, adjacent to the residential area, there were several rudimentary stone tables, shaded by a few broadleaf trees, providing shelter from the sun on clear days and from rain when it poured. These tables, constructed by the local residents, served as stalls for small merchants who catered to the cadets. Spotting those stone tables, Winters suggested a brief respite, pointing towards them. "Let us sit there for a while." "Certainly, a moment's rest sounds good. I could use a smoke," Bard replied, noticing Winters' reluctance to move. The wind that night was rather strong, blowing in from the sea towards the land, bringing with it a great deal of moisture. The skies above Guitu City had become obscured by clouds. The moonlight, filtering through the clouds, appeared faint, rendering the path only slightly better than a moonless night. Reflecting on his geography lessons, Winters furrowed his brow and remarked, "Given the wind direction and the cloud cover, it seems likely that rain is on the horizon." Rain was not welcome news for someone about to embark on a journey home. The two individuals settled themselves at the stone table, as a refreshing breeze wafted in from the vast ocean, effectively drying the sweat that had accumulated on their bodies and whisking away a considerable amount of heat from their skin. The oppressive heat of the day had dissipated, giving way to a cool evening. Bard retrieved an old pipe from his small satchel, meticulously filling the bowl with bits of shredded tobacco before compressing it tightly. He repeated this process twice more. Observing Bard's preparations, Winters maintained a gesture with his left hand, thumb pressing against his index finger, and ignited the tobacco in Bard's pipe with a flick of his fire magic. This was a small courtesy afforded to him as a friend of a spellcaster. With Winters around, Bard never had to worry about where to procure a flame for his pipe. He couldn't help but reflect on how Ike had envied him earlier that day. If Ike were to discover that the greatest advantage of being a spellcaster was the convenience of lighting a smoke, he might reconsider his envy. Winters mused with a touch of self-deprecation. In this era, a significant portion of the male populace either smoked or drank, with many indulging in both vices simultaneously. In a time marked by a dearth of entertainment, those who abstained from smoking and drinking often did so not by choice, but due to financial constraints. However, Winters stood apart as someone who neither smoked nor drank, resolutely refusing to experiment with any substances that might lead to addiction. He believed, as General Antoine Laurent posited, that such addictive poisons would erode the will of a spellcaster, numb their senses, and ultimately obliterate their magical abilities. Winters revered General Laurent, treating his words as sacred doctrine, and thus vehemently steered clear of such indulgences. As Bard took a leisurely drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke, Winters finally resolved to inquire about a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. He asked Bard with genuine concern, "Have you learned where you are to be assigned?" In the dim glow of the firelight, Bard's expression remained unchanged, unfazed by Winters' question. "I haven't inquired," Bard replied unhurriedly, "but one can easily surmise. It's merely a matter of being dispatched overseas." After speaking, Bard returned his attention to the unhealthy pastime of smoking, appearing utterly content, as if the impending military assignment was of no consequence to him. However, the prospect of overseas deployment was far from trivial. Although Bard spoke in an ordinary tone, Winters felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Yet, Bard simply smiled at Winters, as if to convey that there was nothing to worry about, and continued to smoke in silence. Winters glanced at Bard, then at the night-shrouded city of Guitu, and finally at the slumbering school, letting out a resigned sigh. While Bard exhibited no signs of self-pity, Winters could not shake off the discomfort he felt regarding Bard's situation. In strict terms, overseas deployment referred to the assignment of military academy graduates to various nodes along maritime trade routes. The two closest destinations were the Holy Roman Empire and the Fremen Empire, both of which boasted capitals renowned for their bustling prosperity, where the alliance maintained consulates. Serving as a military attaché in the vibrant world of consulates was a coveted position that everyone aspired to attain. However, Winters and Bard spoke of overseas deployments that were evidently far from desirable assignments. They referred to being assigned to more distant and perilous locales. Tomorrow, Winters will embark on his journey home, where he will serve as an intern for a year in the homeland of the Sea Blue Republic. By this time next year, Winters will return to school, for he has not truly graduated in the strictest sense. This year, he merely holds the rank of warrant officer while undergoing training with the military. Those students dispatched overseas should not harbor any hopes of returning home. Once they board the vessel destined for foreign shores, their return is all but impossible. They shall even miss the graduation ceremony next year. As the time consumed in transit exceeds a year, the officers nominally assigned to various trade points are ostensibly tasked with safeguarding the alliance's overseas interests. Yet more often than not, they find themselves as mere figureheads, devoid of soldiers or authority, and consequently, devoid of opportunities to achieve merit. To return home, one must either be encased in a coffin or endure until retirement. To grasp why Bard was chosen for overseas deployment while Winters was not, one must understand the assignment system for graduates of the Army Officer Academy. To comprehend this system, it is necessary to delve into the origins of the Academy itself. One of the founding objectives of the Old Marshal in establishing this military school was to bridge the fissures between the member states of the Alliance, particularly to reconcile the disparities among the armies of these states. For the Alliance, to be precise, is not merely a collection of nations, but rather an alliance. Officially known as the Alliance of the Republics of Senes, the political ecology of the Alliance can be aptly described by the classic quip of former Alliance Secretary of State Humphrey. Nations? Are we even a expletive nation? Are we not merely 5 mutually hostile primitive tribes? Chapter 12. Guaranteed assignments upon graduation. Is this such a blessing? Indeed, as he remarked, the Alliance government possesses no genuine authority. The 5 member states under the Alliance govern themselves, each wielding independent personnel authority, fiscal budgets, and militaries. The only significant power submitted to the Alliance's official structure is diplomatic authority, accompanied by trivial rights regarding the national anthem and flag, which are scarcely impactful. The various departments of the Alliance government may sound imposing, such as the Alliance Army Committee, the Alliance Finance Committee, the Alliance Judicial Committee, among others, but in reality, they are mere facades, devoid of substance. This fragmented state of the Alliance commenced the moment the provincialists rose in rebellion. From the riots in Guitu City 30 years ago that sparked the Sovereign Wars, to the conclusion of the Emperor's Withdrawal War 26 years ago, the royalist factions throughout the Gulf region could not find a leader among themselves. The provincial militia would not heed the commands of the Sea Blue opportunists, nor would the Sea Blue militia accept orders from the rural provincial folk. The royalist nobles, intent on seizing power and consolidating command over all military forces, found themselves ignored by the militias. Several royalist armies operated independently, most often engaged in their own conflicts. It was only under the military pressure of the emperor and the charismatic influence of the old marshal that they were ultimately molded into a singular force, united under the command of the old marshal to combat the emperor. However, as soon as the battle concluded, they disbanded once more. The armies from the Commonwealth of Interprovincial Republics, the Republic of Azure Blue, and the Highland Republic have returned to their homelands, transforming into the official ground forces of their respective member states. The Monta Republic and the Van Republic, having carved out their independence from the empire through sovereign wars, have also established their own independent army departments. The venerable marshal is acutely aware of the inherent dangers posed by the allegiance of these armies to their respective member states, which threatens the internal peace of the alliance. Yet, he finds himself powerless to alter the current state of affairs, where each member state harbors its own agenda. Consequently, the old marshal concludes that as unification of the member states' armies is currently unattainable, he must place his hopes in the future. To enhance communication and understanding among the military forces of the member states is paramount. Poor communication can lead to misunderstandings, which in turn may result in bloodshed. Most importantly, it is essential to cultivate the youth, ensuring that the new generation of young officers from each member state do not harbor the same animosities as their predecessors, but rather forge friendships. When these young individuals become the pillars and leaders of their respective armies, the existing divides will naturally mend, and the integration of the member states' forces will follow suit. Thus, the old marshal voluntarily resigned from his military position to focus on founding the Army Officer Academy. The management of the academy is affiliated with the nominally existing Alliance Army headquarters, with the old marshal himself serving as its inaugural president, ensuring impartiality. The location in Guitu City will not grant undue favor to the Commonwealth of Interprovincial Republics. His original plan was to accept 10 students from each member state per subject annually, totaling 150 students per grade level, with graduates assigned randomly to the armies of the various member states. However, this proposal was met with vehement resistance from the armed forces of the member states, with the Republic of Azure Blue being the first to voice opposition. They steadfastly refused to allow their promising recruits to be dispatched to other member states and likewise opposed the entry of officers from other member states into their ranks. In this regard, the armed forces of the member states reached an unusual consensus, left with no choice. The old marshal temporarily set aside the notion of intermingling forces and retained only a provision in the Academy's charter stating that, conditions permitting, graduates' assignments should not be determined solely by their place of origin, hoping that one day the member states would embrace this regulation in harmony and friendship. Consequently, graduates of the Army Officer Academy returned to their roots. For instance, students from the Republic of Azure Blue, such as Winters, invariably returned to the Azure Blue Army upon graduation. This was the old marshal's plan, and while its effectiveness appears less than ideal, at least 26 years later, the armed forces of the member states remain largely autonomous. It has had some impact. The officer cadets have been imbued with several years of exposure to the ideals of Grand Alliancism. Even if they do not fully support it, they at least hold a sympathetic stance towards it. For example, Winters can be classified as a supporter of Grand Alliancism, albeit in a more casual manner. However, as the adage goes, plans are often outpaced by changing circumstances. Following the old marshal's retirement, the situation began to shift. The influence of the alliance extended beyond the oceans, acquiring additional overseas interests. The overseas trade points necessitated protection, and the military required dependable representatives abroad, thus adding a new dimension to the distribution of graduates, now including overseas assignments. At this juncture, the annual quota of 150 trainees was evidently insufficient, as no military branch in the Allied nations would consent to sending their own children abroad. Consequently, the Army Officer Academy expanded its enrollment, increasing the number of recruits by 5 to 10 students per discipline, resulting in a total of 172 cadets for Winters' cohort. By this time, the substantive control of the Army Officer School had shifted to the Ministry of the Army of the Republic of the Provinces. The provincial military, lacking the fairness and impartiality of the old marshal, sourced all these additional recruits from within the Republic of the Provinces. Moreover, under the guise of expanding enrollment, the provincial military altered the graduate distribution policy. While still admitting 30 students from other Allied nations each year, the number returning would increase to 32 or 33. Allowing the provincial military to subtly infiltrate the armies of other Allied nations. It was evident that the provincial students sent to other Allied nations would not receive favorable treatment. Nevertheless, compared to overseas deployment, being assigned to another Allied nation was still a commendable opportunity. At the very least, going to another Allied nation meant remaining within the confines of the Alliance's homeland. However, overseas deployment would mean departing upright and returning in a reclined position. In an era where even a common cold could prove fatal, venturing to lands rife with unfamiliar epidemics was a highly perilous endeavor. Thus, every internship season, the primary concern for the provincial students was their assignment. Would it be within the Republic of the Provinces, another allied nation, or overseas? Students hailing from allied nations need not worry, as they would return to their origins. Those from well-established families within the provinces also felt reassured, knowing their elders would never allow them to be dispatched to allied nations or abroad. In contrast, the powerless provincial students from humble backgrounds were left to seek connections, pleading to remain within the Republic of the Provinces, or at the very least, to be assigned to an allied nation. Overseas deployment was unequivocally deemed a pathway to ruin. Bard's parents were both tenant farmers, and in this pivotal juncture that would dictate his future, they could offer him little assistance. Winters secretly penned a letter to his uncle, who served in the Blue Sea Army, hoping for his intervention. However, given the current relations between the provincial army and the Blue Sea military, it was improbable that the latter could influence the allocation of provincial students. In his response, Winters' uncle cautioned that given the current dynamics, should he advocate for Bard, the provincial army would likely expedite Bard's assignment overseas without hesitation. Thus, in this matter, Bard could only await the verdict of fate, while Winter could only stand by, anxious and helpless. The promise of guaranteed placement upon graduation was not entirely a blessing. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Turn of Events, Part 1. Your academic performance is commendable. Overseas deployment should not be a concern for you. Winter remained hopeful, clinging to the possibility of Bard staying on home soil. I have applied for overseas deployment myself, Bard calmly stated, delivering words that left Winter in shock. What? Winters was startled and stood up abruptly, gazing down at Bud, perplexed by his voluntary march towards a dead end. A multitude of thoughts coalesced into a single word. Why? It's all right. Overseas deployment isn't as dreadful as you might imagine. Bud tugged at Winters' clothing, urging him to sit down. You sit, and allow me to explain slowly. You are aware of my family situation. Bud began, unhurriedly recounting his background. My parents are tenants of a monastery, diligent and devout individuals of whom I am immensely proud. Bud's demeanor was gentle yet solemn. I understand, Winters nodded, recognizing the sensitivity of the topic. He knew well that Bud's parents worked hard as farmers. I know that when others were busy currying favor with gifts, I refrained from doing so. It wasn't due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of funds to facilitate such connections. Bud articulated harsh truths with a calmness that bordered on cruelty. There was no trace of resentment in his voice. The absence of money is not my parents' fault. The ability to give gifts is not others' fault either. This is the harsh reality of our world, which I may resent but must accept. Thus, my overseas deployment is an inevitable outcome. But even if you cannot remain in the provinces, there are still opportunities in the Commonwealth. Assignments aren't solely dictated by wealth. Winters insisted, struggling to accept Bud's resignation and his voluntary application for overseas deployment. I am not so exceptional as to disregard the influence of money. Nor am I a magician, Bud continued, coldly unveiling his own wounds. In truth, even those who have invested money in their dealings often find themselves assigned overseas, let alone someone like me. There will always be a group dispatched abroad. But you cannot abandon hope. Opportunities will arise. You cannot resign yourself to fate. Winters found it hard to refute the harsh realities Bud presented, yet he believed that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should not surrender. I am not resigning to fate. I am, in fact, battling against it. From the moment I stepped out of the monastery, I have been in conflict with destiny, and this time I refuse to await others' verdicts on my fate. Bud declared resolutely, I have no choice but to accept my overseas assignment, but at the very least, I wish to retain the freedom to choose my destination. After all, overseas deployment encompasses various locations. Bud let out a soft laugh, returning to his unhurried cadence. If I cling to a mere sliver of hope, I will inevitably end up in the worst overseas location. By applying for deployment myself, I at least retain the ability to select. Bathed in the dim light of the moon and the faint glow from a pipe, Bud's expression was calm and resolute. Winters recognized that Bud's decision to apply for overseas deployment must be rooted in his own rationale, yet he found that rationale too harsh to accept. Nevertheless, Winters could not deny the validity of Bud's assertions. His decision represented the optimal solution in the worst-case scenario. A wave of frustration, indignation, and helplessness washed over Winters. He collapsed onto the stone table, the multitude of words bubbling to the surface only to be swallowed back down. Is it meaningful to scold those employees who engage in nepotism and accept bribes? Is there any utility in rebuking classmates who solicit favors and offer gifts? Ultimately, Bard must depart for overseas, and Winters, in a moment of helplessness, lets out a long sigh. Do not feel sorrow for me. I am content having transformed from a servant in a monastery to a cadet at a military academy. Bard describes his future life as an overseas officer with a light-hearted tone. Going abroad is a blessing. I have heard that the salary for overseas deployment is 3 times that of staying at home. I can barely afford a uniform here, but once I'm overseas, I believe I can quickly save a little money to help my parents reclaim their land. Such vulgar language. Winter's shout echoed through the night sky, startling a few watchdogs in nearby residences. Bard's optimistic attitude only deepened Winter's sorrow. Indeed, the overseas salary is substantial, but it comes at the cost of one's life. Bard patted Winters on the leg, signaling that he understood, and the two fell into silence again. Aside from the chirping of insects and barking of dogs, the only sound was the rhythmic crackle of Bard's smoking. Before long, footsteps were heard nearby, accompanied by a mocking voice that reached Winters and Bard's ears. "Oh, you two, shirking your night patrol to smoke here. Was that you making all that noise earlier?" From the shadows emerged 2 second-year cadets bearing long halberds. The one in front muttering as he walked, "What is all the shouting about at this late hour? Come on, help me light up." These were 2 second-year cadets who had come to investigate the commotion after hearing Winters shout. Upon reaching Winters and Bard, they noticed the 3 stripes on Bard's summer uniform sleeve, realizing that the 2 smoking and hiding were their seniors. The structure of the military academy mirrors that of the army, and the hierarchy within the military reflects that of the academy. Realizing they had inadvertently disturbed their seniors, the 2 second-year cadets quickly apologized. "We're sorry, Sergeant. We didn't know you were on patrol." Winters, feeling rather irritable, chose to ignore them. Bard, however, graciously waved to them, not only refraining from reprimanding them, but also assisting them in lighting their pipes. Yet, Bard had nearly finished his own tobacco and was unable to ignite the contents of their bowls. With a resigned sigh, Winters took the 2 cadets' pipes from Bard and used a spell to kindle the shredded tobacco within. He was quite adept at this. But the 2 cadets likely had never experienced a spellcaster lighting their pipes for them, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Come on," Winters gruffly shoved the pipes into the cadets' hands. They expressed their gratitude in hurried tones and scurried away, their minds buzzing with confusion. What could have possessed these third-year sergeants to forego sleep in the duty room and come out on patrol? Once the cadets had departed, Bard stood up and straightened his clothing. He felt that resting was far from sufficient, so he turned to Winters and said, "Let us go for another round. We can't let the juniors mock us for merely being idle." Winters reclined on the stone table, his legs dangling carelessly in the air. He was in no mood for patrolling and replied to Bud, "Let us sit for a while longer. Soon we can return to the duty room for some sleep. It's the last night. After all, there's no need to patrol." "Then you rest here," Bud said, not insisting on Winters. He wished to take one last look at the school. After this final post, there would be no more opportunities to return for night duty. "I'll wander around for a bit and come back to find you." With that, Bud took up his spear and left. As Bud's footsteps faded into the distance, Winters remained silent, deeply affected by the reality that Bud was soon to be dispatched overseas. The thought that he might never again meet his dear friend after tomorrow weighed heavily on him. He lay back on the stone table, listening to the surrounding chirping of insects, his mind a void. After a while, Bud's footsteps returned. Hearing Bud's approach, Winters realized that lying there was uninteresting. He decided to join Bud for another round around the school. He straightened up from the stone table and cheerfully called out, "Wait." However, the figure approaching was not Bud. Chapter 14, A Sudden Situation, Part 2. The newcomer donned the summer uniform of the military academy, but was of a diminutive stature, vastly different from Bud. Winters instantly recognized that this individual was not Bud. Moreover, the absence of a spear indicated that this person was not one of the night duty students. "Oh, I've caught a skiver." Winters could hardly believe his eyes. What an ironic twist of fate. While the patrolling officers missed the escaping student, it was he, the one shirking duty, who apprehended someone. The individual caught by Winters was equally taken aback. Having seen the patrollers leave, he chose that moment to make his escape, only to be startled by the sudden emergence of a figure from the dark stone table, thinking he had encountered a ghost. "You, what grade are you in?" Winters' voice was laced with fury. To his surprise, the would-be escapee did not respond. Instead, he crouched low and bolted, darting past Winters toward the residential area. For a moment, Winters was taken aback, only to realize that this rascal had actually fled. caught in the act of skiving off. Rather than admitting his wrongdoing and pleading for mercy, he dared to run away. This infuriated Winters, who took off in pursuit, shouting, "Where do you think you're running? You can't escape." In stature, Winters was taller and more agile than the fleeing individual. Although the latter had gained a slight head start, he was no match for Winters. Before the escapee had run 30 meters, Winters had already closed the distance. "Do you think you can outrun a cultivator?" Winters bellowed, seizing the young man as shoulder from behind, and, with a firm pull, brought him crashing to the ground. Yet it was only upon seizing the shoulder of that figure that Winters sensed something amiss. The individual donned a hood that obscured their face, their shoulders slender and delicate, the weight reminiscent of a woman rather than a man, and with a mere tug, they toppled over. It was a woman. Military academies did not admit female cadets. A thief. As Winters yanked the female rogue, she emitted a muffled groan upon hitting the ground. Though she was a criminal, he felt a pang of remorse for having toppled her. However, in the next instant, the female thief sprang to her feet, silently drawing a gleaming dagger. She afforded Winters no time to react, pouncing upon him like a leopard, the dagger aimed directly at his chest. Despite his towering stature, weight, and strength, he was caught completely off guard by this woman's ferocity. He had not anticipated her sudden lethal intent. Was it truly necessary to resort to violence over a mere fall? His years of swordsmanship instinctively kicked in, saving him. He instinctively swung his right arm, deflecting the blade, which failed to pierce his chest but left a deep gash along the outer side of his right arm. Immediately after, the woman's shoulder collided forcefully with Winters' chest, causing him to stumble and lose his balance, crashing to the ground. Yet, she was relentless, pressing down on the dagger with her full weight and fiercely thrusting it towards his neck, ignoring the sharp pain from his wounded arm. Winters crossed his hands to seize her arm. This was a preliminary maneuver for disarming her, yet in the heat of the moment, he had forgotten all technique, relying solely on brute force to push her away. In that moment of stalemate, a flash of inspiration struck Winters. He recalled what Ike had said earlier in the day. If one could use magic to burn away body hair, then one could also ignite hair. Without even the luxury of employing the proper incantation gestures, he plunged into a state of casting, enduring the intense pressure and stinging sensation, channeling all his magical energy into the strands of hair exposed from beneath the woman's hood. Smoke began to rise, followed by flickers of flame, until her hair was abruptly ignited by Winters' magic, the flames quickly consuming her hood, turning her head into a blazing torch. Initially, the assassin felt nothing as her hair began to burn, but after more than a second, the acrid scent of singed hair reached her nostrils, and the searing heat against her skin jolted her into awareness. The woman who had, but a moment ago, silently sought to take Winters' life, now screamed as she leapt from him, pulling down her hood and frantically beating at her flaming hair. The immediate threat to her life had receded. Yet Winters had no time to pursue the deranged woman who had so swiftly turned from predator to prey. With a sudden exertion, he sprang to his feet, fumbling to extract the whistle issued to nighttime patrol trainees from his small satchel. He filled his cheeks and blew the whistle sharply. The duty of a sentinel is not to eliminate intruders, but to sound the alarm for comrades in a timely manner. The piercing sound of the whistle shattered the silence of the night, alerting Bud and other trainees on duty of the situation, while simultaneously hoping for their swift assistance. Although his adversary was a woman, significantly weaker and lighter than him, her ruthless and targeted strikes left him feeling unnerved. This woman was lethal, attacking with unyielding resolve and without hesitation. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle against such a remorseless assailant left Winters feeling genuinely apprehensive. Upon hearing the shrill whistle, the woman, undeterred by the flames still flickering atop her head, decisively darted into the alleys of the residential area. Winters pursued closely, but unexpectedly, she flung her hand, casting a dagger toward him. He hastily dodged, the blade narrowly missing him by mere inches. He nearly acquired another wound. Winters pressed on, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain beneath his foot, as if a sharp object had pierced his soul. He could no longer run, gasping for breath as he fumbled to extract a metallic object from his shoe, only to realize it was a caltrip. The woman had scattered them along her path, and he had stepped on one, adding to his injuries. Having suffered several setbacks, Winters was on the brink of madness due to this troublesome woman. When he looked up again, the fiery-haired woman had vanished into the impenetrable darkness of the alley. The narrow passages of the residential area were not the result of meticulous planning, but rather mere gaps left during construction, twisting and turning, leading in all directions. Winters understood that once she entered the alley, pursuing her was futile. He also feared that advancing further might lead him into an ambush, forcing him to abandon the chase. An inexplicable thought crossed his mind. This woman was utterly immoral. Would the nearby residents not also tread upon her scattered caltrops tomorrow? He was baffled as to why he felt compelled to consider the well-being of the local residents, given that, despite their hardships, none could compare to his current plight. Resigned to the fact that he could no longer chase the thief, he began to retrace his steps. After the brief yet intense struggle for survival, a wave of dread washed over him. No one faces death without feeling fear. Had fortune turned against him or his instincts been a fraction slower, he might very well have found himself lying on the ground, awaiting his fate. Winters never imagined that a simple night shift could nearly culminate in him becoming a victim of a crime. Winters suddenly felt his right hand damp. Under the moonlight, he discovered it was smeared with a dark, viscous liquid, and only then did he realize it was blood. His adversary had inflicted a wound on him during the first exchange after drawing a dagger. A deep gash marred his right arm, and the right sleeve of his summer attire was completely soaked with crimson. As the effects of adrenaline waned, fatigue and the searing pain from his injured arm surged upon him. Lacking any means to tend to his wound, he clenched his left fist tightly against his right armpit, hoping to stem the bleeding. As he continued walking, Winters noticed a metallic glint on the ground. It was the dagger. He picked it up, thinking to himself that it was a hard-won trophy, a memento of his ordeal. Beside the dagger lay a small, palm-sized square package, which he also gathered up. The fabric covering the package felt like silk, indicating it was not mere refuse, but likely something that had fallen from the woman while extinguishing her hair. He hastily stuffed the dagger and the small package into his satchel and proceeded towards the stone table where he had been resting with Bud. The heavy sound of footsteps drew nearer. It was Bud rushing over. Bud's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Winters, drenched in sweat. With his left hand pressed against his right armpit, the latter entirely saturated with blood. "I heard the whistle. What happened?" Bud exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of blood so soon after he had left. "There's a thief," Winters murmured, feeling slightly lightheaded from blood loss. "She ran out from the school, brandishing a dagger, and she was a woman. I set her hair on fire, and then she fled." "What? A female thief? Where did she come from?" The overwhelming information caused Bud's mind to overload, leaving him somewhat flustered. "Forget about the thief for now. Let us tend to your arm. Where did she run off to?" With both hands occupied, Winters could only nod in the direction she had fled. "Are you certain it was the female thief's hair that you ignited?" Bud suddenly inquired, glancing towards the direction of the fleeing thief. "Unless what she has on her head isn't called hair," Winters replied, puzzled by Bud's seemingly redundant question. But he soon found himself dumbfounded as well. The sky was now ablaze with fiery hues. Chapter 15, Awakening the Sleeping Tiger, Part 1. This truly isn't my doing. Winters felt profoundly wronged as he trudged through the darkness, half stumbling. "I only singed the thief's hair. I know. It certainly wasn't you." "The fire started far from here," Bud responded, leading the way with two long halberds in hand, calmly deflecting blame away from Winters. "What a stroke of bad luck," Winters lamented, having experienced an exceedingly tumultuous day, from being blindsided by Ike to facing a life-threatening encounter with a female thief, all while sustaining injuries to his left shoulder, right arm, and feet. The two hurried back to their post at the north gate, where the younger cadets on duty had already heard the whistle and witnessed the unusual phenomenon in the sky. They assumed that the patrolling sentinels had blown the whistle upon seeing a fire erupt somewhere, and the instructor on night duty had been roused, anxiously awaiting something at the door. Thus, when they beheld Winters returning with a bloodied arm, they were taken aback. What had transpired? Why was he covered in blood? The instructor was utterly bewildered. "A thief emerged from the direction of the school, and I intercepted him. He brandished a knife and fled," Winters explained. Having meticulously crafted his words on the way back, he resolved to exercise caution, refraining from mentioning anything related to the fire or the woman, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and to spare himself further explanations. "Who would dare to wreak havoc on our military grounds?" The instructor, upon hearing that a thief had the audacity to intrude upon the military academy, was incensed. Winters mused to himself, indeed, it was a reckless individual. He had nearly lost his life. However, the thief had vanished without a trace, and for the moment, no one could pursue her. The immediate priority was evidently to tend to Winters' injured arm and ascertain the source of the fire. The instructor promptly led Winters to the staff duty room. Attempting to ignite a lamp with fire-starting cloth, the instructor struggled to produce a flame despite several attempts. With a sigh, Winters utilized his magic to ignite the oil lamp, prompting the instructor to realize that Winters was indeed a spellcaster. Yet, the light from the oil lamp proved insufficient, so the instructor instructed Winters' junior classmates to fetch additional lamps. At this moment, Winters recalled the dagger belonging to the female thief, being metallic as long as it was free of rust. It could serve as a catalyst for a light spell. He produced the dagger and, performing the gesture for the fire spell, invoked Tesla's illumination magic. Mana surged into the surface of the dagger, which, once infused with magic, released visible light, instantly illuminating the room. Seizing the opportunity, the instructor retrieved a pair of small scissors and hurriedly cut open the right sleeve of Winters' summer uniform. The blood on Winters' arm had already congealed, adhering the fabric firmly to the wound. He gritted his teeth against the pain. The instructor muttered, "This must be torn off. It cannot remain on the wound. Otherwise, you risk festering, and you could succumb to a fever." Years of warfare had endowed soldiers with a wealth of experience in dealing with sharp injuries. Knowledge that was ultimately distilled into the teachings of hygiene classes. Anyone capable of teaching at a military academy must have emerged from its ranks. Everyone in that room understood that a wound must never be left to adhere to clothing. Winters nodded in agreement, and without further ado, the instructor steeled himself and forcefully ripped away the fabric that had adhered to the wound. The sudden pain caused Winters to draw in a sharp breath, and the previously staunched wound began to bleed anew. At that moment, the distant sound of hooves echoed, growing louder until it abruptly halted at the doorway of the staff duty room. A cadet entered, reporting, "The horses have been brought in." The cadet on sentry duty had promptly awakened the instructor in the duty room upon witnessing the strange phenomenon in the sky. The instructor promptly deduced that a fire had broken out at the port. He led a cadet out, racing along the main road towards the direction of the blaze, eager to ascertain the situation. However, as they ran, the instructor realized the folly of their haste. The location of the fire was evidently a considerable distance from the school, and it would take an eternity to reach on foot. Consequently, they returned and dispatched a cavalry cadet to the stable to fetch 2 horses. While the instructor anxiously paced at the school gate, awaiting the arrival of the horses, Winters and Bud returned to the north gate. Ignoring the cadet who was bringing the horses, the instructor meticulously examined the fabric torn from Winters under the illumination of the light spell, then scrutinized Winters' wounds. At that moment, Winters could no longer sustain the light spell. The dagger's glow dimmed, leaving only the flickering oil lamps to illuminate the room. Fortunately, there was no damage to the bone. The weapon that inflicted the wound was exceedingly sharp, and no fabric was lodged within the injury. The cut was clean and would heal swiftly. Should a practitioner of divine arts have been present, there would be no scar left behind. With utmost confidence, the instructor made his assessment and immediately instructed the other cadets to procure some clean water to dissolve salt and cleanse the wound, ensuring it remained uncovered. The instructor then tore a long strip from the bedsheet and fashioned a makeshift sling, tying it around Winters' neck and right arm, advising him to keep his right arm still to avoid aggravating the wound for a speedy recovery. Having tended to Winters' knife wound, the instructor hurriedly mounted a horse with a cadet, setting off to investigate the fire at the port area. Once he departed, Bud rushed to prepare a saline solution to cleanse Winters' wound, yet he faced a dilemma. Where could he find clean water and salt at such a late hour? It seemed the kitchen would be the only source for those necessities, prompting him to dash off to the mess hall in search of saline. In the room, only Winters and 3 junior cadets remained, none of whom were familiar with one another, leading to a moment of awkward silence. To the duty room, Winters decided, opting to relocate rather than remain in the staff's duty room. "Sergeant, who could be so ruthless?" a junior officer inquired, examining Winters' wound with a mix of horror and disbelief. "Is it truly necessary to resort to a knife over a mere theft? What could possibly be worth stealing at the academy?" he continued, assuming it was merely a case of a student sneaking out after curfew. Winters responded with a wry smile. "I never expected to be stabbed upon my arrival. Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant? Masked, I could not see, but I am certain it was a woman." "A woman?" The 3 junior cadets stared in astonishment. In their military academy life, aside from kitchen staff and laundresses, they had scant opportunity to encounter any other females. let alone a female thief. They exchanged knowing glances, silently concluding that their senior may have been overly eager, mistaking anyone for a woman. Indeed, a female thief, one exclaimed, expletives escaping his lips. Winters instantly discerned the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three rascals before him. The notion of a female thief indeed resembled some form of whimsical fantasy. However, he was entirely convinced that the figure who had lunged at him with a dagger was unequivocally a woman. Now, he regretted broaching the topic of the thief's gender with these three miscreants, as their attention had been wholly diverted by the mere mention of female. Did you not notice anything unusual just now? Winters pondered whether his juniors were aware of anything amiss. No, replied a junior officer, shaking his head. I was on duty the whole time. As usual, I did not hear anything strange, nor did I see anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 16, Awakening the Sleeping Tiger, Part 2. The Academy's walls, constructed of brick, stood at a mere height of less than 1.7 meters to economize on expenses. Winters surmised that the female thief must have scaled the wall to gain entry and exit. Now that the culprit had fled, the only recourse was to conduct an inventory of the school's possessions to ascertain what had been stolen. Where are the men? Damn it, where are the guards? A booming voice erupted from outside. Oh no, Winters felt a jolt of panic. He had been so engrossed in conversation that he had neglected his duty. The four cadets hastily exited the duty room. A senior officer, mounted on a chestnut steed, dismounted with authority and, without further ado, lashed the four cadets with a whip. His fury palpable as he bellowed, "Are you lot not even standing your post?" Reporting. 6 were supposed to be on duty at the north gate, but only 4 are present. Winters was bewildered as he felt the sting of the whip, the pain igniting a surge of indignation within him. Yet, he understood that military academies operated under strict discipline, and this was not the time to push back. The dim light obscured his ability to recognize the officer, but the insignia suggested he was a senior officer of at least the rank of major. Where is the duty officer? The senior officer demanded sternly. Reporting. I went to investigate the fire. At that moment, Winters finally discerned the identity of the officer before him. It was a face characterized by sharp brows and keen eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips. The head of the Academy's main department, the nominal second-in-command of the Army Officer Academy, yet the de facto leader. Why was there no report of the fire? The department head's ire remained unabated. Reporting. I do not know. Winters shouted in a fit of exasperation, and indeed, he was genuinely unaware. Most of the faculty residing on campus were junior staff, their ranks below that of major, living in the officers' dormitory. Although the Academy had prepared standalone residences for senior officers and higher ranks, they typically sought housing off campus. Thus, it was not that the instructor on duty alongside Winters had chosen not to report. Rather, he was also oblivious to which Academy leaders were present on the premises that night and wished to ascertain the facts before making any report. Sound the assembly bell. Emergency assembly. Wake everyone up. Have all personnel line up at the North Gate playground. The department head ceased to press the 4 cadets further and promptly issued his orders. Yes, Winters and the others complied, immediately rushing to ring the assembly bell. Wait a moment. The minister halted Winters, who was attempting to depart. With a whip. What happened to your arm? Report. A thief brandished a knife, but I managed to repel them. Winters refrained from elaborating, succinctly narrating the incident. Confronted by the minister's fury, Winters dared not disclose that the thief had escaped from the school, though he justified to himself that he had not lied. Who dares to wreak havoc on the Army's territory? The minister, in a fit of rage, echoed the reaction of the duty instructor. Come see me tomorrow for a detailed report. The assembly bell rang with relentless urgency, followed swiftly by the sharp whistle of the night duty cadets. Like a beast roused from slumber, the Army Officer Academy awakened to the clamor of the assembly bell. The tranquil night was replaced by a cacophony, as cadets, startled from their dormitories, leapt from their beds and hastily donned their clothing. With little to carry, they rushed towards the exit. Outside, a voice called out, "Gather at the North Gate playground. Gather at the North Gate playground." This was the directive from the minister to the night duty cadets. In an era devoid of portable fire sources, the emergency assembly at night left no time to kindle a flame. Everything unfolded in darkness, as the cadets navigated towards the North Gate playground, guided by the faint moonlight. The crowd moved like a school of sardines in the sea, silently clustering together yet advancing in perfect unison, creating a strange yet orderly aesthetic. The cadets surged forth from their respective dormitories, quickly converging at the North Gate playground. The lead cadet formed the front of the line, while others sought their places within the ranks. At this moment, Winters rejoined the formation, startling Ike with the wound on his shoulder. However, conversation was strictly prohibited in the ranks, leaving the two to communicate through glances. Each squad began to report their numbers, compiling the totals. Instructors arrived from the stables, mounted on horseback, patrolling the formations of cadets. A spellcasting instructor brought a bundle of torches from the storehouse, igniting them with fire magic before distributing them to the other instructors. Only now did the North Gate playground become illuminated by the flickering flames. The cadets stood in an orderly formation, awaiting commands. The minister, mounted on his beloved steed, observed the cadets of the Army Officer Academy as they assembled methodically in the darkness, nodding imperceptibly in approval. First year, expected 174, present 174. Second year, expected 175, present 173. Third year, expected 172, present 172. Reporting to the minister, Cadet Corps, expected 521, present 519. Report concluded. Attention, stand firm. The minister's thunderous voice resonated throughout the academy, evidently amplified by a spell. 3 minutes. Bring all equipment. Depart to extinguish the fire. Dismissed. The academy formation abruptly dispersed, and Winters hastened towards the warehouse to retrieve tools. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why should a fire in the residential area concern the military academy? It was unlikely to encroach upon their territory. Several duty officers dispatched to ascertain the situation soon returned, promptly reporting to the minister. After hearing their account, the minister immediately dispatched a messenger to inform both the military academy and other senior officers of the provincial army, while simultaneously seeking assistance from 2 infantry battalions stationed outside Guitu City. The cadets swiftly returned, reassembling into a neat formation, though this time each individual was equipped with various tools. Without further ado, the minister waved his hand, and the entire assembly of cadets marched in 6 columns along the main road towards the port area of Guitu City. What is happening? Ike seized the moment to inquire of Winters as the formation commenced its advance. Encountered a thief, received a blade. Winters succinctly summarized the situation. A thief wielded a knife? I'm not certain. You're all right, just a flesh wound. Silence, barked an instructor patrolling alongside the cadet column, silencing their whispered exchange, leaving them to trudge along in silence. They traversed the city's outermost ring of dilapidated slums, past the ruins of the demolished old city wall, navigated through the foul-smelling workshops of tanners, and meandered past the chaotic residential quarters of the port area, ultimately arriving at the site of the inferno. It was only then that Winters comprehended the urgency behind the military academy's mobilization. The first arsenal of the Confederation of Senna's Bay was ablaze. Chapter 17. The Flames Consumed the City, Part 1. The Guitu City Arsenal, known as the first arsenal of the Confederation Army, traces its origins to the Royal Armory of the Mountain Front Province established during the Imperial reign. At its inception, transportation logistics were the primary consideration, leading to its location on the coastal area near the Guitu City docks, allowing ships to dock directly at the armory's small pier. Initially, it was staffed by just 4 blacksmiths, essentially functioning as an extensive blacksmith shop responsible for storing and maintaining the weaponry allocated to the royal troops stationed in the Mountain Front Province, devoid of any manufacturing capabilities. When the provincial militia first seized Guitu City, they promptly occupied the royal armory, emptying its arsenal. Upon the second capture of Guitu City, realizing the war would not conclude swiftly, the provincial militia swiftly transformed the old royal armory into the new Guitu City arsenal. Its functions expanded beyond mere maintenance and storage. As the arsenal began to acquire the capability to produce cold weapons, the prolonged sovereignty war surged the demand for weaponry, propelling the arsenal's technology and production capacity to new heights. Initially, the facility could only forge weapons from ready-made iron materials. However, due to trade blockades, the copper and iron procured from external sources became increasingly insufficient. The Guitu City Armory thus enlisted blacksmiths to establish a smelting bureau, endowing the armory with the capacity to smelt ore and supply itself with raw materials. As the war progressed, the proportion of soldiers armed with gunpowder weaponry within the militia grew significantly. Consequently, the Guitu City Armory established both a firearms bureau and an artillery bureau, focusing intently on the technology of gun and cannon manufacture. By the latter stages of the war, the armory began to produce a steady stream of muskets and cannons, arming a considerable number of unarmed citizens. Marshal Ned once extolled the armory with the words, "Without the Guitu City armory, there would be no victory." From that moment, the nickname Victory Armory resonated throughout the ranks of the Allied army. For over 2 decades, the Victory Armory underwent repeated expansions, akin to an insatiable beast, continuously devouring the surrounding land and buildings. What began as a small plot by the docks evolved into a veritable city within a city, occupying a substantial portion of the harbor district. Yet at this moment, there was no longer a Victory Armory, only a sea of flames. Just moments before, when the cadet brigade reached the remnants of the old city wall, a faint haze of smoke had already enveloped the entire street. The smoke infiltrated every alleyway and every solitary courtyard. The residents living on the outskirts of the city were roused from slumber, peering curiously from their windows or standing at their doorways, astonished to witness the officers' brigade advancing toward the source of the smoke. The further they pressed on, the denser and more acrid the smoke became, causing Winters to tear up, while coughs echoed throughout the ranks. The horses ridden by the instructors grew restless, refusing to proceed no matter how much they were urged forward. In desperation, the instructors resorted to alternating their magical abilities, maintaining 2 transverse wind spells at the front of the column, directing the smoke away to the residential areas on either side of the road. As they continued onward, the sight of flames became increasingly dire. The fire had already spread from the armory to nearby residences, and many inhabitants had perished in their sleep, unaware of the encroaching toxic smoke. Some fleeing citizens cried out as they ran towards the cadet brigade. "Judgment has descended. Judgment has descended. It is the devil. The devil spreads through the streets. Flee for your lives. We can do nothing. Run." The fleeing populace shouted in terror, clutching tightly to whatever belongings they had hastily grabbed in their escape. Their homes consumed by flames, the items in their hands represented their entire wealth. The cries hammered against Winters' chest, leaving him profoundly unsettled. In silence, the cadet brigade advanced against the tide of fleeing individuals. Further ahead lay a scene of hell. Here, darkness was banished by the inferno, the streets illuminated by raging flames, and the smoke so thick that even the wind spells proved powerless. The crackling of burning wood and the thunderous collapse of buildings reverberated incessantly. A woman knelt by the roadside, wailing in hysterics, her plight unnoticed by the throngs around her. Panicked survivors, terror-stricken, scrambled away from the inferno, while those whose homes were mere meters from the flames succumbed to despair. Some clung to hope, frantically salvaging their belongings. Others beat their chests and cursed the devil. Some descended into madness, violently striking their heads against the ground, while others surrendered to fate, eyes closed, murmuring prayers. Yet, the merciless elements rendered all efforts futile, leaving them helpless as they watched their homes consumed by the flames. When Winters first beheld the ominous phenomenon in the sky, an unsettling premonition gripped him. The very sky, scorched and discolored, hinted at the vastness of the blaze. However, upon witnessing the true magnitude of the fire, he realized his initial thoughts had been overly optimistic. The military cadets could not even approach the walls of the Victory Armaments factory, hindered by the oppressive heat and thick smoke that kept them a block away. "Sir," a man clad in brown attire, clutching his hat, rushed to the military academy headside. "I am the captain of the Port Fire Brigade. It is fortuitous that I found you. How may I serve you, my commander?" The minister replied coldly, "The fire cannot be extinguished. We can only demolish the surrounding structures to create a firebreak. Your cadets have arrived just in time." The fire brigade captain, not daring to withhold his intentions, quickly divulged his plan. "I am here to save the Army's assets. The factory is lost. I shall not waste my precious officers on firefighting. That is your duty." The minister turned his horse to leave. "Sir, have a heart." The fire brigade captain grasped the reins of the minister's steed, pleading earnestly. "Humph." The minister scoffed. "Please, look at the wind direction. It blows inland from the coastline. The wind fuels the flames. If we do not swiftly establish a firebreak, the entire port area will soon become an inferno, followed by the entire city." The minister remained stoic, saying nothing. "Sir, if the entirety of Guitu City is ablaze, can your academy hope to survive?" The fire brigade captain, sensing a slight shift in the minister's demeanor, clung to this last glimmer of hope. "The larger the fire, the faster it spreads. If we do not act now, it will truly be beyond redemption. Have a heart, sir. Look at these innocent people." The fire brigade captain continued to implore. Chapter 18. The City of Flame. Part 2. What do you require of us? The minister suddenly inquired. The abrupt shift in attitude of the official before him left the fire brigade captain momentarily stunned, yet he swiftly regained his composure. We must demolish the houses. The structures here are undoubtedly beyond salvation. We need to retreat 2 blocks and establish a quarantine zone. All personnel, turn and march. The cacophony surrounding the fire site was drowned out by the amplified command, as the minister utilized magic to issue orders directly to all cadets. His decisive nature brooked no delay. Which houses shall be demolished? Speak. The fire brigade captain nodded eagerly, leading the way. My manpower is woefully inadequate. Your assistance is immensely appreciated. May the gods bless you. A scoff escaped the minister, clearly unimpressed by such flattery. The residents of the houses designated within the quarantine zone soon realized the soldiers' intentions. The fire is still 2 blocks away. They were resolute in their refusal to allow the military to raise their homes. What do you intend to do? On what grounds do you seek to demolish our houses? Over my dead body. They protested. Why are you targeting our homes while sparing others? These soldiers are murderers. The residents, armed with makeshift weapons such as door beams and kitchen knives, barred the path of the cadets. The fire brigade captain moved frantically, attempting to persuade them, but his words fell on deaf ears. Those residing on the inner side of the quarantine zone grasped the implications of the demolition. It signified relinquishing their homes. Consequently, they joined forces to obstruct the demolition, resolutely preventing the officers from advancing a single step closer. Conversely, the residents on the outer side of the quarantine zone were quite supportive of the demolition plan, though they merely stood by, hands in pockets, watching the spectacle unfold. Clear the way. The minister's voice, infused with magical authority, rendered the previously defiant residents speechless. He could no longer tolerate this farce. Third-year students. Infantry division. Step forward. Winters responded to the command reflexively, stepping out of the ranks. Who dares to obstruct us? Show no mercy. The amplified roar echoed. If you seek compensation, go to the city government. Winters had not anticipated the minister's ruthless command to kill without hesitation. In his view, the situation had not escalated to such lethal extremes. The residents of the port area were equally taken aback by the official's harshness. They trembled in fear, reliant on one another for support, their earlier bravado evaporating. Facing the residents protecting their homes, Winters discerned the terror and dread reflected in their eyes. Are we truly prepared to resort to violence? He pondered, gripping his shovel tightly. Struggling to swallow. Attack. The minister bellowed once more. With resolute determination, Winters cast aside any lingering doubts, allowing his sense of duty to triumph over all distractions. Ignoring the pain in his injured arm, he wielded the shovel with vigor, directing its wooden handle towards the adversaries before him, reasoning that the wooden end would spare lives. The ragtag group of townsfolk stood no chance against the well-trained cadets, swiftly succumbing to cries of despair and retreating in disarray. Murder. The soldiers are killing. It is the military academy that has set the fires. The minister ordered the demolition, disregarding the cries of the dispersed residents, intent on executing the preordained plan. This time, no one dared to obstruct the operation. The inhabitants hastily returned to their homes to salvage what belongings they could before their houses were reduced to rubble. The housing in the port area of Guitu City exemplified organic growth, lacking any form of urban planning. Originating from the docks, the city had developed haphazardly, with structures layered upon one another like the rings of an onion. Every conceivable purpose was represented: residences, warehouses, workshops, and shops, constructed from various materials: wood, mud bricks, stone, and more, spanning numerous eras, an utter mishmash. The cadets secured ropes to the wooden buildings lining the street, collectively pulling with all their might to topple a wall. The location of the fire chief's cordon was meticulously chosen, delineated along a foul-smelling drainage ditch. The debris generated from the demolitions could be efficiently disposed of by pushing it directly into the ditch. Do not congregate here. It's too cramped. Third-year students remain. First year, head to the eastern sector. Second year, move to the western sector. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be dealt with mercilessly. The minister maintained an orderly command. Monteculculi. The minister called out another name. Present. The head of the artillery research department promptly responded. Return to the armory for explosives. All brick structures are to be demolished. Understood. Without hesitation, the artillery chief led a subordinate away. As the military personnel fervently engaged in demolishing the buildings, a distant, strained chanting suddenly pierced the air. Be awed. Feel the wrath of the divine. The glorious day of judgment is upon us. A mendicant friar, clad in coarse linen, approached with a raised banner, causing the onlookers to kneel before him, many attempting to kiss the hem of his robe or his shoes. The friar, hands aloft with the banner, proclaimed with fervor, "The angel of fire has descended upon Sodom. This is the sacred fire of retribution for your sins." In response, the minister, with a swift motion, struck down the charlatan. "Anyone willing to assist in the labor shall receive a silver ingot. No distinction shall be made between old or young, man or woman." The minister, having dealt with the openly propagating defeatism among the clergy, tirelessly recruited volunteers from the onlookers. If you do not lend a hand, the fire will spread, and your homes will be lost. The significant silver coin, known as the Great Silver Piece, was first minted by the Republic of the United Provinces in the year 537 of the Empire. Corresponding to it was the smaller silver coin. With a silver content ratio of 120, one great silver piece held a value equivalent to a dockworker's monthly wages. Who would bear the costs? Certainly not the military academy. According to the minister's line of thought, it was imperative to demand assistance from the city government. He remained indifferent to the turmoil his words would incite within the governing council of Guitu City, focusing instead on expediting the dismantling of the quarantine zone efficiently. Through coercion and persuasion, a significant number of additional hands joined the demolition team. The sheriff, accompanied by the assembled city guard, arrived on the scene just in time to maintain order. 2 infantry battalions, stationed outside the city and fully manned with 960 soldiers and 14 officers, also rushed to the site, rapidly engaging in the work of dismantling the quarantine zone. The dull thud of explosions and the sound of collapsing buildings echoed in succession as warhorses were harnessed with makeshift yokes to drag down structures. The demolition operation proceeded methodically, with urgency and precision racing against time. However, plans are often outpaced by reality. Since nightfall, the wind from the sea had steadily intensified, fueled by this maritime breeze. The flames spread even more swiftly than anticipated. The fire line was rapidly encroaching upon the quarantine zone, while a substantial portion of the dismantling remained unfinished. "Sir, we may not have enough time. We should have set the quarantine zone 2 blocks further back," lamented the fire prevention team captain, clutching his hat in frustration. "I am aware," replied the minister, his demeanor cold yet contemplative, as if a notion had taken root in his mind. "Christian," the minister called out loudly, summoning a name. "Present." The head of the spellcaster's research department, Christian, hastened toward him upon hearing the summons. "If all spellcasters could concentrate their efforts to utilize wind manipulation, might we temporarily alter the wind direction in a specific area?" The minister proposed this ingenious idea. However, Christian believed the minister's vision was overly ambitious. It was challenging for spellcasters to contend with the forces of nature. "I ask you, can it be done or not?" The minister was uninterested in idle chatter. "In theory, it should be possible," Christian explained. "Yet in practice, I believe our current spellcasters lack the necessary numbers and strength." "It can be done," the minister insisted, hearing only what he wished to hear. "I said it is theoretically possible." Christian hastily attempted to clarify, emphasizing the gap between theory and practice. Doing something is always better than doing nothing at all. The minister made a decisive judgment. "Gather all the spellcasters present, and I will inform you shortly of your destination." Winters, who was engrossed in demolishing a building, was unexpectedly called upon, noticing that those summoned alongside him were all apprentice spellcasters. All the spellcasters were assembled in one place, where instructor Christian vociferously reiterated the command. Upon hearing the order, "Unleash the wind manipulation spell with all your might, without holding back. Remember, it is directed straight ahead." Upon hearing this, Winters quickly grasped the leadership's plan, reflecting that even with his meager proficiency in acceleration magic, he was being dragged in as a mere tool, indicating that the minister was truly taking desperate measures. Subsequently, the spellcasters were escorted to an area yet to be demolished to ensure even distribution. Some apprentice spellcasters were even positioned atop the rooftops. Winters refrained from climbing, instead standing on the street and through the haze. He could already see the houses ablaze some 20 meters away. "Wind manipulation, activate with full force," came the command from not far behind. Upon hearing the order, Winters maintained the gesture of pressing his thumb against his middle finger, recalling the sensation of using acceleration magic and fully immersed himself in the casting state. The searing heat and frigid cold alternately tormented his third limb, as if thousands of knives were slicing through his fifth appendage. He sensed the wind direction shifting around him, with the breeze that had been blowing from the front gradually diminishing, halting, and then transforming into a gust blowing from behind. Winters realized that the minister's plan was taking effect, yet he could no longer endure, attempting to relax his mind to exit the casting state. However, to his horror, he found himself unable to escape the state of casting. What had once required mere concentration to maintain now felt inescapable. His entire body grew numb, losing control. To onlookers, Winters appeared merely to be standing at attention on the street, yet in truth, he was being subjected to relentless torment. At last, he could bear it no longer. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. In the final moment before collapsing, he beheld a colossal flame serpent soaring into the sky. Chapter 19. The fire tornado. There was neither time, nor space, nor substance, nor fluctuation, only boundless darkness. No, here, even the concept of darkness itself did not exist. It was pure nothingness. It is unclear how long had passed when a spark suddenly emerged from the void, and Winters regained consciousness. His auditory senses were the first to return. A cacophony surrounded him. What was that sound? Next came the sensation of touch. It seemed he was lying down, perhaps on a bed. It felt rather hard. Finally, his vision began to restore. He first sensed light, then struggled to open his eyes. Yet his sight remained blurred and unfocused. With the return of bodily awareness came an overwhelming wave of pain. The pain that assailed Winters was not the ordinary kind. It was akin to the torment one experiences when wielding magic. This anguish did not emanate from any part of his body, yet it relentlessly tormented him. Winters felt an overwhelming urge to scream, but found himself merely gasping in silence, no sound escaping his lips. He attempted to lift his arm, but felt no response. It was as if he had regained the sensation of his body, yet had not reclaimed control over his muscles. For Winters, this entire ordeal resembled an abrupt plunge into a profound slumber. He could not even recall when he had lost consciousness. There were no memories, no sense of time, not even dreams. The last moment he could remember, he was extinguishing a fire in Guitu City. With his eyes closed, then opened again, he found himself devoid of bodily control, lying on a hard cot in an unknown location, suffering in silence. Awake! Awake! He heard an excited voice exclaim. Who is it? Where am I? What has happened to me? Winters' consciousness remained sluggish, and the act of thinking had become a laborious task. His eyes struggled to focus, the world around him appearing suffused in deep brown hues. A warm liquid trickled into his mouth, distinct from water, bearing a slight bitterness. His swallowing reflex compelled him to gulp it down. It turned out someone had propped up his upper body, feeding him with a spoon, one morsel at a time. Upon realizing he could swallow, they continued to offer him more. After being fed, Winters was returned to his previous position, lying down once more. His awareness began to blur, and soon he drifted into a drowsy slumber. Once again, he closed his eyes, then opened them. Still, there were no memories, no sense of time, not even dreams. However, upon awakening this time, Winters felt significantly better. Although the pain had not vanished, it was no longer the excruciating torment that had once compelled him to writhe. It had become bearable. Indeed, for Winters, the last time he had awakened felt as recent as moments ago. He had no tangible sense of time passing, merely the sensation of slipping into and out of consciousness. This time, his eyes finally managed to focus. He scrutinized his surroundings. The ceiling loomed close, within reach, seemingly made of wooden planks. His limbs were now mobile. He eagerly extended his hand to touch the surface beside him, discovering it was a wall, also appearing to be wooden. Unable to remain still any longer, Winters exerted himself and sat upright, striving to comprehend his surroundings. A cramped, dimly lit wooden chamber adorned with numerous ropes, the entire room swaying rhythmically as if he were in a ship's hold. What? Am I on a ship? The realization struck him with astonishment. Oh, you're awake? A booming voice resonated in Winters' ears, the volume causing a buzzing sensation within them. Report to the Major General. Someone has awakened. Upon hearing that iconic booming voice, Winters could instantly recognize its owner, even without the aid of a loudspeaker. The only other individual capable of such voluminous speech was his fellow compatriot from the cavalry school, Andrea Sherini, whom everyone affectionately referred to as Andrea. Winters himself was not particularly amiable, hence his friends tended to possess a forgiving nature. Conversely, Andrea's temperament mirrored that of Winters, both embodying the fiery spirit typical of individuals from Veneta. Their similar dispositions often resulted in friction, so despite sharing a homeland in the Republic of Sea Blue, they were not particularly close. Nevertheless, for Winters, who had just emerged from a profound stupor, Andrea's thunderous voice provided a semblance of comfort. As Winters surveyed his surroundings, he noticed several of his classmates in a similar state of unconsciousness and realized he was not lying on a bed, but rather on a ship's deck, cushioned only by a few items. Eager to comprehend his circumstances, he questioned, "Am I on a ship?" "Yes, indeed," Andrea confirmed. "How did I end up on a ship?" Winters remained perplexed. "You were carried aboard. You all fainted and could not be roused, so they brought you to the ship," Andrea explained from a rather unique perspective. "I meant to ask what we are doing on this ship," Winters reiterated, choosing a more unambiguous phrasing. "We are sailing home, back to Veneta, Sea Blue. Shouldn't we be returning by land?" Winters inquired, growing increasingly bewildered. "They say the roads are treacherous this year, so they sent a ship to fetch us." After elucidating their current situation, Andrea posed a rather peculiar question. "Do you remember what you did?" "What did I do?" Winters found the question rather perplexing. Andrea tentatively repeated, "Have you truly forgotten? What am I supposed to recall?" Winters replied, now thoroughly bewildered as he struggled to rise. Andrea quickly reached out to steady him. "You all set Guitu City ablaze. It's on fire. Don't you remember?" Andrea's words struck Winters like a cannonball. "What is burning?" he asked, his body tingling with dread, the last vestiges of his stupor dissipating. "Weren't we trying to extinguish the flames? How could we have set Guitu City on fire?" "Indeed. You were initially attempting to douse the flames. The minister ordered us to dismantle buildings. Then you mages were all summoned away, and the moment you wielded your magic, you conjured a firestorm." Andrea remained oblivious to the impact his words had on Winters. Once the firestorm manifested, the inferno intensified. The containment line proved futile, and we had to retreat. As we departed on the ship, the townsfolk were frantically spreading the tale that it was the military academy's mages who summoned hellfire to consume Guitu City. How could that be? We were there to extinguish the fire. What firestorm? Winters never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Suddenly, he recalled the last scene imprinted in his memory, a colossal flame python soaring into the sky. "Tell me," he inquired, "what was that fiery tempest like?" There were countless questions swirling in Winters' mind, yet he deemed it prudent to focus on the most pressing ones. Standing was wearisome. He returned to the makeshift bed. It resembled a rope, connecting heaven and earth, he mused. Andre endeavored to articulate the scene that transpired after Winters lost consciousness. Utilizing his limited vocabulary, a spiraling flame rope, a fiery tornado. He was quite pleased with his metaphor and reiterated, "a fiery tornado." Reflecting on the last image he beheld, Winters realized that this firestorm might indeed be connected not only to himself, but to all the spellcasters present who wielded wind magic at that moment. What has become of Guitu City? Winters was eager to ascertain the consequences of the events. Half of the district has been consumed by flames. Had it not been for the torrential rain, the entire city would have been reduced to ash. Andre hesitantly voiced the question that lingered in his mind. "Was it truly you who summoned the fiery tornado?" "I do not know," Winters replied, curling in pain. "I genuinely do not know if the firestorm is linked to the spellcasters." "It's all right, do not dwell on it." Andre, perceiving Winters' agony, mistakenly assumed he felt guilt for the devastation of Guitu City. He quickly offered words of consolation. After all, it was the territory of the Provincial League. "If it has burned, so be it. It is of no concern to us, the people of the Sea Blue Republic. We are returning home." Clearly Andre, hailing from the Sea Blue Republic, felt little empathy for the catastrophe that befell the provincial capital. Winters, burdened with unvoiced grievances, thought to himself, "I have not confessed to being the cause. I merely expressed uncertainty, and truly, I am unsure if it relates to the spellcasters. Besides, I did not ignite the initial flames. Why does it seem I am being branded as the unequivocal arsonist?" Suddenly, the sound of hurried military boots colliding with the deck echoed, and two officers clad in military uniforms entered the small cabin. Gritting his teeth, Winters rose and saluted alongside Andre. "It is good to see you awake." The senior officer, adorned in a general's uniform, spoke first. This middle-aged general, distinguished in appearance and stature, sported a meticulously groomed mustache. Even in civilian attire, his military demeanor would be unmistakable, as his every gesture exuded the essence of a soldier. With a straightforward approach, the general concluded the pleasantries and posed a direct question to Winters. I need to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully. Was it the Army Officer Academy that intentionally caused your unconsciousness? Winters swiftly assessed the situation, recognizing that this high-ranking officer was likely the Major General Andre had mentioned earlier. He steeled himself and responded candidly. Report, General, I do not know. Upon hearing Winters' words, the Major General furrowed his brow. Then speak of what you do know. Winters reflected on the events of that night. The instructor had gathered all the spellcasters together, urging us to collectively employ the wind manipulation spell to alter the direction of the flames. I recall using the spell, but the details thereafter remain a blur. I awoke here, devoid of further memories. You mentioned all spellcasters, correct? Indeed, all, not merely the blue mages, but also the provincial mages? The Major General astutely seized upon the crucial information he sought, pressing further with his inquiries. Yes, all spellcasters, including the provincial mages. Winters distinctly remembered that all spellcasters had been assembled, with no deliberate selection of who would attend. Thus, the provincial students were naturally included. The Major General received his answer. Yet his expression conveyed dissatisfaction, leading him to refrain from further questioning. Clearly, his interest in Winters had waned. Very well, I understand. Rest well. And if you recall anything else, do inform me immediately. With a perfunctory end to the conversation, the Major General turned and exited the small cabin. After the Major General's departure, an officer who had accompanied him began to speak. He was a charmingly handsome young man, whose youthful visage seemed almost too young for his officer's uniform. His smile radiated a casual, nonchalant ease, as if he were indifferent to the surrounding circumstances. Please, take a seat. There's no need to stand. The officer kindly gestured for Winters to sit. Though the senior officer extended a courteous invitation, Winters dared not comply, merely nodding without shifting his position. Very well, I shall sit first. The officer, without pretense, gracefully settled onto the deck, finding a comfortable spot against the hull. Noticing that Winters and Andre still hesitated, he smiled and encouraged them. Relax, we are alumni. I am simply a few years your senior, so there's no need to be constrained by rank. Standing while I speak to you is quite tiring. Upon learning that he was an alumnus, Winters and Andre felt a bit more at ease and seated themselves on the floor, albeit still maintaining a rigid posture. Now that you are both warrant officers, you have entered the officer ranks. The only difference lies in our years of service. The two students remained somewhat reserved, but the officer did not press them. He introduced himself. The individual you just met was Major General Layton, and I am Major Moritz. You may call me Moritz, or Senior, or Major, as you prefer. By the way, what are your names? Greetings, Senior. I am Winters Montagne. Greetings, Senior. I am Andre Asserini. The waves and the gentle patter of rain struck the hull of the boat, creating a rhythmic sway akin to a pendulum amidst the sounds of wind and surf. A small, half-opened vent provided the only source of light, rendering the cabin dimly lit. Winters, how are you feeling now? Major Moritz posed an enigmatic question to Andre. What? Winters replied, somewhat perplexed. Winters' mind was engulfed in a haze of pain, a sensation that was both pure agony and yet bearable to a certain extent. The last time he regained consciousness, the torment had been utterly intolerable. He silently mused that he felt as though he had yet to emerge from the state of enchantment. However, the officer before him, Major Moritz, bore no insignia of the Tri-5 Society, clearly indicating he was not a spellcaster. Thus, even if Winter were to articulate his experience, Moritz would remain oblivious to the nature of the enchanted state. Consequently, Winter opted to convey his thoughts in a manner comprehensible to an ordinary individual. As Winter spoke, Major Moritz produced a small silver coin, deftly manipulating it between his fingers, becoming lost in contemplation. Winter remained unaware of this subtle distraction, but Andre was entirely captivated by the officer's remarkable dexterity, silently warning himself against any game of chance with the senior, lest he end up losing his trousers. Although Winter bore several external injuries, it was evident that his unconsciousness was not a result of these wounds. Other spellcasting students, devoid of such injuries, had similarly succumbed to oblivion. After a moment of reflection, Major Moritz began to articulate his observations. It was then that Winter realized that the other unconscious students nearby were all from his cohort of Azure spellcasters. Upon counting, it appeared that nearly all were present. Did all the spellcasters lose consciousness last night? Winter ventured to inquire. It was not last night, it was the night before. You have been unconscious for nearly 2 days. Major Moritz disclosed candidly. The provincial authorities claim that nearly all spellcasters have lost awareness, but we cannot ascertain the veracity of their statements. I can confirm one thing. When we returned to retrieve the cadet officers yesterday, all Azure spellcasters were in a state of deep unconsciousness. A sudden thought seemed to strike Major Moritz, and he chuckled softly. No wonder General Layton was so furious. Indeed, Winter, you should have witnessed it. I was quite enlightened. Andre chimed in with delight. It was my first time seeing Minister Cornelis berated so thoroughly that he could not utter a word in response. Were it not for Cornelis, why would a major general be dispatched to escort the students? Major Moritz shared in the mirth, clearly relishing the recent source of joy derived from witnessing Minister Cornelis's scolding by General Layton. Winter recalled the lash he had received while on duty the previous night, and his admiration for General Layton surged. Cornelis, known for his fiery temperament and decisive nature, wielded his authority with intensity. The soldiers both respected and feared him, and in daily interactions, he was not particularly well liked. However, his formidable abilities made such instances of vulnerability rare. Regrettably, Winter lamented not being able to witness the spectacle of Brigadier Cornelis being chastised. Now, let us discuss your current condition, Major Moritz suggested. Major Moritz redirected the conversation towards Winters, saying, I have encountered numerous injured spellcasters, yet I have never witnessed a condition quite like yours. He gestured towards Winters and the other unconscious students, adding, You are not in a state of coma due to external injuries. The nature of your internal afflictions remains a mystery to us. However, since you have regained consciousness, it is plausible that the others may also awaken in due time. Have the others not awakened at all? I distinctly recall having regained consciousness once, Winters interjected, convinced that his memory of awakening was not merely a figment of his imagination. Some have not stirred even once, while others, like yourself, have awoken but succumbed to sleep again after being administered medication, Major Moritz replied, fiddling with a silver coin. Medication. That's right, someone gave me a potion. Winters suddenly remembered the slightly bitter liquid he had consumed. That cannot truly be classified as medicine. It was merely a concoction of mine designed to induce slumber. I cannot ascertain its efficacy, but I hope to facilitate your transition into a sleep state. So I combined 2 sleep aids and administered a small dose to you. Major Moritz elaborated for the 2 lieutenants. I suffer from severe insomnia. The Fremen people dry the roots of a certain plant, grind it, and consume it to combat sleeplessness. I happen to possess a small quantity of the powder they utilize. Additionally, the indigenous inhabitants of the western colonies of the pseudo-pastoral empire prefer to chew on a particular leaf to achieve tranquility. The locals assert that this method allows them to commune with their ancestors. I also have some of those dried leaves on hand. Upon your first awakening, it was evident that you were enduring tremendous pain. Rather than that, it seemed more prudent to allow you to remain in a state of unconsciousness. Hence I attempted to blend these 2 substances to help you return to slumber. Fortunately, it proved effective. It was then that Winters comprehended who had aided him. During his previous awakening, he had been in such agony that he wished to roll on the ground. Yet this time, he found the pain bearable. Gratefully, he expressed, The concoction you prepared must indeed be effective. I feel significantly better than during my last awakening. Thank you, Senior. No, you are mistaken. It was not my concoction that aided you. What I provided was not medicine, but merely a sleep aid. Major Moritz gently waved his hand, offering his hypothesis. My sleep aid will not heal your body. It is your body that is undertaking the repair. Heal my body. Winters was perplexed by the Major's assertion. I believe your state of unconsciousness is due to some grievous injury within your body. However, as there are no visible wounds, outsiders cannot discern this. Such invisible injuries rely solely on your body's self-repairing capabilities. When does your body engage in self-repair? I surmise it occurs during your comatose or sleep states. In other words, while you are unconscious, your body is actively working to mend itself. Yet, when you awaken, the intense pain resulting from your injuries impedes this self-repair process. Thus, my intention in inducing a sleep state was to afford your body ample time to heal itself. Major Moritz's explanation was both profound and accessible, and Winters grasped it with ease. Winters tentatively remarked, If I wish to recover my health more swiftly, I ought to sleep more? If memory serves me right. It would indeed be so. Major Moritz nodded in affirmation. Could you provide me with another sedative? Sleep, after all, was Winters' favorite pastime. Alas, I have only a scant supply of those 2 sedatives left. They were originally intended for my own insomnia, but now they are all but depleted. Major Moritz shrugged helplessly. Nevertheless, in any language across this world, the preceding discourse may be deemed trivial. Yet, with a smile, Major Moritz added, I possess an alternative method that can approximate the effects of pharmacological sleep aids. You might wish to consider it. Thank you, Senior. Winters, uncertain, could merely nod in gratitude. Do not thank me. You should express your gratitude to the classmate who has been caring for you these past couple of days. Major Moritz reminded Winters. Hastily, Winters rose and offered a deep bow to Andre, exclaiming, I am truly grateful. No, do not thank me. Andre stood up in haste, awkwardly explaining, I have only been here for less than an hour since my shift change. It was Bud who tended to you prior. He endured a full day and could no longer manage, so he has just gone to rest. What? Bud? The weather was clear, and the waves were high, with colorful flags fluttering atop the mast. This fast vessel, laden with sea blue apprentice officers, had finally sailed out of the rain zone, allowing the cadets to escape the dark, damp confines of the cabin. Everyone eagerly rushed to the upper deck to breathe in the fresh air, taking advantage of the fine weather. Winters and Bud found themselves on the upper deck, enjoying the sea breeze and airing out their clothes. At the outset, Winters had yet to regain full consciousness. Ike had assisted him in packing his belongings and even washed his combat uniform. However, the rain that fell on the night of the fire had prevented the clothes from drying. Winters had initially contemplated discarding the slightly musty uniform, but he felt it would be too ungrateful towards Ike, so he took it to the deck to air out. You drank what you vomited into the cup last night, right? Bud chuckled heartily. Stop it, please. Just the thought of it makes me want to vomit. The hangover left Winters with a pounding headache, a genuine pain rather than the phantom discomfort induced by magic. Only upon truly understanding Major Moritz's alternative remedy did Winters realize how unreliable first impressions could be. The Major's polished demeanor was merely a fade. Excessive drinking was his true nature. The substitute for the sleep aid that the Major referred to was, in fact, alcohol, with the implication that one would drink to the point of amnesia. Moreover, the Major's preference lay not in wine or ale, but rather in rum, the favored spirit of the common sailor. Ever since sugarcane was introduced from the southern continent, countless sugarcane plantations had sprung up like mushrooms along the outer islands of the Senna's Gulf. Rum, as a byproduct of the sugar industry, began to gain popularity in the Senna's Bay region, though it remains unclear when it became a favored indulgence of Major Moritz. Under the guise of treatment, Major Moritz, who lamented the lack of drinking companions, excessively imbibed Winters until he was utterly incapacitated, indeed fulfilling his promise to assist Winters in achieving a near-drug-induced slumber. How do you feel now? Queried Bard, intrigued by the efficacy of Moritz's remedy, given that Winters appeared on the verge of collapse. I currently suffer from a headache, nausea, and an urge to vomit, Winters replied weakly, clinging to the ship's railing. I was inquiring about the magical aspect. I believe the Major's theory holds some merit. Sleep does indeed seem to alleviate the phantom pain of the third hand, Winters conceded, acknowledging that each awakening brought a slight reduction in that inexplicable agony. By the way, have you procured the gunpowder? Right here, Bard replied, retrieving a small horn container from his satchel. I asked the captain for a bit of gunpowder, and he handed me a coin's worth. Once you're done, I'll return it. Receiving the powder, Winters uncorked the container and sprinkled a small amount onto the ship's railing. He recalled the sensation of performing fire-related magic, maintaining the incantatory gesture, and attempted to ignite the small mound of gunpowder with a fire spell. Setting gunpowder ablaze is a fundamental skill taught to novice spellcasters, often regarded as one of the simplest feats to accomplish. However, contrary to Winters' expectations, the powder did not ignite. Instead, the phantom pain in his limb surged once more. Bard swiftly poured Winters a glass of strong liquor, reassuring him, there's no need to rush into using magic. Rest assured, your magical abilities are still intact. The diminishing phantom pain indicates your powers are gradually returning. I merely wished to experiment. Without any illusions of immediate recovery, Winters replied, grasping the drink but refraining from consuming it. It seems I must be patient in my healing. I find it quite illustrative that you refer to your magical aptitude as the third hand and the fifth limb, Bard pondered. Look, isn't this akin to a muscle strain from overexertion? The amusing analogy struck a chord with Winters, eliciting laughter. You are correct. I am currently suffering from a magical muscle strain. not merely a strain. I feel as though my tendons are on the brink of snapping. After their laughter subsided, Winters turned to Bard and remarked, "By the way, you mentioned you were certain of being assigned overseas. Yet, here you are in the Republic of Hylon." I did indeed apply for an overseas assignment, but I never anticipated being dispatched to Veneta. Despite not being sent abroad, Bard remained in good spirits. This year has been peculiar. Not a single overseas assignment was made. Everyone remained on the mainland. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something feels a bit off. Do not dwell on it too much. Being in Hylon is far preferable to being sent overseas. Winters remained his usual optimistic self, reassuring that the Blue Army would not intentionally exclude the provincial people. Moreover, I am here, so there is no need for concern. I am quite indifferent to regional discrimination. For wherever one may be, it is the impoverished who suffer the most. Bard's perspective is perpetually unique, yet his demeanor remains remarkably calm. Let us not be so pessimistic. We have finally transformed from cadets into officers. Once we reach Blue City, we must celebrate this achievement. Winters patted Bard on the shoulder with enthusiasm, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his right arm. "Officer, do you still drink?" An abrupt voice interjected into Winters and Bard's conversation. The speaker was a sailor. His skin darkened from years under the relentless sun, with only the whites of his eyes visible. His hair clumped together in unkempt strands, suggesting a long absence of washing. He rubbed his hands together, gazing longingly at the cup of wine in Winters' hand. "Go ahead and drink if you wish." Winters offered the cup to the sailor. Though Winters himself was not fond of alcohol, the ship lacked any clean fresh water. "But I am not an officer. Simply call me Winters. This is Warrant Officer Bard. There are no lords left in this land. The aristocracy was overthrown 27 years ago." "Thank you, officer, thank you." The sailor bowed repeatedly, accepting the cup and downing its contents in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. Although the Alliance had eradicated the nobility 27 years prior, many still held onto the notion of aristocracy in their hearts. "Please do not call me Lord, just call me Winters." "My good sailor, I happen to have a question." Winters had been harboring a curiosity since waking that morning, and now had a sailor to provide answers. "Please, go ahead." The sailor nodded eagerly. "Why do I feel as if we are heading east?" Winters queried, having deduced the ship's course from the sun's trajectory, finding it rather peculiar. "Indeed, we are heading east," the sailor replied, as if it were a foregone conclusion, akin to confirming that 1 + 1 = 2. Winters and Bard exchanged bewildered glances. The land of the Sena's Bay roughly formed a semicircle, with the Provincial Republic occupying the northern half and the Blue Republic the southern half. Blue City lies south of Guitu City, separated by the sea. This is basic geographical knowledge. Yet, this sailor insisted that the ship was not heading south, but east. After 2 full days aboard the ship, Winters and Bard realized they were not on the route home. "Then where are we headed?" Winters grasped the sailor's clothing, pressing for answers. "Officer, we are, of course, bound for Teneria." Chapter 21. The cargo ship broke her 4 days later. At a dock on the main island of the Teneria archipelago, Winters, Andre, and Bard stood idly at the uppermost level of the ship's stern, competing to see who could throw a stone the farthest. "You two are blatantly bullying an injured man." Winters, having sustained an injury to his dominant hand, is compelled to compete using only his left, currently languishing at the bottom of the rankings. "Are you willing to concede defeat?" he was asked. Andre, with a vigorous motion, hurled a small stone, which traced a graceful arc before splashing into the distant waters. Without uttering a word, Bud balanced the stone in his hand, steadied himself, and unleashed a powerful throw, sending the stone far beyond where Andre's had landed, disappearing into the shimmering surface of the water. Observing Bud's new record, Winters began to contemplate his surroundings, realizing that his only hope of turning the tide lay in crafting a rudimentary slingshot from available materials. "Weren't you raised in a monastery? Don't monks also practice shot putting?" Andre, ever blunt, remarked. "Monks do not throw shot puts," Bud replied with a smile, "but I have let livestock roam for the monks." With a sigh, Winters noted the absence of suitable thin rope nearby. Currently, he felt like a mere shell of his former self. His left shoulder, struck by a blow from Ike, had turned from blue to purple, causing him pain with the slightest movement. His right foot bore a puncture from an iron thorn, though the absence of fever suggested it was not severe. After cleaning the wound, he wrapped it in a clean cloth, believing it to be a sufficient remedy. The most alarming injury was the knife wound inflicted by an unknown deranged woman on his right arm. Despite several attempts to staunch the bleeding, the wound had gaped open, flesh protruding and oozing blood. The officers understood that suturing the wound with needle and thread was necessary, yet none dared to take action. Ultimately, it was Major Moritz, having consumed a bottle of rum, who, emboldened by the drink, clumsily stitched Winters' wound with a fishhook and cotton thread. While the phantom pain from his missing limb had diminished somewhat, it had given way to an insatiable itch, which proved more distressing than pain itself. Furthermore, Winters found himself unable to wield magic, as even the slightest concentration triggered excruciating phantom limb pain, preventing him from maintaining the focus required for spellcasting. In the span of a single day, Winters had transitioned from trainee to second lieutenant, burdened with 3 injuries and a temporary loss of magical ability. How long has this ship been stalled? Why has it yet to set sail? He mused, yearning to return home for a restful slumber. Andre, too, had lost his usual zest, dejectedly clutching the railing. The vessel they were aboard, named the Seagull, was a communications ship within the Blue Sea Navy's coastal fleet. Rather than taking the cadet officers directly home, the Seagull sailed eastward across the Bay of Sinas to the Tenieria Islands. Upon reaching the islands, the Seagull anchored outside the port for an entire night. The following morning, it docked at the pier, yet remained there for the entire day with no apparent action from the captain, due to Vice Admiral Layton's strict orders prohibiting any officer from disembarking. Winters and his companions could only watch longingly at the vibrant world on shore, unable to explore. Eventually, boredom drove them to the stern of the ship, tossing stones into the water for amusement. It won't be long now. The freighter broker will be here shortly, the first mate of the Seagull cheerfully announced as he ascended to the stern, joining Winters and his companions. Winters and his companions exchanged glances, uncertain whether to salute him. As Winters strained to recall the naval rank system, Bud spoke first. Who exactly is the cargo ship broker you mentioned? Who is responsible for the departures and arrivals of ships? The first mate did not respond to the question directly, but instead produced several yellow fruits from his pocket, offering them to Winters and his companions. Try these, a local specialty from Tenieria. Having never encountered such a fruit before, the trio accepted it with skepticism, unsure how to consume it. You can eat it as is, or peel it first, the first mate demonstrated by peeling one of the fruits, revealing its succulent yellow flesh, which he devoured in a few bites. Winters mimicked the first mate, cautiously peeling the fruit and tasting a piece. It was sweet and juicy, utterly delightful. He quickly finished one and desired another. What is this fruit called? I've never tasted it before. It has no name. The locals simply call it sweetwater, a type of berry found on the island. I have never tasted it either, nor even seen it, Andre added, and Bud nodded in agreement, clearly enjoying the fruit as well. It is difficult to preserve. It rots within a day of being picked from the tree, the first mate remarked casually. Thus, apart from the local inhabitants, only we sailors have the opportunity to enjoy it. What were you about to ask? What does a cargo ship broker do? The first mate then distributed more fruits to the 3, explaining earnestly. A cargo ship broker is someone who assists ship owners in selling or purchasing goods. We lack the time to sell the cargo in our hold piece by piece or to leisurely procure supplies, which is why we seek out brokers. They have extensive connections and can clear a ship or fill one in a single transaction. Wait a moment. Winters perceptively detected a conflict in the information he had received. Aren't you naval vessels of the inland sea? Why then do you require cargo ship brokers for buying and selling? Ha ha ha. The first mate chuckled at Winters' inquiry. How could we possibly be Navy? Look at me. Do I resemble a naval officer? And gaze upon the Seagull. Does it look like a warship to you? But isn't the Seagull a naval communications vessel? Merely a title. The Navy is merely a minor owner of the Seagull. Then why is the Seagull taking us home? That is a task commissioned by the Navy. In addition to our cargo operations, we often engage in passenger transport as well. Just like this time, besides you, we have also carried a few other individuals. Finally, Winters understood the role of the individuals aboard the Seagull who were neither Army personnel nor sailors. He had initially thought they were ship owners, but realized they were merely passengers. No wonder, he sighed. I was puzzled as to why the Navy's vessels were so small. To Winters, the Seagull did indeed seem rather diminutive. He had seen many merchant ships far larger than it. The Seagull vessel boasts merely 2 decks. The uppermost is an open-air deck, while the interior features a lower deck, culminating at the ship's keel. Due to the modest height of the ship's freeboard, the second deck resides below the waterline. Thus, the cabin beneath the open deck can only afford a small ventilation port, rendering windows unfeasible and consequently precluding the installation of cannons. This petite craft is devoid of a dedicated gun deck, and indeed lacks any artillery altogether. As Winters meandered about the ship, he realized that not only were there no cannons, but not even a single cannonball in sight, leading him to comprehend the situation at hand. The Navy possessed few genuine warships. Most were nominal merchant vessels like the Seagull. Hearing disparagement regarding his ship, the first mate felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and endeavored to highlight the vessel's merits. The Seagull, despite its size, could carry a considerable load of around 100 tons. Moreover, the design of its rigging was commendable, allowing for ease of handling by a mere dozen sailors. However, cramming in over 30 additional souls would almost certainly result in overcrowding. Ender fired another shot. The Seagull's hold was intended for cargo, and theoretically could accommodate crew members. Yet it was poorly ventilated and inadequately lit, resulting in exceedingly harsh living conditions. To ameliorate the sailors' living environment, a deckhouse was constructed on the open deck, featuring an upper and lower level. The second level of the stern house served as a private chamber, originally designated for the captain. But it was evident that the highest-ranking individual aboard was Rear Admiral Layton, who unapologetically occupied the finest private quarters. The first level of the stern house was a spacious room allocated for Winters and his fellow injured spellcasters. Major Moritz and the captain shared quarters in the bow house, while other cadet officers were relegated to squeezing in with the sailors in the hold. After departing the rain-soaked area, the lieutenants resorted to learning from the sailors and sleeping on the open deck. Given the hardships of life at sea, it was customary for Blue Sea Academy students to travel home overland, eschewing maritime journeys due to the inherent risks and poor experiences associated with such travel. By traversing land, they could stay at way stations and enjoy ample sustenance along the way. Yet, this year, the narrative shifted, claiming the roads were perilous, compelling the students to return by ship. What was once a leisurely journey had morphed into an ordeal, inciting the ire of all the cadet officers. Despite the cramped quarters, the Seagull was notably swift. The first mate remained resolute. However, speed is of little consequence if the course is misguided and persisted. The first mate, cornered by the logic, conceded defeat. It was simply unprofitable to operate a direct route between Blue Sea City and Guitu City, as the merchant vessels of the Sinus Sea typically traverse triangular routes. Worry not, for we shall set sail directly for Blue Sea City from here. Thud, thud, thud. Major Moritz ascended to the stern house, seeking the first mate's assistance in procuring some liquor. Due to Rear Admiral Layton's edict of confinement, Major Moritz was unable to disembark. His rum supply had been depleted 2 days prior, intended both for personal enjoyment and medicinal use for the spellcasting students. Devoid of this vital elixir, the Major's spirits had noticeably waned in recent days. Mr. First Mate, might you replace the freshwater barrels aboard your vessel? The walls are covered in green mold, and they feel quite slippery to the touch. Are you not concerned about the health risks of consuming such water? Major Moritz has not ingested any liquid for 2 days. He cannot bear the freshwater reserves on board, nor the absence of wine. Upon hearing the Major's description, Winters felt a shiver run down his spine, for he had been drinking the very same freshwater these past few days. Very well, I shall instruct the sailors to scrub the barrels, the first mate replied hastily before departing. Near the dock, several vendors in small rafts were peddling local fruits and vegetables to the sailors. The Major whistled to beckon one of the rafts. With a gesture, he signaled that he wanted them all. No one could discern from whence he produced a small silver coin, but with a deft flick, it accurately landed in the vendor's hand. You lot, go down and procure food and drink for everyone, the Major commanded. He appeared to be exhibiting signs of withdrawal. I need to rest for a while. Awaken me when the wine returns. Though he had just cast forth a silver coin, he now seemed to possess another, which he unconsciously toyed with as he departed from the stern of the ship. A sleight of hand? Andre peered at the vendor before glancing back at the Major. Surely, he cannot conjure back the coin he gave away. Nay, it is merely another coin. I find the act of tossing a coin into someone's palm quite impressive. Later that day, the Seagull cleared the iron and leather brought from Guitu City, refilled her holds with sugar and tobacco at Tanya Islands, and set sail towards the Azure Sea. Chapter 22. The Inland Sea. After loading sugar and tobacco at Tanya, the Seagull was slicing through the waves en route to Veneta, her bow stirring up a great spray as the ocean parted to either side, leaving a faint trace in her wake. It was as if this solitary vessel was the only entity in existence. The entire hull of the Seagull swayed rhythmically with the ocean's pulse, with the amplitude of the sway increasing the higher one ascended. At the masthead, the motion even surpassed the width of the ship itself. Winters gazed upward at a sailor, who had approached him days earlier seeking wine, as he ascended the rigging. The sailor had no protective gear, but moved with the agility of a monkey, swiftly reaching the top of the mast. It seems I lack the aptitude for shipboard work. Such a task is beyond my abilities, Andre said with trepidation. Watching the sailor at such heights, I am equally incapable, Winters admitted, feeling his limbs tingle at the thought of such elevation. What purpose does this serve? Tying up the square sails. On our upcoming course, we shall sail into the wind, relying solely on the triangular sails and the foresail. The first mate enthusiastically imparted some nautical knowledge to Andre and Winters. The Seines Bay, embraced by land on the west and shielded by the Tanya Islands on the east, is typically calm, generally devoid of tempestuous winds and waves. The entire territory of the Confederation is characterized by a topography that slopes from the highlands in the west to the lowlands in the east. Rivers cascading from the elevated western regions make their way to the sea, creating numerous flat and fertile deltaic estuaries along the coastline. The cities of Guitu and Hylon are situated on typical alluvial plains. Consequently, vessels navigating these waters possess shallow drafts to facilitate their entry into the shallow seas and estuaries. The Zayu, neither a deep-sea ship nor a coastal vessel, represents a hybrid design, incorporating whatever practical elements are deemed effective, exemplifying a quintessentially pragmatic creation. Despite its shallow and flat hull akin to coastal ships, the Zayu is equipped with a keel designed to withstand the tumult of wind and waves. In pursuit of speed, the Zayu boasts 3 masts on its modest frame, greedily outfitted with both square and triangular sails. To sail into the wind means we must navigate against it? Winters seized the opportunity to inquire, with a maritime expert present. On board, we do not refer to it as sailing against the wind. Instead, we call it sailing into the wind, and we must proceed accordingly. The first mate subtly reminded everyone of the linguistic taboos aboard the vessel. Very well, into the wind. But I fail to grasp how a ship can sail into the wind. This question left Winters perplexed. The first mate gestured to illustrate. By positioning the ship at an angle to the wind and aligning the sails likewise, the vessel advances diagonally. However, Winters was genuinely curious about why this alignment allows the ship to move forward. The first mate found himself momentarily stumped by this inquiry. Well, I cannot say for certain. I only know that this method enables us to sail at an angle into the wind, but the underlying reason eludes me. I have never contemplated it. It seems you two possess a form of magic, Winters chuckled, utilizing a power you cannot fully explain. Meanwhile, a few passengers aboard, journeying from Guitu to Hylon, were taking in the fresh air on the deck, standing behind Winters. Upon hearing his words, one gentleman discreetly scrutinized Winters from head to toe. What is a spellcaster? A magician. Huh. If I were a magician, I would conjure an endless supply of gold for myself. If one could freely produce gold, it would lose its value, came the retort. An urgent bell interrupted their banter, as the lookout atop the mast bellowed, "Port side, 40 degrees. Sail on the port side." Upon hearing of a vessel to the port, the first mate hurried toward the bow, followed closely by Winters. I see nothing, Winters squinted, perceiving only the vast sea and sky. When the lookout can see the opposing mast, we are in a position to see nothing at all. We must wait until he can spot the hull before we can see the mast of the other ship, the first mate added. Not seeing is a good sign. It indicates that the other vessel is also maneuvering around us. At that moment, the captain of the Zayu, a stout middle-aged man, arrived at the bow, an unusual sight, as seafaring men rarely possess such a round visage. At 40 degrees to port, the lookout spotted a sail. The first mate succinctly reported the situation. The opposing vessel had the advantage of the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, the rotund captain commanded the helmsman, adjust course to catch the wind. Trim the sails. The helmsman immediately turned the wheel to the right, causing the hull of the thieving gull to lean to the left, creaking under the strain of the wood. A curved wake was left upon the water as the thieving gull aligned itself with the favorable wind. We allowed ourselves a slight shift in position before returning to our original course, maintaining a respectful distance from the other vessel. The captain held a degree of respect for the army officers, and noticing the puzzled expressions of Winters and Andre, he casually explained, if they harbor no ill intentions, they too would be wary of our motives and keep their distance. This remark caused both Winters and Andre to exchange glances. Ill intentions? Could there truly be pirates in these waters? Andre found it hard to believe. The Senna's Gulf was akin to the Alliance's bathtub, fishery, and backyard, commonly referred to as the Inner Sea. Was it conceivable that such a place could harbor pirates? Yet, it was not solely pirates, after all. This was a heavily trafficked route. The captain's tone was surprisingly lighthearted. Pirates have always existed, and the prosperity of inner-sea trade only encourages their numbers. He chuckled. Besides, wasn't the Alliance Navy originally a band of pirates? If you were to assist me in plundering other ships, the thieving gull would also be deemed a pirate vessel. Is there truly anyone who would target a small vessel like the thieving gull? Queried Andre. The thieving gull is not insignificant. Smaller ships are indeed targeted by pirates. They favor lighter vessels. For larger ships are manned by more crew and are thus harder to board, making them safer. But surely the inner sea is patrolled by naval warships? Asked Winters. The Navy has few true warships. Most are merchant vessels like the thieving gull. Ships must recoup their construction costs. The stout captain began to enlighten Winters and Andre on the commerce of seafaring. A ship only ceases to be a loss when it earns back its building costs. Only then does the owner truly profit, after deducting wages and maintenance. The money earned after breaking even is what the owner genuinely makes. Warships that do not transport goods are purely a loss, a sunk cost. Does the Navy not combat piracy? Winters questioned, believing that the presence of thieves warranted eradication. While the standing army was not particularly large, it did not prevent them from dismantling organized brigandage. Merchant ships are armed. Should they entertain nefarious thoughts, they become pirates. While those who navigate honestly are merchants, and the problem is not easily resolved. The captain, amused by these inexperienced young men, patiently elaborated, to completely eradicate piracy, one must tackle the sale of stolen goods, which the Alliance cannot control. Does the Alliance even allow pirates to sell their loot on their territory? Winters was astonished by the revelation. Not within the Alliance, but in Tanalaria. Pirates steal and sell their spoils in Tanalaria. This process is quite established. The captain smiled knowingly. Among my cargo, there may well be stolen goods. Who can say? The existence of pirates ensures a cheap supply of goods, does it not? What, then, should one do if one is robbed? The notion of mutual coexistence with pirates rendered Winters and Andre speechless. The captain, unfazed, replied, as long as one is not robbed, there is no cause for concern. Encountering pirates is not as easy as it may seem. Bong, bong, bong. The lookout struck the death knell, hoarsely announcing, from the stern, the hull. The crew hastily rushed to the aft deck, and this time, they beheld the sails. Chapter 23. Resolve. Ah, they truly have come? The captain's tone was remarkably relaxed, though his demeanor suggested he was well prepared for the unwelcome visitors. Hoist the flag. Raise the naval ensign. Sailors ascended the main mast, replacing the blue and yellow striped flag of the Azure Sea Republic with a striking red flag featuring a diagonal cross, billowing in the wind. This banner represented the Veneta Navy, where blue symbolized Veneta and red denoted blood, a testament to the Navy's sacrifice in establishing the Azure Sea Republic. However, the original reason for adopting red was simply that the designers deemed it more conspicuous from a distance. The association with blood emerged later, gradually evolving into the official narrative. With hands on his hips, the captain boasted to the Army's landlubbers, in these inland waters, pirates will always show the Navy some respect. Upon seeing this flag, nefarious miscreants will retreat. The captain's unwavering demeanor inspired confidence in the cadets. It seemed that no pirates would be encountered today, leaving Winters with a tinge of disappointment. However, subsequent events deviated from the captain's predictions. Winters observed the opposing vessel, first catching a glimpse of the mast, then the sails, followed by the deck, until the entire ship came into view. Unless he was hallucinating, the distance between the two ships was indeed diminishing. The captain remained composed. They likely cannot discern the flag from such a distance. Let us grant them a moment. Moments later, Winters could clearly see the opposing ship's stark mast devoid of any flag, indicating that the other vessel had also recognized the flag of the thieving seagull. The naval ensign had not deterred their approach. Lower the sails, full speed ahead. The captain's demeanor shifted to urgency. The sailors, responding to his command, scrambled up the rigging to unfurl the prepared sails, hoisting the horizontal sails on the main and fore masts of the thieving seagull. As the sails filled with wind, the ship surged forward, causing the crew on deck to stagger. Even the slowest passenger could sense the vessel gradually accelerating, prompting the bewildered cadets to emerge from the cabin, including Major Layton and Major Moritz. It's all right. Their sails are small, and their speed is not impressive. The thieving seagull will soon outpace them, the captain asserted. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the sails of the Raven Gull, once puffed up with vigor, began to gradually deflate, as the sea, ever the capricious lover, exhibited a waning of the wind's might. Yet, a diminished breeze mattered little. The Raven Gull was equipped with more sails than her pursuers, allowing her to outpace them despite a slower speed. The corpulent captain, brimming with confidence, rendered his judgment. Hardly had his words left his lips when, under the watchful gaze of everyone aboard, the opposing vessel unfurled a pair of wings along its sides, commencing to beat upon the water's surface. Oars. The approaching ship was not only outfitted with sails, but also equipped with oars, though the wind had subsided. The vigorous strokes of the oars propelled the vessel forward with increasing speed, swiftly closing the distance between the two ships. In truth, the hybrid oarsail propulsion was the standard for vessels navigating the Suriname Gulf in this era. Most ships traversing these waters were flat-bottomed, square-rigged vessels, relying on their sails with the wind at their backs, while employing oars to navigate against the wind. In contrast, the Raven Gull, with its intricate rigging and sole reliance on wind power, was an anomaly in these inland seas. While this self-reliant vessel, requiring fewer sailors to operate, heralded the future, it was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of short-range maneuverability in light winds when compared to the venerable oarsail ships. As the two vessels drew nearer, the captain could discern figures no larger than ants scaling the sails of the opposing ship. One of these figures ascended to the top of the mast and hoisted a flag, divided into red and black halves. "Whose flag is that?" Lieutenant Layton inquired, having grasped the dire predicament of the Raven Gull. "It belongs to no one," the captain lamented, his voice tinged with despair. "That flag signifies that if we do not surrender, they will annihilate us without mercy." A sudden flash of red light erupted from the bow of the approaching ship, followed by the ascent of a plume of white smoke. A thunderous boom resonated across the waters as a gray projectile soared from the enemy's bow, splashing into the sea behind the Raven Gull. The oarsail vessel had its main artillery positioned at the front, evidently demonstrating its firepower as a warning to the Raven Gull. "Pirates are merely after treasure. If we cannot escape, we might as well relinquish the cargo," one of the travelers aboard the Raven Gull voiced, clearly reluctant to jeopardize their lives for the sake of the shipowner, as the stolen goods were not theirs to lose. "Give it to them. If they only seek the cargo." The captain, his legs trembling and nearly unable to stand, exclaimed, "What if they desire the ship as well? The most valuable asset at sea is not the cargo, but the vessel itself. Not a single grain shall be offered." The thunderous sound startled the captain, causing him to collapse to the deck. Major Layton, his fury ignited, glared with crimson eyes and shouted, "You would simply hand it over? What nonsense! If word of this spreads, where will my honor lie? Where will the honor of the Blue Sea Army reside?" With no hope of escape, the captain had nearly resolved to surrender. The prospect of losing both ship and cargo filled him with profound sorrow, yet it was better than losing his life. However, upon witnessing Major Layton's resolute demeanor, he suddenly felt a flicker of hope, believing there remained a chance to preserve both the ship and the cargo. Indeed, the general spoke wisely. In a true confrontation, this band of pirates may not stand a chance against us. The rotund captain began to ponder aloud. "We have over 50 stout-hearted men aboard this vessel. The incoming pirate ship is not particularly large, and they may not outnumber us." Indeed, the captain declared with newfound resolve, "If we engage, victory shall surely be ours." "Then let us proceed," Major Layton exclaimed, striking the ship's railing with fervor. "Do not be hasty." Several passengers were bewildered at how they had become entangled in a battle against pirates. "What if they sink us outright? They possess cannons." "That will not happen. Pirates are after riches. If they sink the thieving seagull, they gain naught," retorted the captain, transforming from a proponent of surrender to a champion of battle. "Besides, we have cannons stowed away in the hold. Why keep your cannons below deck instead of on the gunwale?" questioned Major Moritz, pointing a finger at the captain. "The thieving seagull has a shallow draft and a tall superstructure. I fear we may capsize if we place the cannons on deck," the captain replied, licking his lips. "We have 4 6-pounders and several swivel guns. Bring them all up." "General, please wait," interjected a refined, well-dressed middle-aged passenger. "You must realize, you are risking the lives of your officers to safeguard the property of this ship's owner. I am defending the honor of the Veneta Army." Major Layton shot back vehemently. "This has nothing to do with honor. Honor is the essence of a soldier's life. If my officers would abandon honor for the sake of survival, then they are unworthy of their rank. You claim I do not value the lives of my subordinates? When the time comes to board, I shall be the first to leap." His words left the deck in stunned silence. Yet even surrender does not guarantee safety, the captain quickly interjected. "The pirates will strip you of all your wealth and then take you captive for ransom. If you cannot pay, you will be sold into slavery on the plantations of Tanilia." The middle-aged passenger fell silent, perhaps intimidated by the general's imposing demeanor, or perhaps taken aback by the captain's ambiguous claims. "Enough with the idle chatter. Arm yourselves." The major struck the rear mast with his fist. He approached the quarterdeck and locked eyes with the ensign standing on the deck, speaking in a voice laced with disdain. "The ship behind us is a pirate vessel, seeking us out. Some may deem you worthless, incapable of besting the pirates, and suggest surrender. If any coward wishes to capitulate, step forward, and I shall provide you with a small boat to do so." He scanned the group. The ensigns remained unmoving. "Excellent, Veneta men. How could you possibly surrender to pirates? You are officers trained with great investment. It is time to reveal your true mettle. Today shall determine whether you are cowards or heroes. A bunch of worthless scoundrels dare to challenge us? Go fetch your weapons. Let us annihilate this rabble." The ensigns, ignited by the major's fervor, roared with enthusiasm. Winters felt a fire ignite within his chest as he leaped from the quarterdeck, racing to the hold to retrieve his longsword. Major Moritz spoke to the portly captain in a tone laced with irritation. "You are fortunate. It appears that today's battle is unavoidable. It is indeed absurd for the army to capitulate to pirates. However, we might devise a reasonable strategy." Winters leapt down 2 tiers of the ship's stern, hastening to the cabin to retrieve his belongings, which included his sword. Although his longsword, used in fencing practice, was unsharpened, it was the only weapon he could conjure in such haste. Yet, upon grasping the sword, he realized that it was ill-suited for use aboard the vessel. The blade was excessively long. To wield it freely, the surrounding space would need to exceed 3.5 meters in height. In the confined and low-ceilinged cabin, he risked striking the overhead or the walls. On deck, it would also prove cumbersome, as the multitude of ropes made entanglement likely. Nevertheless, lacking any other viable weapon, he decided to take the longsword, for possessing it was preferable to being unarmed. Suddenly, Winters recalled the dagger belonging to the female thief and hurriedly searched for it. Ike had meticulously wrapped his satchel within the luggage, and he soon found the dagger. Once utilized as a component for a spell, its surface had transformed from a mundane metallic hue to a striking blend of red and black. Testing its edge, he found it still keen and secured it to his belt for later use. Bard entered the cabin to retrieve his longsword and, upon seeing Winters fastening the dagger to his belt, swiftly intervened. "Given your current state, do not even think about joining the fray. Your arm has just been stitched up. Strain it, and it will surely come undone. Let it tear again. I refuse to stand idly by while my comrades engage in battle," Winters retorted, fully aware of the perilous nature of real combat after his encounter with the female thief. He was acutely aware that such encounters could be fatal, yet he was loath to be perceived as a coward. "You should assist the gunners with the artillery. Our close-quarters combat does not hinge on your presence," Bard insisted resolutely. Winters chose to disregard his words and strode out of the lower stern, where the wounded spellcasters rested. Upon emerging, he observed the first mate and a sailor hoisting a wooden barrel brimming with swords and daggers onto the deck, distributing them among the crew. Winters hastily exchanged his weapon for a single-handed scimitar. The blade was broader and shorter, with a forward center of gravity and a sizable guard. He frequently witnessed sailors wielding such blades. Grasping it, he immediately comprehended why sailors favored this weapon. Its reduced length facilitated maneuverability in the cramped confines of the ship, minimizing the risk of entanglement with the vessel's structure or rigging. The broad blade, with its forward balance, delivered significant cutting power. Sailors, unencumbered by armor, could unleash devastating strikes. "Bring more hands to assist with the cannons. We need assistance." Just as he had equipped himself with the more practical short scimitar, Winters heard cries for help from the cabin and promptly rushed to their aid. As Winters ascended the ladder to the lower deck, he encountered a group of artillery cadets straining with all their might to maneuver a heavy iron cannon. The ship was equipped with short-barreled cannons, which, while of modest caliber, featured remarkably thick walls encircled by several iron hoops, rendering them exceedingly cumbersome. The cramped quarters of the hold, already filled with cargo, left the cadets with little room to exert their strength. Winters assessed the situation and concluded that unloading the cargo would facilitate the relocation of the cannon. Yet such an undertaking was evidently impractical at that moment. Thus, he joined in the effort, but the cannon could only be nudged forward inch by inch. Major Moritz also descended to the lower deck and, upon witnessing the cadets struggle with the cannon, felt a wave of frustration at their youthful folly. Was it even feasible to move these decrepit six-pounders? Was there enough time? Were there not rotating cannons available? Spotting the ship's rotating cannons, Moritz's eyes lit up. Ah, the breech-loading swivel guns, perfect for dealing with pirates. Where are the ammunition rounds? He began rummaging through the lower deck, finally locating several rounds in wooden crates. Let a few of you prepare the charges for the rounds. It will suffice to lift just one of the swivel guns, he instructed. The breech-loading swivel guns aboard the ship, known in Silk Country as phalange or mother and son cannons, had gunpowder and projectiles contained within a single round. During use, the round was inserted into the main gun's breech and ignited. The combustion primarily occurred within the round itself, with the cannon's body functioning akin to a barrel. The advantage lay in the ability to prepare numerous rounds in advance, allowing for rapid firing without the need to load each shot individually. However, the downside was a significant leakage at the junction between the round and the cannon due to the limitations of craftsmanship, resulting in reduced firepower and range. Nonetheless, in close-quarter engagements, they proved entirely adequate. Upon hearing this, Winters and several artillery cadets abandoned the six-pounder, redirecting their efforts toward the swivel guns. Don't just focus on lifting the cannon's body. Prepare the rounds and gather all the ammunition, Moritz called out. Observing the young men rushing to lift both the cannon and the swivel guns, he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Take it easy. They are merely a handful of pirates. Greater challenges await us in the future. Winters found himself spinning in circles under the major's command as he and another cadet carried a dozen swivel gun barrels to the lower deck. Upon arrival, they were met with utter chaos. Cadets and sailors dashed about, each engrossed in their tasks yet oblivious to their overall purpose. Winters intercepted the first mate, who was brandishing a matchlock pistol, instructing him to take 2 men to fetch powder and lead. The portly captain was notoriously stingy, hoarding every resource: cannons, swivel guns, matchlock pistols, swords, gunpowder, everything a well-armed merchant vessel should possess. Yet, he kept everything locked away, meticulously safeguarding it on board, fearful that the rough sailors might damage the equipment. In the eyes of the corpulent captain, the paramount concern was to prevent the depreciation of the vessel and all its possessions. However, when the first mate pried open the lock and revealed the captain's cherished stash of gunpowder, Winters was rendered speechless. He was accustomed to using matchlock firearms, but had never learned the intricacies of handling cannons. How does one load the powder? Winters, clutching several swivel guns, was at a loss. You load it just like a musket. The artillery ensign, with a tone laced with reproach, busied himself without a glance back. How much should I load? How much gunpowder? And the cannonball? If the powder is insufficient, the cannon's power will falter. If excessive, the gunner may meet his demise first. There's no time to search for cannonballs. Just load lead for now. Use it like shot. The amount of lead should match the amount of gunpowder. Are you referring to volume or weight? Enough. Go find the match. The artillery ensign, irate, snatched the swivel gun from Winters and sent him away. Chapter 24. The jumping gang Captain Gold, with his curved dagger resting at his waist, gazed towards the horizon from the bow of the ship, observing a 3-masted fast ship. The rotund captain of the Seagull had declared that any merchant vessel harboring ill intentions upon the inland seas was akin to a pirate, while a pirate masquerading as a merchant was merely a merchant. Yet, he erred this time. Robbery was not merely a pastime for Captain Gold. He was a full-time pirate, dedicated to the promising vocation of maritime plunder. The moniker Lucky Gold was bestowed upon him for the goddess of fortune seemed perpetually to smile upon him. While many pirate ships often fell prey to the Alliance Navy, he consistently managed to evade capture. In encounters with formidable prey, the surviving pirates bore wounds. Yet he emerged unscathed each time. The sailors would remark, bullets seemed to veer away from Lucky Gold. Whispers circulated in the cabin that he had struck a deal with the devil, protected by wicked sorcery. Regardless, Gold's fortune had always been remarkable. He even named his ship Fortune. As fate would have it, were it not for the lull in the wind, the Oransail vessel Fortune would have stood no chance of catching up to the preceding 3-masted ship. Yet, the wind had indeed ceased, leaving that vessel, no matter how many sails it possessed, at the mercy of fortune. Captain Gold observed as he raised his black and red flag. The small ship ahead had lowered its naval ensign and hoisted a white flag in surrender. Their capitulation was easily achieved, thanks in no small part to the formidable cannon mounted at the bow of the Fortune. This large-caliber stone-throwing cannon was a prized possession of Captain Gold, acquired through a stroke of luck and considerable expense. No one aboard Fortune possessed the skill to operate the cannon, but fortunately, it was unnecessary in practice. A single shot, once loaded with gunpowder and stone, would suffice to compel any prey to yield upon hearing the thunderous report. A single large-caliber cannon could shatter any merchant ship's illusions of resistance. The opposing merchant vessel, now flying the Veneta naval flag, would surely quail at the mere sight of gunpowder. As for the naval flag, Gold paid it little heed. He was acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding the navies of the allied nations, where merchant vessels often flaunted naval insignia. The weaker and more defenseless the merchant ship, the more inclined it was to register with the navies of various countries, paying a nominal protection fee in exchange for a naval flag. While a naval flag might deter ill-intentioned armed vessels, it could not intimidate the fortunate Gold. In the inland sea, with ships coming and going, how could the mere display of a Veneta naval flag prevent him from seizing a vessel? Moreover, in the vast expanse of the ocean, would the Veneta navy even be aware if he were to plunder it? Even if they did, what could they possibly do to him? Furthermore, this time, Gold's intent was precisely to acquire that naval flag. With 3 masts and a light hull, the vessel was registered under the Veneta navy, and the timing of its appearance here corroborated all intelligence reports. Indeed, it was this ship. As he observed the opposing vessel hoisting a white flag and lowering its sails in surrender, a grin stretched across Gold's face, nearly reaching his ears, and his heart raced with exhilaration. I've struck gold. This time, I've truly struck gold. Gold could hardly contain his eagerness to board the ship before him. To him, the speed of the Fortune was akin to that of a tortoise, and the prospect of imminent wealth made his heart ache with anticipation. He called out to his first mate, "Do the oarsmen wish to perish? Why the lack of effort? Row faster." Upon hearing Gold's command, the first mate descended to the open deck, whip in hand, and began to lash the unfortunate rowers on the lower deck. Much like the thieving gull, the Fortune boasted 2 decks, yet both were above the waterline. In truth, rather than referring to the Fortune as a 2-deck vessel, it would be more accurate to describe it as a single-deck flat-bottomed boat that had unlawfully constructed an additional level spanning from bow to stern, serving as an open deck. The rowers on the Fortune were confined to the second deck, their feet shackled to the oar edges, leaving them with no room to maneuver, solely able to row. These rowers were not pirates of the Fortune. No free man would willingly choose to be a rower. They were sailors captured from merchant vessels plundered by Gold. The cargo was taken, the ship sold, and a portion of the sailors sold off, while some remained aboard the Fortune to row. Shackled to their oars, they lived, ate, and slept by the oar's edge. Even when the pirates disembarked to rest, the rowers were not released. Deprived of proper nourishment, sleep, and burdened by immense pressure, even a robust man could not endure such conditions for long. Fortunately, new victims continually replaced the old. The rowers were interchangeable components of the Fortune, requiring periodic replacement. For the rowers, there were only 2 paths: to perish at their oars or to devise a way to become pirates. The Fortune was equipped with 10 pairs of oars, with each or manned by 2 rowers, totaling 40 rowers. Alongside over 50 pirates, this constituted the entirety of the crew aboard the Fortune. Nearly 100 crew members seemed rather excessive for a vessel of such modest size. The good Fortune vessel possesses remarkably poor endurance, necessitating a return to shore for resupply and rest every 1 or 2 days at sea. On a typical paddle sailing ship, sailors double as rowers. However, aboard the Good Fortune, the pirates, unwilling to expend their strength on rowing, prefer to reserve their energy for potential hand-to-hand combat, relying instead on their human captives. As the Good Fortune approached the scoundrel, Captain Gold commanded the ship to circle around it in a show of force. This display served not only to intimidate the enemy, but also allowed Captain Gold to scrutinize the smaller vessel. The stoutest figure on board, undoubtedly the captain, was dressed in the finest attire and appeared considerably more rotund than the sailors, whose sun-baked skin bore the marks of toil. 2 years prior, Gold himself had been among such beleaguered sailors, but now he had transformed into a hunter. It was clear that more crew members were likely hiding in the dark recesses of the ship, praying for their escape. There was no rush. They could be discovered in due time. In the vast expanse of the ocean, none could elude capture. The Good Fortune retracted the oars on the side nearest the scoundrel, while the pirates hurled iron hooks attached to ropes toward the enemy vessel, shrieking wild threats to terrify the sailors aboard. The hooks latched onto the scoundrel's hull, gradually drawing the two ships closer together. For iron-hooked boarding planks extended to the scoundrel, firmly securing themselves to its side. Success. These planks, equipped with hooks on either side, were exceedingly difficult to disengage once latched. The scoundrel was now inexorably connected to the Good Fortune, and even if the corpulent captain had second thoughts, there would be no escape. Without waiting for Gold's command, a dozen impatient pirates surged onto the deck of the scoundrel, inciting Captain Gold's ire. The internal hierarchy of the pirates was somewhat democratic. Aside from a small cabin, the captain enjoyed few privileges and could easily be ousted by a vote among the crew. The rules of plunder dictated that all spoils must be evenly divided, yet those who boarded the prey vessel first would undoubtedly seize a greater share of the scattered coins. Thus, whenever a boarding plank was secured, the pirates would rush eagerly, leaving Gold powerless to restrain them. Should he resort to harsh measures, he would risk having his throat slit that very night and be cast overboard. The crew's morale was fractured, making leadership challenging. With a resigned shake of his head, Gold sighed and moved toward the scoundrel. The reception awaiting Captain Gold on the scoundrel was a piercing whistle. The ship shed its sheep's clothing, revealing its predatory nature. As a throng of young men clad in military garb, wielding sharp weapons, surged forth from the forecastle, stern, and cabin, Major Layton forcefully discarded his whistle. Fulfilling his promise to be the first aboard, the major roared fiercely, "Follow me," and leaped directly from the stern deck, landing on the open deck of the Good Fortune. The impact of this robust man caused the entire ship to tremble upon his descent. While the warrant officers wielded one-handed weapons complemented by makeshift wooden shields, the major brandished his sword in his left hand and a sailor's cutlass in his right. Upon landing, he delivered a brutal downward slash to the neck of the pirate before him, severing it at an angle with a single, merciless stroke. The curved tip of the cutlass inflicting additional harm as it withdrew. Having retracted his cutlass, the major disregarded the unfortunate soul with half a neck, and with blood splattered across him, he ferociously continued to strike down the remaining pirates who were still reeling from the surprise. Enter and several warrant officers, inspired by the major's fierce demeanor, shouted in unison as they followed him onto the deck of the Good Fortune. Major Morris sighed helplessly before drawing his sword and jumping down from the bow. His original strategy had been to ambush the pirates boarding the ship, then utilize the swivel gun and firearms to weaken those remaining on the enemy vessel, before finally descending to eliminate the last of the adversaries. However, with the higher command having already plunged into battle, he had no choice but to follow suit. Meanwhile, atop the stern deck, Winters and two artillery lieutenants worked in unison to mount the swivel gun to the ship's side. They had been lying low on the deck, concealing themselves with barrels and burlap sacks. The swivel gun derives its name from its ability to rotate on a mount, allowing for adjustable shooting angles. Below the iron mount was a rod, which could be inserted into pre-drilled holes in the ship's side, securing the swivel gun in place. The hull of the thieving gull was lower than that of the Good Fortune, presenting a disadvantage. Yet, one must not forget that the thieving gull boasted a forecastle. In naval boarding engagements, the height of one's forecastle often determines supremacy. The upper deck of the thieving gull provided a commanding view over the open deck of the Good Fortune, allowing for an unobstructed line of sight. As the saying goes, high strikes low, catching the enemy off guard. The elevated position of the thieving gull's artillery allowed it to fire upon the Good Fortune with ease. With the cannon secured, one artillery warrant officer held the rear, aiming the gun at the enemy, while another swiftly loaded a projectile into the breech of the swivel gun, followed by a wooden wedge to secure it tightly. Subsequently, gunpowder was poured into the ignition port. Throughout this process, Winters focused solely on one task, ensuring the slow match did not extinguish. The ship lacked genuine salt-soaked fuses, relying instead on frayed hemp rope as a makeshift ignition source. The challenge lay in the fact that when inverted, hemp burns rapidly, while standing upright, it extinguishes itself. At that moment, Winters resembled the mythological Prometheus, carefully nurturing his small flame, blowing and adjusting its angle with utmost diligence. "Hurry, ignite it," urged the loading officer repeatedly. Without a firing rod, Winters resorted to using his hand to ignite the fuse, unaware of when to withdraw it. The gas propelled the lead balls while simultaneously causing gunpowder to splatter from the ignition port, resulting in several burns on his hand. Yet, Winters gritted his teeth in silence. With a resounding boom and a cloud of acrid smoke, 6 or 7 lead projectiles erupted from the rotating cannon, hurtling toward the pirates aboard the Good Fortune. The chaos of battle obscured the sight of how many pirates fell, yet cries of despair echoed amidst the fray. 2 artillery sergeants appeared dissatisfied with the cannon's effectiveness. In this era, cannons lacked the capability for elevation adjustments. As the projectiles were smaller than the bore diameter, lowering the cannon merely sent the balls rolling out. In the haste of battle, suitable ammunition could not be found, leading the sergeants to use bullets as cannonballs, wrapped in burlap to prevent them from falling out when the cannon was pointed downward. However, the issue lay in the fact that the lead balls were considerably smaller than the cannonballs, resulting in poor sealing. Thus, gas escaped through the gaps. Consequently, when the artillerymen used shot, a wooden block was typically added for better sealing. Yet, in the urgency of the moment, where could one find a wooden block? There was no time to whittle wood on site, so they pressed on, causing the cannon's power to diminish significantly, failing to deliver the anticipated sweeping impact. "Continue. Do not cease," commanded the artillery sergeant, halting the ongoing damage assessment. Any firepower was better than none, even if it merely produced a sound. It served as a substantial deterrent to the enemy. After clearing the bore, a new round was loaded, and Winters attempted to ignite it. The sparks fizzled into the chamber, but produced only a wisp of smoke. The cannon did not roar. Its sound resembled a muffled flatulence. Has it fallen silent? The loader sergeant remained unfazed, promptly hammering in a wooden wedge and replacing it with a new round. Again, he attempted to ignite it, but to no avail. Blast it! This miserly captain must have let the gunpowder sit too long, causing it to separate. The loader sergeant expressed his colorful sentiments towards the corpulent captain's entire lineage while continuing his task, replacing it with yet another round. This time it fired. 12 rounds were quickly expended, with only 5 igniting, leaving 7 as duds. The loader sergeant was infuriated by the astonishing rate of misfires, while the artillery sergeant remained silent, handing the fire gun to Winters and the loader sergeant. From his elevated position, Winters had a clear view of the unfolding situation. The cries of battle had ceased. Now, only the dull sounds of blades piercing flesh and the wails of the wounded remained. The pirates who had leapt onto the deck of the Raven Gull were now dealt with, and the once crowded deck bore no trace of their unkempt hair. Only the clean-shaven heads of the sergeants. The joint land-sea forces aboard the Raven Gull were advancing onto the deck of the Good Fortune, with even 3 of the initially reluctant passengers now armed and fighting valiantly against the pirates. However, the confined space allowed only the front ranks to engage fiercely, while the rest of the combatants could do little more than jostle from the rear. At the bow of the Fortune, pirates were surging forth in relentless waves, transforming the deck from an initial ambush into a bloody tug-of-war where every cut mattered. Winters watched as Andre charged into the hold, following the ferocious brigadier general. A wave of anxiety gripped him. It was evident that a substantial number of pirates still lurked within the hold, and the fates of Andre and the brigadier general seemed dire. Though Winters and Andre were merely acquaintances from the same hometown, Andre had shown him considerable care during his recent injuries aboard the ship. Regardless of Andre's thoughts, Winters had come to regard this boisterous individual as a friend. Witnessing Andre enter such perilous territory compelled Winters to abandon his safe position and his flintlock pistol, discarding his weapon amidst the cries of the artillery sergeant. "Hey, where are you going?" He leaped onto the rear deck of the Fortune and, gritting his teeth, followed the path Andre had taken into the hold. Chapter 25. Close quarters. As he jumped from the well-lit open deck into the dimly lit hold, Winters found himself momentarily blinded. Fortunately, no one seized the opportunity to ambush him. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he perceived that the lower deck of the Fortune was partitioned into several sections. Accustomed to wielding a two-handed sword, he felt a sense of vulnerability with only a sailor's knife in one hand, leaving his other hand empty. He drew his dagger, emulating the brigadier general's dual-wielding stance, and ventured into the shadows. A heavy thud echoed behind him, and in a surge of instinct, he turned to strike, only to hear a familiar voice call out, "Wait, it's me." The faint light from the hatch obscured the figure, but Winters recognized the voice all too well. It was Bard. "Let us go together," Bard urged, following closely behind. Winters nodded, comforted by the presence of a companion as they pressed forward. Upon entering the hold from the rear, the space was divided into several cabins, seemingly intended for the ship's higher-ranking occupants. A narrow passageway remained in the center, allowing only a single person to pass. The scent of blood filled the air as Winters stumbled upon a corpse in one of the cabins, indicating that the Brigadier General and Andre had already breached this area. Continuing onward, he kicked open a cabin door, revealing a vast open space. No wooden partitions remained. Instead, the hold transformed into a large chamber, riddled with gaping holes in the walls. The floor was strewn with ragged individuals, resembling beggars, and a nauseating stench of decay overwhelmed him. In the middle of the hold stood the Brigadier General and Andre. The Brigadier General's technique was unadorned, even simplistic, a left arm thrust, a right arm jab. Yet, with his extraordinary strength, these straightforward moves became the most efficient methods of dispatching foes. With a deft flick of his sword, he deflected a scimitar aimed at him, and, with a quick thrust and twist of his right hand, sent a pirate tumbling with a blood-curdling scream. On this vessel, no one stood a chance against the Major. The pirates, lacking spears and knowledge of coordinated attacks, were compelled to retreat under the Major's relentless pressure. Andre found himself unable to seize an opportunity to strike beside the Major, striving to keep pace and shield him from the multitude of attacking pirates. Yet, a number of pirates were attempting to exploit the ship's width to encircle both the Major and Andre. Just in time, Winters and Bart arrived. If they were indeed besieged from all sides, even the most skilled swordsmanship of the Major and Andre would be in vain. Their arrival was facilitated by the pirates being intimidated by the Major's fierce presence and by the duo's efforts in driving the pirates to this point, thus alleviating concerns from behind. With a powerful shout, Winters drew the attention of the pirates, simultaneously signaling to the two ahead that reinforcements had arrived. The few pirates who had been attempting to flank the Major and Andre abandoned their pursuit, charging directly at Winters. Typically, a single-handed sword would be accompanied by a small shield or a parrying dagger, but Winters' dagger lacked a guard, serving no purpose in defense, offering only a semblance of psychological comfort. Nevertheless, the pirates rushing toward him were somewhat unsettled by his dual wielding of the curved daggers, but pressed on regardless. The pirate strikes were straightforward, descending from upper left to lower right with brute force. For Winters, the sailor's knife served not only as a weapon but also as a shield. The deck was crowded with emaciated oarsmen, leaving no room for evasive maneuvers. Thus, Winters met the assault head-on with his single blade. It was then that he comprehended Instructor Null's teachings. In battle, sheer strength outweighs all else. When the two curved blades clashed, the pirate, in terms of power, stood no chance against the well-fed, well-trained aspirant officer, who deftly deflected the attack. Instinctively, Winters employed techniques suited for a longsword, cutting into the pirate's center line. The cabin was filled with oarsmen, providing no space for Winters to advance, so he aimed his strike at the pirate's right arm. The weaponry aboard the brigantine was poorly maintained. Winters' sailor's curved knife was hardly sharp, yet this very dullness provided a more visceral sensation of cutting. Upon striking the pirate, Winters resolutely dragged the blade, leaving a grievous wound, deep enough to glimpse bone. The pirate let out a wretched cry, relinquishing his weapon and scrambling backward, clutching his injury. Were this a swordsmanship tournament, Winters would have scored elegantly in this exchange. But within this cabin, a battleground it was. Incapacitating a pirate's hand did not equate to claiming a life. Seize them. You will serve as crew. A voice thick with a Tenerian accent bellowed, otherwise, I shall slay you all. Winters was bewildered as to whom the words were directed, only to soon realize that the pirates were coercing the oarsmen. He surveyed the unfortunate oarsmen. Some dared not meet his gaze, bowing their heads, while others' eyes gleamed with longing and avarice. Within the confines of the ship's hold, there were no fewer than 30 oarsmen. Even if merely 1/3 were incited to action, the 4 officers present would find themselves in peril. Each oarsman in that hold had become a potential adversary. Winters shouted back, "The pirates are finished. It is not the pirates who sit idle. Who dares to move shall be dealt with ruthlessly." He and Bud strode over the seated oarsmen, purposefully approaching the Major General and Andre, seeking to extricate themselves from the tumultuous area. "Are you all just going to stand there? Do you wish for death?" A voice with a Ternarian accent bellowed again. No sooner had the words left his lips than Winters felt someone grasping his left leg, while Bud was overwhelmed by 3 oarsmen. At that moment, another pirate advanced towards them. The last vestige of pity Winters had for the oarsmen was shattered by fury. His instincts surged forth. His left hand transitioned from a forehand to a backhand as he plunged his dagger violently into the throat of the oarsman clinging to his leg. He reminded himself that this was a battlefield. This time he did not merely stab, but rather emulated Major General Layton's technique. Stab, then viciously twist. The oarsman immediately bore a grievous, irreparable wound, his arteries and ligaments brutally severed. The oarsman clutched his injury in agony, releasing Winters' leg. Regaining his freedom, Winters shifted his body slightly to evade the pirate's thrust. His subsequent actions were guided by the instinct of swordsmanship. He first parried with the blade, deflecting the opponent's curved sword. However, this time, rather than targeting the adversary's arm, he plunged the dagger into their soft abdomen. Again, he stabbed and twisted. As he withdrew the curved blade, it carved a larger wound. This blow incapacitated the advancing pirate. He paid no further heed to the gutted pirate and turned to assist Bud, who had already been brought down by 3 oarsmen. One oarsman desperately attempted to pry Bud's fingers open to seize his weapon, but Bud's grip was unyielding. Unable to loosen Bud's fingers, the oarsman resorted to biting. In 2 swift strides, Winters reached Bud's side and plunged his dagger forcefully into the neck of the would-be biter, ending the oarsman's life instantly. The other 2 oarsmen grappled with Bud, fearing that a long blade might accidentally harm Bud. Winters drove the dagger into the back of one oarsman's neck, delivering a powerful blow that decisively eliminated both oarsmen. He swiftly pulled Bud to his feet. The remaining oarsmen, now cowed by the sight of this officer who had slain 3 of their own, averted their gazes. No further oarsmen dared to heed the pirate's call to arms against the 2. With reinforcements arriving, the Major General ceased to lead Andre forward, for both bore numerous wounds. Their advance had been fueled solely by sheer determination. With allies at hand, there was no need to press the attack. So the Major General guided Andre in a strategic retreat. Winters and Bud pressed forward, while the Major General and Andre fell back, ultimately bringing the 4 together to confront the pirates. At this moment, the clashing of weapons resonated from behind the pirates, signaling their impending defeat. The 4 majors had fought their way through the ship's rear entrance into the cabin, while the lieutenants on deck were advancing from the bow, effectively encircling the pirates. Surrender. Otherwise, I shall annihilate you all. The voice of Major Layton, embodying the very essence of death, rang out with no hint of mercy or compassion. However, the bloodied blades in his hands and his crimson-stained uniform lent little credence to his proclamation. Lay down your arms. Will surrendering guarantee our lives? The pirate leader, who had incited the oarsmen earlier, cried out in despair, this butcher will slay us all. In a desperate plea, he urged, capture him, hold him hostage, and we may survive. His voice trembled with desperation, akin to a haranguing matron as he kicked and shouted at the other pirates. Come on, seize him. It is our only chance for survival. Pathetic fools. Truly disgusting. Major Layton sneered at the raucous pirate leader, pointing his blade at him. You surrender, and I will still execute you. Listen closely, I shall spare no one but him. If you wish to live, discard your weapons and yield. On one side, Winters barred, and Andre remained silent, confronting the pirates. Meanwhile, more army lieutenants leaped down from the cabin, trapping the pirates in a desperate plight, with no escape in sight. Winters observed as the pirates exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly contemplating surrender, yet none dared to be the first to relinquish their arms. Drop your weapons. Major Layton's voice thundered once more. One by one, the pirates dropped their arms, marking the conclusion of this brief yet bloody melee. On the deck of the Good Fortune, the surrendered pirates were securely bound and arranged in a neat row, kneeling. Surrounding them were the fresh-faced lieutenants, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of combat. One after another, the corpses of fallen pirates and those on the brink of death were dragged from the deck and cabin, meticulously placed before the surrendered crew. Major Layton sat firmly upon a makeshift wooden barrel, while Major Moritz, under the influence of alcohol, tended to his wounds. No one aboard possessed the audacity to use a fishhook for suturing human flesh. It fell to this inebriated man to perform the task. Although Instructor Null claimed that swordsmanship was a sport, the outcome revealed its practical utility, at the very least. The lieutenants learned how to avoid strikes to the core regions of the chest and abdomen. Most injuries among the lieutenants were to their limbs, and if they did not suffer severe inflammation or fever in the following days, they would survive. Conversely, those who fell victim to infection would meet their demise. In an era devoid of antibiotics and tetanus vaccines, survival hinged solely on the nature of the wounds, physical constitution, and sheer fortune. Major Leighton clearly exhibited signs of impatience as he observed the lifeless and dying pirates being dragged forth. He grasped his sword and approached the captured pirates. "I shall not waste words with you. You, step forward," he commanded, halting before the pirate captain he was determined to execute. The pirate, seemingly the leader, bowed his head, unable to meet the major's gaze. Leighton pressed the blade against his throat, inquiring, "Who is the captain?" Upon hearing the major's question, the pirate, emboldened by a flicker of hope, stammered in response, "I will divulge the captain's identity, but will the general spare my life?" Before he could finish, the sword pierced his left rib. In shock, he glanced at Leighton and then down at his chest, realizing the blade had pierced his heart. As the sword was withdrawn, the pirate collapsed forward, as if his very soul had been extracted, blood gushing from beneath him. Despite having witnessed bloodshed earlier that day, Winters felt a pang of compassion at the sight of the pirate's execution, astounded by the major's ruthless demeanor. Engaging in combat was one matter, but killing a bound captive was another entirely. Yet, he remained silent, as did his peers. The only sound on the deck was that of the sea, while the young ensigns silently observed, absorbing the conduct of their superior officer. Enough of this prattle. The major disdainfully flicked the blood from his sword and turned to question another pirate lying beside the freshly slain. "Who is the captain?" The second pirate, eyeing the still bleeding corpse nearby, felt a chill of terror and lost control of himself, hastily agreeing to assist in identifying the captain while pleading for mercy. However, Major Leighton did not rush to allow this pirate to identify anyone. With a single hand, he seized the pirate by the collar as one might grasp a chicken. After allowing the pirate to see the faces of his living comrades, Leighton smiled and announced to all the pirates, "I will turn you around and let this wretch here identify one of you among the corpses. Then I will bring forth another. If your identifications do not match, you shall all perish." Winters quickly discerned the major's peculiar method, likely intended to incite betrayal among the pirates and prevent them from casually naming a corpse as the captain. The general's intent to kill was clear. There was no need for such mockery. "My subordinates are not so loyal as to require such measures," a voice of indignation arose. And Gold could not restrain himself from stepping forward, exclaiming, "But you promised us that surrender would spare our lives." Laughter erupted from the major, a cruel sound that clashed starkly with the bloody scene. "When did I ever promise you that surrender would grant you immunity? I merely assured you that I would not kill you, but my officers' actions are beyond my control." The pirates stirred in unrest, and Gold, now furious, stood up, spewing various sailor curses that Winters could not comprehend. The rear admiral hurled the pirate to the ground and strode forward with purpose, seizing Gold's hair with one hand while striking him brutally in the mouth with the weighted hilt of his sword. One blow, two blows, three. The entire crew on deck could distinctly hear the sickening thud of the iron ball against flesh and the sound of teeth shattering. Even Winters felt a twinge of fear upon hearing those sounds. He exchanged a glance with Bud, and he could sense his own stomach churning. A flicker of fear reflected in Bud's eyes. No one was immune to the terror instilled by such a brutal figure, even if he was one of their own. The crew of the Seagull had long since sought refuge in quiet corners, avoiding the gruesome spectacle. Gritting his teeth, the rear admiral spat, "What are you? Do you even deserve to negotiate with me?" 3 blows were far from sufficient to quell his wrath, and he delivered a 4th strike with ferocity. "You will answer my questions." Gold, now unable to articulate his words, could only nod fervently. "Why did you not retreat upon seeing the naval flag?" As Gold opened his mouth, blood mixed with saliva poured forth. After enduring the rear admiral's merciless blows, his teeth and tongue lay wrecked, rendering his speech unintelligible. Major Moritz, unable to bear the scene any longer, sighed and proposed a solution. "The general will ask you questions. You need only nod or shake your head, understood?" Gold nodded vigorously. "Pay close attention." The rear admiral paused briefly before posing the question that lingered in the minds of all aboard the Seagull. "Were you specifically targeting us?" Upon hearing this question, Gold nodded emphatically. Chapter 26. Sea Song. As the sun sank in the west, the Seagull had set sail once more. The sailors, having narrowly escaped death, joyfully sang as they scrubbed the deck and tended to the rigging, the brutal boarding battle from mere hours ago seeming but a distant nightmare. However, the newly installed rotating cannon atop the stern remained in place. Beside the cannon, Winters, Bud, and Andre sat on the deck, leaning against the railing in a daze. The excitement of participating in battle for the first time had faded, and the fervor that had once clouded their judgment had given way to sober reflection. In recalling the recent skirmish, aside from a sense of pride, the three ensigns were left with a lingering dread and confusion, accompanied by a wave of nausea at the horrific imagery of close-quarters combat, where flesh was torn and organs spilled. "I can't shake the feeling that we handled this poorly." Bud sighed heavily. He did not specify, but Winters and Andre understood perfectly. The pirates who surrendered ultimately could not preserve their lives. Rear Admiral Layton fulfilled his promise, refraining from executing anyone himself. Instead, he orchestrated the execution through the ensigns, deliberately selecting those who had not yet sullied their blades with blood, namely, those who had not actively participated in the melee during the boarding. In the confined environment aboard the ship, the battle had not devolved into chaos. Thus, only the lieutenants at the forefront truly engaged in combat with the pirates, while the majority of the crew remained in the rear, merely shouting encouragement. Even if the pirates managed to reach the shore alive, their fate would ultimately lead to the gallows, rendering the outcome of their struggle hardly different. Winters harbored a deep-seated belief that executing prisoners was morally reprehensible, yet he could not deny it was, in fact, a straightforward and effective resolution. On one hand, it was evident that the brigadier general possessed a somewhat bloodthirsty disposition, and on the other, this group of pirates was indeed difficult to manage. The small vessel, the Sparrowhawk, could not accommodate so many prisoners. If left aboard the Fortune, what would happen if they seized an opportunity to retake the ship? To kill them seemed an option. But what alternative was there? Ender stifled a yawn and stretched, appearing quite fatigued. Comparatively, the decisive moment when Brigadier General Layton resolved to confront the pirates seemed far more exhilarating than the protracted discussions that followed the battle regarding the treatment of prisoners and the resolution of affairs. The post-battle interrogations of the pirates unearthed an unexpected piece of intelligence. The Fortune had not inadvertently captured the Sparrowhawk. Rather, it appeared that the entire piratical fleet in the inner sea was in search of a three-masted light Veneta warship. The pirates had received word that this ship was laden with gold and silver intended as bribes for the governing council of the Azure Republic, supplied by the Council of Captains and Planters from the Tanalia Islands. The Council of Captains and Planters operated under a raucous, guild-like democratic system, characterized by loose structure and feeble authority. However, it was undeniable that the captains and planters were the true proprietors of the Tanalia Islands. In the inner sea, piracy was rampant, and Tanalia had long served as a hub for the sale of stolen goods and resupply, maintaining a perpetually strained relationship with the Azure Republic. The pirates were oblivious to the reasons behind the Council's decision to bribe the governing Council of Azure, yet they were convinced that at that very moment, a swift, three-masted ship laden with gold coins was en route to Azure City. As for the rationale behind the bribes, the pirates' explanations were a cacophony of contradictions, lacking a singular accurate account, but they firmly believed in the existence of such a treasure ship. Determining a rationale from results proved challenging, yet it was not difficult to reverse engineer a justification that would satisfy their own beliefs. Even until their execution, the pirates aboard the Fortune remained convinced that the Sparrowhawk was indeed the treasure ship, and the lieutenants were merely the soldiers tasked with its escort. Escorting soldiers? Or perhaps escorting bribes? Winters, Bard, and Ender had never before considered that their journey home would involve the escort of a shipment of gold and silver. Could this be a covert mission? Only Brigadier General Layton and Major Moritz were privy to the truth of the matter. Initially, Winters believed this to be the case. However, upon observing the expressions of the general and the major, he realized they too were equally perplexed. Nevertheless, the pirates spoke with such conviction that it hardly seemed a fabrication, casting doubt in the minds of the Brigadier General, the Major, and the lieutenants. Thus, the pressure mounted upon the rotund captain. In a state of acute distress, he perspired profusely, swearing vehemently that he knew nothing of any treasure-laden vessels, asserting that the ship, the Thieving Gull, housed no bribes from the Confederation. However, mere words and oaths could not dispel the lingering suspicions. The Thieving Gull was a confined space, and whether the pirates' claims were true could be easily verified. Consequently, the Rear Admiral ordered a thorough inspection of the cargo hold, and the ensigns meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the Thieving Gull, opening every box and bag, tapping on every wooden plank to ensure there were no hidden compartments. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the captain's assertions were not unfounded. The cargo consisted solely of sugar and tobacco. The predicament facing the Thieving Gull was now abundantly clear. The pirates were convinced that a treasure ship was en route from Tanya to the city of Blue Sea. and every pirate in the inland sea was eagerly intent on intercepting it. There may indeed be such a vessel, but it was certainly not the thieving gull, which carried not a single unclaimed gold coin, only the commonplace cargo of sugar and tobacco. Unfortunately, the appearance of the thieving gull bore a striking resemblance to what the pirates envisioned as a treasure ship, or rather, the pirates perceived the thieving gull as one of those swift, three-masted vessels. The thieving gull could not prove to the pirates that it was not a treasure ship. It was hardly feasible to halt the vessel for inspection. Thus, the thieving gull was categorized as a high-risk ship in the current inland sea situation. Under normal circumstances, a mere naval flag might suffice for protection, but now, a single flag could not possibly deter the pirates. It appeared that the two army officers had entirely overlooked the possibility of immediately docking to disembark the officers. The rotund captain, too, hoped the army officers would remain aboard to safeguard the thieving gull, deliberately refraining from suggesting this course of action. Therefore, Rear Admiral Leighton, Major Moritz, and the rotund captain unanimously agreed that the thieving gull must not head directly towards Blue Sea. Rather, it needed to swiftly divert from the main shipping lanes and navigate through rarely traveled waters to return to Blue Sea. Beyond this, their only recourse was to fervently pray for a tempest at sea. Perhaps the sailors' devout prayers bore fruit, for as dusk approached, the previously gentle sea breeze began to strengthen. The thieving gull, seizing the wind's might, surged forth at a speed of 8 knots. "I believe the Admiral's instincts are sound," remarked André nonchalantly, now reclining upon the deck as if to take a brief respite. "Those rowers are innocent souls. We cannot resort to indiscriminate slaughter." Bard evidently disagreed with Rear Admiral Leighton's proposed solution. There was no dissent regarding the change in course, yet the true contention arose concerning the fate of the surviving pirates. Rear Admiral Leighton's resolution was to execute the remaining pirates, cast their bodies into the sea, sink their ship, and expedite the thieving gull's return to Blue Sea. The crux of the matter lies in Major General Leighton's inability to distinguish between coerced oarsmen and pirates. To him, any living soul aboard a pirate vessel is deemed a pirate, deserving of death. However, it was Major Moritz who first dared to voice dissent to the higher-ups. In his view, the oarsmen were victims of coercion, essentially innocent sailors enslaved upon a pirate ship. To execute these non-pirate sailors would be an egregious act, one that would undoubtedly tarnish the army's reputation. Ender scoffed derisively, clearly unconvinced by the notion of innocence. Which innocence? Were they not complicit in rowing the scoundrel, thereby leading to their own pursuit? Besides, did you not suffer at the hands of those oarsmen? Bader found himself momentarily speechless, lacking an understanding of Stockholm Syndrome. Indeed, 3 oarsmen had assaulted him, and he struggled to conjure a reasonable justification to defend those who had been incited by pirates to turn against him. Listening to their exchange, Winters was reminded of the rancid scent that lingered in the hold, the emaciated forms of the oarsmen, and their despairing gazes. Prompting a sigh, "I believe those oarsmen did not wish to aid the pirates." Then what did they desire? Ender dismissed such a sympathetic view towards the enemy. They simply wished for a swift death. This response rendered Ender momentarily speechless. He scratched his head, his lips parted several times without sound, before ultimately reverting to his indifferent demeanor. "Do not overthink it. If they dare to strike at us, they deserve to die. We are merely low-ranking officers. Not even full officers, just trainees, devoid of any power. Yet, we bear no responsibility. Whatever the higher-ups instruct us to do, we shall comply. Should the sky fall, the senior ranks will bear the brunt." Winters mused that perhaps such a mindset was necessary for peaceful slumber each night, offering a wry smile. Indeed, one ought to view oneself as a mere tool. Major General Leighton's solution was ultimately only half fulfilled. The surrendering pirates were all slain, while those who resisted met the same fate, their bodies cast into the sea to feed the fish and shrimp. Only the pirate captain was left with half a life, for the general intended to bring him back to Aqua Blue for further interrogation. The oarsmen were spared execution, a result fervently advocated by Major Moritz. The good fortune was not sunk, a triumph achieved through the efforts of the stout captain. We still do not know the name of the stout captain from the scoundrel, but he is no longer aboard. The current acting captain of the scoundrel is the former first mate, as the stout captain has assumed command of the good fortune, leading several sailors on board. As the stout captain aptly stated, at sea, particularly in inland waters, the most valuable asset is not cargo, but the ship itself. Major General Leighton aimed to sink the good fortune, yet Major Moritz held little objection. both being army officers. They were oblivious to the market's nuances and indifferent to such a dilapidated vessel. Upon hearing that Major Leighton intended to scuttle the Good Fortune, the corpulent captain vehemently objected, exhibiting an astonishing display of fervor as he pounded the table and glared at Major Leighton. The stout captain then proceeded to enumerate the merits of the vessel to the two land-dwelling soldiers. Firstly, although the Good Fortune had seen better days, it remained a ship of robust construction, equipped with all necessary functionalities, durable and reliable. Secondly, while it was an antiquated paddle-sailing ship, the majority of vessels operating in the inland seas were of this very type. Despite its misfortune at the hands of pirates, with a little refurbishment in port, it could once again serve as a commendable merchant ship. In summary, the Good Fortune could fetch a handsome sum. Scuttling it would be an egregious waste. This vessel was, after all, a legitimate prize, rightfully belonging to the army officers. Wouldn't it be far more beneficial to sell it and share the proceeds? Here, the captain cunningly refrained from specifying potential sale prices, opting instead for vague descriptors. Moreover, the captain persuaded Major Leighton and Captain Moritz from another angle. There were over 30 oarsmen aboard the Good Fortune. If it were to be sunk, what would become of them? Where could they be placed? The pirate gull was already burdened with around 50 individuals, and there was simply no additional space for another 30 oarsmen. To scuttle the Good Fortune would effectively mean condemning these oarsmen to their doom. If they were to be spared, then the scuttling of the gull could not proceed. Through this chain of reasoning, the captain successfully enlisted Captain Moritz to his cause. The ship could not be scuttled. To do so would necessitate the demise of the corpulent captain first. Yet, how to return the Good Fortune to port became a new dilemma. With the pirates dead, there would be no crew left to sail the ship. Should a few pirates be retained as crew? Major Leighton objected, and the captain dared not suggest it. What of releasing the oarsmen as crew? The captain firmly rejected this notion, reasoning that one could not know whether these oarsmen harbored ill intentions, having been immersed in the pirate life. Should they choose to act treacherously and seize the ship for themselves, the crew aboard the Gull would find their efforts in vain. This scenario exemplified the trust crisis engendered by the unique survival conditions at sea. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, there existed no communication, no law, no oversight. With only this solitary ship amidst the elements, any occurrences aboard remained shrouded in secrecy, beyond the reach of outsiders. The captain was even hesitant to allow his first mate to take a few sailors to the Good Fortune to bring it back to port. For who could discern the true intentions of this seemingly guileless first mate? Should he harbor malevolent thoughts, a new pirate ship, ominously named the Doom, could soon emerge upon these waters. Ultimately, the corpulent captain experienced a moment of inspiration and proposed a brilliant solution. He would personally lead half of the crew from the Gull to the Good Fortune, thereby managing to maneuver the ship. The oarsmen aboard the Good Fortune would not be granted their freedom just yet, but would remain securely confined in the hold as before. To prevent them from harboring malicious intent to seize the ship, it is also essential for them to continue rowing. Upon reaching the port, the sheriff will be summoned, allowing the oarsmen to disembark independently. The first mate aboard the thieving Gull will temporarily assume the captain's role, selecting a few sailors from the fortunate who have not yet been subjected to degradation to replenish the crew of the thieving Gull, thus ensuring its proper operation. With over 30 army officers aboard the thieving Gull, any potential unrest can be swiftly quelled. In the eyes of Major General Leighton and Major Moritz, this appears to be an excellent resolution, the sole drawback being the insufficient crew on the Fortunate. Should the corpulent captain encounter pirates on his return voyage, he might face dire consequences. Nevertheless, the avaricious captain has resolved to take this risk, considering the allure the thieving Gull holds for pirates in the inland seas. It remains uncertain which vessel poses a greater danger. The captain, accompanied by half of the thieving Gull's crew and a letter detailing the circumstances of the Fortunate, signed and sealed by Major General Leighton and Major Moritz, eagerly boarded the Fortunate, causing the two ships to part ways. Now, Winters, Bud, and Andre heard the harmonious melodies of the new and old crew members singing together. Andre, having remained silent for quite some time, evidently succumbed to slumber, but appeared to be lost in thought, furrowing his brow as he remarked to Winters, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Everything seems rather peculiar. Normally, Guitu City experiences several fires each year, yet this time it just so happens to be the armory that caught ablaze, and with such ferocity. Every year, there are those dispatched overseas, yet this year, not a single overseas mission has been initiated. And what of this so-called treasure ship? Do you truly believe it? Something is undeniably shifting in the world, changes of which we are unaware. Why ponder so much? I've been rendered incapable of magic by such musings, Winters replied. Understanding Bud's anxiety, but believing that whatever upheaval may be occurring, they could only be swept along by the tides. Andre is right. We are merely 3 junior lieutenants. So let us resign ourselves to being mere tools. Should calamity strike, those of higher rank will bear the burden. The first mate of the thieving gull, no. Now the captain ascended to the ship's stern, eager to offer the 3 army lieutenants some wine. Even though he was only temporarily acting as captain, it filled him with excitement. Drink up, esteemed officers. I noticed you all danced splendidly today. You are unparalleled warriors, rare gems amongst sailors. This round is on me. Winters chuckled as he accepted the bottle, casually inquiring, what song are the sailors singing? It's quite lovely, though the accent is too thick for me to understand. The acting captain smiled bashfully. Some refer to these songs as sea shanties. They are merely the trivial tunes of sailors, mostly concerning women and wine. I find these songs to be naturally rustic. What is wrong with singing about women and wine? Shouldn't songs express one's emotions? Alas, I cannot comprehend their lyrics. Shall I sing you a verse in the Veneta accent? That would be splendid. The first mate cleared his throat and joined the sailors in song. His voice was robust and wild, yet the lyrics were imbued with an inescapable sorrow. Farewell forever, O maidens of the archipelago. Farewell forever, O beauties of the isles. For we must sail towards the distant Veneta. We shall never again behold such enchanting souls. We roared and laughed, embodying the spirit of true Veneta sailors. We roared and laughed, accompanied by the salty, briny waves, until we measured the expanse of the Sinez Bay, spanning a full 200 leagues from the Isles to the Azure Sea. Fill the goblet and drink deeply. Fill the goblet and drain this cup. We drown our melancholy in spirits. May every lovesick soul find health. Let us drink to this toast. Amidst the sailors' melodies, Winters drew ever closer to the azure waters, poised to receive his commission and officially become a cadet officer. He was not entirely a novice, yet his knowledge was merely rudimentary. A great deal remained for him to learn through practical experience. Chapter 27. Within reach, fortune is relative. The luck of other pirates upon the inland sea appeared rather dismal. After all, not every pirate was blessed with gold's fortune, and one might say that Lady Luck had favored the Seagull. Throughout the ensuing journey, the Seagull, steering clear of major shipping lanes, encountered only a handful of unfamiliar vessels. However, propelled by a strong wind and full sails, the Seagull glided swiftly, leaving those unfamiliar ships far behind, having only glimpsed the Seagull's mast. Like the proud boast of the stout captain, this is the finest fast ship upon the inland sea. Yet, the detours taken by the Seagull cost an additional 3 days of travel, resulting in Major Moritz, unprepared for such delays, depleting his supply of spirits. The ensigns watched as the once genteel Major's lips grew increasingly parched and cracked, his temper flaring, and his mental state deteriorating. The Major was either tumbling about the ship daily or pacing back and forth on the deck at all hours, robbing the ensigns of their sleep. Who would not dread madness? Even Admiral Layton began to subconsciously avoid Major Moritz, adding to the mounting pressure on the ensigns. Fortunately, they ultimately arrived safely in the city of Azure. Upon sighting the iconic lighthouse of Azure Harbor, the ensigns could not help but shed tears of joy. Their emotions stemmed not only from the exhilaration of returning home, but also from the small relief of escaping the grip of Major Moritz, a heavy alcoholic. The closer they drew to Azure Harbor, the more Winters could tangibly sense the prosperity of the largest port in the Alliance. As they approached the final segment of their journey, the Seagull found it impossible to avoid other ships, despite its best intentions. From the picturesque Blue Harbor as a focal point, a myriad of vessels routes form a fan-like array, either departing from or making their way towards the port. Winters even observed a genuine warship patrolling the coastal waters, a formidable behemoth in comparison to the diminutive presence of the Seagull. However, much to the surprise of the ensigns, the Seagull did not venture directly into the harbor, but instead anchored in the waters just outside it. The proxy captain was immediately besieged by the eager ensigns longing to return home. He had to explain to the officers that in a major port like Blue Harbor, small merchant vessels such as theirs were not permitted to dock at will, suffering the brunt of their impatience. The proxy captain wryly elucidated the maritime regulations. Blue Harbor had not undergone any expansion for over a decade, resulting in a scarcity of docking spaces. Merchant ships must first anchor in the outer bay, awaiting their turn to enter. We will anchor here for the time being, he continued. Shortly a customs official will approach in a small boat to inspect our cargo. If you gentlemen are in a hurry to return home, you might inquire with the customs officers if they could accommodate you on their small boat to shore. However, the ensign soon fell back into disappointment upon realizing that the customs boat the captain spoke of was indeed quite small. This vessel was barely larger than a canoe, measuring around 2 persons wide and less than 3 meters long. With 2 customs officers and 2 rowers, the boat was already brimming, and it could barely support 1 additional passenger. Watching the small craft bobbing up and down with the waves, Winters genuinely feared that it might capsize at any moment. Is this a jest? Andre was nearly beside himself with frustration. You expect us to return home on such a diminutive vessel? I might as well swim back. Can you swim? Bard interjected unexpectedly. Andre was momentarily silenced, pondering before sheepishly admitting, no. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he retorted, but can you swim? I can. Bard replied with calm assurance. What nonsense are you spouting? Andre fumed. When did the military academy teach swimming? The largest pool at the academy is merely the practice room's water tank. Don't tell me you learned it at a monastery. Monks do not teach swimming, nor can they swim, Bard smiled. However, monks do enjoy fish, and the monastery has its own fish pond. Both Orthodox and Catholic traditions hold fish in special religious regard. During the era of the ancient empire, the Western Church was often a persecuted underground organization, using symbols of fish and chalices as clandestine signals. Thus, Bard was not merely fabricating tales to tease Andre. Even if one could swim, returning that way was out of the question. The distance to the shore was considerable. Winters hastily intervened to put an end to the extensive debate on swimming skills. Actually, there is a small boat aboard the Seagull. Where? Andre perked up immediately. Right behind the stern deck, Winters replied. Upon hearing this promising news, Andre eagerly dashed towards the stern, with Winters and Bard reluctantly trailing behind him. Upon encountering the vessel, Andre was met with profound disappointment, for the small boat accompanying the thieving gull was even smaller than that of the customs. The customs boat, with a bit of effort, could accommodate 5 individuals, whereas the one aboard the thieving gull resembled a large bathtub, seemingly capable of seating no more than 3 before there was no room for another. This boat is inferior to the customs one, Bud remarked with a wry smile. Yet, Andre began to recite calculations aloud. It can hold 3 individuals at a time, and with 2 officials among us, we number 36. 36 divided by 3 equals 12. Excitedly, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, if we make 12 trips, we can ferry everyone ashore. It's not a hassle at all. It won't take long. Winters was on the verge of tears from the foolishness of his dear classmate, Andre Assierini. He finally understood the sentiment Major Moritz had felt during the boarding battle days prior, when he had seen Winters and several artillery lieutenants straining to move the cannons. He exchanged a solemn glance with Bud, both recognizing that Andre's intellect had reached a point beyond salvation. Consider this, Bud interjected, if 3 people go ashore, one must also row the boat back. Each round trip can only transport 2 individuals to the shore. Furthermore, with only 1 oarsman returning, it will undoubtedly take longer, perhaps until tomorrow to complete. Indeed, it seems prudent to wait for docking, Bud added thoughtfully. We have our luggage, if we load that onto the small boat. It can only accommodate 2 individuals. Bud, always the meticulous planner, reminded them of the luggage that Winters had overlooked. Did the new captain not say that the wait would not be long? We should be ashore by tomorrow at the latest. However, Andre seemingly disregarded the latter part, incorporating the weight of the luggage and the return oarsman into his rudimentary mathematical model, deep in thought for a new solution. At that moment, 2 customs tax collectors boarded the vessel, adorned with wide-brimmed helmets and clad in black leather armor. Their vital areas reinforced with thin iron plates and their joints protected by chainmail. These imposing figures bore an intimidating presence. With their tall and robust physiques, and swords hanging from their belts, they resembled more of brigands or mercenaries than customs officials at first glance. Were it not for one of them holding a ledger, Winters might have mistaken them for mere bodyguards. Is this what customs tax collectors look like? They appear more formidable than pirates, Winters remarked incredulously to Bud. Surveying the 2 collectors, feeling uncertain of his own victory in a one-on-one confrontation, Bud chuckled lightly, leaning casually against the ship's railing. Historically, tax collectors have always been a more perilous profession than soldiers. When I was born, the emperor had already been ousted. Yet tales of provincial tax officers meeting grisly fates in the wilderness have reached my ears since childhood. Is it truly so wild in your homeland? Winters laughed heartily. As a city dweller, he had never heard of merchants or craftsmen resisting taxes to the point of inciting a deadly conflict. Sheriffs and city guards could easily manage any citizen unwilling to pay their dues. The Republic of the Provinces was established by urban militias, which resulted in a rather tenuous grip of the provincial government over the rural areas, where it also demonstrated a lack of concern. A faint smile lingered on Bard's face. As a provincial individual raised in the countryside and educated in a military academy in the city, Bard possessed a far deeper understanding of the political framework of the Republic than Winters did. For the citizens, the alliance had shattered the shackles of the emperor, allowing cities to flourish freely. However, in rural regions, the Republic of the Provinces had inherited all the rights of the old nobility. What was once the case remained unchanged. Thus, for ordinary farmers like my parents, it merely represented a change of emperors. Yet, there was indeed a distinction. Upon hearing his friend seemingly criticize the alliance, Winters instinctively felt compelled to retort. To him, the alliance and the militia signified Marshal Ned and General Antoine Laurent, figures beyond reproach. However, he was not well versed in politics and could not immediately identify any differences. Indeed, there are differences, Bard mused, observing Winters racking his brain in vain. The Republic had, after all, abolished the marriage tax, a degrading aristocratic privilege, which could not be said to lack progress. Yet when it came to economic rights, there was no concession. True, there have been changes, Winters, a naive virgin, remarked, albeit unaware of the specifics of the marriage tax, maintaining his characteristic optimism, as long as there is progress. That is a good thing. What is there that can be achieved all at once? Upon hearing that the tax collector had boarded, the acting captain of the thieving seagull hurriedly emerged from the cabin, striving to imitate his predecessor's demeanor as he bent slightly and scampered to greet the two customs officials. What was aboard the ship? The tax collector, holding his ledger, exhibited a distinctly indifferent attitude, having grown accustomed to such obsequious performances over time. Tobacco and sugar, the acting captain replied, while eagerly thrusting the bulky packages into the tax collector's arms. Do try our fine tobacco and this sugar as white as clouds. What are you doing? Attempting to bribe me? The tax collector barked, refusing to accept the proffered items, thinking to himself how ignorant this man was, attempting to present gifts in broad daylight. His demeanor worsened. Dare to bribe a tax collector? Do you wish to lose your hand? Enough of this nonsense. Take me to inspect the cargo. You know the tax rate, don't you? The acting captain was drenched in cold sweat at the tax collector's words. According to the law, bribing a tax official could result in the amputation of the right hand. However, the portly captain had always escaped such fates, retaining one chubby hand to this day. Had he somehow erred in the process? Hearing the inquiry about the tax rate, he hastily affirmed, Yes, I know. The port does not accept goods in kind, understand? Yes, I understand. Take me to inspect the cargo. Very well. Why are there so many people aboard? They are officers of the army, Your Excellency. Returning with us from Guitu City. The acting captain added, It is our azure blue army. Oh, the tax collector raised an eyebrow, surveying the scattered lieutenants on deck. Clad in military academy uniforms, the lieutenants exuded an air of vitality, unmistakably resembling anything but slaves. The tax collector reached a conclusion, recognizing that these individuals were not enslaved. Yet he coldly admonished the acting captain, If you dare to engage in human trafficking, you will face dire consequences. Do you understand? Yes, the acting captain nodded vigorously. The laws among the various member states of the alliance varied, as did their attitudes toward slavery. However, in the Republic of Azure Blue, bribing public officials resulted in the amputation of a hand, while human trafficking warranted decapitation. Take me to inspect the cargo. Very well. The acting captain of the thieving gull led the two tax collectors down into the ship's hold. Despite being an experienced sailor with over a decade at sea, this first mate would still suffer the repercussions of his insufficient social experience. The thieving gull was about to undergo a rigorous and thorough inspection, and the portly captain, still adrift at sea, might suddenly feel a pang of discomfort in his chest. Ah, I understand, Andre suddenly exclaimed with excitement, gesticulating animatedly as he explained his latest mathematical theory to Winters and Bud. I have figured out the quickest way to get all of us ashore using this small boat. First, let 3 people row to the shore, then return with just one boatload of luggage, repeating the process. Each time, only one person will paddle, ensuring that everyone only rows once, thus preserving their strength. In just 27 trips, we can transport both people and their belongings to the shore. It seems this gentleman had been silently contemplating his mathematical theory all along. Winters and Bud exchanged solemn glances once more. Winters suddenly felt a sharp pain in his phantom limb, and he could not help but sigh deeply. Bud then gravely addressed Andre. I never expected you to be such a mathematical genius. I have a conundrum that has eluded me. Please, teach me. An old man must cross a river with a wolf, a sheep, and a basket of turnips. The boat is too small to carry more than one item at a time. The wolf would eat the sheep, and the sheep would eat the turnips. How can the old man safely transport all three across the river? Winters let out a painful sigh from the depths of his chest, feeling the phantom pain intensify. Later, the tax collector completed the inspection, collected the payment, issued a receipt, and then set off in a small boat to inspect other vessels. The thieving Gull anchored outside Azure Blue Harbor for the night, awaiting entry the following day. Major Moritz, a severe alcoholic, continued to wander the open deck, lamenting his fate. Winters lay on the deck, mere kilometers away from the home he longed for, tossing and turning in restless sleep. Not far from Winters, Bud seemed to be sleeping soundly. Winters suddenly recalled that he had finally returned to his hometown, yet Bard had departed from his native land, undoubtedly feeling a sense of sorrow within. A night passed in silence. Chapter 28. The docket was uncertain whether it was due to offending the tax collector, but the ship, the thieving Seagull, remained anchored for an entire night and morning, only granted permission to enter the harbor as the sun began its descent on the following day. As the dock became visible to the naked eye, Winter commenced rearranging his belongings, finally comprehending why Instructor Null had mentioned that people no longer wielded longswords, opting instead for more portable weaponry. Compared to the sabers of Major General Layton and Major Moritz, the longsword utilized at the military academy was indeed excessively cumbersome. Winter pondered various methods of carrying it. Hanging it from his belt seemed unseemly with its bare scabbard. Placing it at an angle on his belt risked it scraping against the ground, and the discomfort of a 1.3-meter iron bar strapped to his waist was undeniable. Carrying it on his back felt peculiar, as he was not some legendary silver-haired monster hunter, and he had never observed anyone donning a sword in such a manner. Holding it in his hand would likely present him as a brigand eager for a brawl. After much contemplation, he concluded that if it could be mounted on horseback, it would be far more convenient. The sabers of the general and the major were both one-handed, roughly the size of a sidearm, easily affixed to a belt. In comparison to Winter's longsword, their sabers were shorter, lighter, and more ornate. It remained uncertain how effective they were in combat. But in terms of portability and aesthetic appeal, they rendered Winter's longsword utterly impractical. Observing Bard and Andre, Winter suddenly smiled, chuckling at his own apprehension of returning home. The excitement of nearing home had rendered him overly anxious, leaving him at a loss. With this realization, he ceased to agonize over how to carry the longsword with elegance, opting instead to bind it with his luggage and carry it by hand onto the deck. The thieving Seagull was now perilously close to its designated berth in the harbor, which was teeming with vessels, any misstep risking an unwanted collision. Consequently, the ship's sails were furled, and the sailors cautiously wielded long poles to prevent any mishaps. Sensing they were nearly there, the acting captain resumed his duties, heaving a rope toward the dock's mooring point. The dockworkers, who had been waiting, deftly caught the line and secured it to a wooden post. The crew, in unison, shouted and exerted themselves, while several sailors assisted with poles to ensure the ship was moored securely. As the sailors began to lay down planks between the dock and the ship, Winter approached to disembark, only to be called back by the major. Winter keenly noted that the major's habitual fidgeting with coins was absent, and his hands trembled slightly. It was evident that the torment of alcoholism and dehydration had taken a severe toll on him. The major's voice had become hoarse as he listlessly instructed Winter. Once you disembark, organize your classmates. Do not allow everyone to scatter at once. First, report to the military department, and then you may return home. Winters received the order, saluted, and turned to disembark from the ship. He found it somewhat curious that the major had called out to him. Could it be that he recognized him from their shared drinks? On the wharf, the acting captain was engaged in the exchange of documents with the customs officer at the dock. As a commercial republic, customs represented a significant source of revenue for the coastal city of High Blue, and successive governing councils had placed great emphasis on its development. In High Blue, tax collectors would board cargo ships prior to their arrival to inspect goods and collect duties. The documentation, consisting of 3 copies, allowed the tax collector to retain one while providing 2 to the merchant ship as proof of payment and permission to dock. Upon docking, customs personnel would verify the goods once more and retain one of the copies for reconciliation and inspection, permitting the unloading of cargo only once all was confirmed in order. This straightforward and effective system had, to some extent, curbed internal corruption within the customs, serving as a model of efficient administration in this era. As Winters traversed the long pier and finally set foot on solid ground, an unexpected sense of disorientation washed over him. After initially regaining consciousness, he had nearly lost his stomach due to seasickness. Yet, having acclimated to the perpetual rocking of the ship, the return to terra firma struck him with a renewed sensation of nausea. Although the ground beneath him was firm, Winters felt as though his steps were unsteady, as if he were swaying involuntarily. Fortunately, this sensation was not overwhelming, and he collected himself, raising his gaze to survey the bustling High Blue port. A blend of familiarity and strangeness in his hometown. High Blue bore subtle differences from his memories, yet its essence remained unchanged, busy, noisy, and teeming with life. Each individual was preoccupied with their own affairs, traversing their own paths, and no one seemed to notice or care that a young officer, long absent from home, had returned. A hand rested on Winters' shoulder, and with a smile, Bard remarked, "Is this truly the largest port of the Alliance? It certainly feels more vibrant than Guitu City." "Oh, Lord Bard," Winters replied, placing his right hand over his heart and performing an exaggerated bow, before gesturing toward the bustling crowd on the dock. With a grin, he declared, "Welcome to the esteemed heart of the Veneta Republic, the gem upon the inland sea, the city of commerce, the city of wealth, High Blue." Bard returned the exaggerated courtesy with playful enthusiasm, jesting, "But I have heard that High Blue is a city of masks, conspiracies, assassinations, and secret societies. Is not Veneta most famous for its assassins?" "Ah, that is all in the past," Winters responded, his cheeks flushing. He refrained from arguing, for Bard's words held a kernel of truth. The people of Veneta were fiery and passionate, unafraid of life and death, driven by vengeance. In addition to their customs of bearing blades and masks, there existed a tradition of secret societies. To these customs, outsiders may not comprehend, yet the people of Veneta perceive no shame. Rather, they take immense pride in them. However, Winters, having resided in the provinces for 6 years, finds the culture of Veneta, marked by masks, poisons, and daggers, somewhat unfriendly. He gestures repeatedly, explaining to Bud, that belongs to the era of imperial rule. Moreover, the targets of our Veneta assassins were none other than the royalists and the old aristocrats. Those assassins are heroes of the Alliance. 30 years prior, before the second schism of the ecclesiastical order, the brutal suppression of heresy had incited the rebellion of the Veneta people. Cloaked figures wielding poisoned daggers roamed the azure streets, openly assassinating clerics of the ecclesiastical order. Numerous clerics lay slain upon the thoroughfares, while the remaining bishops and judges cowered within fortresses, trembling in fear, too afraid to venture beyond their walls. When the aristocratic faction and the militia within the alliance fractured, the Veneta people eagerly took to assassinating a significant number of the Gulf nobles. Aside from the pretenders to the throne, the last legitimate heir of the Duke of the Mountains met his end at the hands of a Veneta assassin, resulting in the complete extinction of the Fursland family, even among their collateral branches. Is this merely history? Why do I still see pedestrians wearing masks on the streets today? Bud's eyes sparkled with mirth as he pointed. "Look, over there. Those individuals by the carriage are all wearing masks." Following Bud's gesture, Winters glanced in that direction, observing 2 black 4-wheeled carriages parked along the cobblestone road by the dock. These carriages, fully enclosed, were painted black adorned with white wooden trim. The small windows of the carriages were concealed by curtains, obscuring the occupants within. Standing beside the carriages were 4 individuals donning black tricorn hats and cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by white fool's masks, full coverage masks, with only the lower halves slightly raised, resembling beaks. The opulence of Veneta manifests in lavish attire and ornamentation. Although these 4 individuals and their carriages appeared unadorned, they stood out starkly against the flamboyant passers-by in carriages, demanding attention. Not all who wear masks are assassins. Donning a mask is merely a customary practice. You see, even the most unappealing men and women gain an air of beauty when masked. Have you never witnessed the spectacle of the carnival? During that time, the entire city dons masks. After scrutinizing the figures in black robes for a moment, Winters pondered. They must be servants from some affluent household, here to fetch someone at the dock. Shouldn't servants wear livery? Bud interjected, intrigued. Before Winters could respond, a coarse voice intruded upon their conversation. Why concern yourself with others? Perhaps someone simply prefers to dress their servants in this attire. Without needing to glance, Winters recognized the gravelly tone belonged to Andre, who approached, each hand carrying a large, heavy suitcase, clearly straining under the weight as he perspired profusely after merely a few steps from the ship. How much did you bring back? Winters was taken aback by Andre's luggage. Breathing heavily, Andre exclaimed, I brought everything back. As he set his bags down, a metallic clatter echoed, leaving Winters curious about the contents. Don't we need to make another trip? Wouldn't it be better to do this in 2 trips? Winters found himself both amused and exasperated by Andre's determination. Recalling the major's instructions for troop formation, he turned to Andre and Bud, saying, Please inform those who have already disembarked not to disperse, but to wait in formation for the major. I will head to the pier's exit. Bud nodded, and Winters carried the luggage to the junction of the dock and the ground, relaying the major's orders to each student disembarking from the ship. The pier was bustling with activity. Merchants, sailors, travelers, and numerous porters filled the space. A burly porter in casual attire passed by Winters, and suddenly, he felt a strange familiarity with the man's silhouette. Realizing who it was, he shouted, Benway? Benvenuto? The porter turned in confusion. Then his face broke into a joyful smile as he rushed over to embrace Winters. Benvenuto was Winters' dear friend from the Army Preparatory School at the Blue Sea branch. After graduating from Blue Sea Road, Benway did not pursue further education. While Winters attended a provincial pre-college, they had exchanged letters occasionally, but had not seen each other for a full 6 years. Look at you, a true officer now, Benway said, tears glistening in his eyes as he playfully punched Winters in the chest. You've grown taller and stronger. How is your family? Winters replied with a hearty laugh. They are well. My mother still often mentions you. After so many years apart, they had so much to share, yet their brief conversation could hardly encapsulate their experiences. Nearby, Benway's co-workers were urging him to return to work. You haven't moved, have you? Benway asked with reluctance. Winters quickly shook his head. No? And your family hasn't moved either? No, not at all. I must return to work now, but I'll come find you after my shift tonight. It's a promise. After their brief exchange, they parted ways again. Winters had not anticipated encountering an old friend from his past so soon after returning to Blue Sea. Just as he pondered the serendipity of life, for passengers from the thieving Gull disembarked and approached him. As one of the travelers passed by, he adjusted his hat and offered a courteous nod to Winters, who, having fought alongside them against pirates, felt a sense of camaraderie despite not knowing their identities. He returned the gesture with a smile. Winters watched the 4 travelers as they descended the pier and navigated through the throng of people, heading directly toward 2 black carriages. He immediately turned his gaze towards Bard, only to find that Bard was also looking at him, clearly having noticed the 4 travelers as well. They exchanged a grin, both astonished to discover that the 2 black carriages were indeed here to pick up these very travelers from the thieving Gull. Winters shifted his focus back to the 4 travelers, but what he witnessed next made him gasp in horror. A figure clad in black robes appeared to embrace one of the travelers who had just nodded at him. But Winters distinctly saw a bloody blade protruding from the traveler's back, trembling slightly in the sunlight. In an instant, the black-robed figure and the traveler began to engage in a fierce duel. A piercing female scream shattered the air, alerting passers-by to the brutal struggle unfolding at the dock. Among the remaining 3 travelers, one was valiantly attempting to block the black-robed assailant, while another shielded the more prominent traveler, urging him to flee towards the thieving Gull, the latter crying out for help. Winters witnessed this chaotic scene and instinctively resolved to intervene, unable to stand by while his comrades were slaughtered in broad daylight. With no other weapons at hand, he unsheathed his training sword, which was dulled, and charged forward. The events transpired in a heartbeat. The lieutenants were still trying to comprehend what was happening, frozen in place as they watched the 2 black-robed figures pursue the travelers. The traveler who appeared to be the protector, realizing escape was impossible, turned to confront the assailants, attempting to intercept them. Upon seeing the protector halt, one of the black-robed figures stopped as well, drawing forth a remarkably short firearm from his robes. Without the cumbersome process of lighting a fuse, he pointed the gun directly at the protector and fired. A flash of red light erupted, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke, the gunshot reverberating throughout the dock. If the onlookers were previously bewildered, the sound of the gunshot plunged them into a state of panic. Though it was unclear how the black-robed figure had discharged the weapon without igniting it, Winters knew that at such close range, a miss was inconceivable. The protector was undoubtedly doomed. However, to everyone's astonishment, the protector, hit at point-blank range, not only survived but lunged forward with his sword towards the black-robed figure. As if he had not been struck at all, the older, more distinguished traveler was desperately calling for help, scrambling towards the thieving Gaul. As Winters brushed past him, he confronted another black-robed figure head-on. There was no time for contemplation. Instinctively, Winters unleashed a powerful strike with the anger style, swinging with all his might. This was the full force of Winters' sword, capable of shattering bones even without a sharpened edge. The adversary had no choice but to evade. Yet, in a display of agility that a longsword could never match, the opponent's single-handed sword maneuvered around the path of Winters' blade, darting like a viper straight for his chest. Chapter 29. Assassination. Winters had never before encountered such a dexterous single-handed sword. Compared to the commonly seen single-handed swords, the blade of the longsword can be regarded as slender. Yet, the single-handed sword wielded by the cloaked figure is astonishingly more delicate, and despite being a one-handed weapon, its length does not fall short of the two-handed sword held by Winters. How can something so long remain so agile? Truly bewildering. Fortunately, this is not a competition, and there is no score to settle. In the past, Winters believed that swordsmanship relied solely on practice, dismissing the notions of swordsmanship as mere empty rhetoric. However, after experiencing a boarding battle with pirates, he began to reassess the teachings of his mentor, Richard Null. One must not merely charge forward, one's steps must be nimble. As he witnessed his strike miss its mark, the opponent's sword had already circumvented his path and was thrusting directly toward him. In a moment of desperation, Winters relinquished his longsword, hurling it towards his adversary. Had this been a contest, he would have been immediately disqualified. Perhaps due to the two previous skirmishes, he felt less anxious, even beginning to jest at his own predicament. However, regardless of his thoughts, his body remained in motion, retreating 2 steps to evade the tip of his opponent's blade. The assassins of Veneta are notorious for their use of poison. Winters had grown up hearing tales of poisoned daggers. Thus, even with a mere 1% chance, he wished to avoid any scrape from the foe's blade. Unbeknownst to his opponent, Winters possessed a technique to transform his longsword into a flying axe, and the cloaked figure was caught off guard, struck solidly by the unexpected projectile. At that moment, Winters heard a peculiar sound as his opponent was hit. Regrettably, his longsword was a training weapon, unsharpened. This blow merely elicited a muffled grunt from the adversary, failing to inflict any injury that would incapacitate him. The brief delay caused by Winters' flying sword technique incited the cloaked figure's wrath, who, now seething, disregarded the travelers he had been pursuing and charged directly at Winters with his sword raised. Winters had not anticipated that his flying sword technique would possess a mocking element, and he chuckled inwardly before making a hasty retreat. He was unaware of the opponent's true skill level, but had this been a definitive contest, the foe's entangling maneuver would have clinched victory. Alas, this was a dock, not a training ground. It was a life-and-death struggle, not a mere competition. Thus, if he could not best you, would he not be able to outpace you? However, with the dock behind him, he had nowhere else to flee. Following in the footsteps of the traveler who had just tumbled past, hastening onto the gangplank towards the thieving Gaul. The panicked bystanders on the gangplank and the cargo being unloaded from other merchant vessels hampered the speed of the 3 individuals. The cloaked figure, seeing Winters right before him, found himself unable to close the distance after running for a dozen steps. Winters had previously witnessed another cloaked figure wielding a quickly firing firearm. Since one bore such a weapon, the one pursuing him surely had no reason to be without such a lethal tool. Thus, he remained vigilant, cautious not to run blindly, frequently glancing back at the cloaked figure. Indeed, he caught sight of the figure in the black cloak lifting another hand concealed within the folds of his robe, pointing directly at him. In the black-clad man's grip was the same peculiar firearm. Winters had long been on guard. The pier was strewn with cargo temporarily piled up by numerous dockworkers, resembling low walls. The moment the cloaked figure raised his hand, Winters did not hesitate to bend low and dash behind a half-height stack of goods, cursing fiercely, "You coward! You are wielding a firearm instead of a sword. Truly shameless." The black-clad man, infuriated to the brink of sputtering blood, retorted, "Aren't you the one scurrying away like a rabbit?" However, his words shattered the facade of the cold, efficient assassin he had been. The facade crumbled entirely. The black-clad man's retort made Winters realize that he was merely an ordinary person, capable of both anger and joy, bolstering his own courage. The figure in black advanced towards Winters, who, peering through the gaps of a wooden crate, noticed the firearm still aimed in his direction, making him reluctant to reveal himself. Yet, an idea struck him. He recalled the hair combustion spell he had once employed with Axel. Immediately, he formed the gestures required for the fire spell, reminiscing about the sensation of igniting the thief's hair that night. Although he could not see the hair beneath the cloak, he relentlessly pushed his magical abilities to the limit, channeling his power towards the top of the black-clad man's head. The familiar sensation of pressure and phantom pain coursed through Winters, causing him to tremble. Yet he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the spell until the very last moment. During his time aboard the ship, the phantom pain from a third arm resulting from a fire incident had gradually diminished. However, as a precaution, the Major had prohibited any spellcasters from using their abilities until they had fully recovered. Now, such concerns were cast aside. Winters could only endure for a brief period. The intense strain from wielding magic rendered him incapable of focusing any longer, and he gasped, relinquishing the spell. It seemed wisps of smoke emerged from the black-clad man's head, yet it did not ignite with the same ferocity as the thief's hair had. The black-clad man continued to advance, indicating that the hair combustion spell had proven ineffective. Winters understood that he was grasping at straws. His effective casting range was merely about 1 meter. He could manipulate objects within that vicinity, but beyond that distance, his magical prowess waned significantly. The fact that he managed to produce smoke from several meters away was already an extraordinary feat. Taking a deep breath, Winters readied himself to cast once more. This time, he resolved to wait until the black-clad man drew nearer before engaging him in close combat, preparing to use the hair combustion spell again at close range. In his mind, he reassured himself, after all this commotion, that scoundrel would be unable to pursue the elderly traveler. If worst came to worst, he could always leap into the water. The figure clad in black strode purposefully towards Winters, who stood poised for action. Just as the tip of the black-clad man's sword threatened to skim over Winters' head, a thunderous roar erupted from the dock, akin to a clap of thunder unlike any other. The sound was so profound that Winters felt as though he had pressed his ear against the muzzle of a 32-pound cannon, only for someone to ignite the gunpowder within. The resounding thunder left Winters dizzy and ringing in his ears, prompting the black-clad man to instinctively cover his ears. A faint whoosh followed, accompanied by the sharp clink of metal. Turning towards the source of the thunderous noise, Winters beheld Major Moritz, blood streaming from his ears, standing between the ship, the Raven, and the dock, arm outstretched towards the black-clad man. The object in Major Moritz's hand glinted faintly, and another soft whoosh resonated through the air, resulting in yet another clear metallic sound as something ricocheted off the black-clad man, landing on the dock. The black-clad man raised his firearm, aiming at the Major, who waved his hand. A gunshot rang out, and the lead struck the hull of the Raven, splintering the wood. The cacophony of thunder, Major Moritz, silver coins, the clash of metal, the lead's trajectory, and the peculiar sound of the longsword striking its target all coalesced in Winters' mind. He suddenly realized Major Moritz was also a spellcaster. He simply bore no insignia. Meanwhile, that black-clad scoundrel was clad in iron beneath his cloak. "Strike his head, Major," Winters shouted, attempting to warn him. "He wears armor beneath his cloak." But the Major seemed oblivious, launching 2 more silver coins with his spell, which clinked harmlessly against the black-clad man's armor, failing to penetrate. Frustrated that the Major disregarded his words, Winters, in a moment of desperation, leaped from behind cover, shouldering into the black-clad man with all his might. He was not entirely reckless. He had noticed that the black-clad man's firearm was empty. With both hands, he reached to seize the black-clad man's sword. The black-clad man, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly less skilled swordsman, was caught off guard as Winters collided with him, knocking the breath from his chest and sending him sprawling to the ground. This maneuver, learned from a female thief, would have been lethal had Winters been armed with a dagger. The The sensation of impact confirmed his assessment. Indeed, the black-clad man wore plate armor beneath his cloak. Winters pinned the black-clad man down, grasping his right hand and forearm, employing a grappling technique to twist the man's wrist and compel him to relinquish his weapon. Yet, the black-clad man proved to be resilient, enduring the excruciating pain while still tightly gripping his one-handed sword. With his left hand, he reversed his firearm, striking Winters back with the stock. The firearm, now wielded as a mace, thudded against Winters' back, resonating like a war drum, and he could almost hear the sound of his ribs fracturing under the force. He cast aside any semblance of decorum and resorted to the most primal weapon of all creatures, his teeth, biting fiercely into the right wrist of the figure in black robes. With nearly 50 kilograms of biting force, Winters tasted the metallic tang of blood. The black-robed man, gripped by pain, could no longer hold onto his sword, which Winters seized with determination. Clad in a breastplate, the black-robed man rendered strikes to his torso ineffective. Noticing that the single-handed sword he had acquired possessed a blade at its base, Winters swiftly employed it to slash at the black-robed man's neck. The black-robed man's reaction was remarkably swift. He raised his firearm to shield his neck, blocking the blade. The two combatants fought like farmers wrestling in a muddy pit, employing the most undignified tactics in their desperate attempts to vanquish one another. The black-robed man's sword was exceedingly long, putting him at a disadvantage in such close quarters. As Winters attempted to regain his footing, the black-robed man rose as well, only to be met with a fierce kick to the chin from Winters. This powerful blow drained the black-robed man of his strength, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. With a flourish of his blade, Winters inflicted a deep wound on the black-robed man's left arm, causing the firearm in his left hand to slip away. Now in a position of complete dominance, Winters hesitated, torn between ending the black-robed man's life or capturing him alive for interrogation, when he heard the major's urgent warning. "Be careful." Looking up, he saw the trembling tip of a sword aimed at him. Two more black-robed figures had arrived. Winters stepped back, deflecting the thrust. The black-robed man did not pursue him further. One stood defiantly with his sword while the other crouched to assess the condition of their comrade. Having felled one opponent only to face two more was an ominous turn of events. Winters barked a sharp inquiry. "Do you wish to die? How dare you assault an officer?" The black-robed man before him remained silent, his mask obscuring his expression, revealing only his eyes, which bore into Winters with unwavering intensity. The man who had suffered the kick to his head regained his senses, struggling to stand with the aid of his companion. Winters cursed internally, wondering if the man's chin was made of stone. He regretted not having reinforced his boots with iron plates. The odds had shifted from 1 against 2 to 1 against 3, a far more precarious situation. Winters pointed his blade at the black-robed man and began to retreat slowly to join the major. His mind raced. The objective of the black-robed figures was evidently the elderly traveler. He had stalled them long enough for the traveler to find refuge and safety, effectively thwarting their plan. Without the necessity to confront multiple foes directly, he resolved to delay them as long as possible. If the black-robed men hesitated and chose not to retreat, then he and the major could simply hold their ground until reinforcements arrived, turning the tables on these adversaries, who would find themselves trapped with no escape. Hence, the immediate priority was to buy as much time as possible. Upon grasping this principle, Winters began to engage in nonsensical banter, diverting the attention of several cloaked figures. "Look behind you. Your two carriages have been spirited away. What are you standing around for? Are you unaware that with a single shout I could summon over 30 comrades? You openly assault an army officer. Do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. Moreover, this was supposed to be a duel with swords, yet you not only donned armor in secret, but also wielded firearms. How shameless can you be? By the way, I hope your swords are not poisoned. That unfortunate fellow on the ground has sustained a significant wound from his own blade. Hurry back and attend to him." With each statement, Winters took a step back, leaving the three cloaked figures momentarily bewildered by the officer, who had just been fighting for his life, now engaging in idle chatter. However, they seemed unwilling to abandon their objective, so with every step Winters retreated, they pressed forward. The major, sword in hand, hastened to Winters' side. Winters noted the major's ears were still bleeding, crimson streaks running down to his chin. Finally, one of the cloaked figures could no longer tolerate Winters' futile verbal barrage and launched an attack, followed closely by another. Winters and the major faced off against the two cloaked figures, while a third cloaked figure, whose sword was now in Winters' possession, stood behind his companions, reloading a firearm. This was Winters' first experience wielding such a one-handed sword, which had its center of balance at the guard, affording remarkable agility. However, this came at the cost of striking power. Unaccustomed to this weapon, Winters struggled to defend against his opponent's strikes. In contrast, the Major, despite Winters' belief that his sword was merely ornamental, wielded it with remarkable skill, not faltering in the slightest. In unarmored swordplay, a single round could determine life or death. Yet after 2 rounds, neither Winters, the Major, nor the 2 cloaked figures had gained the upper hand, resulting in a return to a standoff and cautious probing. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew the attention of all. The 2 cloaked figures peered over Winters' shoulder to glimpse what lay behind him. Though curious, Winters did not dare to turn around hastily. He and the Major took a significant step back to create distance before looking to see what had transpired. The sight before them was shocking. On the dock, the elderly traveler who had managed to reach safety was pierced through the heart by a dockworker's dagger, the blade protruding from his back. The dockworker calmly withdrew the dagger and, under the gaze of all, leisurely lit the fuses of 2 box-shaped objects with a pipe before diving into the sea. Simultaneously, from the other merchant vessels moored at the dock, several dockworkers hurled packages containing fuses onto the dock before also leaping into the water. One of them landed not far from Winters. When he turned back, the figures cloaked in black had already fled. He exchanged a glance with the Major. Neither of them recognized the object, yet they instantly surmised its purpose. Hand-thrown incendiary grenades had been employed by the ancient empire a millennium ago, and iron-cased grenades were hardly novel in the context of the sovereignty wars that transpired 30 years prior. The fuse was burning rapidly, leaving no time for contemplation. Both Winters and the Major leaped into the sea. The violent shockwave from the explosion sent waves crashing, propelling Winters deeper into the water. It was only when he choked on a mouthful of seawater that he recalled a critical fact. He could not swim. Chapter 30. A mess 3 hours after the assassination at the docks. Within the 2-story building of the Customs Authority in Guitu City, the air seemed to solidify. Robert Hurt, the Customs Chief Administrator, now felt an excruciating headache. A pier had been obliterated by the explosion. His morgue had gained several corpses. Yet these were not the most pressing issues at hand. The most troublesome matter was that his cell was filled with army officers. The expression on the big boss's face was clouded with discontent, causing the junior staff to tremble with trepidation. From the highest-ranking assistant to the lowest-ranking clerk, every customs officer buried their heads as deeply as possible into the documents on their desks, scarcely daring to breathe. In Hurt's office, the department heads were grave-faced, engrossed in their cigarettes, none daring to utter a word. The atmosphere in the office of the customs chief was thick with smoke, resembling the onset of a dense fog. Earlier, in this very office, upon receiving reports from the department heads regarding the explosion at the docks a few hours prior, a pulsating pain began to throb in an elusive part of Hurd's head, his temples visibly pulsating. Now, observing the silence from his subordinates, he couldn't help but lament the unreliability of his team. Rising, he opened the window, allowing the fresh sea breeze to disperse the stale smoke within the office. Regaining his composure, he asked the department heads in a low voice, "Is there anyone with additional information to share?" The response was a deathly silence. Noticing the lack of dialogue, Hurd furrowed his brow and continued, "Let me summarize. This afternoon, a brawl erupted at the docks, a pier was reduced to rubble, and several lives were lost, additionally involving a group of army officers. This is the extent of our knowledge, correct? Now, the pressing matter is how to handle the detained army personnel. We must devise a solution swiftly." Leaning back in his chair, he tapped his fingers lightly on the desk before suddenly chuckling coldly. "Is that army brigadier still shouting about wanting to take us out?" Yes," came the reply. The director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau nodded cautiously. The army officers had been invited into the very cells that were originally intended for holding smugglers, which now fell under his jurisdiction. At present, General Layton was resting in my office, but I fear that should we continue to detain his men, he may very well storm the headquarters with sword in hand. Let him come." Hurd slammed the table fiercely, causing the cups and inkwells atop it to leap an inch into the air. "Does the Customs Department truly fear him? Of course, we do not fear him. In a head-on confrontation, we would undoubtedly prevail." The director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked with a wry smile, "However, we cannot indefinitely confine members of the army in our cells. Such actions lack legitimacy, and the Customs Department has no solid ground to stand upon. I propose we simply release them. The Army personnel appear quite cooperative with our investigation, being duly registered officers on the Army roster. Even if released, they will not vanish. We can summon them back should we require their assistance. Release them? One might say lightly. If the Army were responsible for bombing the docks, how could we expect them to allow us to recapture them after their release? I contend that we must interrogate each individual until we clarify the circumstances of today's events. No one shall leave. Upon hearing that the director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau intended to release the detainees, the director of the Tax Bureau interjected vehemently. He staunchly opposed the proposal, as the two had always been at odds, their relationship characterized by constant contention. Then you should conduct the interrogation, he retorted. You have spent an entire afternoon. What useful information have you uncovered? Have you not found them to be utterly uncooperative? The director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, incensed, shot back without hesitation. What nonsense! What can be gleaned through mere polite conversation? This bunch of scoundrels undoubtedly possesses information they have withheld. The director of the Tax Bureau's face flushed crimson, and he shouted, Chief, let us resort to coercion. With your consent, I shall employ force to ensure these Army rascals divulge all they know. Coercion? Do you wish to provoke the Army? The director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau bellowed, rising to his feet in outrage. With a resounding thud, Hurd struck the oak table, splintering its surface. Silence, all of you. The two directors, each wielding authority surpassing that of 100 others within the customs, fell silent, seething with indignation as they returned to their seats. Hurd's head throbbed even more acutely now. Hey, I speak to you. How long do you intend to keep us confined? On what grounds does the Customs Department detain us? Release us. Andre clutched the cell bars, shouting at the two guards, one stout, the other lean. He kicked the cell door with fury, dislodging a pound of dust from the walls. Sir, we are not the ones imprisoning you, replied the lean guard with a sycophantic smile. Please, do not hold us accountable. We are merely here to earn our daily bread. Why we are detaining you? How could we possibly know? We must simply follow orders given to us. If you do not know, then summon someone who does. The higher-ups are absent, and it is just the two of us here in this cell. Would you like me to fetch you some water? Forget it, Andre. Come sit down. Seeing the gaunt figure closely guarding the slick surroundings, Winters felt reluctant to watch Andre being manipulated by words. He called out to Andre softly. Andre snorted coldly, realizing that although the thin man spoke politely, he was an impenetrable foe. He strode back to Winters, lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and casually grabbed 2 handfuls of straw to serve as a makeshift pillow. At this moment, Winters sat cross-legged on the ground, bare-shouldered, while Bud was examining the area on his back where the black-robed man had struck him with the butt of his gun. It is essential to mention a piece of knowledge that defies common sense. Even in the future, when humanity begins to manufacture firearms from lightweight polymers, guns will still weigh more than cold weapons. An unloaded assault rifle weighs at least 5 pounds, while Winters' longsword weighs merely 3. This was even more pronounced in an era still utilizing wooden stocks. Thus, in these times, a firearm wielded upside down essentially serves as a hammer. Many gunmen, when embroiled in close combat, prefer to swing their gun stocks rather than draw their swords. The initial strike to Winters' back from the black-robed man hadn't hurt much, but now it began to throb faintly. These assassins were quite ruthless. Bud clicked his tongue in sympathy, pressing experimentally on the bruised area with his fingers. Does this hurt? Can it not hurt? You would feel it too if you were struck, Winters replied with a wry smile. I meant, does it hurt your bones? Well, it's somewhat painful, but I can endure it. That's good. It should not be broken. Probably because you were grappling with him, he couldn't exert full force. Bud speculated on the situation at the time, offering medical advice. Regardless, you must rest for a month without overexerting yourself. That scoundrel was utterly shameless, wearing a breastplate beneath his robe. The more Winters thought about it, the angrier he became, filled with impotent rage. If I had been wearing plate armor, would he have been able to injure me? Bud, helping Winters put his clothes back on, remarked casually, really? I actually found the swordsmanship of those black-robed men quite impressive. This statement resonated with Winters. Reflecting on his encounter with the assassins, he replied earnestly, Indeed, they were formidable. The black-robed man who struck me was exceptionally precise with distance control. Moreover, their swords were balanced at the hilt, allowing for remarkable agility. In a true one-on-one duel, I would likely not be his equal. It would take someone like Ike to guarantee victory. I doubt there are many swordsmen in the entire bay who can surpass a master. Bud chuckled. Haha, that's merely a contest. We have seen blood after all. In a life-or-death situation, Ike might not stand a chance against us. Recalling Ike, a smile spread across Winters' face as he exuberantly declared, my understanding of swordsmanship has ascended to a new echelon. If I were to wield a short gun like the man in the black robe, I would not fear facing Ike. Well, perhaps one gun would not suffice. Having two would provide a greater sense of security. Did you discern how he managed to fire his gun without a matchlock? Bard pondered, still grappling with the enigma. I did not perceive it clearly. There must be some special design, Winters replied, shaking his head. He had come into close contact with the black-robed man's firearm and confirmed that it bore no matchlock. Yet the intricate details eluded his understanding. However, he recalled his encounter on the bridge where he had subdued the black-robed figure and cheerfully remarked, that man, despite wielding a specially crafted gun, was still knocked unconscious by my kick. Had his companions not intervened, I might have captured him alive. Once we escape this place, I shall reinforce the tips of my boots with iron plates, and next time, I shall shatter his jaw with a single kick. He boasted with a hint of pride. I increasingly believe that my experience battling pirates was pivotal. Ike may not stand a chance against us both. What practical experience? It merely signifies an enhancement in my ability to take lives, Bard retorted, lacking Winters' sense of pride. He bitterly reflected. I cannot bear to imagine how my parents would react if they learned of my involvement in killing. This remark struck a chord with Winters. What would his family think if they discovered the blood on his hands? His pride evaporated in an instant. Winters offered a dry consolation to Bard. After all the years we spent in military school, wasn't this the skill we were meant to acquire? Ahem, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Do not dwell on it excessively. As Andre said, consider yourself a tool, and it will be more bearable. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the far end of the cell. The Major has awakened. He is awake. A few hours prior, Winters and Major Moritz had leapt into the sea to escape an explosion. But it was only when he began to choke on water that Winters realized he could not swim. In a panic, flailing his limbs and nearing drowning, he felt powerful arms seize him from behind and pull him to the surface. Even now, the memory of nearly succumbing to the depths sent shivers coursing through him. Initially, Winters believed it was the Major who had rescued him, only to discover upon reaching the shore that it was actually his old classmate, Benway. But where was the Major? The sea had swallowed him from sight. It turned out that he, too, could not swim. Benway had no time for pleasantries. He plunged back into the water with haste. After a considerable interval, he emerged, cradling the Major as they surfaced. The Major, just returned to the shore, was breathless, and the dock workers employed every imaginable method, from throat clearing to nasal suction, to drag him back from the brink of death. However, after a brief revival of consciousness and breath, the Major lapsed again into unconsciousness. Subsequently, the Army warrant officers found themselves encircled by the customs guards who had arrived in response to the commotion. Both the bewildered warrant officers and the equally perplexed customs guards faced each other in a standoff. After some deliberation, Major General Layton ordered the warrant officers to proceed to the customs office with dignity to cooperate with the investigation. Thus, the warrant officers were not subjected to a search. Instead, they were politely escorted into the detention room of the smuggling office with their luggage in tow. Major Moritz was supposed to accompany Major General Layton to the office of the customs chief to rest, but as he remained in a state of unconsciousness, he stayed behind in the detention room under the care of the warrant officers. Just awakening, the Major appeared exceedingly frail, struggling to open his eyes, his lips quivering slightly as he gasped for air. Water, quickly, bring water, urged one of his comrades, helping to support him. A slender guard hastily poured a cup of water, which was then passed hand to hand to the individual at Major Moritz's side. Everyone clumsily assisted the Major into a half-sitting position, cautiously administering the water. Drops of water trickled into the Major's mouth, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the warrant officers. However, just as they felt the weight lift from their hearts, the little water administered was promptly expelled by the Major. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Witnessing the water being regurgitated, Winters, too, was taken aback. Yet, upon observing the Major's gaunt visage, a sudden realization struck him, and clarity dawned upon him. The Major craved alcohol. Winters shouted urgently to the two guards, "Give me some alcohol, not water. Hurry, bring wine." "Pardon me, sir, but where am I to procure alcohol at this moment?" The slender guard replied, exasperated. "I have no liquor. Can you not make do with water? How dare you suggest that? Go find your superior. Angered by the guard's insolence, Winters bellowed, bring me alcohol, or I swear I will have your head. The two guards turned pale with fright, and the slender guard hurriedly exited the cell. He soon returned, bringing Major General Layton along with the head of the detention room. With a creak, the cell door swung open, and Major General Layton swiftly approached Major Moritz. Relieved to see that the Major had regained consciousness, the warrant officers poured the wine brought by the general into a cup, carefully offering it to Major Moritz. This time, the Major did not reject the offering. Instead, he swallowed it down with visible effort. Winters noticed a flicker of relief wash over the Major's face, and it seemed as though tears were welling in his eyes, his complexion improving significantly. After consuming a generous glass of red wine, the Major gestured for the cadets to cease their feeding. Observing the marked improvement in the Major's condition following the drink, Major General Layton leaned in with concern, inquiring, Major Moritz, how do you feel now? Are you able to speak? To his surprise, the Major ignored the general's words entirely, provoking a flicker of annoyance in the general's expression. Winters solemnly conveyed to Major General Layton, General, the Major has lost his hearing. Upon hearing this statement, Major General Layton was taken aback, his eyebrows raised, and his pupils slightly unfocused as he urgently inquired, what happened? How could he become deaf? What individual could render Major Moritz, a master of both magic and swordsmanship, unable to hear? The answer was, of course, himself. The thunderous roar at the dock had left Winter with a lingering faint ringing in his ears. That deafening sound was not Zeus expressing his wrath nor Thor swinging his hammer, but rather the result of the Major's furious shout, empowered by the Sound Blast spell. Sound Blast, akin to amplification spells, is essentially an enhanced version of the latter. While amplification merely magnifies a person's voice several times, primarily for the purpose of issuing commands, Sound Blast imbues the voice with the might of thunder, capable of disrupting a person's balance. If amplification is likened to a small water pipe firing a gun, then Sound Blast is the legendary Orban cannon. This remarkably potent Sound Blast had repelled the black-cloaked assassin, thereby saving Winter's life. But it also left him with persistent tinnitus and shattered the Major's own eardrums. Sound Blast is recognized as the most powerful yet least practical of sound spells. It is an indiscriminate attack. The closer one is to the source of the sound, the greater the spell's potency. Generally speaking, who would be closest to the source? Naturally, it would be the caster themselves. Particularly in the case of a Major like Moritz, who is both the caster and the source, no matter how formidable the Sound Blast. The most severe consequences will invariably be borne by the caster. This explains why Sound Blast is currently deemed impractical. On the dock's gangplank, upon realizing that the Major was the caster, Winter noticed blood streaming from both of Moritz's ears. He immediately understood that the Major, in a moment of desperation to save him, had used Sound Blast without any protective gear. Winter succinctly explained the principles of Sound Blast and the circumstances surrounding the Major's ruptured eardrums to the general and their colleagues, who listened with a sense of regret. They could communicate with the Major using pen and paper, as he was merely unable to hear, but should have no trouble with speaking or reading. Furrowing his brow, Winter proposed a solution, filled with guilt and remorse for the dashing Major Moritz, who had now been reduced to this state solely to save him. Everyone agreed that it was indeed a good idea and hurried to procure paper and writing instruments. Major General Layton dictated, while Winter transcribed, the quill scratching against the paper. As words flowed from the tip, Major Moritz, Layton d'Acastel is conversing with you. Please ascertain for yourself whether you have regained consciousness. The Major gazed at the paper and nodded. Once again, a line of text appeared. Do you still remember who we are? The Major nodded in acknowledgement. The third line read, what does the number 4 signify? A faint, resigned smile graced the Major's lips as he took the quill from Winters and, with an unsteady hand, inscribed, I feel rather dazed and fatigued at present, yet my mind remains clear. Winters retrieved the quill and continued to transcribe General Layton's inquiries. Can you hear any sounds now? The Major gently shook his head. Winters recorded, you may have lost your hearing. The Major's expression was as tranquil as a deep lake. He subtly nodded, seemingly conveying through his gaze, I am aware. I comprehend. General Layton posed another question. Can you speak at this moment? A reluctant smile reappeared on Major Moritz's face. He cleared his throat and, projecting his voice threefold, declared, I cannot hear any sounds. I cannot control the volume of my speech. I am capable of speaking, but I do not wish to at present. General Layton asked several trivial questions, to which Major Moritz responded in turn. Noticing that Major Moritz had indeed regained his lucidity, General Layton's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Observing the Major's continued fatigue, he inquired if the Major wished to leave the room. Upon receiving a negative response, General Layton entrusted the Major to the care of the lieutenants and departed the cell with alacrity, seemingly intent on confronting the bureaucrats at customs. Winters had intended for the mentally fatigued Major to rest, but to his surprise, the Major insisted on remaining upright. He gestured for the lieutenants to assist him in leaning against the wall, allowing him to sit up. In matters of rank, a higher authority often exerts overwhelming pressure, especially across 4 ranks. Even with the Major's health in mind, Winters could only feebly advise, "You ought to rest well." The Major took the quill. "I am well. I merely need to understand our current situation, as I have several questions that require answers." Winters procured another quill. "Have you ever employed the technique of loud speech? Will your hearing be restored?" Observing the concern etched on Winters' face, the Major smiled and wrote, "I am not entirely deaf. I can still hear the sound of teeth clashing, indicating that my eardrum is merely damaged. I have experienced this before. With a period of rest, my hearing will return, so there is no need for worry." With the Major's assurance regarding the restoration of his hearing, Winters finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. The Major's quill danced across the page, inquiring in detail about the events following the arrival of the thieving gull. Although Winters wished for the Major to rest, he could only comply with his wishes, responding succinctly to each question. The two engaged in a dialogue, their pens serving as their voices, repeating the question-and-answer process. As the intelligence accumulated, the morale of the Major seemed to improve considerably, to the point that he indulged in another glass of red wine midway. After absorbing the information shared by Winters and the other lieutenants, the Major closed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the paper. The lieutenants exchanged glances, observing the Major seemingly lost in thought. It appeared as though he had slipped into a light slumber, and after a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, which now sparkled with renewed vigor. He swiftly inscribed a line on the paper. "Thus, it seems we have fallen victim to an unforeseen calamity." Indeed, the Major's assertion was correct, as Winters noted. Yes, the assassin's apparent targets were those few travelers. We were merely entangled in this affair. Now, with the customs officials unable to locate the assassins, they refused to let us leave, possibly intending to pin the blame on us. A contemptuous snort escaped the Major's nostrils. He dismissively shook his head and wrote, "Tell everyone to remain at ease. This matter does not concern us. The customs officials cannot hold us accountable. Has the army been informed?" Winters nodded and wrote, "One of our conditions for cooperating with the investigation is that the Army Department must be notified." Although Major Moritz's complexion was far from favorable, he appeared remarkably relaxed, smiling as he wrote, "Then by tomorrow at the latest, customs must release us. If the high-ranking officials at the army are attentive, we may even return home tonight." Major Moritz's confidence inspired a flicker of hope among the lieutenants, igniting a flame of optimism within them. Hope is the most precious of commodities. With it, even the confinement of this prison could become bearable. The Major then motioned with his pen, "Let everyone rest. Do not crowd around me. I am fine. You should eat and drink, and simply await the moment to return home." With the Major's words, the lieutenants dispersed in small groups, seeking their own means to pass the time within the confines of the cell. Winters was about to assist the Major in reclining back onto the straw bed for rest when a sudden thought struck him, an intelligence that might bear significance, information that he was uncertain whether to share with his comrades. He scanned the room, noting that the others had shifted their focus, with even Bud and Andre returning to their belongings. He then picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, retrieved a fresh sheet of paper, and quietly wrote for the Major's eyes only, "You are a military spellcaster, are you not?" Major Moritz, puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Winters continued to write, "The assassin fired upon you. If I am not mistaken, you utilized deflection magic to divert the bullet, correct?" The Major nodded once more. Winters pressed on, "Deflection magic is an extremely difficult spell, is it not?" The Major, perceptive as ever, seemed to grasp what Winters was insinuating, pursing his lips and nodding in agreement. Winters once again surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that only the Major and he could see the paper in hand. After much hesitation, he resolutely wrote, "Among those 4 travelers, there is also a spellcaster." Major Moritz furrowed his brow, slightly lifting his chin to signal Winters to continue writing. Winters hastily put pen to paper, his handwriting becoming increasingly erratic, if I am not mistaken. One of the guards among the 4 travelers also employed a diversion technique at the dock. The gun was fired at close range, yet the shot struck the ground instead. The Major's expression grew grave as his eyes fixed intently on Winters. From that penetrating gaze, Winters discerned the unspoken question, "Are you certain?" With unwavering resolve, Winters nodded affirmatively. Having witnessed the black-clad assassin's firearm aimed squarely at the guard, only for the projectile to inexplicably hit the stone pavement of the dock. His strokes became resolute. "I am certain of what I saw. Others must have witnessed it as well, but I dare not confirm it with them." Major Moritz exhaled heavily, evidently convinced by Winters' demeanor and conviction, believing that he was not fabricating the truth. Grinding his teeth, the Major swiftly tore away the last 2 segments of Winters' account, shredding them into small pieces which he unceremoniously consumed with a gulp of wine. Winters stared in astonishment at the Major as he obliterated the evidence, momentarily taken aback. After setting down his wine glass, Major Moritz quickly inscribed another message on the paper. "Do not speak of this to anyone. Do not let customs officials become aware. We shall discuss this matter further after leaving here." He paused briefly to add, "In secrecy." Winters nodded in understanding. In the Sena's alliance, wizards were exclusively part of the army, and the training system for spellcasters was fundamentally a military monopoly. If customs were to learn that one party in the dock confrontation included a spellcaster, they would not take it lightly. The Major smiled and penned another line. "Just in case, you should consume the remaining paper as well. I am a dividing line." Bard looked in astonishment at Winters, who was returning from the Major's side, greedily sipping from the Major's wine glass. With wide eyes, he queried, "Aren't you supposed to refrain from alcohol?" Ensign Montaigne let out a long belch, responding testily, "I choked." "What does choking have to do with drinking?" Bard was befuddled. "Can't you just wash it down? Is drinking this wine truly satisfying for you? Have you gotten tipsy?" Such nonsensical replies left Bard in a state of bemusement. He glanced toward the far end of the cell and asked, "How is Major Moritz?" "Humph, he has well enough." Winters replied with a hint of sarcasm, "He has fallen asleep again." Bard was even more perplexed. "What on earth is going on? It seems you suddenly have a strong opinion about the Major." Nearby, Andre lay fast asleep, his face obscured by his hat. Winters nudged Bard and Andre aside. Sprawling himself on the ground, "Shift over a bit. Make some room for me as well. I need to catch some sleep." Accompanied by the satiety brought on by plant fibers and the gentle intoxication of alcohol, Winters soon found himself drifting into a state suspended between slumber and wakefulness. He could still perceive the sounds from the outside world, yet his consciousness teetered on the brink of chaos, and it would not be long before he succumbed entirely to sleep. At that critical juncture, he heard someone calling out, "Who is Winters Montagne? Which one is Mr. Winters Montagne?" Startled by the invocation of his name, Winters jolted awake, sitting upright and rubbing his head, taking a few moments to regain his lucidity. Once his mind resumed its functions, he responded, his tone laced with irritation, "I am Montaigne." "What is it? Please step outside. Someone wishes to see you," replied the head of the cell, speaking in a conciliatory manner. Upon hearing this, Winters' heart momentarily stalled before racing ahead. Thoughts flickered through his mind like lightning. They wish to interrogate me alone? Did the customs officials see what I just wrote? Has someone betrayed me? How could customs be so insidious? Should I wake the Major first? His mind swirled with anxiety, yet Winters outwardly maintained a facade of calm, lazily inquiring, "Who wishes to see me? What is the matter?" The head of the cell, however, offered no answer, merely reiterating with gentle insistence, "Please step outside. Someone wishes to see you." Winters despaired inwardly, realizing that he could not evade this encounter. How did customs discover what I had written? This is truly vexing. Thankfully, the Major is astute. All evidence has already been destroyed. Resolute in his decision, Winters resolved to either have customs dissect his and the Major's allegiance or to resolutely deny any wrongdoing, confessing nothing. With this determination, Winters composed himself, standing with an air of calm as he adjusted his attire. Bader furrowed his brow and questioned the head of the cell. "What? Are you going to resort to torture?" "Dare you?" Andre exclaimed, suddenly springing to his feet, having been unable to sleep. The head of the cell remained silent, simply gesturing for Winters to proceed. Winters patted Bader and Andre on the shoulder, signaling them to remain at ease. He loosened his collar and, under the watchful gaze of his peers, stepped out of the cell with a sardonic smile. The head of the cell walked ahead in silence, leading the way. Each cell was secured with 2 layers of heavy doors, and Winters followed the head through the gates into a long corridor, flanked by additional cell doors at regular intervals along the walls. The customs prison was a single-story, standalone structure. The cell housing the non-commissioned officers was merely one of several designated for minor offenders. The environment was relatively decent, thus accommodating this group of army officers. There were many prisons far worse than this, all filled to capacity. The customs authority serves as a vital source of revenue for the Republic, endowed with the independent enforcement power to combat smuggling as granted by the Senate. Given that cross-border smuggling undermines the very foundation of customs, the enforcement efforts against such activities are exceedingly rigorous. The Customs Department has even established a prison dedicated to housing the smugglers they apprehend. The disdain tax collectors harbor for smugglers is as profound as the merchants' contempt for tax collectors. Winters followed the prison guard through a series of cell doors, ultimately emerging through a small door at the end of the corridor, leading him deeper into the prison. The guard halted before a small door and gestured for Winters to enter. A twinge of fear gripped Winters, yet his demeanor remained composed and unfazed. He discreetly swallowed, pushing open the wooden door with an air of disdain. Inside the room, he found none of the torture devices he had envisioned. Instead, a square table occupied the center, accompanied by 4 chairs. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man, idly toying with a small knife. This individual was tall and slender, with a prominent skeletal structure and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with life, his features exuding an aura of nobility. Winters recognized him. Not only did he know Winters, but he had been acquainted with him since Winters was an infant. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open, on the verge of uttering the term uncle. But he swallowed the words back. Nevertheless, he could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed another familiar title. Lieutenant Colonel? Excerpt from Winters' Grimoire. Acceleration spells spell name. Light is deflection technique description, an advanced version of the flight arrow spell. It utilizes magic to accelerate projectiles such as bullets and arrows in a specified direction, altering their original trajectory. Difficulty: extremely difficult. The spell requires precise execution on high-velocity moving objects in an instant, demanding exceptional explosive power, accuracy, and casting range. Notes: mastering this spell makes it challenging for arrows to penetrate, though one should remain cautious of ambushes from behind. Excerpt from Winters' Grimoire. Sound spell spell name. Ida's Sonic Blast description. A more powerful amplification spell capable of frightening foes, shattering eardrums, and disrupting balance. Difficulty: difficult. The caster must possess formidable magical explosive power, otherwise, it merely results in a loud shout. The spell's potency increases with the caster's magical intensity. Notes: this spell presents numerous challenges. Unless one can resolve the technical dilemma of inflicting substantial damage upon the enemy while incurring significant self-harm, it will never be truly viable in combat. Each spellcaster possesses a personal grimoire, a tome dedicated to documenting acquired spells and original creations, as well as recording invaluable insights gleaned from practical experiences. Chapter 32. A visit in the small chamber, awaiting Winters, stood a middle-aged man, none other than the husband of Winters' maternal aunt, a comrade of his father from their days at military academy, and Winters' closest kin, Antonio Salviati. I knew the customs could not possibly know everything. Winters jubilantly exulted in his mind. He had initially feared he was destined to endure severe punishment, only to discover he was merely here for a visit, which filled him with unexpected delight. The head guard who escorted Winters bowed respectfully and exited the small room. The heavy wooden door screeched shut, leaving only the uncle and nephew within the confines of the chamber. Antonio approached with joyous strides, enveloping Winters in a warm embrace. Ruffling his hair as he sincerely remarked, "You little rascal, just look at you. You've truly grown into a man. It's as if you've been carved from the same mold as your father in his youth." For a moment, I even thought a deity had transported me back 20 years, allowing me to witness your father stepping through that door. Antonio's voice resonated with a deep richness, imbued with 6 parts joy and 4 parts melancholy. Winters, affected by his uncle's emotions, felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Yet, he was simultaneously taken aback by this sudden display of affection, leaving him with goosebumps. 6 years of secluded life in a male-only boarding school had profoundly shaped his character. Familial bonds were not expressed in such endearing ways among men, who typically refrained from emotional exchanges. Thus, stepping away from the ivory tower of the military academy, Winters found himself ill at ease with such intimate gestures. In Antonio's eyes, Winters remained that young boy who had clamored to learn swordsmanship, yet now, he felt more embarrassment and bewilderment than anything else. "How is Kesha? Is my sister well? What of the general and the young general?" Winters hastily attempted to extricate himself from his uncle's affectionate grasp with words. "They are all well and miss you dearly," Antonio replied, loosening his embrace. He wiped his eyes with his palm and sniffed, as if still ensnared in a web of sorrow. "Let us sit down and talk." Antonio guided Winters back to the table. As soon as Winters' posterior met the chair, he eagerly whispered, "Does the military know we've been detained by customs?" Seeing Winters' cautious demeanor, Antonio could not suppress a chuckle, letting out a soft laugh. "Of course they know. Forget the palace." When the commotion erupted at the docks, it took less than 2 hours for the entire city of Hylon to be aware. The rumors are rampant. The city is abuzz with tales of army smuggling intercepted by customs, with some claiming hundreds have perished, each recounting the events with vivid detail. The palace had become a colloquial term for the Veneta army headquarters, having once been criticized by the citizens for its extravagant construction resembling a royal residence. Over time, the palace had become synonymous with the army department in the soldiers' vernacular. "So, are you here as an envoy from the army department to escort us away?" Winters inquired, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of leaving this wretched place. However, Antonio merely smiled and shook his head gently. "No, I am here merely in the capacity of a relative to pay a visit." "Why?" Winters' smile faltered, astonishment washing over him. "If the army department is already aware of our confinement, why have they not dispatched someone to extricate us?" "Humph. It is precisely because those imbeciles at customs have committed a grave blunder." Antonio scoffed, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile. "This bunch of customs fools has muddled their thinking. They indiscriminately imprisoned you all. Now, they find themselves in a bind and unwilling to lose face. They wish to have the joint conference issue a request to retrieve you from customs. Do you think the throne would acquiesce? If the army department has been mockingly dubbed the palace, then the modest conference room where the highest authority of the army convenes, the joint conference of senior commanders, could only be likened to the throne room, the most powerful chamber within the palace. Thus, the senior commanders' joint conference has also been derisively referred to as the throne. How utterly shameless. Upon learning of the petty machinations of the customs decision-makers, Winters' astonishment morphed into fury. His eyes widened, nostrils flaring, and he abruptly stood, sending his chair crashing to the floor. How dare they act in such a manner? We are merely innocent bystanders in this debacle. Calm down, Antonio urged, gently coaxing Winters back into his seat. His tone remained relaxed and jovial. "Haha, your fiery temper is just like your father's. As one ages, one often reminisces about their youth. Please, sit down and allow me to explain." Realizing that his earlier outburst had been unbecoming, Winters offered a sheepish smile to his uncle, reminding himself yet again to maintain composure and calmness. He righted his chair and resumed his seat. "Well, this is the current state of affairs. Customs has made a foolish error but is too proud to admit it, wishing for us to clean up their mess, hoping the throne will speak first." Antonio shrugged with an air of nonchalance. What an absurd fantasy. Why would the army sacrifice its dignity to cover for customs? You find yourselves caught in the middle of this mess. However, it is not a grave concern. Customs dares not take drastic measures against you, for they still require your cooperation. Cooperation? They have imprisoned us. Winters replied with a bitter smile. Sure, the conditions are relatively clean, but there is a severely injured officer whom I believe should be taken out for proper care. Injured officer? Is it the probationary officer? No. It is Major Moritz. Major Moritz Vanasu? Antonio's brow arched with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the mention of Moritz. I do not know the Major's full name, Winters admitted, shaking his head. After just a few days of acquaintance, he only knew that the officer's name was Moritz, and the rest remained a mystery to him. Oh, Antonio stroked his chin, hesitatingly inquiring. In the Ministry of the Army, I have only heard of one individual named Moritz, who claimed the bronze medal in the fencing event at last year's Army sports meet. It is said he is also a spellcaster. Is he the one? Upon hearing his uncle's description, Winters nodded. A master swordsman and a spellcaster. It seems we are indeed speaking of the same person. A swordsman of his caliber could easily decimate a full battalion of 100 men. How many adversaries did you encounter to inflict such grievous wounds upon a figure of this stature? The gravity of Winters' words astonished Antonio, a veteran of many battles. The major's injuries were primarily due to drowning, compounded by his own spells rupturing his eardrum, leaving him temporarily deaf. Winters succinctly elucidated the reasons behind the major's condition. Moreover, wait a moment. Antonio halted Winters, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket and procuring ink and a quill from a corner cabinet. After preparing to take notes, Antonio turned to his nephew with a serious demeanor. Leighton, that reckless fool, has returned only fragmented details. The palace's information is chaotic and contradictory, and the rumors outside are rampant. You must recount to me, in detail, what transpired at the docks this afternoon. Winters began his narrative from the moment the ship docked, meticulously recounting the 4 travelers, the assailant, and the explosion. To maintain focus on the core of the matter, he briefly mentioned the encounter with pirates, and, wary of eavesdroppers, refrained from disclosing the presence of a spellcaster among the travelers, for this was the domain of customs. Who could tell if they had set up listening devices in the shadows? Antonio listened intently to Winters' account, his pupils involuntarily narrowing upon hearing how close his nephew had come to death. Yet, he remained silent, nodding occasionally and jotting down key points. And that is how it unfolded, Winters concluded, still eager to discuss the skirmish at sea and the conflagration in Guitu City. He harbored many questions, hoping to seek his uncle's sagacity, but the moment was evidently not ripe for such discourse. Antonio pondered over Winters' words, arriving at a conclusion. Rubbing his temples, he declared, "Then this affair has nothing to do with our army. Our cadet merely acted out of valor, which is why he became entangled in this situation." "Indeed," Winters echoed, thumping the table, yet he recalled the spellcaster among the travelers and silently mused, "Perhaps it does bear some relation to the army, but certainly not to us cadets." What? One wonders, were the customs officials thinking? Instead of apprehending the assassin, they have chosen to detain you all. Antonio closed his notebook, stating, "Rest assured. Since this matter does not concern us, the customs cannot pin this debacle on the army." Winters nodded emphatically, encouraged by his uncle's stance. "Tell your peers not to fret. Carry on with your meals and drinks. Let us see how long the customs can confine you." With a robust voice, Antonio imparted his strategies for struggle to Winters. "You are not prisoners. Reach out for what you need. If the customs officials refuse, break through here. They are but a few guards. Can you not handle them?" Winters initially considered cautioning his uncle about eavesdropping walls, but he suddenly realized that his uncle might be seizing this opportunity to exert pressure on the customs officials. Thus, he decided to play along, responding affirmatively. However, thoughts of Major Moritz crept in, causing him a flicker of concern, and he quietly inquired, "What about Major Moritz?" It would be best for him to recuperate in a suitable place. Antonio pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "Moritz cannot go out for the time being. The throne will not proactively demand anyone. I will have the customs officials summon a doctor for Moritz's treatment." He smiled and added reassuringly, "Rest assured. It is now the customs that must pray for Major Moritz's health, hoping he does not perish in their cell. If anything were to happen to Moritz, the customs headquarters would soon witness the might of the army's artillery." Winters nodded emphatically, for regardless of whether customs officials were eavesdropping, Antonio's threats were not mere bluster. The various power institutions of the Azure Blue Republic possessed considerable independence. To be precise, it was not the government that governed these powerful departments, but rather these departments that constituted the government of the Azure Blue Republic. Consequently, instances of irreconcilable conflicts leading to violent clashes among these power institutions were frequent. Although no party had yet resorted to firearms, it was not beyond imagination for the army, when pushed to the brink, to roll out artillery and let their brother units experience the gentle breeze of grape shot. As for the neighboring Confederated Republic, the situation was even more dire. The philosopher Kant of Veneta sardonic remarked, "The Confederated Army is not the army of the Confederated Republic. Rather, the Confederated Republic exists for the Confederated Army." As the first regime on this continent to topple emperors and nobles after the ancient Umro Republic, each member state was cautiously navigating the construction of a political system in the post-imperial era. To this day, no party has adeptly answered the simple yet vexing question, what do we do without an emperor? And there is this. Antonio retrieved a small basket covered in white cloth from beneath the table, a smile gracing his face as he pushed it toward Winters. "Guess what this is?" Winters leaned in, inhaling deeply, joyfully exclaiming, "In fact, I smelled it when I entered, but I hadn't had the opportunity to ask." He lifted the white cloth to reveal a neatly arranged layer of small pastries, with another white cloth beneath, suggesting that the basket contained at least 3 layers. These pastries had a unique cylindrical shape, plump and round. Rather than being mere pies, they resembled rolled pastries. The dough was crafted from fine white flour, and the filling consisted of seasoned beef. The preparation involved rolling the dough thinly, evenly spreading the beef filling, rolling it into a long strip, steaming it, and then cutting it into small segments. The ratio of flour to water, the strength of kneading, the precision of fermentation, and the seasoning of the meat filling. If any of these steps falters, the final product will inevitably suffer in flavor. This delicacy's recipe hails from Winter's maternal lineage, now a cherished secret of his aunt. Winter boldly asserts that this establishment is the sole purveyor of such delights in the entirety of Veneta. Food embodies the deepest connections to one's homeland, and an individual's palate is profoundly intertwined with their formative experiences. Without a thought for hygiene, Winter eagerly placed a whole piece into his mouth. The balanced seasoning, succulent meat, and perfectly fermented dough evoked a sense of homecoming that overwhelmed him. Before he could fully savor the flavor, he had already devoured a pie. Yesterday, he learned that the vessel you were on had anchored just outside the port, prompting Kesha to rise early today to prepare a meal for you in the kitchen. Antonio watched his nephew with affectionate amusement as he indulged heartily. He had not anticipated that such a situation would arise. He was informed of my visit and insisted that I bring this along for you. Indeed, it felt akin to a prison visit. After consuming several pies, Winter thought of Bud, Andre, and the others from his time, and set the pie he was holding back down. Noticing his nephew's pause, Antonio inquired with a hint of confusion, "What's wrong? Has it gone stale?" He recalled Winter's capacity. 6 years prior, when Winter visited the foothills, he could devour 2 pounds of these pastries in one sitting. And even a basketful would not suffice to satiate him. "No, I wish to save some to share with my friends." Winter meticulously covered the pies with a white cloth, tucking the corners in. Antonio scrutinized his nephew's features, his brows, eyes, nose, and jaw, before chuckling. "You have matured remarkably. I still remember the time you and your sister fought over pies." Embarrassment colored Winter's cheeks as he hastily interrupted his uncle. "Enough of that. I was in the wrong back then, and I have reflected deeply on it." Antonio roared with laughter. Reminiscing about childhood misadventures was evidently a source of joy for those in middle age. However, he suddenly sobered, gazing intently into Winter's eyes. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Winter attentively listened. Antonio posed a serious question. "Do you wish to leave here?" Winter's initial reaction was one of confusion. Soon, he realized that his uncle was not jesting. Should he desire to escape, Antonio would undoubtedly find a means to facilitate his departure from this prison. Winter pondered earnestly. Did he wish to leave that cell? The answer was undeniably yes. No matter how tolerable the conditions, a cell is still a cell, confining, damp, and cramped, with a floor riddled with uneven mortar, devoid of a comfortable place to recline. There were no means to pass the time within those walls, only the monotonous passage of seconds that felt like centuries. However, if one were to leave that prison cell, it would never be a solitary escape. What sense would it make to flee alone while others remained incarcerated? If departure were to occur, it must be alongside everyone else. With this realization, Winters shook his head. "When all leave, I shall also exit." Antonio gazed intently into Winter's eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. "Excellent. The son of Gravis ought to possess such fortitude." Antonio struck the table with vigor, ringing the bell with authority as he reclined in his chair. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a silk customs officer's uniform entered through the door. The bureaucrat wore a radiant smile, standing beside Antonio, rubbing his hands together and inquiring with deference, "General Salvitia, have you concluded your discussion with your nephew?" Antonio replied with a smile, "Indeed, we have finished. There is a matter I must earnestly request of you." "Certainly, certainly." The customs officer nodded vigorously. This matter was indeed difficult to articulate. The smile on Major General Salvitia's face could thaw the iciest of hearts. "My wife has but this one cherished nephew. Utterly indulged. I hear that the lad has endured hardships in the customs prison, causing quite a ruckus at home. Rest assured, with the esteemed commander of the army personally vouching, I shall ensure you are accorded this favor. I will explain to the director and the chief. You may take your nephew at once." The customs officer eagerly climbed the ladder of favor. "That is indeed splendid." Yet, suddenly, Major General Antonio's expression shifted. and his tone turned sharply. However, I have come to realize that the environment of the customs prison is profoundly beneficial for the mental fortitude of the youth. Lieutenant Winters. Attend. I command you to remain on standby in the customs prison, without orders from the army. Even if customs request your departure, you are not to leave. Yes. What was initially perceived as a resolution to a vexing problem for the customs officer now rendered him speechless. Yet Major General Antonio did not relent. He seized the collar of the customs officer's uniform, pulling him close and menacingly declaring, "Listen carefully to my request. Return and inform that old cur, Herd, that the army may reclaim its men, but it shall never accept them back without proper explanation. If we are not given satisfactory accountability, I shall lead my troops to dismantle your customs headquarters. I am a dividing line. In truth, I believe that the food type which best reflects the influence of one's upbringing on personal dietary preferences is fermented food. Adults often find it difficult to acclimate to unfamiliar fermented foods that they did not consume in their youth, as many fermented items essentially bear the taste of decay, such as the renowned pickled sea sparrow. Chapter 33. Healing. The cell remained the same prison cell, albeit with slightly improved conditions. The guards had brought in abundant straw and hay, covering the previously uneven earthen floor. The cell door was no longer locked, allowing the lieutenants the freedom to use the guards' restroom instead of resorting to buckets within the cell. The message conveyed by Major Antonio instilled confidence in the warrant officers. As he remarked, the customs officials now found themselves in a precarious situation, entirely hesitant to confront these army officers, and even sought ways to accommodate the requests of the warrant officers. Within the confines of the cell, Winters and his contemporaries were eagerly observing a renowned physician summoned by customs to attend to Major Moritz. "Do not all crowd in." The elderly doctor cast a fierce glare at the warrant officers and admonished them with a stern tone, with so many people surrounding. "It is too dark to see anything clearly. Step aside. Let some air in." Clad in a long robe resembling that of a monk, crafted from fine silk, he sported a distinguished goatee, and his commanding demeanor was reminiscent of a high-ranking officer, exuding an aura of competence. Upon hearing his command, the warrant officers promptly retreated a few steps to create space, and to avoid obstructing the light, they seated themselves on the floor. Yet, their curiosity remained insatiable, and they craned their necks to observe. The warrant officers reserved the best spot for ventilation and lighting in the cell for Major Moritz. Beneath him lay the sole straw mattress in the entire room. Nevertheless, it was still merely a cell, not a sanatorium, and the physician was evidently displeased with the environment. This esteemed physician, reportedly hired at great expense by the smuggling department, placed his right hand upon Major Moritz's wrist, while his left hand stroked his beard. His eyelids lowered in contemplation. "What is he doing?" Winters gently nudged Bader's leg and whispered his inquiry. Bader squinted, pondering for a moment. Perhaps he is taking the pulse? Diagnosing through the sensation of the heartbeat. I recall reading about such a method in a medical text, maybe in the medical canon. Bader shook his head. "I can't quite remember." Medicine box. The old doctor's eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality, transforming from a mere puppet back into a living being, evidently having reached a conclusion. "Fetch the medicine box." His assistant, who had accompanied him, hastily retrieved the wooden medicine box slung across his shoulder and respectfully presented it to the old doctor with both hands. The atmosphere in the cell instantly shifted. As the warrant officers' spirits were ignited, the ambience growing increasingly restless. They were unbearably bored. A group of lively young men confined in a prison without any form of entertainment to pass the time. They would have found joy even in a mere stick. The doctor removed a key that hung from a thin cord around his neck and, with a click, unlocked the gilded lock of the wooden box. Though small, the box held an enchanting world within. As the lid was lifted, it unfolded delicately like flower petals. The warrant officers seated on the ground collectively gasped in admiration. A barely perceptible smile of satisfaction graced the old doctor's lips. In this city of azure, be they high-ranking officials or affluent merchants, all who beheld his meticulously crafted medicine box could not help but express their astonishment. Winters watched as the famed physician opened his exquisite medicine box and extracted a knife from one of its compartments. "Wait, a knife?" Winters' once exuberant smile froze as he beheld the terrifying sight of the elderly doctor grasping the major's hand with his left, while brandishing a knife in his right, poised to slice at the major's wrist. The cell erupted in gasps of shock. "Wait!" Winters shouted, desperation propelling him to leap to the major's side. He seized the doctor's wrist and twisted it forcefully, disarming him of the knife, and demanded sternly, "What do you intend to do?" The doctor's assistant, witnessing his mentor's sudden assault, rushed to confront Winters. However, as he raised his arm, he was swiftly subdued by Winters' contemporaries. The doctor, nearly paralyzed by fear, trembled, his aged limbs unable to withstand such a force. He stammered, "What do you want?" Winters, both furious and incredulous, gestured toward the knife in the doctor's possession. "I am inquiring about your intentions with that." The elderly gentleman regained a modicum of composure, his indignation surfacing as he retorted, "You summoned me to treat this gentleman." "Indeed, that is true, but what purpose does the knife serve?" Winters pressed. The doctor, visibly agitated by Winters' incessant focus on the knife, sneered defiantly. "Am I required to justify my treatment of this gentleman to you? If you wish for an explanation, I would be more than willing to provide one." Huh. The doctor, now somewhat amused by Winters' audacity, inquired, "Have you ever read the Murrow medical canon?" "Never." "How about Clarity's maxims?" "Not at all." "Have you perused on water, air, fire, and earth? Or on wounds? Or Heidegger's notes?" "None." "Then what do you comprehend about the theory of humors?" "Nothing." The elderly physician erupted in fury. "What do you wish to achieve? You know nothing and still demand an explanation from me?" Winters, equally incensed, shot back, "You intend to bleed the major's wrist. I unequivocally refuse to allow it. What do you understand?" The doctor retorted, jabbing a finger at Winters. "This gentleman has ingested too much salt water after nearly drowning, resulting in an imbalance of bodily fluids and toxic blood accumulating in his liver. The liver and right arm are interrelated. It is essential to release the toxic blood from his right arm. I have only heard of soldiers perishing on the battlefield from blood loss. I have never encountered the notion that bleeding could save a life. Such nonsense. Where did you acquire your medical knowledge to be so brazen before me?" The old man fumed. Winters replied coldly, "From the Army Officer Academy." "Isn't the Army Officer Academy primarily a school for killing? How could it possibly teach medicine?" "While military academies do not instruct in medicine, I gleaned some knowledge in health classes. If a wound is bleeding, one must find a way to staunch it. However, no one has ever taught me to actively bleed someone who bears no external injury. Can external blood loss and internal toxic accumulation be equated? I will not permit it. The major is currently very weak. I absolutely cannot consent to your bloodletting. Is that truly your only treatment option?" Winters, disinclined to engage in a debate with the physician, firmly asserted that bloodletting for the major was out of the question. His entire medical knowledge stemmed from the hygiene courses at the military academy, which were predicated on the distilled wisdom of practical experience garnered during sovereign conflicts. The elderly doctor, nearly apoplectic with indignation, bellowed, "If you prevent me from performing bloodletting, I shall cease to treat him. Should this gentleman's condition deteriorate, the responsibility lies squarely with you. Do not seek me out." With that, he snatched his scalpel from Winters and cast it into his medical kit, slamming the wooden box shut with fury before storming off. His assistant, casting a resentful glance around the cell, reluctantly followed the old man. Though Winters had managed to send the doctor away, a twinge of guilt gnawed at him. Yet, he believed he had acted correctly. He turned to his classmates, who sat on the floor watching him, and lamented, "Can bloodletting truly be considered a method of treatment? It would undoubtedly lead to the major's demise." "Bravo!" Ender exclaimed, clapping vigorously. "I have long found that pretentious old fool intolerable." The others joined in, and the cell was filled with a sporadic applause. Grateful, Winters nodded appreciatively at Ander, realizing he had uncovered a certain charm in his character. This fellow seemed to possess a rather simplistic sense of right and wrong, or perhaps it could be distilled into 5 words: protect one's own. Those within their circle were always right, while adversaries were invariably wrong. The major, oblivious to the commotion, only perceived the argument between the doctor and Winters, while the physician's assistant was subdued by other warrant officers. As the doctor stormed off, the major picked up a quill and penned a question on paper for Winters. What transpired? Winters, with a wry smile, wrote back. The doctor claimed that toxins in your blood were accumulating in the liver and insisted on performing bloodletting on your arm. When I refused, he left. The major nodded in understanding and replied on the paper. It is not uncommon. The world does not regard our medical practices favorably, viewing us merely as butchers. Yet, we are simply distilling principles from our experiences. Thank you. Your refusal of the bloodletting method was indeed wise. With the major's understanding, Winters felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His greatest fear had been that the major would endorse bloodletting, turning his urgent intervention into a farce. Suddenly, Winters recalled that the major had likely not eaten properly in some time, so he inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" The major shook his head, lacking an appetite. Much of his time was spent in a state of lethargy, desperately yearning for news. He picked up the pen and asked, "Are there any new developments at the customs?" Winters replied, "Not yet, but their stance has softened considerably." Observing Major Moritz's slightly sunken cheeks, Winters was suddenly reminded of the time he had shouted at the major to aim for the opponent's head, only for the major to strike towards the adversary's breastplate instead. In retrospect, it was indeed a humorous sight. With a smile, Winters inscribed on the paper, "Had you aimed for the heads of those assassins, we would now be receiving medals from customs." When Major Moritz released a silver coin through the spell of Flying Arrow, the sound of metal distorting filled the air, causing the assassins to stagger back, their momentum thwarted. Such power rivaled that of arrows shot from bows exceeding 100 pounds. The assassins, unprotected by helmets, would surely perish if struck in the head. With a wry smile, Major Moritz noted, "My hands trembled, and thus I aimed for the torso." Initially perplexed by the major's words, Winters soon recalled the major's state prior to disembarking, and understanding dawned upon him. With Winters' current grasp of magic, the flying arrow spell could be likened to accelerating objects within one's range, akin to throwing darts with a third hand, where accuracy relied solely on instinct. The materials for the spell were the silver coins that the major habitually toyed with. Winters surmised that this was likely to maintain the feel of the spell. However, in the final days aboard the Thieving Gull, the major's alcohol withdrawal symptoms had rendered his hands uncontrollably shaky. Even his coin tricks had faltered, let alone the precision of the flying arrow. General Antoine Lauren maintained that spellcasters should abstain from any addictive substances, as they would compromise their invaluable magical abilities. Previously, Winters had blindly adhered to the general's teachings, shunning alcohol and tobacco. Yet now, witnessing the major's decline in magical prowess due to alcoholism imparted a sobering lesson. Winters yearned to counsel Major Moritz to forsake alcohol entirely, dreaming of one day wielding magic as powerfully as the major. The irony of such a potent spellcaster succumbing to addiction felt akin to someone trampling upon his most cherished values. However, he understood that broaching such a sensitive subject was ill-advised. Alcoholism was a personal choice of the major's, and he lacked both the standing and the right to utter words cloaked in false concern. Observing the major grow weary, Winters assisted him in reclining, watching as he drifted back into slumber. At the very moment Major Moritz succumbed to dreams, the same scene unfolded at the customs headquarters, within Herd's office. Among the same individuals, enveloped in a familiar oppressive atmosphere. The customs directors continued their self-absorbed smoking, and this time, Herd joined the ranks of the hazemakers. The situation was thus: everyone within customs, from top to bottom, recognized the innocence of the army's cadets and the necessity of their departure, yet none dared to suggest it. Whoever proposed this solution would instantly be branded as one who bent the knee to the army, tarnishing the dignity of customs. This label will be frequently referenced in future internal disputes, and those branded with it will be subjected to relentless scorn. The directors presume that Huda awaits his subordinates to alleviate the burdens of leadership, while they anticipate Huda to exhibit his leadership qualities and shield them from adversity. Meanwhile, the two principal battalions of the Veneta army stand poised just outside the city, ready to mobilize at the sovereign's command. It was the director of customs who first broke the silence, asserting that such trivial matters should not lead to a rift with the army. A show of weakness does not necessarily indicate an inherent inclination towards capitulation. What is there to fear? Let them come. Who do they think they can intimidate with cannons? Do they believe we lack artillery? The director of taxation bellowed, eager for a confrontation. Those who raise their voices the loudest are not always the true hardliners. When indecision reigns, the minority must yield to the majority. How about an anonymous collective vote among the directors? Oh, it appears there is someone here attempting to manipulate the situation and undermine the chief executive. Huda, seated behind his desk, savored his tobacco in tranquil contemplation. At 58, he was considered to be in the twilight of his years. His mind was no longer as agile, his body less nimble, his temples graying, and age spots beginning to appear on his cheeks. Yet, his perception remained as sharp as ever. From his position as the head of customs, he discerned the hidden motives of those around him with clarity. What does it matter to apprehend a few army lieutenants? It merely reflects the chaos that ensues when one senses their imminent departure. He had long since arrived at a decision. He merely wished to finish this pipe of tobacco in peace while observing the true caliber of his subordinates. The next chief executive of customs will likely be selected from the current directors by the 15-member finance committee, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Huda must ensure that the customs of the Republic of Veneta, to which he has dedicated his life's work, is entrusted to capable hands. I shall take care of this, came a voice rarely heard in the directors' meetings, calm and resolute. Huda gently tapped the ashes from his pipe. As for Winters, he once engaged in a medical dispute, yet this should not encourage the audience to compete with physicians in the realm of medical expertise. In the peculiar world where Winters resides, it is often the barbers who have tended to wounded soldiers that are closer to the truth than certain physicians. For practice is the sole criterion for validating truth. Furthermore, it may be hard for some to believe, but prior to the establishment of modern medicine, ancient European healers also employed herbal remedies and pulse diagnosis techniques. The use of herbs is well documented, primarily by monks and monasteries who recorded their findings. As for pulse diagnosis, the first chapter of the autobiography of a 16th-century Italian mentions that the author's father possessed a modicum of Latin and medical knowledge and would diagnose him during his illnesses, even assessing his emotions through pulse readings. However, whether this technology was introduced to the Latin regions from the Arab areas, or if it has been a traditional diagnostic method in the Latin regions since ancient times remains unknown to me. Chapter 34. Homecoming. Later that evening, after an exhausting encounter with the doctor, Winters inexplicably received a small pouch of jingling reward money from the beaming customs chief, who also pinned a third-class customs service medal to his chest. Amidst the cacophony produced by an impromptu orchestra playing a dissonant march, Winters and Bud carried Major Moritz on a stretcher and were escorted out of the customs office prison. The heavy prison door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud, leaving 33 warrant officers and one severely injured major at the prison's threshold. Was this truly the resolution of the matter? Where do we go from here? What about Major Layton? The cadet officers exchanged bewildered glances. Regardless, we must procure some carriages. We must transport the major back to the War Department, Winters proposed loudly. It is far more prudent to seek transportation than to stand idly by. Surely, we cannot all take turns carrying the major back to headquarters. His peers evidently found his argument compelling. With someone taking the initiative, matters would proceed more smoothly. Immediately, several proactive individuals set off to find carriages. Hey, why did that customs rascal give us money? Andre slapped his thigh with vigor, realizing this was intended as our fare. The customs office was situated in a rather remote location, unlike the docks where cab drivers were always on hand. After considerable effort, the warrant officers managed to flag down 2 proper passenger carriages, along with 2 mule-drawn carts from a nearby farm and a donkey cart used for hay. However, when it came to seat assignments, no one wished to ride in the donkey cart. The mule carts at least offered a small cabin, whereas the donkey cart was merely a wooden plank atop 2 wheels, completely exposed. Everyone was an officer to some degree. It would be undignified to treat warrant officers as mere subordinates. Riding in that small donkey cart was simply too humiliating. All right, everyone, let us not dawdle, Winters said resignedly. I shall take the major in the donkey cart, as the carriage cannot accommodate the stretcher. The warrant officers eagerly scrambled for seats, while the semi-conscious Major Moritz was unwittingly and clearly designated by Winters to be lifted onto the donkey cart, with Bud joining him. You should also ride in the carriage. This donkey cart is truly beneath us. Deep down, Winters shared the sentiment of his contemporaries, feeling that riding in the donkey cart was indeed shameful. Yet, having initiated the search for transportation, he must bear the consequences. I am from the provinces, Bud laughed heartily. This isn't my hometown. No one here knows me in Azure City. Alas, Winters sighed deeply, but this is my hometown. Outside the grand entrance of the Veneta Army headquarters, the sentinels observed 5 horse-drawn carriages, 4 large and 1 small, coming to a halt before the military gates, just as they contemplated reprimanding the unassuming rural drivers for their audacity. A throng of young men clad in officer uniforms emerged from the carriage in a seemingly magical procession. In this era, insignias and epaulets had yet to be invented. The distinction between soldiers and officers was determined by the cut of their garments, while the differentiation among officers and higher-ranking officials relied upon the quality of the fabric and embellishments. Thus, although the Army cadets donned summer uniforms, their attire was unmistakably that of proper military officers, and the guards at the army headquarters, seasoned and discerning, would not mistake them. Promptly, a couple of sentinels dispatched one of their own to report to the headquarters. The army headquarters was thrown into disarray by the sudden arrival of these returning cadets. A pervasive sense of unrest hinted that this incident would not conclude quietly, and some belligerents were secretly preparing for a confrontation. No one anticipated the customs officials to be so accommodating, swiftly allowing the situation to diffuse. The pragmatic approach of the customs officials, forsaking their dignity, astonished everyone at the army headquarters. Fortunately, the army officers acted with remarkable efficiency, swiftly managing the unexpected occurrence. Major Moritz was taken charge of by the medical staff, while the warrant officers were ushered through the reporting process and registered. Upon completion of their formalities, the warrant officers were subsequently divided into two groups. Those hailing from beyond the coastal city of Hailu were escorted to the officers' club for accommodation, while those from Hailu returned home after fulfilling their reporting duties. Thus, Winters and Bud temporarily parted ways, with Bud heading to the officers' club. At the fourth intersection outside the army headquarters, he bid farewell to Andre, each commencing their journey homeward. 6 years had elapsed, and the city had undergone significant transformation. The uneven old streets were now paved with new stone, and many of the shops and buildings he remembered had changed their facades. Yet, certain landmarks remained unchanged, guiding him along the path back home. Following the threads of his memory, Winters eventually found the way. As he opened the gate and stood before the familiar, beautiful, two-story stone house, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. He inhaled deeply and rapped on the door knocker. "Who is it?" A bright female voice rang out from inside. Though the voice had altered, Winters recognized it instantly, a smile creeping onto his face. "It's me." The door opened slightly, revealing a small head with large eyes resembling those of Winters' uncle, blinking curiously at him. "Brother, you're back." The door swung wide, and the girl rushed out, throwing her arms around Winters' neck, then turned back to the house, exclaiming, "Mother, my brother has returned." Winters was once again taken aback by this sudden display of affection. Rendered speechless and clumsy in his response, he could only gently ruffle the girl's hair. "Oh dear, loosen your grip and let your brother in." A woman in her 30s, possessing high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and elegant, flowing black hair, rushed out, pulling the girl away from Winters' neck. Yet, she could not contain her tears, opening her arms wide to embrace her beloved nephew tightly. She grasped Winters' shoulders, pushed him back momentarily, and scrutinized him for 2 seconds before drawing him close again to kiss his cheek. Her sobs grew more fervent, rendering her words indistinct as she repeatedly murmured, "You are back. You are finally back." In that moment, Winters felt like a mere plaything, a doll in the hands of the girl, manipulated like a puppet. He managed a smile and replied, "Auntie, I have returned." For most individuals, family exists in a realm beyond gender, and seldom do people use beauty or ugliness to describe their kin. Strikingly handsome couples may attract lingering gazes on the street, yet one rarely scrutinizes the features of family members. The intimacy of daily life with family breeds a familiarity that can feel both comforting and strange. Their faces reside in one's mind, yet many struggle to articulate their likeness accurately. Thus, Winters did not gauge these two women through the lens of beauty or ugliness. Though feeling somewhat flustered, it was merely a natural reaction to being treated like a child, and he found solace in their presence. "Mom, please let go, so my brother can come inside," the girl protested, pulling her mother's arm away, liberating Winters from his aunt's affectionate embrace. "Yes, yes, look at me," his aunt said, wiping her tears and smiling as she offered to help Winters with his luggage. Naturally, Winters would not allow the women to carry his belongings, and his aunt did not insist. She led him inside, while the girl wrapped her arm around Winters' left one, clinging to him once more. The older woman was Kesha Salviati, Winters' aunt, and the girl was his cousin, Elizabeth Salviati, named after Winters' mother by his uncle and aunt. Upon entering the house, Winters noticed a robust ginger cat emerge from the living room. In the warm climate of the Azure Coast, cats tend to be on the smaller side. But this orange feline was well built, with a sturdy frame, broad shoulders, and a squat body, distinctly different from the local cats. The large cat strutted with a swagger. Its tail held high, curved at the tip like a hook, as it sauntered over to Winters, unabashedly rubbing its cheeks against his pant leg while purring contentedly. "General." Winters scratched the cat's head and smoothed its back, but just as he reached to pet its belly, The indifferent feline flicked its head and swaggered away. The great general still remembers me. Winters, blissfully unaware of any disdain from the cat, joyfully conversed with his aunt and cousin. How could he possibly forget you? And where is the little general? Upon entering, a short walk down the corridor led them to the parlor. Just as Winters settled into the seating, a tabby cat, smaller than the previous ginger feline, emerged with a series of mewing sounds. Little general. The tabby cat leapt onto Winters, its claws puncturing his garment, causing him to gasp in pain. In a hurry, Winters wrapped his right arm around the little general, lest the cat's vigorous antics draw blood. The little general mewed while rubbing against Winters' collar, licking his chin with a barbed tongue that scratched painfully. Ha ha, why is the little general so affectionate? Winters chuckled, glancing helplessly at his aunt. But those claws really need a trim. I've missed you dearly, his aunt replied, her voice warm with affection. Get away, you. The young girl, unceremoniously, grasped the tabby by the scruff of its neck and set it down on the floor. Yet, the tabby was relentless, circling around Winters' feet and chattering incessantly, resembling a chatterbox. Unlike other cats that meowed, it emitted short, bleating sounds. Look, look, it's truly a young lad now. Kesha sat beside Winters, clasping his right hand, her voice filled with sentiment. Those features unmistakably reflect your mother. Upon seeing you grown, Elizabeth would be overjoyed. This marked the second occasion Winters had returned home to hear relatives remark on whom he resembled. Was it truly the case that everyone had differing opinions? Unlike his aunt, who was overtaken by emotion, Winters smiled and replied, Is that so? The colonel mentioned I resemble my father. Humph. Kesha shot him a sharp look, her brows furrowing. How could that be? Just look at your nose, your hair color, your eyes. These are the traits of the Grenache lineage. I will find you a portrait of your grandfather. You are the spitting image of him in his youth. The colonel was merely speaking out of turn. When he returns tonight, I shall give him a proper talking to. The colonel was the affectionate title for General Antonio Salviati in their household. A moniker earned during a quarrel with Kesha when he lamented that he was at least a colonel and deserved some respect. Henceforth, Kesha referred to her husband as the colonel, insisting that her nephew and daughter do the same, resulting in Winters instinctively addressing his uncle as colonel when he encountered him at the customs prison. Ella, take your brother to drop off the luggage first. Kesha, recalling Winters had just returned, inquired with concern, Are you hungry? You surely haven't eaten anything at customs, have you? I shall prepare a meal for you. With that, she rose and headed towards the kitchen. No need, Aunt. Winters quickly called after her, I'm not hungry. I'm just a bit tired and wish to rest for a while. How can you not eat? I will make you a light snack. It won't take long. Kesha disregarded Winters' opinion and made her way to the kitchen. At the military academy, Winters held the position of third-year class leader before the recruits and civilians. He was an officer. Aboard the thieving Gull, he was a daring warrior. Amidst his contemporaries in Veneta, he subtly exuded the essence of a leader. Yet, within the confines of his home, he remained a child in the family hierarchy, slightly above his sister and the little general, but far beneath the grand general. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as his aunt passed through the service door and headed toward the kitchen. Brother, let me guide you back to your room, the young girl said as she pulled Winters up from the soft chair in the parlor. Since you left, Mother has had the servants clean every day. It's even tidier than when you were here. Departing the parlor, they traversed another corridor and ascended the stairs to the second floor. Elizabeth cheerfully pushed open the familiar door, releasing a flood of dusty memories that accompanied the door's opening. On the wooden floor lay a charred mark, a remnant from Winters' childhood fire-playing escapades. 2 wooden swords, one large and one small, which he had used while learning swordsmanship from his uncle, leaned against the wall beneath a dartboard. The bed was adorned with a pristine white coverlet, and the desk was spotless. Right? It's cleaner than when you were here, isn't it? I'm the one responsible for checking every day, Elizabeth boasted with pride, but Winters was lost in nostalgia, hearing nothing. He gently caressed the familiar old artifacts before finally opening the wardrobe. Initially, he merely intended to glance at his old clothes to see if they still remained. To his surprise, he discovered 5 or 6 neatly hung new garments, all in adult sizes. These were made by your aunt. Elizabeth's voice chimed in from behind him. As she reproached Winters, your aunt asked you to measure your size and send it back, but you refused, so she had to estimate the dimensions herself. Every year since you left, she makes them, and every year she discards them afterward. She finished them but dared not send them to you, saying she feared you would return home without clothes to wear. I can only wear a cadet uniform at the academy, Sending back my measurements would be futile. 3 sets of cadet uniforms are sufficient. Winters reflected, warmth flooding through him as he gently closed the wardrobe door. He smiled at his sister and inquired, by the way, do we still have a tutor at home? The young girl stuck out her tongue playfully. I've long surpassed the age for a tutor's lessons. Now, I study painting with Mrs. Anguissola. Painting, you say? Indeed. Alas, the colonel cannot bear to see me idle and insists on finding me something to do. Meanwhile, mother laments daily, pondering how to marry me off. Winters erupted with laughter at this. After all, you are quite the young lady now. However, I'm not worried. Elizabeth replied, her eyes twinkling mischievously. As long as you remain unmarried, the greatest pressure will not fall upon me. Her sharp retort left Winters momentarily speechless. Embarrassed, he placed his luggage on the table and began to unpack, starting with various everyday items. Next, we delve into the more valuable items. His spellbook, some spellcasting materials he had surreptitiously taken from the spellcasting class, his handwritten manuscripts from military academy, classroom notes, and several genuine printed books. As a brief aside, the art of printing has been present in Veneta for over a decade. However, Winters, much like the clergy of the past who taught in ecclesiastical schools, primarily relied on handwritten manuscripts, producing texts himself. This was due to the exorbitant cost of even printed books, which were predominantly used for printing scriptures, a commodity that sold effortlessly. Nevertheless, this marks a significant advancement compared to previous eras, as improvements in papermaking technology have enhanced the quality of paper while simultaneously reducing costs. In the past, theologians and clergy had to rent books page by page. Note that it was renting, not purchasing, where the price of a single book equated to a craftsman's entire annual income. Thus, not only was becoming a cleric financially burdensome, but pursuing studies at a seminary was equally costly. It was the advancements in papermaking and the introduction of printed books that enabled the Alliance Army to establish tuition-free institutions modeled after seminaries, thereby cultivating officers at a lower cost. The absence of tuition fees at the Army Officer Academy proved to be a powerful lure for many impoverished yet aspiring youths. Now, returning to Winters, after revealing the smaller items, he finally retrieved his satchel from the depths. "Brother, is that blood on the fabric?" exclaimed Elizabeth, covering her mouth in shock. "No," Winters replied calmly, "it is red wine." This satchel was the one Winters had used during his night shift when he encountered the female thief. Following their encounter, Winters had been summoned to extinguish a fire, subsequently losing consciousness and being carried aboard the thief's skull. As such, this satchel had never been washed, bearing numerous stains of Winters' blood from the struggle and the moments he brushed against it while handling his whistle. "Really?" The girl appeared skeptical, not easily fooled. Yet, her brother's demeanor was unflustered, devoid of deceit. Winters opened the satchel and carefully extracted the dagger belonging to the female thief. After a moment of hesitation, he returned the dagger to the bag. Elizabeth's eyes brightened as she reached out to grasp the dagger. "What is this? It looks exquisite." Winters, startled, lifted the dagger high, beyond his sister's reach. "Be careful, this is sharpened." With his tall stature and long arms, Elizabeth could not reach the dagger, so she resorted to clinging to her brother's left arm, playfully pleading, "Just let me have a look. I only want to see it, please." "All right," Winters relented. "I'll hold it for you, but be cautious. It's very sharp." The dagger was not casually tossed into the bag. Rather, Winters had intended to use it in a confrontation, making this his first thorough examination of the seized weapon. The blade measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, 2 fingers in width, double-edged, and straight without a fuller. It resembled a short sword but lacked a guard or crossguard, being entirely sleek and straightforward. The blade, once adorned with intricate patterns, had transformed into a deep crimson and black hue due to Winters' use of a light-releasing spell, obscuring its original design. Yet, the red and black markings bestowed upon the blade an unsettling allure. The hilt of the dagger bore no embellishments. It was wrapped in a certain leather around a wooden handle, while 3 strands of a silvery metallic material were twisted together, encircling the hilt at intervals of a finger's breadth. The end of the hilt culminated in a smoothly rounded counterweight. Winters speculated that the metallic threads might be silver. Even if they were not, the craftsmanship evident in the twisted strands spoke of a skill that only a master artisan could possess. Although the blade itself was not visible, he recalled how effortlessly it had penetrated flesh aboard the ship, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, suggesting that the steel was of excellent quality. All signs indicated that this was a remarkably fine dagger, surprising him with the thought that the female thief had such discernment regarding her tools. "This little knife is truly exquisite," Elizabeth declared, seizing the dagger while her brother was lost in thought, brandishing it in the air. Winters watched his sister clumsily wield the weapon, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing she might inadvertently injure herself. "Ella, be careful, that dagger is exceptionally swift." Paradoxically, the more Winters cautioned about the dagger's sharpness, the more Elizabeth yearned for it. From a male perspective, Winters failed to realize that this dagger was inherently designed for a woman's use. Its minimalist style was complemented by its delicate craftsmanship, naturally captivating feminine attention. Enhancing it further with his light spell, Winters inadvertently deepened Elizabeth's fascination. Upon hearing her brother's warning, Elizabeth paused, blinking innocently, then, adopting a feigned submissiveness, returned the dagger to him. She then wrapped her arms around Winters' left arm, playfully pleading, "Brother, can I keep this little knife? Please. The security in Guitu City is dreadful. I need it for protection. I'm worried you might hurt yourself. I have used knives in the kitchen, and I've handled paper cutters without injuring myself," she argued, her eloquence and quick wit rendering Winters unable to counter her. "The intended purpose differs. This dagger is genuinely perilous. You could easily harm yourself if you don't know how to wield it properly. Is it not dangerous?" Winters pondered, recalling that the dagger had claimed 3 lives while in his possession, and considering its previous owner, it was likely the most lethal object in the house. "But you could teach me how to use it." Winters found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His affection for his sister rendered him incapable of uttering anything that might imply a girl should not engage with such a weapon. With a resigned sigh, he finally relented. "Very well, you may have it. However, it currently lacks a sheath. Once I craft a scabbard for it, I will give it to you, all right?" "Isn't it just a sheath? I'll find some leather and stitch one together," Elizabeth exclaimed joyfully, her objective achieved. "Very well, once you have crafted the sword sheath, come to me to collect it, shall you?" "You are the best, brother," Elizabeth exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on her brother's cheek before dashing off to her room to sew the sheath. Winters shook his head, recalling his sister as the snot-nosed child who used to engage in playful battles with him, often bursting into tears at the slightest provocation. When had she transformed into such a formidable individual? It seemed perplexing. Was she truly empathetic? Perhaps not. Exceptionally skilled in persuasion? Even less so. In any case, she was undeniably different. Indeed, a girl metamorphoses remarkably by the age of 18. As he pondered these thoughts, he emptied his satchel, and a small white silk package tumbled out. Winters picked up the package and contemplated for a moment, finally recalling that it belonged to the female thief. However, he was fatigued and lacked the inclination to investigate its contents, so he carelessly tossed it back onto the table. He then yanked the white cloth draped over his bed, collapsing onto the mattress as if drained of all energy. He closed his eyes. Sleep beckoned. Yet, he couldn't surrender to slumber. His curiosity triumphed over his drowsiness. He yearned to uncover what lay within that small package. With a sudden burst of energy, Winters rose and approached his writing desk, unfastening the white silk wrap. The contents revealed themselves. Was it a small notebook? The cover and back were a vibrant yellow, with a texture reminiscent of some form of leather, perhaps cowhide. There was a clasp on the side. Winters unfastened it, opening the notebook with anticipation. What? It was blank. He flipped through the pages repeatedly, only to find a minuscule letter in the lower left corner of the last page. What on earth was this? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Winters tossed the notebook back onto the desk, musing, "Lieutenant Montaigne, what were you expecting? A treasure map? An earth-shattering secret? A novel of indescribable nature? That thief might not even recognize a single letter." He sighed and collapsed back onto the bed. It had been 2 days since he had last enjoyed a proper rest. As he allowed his mind to relax, weariness enveloped him. On this familiar bed, all his bodily aches dissipated. Drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he drifted into slumber. Though marrying a cousin is quite customary in this era, I assure you that this narrative will contain no such content. I aspire to portray a female character who is independent, astute, dignified, and deserving of respect. Nonetheless, this remains fundamentally a man's tale, a story of steel, gunpowder, and magic. Although, astonishingly, Winters has yet to uncover the ultimate secret of magic. I promise that revelation will come soon. Elizabeth Salviati is the sister of Winters Montagne. They grew up together. And though they are cousins, their bond resembles that of siblings. They possess only the love of family, devoid of any romantic sentiments that might exist between men and women. Furthermore, prior to the advent of papermaking and the printing press, the cost of books was astonishingly high, rendering them largely inaccessible to the common populace, whose demand for reading material was minimal. The primary consumers and scribes of books were the clergy. Moreover, the early techniques of papermaking, due to their rudimentary nature, yielded poor quality, leading clerics to continue transcribing texts on parchment, as the labor of copying was arduous and deserved the best materials. According to a paper published in 1989, in 1397 England, the University of Oxford acquired 126 books, each averaging 77 pages, at a cost of £113. Here, the pound refers to a troy pound of silver with a purity of 925. The average price of a book was approximately 830 pounds of silver, which, when converted using today's definition of a pound, equates to roughly 482 grams of silver. At current silver prices, the cost of a single book approaches 1,500 renminbi. However, when considering the purchasing power of precious metals during that era, it amounted to a substantial sum. The outflow of precious metals in 14th century England resulted in a currency shortage and inflated purchasing power. Concurrently, today's low silver prices are attributed to extensive mining, which has relegated silver to the status of an industrial commodity, stripping it of its monetary attributes. Even after the introduction of movable type printing in Europe, book prices remained exorbitant, primarily due to the limited audience. As previously mentioned, many fencing masters in the 15th and 16th centuries went bankrupt in their pursuit to publish treatises on swordsmanship, with some resorting to embezzlement, ultimately leading to their execution. Thus, early movable type printing was predominantly employed for religious texts, as these books had a broad audience and were guaranteed sales, allowing for cost distribution. During the Reformation, Protestants fervently printed pamphlets and vernacular versions of scriptures. Additionally, the widespread adoption of woodblock printing significantly reduced book prices, marking a remarkable achievement. Yet, it is perhaps this barely adequate technology that dampened the desire for further improvement. For instance, in the 10th year of the Daguang era, Li Yao printed the Nanjing Jiangshi in Hangzhou using movable type, surprisingly resulting in higher costs than those produced by woodblock printing. The dominance of woodblock printing stifled the advancement of movable type technology, evoking a sense of lament. Chapter 35. Apprentice Volunteer in the Early Stages of Human Civilization. The organizational structure of warfare involved property owners providing their own weapons, armor, and steeds for military service. These property owners, endowed with political rights, were referred to as citizens in the Goryeo Empire and as nationals in the ancient Seleucid Empire. From this period onward, the ability of commanders to inspire morale became exceedingly significant. In skirmishes involving fewer than 10 combatants, the eloquence of a leader pales in comparison to leading by example. However, in a battle of 1,000 against 1,000, the skill of convincing soldiers to willingly follow one into the depths of hell transforms into a decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. The most straightforward and blunt approach remains the assurance of both monetary compensation and personnel availability. However, the crux of the matter is not the lack of funds, but the absence of financial resources. Engaging in warfare is akin to incinerating money, a critical aspect emphasized by military strategists throughout history. In the theater of war, the timely arrival of funds is a rarity. It is the deficiency of resources that is the norm. Historically, countless generals and kings have met with defeat and demise due to the delay in military pay. To illustrate this, we need not look far back. Consider the iconic event from 38 years ago when the Butcher Duke of Aurian led his troops over the Shady Mountains to confront the insurrectionists of the Duchy of the Mountain Front. Future historians of the alliance may unearth myriad metaphysical justifications proclaiming the righteousness of victory and the inevitable downfall of evil. Attempting to elucidate why Duke Aurian initially vanquished the rebels, but ultimately found himself besieged in a solitary fortress, leading to his self-destruction. Yet, in this era, an epoch where history is a vivid recollection rather than mere text, those who experience the sovereign war intimately comprehend the true reason for their triumph. Duke Aurian had run out of money. Had Richard IV managed to disperse the military pay punctually to Duke Aurian, the Republic of the Provinces would likely still be under the dominion of the Duchy of the Mountain Front. The most formidable and battle-hardened military commander of the empire in the past century, Duke Aurian, did not succumb to his own sword, but rather to bankruptcy. Although one cannot purchase true warriors with mere coins, during the feudal era, ensuring that 1's soldiers were well-fed, adequately clothed, and received their pay on time was sufficient to earn the title of a distinguished general, thereby securing a place in future textbooks. Throughout most of history, the predominant challenge faced by officers was not persuading soldiers to engage in battle, but rather convincing a famished, poorly clad contingent of soldiers, who were owed their wages, to march forth into combat, a plight that plagued both sides. In such times, an inspiring pre-battle address served as the simplest and most effective means of motivation. A capable officer could, with just a few words, ignite fervor in his soldiers, spurring them to charge forth with fervent zeal. Yet, the brigadier currently addressing the assembly evidently lacked such oratory prowess. He diligently penned a speech, but when he spoke, his tone remained monotonous, devoid of any modulation, akin to a wooden instrument with but a single string. As soon as this brigadier began to speak, Winters felt his head grow heavy, and his eyelids involuntarily began to flutter, the frequency of his blinks increasing with each passing moment. As the sun dipped in the west, the warrant officers sat in clusters within the stifling confines of the Army headquarters' small auditorium, convening for a meeting. This was an introductory session intended to acquaint the trainee officers with the various departments within the Army. However, the speaker's hypnotic delivery rendered the proceedings nearly unbearable. Winters struggled to maintain his focus, catching only fragments of repetitive drivel. Were it not for Bard discreetly prodding him, he would have succumbed to slumber long ago. One speaker descended the platform, only for another to ascend, each taking turns to describe their respective departments. Despite the rotation of several senior officers, their eloquence was scarcely superior to that of the initial brigadier. The small auditorium was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Not just Winters, but all the warrant officers appeared drowsy and swayed slightly. Winters found it increasingly difficult to stay awake, his head gradually drooping, his eyes closing. This time, Bud did not rouse him, for even Bud was struggling to maintain his composure. As for Andre, he had surrendered to slumber long ago, and if one listened closely, they could hear his soft snores. Just as Winters was on the verge of falling into a deep sleep, a thunderous drumbeat suddenly reverberated from the podium. According to legend, in ancient times, a wise king defeated a malevolent dragon and crafted a war drum from its hide, using its bones as mallets, the sound of which could be heard for miles around. This myth had once been a bedtime story recounted by Kesha to young Winters, but now he felt as if that very drum resided upon the podium. The sound jolted him awake, sending a chill of sweat cascading over him, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. All the trainee officers in the auditorium abruptly perked up. Winters glanced towards the podium, seeking the fabled dragon drum, but instead beheld a man clad in an officer's uniform, smiling as he surveyed the small auditorium. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, with prominent brows, round eyes, a strong nose, and thin lips. Among the towering officers, he was of average height, yet his presence rendered him taller than all others. Winters focused intently on the officer at the podium, and at that moment, another drumbeat echoed forth. This time, Winters perceived it clearly. There was no drum. The officer had merely snapped his fingers. Such a simple snap could not produce such a powerful sound. The answer was evident. He was a spellcaster, amplifying the sound of his snap with a spell. However, Winters found it curious. In his experience, amplification spells were typically used to magnify the voice of the caster alone, and he had yet to encounter one who could amplify external sounds. Sensing that his method had captured the attention of all the trainee officers, the officer smiled with satisfaction and nodded. "Are you all awake now? I was nearly asleep myself just moments ago." His voice was clear and resonant, yet it surpassed the volume of ordinary speech, and everyone in the auditorium could hear him distinctly. Clearly, it was the effect of the amplification spell. Winters mused that while amplifying sound was not particularly difficult, maintaining such a steady tone was a true challenge. For a spellcaster, casting a spell is not as simple as pressing a button to achieve a desired effect. The process resembles a muscular exertion, akin to Major Moritz's thunderous spell, which released as much magical energy as possible in an instant, akin to delivering a powerful punch, focused on explosive force. In contrast, this officer controlled the amplification with remarkable steadiness, weaving his spell while speaking, as if walking a tightrope while reciting poetry. Ordinary officers may not have perceived anything extraordinary, but for a spellcaster, it was nothing short of a display of raw skill. Winters found himself intrigued by this seasoned spellcaster. The school official continued in a frosty tone. "I do not wish to waste your time, Hence I have not prepared a speech, and what I have to say is rather limited. With a casual sweep of his hand, he surveyed all the cadets in the small auditorium. You have graduated from the continent's premier military academy, and the esteemed individuals seated before you have praised you as the brightest and most promising young talents in the army. The brightest and most promising? The official scoffed derisively, raising his voice. Where? I see nothing of the sort. Every officer present here is your senior and alumnus. You would do well to aspire to become like us. To become a bureaucrat in the army who can lull you to sleep with mere words. What does that signify in terms of promise and future? Each of us has traversed the very path you now tread, so I, as a senior, offer you 2 pieces of advice. This sudden denigration sent a chill through the ranks of cadets, for oftentimes, sharp criticism proves more captivating than flattery. The official raised one finger, stating, First, everyone here embellishes their departmental duties to an extravagant degree. Let me assure you, this bears no relevance to you. You are merely cadets, and for the coming year, you will engage in trivial tasks. You will write reports, refill ink, nothing more. Winters and Bud exchanged wry smiles, realizing the colonel had effectively struck a nerve among the cadets. Then, he raised a second finger, declaring, Second, although you are tasked with menial duties, you are doing so within the mightiest apparatus of violence on this continent. Listen carefully. You will have the opportunity to observe up close how the inner workings and decision-making processes of the Veneta army operate, an opportunity that officers of lesser backgrounds could never procure, even at the cost of their lives. If proximity to power does not excite you, then you are unworthy of being an officer. It would be best for you to shed this uniform and depart. Now go. Dismissed. Off to run errands for the officers and generals. But should the general's wife send someone to inquire about his evening schedule, simply say he has a meeting. Do you understand? I have spoken my piece. Thus, the meeting is adjourned. The cadets erupted into uproarious laughter, and the auditorium resonated with prolonged applause. Who is this individual? Which department head is he? Winters inquired of Bud while clapping fervently. Bud flipped a page in his notebook, revealing Colonel Field Drums. Later that day, during dinner, Aunt Kesha and Cousin Elizabeth busied themselves in the kitchen, while Antonio and Winters set the dining table. The 2 generals, drawn by the enticing aroma, clamored at the kitchen door, unable to enter, resorting to pawing at the entrance in anticipation. How did the meeting go this afternoon? Whom do you wish to apprentice with? Antonio inquired of Winters while distributing utensils. Every year, the warrant officers return to Veneta to convene a meeting aimed at familiarizing newly graduated cadets with the fundamental structure of the Veneta Army. Subsequently, the warrant officers select the departments in which they wish to intern. Although this selection is ostensibly voluntary, in instances where a particular department receives an overwhelming number of applications, a few cadets will be chosen by that department, while the remaining applicants will be redirected to departments with fewer applicants, ensuring a relatively equitable distribution of interns across the Army's various divisions. I aspire to intern under Colonel Field, Winters stated earnestly as he arranged the plates, genuinely captivated by the colonel's charismatic personality. Field Drams, Antonio exclaimed in mild surprise. Winters nodded affirmatively. Antonio chuckled at the name, cheerfully remarking, he is quite the maverick. Zio is always clamoring to reassign him to the War History Department. Had he not been a spellcaster, he would have been dispatched overseas long ago. Perhaps, Winters mused, choosing to listen attentively as his uncle jested about the potential superior. He scratched his head and added, I just feel that Colonel Field speaks with a certain sincerity. What is sincerity if one dares to speak their mind? Antonio replied light-heartedly, finding the matter amusing. Once they finished setting the table, they sat idly, awaiting the arrival of their meal. Antonio uncorked a bottle of wine. However, since experiencing the situation with Major Moritz, Winters had developed an aversion to alcoholic beverages and opted for water instead. Reflecting on the colonel's demeanor during the meeting, Winters remarked, I may not even get the chance. Colonel Field was exceedingly popular today, and I imagine many wish to apply to his department. Do you truly wish to go? Antonio asked, taking a sip of wine. Winters nodded vigorously, Of course I do. Then you should pursue it. It would be beneficial for your development, Antonio replied casually. Winters' eyes brightened with understanding of his uncle's encouragement, and he ventured further. I have a friend from the cavalry department who also applied to Colonel Field's division. Could you possibly? Antonio, unperturbed, smiled and said, Then let him join you. What is your friend's name? Bard of Gerald. At that moment, Aunt Kesha emerged with a basket of sliced bread. Seeing the two men leisurely chatting over drinks, she was filled with exasperation and playfully slapped Antonio on the back. "You seem quite relaxed, starting to drink before even helping with the chores. Come on, lend a hand." Antonio and Winters were thus ushered towards the kitchen. And as if recalling something, Antonio tilted his head and asked his nephew, "By the way, you do know which department this fellow Field oversees, right?" "It seems to be something, but I didn't quite catch it." "Colonel Field, didn't he mention it himself?" Winters replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had nearly dozed off during the discussion. "Haha." Antonio patted his nephew's shoulder, saying, "Yes, the military police." "What? Military police?" Winters was certainly no stranger to the concept. After all, weren't they merely the enforcers at military academies? Yet, they were hardly seen as a favored role. "Dad, you take this. Brother, you take this." Elizabeth assigned tasks to the two men before bustling off to attend to other matters. Antonio and Winters each grasped a deep iron pot, one simmering with meat and the other with soup. The aroma of the stewed meat was enticing. Yet Winters' mind was wholly elsewhere. Colonel Field was in charge of the military police. To be precise, Field merely oversaw the military police department at the Veneta Army headquarters. Antonio meticulously elucidated to his nephew, "The garrison troops are managed by their own military police. If an army personnel commits an offense in Azure City, it falls under the jurisdiction of the garrison command's military police." Field's military police department was merely a nominal entity established for this troublesome individual, with an exceedingly limited scope of authority, essentially governing nothing at all. After explaining these obscure intricacies, Antonio inquired of his nephew, "Do you still wish to go to Field?" "I do," Winters affirmed resolutely with a nod. "Oh." Antonio was somewhat perplexed. "Colonel Field is an exceptionally formidable spellcaster. I wish to learn magical techniques from him." "Then go ahead. It would be beneficial to learn." Antonio nodded, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, although Field had never served under his command. The fact that he had not exiled him overseas despite several incidents where Zio was infuriated by him indicated that Field must possess some degree of capability. With the meal now complete, the dining table was once again occupied by 4 individuals. Kesha appeared particularly delighted as she commenced the pre-meal prayer. The 4 joined hands, forming a circle, while Kesha began her incantation. All spellcasters within the Alliance were avowed atheists, firmly believing that their abilities stemmed from knowledge and training rather than the favor of any existing deity. Winters, naturally, was not a believer. He merely went along with Kesha's intentions, not wishing to hurt his aunt's feelings. However, he held steadfast to his own principle of refraining from reciting the prayer, remaining silent each time. At that moment, Winters was preoccupied with thoughts of his apprenticeship. As soon as the pre-meal prayer concluded, he eagerly posed a question to his uncle. "I don't understand why all apprentices are placed in bureaucratic units. Why aren't we allowed to intern with real military forces?" "Because there aren't enough military units available," Antonio patiently explained. "Where would you find enough troops for your internships? Otherwise, why would you be assigned to bureaucratic units? Nowadays, most officers work in administrative positions. There are few who actually command troops. Veneta has 3 core designations, 2 of which are regular garrison troops. And each regular garrison maintains only half of its strength, consisting of 1 chief battalion and 4 additional battalions." Antonio's words left Winters astounded. According to his uncle, the entire military of the Republic of Veneta theoretically comprises 3 legions, yet only 2 are standing forces, with the actual troop strength barely exceeding 1 legion, amounting to just over 5,000 personnel. Following the conclusion of the Sovereign War and the withdrawal of Richard IV, scholars began to ponder the pressing question, what to do in the absence of an emperor. They sought answers in ancient texts and ultimately discovered a compelling precedent. In antiquity, the Moro people had also overthrown their king, establishing a republic devoid of monarchy that thrived for centuries. It became evident that we were not the first to undertake such a feat, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the scholars. With historical success as their guide, they concluded that the absence of an emperor need not be a cause for alarm. Thus, the Senezbe Alliance embarked on an enthusiastic endeavor to emulate the ancient Moro Republic in every conceivable aspect, from politics to military structure, and even artistic expression, seeking to revive the grandeur of the ancient empire. This period in history would later be referred to as borrowing from the past to reform. As these imitations were merely old wines in new bottles, adopting the nomenclature of antiquity while enacting contemporary policies. For instance, both the Moro Republic and the Republic of the United Provinces bore the title of Republic, yet they were fundamentally different entities. The former was an aristocratic republic, whereas the latter had eradicated the nobility, establishing a republic for the bourgeoisie, excluding the vast rural populations from its domain. Similarly, in military affairs, they mirrored the Moro Republic by forming legions and replicating the structure of tens, hundreds, and larger units. However, with the widespread adoption of matchlock firearms, the tactical approaches, training methodologies, and the ratio of hot to cold weaponry diverged significantly. How can the troop's strength be so limited? Winters inquired urgently. Is 5,000 not sufficient? His naive questioning rendered Antonio speechless. With a sense of resignation, Antonio responded, "These are 5,000 fully professional soldiers. Young man, do you have any idea how much it costs to sustain a fully dedicated career soldier? To ensure their unwavering commitment, they must be compensated at least at the level of a newly trained craftsman. Essentially, you would be paying the wages of 5,000 craftsmen while also providing for their food, shelter, and armament. To be frank, if it weren't for the need to maintain a deterrent, I would consider 5,000 to be excessive. And what if a war were to break out?" Winters pressed on. "In the event of conflict, we would temporarily conscript reserves, who must also be paid, meaning they would need to be dismissed promptly after the fighting concludes. 30 years ago, during wartime, there were refugees everywhere. A simple meal could recruit soldiers. But now, the situation is entirely different. Warfare is costly. For dealing with scattered bandits and a few farmers reluctant to pay taxes, a standing army suffices." What? Winters' worldview was thoroughly shaken. Isn't the establishment of a standing army intended to resist foreign foes? How could that be? The primary function of a standing army is to deter domestic threats. Relying solely on these few thousand men is insufficient for combat against external enemies. As the two conversed passionately, Elizabeth listened intently, yet Kesha seethed with anger. She painstakingly prepared dinner, yet the other 3 members of the household showed little interest in their meal, offering no praise for her culinary skills, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. Kesha, suppressing her irritation, rapped her cup. "Can we refrain from discussing matters outside the dining table while we eat? Oh, this beef stew is truly exceptional." Antonio quickly observed his wife's discontent and signaled to Winters, repeatedly lauding her remarkable cooking. Elizabeth, a lower-ranking family member, also caught on and exclaimed how delightful the beef soup was. Winters offered a few half-hearted compliments, his mind preoccupied with the military insider information his uncle had just shared, struggling to consider anything else. After a few bites, he could not help but ask his uncle, "Does this mean that once I join the agency, I will be confined to a lifetime of clerical work? I had thought I would lead troops, only to find it differs from what was promised." "Do not fret. Once you become a commissioned officer, you will take turns leading troops. Currently, there are too many officers and not enough soldiers, necessitating this rotation." "Was it the same for you when you graduated from military school?" Antonio proudly replied, "My situation was different from your father's. We had battles to fight, and we went directly to the front lines. Now, with no wars, there are fewer soldiers, but peace is indeed a blessing." He pondered for a moment. "You need not rush. We may soon require the mobilization of reserves." Kesha once more tapped her cup firmly. "If you wish to discuss such matters, do so in the study after dinner." At this point, even someone as oblivious as Winters recognized that his aunt was on the verge of an eruption. Praise for the hostess once again became the focal point of the dining table. Although weaponry and tactical ideologies have undergone countless iterations, the military structure of the Allied republics remains a faithful replication of the Moro Legion, embodying a spirit of precision. Each legion primarily comprises infantry, with cavalry and artillery serving as independent auxiliary forces. 8 infantrymen constitute a 10-man squad. Is it not common knowledge that a 10-man squad can consist of only 8 individuals? 10 such squads form a 100-man company, totaling 80 individuals. 6 companies make a battalion of 480, 9 battalions, alongside a chief battalion of 750, culminate in a legion of 5,070. Cavalry and artillery serve as supporting legions, utilized collectively under the command of the legion leader. The number of artillery and cavalry units correlates with the actual conditions and fiscal policies of each member state. For instance, the Confederation Republic, backed by the Victory Armory, boasts a significantly higher artillery count than its counterparts. Conversely, the Highland Republic, Paratu Republic, known for its exceptional horses, prioritizes cavalry, thus being less attentive to infantry development. Chapter 36. Field Duty. Winters successfully secured an internship opportunity at the military police headquarters, hereinafter referred to as the MP headquarters. But he was the sole recipient of this chance. Upon learning that the MP headquarters was not particularly desirable, he deemed it unnecessary to involve Bard, especially since Bard was not a spellcaster. Bard had expressed a desire to join the equipment department's equine division, and Winters had enlisted the assistance of his uncle to facilitate this. Meanwhile, Andre sought his own connections to the training department, leading the three friends to temporarily part ways. Standing at the entrance of the MP headquarters, Winters adjusted his collar, smoothed the creases of his uniform, and straightened his belt. After meticulously attending to his appearance, he gently rapped 3 times on the door. "Come in," came a voice from within, slightly lacking in vigor. With his cap tucked under his left arm, Winters pushed the door open. To his right stood a square table behind which sat a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, with tousled blonde hair. Engrossed in writing something on a piece of paper, Winters promptly rendered a military salute, causing the young man to stand up flustered, awkwardly attempting to return the gesture. He raised his hand, but then let it fall, ultimately bowing deeply instead. Flushing, the young man explained, "I am not an officer. I am merely a clerk. There is no need for you to salute me." Winters felt a twinge of nervousness himself. Having noticed that the young man was dressed in civilian attire rather than a uniform, he smiled and extended his hand, which the young man bashfully accepted in greeting. "Are you here to see Colonel Field?" "Indeed. I am Winters Montagne, here on assignment for a year of internship." The young man quickly emerged from behind the table and led Winters into the office, saying, "The colonel is not here at the moment. Please take a seat and wait for a bit. My name is Morik, and I am the clerk in this office." Morik guided Winters to a bench at the far end of the room for him to rest. Winters took a moment to scrutinize the office. The quarters assigned to the MP headquarters were situated in a corner on the second floor of the entire Army headquarters building, clearly indicating that someone wished to keep the colonel as far away as possible. Although the location was somewhat secluded, being in a corner allowed for ample natural light. The office was exceedingly tidy, with only a few desks and chairs, alongside several filing cabinets, devoid of any decorative items, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Besides the door through which he had entered, there were 2 additional doors in the office. The door to the west appeared to lead to a larger space, presumably Colonel Field's office, while the purpose of the other door remained a mystery. "Would you care for some tea?" Morik inquired, producing a set of porcelain cups and placing them on a small table in front of Winters. It was evident that the MP headquarters had not entertained guests for quite some time, as a layer of dust had settled on the cups. Observing this, Morik hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe them down. "There's no need to fuss. I do not drink tea," Winters interjected quickly. The people from the Gulf region preferred to brew tea with spices such as pepper and cinnamon, often combined with tea leaves from the Far East, a flavor Winters found quite peculiar and had never grown accustomed to. "What would you like to drink then?" "Alcohol. Water?" "Thank you. But it is not necessary to trouble yourself." Upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of Morlock, Winters could not bear to see him continue in such disarray. "Might I trouble you to introduce me to the gendarmerie office?" Morlock scratched his head. "I cannot articulate it very well. I am merely a clerk. I hope you will excuse any inaccuracies. Please proceed." In truth, there was little to elaborate upon regarding the headquarters gendarmerie. You would be the 3rd officer among the 2 commanders, overseeing a company of 100 gendarmes. Your internship here is quite favorable, as the duties are rather light, primarily involving standing guard at the Army headquarters. After all, few would dare to misbehave in this vicinity, so it suffices to merely schedule shifts for the sentinels. At last, Winters understood why his uncle had remarked that the headquarters gendarmerie was an establishment specifically designated for a lieutenant colonel. Though it bore the name of gendarmerie, it functioned more as a guard service, and it seemed quite a disservice for a lieutenant colonel to command merely a company of 100. Morlock gestured towards a door leading to a large office. "That is Colonel Field's office." "And what of the other door?" Winters inquired, indicating the entrance to a smaller room. Morlock, without turning, replied, "Oh, the officer of that office is on leave and has not been here for quite some time. Currently, the gendarmerie comprises only you and Colonel Field." Winters felt a twinge of regret. Bard had ventured to the cavalry department, flourishing his family's ancestral equestrian skills. Andre had gone to the training department, which would undoubtedly be intriguing. Originally amidst a lively cohort of over 30 peers, he now found himself alone, seated in solitude, and an unexpected sense of loneliness washed over him. As he pondered these thoughts, the door to the gendarmerie burst open with great force, and a vigorous figure stormed into the room, disregarding Winters entirely, before forcefully kicking open Colonel Field's office door and striding inside. A thunderous shout erupted from within the office, a torrent of expletives that could make even the deaf weep. After a brief moment, Colonel Field emerged from the office, his expression rigid, and Winters promptly stood at attention to salute. The colonel, his voice hoarse, cut straight to the point. "Who are you?" Winters, maintaining his composure, presented his dispatch letter with both hands. "Trainee Officer Winters Montagne, here to report for duty." Field accepted the letter, glancing at it dismissively, his demeanor lukewarm. "Ah, infantry department?" "Indeed." Colonel Field's gaze shifted to the badge of the 3-5 Society adorning Winters' chest. "A spellcaster?" "Yes." "What spells do you specialize in?" "Ah, fire magic." Upon hearing this, Colonel Field chuckled dryly, pointing at Winters' chest. "Do you fear that outsiders might not recognize you as a spellcaster?" It was then that Winters noticed that Colonel Field did not wear the badge of the 3-5 Society, and he recalled that Major Moritz also eschewed such insignia. Winters felt a flicker of pride in his identity as a spellcaster. Otherwise, he would not have worn this badge at Military Academy every day. However, it is worth pondering that the absence of insignia on the two senior officers must surely bear significance. He deftly removed his badge and tucked it into his pocket. Colonel Field, gazing intently into Winters' eyes, spoke in a low voice. "I have no further demands, only two stipulations: absolute discretion and obedience to orders. If you can adhere to these principles, our interactions will be quite pleasant. Master these two tenets, and you will be deemed a competent officer." "Yes," Winters responded, his boots clicking together as he stood at attention once more. "How are your equestrian skills?" "Adequate." "Did you ride here to the palace?" "No." Winters explained that his residence was in close proximity to the army headquarters, merely a few paces away, rendering a horse unnecessary. "Go to the stables, bring out my horse, and select one for yourself. Wait for me at the entrance." Winters was genuinely taken aback that, on his very first day of training, he was already being sent out on duty. Wasn't it said that the tasks here were quite relaxed, merely involving the scheduling of guards? He promptly saluted again and set off. "Wait." Colonel Field called out to Winters. "Where is your sword?" Winters paused, bewildered. "I do not possess a sidearm, only a longsword." "How can an officer be without a sidearm?" "Remain here." Colonel Field swiftly returned to his office. Shortly, he emerged holding a saber, tossing it to Winters with a generous demeanor. "This is my due sack. You may carry it for now." Winters caught the saber deftly as it flew through the air. The weapon, along with its scabbard, felt weighty in his grasp, even heavier than his longsword. The blade had a slight curvature, approximately 80 centimeters in length, with a simple, arched handguard reminiscent of a cavalry saber. The entirely black wooden scabbard was devoid of embellishment, save for the handle's end, which was intricately carved into the shape of an eagle's head. As he drew the blade, he noted its single edge, thick spine, and slender edge, with two grooves running along the blade, which gleamed with an alluring, chilling light. The scent of maintenance oil still lingered. Undoubtedly, this was a finely cared-for piece of weaponry. "You may go," the colonel signaled with a wave of his hand. Winters nodded, grasping the due sack with determination as he strode out of the military police station. "I am the dividing line." Having departed from Army headquarters, Colonel Field rode ahead on his magnificent black steed, while Winters guided his own military horse, maintaining a respectful distance of half a horse's length. On this occasion, Colonel Field had brought only Lieutenant Winters on duty, without any military police accompanying them. The path was bustling with pedestrians, and the horses could not gallop, thus they proceeded at a brisk walk. As they advanced a short distance beyond the urban area, the foot traffic gradually diminished. Colonel Field ceased to deliberately regulate their horse's speed, lightly flicking the reins and gently urging the horse with his spurs. With a gentle gesture, his magnificent black steed immediately comprehended its master's intent, letting out a joyful snort. The powerful muscles of its limbs and chest surged forth, swiftly accelerating as it galloped along the dirt roads on the outskirts of the town. The black horse, feeling the confines of the city, yearned for a thrilling run. While the spirited horse delighted in the freedom, Winters found himself in a state of vexation. Towering over the major, his stature rendered him unsuitable as a jockey, regardless of his equestrian skills. His horse, a military steed provided by the army headquarters for officers' use, was far inferior to the major's exceptional black stallion, which effortlessly pulled away, leaving Winters in its dust. After a few strides, Major Fidel realized that Winters had fallen behind. Grasping the reins, the black stallion, having merely warmed up and still eager to race, let out a displeased neigh and slowed its pace. Only then did Winters catch up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He resolved to procure a truly fine horse in the coming days to compete with the Major. The two rode in silence. The Major did not disclose their destination, and Winters refrained from inquiring. However, as they advanced, a sense of familiarity enveloped Winters, prompting him to ponder where he had traversed this path before. Finally, recognition dawned upon him. Was this not the road to the customs prison? Just as Winters had surmised, they halted before the imposing gates of the customs prison, the very place from which he had been summoned 2 days prior. The Major handed the reins to Winters and approached the grand entrance, delivering a forceful kick to the heavy oak door. His strength was such that the 3-meter-high, 6-meter-wide door trembled in response. A small door within the gate swung open, and a few menacing guards emerged, brandishing their pikes. They were about to unleash a torrent of insults when they noticed the officers' uniforms, promptly swallowing their words. The lead guard inquired politely, "What brings you two here?" The Major retrieved a letter bearing a wax seal from his saddlebag, tossing it to the guard. "Deliver this to your superior and have him come to see me." The guards exchanged glances, with one hastily departing to convey the message. Moments later, the main gates of the customs anti-smuggling prison swung wide open, and the warden himself stepped out to greet Major Field, ushering the 2 army officers into the prison. Returning to this familiar place within a mere 2 days evoked a sense of nostalgia in Winters. Entering the prison as a guest rather than an inmate felt markedly different. The warden did not lead them into the principal structure of the prison, but instead guided them around the outer walls to a small stone building. As they approached the wooden-roofed stone house, Winters was assailed by a nauseating stench. The warden, evidently prepared, produced a fragrant sachet to cover his mouth and nose. The lieutenant colonel maintained a stoic expression, observing the warden, who could scarcely suppress his disdain for the foul stench emanating from the stone house. Winters, emulating his superior, endeavored to keep a straight face, striving to conceal any discomfort. The trio paused outside the stone structure, where the warden, furrowing his brow, remarked that the personnel from the guard department had been awaiting them since early morning at the archives building. He had already dispatched someone to inform them, and they should arrive shortly. With a sly glance at the 2 army officers, he added with a smile, "It is rather odorous inside. I advise you both to wait here and refrain from entering just yet." Lieutenant Colonel Field cast a penetrating gaze at the customs warden, emitting a cold snort from the depths of his nostrils. Without further ado, he kicked the door open, with Winters closely following him into the stone room. Upon entering, the stench intensified, assaulting their senses to the point where it threatened to expel the last remnants of their stomach contents. The foul odor conjured in Winters' mind the most revolting imagery he could fathom, as if the corpse of a skunk had been decaying in a sealed cavern for a century, exuding bubbling putrescent gases. It was then that Winters comprehended the grim reality of their surroundings. This was the prison mortuary. Inside the stone chamber, flies swarmed, and 3 naked male corpses lay sprawled upon wooden planks, clearly the source of the rancid smell. The bodies were covered in a snowflake-like powder, which Winters deduced to be salt. This ancient method of preservation had been employed by certain civilizations to embalm the heads of their enemies. However, it was evident that the salting process had proven ineffective for these 3, as a viscous liquid oozed from beneath their bodies, dripping steadily onto the floor. 2 more individuals entered from outside, their mouths and noses concealed by cloths soaked in spices. They appeared somewhat taken aback upon noticing that the army officers had not equipped themselves with any odor-masking protection. The leader adjusted his hat and politely saluted the 2 officers, to which Winters reciprocated in kind, while the lieutenant colonel merely nodded without expression. The leader, speaking rapidly, introduced himself as Customs Guard Affairs Officer Lopez, gesturing towards his companion. "This is my aide, Colonelero." Lieutenant Colonel Field, however, bypassed formal introductions and directly inquired, "Are there just these 3 corpses?" "Not 3, the officer replied with a wry smile. "There are 4. He waved his hand, and his aide proceeded deeper into the room, lifting a layer of filthy burlap to reveal the 4th body. More accurately, this was not a complete corpse, but merely fragments of one. The original owner of this dismembered body had evidently endured a fate too horrific to articulate, leaving only half behind. Winters, having encountered pirates and witnessed their captives executed on deck one by one, recalled the gruesome scenes where most could not be dispatched with a single stroke to the neck and required additional blows, a sight steeped in bloodshed. He initially believed that his mind had been tempered by experience, yet the ghastly condition of the half-dismembered body rendered him unable to gaze upon it directly, causing him to slightly turn his head to avert his eyes. Colonel Field, however, remained impassive, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Officer Lopp, perceptive to the situation, gently suggested to Colonel Field, "We have examined the body. Let us discuss the remaining matters outside. I understand that both of you, seasoned army commanders, are accustomed to the harsh realities of life and can remain unfazed. Yet, I cannot endure another second in this room. Shall we step outside?" Winters felt an immediate surge of admiration for the customs officer, yet he maintained a stoic demeanor akin to that of Colonel Field. The colonel nodded, and the four of them exited the room, where the warden had long since vanished. As they walked, Officer Lopp casually explained, "The prison staff only know to use salt for preservation, yet they are unaware that one must first eviscerate the body for proper embalming. Given the warm weather, while the exterior remains intact, the interior has begun to decompose, resulting in such a state. However, one cannot entirely fault them. When a prisoner dies, they are typically removed within 2 days, either to be taken by family or unceremoniously buried if there are none, leaving them inexperienced in prolonged body preservation." The four paused at a vantage point over 20 meters from the mortuary. Lopp received a dossier from his aide and handed it to the colonel, speaking with measured clarity. "All our findings are contained within this document. The 4 individuals lying within arrived at Blue Harbor aboard the brigantine named the Thief's Gull alongside your apprentice officers this year." Unbeknownst to Lopp, his words stirred a tempest within Winters' mind. The dim lighting of the mortuary, coupled with the post-mortem contraction of facial muscles distorting their features, rendered Winters incapable of recognizing the deceased. It was only upon hearing the customs officer's words that he comprehended that the 3.5 bodies inside were indeed the 4 passengers from the Thief's Gull, confirming that none had survived the ordeal. They had all perished at the dock. Lopp, oblivious to the small officer across from him, whose pupils dilated and breath quickened, continued, "The identities, origins, and professions of these 4 individuals remain a mystery. The assailants made off with their possessions, and we have yet to uncover any items that might reveal their identities. As for the perpetrators, they fled the scene, leaving us with no leads. Our customs dock was bombed, and now we are at a loss as to who will be held accountable." Lopp then took another report from his aide and passed it to the colonel, stating, "This is the report compiled by the medical examiner assigned to our security detail." The colonel received the report without opening it, passing it along to Winters without a backward glance. Lopp, undeterred, continued calmly, "Among the 3 intact bodies, one sustained a fatal wound to the chest, penetrating the heart and lungs. The other 2 bore fatal injuries to their sides and back, indicating they likely succumbed to a group assault. As for the one who was obliterated," Officer Lopp sighed with a wry smile. Unable to discern where the fatal wound lay, it was plausible that they had perished in an explosion. "Were only these 4 individuals lost?" Field inquired, his brow furrowed. "Several sailors and laborers also met their demise," Officer Lopp replied with calmness. "Some were killed by the blast, while others succumbed to the shock in the water. All were identified and claimed by their families and co-workers. Their names are recorded in the dossier I provided you." He chuckled softly. "As for the missing part of that half-body, if it wasn't simply left uncollected, it must have been mistakenly claimed by someone else. Is there any further valuable information?" The colonel pressed on. Officer Lopp sighed again, spreading his hands. "That is the entirety of what I have discovered, all meticulously documented in the file." The colonel, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded slightly but parted his lips to utter a word of gratitude. "Thank you. What is there to be thankful for? I have uncovered nothing." Officer Lopp lamented, exhaling deeply. "This case is a complete muddle, utterly perplexing, and will undoubtedly remain unsolved. I am uncertain why the Army has taken over this murder case, though I surmise you have your reasons. Regardless, your assumption of this case has greatly aided me, and I owe you a favor. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to seek me out at the Customs Guard office." Colonel Field tipped his hat in acknowledgement, and the 2 customs officials politely reciprocated, parting ways. However, after the customs officials had walked a few dozen meters, Assistant Colonel Carnero returned hastily. He rushed to Colonel Field and Winters, panting as he inquired, "Sir, the officer requests to know how you wish to handle the evidence and bodies now that your side has taken over the case. We can deliver them to you, or we can assist with their burial." Please send the evidence directly to the military police at headquarters. Colonel Field accepted the evidence readily, but was momentarily troubled by the handling of the bodies. He pondered. As for the bodies, let me think. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he joyfully declared, I will also take the bodies, but since the Army headquarters lacks a morgue, please deliver them to the morgue at the city garrison. To ensure the customs officer remembered, Field reiterated his request, emphasizing the city garrison's morgue. Assistant Colonel Carnero nodded, hastily bowed, and murmured the location repeatedly as he rushed to catch up with Officer Lopp. With a lightened spirit, Colonel Field led Winters toward the prison entrance. As they passed the morgue once more, an inspiration struck Field. Shall we employ the wind manipulation technique? He asked, turning to Winters with a smile. Winters nodded. After all, this was the very spell that had once rendered him unconscious. How could he not know it? Heed my command and summon the winds to carry breath into this chamber. Do you comprehend? Winters nodded vigorously, fully aware of the colonel's intent. Field snapped his fingers, and, mirroring Winters' incantation gestures, they both invoked the wind magic. The spell accelerated the air before them, conjuring a powerful gust that swept into the mortuary. During this process, Winters sensed a subtle enhancement in his ability to wield the wind. The noxious stench that had lingered in the mortuary was expelled by the forceful breeze, soon permeating the entire prison, eliciting retching sounds from all corners of Customs Prison. The colonel laughed uproariously as he and Winters hastened to the prison entrance, mounting their horses and galloping away. With the rapid pounding of hooves, Customs Prison soon vanished from sight. Suddenly, the colonel reined in his steed, the black horse whinnying to a halt. Winters did not stop, racing past the colonel. Observing him dismount, Winters quickly turned his horse around to return. The colonel silently approached the cypress trees by the roadside, and though Winters was puzzled, he followed suit. The colonel closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming urge and retched loudly. Winters, striving to forget the nauseating experience of the mortuary, was reminded of the horrific stench upon witnessing the colonel's violent expulsion. He felt a tremendous pressure in his stomach, his esophagus uncontrollably expanding, and he too retched. After the colonel's initial bout, the urge to vomit lessened, yet when he turned to see Winters also heaving, his previously settled stomach churned anew, prompting him to retch once more. Winters, having just regained composure, could not resist the sight of Field's renewed distress, and he followed suit. Field exclaimed, Do cease your retching. Your actions compel me to do the same. Winters retorted, Was it not you who began this cascade? Both emptied their stomachs until only bitter bile remained, finally coming to a complete halt. The colonel spat in disgust. That wretched creature. Should he ever visit the palace, I shall ensure he receives a proper reception. As they turned, they beheld their horses licking up the remnants of their vomit. Winters and Field exchanged glances. Despair reflected in their eyes. The tradition of military salutes has ancient roots. The gesture of lifting one's hat can be traced back to at least the 11th century, while the hand salute has been documented since the 16th century. I have shared some images and information regarding the Dussac knife, lent to Cadet Winters by Colonel Field in my circle of book friends. Those interested may take a look. However, the images are now distorted, as all three-dimensional cold weapons tend to deteriorate. Additionally, I can affirm that horses do indeed consume human vomit. At least I have witnessed one such instance. I extend my gratitude for the recommendations received. Due to the restrictions on such content within the main text, I will henceforth express my thanks in the author's notes. Thank you, esteemed readers. Chapter 37. The autopsy report. Colonel Field, having expelled all his bile, was evidently in no mood to return to Army headquarters. He perceived an unpleasant odor clinging to him and yearned to hasten home for a thorough cleansing. He mounted his black steed and, while walking, instructed Winters to deliver the 2 files to the military police from Maluk to archive, along with a request for 2 additional copies. After traversing the earthen path from the roadside ditch, the colonel mounted his horse, surveying the equally disheveled Winters, and hoarsely remarked, You performed admirably today. You did not bring disgrace upon the army. After delivering the files to Maluk, return home, wash up, and get some rest. Today has indeed been arduous. With that, Field tightened his legs around the horse's belly, cracked the whip, and galloped away, presumably heading straight home. Although Winters, a pragmatic individual, internally deemed the pursuit of superficial prestige through such harsh means to be utterly futile, he felt a flicker of joy at receiving verbal commendation from his superior. Lieutenant Montaigne, still a novice in the workplace, checked the 2 files in his saddlebag for completeness before also mounting and making his way to Army headquarters. After returning the horse and presenting the files to the blonde scribe Maluk, Winters did not proceed directly home, as Maluk diligently transcribed the documents. Winters took the autopsy report and seated himself on a bench to study it attentively. While Winters was unaware of the specifics, he deduced from Customs Officer Lopp's words that the investigation into the dockside assassination had evidently fallen under Colonel Field's purview. Even if the colonel remained silent, Winters felt compelled to familiarize himself with the pertinent information. Another motivation was his desire to uncover what the Customs had discovered, as he was an eyewitness, if not the primary witness, to the incident. The autopsy report was exceedingly detailed, indicating that all 3 victims had succumbed to stab wounds inflicted by a sharp weapon, with multiple vital organs pierced, ultimately leading to their demise from extensive internal bleeding. The examining physician speculated that the injuries were likely caused by a narrow-bladed weapon. Winters thought to himself that the coroner was quite skilled. He recalled the agile, single-handed sword wielded by the cloaked figure, which indeed possessed a narrow blade. As for the specific weapon, the coroner suggested that the most probable candidate was a swift sword. The swift sword? Winters had heard of such a weapon during his time at military school, but he had never seen one in person. He continued to read, observing that among the 3 travelers, presumed to be guards, only one had died from a frontal wound, while the other 2 bore fatal injuries to their sides and back. Winters pondered. The individual who succumbed to a frontal wound must have been the one ambushed initially, and the fact that the other 2 were injured from the side suggested that these guards possessed commendable swordsmanship, indicating that the cloaked assailant could not swiftly eliminate them in a one-on-one confrontation. The coroner's report contained little more than scattered details such as height and hair color. Based on factors like dental wear, the coroner estimated that the 3 men were approximately between 25 and 30 years of age. They were robust in stature and had a healthy physique, suggesting they did not belong to a lower social class. They must have had regular access to meat, for a diet solely of flour would not yield such musculature. The coroner concluded that all 3 deceased exhibited hardened calluses on their palms, and considering that they were evidently not farmers toiling for a living, these calluses were likely the result of years spent practicing with weapons. Thus, it was inferred that the deceased men were likely mercenaries or affluent artisans and merchants who had the leisure to hone their martial skills. However, the text abruptly ceased, with the subsequent sections obscured by ink. Handwritten documents often contain errors, and it is normal for edits and scribbles to occur. When Maluk transcribed the document, he would naturally overlook any crossed-out content, ending the new copy at the artisans and merchants. This particular document, however, was evidently the original manuscript penned by the coroner himself. Winters could not discern what had been obscured, but he surmised that the coroner intended to imply soldiers. The term soldiers itself seemed somewhat imprecise. A more accurate description would be officers. The lower-ranking soldiers led arduous lives and would not exhibit the refined demeanor of those travelers. Officers, on the other hand, matched the characterization of individuals who had long practiced with cold weapons and enjoyed good dietary conditions. The coroner had included the possibility of officers in his report, yet the customs officials evidently wished to avoid complications, thus erasing that portion of the text. If there were conclusive evidence, it would be acceptable. However, without solid proof to label the 3 deceased as officers, the army, already harboring resentment over the unjust detention of a cadet officer, would surely erupt in outrage. Winters began to grasp why this case had been transferred to the military. Had he not witnessed the entire incident firsthand, he would have scoffed at the custom speculation regarding the trio possibly being officers. Yet, he remained fixated on the traveler capable of employing the sidelong technique. Given that firearms inherently lack precision, he hesitated to conclude that the errant shot was definitively a result of that technique. Yet he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance regarding this detail. Should he report this information to Colonel Field? Winters rubbed his forehead, contemplating with a sense of burgeoning headache. But I have already promised to discuss this matter confidentially with Major Moritz. If that individual were indeed an army spellcaster officer, the implications of this incident would be exceedingly grave. The mere identity of an officer is already fraught with sensitivity. To openly slay an officer in broad daylight raises the question, who would engage in such an act? Moreover, the victim was a practitioner of magic. The ominous aura emanating from this case is more pungent than the foul stench of a customs morgue. If the deceased was not an officer of the Army's magical division, the implications would be even more severe. This would suggest that either the achievements of the Magical Warfare Bureau have been pilfered by outsiders, who have cultivated a practitioner capable of wielding advanced spells such as the oblique technique, or that the unfortunate traveler was a legendary court mage, of whom no other practitioners are known. Yet, could a court mage truly be so easily dispatched? The more Winters pondered, the more his head throbbed. He resolved that if Colonel Field did not inquire, he would remain silent, for he trusted Major Moritz more than Field. Moreover, since Field did not ask proactively, his own silence could not be construed as deliberate concealment. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of resentment. Was it not agreed that they would secretly discuss matters together? Yet, here was Major Moritz mysteriously absent. Upon returning home, he would have to inquire with his uncle if he knew the whereabouts of the Major. The autopsy report revealed nothing extraordinary about the suspected practitioner. The three individuals bore no tattoos or discernible scars. As for the traveler, who had been shattered into pieces, the coroner did not provide a cause of death, yet Winters knew he had succumbed to a dagger thrust through his left rib, with the subsequent explosion merely hastening his demise and obliterating the remains. However, for reasons unknown, Winters felt an unsettling dissonance, as if something were amiss. He scrutinized the autopsy report once more, assuring himself that he had overlooked nothing. Still, he could not pinpoint the source of this discordance. Morlock had long since completed copying the investigation files from the customs guard and remained silent, patiently awaiting Winters to finish reviewing the autopsy report. With an apologetic demeanor, Winters exchanged documents with the scribe and began perusing the investigation files, which were surprisingly more concise than the autopsy report. The customs guard's approach was straightforward and blunt. They immediately sought to identify the assassin, yet all were masked and cloaked, with no one having seen the assassin's face. Since the identity of the assassin seemed elusive, they turned their attention to tracing the assassin's escape route. According to local vendors near the docks, the assassin had fled eastward in a black carriage. Knowing the carriage was black and its direction of escape, the remaining investigation was straightforward. The Venetans favored a flamboyant style, thus pure black carriages were relatively rare, typically utilized by only a select few coachmen. However, the customs guard's investigation soon encountered a conundrum. As they inquired along the route the assassin had taken, they discovered that after 6 or 7 blocks, no one recalled seeing such a carriage. Who would pay attention to an ordinary carriage on the street? When the guards meticulously described the features of the carriage and repeatedly pressed for information, the vendors seemed to recall the carriage anew. However, the directions provided were varied and inconsistent. Some individuals even swore that the carriage was not departing from the dock, but was, in fact, heading towards it. In response, Officer Lopp deemed these testimonies unreliable, attributing them to the customs investigators' overly detailed descriptions and intense probing, which seemingly led the street vendors to fabricate their accounts. Since the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive, why not ascertain the identity of the deceased? Yet, the sailors aboard the thieving gull were utterly ignorant as to who the victim was. Attempts to question the captain revealed that he was merely an acting captain. The original captain was still adrift aboard the Fortunate Star, uncertain of his fate. The final investigation yielded no leads on the assassin or the carriage, resulting in additional corpses at the port, yet the identity of the deceased remained a mystery. Winters had to concede, just as Lopp indicated, that this case was a convoluted web, undoubtedly a confirmed unsolved mystery, a headache for whoever took it on. It was no surprise that Colonel Field was so incensed today that he resorted to cursing in his office. Nevertheless, as a witness at the scene, Winters possessed his own informational advantage. He discovered that customs officials had yet to realize that the shattered traveler had, in fact, been assassinated by someone disguised as a dockworker. Furthermore, it was evident that assassins had infiltrated the dockworkers, unmasked, potentially providing a breakthrough. Additionally, Army lieutenants were present at the dock that day, and with numerous eyewitnesses. Perhaps other lieutenants had also noted some valuable intelligence. Having completed his review of the 2 case files, Winters rose to stretch his stiff limbs, suddenly recalling that he had yet to properly thank Benvenuto for rescuing him from the water. On the day they returned to the seaside, the two had agreed to meet that evening. However, Winters ended up confined in customs detention, and they had not seen each other since. Reflecting on this, Winters seized the opportunity to return home, change his attire, and freshen up. Later, when the dockworkers finished their shifts, he would visit Benvenuto. After bidding farewell to Morlock, he headed home. Upon returning, Winters was greeted by a day's servant who opened the door. Kesha sat on a bench in the reception room, a small basket of embroidery resting on her lap. The general, who had been sleeping beside her, woke startled by the sound of the door, alertly gazing towards the newcomer. Upon recognizing Winters, he settled back down. Delighted to see her nephew return, Kesha set aside her needlework and approached him. "How was your first day of apprenticeship? Where did you acquire that knife? Oh dear, where have you been? You smell rather peculiar. Is that so? Is there truly an odor?" Winters replied with a smile, skillfully avoiding the subject of corpses and homicide. "The knife was lent to me by Colonel Field. He insists that soldiers should not be without their swords. I visited an exceptionally foul place today with the colonel. Quickly change out of those clothes and take a proper bath." Kesha wrinkled her nose, calling to the servant, "Marita, please prepare some warm water for young Master Winters. There is no need to trouble the old nanny. I shall take a cold shower instead. During my time at the military academy, I have become accustomed to such practices. Winters, by nature, is averse to being a burden to others. The well water is too frigid, it could make you ill." Nevertheless, Kesha disregarded Winters' concerns and signaled for the maid to continue boiling water. Suddenly, she cheerfully exclaimed, "How about accompanying me to the renowned tailor shop in Maiwa's Highland City? It has been quite some time since my last visit. You must have a few new outfits made. After all, it appears you possess nothing but your military uniform, which simply will not do." The mere thought of visiting the tailor shop ignited a spark of excitement in Kesha's eyes, although the reason for her joy remained a mystery. In contrast, Winters instinctively sought to decline, asserting, "This military uniform suffices for me. I am not accustomed to civilian attire, and I prefer wearing boots. That simply will not do. Without appropriate clothing, others will mock you." Kesha, aware of her nephew's lifelong indifference to dressing up, felt compelled to encourage him. "Do not concern yourself. Just come with me. It will not take much of your time. All of your uncle's clothes were made under my guidance, so off you go. Quickly wash up." Although Winters found the prospect tedious, he could not conjure a valid excuse to refuse his aunt. Estimating the time, he reasoned that since Benway was still working at the docks, a short visit to the tailor shop with his aunt would not consume too much time. Allowing him to return in time to meet Benway, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Winters acquiesce, Kesha, fearing he might change his mind, urged him towards the bathing area while happily instructing the maid to prepare the carriage. Winters' mind, however, was preoccupied with the case at the docks. His instinct told him that a crucial detail had escaped his consideration, yet this key point felt obscured, as if veiled by a thick layer of leather. He hastily took a cold shower and returned to his room, donning a fresh military academy uniform. He would continue to wear this student uniform until the conclusion of his internship, only donning the officer's attire upon officially receiving his second lieutenant rank. After completing his shower and changing his clothes, Winters descended the stairs, only to find Kesha absent from the reception hall. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered the carriage waiting outside, yet his aunt was nowhere to be seen. Where could she have gone? Winters pondered, perplexed. Unlike certain high-ranking officers who might treat soldiers as servants, his uncle did not follow suit. Aside from the old nanny, all household staff were hired from outside, and General Antonio's aides did not enter the premises. The stable at the Salviati estate was modest, overseen by a Highlander in his 50s who served both as a groom and a coachman, making him a versatile asset. However, Winters did not know him. During his time at the Provincial Military Academy, the previous coachman had departed, replaced by this individual. Suddenly, Winters realized he might inquire with the coachman about the carriage. He politely greeted the man, who appeared taken aback and removed his hat in response. "May I ask you a question?" Winters inquired with a smile. "Please, young master. Feel free to inquire," the coachman responded with a nod. The coachman's seat was elevated, requiring Winters to tilt his head to converse. "Are you acquainted with any other coachmen in Guitu City?" he asked. "I know a few. Coachmen generally have a passing familiarity with one another," the coachman replied, winking and adding, "Many of us Palatinians work as coachmen here. Are there many black carriages in the city? Those with a glossy black finish and silver trim?" Winters further probed. "I'm not certain about that. Such plain carriages are rather uncommon, but there should be a few. Some Puritans dislike overly ornate decorations. Those fellows are quite averse to anything extravagant." The coachman clearly held a degree of disdain for the Puritans. Puritans, Winters noted, mentally repeating the term several times. "What if I wish to find a black carriage with silver trim now?" he continued in his inquiry. The coachman scratched his head. "I cannot say for sure. Are you looking to rent or purchase one? If it's a rental, I could inquire with the Brotherhood." "What is the Brotherhood?" Winters asked, encountering yet another unfamiliar term. Realizing his slip, the coachman chuckled awkwardly. Did I say that? I meant I could check with a few fellow coachmen. Sensing the coachman's reticence, Winters fixed his gaze intently on him and asked, word by word, if I wished for a carriage to vanish, could the Brotherhood assist with that? The coachman averted his eyes, offering a wry smile. I truly do not know. I am merely a humble servant. Please disregard what I just said, if you would. It was a lack of knowledge, not an inability, Winters discerned, having gleaned the information he sought. Chapter 38. The Meva brothers. The coachman was earnest, clearly unwilling to delve further into the discussion. It was not feasible to apprehend him and subject him to harsh interrogation. It seemed no more information could be extracted. I am merely curious. You need not be anxious. If you prefer not to speak, that is perfectly acceptable, Winters reassured the visibly flustered coachman, ceasing his inquiries. The coachman expressed his gratitude with a nod. At that moment, Kesha emerged through the front door, having changed from her comfortable loungewear into a splendid deep green gown adorned with embroidery and lace, complemented by a light purple silk shawl and an intricately decorated hat. Isn't this a bit excessive for a visit to the tailor? Winters remarked in surprise as he approached Kesha. Aren't you hot? You haven't laced up a corset, have you? Oh, foolish child, the tailor's shop is a battlefield for women. Kesha shot a playful glare at her nephew and cheerfully linked her arm with Winters as they approached the carriage. With poised elegance, she addressed the coachman, Mr. Bardo. Please take us to the Meva residence. The carriage glided gracefully along the cobblestone streets, the wheels producing a rhythmic clattering as they traversed the gaps in the stones, while the horses' hooves struck the ground in a steady cadence. The carriage's body was suspended on leather straps, ensuring a smooth ride. Kesha lifted the curtain to admire the passing scenery, her spirits evidently elevated. Yet Winters was preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by the coachman who seemed to be affiliated with some clandestine society, and the Brotherhood he mentioned. Kesha gently tapped Winters' hand with her fan, inquiring, what occupies your mind so deeply? Nothing of importance, Winters replied with a smile, recovering from his reverie. It was evidently inappropriate to share his concerns with his aunt in the carriage. This matter required a discussion with his uncle instead. Thus, he diverted the conversation, asking, by the way, why haven't I seen Ella? Is she not at home? The mere mention of Elizabeth brought a pained expression to Kesha's face. She delicately rubbed her forehead and lamented, she has gone to Mrs. Anguissila's studio. Alas, your sister is quite the source of my troubles. At 16, she still behaves like a wild girl, devoid of any semblance of ladylike poise. Isn't studying painting a commendable pursuit? Winters admired those skilled in the art of painting. Though he did not embrace religion, he often lingered before the exquisite murals in the church. Kesha's mood darkened. She is not there to learn painting. She merely seeks an excuse to frolic with her young companions. When your mother and I were her age, we diligently managed accounts for your grandfather. Unlike her, she lacks any skills in needlework or bookkeeping, utterly devoid of domestic competence. Winters felt his aunt was overly disparaging towards his sister. Elizabeth was one of the few who could make him concede her superior intelligence, and he felt compelled to defend her. If you were to teach her bookkeeping, she would undoubtedly excel. I have witnessed her aptitude for mental arithmetic. I have indeed taught her. Kesha's tone grew heavier, but your sister possesses no consistency. After merely a few days of learning to manage the ledger, she begins to complain. Whatever she begins to learn, her interest wanes almost immediately. How can she ever marry? What respectable family would accept her? Is she not destined to be deceived? After a moment of silence, Kesha suddenly inquired with renewed hope. Are there any commendable young men among your peers at the military academy? Winters pondered his contemporaries, a chill coursing through him, causing him to shudder. Over nearly a decade spent together since his youth in the military academy, they had all witnessed each other as course's sides. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, he could not fathom any of his peers marrying his sister. Should any of them dare to court her, Winters would assuredly strike him down with a sword, regardless of who it might be. With resolute conviction, he replied, absolutely not. None of my peers are worthy of Ella. Do not even entertain the thought of seeking a suitor for her among them. Is that so? Kesha sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, she looked deeply into Winters' eyes. Grasping his right hand, let us not speak of your sister any longer. Let us discuss your own matters. Her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, leaving Winters somewhat perplexed as he straightened in his seat, attentively listening. Kesha spoke with utmost seriousness, stating, 6 years ago, when you visited the provinces, I mentioned this matter. And now that you have returned, I feel compelled to reiterate it. Following the passing of your grandfather, his estate was divided into 2 portions, designated as dowries for your mother and myself. My share was taken to the household of the Tiz, while your mother's portion has been held in trust by me, as you were not yet of age. Upon your coming of age next year, I shall bestow your mother's dowry upon you, thus alleviating this burden from my heart." Winters had initially anticipated that his aunt was about to discuss a significant issue, but it turned out to be yet another matter regarding inheritance. A posthumous child. Winters' father had fallen in battle 20 years prior, bearing the rank of lieutenant, and his mother had also passed away early. Although Kesha had always strictly forbidden anyone from mentioning the details of her sister's demise, attributing it solely to illness, Winters, with his perceptive nature, had deduced the truth through subtle inquiries. His mother, Kesha's sister, had succumbed to postpartum complications. However, this revelation did not affect him deeply. To him, his aunt was akin to a mother, and his uncle treated him as if he were his own son. In comparison to the biological parents he had never known, he cherished the kin who had nurtured him. "Aunt, I have stated several times that you may manage this sum as you see fit. You may integrate it into the family accounts or allocate it as a dowry for Ella. I have no objections." Winters firmly opposed Kesha's unwavering stance against utilizing a portion of the estate that bore his name. Kesha may have been concerned about the opinions of outsiders, but to Winters, the effort expended in raising an infant to adulthood was invaluable, far beyond what any amount of gold could represent. "My dear boy, you will soon embark on your own family life, and there will be many instances where you shall require funds. I have converted your mother's dowry into real estate in the Harbor District, which has appreciated significantly over these past 20 years. As Kesha spoke, her eyes glistened with tears once more. Tenderly she adjusted Winters' hair. "My dear nephew has grown into quite the young man. Elizabeth, your mother, would undoubtedly be delighted to see you flourish in the kingdom of God, and when I meet her again, I shall proudly kiss her face." As their conversation unfolded, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver gently announced, "Madam, we have arrived at the Meva residence." Kesha wiped her tears and resumed her authoritative tone. "Thank you, Mr. Bardo." Winters exited the carriage first, then assisted Kesha down. The carriage had stopped in front of an exquisite shop, nestled among a row of stone buildings, occupying approximately 5 meters of width. The door was painted black, pristine enough that one could almost sense the lingering scent of wet paint. Adorned in gold paint were a pair of scissors and a set of needles and thread, with the words Meva Brothers elegantly inscribed beneath in a flowing script. However, the most striking aspect of the establishment lay not in the door, but in the walls. Flanking the entrance were not brick walls, but rather a series of small, transparent glass panels secured within a wooden framework. Behind the glass, wooden mannequins elegantly display a collection of finished garments. Predominantly exquisite women's were complemented by sophisticated men's attire. This small, transparent pane of glass is rather costly. The average citizen can typically afford only a few pieces for windows, while most households still rely on wooden shutters. The audacity of employing such fragile material for wall design speaks volumes about the designer's remarkable imagination and boldness. The use of gold paint for the signage is equally extravagant, employing gold powder rather than gold leaf. While Winters has not studied painting, he is aware that achieving a true golden hue necessitates the use of gold powder. The approach of the Maiwa Brothers tailor shop leaves Winters astounded, prompting him to wonder aloud. "Are you not afraid that thieves might dismantle your shop at night? After all, these glass panes and paints will ultimately be funded by the customers." "Come along," Kesha said, linking her arm with Winters and drawing him into the shop. The bell above the door chimed as they entered, revealing several elegantly dressed ladies, both noble women and young women, selecting fabrics. In comparison to them, Winters no longer found his aunt's attire to be extravagant. This was no ordinary tailor shop. It resembled a grand stage. A handsome young tailor, sporting a soft measuring tape draped over his shoulder and clad in a rare, simple work outfit amidst the vibrant display, approached them with brisk steps. He greeted Kesha with a warm smile, doffing his hat and offering a courteous bow, reproaching her lightly. "Madame Salviati, it has been far too long since your last visit to our humble establishment. Without you, my inspiration has run dry." If uttered by an ordinary person, such words might come across as insincere and nauseating. Yet, the young man's demeanor, posture, and tone were so perfectly balanced that even the awareness of his flattery elicited no disdain. Kesha, however, remained unfazed, smiling as she retorted, "Your sources of inspiration must be plentiful. How many ladies have you uttered this phrase to? She had developed a considerable resistance to such flattery. But you are the most beautiful among them. The tailor, one of the Maiwa brothers, attempted to pivot his approach, now complimenting the young man beside her. Who is this charming lad? He is a natural model. Such remarks made Winters blush, but the young tailor delivered them with unwavering sincerity, revealing the challenges of life. The effect was remarkable, as Kesha beamed with delight. This is my nephew, just graduated from the Interprovincial Military Academy, and now he serves at the Army headquarters. The young tailor showered her with a flurry of clever compliments, bringing Kesha immense joy. Noticing the furtive glances from the other ladies in the shop directed at him, Winters felt increasingly bashful and quickly interjected. Are we not here to get some clothes made? Very well, let us take your measurements first. The young tailor led Winters to a quiet little room at the back of the shop, where he began to take his measurements. Winters has always possessed keen observational skills. The clientele within the shop predominantly consists of women, suggesting that another female tailor may be responsible for the fittings. However, there is only one male tailor present, while the rest appear to be young apprentices. Meanwhile, Winters detected the faint sound of fabric being cut from within the back of the shop. He pondered to himself, perhaps the Meva brothers are, in fact, the Meva siblings. What type of garment do you wish to have made? The male tailor grasped the essence of the inquiry, directing his question towards Kesha rather than Winters. 2 sets of everyday attire and 1 formal outfit. Kesha replied after a moment's contemplation. She then added, additionally, I would like a uniform for a junior officer. During their time at the military academy, students' uniforms were tailored by the institution. However, upon graduation, officers must purchase their own uniforms. The officer class of the Alliance, inevitably influenced by the old aristocracy, mirrors the nobles of yore who provided their own equipment and attendants. Thus, contemporary officers are also expected to furnish their own military attire, mounts, swords, and so forth. These unwritten regulations constitute an invisible barrier. Bard remarked that without venturing overseas, he could scarcely afford a uniform, a statement not made lightly. I am not yet in a position to don a junior officer's uniform, Winters hastily reminded his aunt. Kesha, however, dismissed his concern. Will you not be able to wear it next year? It is prudent to prepare in advance to avoid the need for further fittings later. Aware of his lack of authority in matters of daily life, Winters ceased his objections. Kesha sat nearby, perusing a large design book, seemingly the portfolio of the Meva brothers, while the male tailor busied himself around Winters. Yet, recalling the incident at the docks, Winters' curiosity was piqued, prompting him to casually inquire, do you craft cloaks here? Cloaks? Do you wish to have a cloak made, my lord? If so, we can certainly assist, the male tailor responded while measuring Winters' waist. His tone suggested that cloaks were not a regular offering at their establishment. The tailor chuckled, adding, our shop typically specializes in more refined garments. We have indeed not crafted cloaks before. How many tailors reside in Azure City? Winters inquired. Not many, fewer than 100, the tailor replied. And many households do not commission us for garments, opting instead to purchase fabric and create their own. Upon hearing this, Winters recognized that the notion of uncovering the identity of the cloaked figures through the tailor was rather impractical. The assassin's cloaks might not have been commissioned externally. Even a seamstress could sew them. Nevertheless, unwilling to abandon even the slightest lead, Winters politely requested the male tailor. Could you assist me in finding out if any tailors in Azure City have recently received orders for black cloaks? Certainly, the tailor responded courteously. May I inquire as to whom you are seeking? With a faint smile, Winters replied, I am looking for a few acquaintances clad in black cloaks. If you require clothing, it would be wise to seek out the fabric, the tailor noted, jotting down the measurements in a small notebook. Seek out fabric? In the Azure City, there are over 40 sewing suppliers, each with their own subtle variations in fabric. Present the material to me, and I can discern its origin, subsequently inquiring which merchants supply whom, simplifying the search considerably. This indeed is a commendable method. However, regrettably, Winters does not possess any garments from those assassins. He pondered the circumstances at that time, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. What material is it? Linen? Cotton? Wool? Silk? Inquired the male tailor. Winters strained to recall the texture of the cloak during his struggle with the cloaked figure. I am uncertain. I only know it must be quality fabric, dense yet not as smooth as silk. The tailor deduced, it is likely wool or cotton. I shall inquire on your behalf. Though the city boasts numerous merchants selling cotton and woolen fabrics, so do not harbor high expectations. After taking measurements, the remaining task was to select the fabric. Throughout this process, Winters transformed into a mere puppet under Kesha's direction, as the tailor presented various fabrics for Kesha to choose from, repeatedly having Winters ascend a small platform to drape the materials upon him, assessing the actual effect. Once the fabric was chosen, they proceeded to select a style. Winters originally believed it would merely entail measuring at the tailor's, concluding swiftly. Yet, by the time the exhausted Winters and the elated Kesha returned home, dusk had nearly fallen. In the mansion, Antonio had been waiting for a considerable time, amusing himself with the cat in the parlor while passing the time. As soon as Winters stepped through the door, he was promptly summoned by Antonio, who gravely stated, "Come with me. There is an urgent matter." The technique for producing small panes of flat glass emerged in 11th century Germany and later spread to the Italian peninsula, where the Venetians refined this craft, enabling the creation of transparent glass by at least the 14th century. Ironically, colored glass was more valuable during that era. The method for producing large sheets of transparent glass surfaced much later, in 1674. "Come with me. There is an urgent matter," Antonio called to Winters, adding, "Tell the coachman to refrain from unloading the horses. Winters, you should change into formal attire." "Formal attire? But I currently possess only my military academy uniform." Antonio glanced at his wife. "Did you not make several suits previously?" "Those garments do not fit. They have yet to be altered," Kesha retorted. Antonio, unfazed, replied, "In that case, I shall change into my military uniform. Our attire must match." Winters did not have to wait long this time, as Antonio, a man of decisive action, quickly donned his officer's uniform, distinct from his ceremonial attire, and exited the house. "Now that we are both attired thus, what need have we for the carriage?" Noting Winters standing idly by the carriage, Antonio's tone reflected exasperation as he turned to the coachman. "We shall forego the carriage. Thank you for your efforts today, Bartis." Upon concluding his statement, he handed a small pouch of gratuity to the coachman, who graciously accepted it with repeated expressions of gratitude. Antonio waved to his nephew, leading Winters to the stable situated at the rear of the house. Inside the stable resided 3 horses, and Antonio pointed to one of them, a striking gray stallion with a black mane and white spots, saying with reluctance, "This one shall be yours, though not overly large." The city of Hylon was not conducive to travel without a horse. Winters was immediately filled with delight, suppressing his excitement as he cautiously approached the proud and majestic creature. The horse remained calm, peacefully munching on hay despite the presence of a stranger. Its muscular chest, well-proportioned limbs, and the graceful lines of its neck, back, and hindquarters were truly impressive. The mane and tail were elegantly groomed, and its coat gleamed with cleanliness, devoid of any stray hay. As Winters gazed into the horse's eyes, it blinked its moist gaze back at him, offering a gentle and friendly look while its ears flicked playfully. He tentatively stroked the side of its neck, feeling not only its sleekness but also the warmth beneath his fingers. The horse responded with a series of soft snorts, clearly enjoying the attention. "It is truly beautiful," Winters remarked, to which the pained Antonio replied, "Could it be anything less? You infantrymen simply lack appreciation. This is a prime Lucia horse." The more Antonio lamented, the more it underscored the horse's excellence. Noticing his uncle's evident distress, Winters chuckled and inquired, "Is it a gelding?" Antonio, incensed, retorted, "How could it be? There are many who wish to breed with this horse. But can it be ridden?" Winters pressed, "Of course, it can be ridden. Do you not see who has trained it? Lucia horses are known for their gentle temperament." "What is its name?" Winters asked. "I call it Good Luck. Would you prefer to rename it?" As Winters gently scratched between the horse's eyes, it playfully flicked its tongue. He recalled the pirate ship named Good Fortune, who would not cherish luck. Yet he decided on the name Strong Luck, feeling that the term good luck seemed to betray him. Noticing his nephew's affection for Strong Luck, Antonio hesitated before advising, "Horses are noble creatures. Strong Luck is my treasure. You must take good care of it, ensuring it is neither overworked nor left idle." Winters nodded earnestly in agreement and, pointing to the other 2 horses, asked, "If you are concerned for Strong Luck, may I ride one of those instead?" The stable housed a white horse and a bay horse. "I truly regret sending you to infantry school," Antonio said gravely. Looking at Winters, "Do you think those 2 are not fine horses?" From his pocket, Antonio produced a small pouch and fed each horse a piece of sugar. He then let out the bay horse while Winters took hold of Strong Luck. The 2 mounted their steeds and departed from the estate. The sky had darkened, and the sun's remnants were fading. The day's heat gradually yielded to the coolness of night, as the refreshing sea breeze whisked away the excess warmth from the two riders. At this moment, riding through the streets of Azure City, one cannot help but feel a sense of tranquility. Workers by the roadside are meticulously pouring lamp oil, igniting the streetlights. In the Sarah's Bay, only the opulence of Azure City allows for public illumination. The flickering flames penetrate the amber-hued glass, casting light upon the hurried faces of passers-by, heralding the onset of nightlife. On the city's thoroughfares, Winter's legs feel constrained, while he yearns to gallop freely beyond the city limits. However, he suddenly remembers that he is uncertain of where his uncle intends to lead him. Thus, he quickens his pace, riding alongside his uncle. What urgent matter awaits us? Antonio, glancing at Winter with a playful smile, responds, I am taking you to find a wife. What? Do not jest. Winter exclaims in astonishment, nearly losing his balance and toppling from the saddle. I had planned to visit Benway tonight. You mentioned an urgent matter, which is why I accompanied you. If it is not of importance, I shall proceed to Benway's home. Benway? Which Benway? Antonio struggles to recall the name. Benway Noir? Winter is taken aback that his uncle has uttered Benway's full name. You remember him? Isn't he your classmate, Liu? You used to frequent his home for meals during holidays. Indeed, that is him. Intrigued, Antonio inquires, how is he faring now? I do not seem to recall seeing his name among the new officers returning this year. Benway did not continue at the military academy. After Liu graduated, he began working to support his family. Winter's demeanor dims. If it is not of consequence, I shall take my leave. Antonio leads the way. As the two proceed away from the docks, the streets gradually becoming less populated. Benway resides in the port area, and as Winter converses, he turns his horse to depart. Wait a moment. Antonio calls out to his nephew. Do not go today. Are you planning to visit him empty-handed? I recall he has many younger siblings. Tomorrow, I shall ask Marita to procure some flour and fine meat to take to Benway. How does that sound? Moreover, I truly summoned you today for a reason. What reason? To introduce you to a widow. I am truly leaving. Winter exclaims, pulling the reins to the right in frustration. Antonio quickly suppresses his amusement and adopts a serious tone. Enough. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Tonight, there is a small gathering at the Navarre residence, and I called you here to make your presence known. Navarre? Is that not the merchant renowned for his wool business? What relevance does that have to me? Winter is aware of the Navarre name, as it belongs to a prominent merchant family in the city. Antonio regards Winter with a knowing look. Wealth equates to power, Mrs. Navarre may very well be the most influential woman in this city, if not a widow. Why do you incessantly mention widows? Winter grows anxious, fearing he is being led to compromise his dignity. Antonio feigns a stern expression. What? Do you look down upon widows? Let me assure you, widows uphold half of Azure City. Without these women, where would the government procure the funds to pay your salary? Winter's forehead began to glisten with perspiration. When have I ever looked down upon widows? And what does this even pertain to? Noticing Winter's youthful demeanor, Antonio burst into hearty laughter. All right, enough jesting. In truth, there is little at stake. You have been away in the provinces for 6 years, absent from any social engagements in the city. Aside from your military academy peers, you scarcely know anyone your age, do you? Now that you have returned home, I wish for you to make an appearance in the social circles of the Navarre family. Just as Winter was about to speak, he was interrupted by a wave of Antonio's hand. I know what you wish to say, but even if you are disinclined towards socializing, it is imperative that people become aware of your existence. You will marry someday. But do you currently know any suitable young ladies? This is the consequence of your social isolation. At your age, I attended numerous balls, each with invitations pouring in. Regardless, it is essential to meet more young women, granting you a wider array of choices. Antonio's words rendered Winter speechless. He felt his uncle's assertions were misguided, yet he could not find the words to counter them. Observing the flush on his nephew's face, Antonio teased, and to be candid, given the wealth of Mrs. Navarre, even if you were inclined to pursue her, it would not be a simple endeavor. Colonel, the two continued their conversation while riding, unknowingly arriving at the city walls. The earthen ramparts, remnants of the sovereign war, had succumbed to over 2 decades of nature's wrath, crumbling and giving way to grass seeds that took root in the soil. The walls were adorned with lush greenery, resembling a verdant tapestry. One resilient sapling grew defiantly from the structure, akin to an arm reaching out from within the wall. Having witnessed no military conflict for 26 years, the city moat had fallen into disrepair, with significant collapses now evident. The citizens held no gratitude for the fortifications that once shielded them. Rather, they lamented how these antiquated edifices rendered entry and exit from the city exceedingly cumbersome. The provincial capital, Guitu City, had long since dismantled its walls and filled in the moat, and the citizens of Heblu were now stirring with similar intentions. With a new, formidable fortress constructed outside the city, why retain these outdated structures? Crossing the wooden bridge erected over the moat, Antonio and Winter departed the city. Outside, the absence of streetlights meant that the journey ahead would be illuminated solely by moonlight. The earthen path reflected more moonlight than the vegetation, resembling a stream of silver extending into the distance. Through the hedges and mottled shadows of trees along the way, the distant glow of grand mansions could be discerned, filled with revelry, punctuated by the lively strains of music wafting from within. As the population of Heblu burgeoned, the city became increasingly congested. Wealthy merchants, unwilling to endure life within the resource-strapped walls, flocked to the outskirts, erecting magnificent estates. In times past, merchants would never have dared to venture beyond the walls. The citizens of the old era revered the fortifications, believing only they could safeguard them from external threats. In contrast, the citizens of the new age scorned the walls, for they no longer required such passive protection. Residing in the suburbs, the gravest peril lies in the presence of marauding bandits. The modern coalition forces, compared to the citizen militias of yore, exhibit a far superior efficacy in combating these nefarious elements. While the citizen militias display tenacity in the defense of their cities, their morale wanes significantly once they venture beyond urban confines, typically refraining from engaging in battles outside the city. As for the noble forces of the olden days, the true threat does not stem from a handful of avaricious farmers, but rather from those wielding weapons, clad in armor, and mounted on steeds. Having undergone a lifetime of military training, bankrupt knights frequently become the backbone of rogue gangs, and the plundering of merchant caravans, extortion, and even the pillaging of cities have long constituted a lucrative source of income for unscrupulous nobles. It is for this reason that the citizens of the past held an almost fervent reverence for their city walls, generously donating substantial wealth to their communities, as their fates were inextricably linked to the cities, which represented their sole sanctuary in an otherwise perilous world. However, the times have changed. As Antonio aptly noted, the standing army is primarily tasked with confronting internal adversaries, and they excel in this regard. Any sizable banditry within the coalition's domain is swiftly eradicated by the coalition forces, leaving only a few wayward miscreants that can be easily dealt with by a handful of guards. The Navarre family has followed this trend by relocating from the urban center, though Winters is unaware of their new address, merely trailing behind his uncle. "What have you been busy with on your first day of internship at the gendarmerie?" Antonio casually inquired. Winters, eager to recount his day's events, hesitated as he recalled Colonel Field's admonition to maintain discretion and adhere to orders. After mulling over his response, he finally managed to utter, "Well, it was quite busy." "What exactly kept you busy?" Antonio persisted, undeterred. "Please, I cannot divulge that," Winters replied. Antonio chuckled, playfully tapping Winters on the shoulder with his riding crop. "Field has taught you well. Being tight-lipped is a virtue. One should observe, listen, and act more, while speaking less. The less you say, the less others will know of your hand." Blushing, Winters nodded in agreement. "Yet even if you do not disclose it, I have an inkling of your cards," Antonio said, his eyes twinkling like crescent moons. "When the throne voted on whether to saddle Field with this mess, I cast the sole dissenting vote, all for your sake." "What?" Winters exclaimed, instinctively tightening the reins, causing his steed to snort and halt. "You were present when the decision was made to assign this matter to the gendarmerie?" "Indeed, I was," Antonio replied, gesturing for Winters to continue moving. With a gentle nudge to his horse, Winters caught up to his uncle. "Did the throne not realize that, even with my addition, the gendarmerie comprises merely 2 officers?" "Of course they are aware," Antonio affirmed with a nod. "Then why entrust this case to the gendarmerie, with only 2 officers and 80 guards stationed? How can we possibly investigate?" "Well, it is rather simple. If Field desires to conclude the case, he could compose a report today, and by tomorrow, the matter would be resolved." General Antonio effortlessly provided an answer. The case could be closed at any moment, should one wish it. Winters, with thoughts racing like lightning, swiftly discerned the profound implications of this statement. He inquired of his uncle, "Do you imply that the throne has already prepared a scapegoat for this affair?" "Indeed, the youth is teachable." Antonio, with a smile, praised Winters, revealing through his tone that he did not regard this case as significant. After all, assassinations are hardly uncommon in Hylon. If the assassin cannot be apprehended on the spot, how could one possibly identify the perpetrator? It would inevitably remain an unsolved mystery. The individual who sought to claim this case from customs was not concerned with the truth. They merely desired to assign blame to the person of their choosing. Are you suggesting that the army proactively requested this case from customs? Winters could scarcely believe his ears. Otherwise, what could be done? If the army declines, customs cannot simply impose it upon them. At that moment, Winters realized he had been utterly mistaken. He had initially believed that customs and the army had reached a clandestine agreement. Customs, upon discovering that the deceased might be a soldier, wished to avoid entanglement with the army, and thus discreetly communicated with them to transfer the case for their investigation. However, according to Antonio, the army was entirely unaware of the deceased's identity. It was merely that someone sought to exploit the situation, prompting them to request the case. One party dared to ask, while the other dared to grant. Both believed their mutual understanding was sufficiently conveyed through mere glances, yet their true intentions were fundamentally divergent. Moreover, at present, neither side possessed more information than what Winters had already acquired. In Winters' estimation, both customs and the army had grossly underestimated the gravity of this assassination. So, whom does the throne intend to blame? Winters posed another query. Antonio casually offered an unexpected answer. Pirates. How could the assassin possibly be a pirate? I have encountered pirates and have also dealt with those assassins. None among the pirates possessed the prowess of those assassins. But can the pirates provide evidence to prove they are not the assassins? Antonio retorted with a smirk. The notion of pinning the blame on pirates electrified Winters' mind as he struggled to piece together the fragmented information, striving to grasp the essence amid the fog. Observing his deep contemplation, Antonio remained silent, and the two continued walking in quietude for a spell. Suddenly, Winters sighed and softly inquired, "Are we on the brink of war?" The stallion, known for its volatile temperament and innate aggression, is often easily lured by mares and estrus. Historical accounts are replete with instances of stallions engaging in battle for the sake of a mare. Conversely, the mare is gentle and calm, suitable for use as a warhorse. However, sending a mare into battle signifies a reduction in future offspring. Hence, the ultimate solution is to utilize gelded stallions as warhorses, a practice referred to by the Teutonic Knights as monk horses. Moreover, the utilization of geldings presents an additional advantage, even if captured by foes. These horses cannot be employed to enhance the lineage of the adversary's steeds. Horses, possessing a rich tapestry of emotions, cannot serve as pets primarily due to their size and the complications of digestion. Chapter 40. Tanya and Aphrodite. Winters sighed softly and inquired, "Are we on the brink of war? Surely, a conflict necessitates an adversary? The Tenilians seek dominion over the islands." Winters replied calmly, "I realize now how slow-witted I have been to comprehend this only at this moment." Antonio neither confirmed nor denied, instead posing a counter-question. "Then, what do you propose is the reason for Veneta to engage in warfare against its vital sources of raw materials and trade partners?" "I cannot say for certain. From my studies of history, I have gleaned that individuals may concoct a myriad of justifications for waging war, just as they can fabricate an equal number of reasons to avert it. War is not merely a duel between two. All parties involved possess conflicting motives. The fundamental cause of war can only be discerned from historical texts after its conclusion. I am merely inferring the direction of the wheels from the imprints they leave." "What imprints of wheels?" Antonio seemed intrigued. "Fragments of information, whispers from the military academy, the discord between the islands and Azure, the tense atmosphere within the army headquarters. Your casual mention of conscripting reserves, and most importantly, what purpose would be served by scapegoating the pirates? Can the army even exert control over them? It appears to be an attempt to divert attention towards the islands." "Quite interesting." Winters inquired with difficulty, "Is war absolutely necessary?" "This is hardly a question a soldier ought to pose." "Not necessarily. War is merely a means, not an end. The grand preparations for conflict may sometimes serve only to secure greater leverage in negotiations. Veneta is not merely a backdrop. The ultimate course of action will be determined by the ruling council." Antonio's voice was clear and composed as he continued, "However, military deterrence does not solely stem from might. It also arises from the resolve to employ that might. Should erroneous messages be transmitted, leading the Island Federation to believe that Azure lacks the courage to act, war may become the only recourse. Have you witnessed the skirmishes between the great general and the wildcats from the courtyard? I have. The smaller general, though diminutive, is far more ferocious. During the nights of spring and autumn, the vicinity of Winter's residence is filled with the cacophony of fierce feline battles. Incorrect. It is not that the smaller general is more ferocious, but rather that the wildcats perceive him as a target they can bully, daring to challenge him. Observe the great general. Upon sighting a wildcat encroaching upon his territory, he charges forth to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The nearby wildcats all fear him, retreating at his approach. Ironically, it is the less confrontational smaller general who finds himself embroiled in more frequent conflicts with the wildcats. Has the Republic made preparations for war? Winters pondered this discourse, realizing how little he truly understood. Yes and no. Proposals have been drafted year after year, yet without a decisive commitment from the governing body. These plans are rendered mere scraps of paper. Antonio let out a disdainful snort, clearly dissatisfied. It was only a month ago that the consul delivered a vehement speech in the Senate, after which the Committee of 13 consented to prepare resources for war. The Committee of 13, the military council of the Republic of Veneta, is composed of high-ranking officials from both the Army and Navy. I doubt the Union would passively observe as we seize control of the archipelago. Should the Republic of High Blue capture the islands, it would undoubtedly disrupt the delicate balance within the alliance. Fiorenzola has already advanced to the northern boundary of the River Jeeks and the River Benlu. Otherwise, why would you not be permitted to travel overland this year, but rather be directed to return to Veneta by sea? The 4th Fiorenzola Legion belongs to the High Blue Republic Army, while the 2nd Benlu River Legion is part of the Union Republic Army. Winters felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 standing legions of the alliance were already poised at the border. No wonder the change to a maritime route this year. Yet, he found the situation absurdly implausible. Could it be that we must first engage in conflict with the Union? How could that be possible? Even the most reckless of the Union's army would not dare to instigate a civil war. Antonio laughed heartily, reassuring his nephew. Their intent is merely to constrain us, preventing us from exerting our full strength, thus buying time for them to assert control over the islands. Does the Union also desire control over the islands? Antonio countered. High Blue and the mountainous regions each occupy half of the bay. Whoever seizes the islands will dominate the inland sea trade. Tell me, if you were the Secretary of State for the Union, would you not wish to control Tenilia? In the past, the Tenilia Islands were also directly governed territories of the Crown. However, unlike High Blue, which became a royal domain due to its prosperity, Tenilia was deemed so barren that no one desired it, thus compelled to become a royal domain. Before the introduction of cash crops like sugarcane, it was a wild expanse, inhabited solely by self-sufficient islanders and exiled convicts. Over 30 years ago, a few oared sailing vessels from the Union Navy set sail from Tenilia, brazenly raiding the Empire's maritime supply ships, forcing the Emperor to traverse the shady mountain range to supply Duke Arlian. The archipelago, serving as a bazaar and supply point for the Union Navy, attracted the most avaricious sailors, mercenaries, and opportunists from across the continent, thereby ushering in an era of prosperity. It was during this time that sugarcane was introduced to the land, leading to the emergence of plantations across the island's interiors. Following the retreat of Madman Richard, the Captains and the Planters Association seized this opportunity to declare their independence from the Empire, establishing a permanent neutral free port. Existing for over 20 years as a loose confederation amidst competing powers, Antonio asserted unequivocally, to be fair, do you believe the conflict between the Union and the islands is greater than that between ourselves and the islands? Who do you think can offer the islands a better bargain, the Union or us? The political entity of the islands confederation is far too fragmented. Negotiating with the confederation is akin to conversing with 100 ducks simultaneously. If we were to court each island individually, Tenilia would inevitably become the 8th province of the Union Republic. It is not that the Azure Sea desires the archipelago, but rather that it is unwilling to obtain it through the provinces, necessitating somewhat drastic measures. After hearing Antonio's words, Winters felt an inexplicable chill despite the midsummer warmth. You are speaking candidly with me. I trust that the Victory Armory will not be set ablaze by the throne's emissaries. Will it? What are you pondering? Antonio reproached Winters. The struggle for Teneria between the provinces and the Azure Sea is merely an internal competition within the alliance. Although the provinces are at odds with us, we are still brother allies, not foes. The Victory Armory is a crucial procurement site for the Azure Army. How could we possibly set it aflame? That is reassuring. Indeed, Winters sighed in relief, momentarily fearing that tensions among the republics had escalated to the brink of open conflict. Antonio earnestly instructed Winters, I share these matters with you to help you break free from the limitations of being merely a pawn and to gain insight into the broader game board. Taking this assassination case from the customs is merely a tactic employed by the hawkish faction to leverage the situation, exert pressure on the ruling council, manipulate public sentiment, and advocate for war. Such trivial schemes are devoid of merit. Do not emulate them. For whether the assassin hails from Veneta or is a pirate, it will not sway the council's decisions. So, are you a hawk or a dove? I am neither a hawk nor a dove. I adhere to a singular principle. The interests of Veneta take precedence. You must also remember this. You are a soldier of Veneta, and your duty is to safeguard its interests, not to engage in partisan strife. Antonio's tone was solemn. Winters nodded gravely. Yet I still do not comprehend why this case has been assigned to the gendarmerie. Regardless of who investigates, there are only two paths. Either unravel this unsolved mystery completely, or, following the hawkish faction's lead, pin the blame on the pirates. The latter path may lead to a swift conclusion. But if it fails to solidify into an ironclad case, the ramifications of a future reversal could be dire. Antonio chuckled heartily. Field is far too arrogant, lacking any discretion in his speech. Recently, for reasons unknown, he has offended many, and opinions of him are quite unfavorable. Assigning this case to Field is purely to vex him. Antonio added, however, there is no need for concern. You are merely interning at the gendarmerie. Even in the event of a reversal, it will not implicate you, though Field will inevitably find himself reassigned to the military history department. Winters recalled the impressive demeanor of Colonel Field at the internship orientation, realizing he had likely offended all the senior officers present. Upon mentioning the case, Winters suddenly remembered the coachman and turned to his uncle, saying, I believe it would be best to replace the coachman at home. Why is that? Winters elaborated on his suspicions regarding the coachman's involvement in a certain secret society. Antonio, however, was dismissive. So what if it is a secret society? In High Blue City, such things are abundant. It is not only the coachmen, but also the dock workers who bear secrets among their clandestine societies, and there are several of them. Nevertheless, Winters remained steadfast in his belief that a new coachman should be appointed, for it is the two ladies of the household who most frequently occupy the carriage, and he insists that the driver must be a reliable individual. Ultimately, Antonio concedes to his nephew's opinion, and they agree that Antonio will send someone to speak with the coachman. If all is satisfactory, they shall part ways with a severance payment. Subsequently, they will hire 2 honest troopers from the 3rd Legion to serve as coachman and groom. 100 beeswax candles illuminate the drawing room of the Navarre residence, their gentle glow filling the space with a subtle fragrance that enhances the intimate ambience of this elegant salon. This is a modest gathering, intentionally small, for a grand hall might render the guests feeling isolated. Madame Navarre would never commit such a blunder. Although the drawing room lacks a dance floor, at this moment, Madame Navarre embodies the most graceful of dancers. She glides gracefully among the clusters of guests, deftly dissipating any hint of discord with a witty double entendre. Should she sense any guest feeling uncomfortable, she skillfully guides them toward a more suitable circle of conversation. In the lounge, the discourse is dominated by men, who eagerly engage in animated discussions. They crave an audience, yearning for attention, yet Madame Navarre does not seek to command every ear. With a mere glance, a smile, a glass of fine wine, or a clever remark, she envelopes each guest in a warm embrace, effortlessly safeguarding the delightful atmosphere of the evening. While the men occupy the spotlight, it is this perceptive hostess who truly orchestrates the order of the gathering. However, even Madame Navarre, capable of effortlessly navigating the social ambience, finds herself at a loss when it comes to certain matters. As she tends to her guests, part of her attention remains fixed on her daughter, anxious to prevent any untoward incidents. Her eldest daughter now stands before a delicate egg tempera painting of Aphrodite, surrounded by several gentlemen. In this small circle, the attendees listen intently to a handsome man with a charming mustache as he critiques the artwork. For this connoisseur, the young maiden is perhaps the most attentive of listeners. At 17, she has shed the naivety of childhood, yet has not yet acquired the maturity of a married woman. She is in the prime of her youth, every smile and glance radiating vitality. As a listener, what is even more remarkable is the absence of any impatience upon her countenance. Madame Navarre's daughter appreciates the painting with genuine interest, her smile blooming as she listens, occasionally nodding in agreement, affirming with soft murmurs of understanding. Critics believe they have garnered an admirer, yet Madame Navarre has discerned, through the subtle shifts in her daughter's expression and habitual gestures, that her daughter is now consumed by a profound anger, teetering on the brink of eruption. The primary concern lies in the painter's skewed perception of beauty. With the fair maiden at his side, the critic feels emboldened, increasingly animated in his critique of the painting before him. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, is portrayed here devoid of allure, failing to evoke any semblance of romance. "Anna, come here," Madame Navarre gently called to her daughter, who stood a little distance away. With a charming smile, Anna Navarre nodded slightly to the gentleman present, seemingly apologizing for her impending departure, and then made her way directly to her mother, navigating through the men who parted to allow her passage. From an objective standpoint, Anna's appearance does not conform to the traditional standards of beauty. She did not inherit her mother's delicate and gentle visage, but rather, she has more prominently inherited her father's strong, defined features. However, despite lacking any ostentatious charm, the opposite sex is nonetheless drawn to her fair shoulders and lustrous hair. Madame Navarre took her daughter's hand, discreetly squeezing it to remind her to uphold her manners. Anna understood her mother's message, letting out a dissatisfied huff, yet obediently followed her mother to another part of the drawing room. Madame Navarre settled her daughter amidst a circle predominantly composed of young men, then continued to fulfill her hostess duties, attending to the guests. Meanwhile, Antonio had just arrived at the Navarre estate with his nephew. Winters, still reluctant to dismount, handed over the reins of his spirited steed to the footman clad in livery. Guided by the butler, they entered the opulent anteroom alongside Antonio. "General Salviati, how do you do?" Madame Navarre greeted Antonio with exuberance, playfully chiding. "Why have you arrived so late? I thought you had decided against gracing us with your presence." "How could that be? I am your most loyal servant," Antonio replied with polite deference, bowing and gently kissing Madame Navarre's hand. Madame Navarre, concealing her smile behind her fan, remarked, "You, my dear, are hardly loyal. Do introduce me to this handsome young man. Do you not recognize him? My nephew, Winters Montagne, has just returned from military academy." "Elizabeth's son?" Madame Navarre exclaimed softly. Measuring Winters' height with her hand, she exclaimed, "Goodness, he has grown into a man in the blink of an eye. In my memory, he was just a little child." From this remark, it appeared that Madame Navarre had indeed met Winters before, though he had no recollection of her. Childhood memories are often fleeting, and thus Winters merely smiled politely, remaining silent. "Alas, the military academy has turned him into a wooden-headed lad. You must take good care of him. You must be wary of your dear nephew being deceived by some lady." Madame Navarre approached gracefully, affectionately linking her arm with Winters. His left arm felt the softness and warmth of her body. Aside from family, he had never experienced such close contact with a woman, and this sudden advance left him stiff, his face flushed. "A few of your friends are waiting for you," Madame Navarre said to Antonio. "I'll take care of this young man." Antonio nodded with a smile, leaving the bewildered Winters beside Madame Navarre as he departed from the soiree. "Elizabeth and Kesha are both my friends. Consider yourself at home here," Madame Navarre remarked, finding the young man's reaction amusing. She took a glass of wine from a server's tray and offered it to Winters. "It must be quite daunting to be among elders. Let me introduce you to some peers. Have a drink and relax." "Thank you, madam, but I do not drink," Winters replied earnestly. May I ask if there is any food available?" His inquiry elicited a chuckle from Madame Navarre, as it was her first encounter with someone seeking food at such a gathering. This event was neither a banquet nor a buffet. There was no food, only beverages. However, Winters was genuinely famished, feeling lightheaded. Earlier that afternoon, he had accompanied Colonel Field to the customs prison, resulting in him losing his lunch. Upon returning home, he was taken to a tailor by Kesha and only returned as dusk fell, immediately rushing to Navarre House with Antonio. Though he had already endured hunger, for some reason, his stomach was once again churning. Winters maintained a calm demeanor, his tone sincere. Madame Navarre understood he was not feigning. He was indeed very hungry. She found his social naivety endearing and explained, "There is no food here, but there will be in the kitchen. I shall have someone escort you." Madame Navarre softly called for her daughter, introducing her to Anna. "This is Mr. Montagne. Please take Mr. Montagne to the kitchen and have the chef prepare something he enjoys." She then turned to Winters, saying, "This is my daughter, Anna. She will guide you to the kitchen." Anna smiled, curtsied while lifting her gown, and gently said, Mr. Montaigne. Please follow me." As Winters gazed at Anna's smooth forehead and graceful neck, his face reddened further. Yet, as a practitioner of magic, his keen perception revealed that Miss Navarre was not genuinely pleased. She smiled, yet there was no light in her eyes, giving Winters the impression of a puppet. "Just call me Winters," he replied, bowing in return. He disliked imposing on others and told Madame Navarre, "There is no need to trouble this young lady. A servant will suffice. You are a distinguished guest. How could I allow a servant to accompany you?" Madame Navarre's demeanor was resolute, compelling Winters to acquiesce to her kindness. Under Anna's guidance, he traversed through clusters of guests and exited the anteroom through another door. Before departing, Winters found himself irresistibly drawn to a vibrant depiction of Aphrodite, a sight that was impossible to overlook. The goddess in the painting was nearly bare, audaciously displaying her form, with only the slightest coverage. Poor Lieutenant Montaigne had encountered primarily military maps and the solemn murals of churches throughout his life, where saints were invariably clad in heavy garments. Even the occasional naked figures he had seen were male. He had never before beheld a work that so unabashedly celebrated the beauty of the female form. Noticing that Winters was momentarily entranced, Anna halted in her tracks. Embarrassed, he sheepishly caught up with her as they pushed through the door. Moving in single file down the corridor, both silent until they reached the kitchen entrance. Just before she opened the wooden door, Anna suddenly turned to gaze intently into Winters' eyes, earnestly inquiring, "What do you think of that depiction of Aphrodite? What? Is she truly the goddess of beauty?" Winters responded, slightly astonished, for he had merely perceived the naked female form. Anna sweetly nodded, her smile radiant, yet Winters discerned the subtle furrows forming on her brow. He also observed that her left hand, gripping the candlestick tightly, had turned pale at the joints, while her right hand twitched unconsciously. Had he spoken amiss? Winters felt perplexed, struggling to comprehend why Madame Navarre's daughter, evidently irate, maintained a facade of sunny disposition. In the military, admiration was reserved for strong, gallant figures like Leighton and Field, and even though Winters held a lukewarm regard for General Leighton, he would willingly follow him into battle. Though Winters wished to amend his previous remark, he was no eloquent connoisseur of art. The painting had imparted to him only the most basic, visceral impression, prompting him to candidly express his thoughts. "If you had not informed me that was Aphrodite, I would have assumed it to be Athena." "Athena? How could she possibly be depicted in the nude?" Anna replied, momentarily taken aback. "Is that so? I must have been short-sighted," she conceded. Winters felt a flush of embarrassment as he grappled for the right words to articulate his immediate impressions. However, the goddess in the painting evokes for me the image of a warrior, a female knight. Indeed, that is precisely it. His thoughts crystallized, and he gestured as he elaborated. Though the figure possesses distinctly feminine features, she is robust, valiant, and well-proportioned. Even I do not possess such admirable abdominal muscles. I feel that if she held a shield and a spear, the composition would be even more harmonious, leading me to mistakenly perceive her as a goddess of war." Anna covered her face with a radiant smile. "Monsieur Montaigne, I have never encountered such assessments before. They are indeed refreshing." Her furrowed brow relaxed, her fists unclenched, and her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, revealing a genuine smile. Winters, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I lack understanding of painting. These are merely my fanciful musings." "A most intriguing notion, Monsieur Montaigne. Perhaps we might inquire with the artists themselves for their perspective. To my mind, the creator may not fully grasp what they wish to convey." "Which artist crafted this masterpiece?" "Not an artist in the conventional sense. It was purchased by my mother from an obscure little painter. Yet, I find it quite beautiful. It is merely a clumsy imitation of classical art. Many sculptures of goddesses from antiquity possess such muscular grace, with several even being adaptations of male figures into female forms." Anna removed the door latch and pushed open the door leading from the kitchen to the parlor. "Come, Monsieur Montaigne, feel free to request anything from the chef. Do not hesitate." However, the vast kitchen was devoid of life, save for the faint flicker of flames emanating from the oven. The door to the backyard stood ajar, indicating that the servants had likely slipped away for a respite. With her back to Winters, Anna remained motionless at the kitchen entrance. "It is quite late. It appears the kitchen has entered its rest period. Then let us not trouble ourselves. We should return," Winters expressed, concerned for the young mistress's predicament. "How can we do that?" Anna stepped into the kitchen, lighting the oil lamps with a candlestick. "If you do not mind, I shall prepare something for you." Winters, taken aback, replied, "I am no longer hungry. There is no need for you to exert yourself. There are some ready ingredients. It is quite convenient. Provided you do not mind. Anna's voice was gentle, yet left no room for Winters' refusal. Please, stoke the oven's fire a bit more. Instinctively, Winters complied. Adding wood to the oven, Anna retrieved 2 pieces of stale wheat bread that the servants had left behind, slicing away the hardened crust. She then layered thin slices of cheese and smoked meat from the pantry atop the bread. Finally, she extracted a pickled cucumber from a jar, slicing it lengthwise in half and placing each piece on the bread. Winters wished to assist, but found himself unable to extend a hand, merely watching as the elegantly dressed Anna busied herself in the kitchen. The repurposed bread was placed into the oven, the cheese gradually melting and seeping into the bread's crevices. Moments later, Anna cut the baked bread into small, manageable pieces and led Winters to a secluded gazebo in the garden's corner. The air was imbued with the delicate fragrance of roses, accompanied by the rhythmic chorus of cicadas. The luminous moon obscured much of the starlight, and through the neatly trimmed hedges, the warm glow of lamps could be discerned from the nearby drawing room, filtering through the windows. Please enjoy. Winters had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had merely requested a light meal, only to find himself in the presence of the young mistress, who took it upon herself to prepare the meal. With a sense of apology, he addressed Anna, saying, "You need not feel obliged to remain here with me. I am truly sorry for having kept you for so long. Madame Navarre may be growing anxious." Yet, the young lady did not take her leave. Instead, she gracefully settled upon a stone bench, lifting her skirts, and smiled at Winters, saying, "It is I who must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Montaigne, for providing me with an excuse to escape the tedium of the soiree. I have little desire to partake in such gatherings. What? Is the soiree not enjoyable? What merits does a soiree possess? Is it not merely a venue for the most powerful men to boast?" "Well said, Miss Navarre, well said." This witty summation elicited laughter and applause from Winters. No one could relate to such sentiments more than a soldier. Anna ceased to maintain her genteel smile and erupted into genuine laughter. In that moment, Winters truly perceived Miss Navarre as a living, breathing individual rather than a mere puppet. "Please, Mr. Montaigne." Anna gestured for Winters to take a seat. He savored the fruits of her labor: smoked meat, cheese, pickles, and bread, a delightful combination. Though the bread had been slightly overbaked, it was undeniably delicious. "My grandfather often prepared this for me in my childhood. Fresh bread with moisture is even more delectable." Winters was genuinely famished, and the finest way to commend a chef is through consumption, so he endeavored to express his admiration for Anna's culinary skills. Amidst his voracious feasting, he noticed Anna gazing intently at him. He paused, casting a questioning glance her way. "What is it?" "I, too, have not eaten anything since the afternoon," Anna replied softly. "Shall we share this meal, then?" "But I cannot eat." "Why not?" "Only married women are afforded the liberty to eat freely in the presence of men, to burp and to pass gas." "Ha ha ha, why do you say that?" Winters found Miss Navarre to be quite the character, possessing a unique perspective on the world and a sharp wit. "Mr. Montaigne, do you have sisters?" "I have but one sister." "Then surely you have heard your mother and sister say that any girl with an appetite cannot find a husband?" Winters pondered this and replied, "I cannot recall my mother ever saying that about my sister. If you were a lady, your mother would inform you that men desire girls with appetites as small as sparrows, preferably those with little knowledge, who can only utter, 'You are truly remarkable.' Should a man discover that you possess greater insight than he would not consider marrying you." With her facade stripped away, Anna no longer forced a smile, her expression tinged with melancholy. "So, must women feign ignorance?" Winters had never even held the hand of a young lady, let alone considered marriage. Indeed, one cannot feign ignorance indefinitely, can one? For married men, regrets come too late. "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at, Monsieur Montaigne?" Anna, exasperated, exhaled the pent-up frustration from her chest. "The reality is that you may indulge without a care, feasting at a soiree as you please, and others will commend your composure. But what of me? I too am hungry, yet should I act in such a manner, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and the entirety of the Azure Society would whisper my name in hushed tones. Do you deem this fair? It is indeed unjust, yet this is a significant issue, one we cannot resolve alone. We can only tackle a smaller dilemma." After a moment of contemplation, Winters smiled and posed a question to Anna. "Are you inclined to marry me?" "What madness are you speaking?" Anna, taken aback, rose abruptly, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Winters. "If you do not intend to marry me, then I shall not consider you as a bride." Why then? Do you still fret about your image in my presence? Winters calmly explained to Anna, there are only the two of us here. Even if you were to devour an entire cow before me, word would never reach the ears of your beloved. If you seek fairness, you ought not to impose upon yourself even in solitude. He nudged the tray of bread towards Anna. Eat if you are hungry. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall not speak of this to anyone. Even if you were to tell others, I would not be afraid. Tonight, Winters blushed countless times. But this time it was Anna's cheeks that turned crimson. Come here. What for? Winters, puzzled, inquired. I want you to come here. Stand beside me, Anna reiterated. Bewildered, Winters slowly approached her side, apprehensive that he might receive a slap. The young lady scrutinized Winters for several seconds before turning to present her graceful back to him. Help me unfasten it. Please do not act this way. I am not considering marriage at present. As he gazed at Anna's exquisite nape, Winters hastily declined. He was utterly flustered, unable to comprehend why she was suddenly undressing. Anna, both vexed and frantic, delivered a firm punch to Winters' back and stomped her foot. What are you thinking? I need your assistance to loosen my corset. I cannot eat with this constricting me. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you were inviting me to bed, Winters mused. Upon realizing she merely wished to release her corset, he sighed in relief and asked, Where is the corset? Anna wore a blue dress adorned with ruffles, the edges embellished with white velvet ribbons. The overall silhouette was exaggerated, with a voluminous skirt supported by crinolines beneath. Only at this moment did Winters notice how remarkably slender the young lady's waist was, so thin it could scarcely rival the girth of a 16-pound cannon. This delicate waist defied the natural form of the human body, having been forcibly constrained to such an extent. Having just admired the unrestrained portrayal of feminine beauty in Aphrodite, Winters felt a pang of discomfort upon witnessing the constricted waist, deeming such treatment of women both cruel and pathological. First, untie the ribbons at the back of your skirt. Then release the laces that bind the corset within. I shall manage the rest myself. Anna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, bewildered by the strange turn of events that allowed a man to assist her in loosening her corset. Oh, very well, she conceded. In an instant, Winters understood her intent. Deftly unfastening the ribbons of her skirt, gradually loosening the slender cords that crisscrossed. How are you so adept at this? Anna questioned. Her vigilance piqued as she observed Lieutenant Montaigne's swift movements, surpassing even those of her own maid. Isn't it merely akin to tying shoelaces? After years of donning boots, I could untie laces with my eyes closed, Winters replied with a touch of pride. Once the corset's knots were undone, Anna insisted on proceeding without further assistance, gradually easing the remaining bindings. This act did not involve removing the corset entirely, but rather loosening it akin to untying shoelaces, alleviating the constrictive pressure. With the corset finally unbound, Anna reveled in several deep breaths, clearly liberated from the vice that not only constricted her waist, but also compressed her lungs. She shot an accusatory glance at Winters before returning to her stone bench, defiantly indulging in her food. Winters could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young lady, pushing the remnants of the meal towards her. They sat in silence for a while, one consuming quietly while the other observed, until Anna had devoured every last morsel of bread. I haven't had more than a few bites, Winters jested. It all seems to have vanished into your stomach. If you wish to eat, why not prepare it yourself? Anna retorted promptly, with the food now exhausted. Winters found the silence unfulfilling and inquired, Shall we return to the soiree? I shan't return, nor shall you. If you do, my mother will undoubtedly send someone to fetch me, Anna replied, leaving Winters at a loss for words. They sat in silence once more, until the sound of boots striking the cobblestones echoed from afar, growing ever closer, indicating someone's approach. Anna instantly straightened her posture, sitting upright on the stone bench. Winters rose to investigate the source of the footsteps, and from behind a meticulously trimmed bush emerged a familiar figure, Antonio. Ah, so you are here. One cannot simply hide from social gatherings if one dislikes them, Antonio remarked with a smile directed at Winters. His gaze then fell upon Anna, and his expression shifted to one of complexity, a sly smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Recognizing Antonio's demeanor, Winters knew at once that his uncle had misinterpreted the situation. Before he could clarify, Antonio was already extending his greetings to Anna. Good evening, Miss Navarre. Anna graciously rose and executed a polite curtsy, addressing General Serviati with, Good to see you, General Serviati. I hope that little Winters has not caused you any trouble. Not at all. Mr. Montaigne is exceedingly courteous. Immediately thereafter, Antonio turned his head towards Winters and, with a jovial tone, inquired in Old Tongue, "Have you had the pleasure of kissing her this evening?" Old Tongue, known as High Speech in the Northern Empire, was a language deeply rooted in the imperial tongue yet distinct from it. Historically, it was predominantly employed by the aristocracy and the clergy. Following the alliance's overthrow of the emperor and nobility, the terms high speech and aristocratic language were dismissed in favor of Old Tongue, while the imperial language was referred to as the common tongue or continental language. The two languages shared only a few lexical similarities, yet their phonetics and grammar diverged considerably. As a result, speakers of the common tongue might grasp isolated Old Tongue words, but would certainly struggle with comprehending entire sentences. During the imperial era, the clergy and aristocracy monopolized knowledge, leading to the majority of texts being penned in Old Tongue. In the contemporary republics, only the educated elite endeavor to learn Old Tongue, necessitated by their need to access historical literature. The vast majority of the populace is proficient only in the common tongue, adequate for daily existence. Above Old Tongue lies ancient language, whose original pronunciation has been lost to time. Only scholars seeking to read texts from the ancient imperial era, along with clergy, acquire knowledge of ancient language, as the authentic scriptures recognized by the Church are composed in this tongue. Furthermore, due to the shared alphabet among the three languages, modern speakers can audibly approximate ancient language using contemporary grammar. The Church, however, employs a unique pronunciation of ancient language known as ecclesiastical pronunciation, purportedly passed down orally since ancient times, typically mastered only by the clergy. The military academy offers courses in both Old Tongue and ancient language, thereby enabling Winters and Antonio to converse in Old Tongue. Suddenly, Antonio switched to another language, initially leaving Winters bewildered until he realized with astonishment the impropriety of his uncle's words in the presence of a lady. Even the gentlest of women might deliver a stinging slap in response to such rudeness. Upon glancing at Anna, who tilted her head in curiosity and exhibited no signs of anger, Winters felt a slight relief. It was evident that Anna did not comprehend Old Tongue. He responded to his uncle in Old Tongue, "Could you please refrain from complicating matters?" Old Tongue, "Very well. The young man has his own ideas," Antonio remarked with a smile, evidently misunderstanding the situation. "I've concluded my business in Old Tongue. Whenever you wish to leave, do come find me. I am in no haste." Having said this, and without waiting for Winters to clarify, Antonio nodded farewell to Anna and strode away with purposeful steps. As Winters observed Antonio's figure disappearing behind the thicket, the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance left him at a loss for words. Antonio had already formed a preconceived notion, making further explanation quite troublesome. With a sigh, he turned to Anna to bid farewell. "Miss Navarre, I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together today. However, I must return home, so please allow me to take my leave." Anna, with a radiant smile, addressed Winters. As the old saying goes, "Do you wish to kiss me?" With that, she gave Winters a playful slap, her temper flaring as she stormed off. Chapter 42. The Enforcer. "I hadn't anticipated your swiftness. This puts my mind at ease," Antonio remarked with a sense of satisfaction as they made their way home. "Don't mention it. The moment you left, I received a slap," Winters replied, his mood dampened. Instinctively, he touched his cheek where he had been struck. While the physical pain had long since faded, the emotional wound lingered. "A slap? Were you perhaps too hasty?" Antonio inquired. "My interactions with Miss Navarre are not as you might envision. She comprehends the Old Tongue." "Really? A woman understands the Old Tongue?" "Anna is no ordinary woman. I believe her level of education surpasses mine." Antonio's tone was tinged with a sense of disappointment. "How naive you are, to be so utterly captivated after but a single encounter. Why do you not believe me?" "I have no intentions of pursuing Miss Navarre," Winters defended himself, realizing that Antonio had already formed a bias, leaving him at a loss for words. "Moreover, I find Miss Navarre to be quite sincere." "Of course she is sincere. If she did not seem genuine, how could she manipulate you?" Antonio retorted, but then shifted his tone with a chuckle. "Yet, men are destined to be deceived by women. Only through such experiences do they mature." Winters, now devoid of any desire to engage, resolutely sealed his lips and gazed straight ahead, nudging the horse's side with his boot. The steed, receiving the command, trotted happily onward. "Do not be vexed. What is there that we cannot discuss?" Antonio called out to Winters's back. "Do not ride so swiftly at night. Be wary of the horse's shoes." Initially, Winters intended to ignore him, but upon hearing the mention of potential harm to the horse, He slowed his pace. Antonio caught up from behind. Why the shyness? In our youth, we would have regarded such matters as delightful anecdotes. Please, spare me. I harbor no such thoughts regarding Miss Navarre as you presume, Winters insisted. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment, Antonio replied kindly, although his tone resembled that of someone soothing a bashful youth. Winters, disinclined to explain further, rode in silence for a stretch until Antonio suddenly lamented, alas. It appears that the very concern I held years ago has indeed come to fruition. He elongated his tone, waiting for a response, but Winters remained unresponsive. Bored. Antonio clicked his tongue and continued. Do you know what the military academy was founded upon? Winters pondered the question. Was it not a university? However, he chose to remain silent, disinterested in engaging with Antonio. If you perceive it as a university, then you are mistaken. Antonio mused to himself. A university is merely a place for the youth to learn, indulge in excessive drinking, and engage in brawls. Have you experienced it? The military academy replicates the structure of a monastery. Within its confines, you are essentially ascetic soldiers. Communication with the outside world is scarce. As the military academy represents your entire universe, Antonio continued. In the early days of the academy's establishment, this was hardly an issue. When your father and I attended the military school, one was 16 and the other 17, both on the cusp of adulthood. However, the Confederation has since introduced preparatory and junior schools. Now, your generation is sent to the military academy at the tender age of 9, ascending through the ranks. After a decade of monastic life, they possess almost no societal experience. I cannot ascertain whether this model is beneficial. Yet I am now certain of one thing. Upon encountering Judith, you all become like Holofernes. Judith, using her beauty, approached the lustful General Holofernes of the enemy forces and, seizing the opportunity while he was intoxicated, severed his head, leading to the ultimate defeat of the Assyrians. Although Winters is not a believer, he is familiar with this renowned tale recorded in Scripture. However, Winters had no desire to hear such words. He flicked the reins and sped homeward. The following morning, before visiting the garrison, Winters greeted Bud and Andre. Bud circled around the horse, admiring it with fervent exclamations. Andre, upon seeing the horse, could hardly tear his gaze away, insisting on taking a ride. As Winters showcased his new acquisition to his companions and approached the garrison's entrance, he noticed Clerk Morluke pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet in the corridor. Good morning, Mr. Morluke. Did you forget your keys? Winters quipped. Oh, you have arrived, Colonel Montaigne, Morluke exclaimed with evident relief. The garrison's personnel are on the verge of madness. They sent someone yesterday afternoon to raise a ruckus. Yet both commanding officers were absent, and I had no way to provide an explanation. This morning, they have sent someone again, and they are currently inside. To rid themselves of the 4 putrid corpses, the customs prison operated with astonishing efficiency. As soon as Field and Winters departed, the warden promptly procured several thin wooden boards to construct 4 rudimentary coffins, placing the bodies within and dispatching them to the Blue Sea garrison. Half of what Colonel Field stated was true, yet the other half was not entirely false. His assertion regarding the army headquarters lacking a morgue was indeed accurate. However, his request for the customs officials to deliver the bodies to the morgue at the Blue Sea garrison was somewhat ambiguous, as the garrison also lacked such a facility. Upon observing the customs cart bearing the corpses stop at the entrance, the officers at the garrison exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the matter at hand. When they learned that the garrison had no morgue, the customs personnel boldly placed the coffins directly at the garrison's gate, claiming they were sent by Colonel Field, and then departed without further ado. The personnel of the garrison command were utterly repulsed, quite literally sickened. Upon the opening of the coffin, numerous officers retched uncontrollably, prompting the coffin to be hastily resealed. Despite the barrier of the coffin, the stench merely diminished from an overwhelming nauseating intensity to one that was merely unsettling. These 4 corpses had become a vexing conundrum for the garrison command, as there was no space to accommodate them within their confines. Nor did they possess the audacity to abandon the 4 coffins at the gates of the army headquarters. Upon learning that these noxious coffins were dispatched by Colonel Field, the head of the garrison military police erupted in fury. He quickly assembled his men and stormed over to the army headquarters to confront Field. However, at that moment, Field was absent and Winters had already departed after reviewing the report, leaving only the frail clerk, Morluke, behind, with grievances needing resolution. The burly officers found themselves at an impasse with the slight scribe. They could hardly vent their frustrations on the timid clerk. Their impotent rage echoed as they returned empty-handed. The following day, they dispatched another colonel to demand an explanation from Field and insisted he promptly remove the 4 cadavers. Yesterday, Winters felt guilty for causing trouble for the garrison, but today he realized the true nature of the matter was a political struggle aimed at irritating Colonel Field. Thus, Winters bore no psychological burden and experienced, for the first time, the advantages of his junior rank. Imitating the demeanor of the slender guard from the customs prison, he saluted and, regardless of what the garrison colonel proclaimed, responded with, "I do not know, I am not sure, and I am merely an intern. I cannot make decisions." The colonel opposite him seethed with rage but was powerless, as a mere intern held no authority. As Winters leisurely sipped the sweetened water poured by Morlock, calmly reviewing the customs autopsy report, Colonel Field entered the room. The two colonels clashed immediately, each shouting over the other, engrossed in their own tirades. This verbal dispute hinged upon volume and presence, and naturally, Field, as the practitioner of rhetoric, gained the upper hand, effortlessly overpowering his counterpart with his commanding voice. Field bellowed, his spittle flying in the face of his adversary. "Those 4 corpses are vital evidence. You push your dirty work onto me, and you can't even manage to safeguard evidence? What is wrong with temporarily storing them at your facility? If you're dissatisfied, take the case back." His booming voice echoed through the army headquarters, reverberating with authority. The might of his rhetoric was beyond human capacity to withstand. The garrison colonel, realizing his position only allowed for humiliation, stormed off in frustration. Field, relishing his triumph, declared, "They shall not be buried. The inadequacy in the preservation of evidence has rendered the case unresolved, placing the burden of responsibility squarely upon your shoulders. While frustration may have arisen, the investigation must persist." Colonel Field summoned 4 10-man squads, accompanied by Winters leading the military police, and they proceeded directly to the docks. Upon observing Winters mounted on the Lucian steed, Field's expression revealed a measure of surprise. Was this not a stroke of fortune? Winters affectionately stroked the horse's long neck, declaring, "Now it is sheer luck." Field nodded in acknowledgement, his thoughts remaining inscrutable. Upon arriving at the docks, Winters discerned that Colonel Field's investigative approach bore a striking resemblance to that of the customs guards. Both were in pursuit of witnesses, conducting inquiries along the way, meticulously sifting through information. Historically, law enforcers have adhered to this method, first seeking witnesses, and in their absence, painstakingly eliminating possibilities until suspects emerged, subsequently applying coercive measures, culminating in the resolution of the case. Winters privately mused that since Officer Lope's attempts with this strategy yielded no results, it was unlikely that Colonel Field would unearth more valuable information. Nevertheless, he remained silent, diligently engaging in the task at hand. The military police from the Army headquarters essentially served as sentinels, tasked with their primary duty of guarding. Colonel Field's decision to summon them to the docks for an investigation encroached upon their designated rest time. Consequently, the soldiers exhibited a lack of morale and a disheartened attitude, languidly querying the nearby residents and merchants. Observing their lethargy, it was evident that any potentially valuable clues might slip through the cracks. Recognizing the futility of this approach, Colonel Field dismissed the military police before noon. Continuing in such a manner was impractical. A new strategy was imperative. While dining at the Army Officers Club, Colonel Field conversed with Winters, who sat across from him. After swallowing a mouthful of bread, Winters boldly remarked, "If you wish to resolve the case, is it not quite simple?" Field scoffed at the notion that they would delegate their dirty work to him, believing he would acquiesce to their whims. "However, I refuse to yield. I shall pursue the truth resolutely." Field displayed neither surprise nor offense, casting a glance at Winters and inquiring, "And you? Knowing this is a perilous environment, why do you willingly leap into the fray?" "The words you spoke during the introduction greatly enlightened me," Winters replied earnestly. "I have never encountered anyone capable of controlling amplification techniques with such poise as you. I aspire to learn your magical prowess, which is why I came to the military police. Speak plainly about your desires. It adds an element of intrigue," Field remarked as he poured Winters a modest glass of light beer. "However, Lieutenant Montaigne, you must first contemplate whether you wish to learn magical techniques or the art of combat." Winters comprehended the colonel's implication. The complexity of a spell does not inherently correlate with its lethality. Mastering precise control over amplification techniques posed a challenge far more formidable than merely producing a deafening sound. The former was akin to walking a tightrope, while the latter was akin to wielding a sledgehammer against a walnut. Is it not possible to learn both? As they conversed, the mirthful laughter echoed, prompting a contemplation of the proficiency of fire mages compared to those adept in acceleration spells. The latter's combat efficacy undeniably surpasses that of their fiery counterparts. However, the root of the disparity lies in the diverse array of spells learned by the fire mages. The training philosophy within the realm of magical warfare is fundamentally flawed. To cultivate proficient killers, it suffices to teach but a single spell. Field thumped the table emphatically, asserting that the fire element boasts 7 spells, while the acceleration category has merely 3, the flying arrow, wind manipulation, and deflection. Among these, only the flying arrow possesses lethal capability, which is the sole focus for mages specializing in acceleration spells. Yet, I contend that the vaporization spell, despite its higher complexity, lacks the potency of the flying arrow. You could also train in the flying arrow, he suggested, to which I replied that my aptitude for acceleration spells is limited, and my progress remains sluggish, regardless of how much I practice. Field chuckled heartily, leaning back against his chair, remarking, "This is precisely what I want you to ponder. Do you wish to master spells in which you naturally excel, or those that are more lethal?" Winters mulled over this statement, grasping the essence of the colonel's message. If the objective is practical combat, one should endeavor to hone the most effective spells for warfare, even if one's innate talent lies elsewhere. Contemplate this thoroughly, Field advised, pouring himself a light beer. I can impart my spell-casting techniques to you. However, if your aim is real combat, it would be prudent to learn from my aide. Regrettably, he is currently recuperating at home and will not return for some time. After finishing his meal and downing the remainder of his beer, Field glanced at the untouched food on his plate, seemingly lacking appetite. He turned to Winters and said, "Once we conclude this meal, let us seek out a few dock workers and cart drivers to inquire about any leads." The mention of cart drivers sparked a memory in Winters of a Peraltan driver from home, prompting him to share intelligence regarding the driver's secret society and his speculation. "I believe the brotherhood mentioned by the driver might have aided the assassin in managing the cart. At the very least, they seem to possess the capability." "Intriguing," Field mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he replied, "Your reasoning is commendable. Perhaps those in the shadows may know something of significance." He donned his hat and urged Winters to rise. "No more eating. Let us head to the underbelly, but first, we must find someone." "Who are we looking for?" Winters inquired, hastily finishing the last spoonful of soup. "A muscle," Field stated bluntly. "You, a fire mage, and I, a sound mage. What use do we have in a skirmish? In a place like the underbelly, 4 or 5 individuals could easily overpower us." Field candidly belittled himself, adding, "Thus, we must seek out a brawler. I will take you to the most formidable enforcer at the army headquarters. If you aspire to learn the art of killing, he is the one to teach you." With urgency, the two departed the officers' club, riding eastward under Field's guidance towards the city. Field finally came to a stop in front of the residence located at 122 Beak Street in the Dongqing district, a charming row of houses constructed from stone and brick. An amiable elderly woman, clad in a gray apron and adorned with a green floral headscarf, opened the door for Colonel Field. Her lack of surprise upon seeing him clearly indicated that he was a frequent visitor. The colonel bowed slightly, foregoing pleasantries, and inquired directly, "Is he at home?" "Most likely asleep," the old woman replied, gesturing towards the upper floor. Field nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside, with Winters following closely behind and also offering a courteous bow to the elderly lady. Upon entering the house, one's gaze was immediately drawn to a short, narrow corridor, where the sound of boots creaking against the wooden floor echoed, suggesting that the underlying structure was in need of repair. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, at the top, a small window greeted them, with a spacious living room to the right. The dark red wall fabric bore no decorative adornments, nor were there any altars or images of the Virgin Mary commonly found in households. A reclining chair was positioned before the fireplace, gently swaying with the breeze. Scattered across the desk and coffee table were empty bottles, save for a few wine glasses. Colonel Field appeared unfazed by the scene, walking directly to a door on the inner side of the living room and knocking heavily several times. No response met his efforts. He knocked again with increased force, yet still no answer came. Pushing against the door yielded no results, prompting him to step back and deliver a forceful kick, breaking the door open with a loud crash. The room beyond was shrouded in darkness, an overpowering scent of a hangover wafting from within. Field entered, skillfully drawing back the curtains and opening the wooden window. Sunlight accompanied by a breath of fresh air, flooded into the room, allowing Winters to finally discern its contents. The space was a modest bedroom, featuring a single bed tucked into one corner. A wardrobe stood against the wall beside the bed, while a desk faced the opposite side. Several articles of clothing draped over the back of the chair positioned at the desk. A figure lay sleeping soundly on the bed, undisturbed by the commotion caused by Field's entrance. Even after the windows were flung open, the occupant merely pulled the blankets over their head. Still sleeping at noon? Field addressed the slumbering figure, but received no reply. Picking up a bottle from the bedside table, he examined its contents in the light, discovering only a half-empty vessel. "You started drinking during the day?" the colonel remarked, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. The figure remained unresponsive. In a decisive motion, Field yanked the blankets away, causing the remaining liquid in the bottle to spill over the sleeper's head. The room's inhabitant jolted awake, instinctively reaching for a sword lying on the floor. Only upon recognizing Field standing beside the bed did he exhale in relief, discarding the sword back to the ground. The proprietor of the room lifted his arm to catch a whiff of himself and, frowning, inquired, "Surely, you haven't urinated upon me, have you? After all, it is your own doing." Field shrugged dismissively. The room's owner pointed to his ear and declared loudly, "I can hear nothing at all now." Winters, upon catching a clear glimpse of the man's face, blurted out a name, "Major Moritz?" Chapter 43. Subterranean Street. Field gestured towards Winters, stating, "This is the new intern," and then pointed to Moritz, adding, "This is my adjutant. It appears you are already acquainted." So that was it. Moritz's prior mysterious leave was to fetch you? Major Moritz, along with Major General Layton. The elderly woman who had opened the door downstairs heard the noise of the door being dismantled above and ascended to investigate. "Mrs. Warren, I must trouble you once more to summon someone to repair the door," Field said, handing her a few small coins. Mrs. Warren accepted them without a word, evidently accustomed to such requests. The colonel then passed her a small pouch of money, beseeching her to procure some old clothes and boots for the three officers, tailored to their respective sizes. Meanwhile, Major Moritz rose from his seat and rummaged through the desk drawer for paper, pen, and ink, with Winters acting as scribe, as the trio communicated through writing and conversation. For Field, he remained oblivious to the fact that his adjutant had been dispatched on a provincial assignment, an undertaking the army regarded as secretive. He had presumed Moritz was merely convalescing at home. When the colonel learned that the major's eardrum had been ruptured by his own spell, he erupted into laughter. Yet, upon discovering that both Winters and Moritz were present as witnesses, his expression morphed into one of complex dismay, as if to say, "You all conspired in my absence to form a clandestine group." This, in truth, could be attributed to Moritz's mention of a secret discussion. However, Field had no time to inquire further. He had more pressing matters at hand. "Is your ability still intact?" he asked, sleepily. Major Moritz fished a coin from beneath his mattress. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound, the coin vanished from his hand, and the bottle of liquor on the desk shattered, leaving a hole in the wooden wall behind it. "Get up and follow me." Major Moritz rubbed his neck and yawned widely. "Must I not at least take a bath first?" "Not necessary," Field retorted with a cold smirk. "Your disheveled state is quite fitting for Subterranean Street. Though Subterranean Street may be termed as a street, its expanse is not smaller than that of the urban area of Aquamarine City. The history of Aquamarine can be traced back to the era of ancient empires. With its name deriving from ancient tongue, the city has been ravaged by war and natural disasters numerous times, only to be rebuilt anew. And beneath the present-day Aquamarine City lie the remnants of the old city. The ancients bequeathed two legacies to this city, a water supply system and a sewage system. The former has lost its original efficacy, leaving only remnants of elevated aqueducts as relics of a bygone civilization, standing solitary in the outskirts. However, the sewage system continues to faithfully perform its intended function to this day. Although the city's rulers have changed numerous times, the position of the official responsible for clearing the sewage system's accumulations has been retained. The old sewage system of Azure City has been consistently maintained, preventing it from meeting the same fate as the abandoned and blocked system of Guitu City. Additionally, whenever enlightened individuals govern the city, they enhance and adapt the ancient sewage system to accommodate the ever-growing population of Azure City. Through continued repairs and modifications, the sewage system has ultimately transformed into a labyrinth, concealing countless forgotten paths and passages, with no one truly knowing where it leads. Thus, this system, designed to collect the city's refuse, has indeed become a repository of filth. Thieves, smugglers, murderers, and cultists intermingle here, engaging in transactions of goods that could never be sold in the open market. While humanity's most sordid desires find satisfaction in the shadows, the ruling council of Azure City finds itself powerless against this underbelly. When soldiers are dispatched to purge the area, the vermin flee, disappearing into the myriad of uncharted paths and conduits. Once the soldiers withdraw, the vermin resurface from their hiding places, regrouping once more. Consequently, the sewage system of Azure City has come to be known as the Street of the Underfolk, where the public authority of the sun and the shadow-dwelling vermin establish a delicate balance. Winters donned a tattered burlap robe and cloak, adorned with a cat-faced mask. While brandishing the dussack curved sword lent to him by Colonel Field, following closely behind two officers. Colonel Field, attentive to detail, not only had Moritz's landlady provide clothing, but also managed to procure a few pairs of shoes. The three officers walking together were already quite conspicuous. Had they donned military boots, their ruse would have been easily uncovered. However, the hastily acquired shoes were bound to be ill-fitting. The boots Winters wore pinched his feet painfully. The trio left their horses at Major Moritz's lodgings, with Colonel Field leading the way down a ladder by Carpenter's Bridge in the East District. Arriving at a drainage pipe roughly as tall as a man, the colonel ignited a torch with a fire spell and boldly entered the pipe. Observing Winters gripping the hilt of his sword with evident tension, Major Moritz softly reassured him, "There is no danger in the Street of the Underfolk. There are plenty of bargains to be found. Relax, your gait gives away your military background." With that, Major Moritz followed the colonel into the darkness. Winters shifted his shoulders, striving to adopt a more natural stride as he stepped into the drainage pipe. The drainage tunnel boasts a width exceeding 2 meters and is constructed from stone and brick. A significant portion of this width is allocated to the waterway, which, under the flickering torchlight, appears a deep, impenetrable black. Along the edges of the tunnel, a narrow pathway has been carved, ostensibly intended for the passage of maintenance workers. 3 individuals traverse the tunnel in silence, meandering through its twists and turns, the duration of their journey becoming uncertain. However, upon Winters counting 12 junctions, he begins to faintly discern the sound of footsteps, and faint glimmers of firelight seem to beckon from ahead. As they proceed, Colonel Field suddenly pivots, guiding Winters into a concealed passage within the tunnel's wall. After several more steps, the space opens up remarkably. No longer is it a cramped drainage pipe requiring them to stoop. They find themselves in a tunnel nearly 2.5 meters high, winding endlessly before them. Within this subterranean realm, a lively atmosphere prevails, populated by individuals cloaked in masks and capes, akin to Winters, who have set up small tables at intervals of 1 to 2 meters, illuminating oil lamps as if peddling wares. Much of what lies upon their tables is unfamiliar to Winters, with some adorned merely with small wooden signs. Masked patrons occasionally pause at these tables, engaging in silent gestures with the vendors, though the criteria for transactions remain elusive. The ambience of this underground enclave strikes Winters as peculiar. Certain areas appear as though recently excavated, with uneven walls still damp with earth and crooked wooden beams propping up a few planks. Yet, other sections subtly whisper of a rich history, evidenced by scattered old bricks, stone archways, and faint remnants of color on plastered walls. Colonel Field remains focused, advancing directly through the tunnel. Unbeknownst to Winters, he inadvertently kicks a white stone caked in mud, which rolls revealing 3 hollow cavities. It is at this moment that Winters realizes the true nature of the object. The white stone is, in fact, a skull. This underground space, repurposed by the merchants of Submarine Street into a marketplace, was originally a burial chamber. The era of this sepulchre eludes Winters, yet it is likely not from the age of the ancient empire, nor from the past few centuries. The ancients would not construct a mausoleum adjacent to their own drainage system, and more recent tombs would not be excavated so deeply. Beneath the city of Azure Bay lie several layers of ruins, the extent of destruction and reconstruction over time obscure to all. It seems that someone, in a serendipitous discovery, unearthed this burial site, plundering its grave goods before converting it into a commercial thoroughfare. As the original burial space became increasingly inadequate, the people of Submarine Street continued to dig into the walls, leading to a juxtaposition of plastered and earthen surfaces. Winters cannot help but admire the audacity of these Submarine Street denizens, daring to engage in unauthorized construction within what is likely a millennium-old subterranean structure. The walls of this tomb chamber supported the arched ceiling, their surfaces battered and weathered, unafraid of the imminent collapse of the earth above. Winters' mind wandered in chaotic thoughts, yet his feet remained steadfastly aligned with Colonel Field. Meanwhile, Major Moritz was captivated by the items displayed on a nearby table, halting to communicate with the street vendor from the underbelly of the city through gestures. After a brief distance, Field turned back to find Moritz engaged in haggling. Frustrated, he stormed back and kicked the Major playfully. Unfazed, Moritz continued his leisurely negotiation as if the kick had not registered. Once an agreement was reached, the Major produced several gold coins, while the vendor retrieved a few paper bundles from beneath the table, with a hand exchanging coins and the other receiving the goods. Moritz inspected the contents of the packages before nodding in affirmation to the vendor and tucking the bundles into his garments. Although Field wore a mask, obscuring his expression from Winters, the latter could easily imagine the colonel's discontent through sheer intuition. Moritz shrugged nonchalantly, as if to convey the message, "What's the matter? You know me well enough." With a resigned sigh, Field resumed his lead, guiding the trio away from the underground market through another concealed entrance. Upon exiting the market, they progressed deeper, entering yet another subterranean bazaar, albeit one markedly less crowded than the previous. Continuing forward, the ground became level and dry, transforming the passage into a meticulously maintained corridor, with walls punctuated by openings large enough for a single person to pass through. Curious, Winters peered into one of the openings, finding it obscured either by dark veils or wooden doors, the destinations unknown. Field paused at one such opening, nodded to Moritz, and pushed open a wooden door to enter. Winters, anticipating a destination, was taken aback to discover yet another tunnel within. This labyrinthine structure had thoroughly disoriented him, leaving him to wonder how Field could possibly navigate it. After traversing several meters down this tunnel, flickering lights became visible around a corner. Upon rounding the right angle, they encountered a burly man, resembling a wall, seated atop a wooden barrel, effectively blocking their way. The man's neck muscles bulged, his broad shoulders and sturdy limbs resembling those of a human bear. A sinister voice emerged from behind Winters. "I noticed you the moment you entered. You think you can just wander in here unnoticed?" From the narrow passage behind them, 7 or 8 masked thugs emerged, brandishing short knives and wooden clubs studded with iron, their intentions malevolent as they eyed Winters and his companions. Behind the human bear, several hidden doors swung open, revealing 4 or 5 more thugs ready to confront them. Field, Moritz, and Winters drew their weapons. Winters mentally counted, estimating there were around 14 adversaries. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the confined space limited the enemy's ability to fully engage. The most formidable foe was a burly man. With a mace in his hands, even full plate armor would offer little protection. There was no need to risk their lives for the wealthy senators. A sinister voice spoke again, this time clear enough for Winters to identify its source. A figure behind him donned a jester's mask. "Drop your weapons, and I shall allow you to return unharmed. Otherwise," the thugs, brandishing their weapons, approached with menacing laughter, aiming to instill fear in Winters and his companions. Colonel Field nodded at Major Moritz, who sighed and plunged his saber into the ground. "Now that's the spirit. Look how clever your companion is," remarked the masked jester. But his words were abruptly cut off as blood erupted from his eyes, and he collapsed backward onto the ground. Only then did Winters comprehend why Antonio had remarked that even a 100-man squad would be insufficient to confront Moritz Vanasu. Archers must draw their bows, and musketeers must load their guns, but Major Moritz employed a technique that required no preparatory gestures. Not only was it devoid of any elaborate actions, but it also remained exceedingly discreet. There were no sounds of bowstrings or gunfire, only the piercing whistle of projectiles slicing through the air. Winters did not witness Moritz raise his hand to target any enemy. Rather, his hand rested casually at his side, launching silver coins from his right hand as if he were a child playing marbles. Yet, with each coin he released, another enemy met their demise, a gaping wound appearing in their skull. Silver may not be the hardest of metals, but when accelerated by Moritz's magic to speeds approaching that of musket balls, these unsharpened coins could effortlessly penetrate skin, tissue, and bone, reducing soft brains to mere pulp. This was the simplest and most efficient method of killing. As Colonel Field had described, devoid of flamboyant techniques or intricate varieties, it merely required accelerating a silver coin to 200 meters per second and striking the enemy's head. In a mere 6 seconds, most of the foes in the tunnel had been incapacitated by Major Moritz. This included the mace-wielding giant, who fell lifeless to the ground, a silver coin embedded in his forehead. A few henchmen, sensing the tide turning, attempted to flee but were expertly struck in the back of their heads. "Leave one alive," Colonel Field commanded as he approached with his saber. The major, with a flick of thought, struck the last fleeing thug in the knee, causing him to crumple to the ground. "Is this all your lackey can manage?" The tone of the major was imbued with profound regret as he spoke. Piercing the necks of each motionless or convulsing individual with his sword, without turning back, he inquired, "Might you handle the younger gentleman and those behind him?" The major did not utter Winters' name nor specify what he wanted him to do. Yet, it was evident to any discerning mind what he implied. Winters was no longer the fledgling who had just departed from his ivory tower. His last vestige of innocence had vanished after that fierce skirmish, specifically when he had plunged a dagger into the throat of that unfortunate oarsman. Suppressing a slight discomfort, he commenced to deliver the coup de grâce to each remaining assailant in the lower streets with his dussac. Chapter 44. The Revolving Gun and the Art of Aerial Projectiles. Research from the Alliance's Magical Warfare Bureau indicates that a spellcaster's magical aptitude is an indivisible whole. The 3 primary types of spells are artificially categorized, and those endowed with magical talent can wield all forms of sorcery. In simpler terms, humanity can be divided into 2 categories, those with magical affinity and those without. There is no existence of partial magical talent. For instance, during testing, even if a subject only exhibits aptitude for fire-related spells while the other 2 types remain dormant, prolonged training will enable them to also employ sound and acceleration spells. Take Winters, for example. Although proficient in fire spells, he can likewise utilize acceleration and sound spells, albeit the latter 2 progress at a slower pace, leading him to invest his time and energy predominantly in fire magic. Conversely, Moritz Venesu is a peculiar exception among the over 1,000 spellcasters nurtured by the Magical Warfare Bureau over the years. He possesses a singular talent for acceleration magic, capable only of high-level acceleration spells. As for sound and fire magic, even after years of diligent practice, he can only manage the most rudimentary spells, incapable of advanced applications. The sound amplification spell, to put it simply, is akin to a grander version of a loudspeaker, not considered a more sophisticated application. When Moritz attended spellcasting courses at the military academy, his instructors and peers jestingly referred to this rare condition as a natural disability. However, the outlaws lying in the underground passage would likely disagree with such a characterization. After a mere handful of breaths, the only individuals remaining in the tunnel were Major Field, Major Moritz, and Lieutenant Winters. The mingled sense of rust and earth assailed Winters' nostrils. Flickering torches illuminated the walls of the passage, splattered with red and white, as if this place, situated several meters below the surface of Blue Sea City, was not a tunnel, but rather the bustling backyard of a thriving butcher shop. Field shook the blood from his blade and hastened to catch up with the sole survivor he had instructed the major to spare. "Please, don't kill me," pleaded the masked man with shattered knees, crawling on the ground with his hands clawing at the dirt. "Shoo, do not make a sound." The lieutenant colonel crouched beside the masked man, inquiring gently, "Where's the cripple?" "Just ahead, just ahead." The masked man hastily gestured deeper into the tunnel, then suddenly bowed his head to kiss the lieutenant's shoes. "Please, don't kill me. I will lead you there." The lieutenant, feeling a sense of disdain, stepped back. "I shall guide you." The masked man struggled to rise, but was unable to maintain his balance. He staggered forward a step, only to tumble back to the ground. The movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to arch his back in agony and wail in pain. "All right, since we Haven T move locations, there is no need for you to lead the way," the lieutenant said, drawing his sword as he approached the masked man. In an instant, the previously moaning figure sprang up, seemingly driven by pain, but actually seizing the moment to draw a weapon from his cloak. In his hand glinted a sharp dagger, aimed directly at the lieutenant's abdomen. With a swift whoosh, a silver coin struck the back of the masked man's head, sending his entire body forward into the dust, lifeless. "Interesting, still hoping for a scapegoat," the lieutenant mused, spitting out a piece of tobacco as he plunged his sword into the masked man's back to ensure he was irrevocably dead. Nonchalantly, he wiped the blood from his sword on the masked man's clothing. Without lifting his gaze, he asked Winters, "Have you dealt with the ones behind us?" Winters, noticing that despite the lieutenant's rough exterior, he exhibited a peculiar caution, replied as calmly as he could, 2 strikes to the neck and 2 to the chest. Quite intriguing, the lieutenant remarked with a hint of surprise, not expecting the young apprentice to be so efficient. He sheathed his sword slowly and said, "Let us proceed." The trio encountered only this band of roadblocks, and beyond, their path remained unobstructed. Passing a storeroom piled with wooden crates and barrels, the lieutenant led Winters to push open a sturdy wooden door, entering a small chamber. In the subterranean realm dominated by tombs and sewers, this small room was remarkably elegant. It boasted not only a bed and a table, but also a stone-paved floor. The most striking features of the room were 2 large bookshelves, filled with scrolls and documents. If it weren't in the dim depths, Winters could easily believe this was the chamber of a scribe. The flickering flames of the torch swayed, suggesting hidden vents or secret passages. Where is he? Has he fled? The lieutenant seated himself boldly on the bed. "Cripple, if you do not come out soon, I shall burn all your goods outside." No response came. "Your old friend has arrived, yet you hide away. In that case, I shall have to hand your ledger over to the Public Security Committee to ascertain how many distinguished gentlemen partake in your grand enterprise." The lieutenant continued to address the empty air, though he made no effort to glance at the documents on the shelves in search of the ledger. He rose and picked up the stacks of white paper from the desk, shaking them in front of Moritz and Winters. "I found it." Yet, what he held was undeniably just plain white paper. Field dipped his fingers into the basin of water and nonchalantly explained to his 2 subordinates. Certain individuals, whose actions are less than savory, employ invisible means to inscribe clandestine content. This technique is known as steganography. Essentially, it involves using alum water as ink, which dries to leave behind blank pages, only to reveal its secrets when moistened. He evenly spread water across the white paper, yet nothing materialized. Major Moritz coughed lightly, visibly uncomfortable. However, Field appeared unfazed. With genuine curiosity, he remarked, "Oh, have we improved the technique? How intriguing." The lieutenant colonel held up a sheet of paper to the light, confidently asserting, "Steganography is a riddle, and for those who know the answer. The process of retrieving the information should be straightforward. The common methods are simply water or fire. If it's not water, then I assume it must be fire." With that, the lieutenant colonel brought a sheet closer to the flame for toasting. After a few seconds, faint yellow lines of text began to emerge on the white paper. "I thought it was something novel. It turns out to be yet another old trick involving lemon juice mixed with ink," he said with a tone of disappointment, as if a once delightful toy had broken. The creaking sound of a wooden axle turning echoed, and suddenly, a hidden door appeared in the wall. Winters instinctively drew his weapon, having not noticed the existence of a concealed entrance. The designer had cleverly disguised the seam of the hidden door against the uneven surface of the earthen wall and in the dim light of the underground. One would have to press against the wall and search meticulously to uncover it. A disgruntled voice emerged from the hidden door. "That is not an account book, merely a few reconciliation statements. Besides steganography, I have also employed cryptography. Even if you decipher the steganography, you won't know what was written." A bald man in a gray robe limped out from the door. Winters had initially expected the leader of the henchmen to be a menacing figure. Yet this gray-robed man appeared to be an ordinary individual, even somewhat more frail than the average person, perhaps due to the lack of sunlight. His skin bore a sickly pallor. Nevertheless, he possessed a set of neatly aligned teeth, a rarity among the lower echelons. His hair and beard were well-groomed, and although the fabric of his robe was unremarkable, it was impeccably clean. Even underground, there was no trace of dirt beneath his nails. Furthermore, his bald head seemed intentionally shaved into a Mediterranean style rather than a natural occurrence. The gray-robed man projected the same aura as the ambience of the room. Should Winters encounter this man on the street, he might easily mistake him for a cleric of the public church. Field gestured to Winters to sheathe his blade and wave the stack of papers at the gray-robed man. "So, would you care to see if I can unravel your cipher?" The man in the gray robe limped to the edge of the field, angrily snatching the pile of white papers from the colonel's hand and tucking them into his bosom. Appearing oblivious to the fact that he had just dispatched a dozen subordinates, he dragged his leg back to the bed and impatiently remarked, "If you have something to inquire about, just send someone to relay a message. Must we go through such elaborate procedures every time? Do you think it is easy to gather such a band of scoundrels? I send someone because I am concerned about clarity." Colonel Field responded with a smile, "Please, do not hesitate to ask your questions. Once you are done, you may depart." The gray-robed man employed polite language, yet his tone was decidedly impatient. Colonel Field drew a chair and sat before him. The explosion at the docks has stirred the entire city. Do not tell me you have heard nothing. Did you come to me solely to inquire about this matter? The gray-robed man replied. Indeed, I do not possess much knowledge about it. He furrowed his brow and continued. I only know that someone ordered a batch of northern-made revolvers on the black market, specifically short pistols that can be operated with one hand. Revolvers are rare commodities. And upon hearing of such an order, especially for short pistols, I sensed that some prominent figure was likely to meet their demise. Thus it left a slight impression on me. Is someone seeking to purchase interprovincial revolvers? Yes, they specifically requested those crafted by provincial artisans, and the urgency is palpable. With a generous offer on the table, can you ascertain who is the buyer? The gray-robed man chuckled dryly. What do you think? Why would anyone resort to the black market for such items? And who is the seller? With a disdainful snort, the gray-robed man replied. Is that not a redundant question? The undersea street is not my backyard. I am merely conducting a small business here. Regardless, I am not the seller. Even if I were to find out. In this place, the seller would have no way of knowing who the buyer is. His tone was brusque, yet Colonel Field remained unperturbed, resting his chin on his hand and inquiring. Do you have any other useful information? The gray-robed man pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to respond. Nothing more. At least not that I am aware of. Winters could not discern whether the gray-robed man spoke the truth or fabricated his words. Yet Colonel Field seemed to harbor no doubts. Then please assist me further. Keep an ear to the ground for any recent developments and inform me promptly. Colonel Field stood up, clearly preparing to take his leave. Please refrain from coming in person in the future. Sending a message will suffice. The gray-robed man replied with a wry smile. An hour later, in Major Moritz's living room, Colonel Field ascended the stairs, one hand holding 3 freshly washed wine glasses, and the other bearing a bottle of wine. He arranged the glasses on a small table, poured himself half a glass and drank it, then filled half a glass for both Moritz and Winters. The lieutenant colonel was quite concerned about the mental state of Winters, this fledgling novice. As he handed a glass to Winters, he remarked, do not harbor any guilt regarding today's events. Half of the scum in the slum street is implicated in a murder, while the other half boasts more than one. Slaying them merely spares the parliament the cost of gallows. Yet, one cannot say so lightly, for we have not followed any judicial procedures. Major Moritz took a sip of his drink, leisurely dissenting. They attacked officers executing their duties. No trial is necessary. The lieutenant colonel's tone was decidedly harsh as he poured himself another drink, lamenting, regrettably, this filth can never be entirely eradicated. Today, we have slain so many, and tomorrow, the lame will surely find more. Who knows how many rats are hidden in that slum street? Who is that bald man, and why does he sport a cleric's hairstyle? Winters inquired, gripping his glass. The lame is somewhat less despicable than the rest of the vermin in the slum street. With him around, that pack of beasts manages to cause a bit less trouble. Colonel Field did not respond directly to Winters, but deftly shifted the topic. Lieutenant Montagne, do you still wish to learn the art of combat magic? If so, the one who can teach you is right before your eyes. With that, Field pointed to Major Moritz. I want to learn, Winters exclaimed, rising in excitement. Today, Moritz's extraordinary magical prowess had left him in awe. The day at the docks, when Moritz had been severely afflicted by withdrawal symptoms, did not reflect the Major's true capabilities. What could you possibly learn from me? I can only perform acceleration spells. I am but a malformed sorcerer, inherently flawed, the Major said with a wry smile. Nonsense. The approach of the Bureau of Magical Warfare is utterly misguided. Colonel Field thumped his thigh emphatically. The Bureau wishes for sorcerers to master every spell, bombarding us with a myriad of incantations. I realized this too late. It was only upon meeting Moritz that I comprehended the folly of such reasoning. A sorcerer need only become proficient in a single spell throughout their lifetime. Though Moritz himself did not seem to take pride in his magical abilities, Winters was resolute in his desire to learn from the Major. He had long been troubled by the lack of lethality in fire-based spells, and with the opportunity to seek guidance from a more skilled sorcerer, he was not about to relinquish it easily. Seeing the earnestness in the younger sorcerer's eyes, Moritz shrugged and retreated to his bedroom. After rummaging through his desk for some time, he emerged with a small leather pouch. The Major tossed the pouch to Winters, who untied the strings to reveal 10 metal rods within. He extracted one, discerning from its sheen and weight that it was likely made of steel or iron. The rod was uniformly textured, with a smooth surface. One end was pointed while the other was flat. It was slightly thinner than a pinky finger and roughly the length of a middle finger, feeling neither too heavy nor too light, in his grasp. "Is this iron?" Winters asked. "It is steel, excellent steel," came the reply. "This is the training equipment I have devised myself." Major Moritz reclined back into the armchair and leisurely explained. "The method for practicing acceleration in military academy involves accelerating heavy objects. The heavier the object, the better. However, I find such practice to be devoid of significance. When honing the art of projectile casting, it is imperative to ensure that each arrow used maintains a consistent weight. Only through time can one cultivate a true sense of feel. Here are 10 steel spikes, 5 with dull tips and 5 with sharp points, meticulously calibrated to ensure identical weight." Winters removed the 10 steel spikes, 5 of which bore rounded heads and 5 with sharp tips. He grasped 2 and weighed them in each hand, finding it indeed impossible to discern any difference in weight. "Have you ever played darts?" Moritz inquired. "I have, though I'm not particularly skilled," Winters replied. Moritz then entered the bedroom and emerged with a circular target board, the wooden base wrapped in a ring of straw rope, with a silver coin affixed at its center. The major hung the target above the fireplace and turned to Winters, saying, "Use that dull-tipped spike as your casting material and aim for the silver coin." Winters held the spike, focusing on the center of the target while recalling the sensation of using the projectile spell, entering a state of casting. He endured an intense sting and burning sensation as he magically accelerated the spike in his hand. The once motionless spike, now propelled by magic, swiftly flew from Winters' grasp, exceeding the reach of his third hand. Yet, it languidly struck the edge of the fireplace, failing to graze even the perimeter of the target. His face flushed with heat, but Moritz displayed no discernible emotion. "Aim a bit higher," the major advised. Winters nodded, adjusted his breathing, and released the second spike. This time, it struck the target but landed in the upper right corner, still a distance from the silver coin at the center. "Are you still practicing your spells every night?" the major queried. "Indeed," Winters responded. During his time at the academy, nightly spell practice was a mandatory course for all spellcasting students. Except for those few days aboard the ship when phantom limb pain prevented him from practicing, Winters had not ceased his nightly training even upon returning home. Replace all your training exercises with this. Do not practice any other spells for now. Use the dull-tipped spikes for training and reserve the sharp-tipped ones for actual combat." As Moritz spoke while sipping his drink, he elaborated, "Think of the projectile spell as throwing darts with an invisible third hand. The spell's explosive power determines the dart's force, while the spell's finesse dictates its accuracy. Both can be enhanced through unwavering practice. When you return home, focus solely on this. Continue practicing the projectile spell until you can no longer enter a casting state due to phantom limb pain. If you find yourself unable to sleep at night because of the pain, steep this in water and drink it." Major Moritz handed Winters a paper package, which Winters recognized as something the major had purchased from the black market on Submarine Street. He opened the package and glanced inside, revealing what appeared to be some form of herb. This substance, when steeped in water, could assist one in entering a state of slumber. However, it was crucial to use only a small amount each time and not to steep too much. Sleep enabled self-repair, and a single night's rest could alleviate phantom limb pain. Yet, while aboard the vessel, they had rested for several days before the phantom pain subsided. Winters cautiously inquired, "I have never witnessed such severe phantom pain while on the ship. In my practice, it shouldn't be so intense." "Rest assured." The major curled back into his recliner. Pondering aloud, "I too am curious about how the interprovincials managed to leave you in such a state." Understanding dawned upon him. The major transitioned from sipping his drink to consuming it in hearty swigs. Ultimately, it requires prolonged training. The sorcerer's curriculum concludes upon leaving military academy. Yet the training of a sorcerer is a lifelong endeavor. When I graduated, my proficiency in flying arrows was only slightly superior to yours. There is no need to rush. With steady practice, you will master it." Winters diligently committed the major's words to memory, yet one perplexity lingered. "Then, senior, if you possess such specialized steel darts, why resort to silver coins? Money is burdensome. Why else?" Field interjected suddenly after a prolonged silence. The major burst into hearty laughter. "What do you think?" For convenience." Winters could think of no other reason, yet using silver coins still seemed excessively lavish. He could hardly afford such extravagance. "Precisely," Moritz nodded approvingly. "Consider this. Carrying 100 silver coins is quite ordinary, but lugging around 100 steel darts would be cumbersome. Moreover, these darts are custom-made. Once depleted, hastily utilizing new arrows alters the feel and can lead to inaccuracy. Thus, I found that silver coins are preferable, even at the ends of the earth. One need not fret over a lack of ammunition. Nonsense. The weight of silver coins is not the same. Aren't the coins minted by the Oathbreaker and those by the Azure Sea of equal weight? I am aware that many unscrupulous individuals scrape off shavings from silver coins, making every coin that passes through their hands slightly less valuable. Colonel Field clearly held skepticism toward Major Moritz's rationale. Oathbreaker, referring to His Holiness Emperor Henry III of the Sacred Moro Empire, the Major lazily replied, "It's not that different. Besides, with prolonged practice, a slight variation in weight matters little." The Colonel continued to debate with the Major, while Winters had resolved to seek someone to craft several hundred steel darts at once. He did not find the prospect of carrying 100 steel darts cumbersome. After all, in Winters's view, transforming flying arrow techniques into a coin-throwing practice still seemed rather extravagant. Chapter 45. A turn of events. Upon returning from Submarine Street, Colonel Field convened the first full officer meeting of the military police at Moritz's apartment. The number of attendees: 3, presiding officer, Colonel Field, secretary, Lieutenant Montagne. Due to Colonel Moritz's ongoing hearing impairment, the dialogues attributed to him in the previous and current chapters were presented to him by Winters after being meticulously transcribed. Thus I shall refrain from reiterating them. Dear Senior, we are but 3 individuals, and with the Colonel unable to hear anything, must we maintain such solemnity? Winters remarked, simultaneously engrossed in drafting the minutes of the meeting, his bemusement palpable as he began to address the Senior as such. Following a visit to Tiananmen Street, he had grown somewhat closer to the 2 official officers from the gendarmerie. This gathering marked the first assembly of all gendarmerie officers, necessitating a certain degree of formality. To convene a meeting of all officers, at least 3 are required. Field chuckled. Previously, it was merely Moritz and myself, hence this meeting could not materialize. Now, with your presence, we have precisely 3. Let us omit this from the minutes. Winters hastily began to strike through the recently penned words. Does a warrant officer count? I am not yet a formal officer. Is there any stipulation in the regulations that excludes warrant officers? Let us not be so rigid. It is merely a formality. He hesitated to inquire, if I may be so bold, have there been no trainee officers before me? None. At an inopportune moment, Moritz, curled beneath a light blanket in his armchair, emitted a loud snore. Although the Colonel had temporarily lost his hearing, perceiving only vague sounds through bone conduction, this condition had paradoxically enhanced the quality of his sleep. Field, dissatisfied, hurled his cap towards Moritz's face. Startled awake, Moritz wiped away the drool and sat up, bewildered. Has the meeting concluded? Let not the profanities that could make the saints in the portraits cover their ears be recorded in the minutes. Very well, Winters replied, swiftly striking through the written words once more. After some organization, the first assembly of all officers of the gendarmerie at the army headquarters commenced in an atmosphere of unity, tension, seriousness, and liveliness. Aside from indulging the Colonel's whims, the meeting's primary objective was to salvage the careers of the 2 officers and prevent them from being relegated from their current positions to even more undesirable ones, such as the Historical Warfare Department. Within the Sena's alliance, the military systemically renders it nearly impossible to expel an officer from service. Thus, errant officers are typically demoted and assigned to lesser roles, indirectly resulting in the rather dismal narratives of the military histories across the republics. Winters, however, felt no such concern. As a mere trainee officer, even if his situation were to change in the future, it would not implicate him. Yet, out of gratitude for the kindness shown to him by his 2 senior colleagues, he was eager to contribute to their professional journeys. The Colonel instructed Moritz and Winters to refrain from forming cliques and to report to him fully and transparently on all observations and experiences from that day at the docks. The mix-up that ensued was primarily Moritz's fault. When he and Winters decided to discuss matters confidentially, Winters fell silent, awaiting the Colonel's summons. After departing from customs confinement, Moritz downed 2 bottles of spirits, promptly relegating the incident to the recesses of his mind. It was not until now that Field learned the specifics of that fateful day at the dock from 2 pivotal eyewitnesses. Are you suggesting that one of the deceased might have been a spellcaster? I cannot say for certain, but I suspect that individual employed a form of skewing magic. If one of the deceased is indeed a spellcaster, it would certainly be intriguing. Colonel Field's expression grew grave. There are only about 100 spellcasters in the Azure Blue Army, and it would be straightforward to ascertain who is missing. Are you implying that assassins infiltrated among the dock workers? Indeed. Were they not wearing masks? No. Do you recall what they looked like? However, the faces of those assassins masquerading as dockworkers were so remarkably ordinary that they bore no distinguishing features. Winters struggled to articulate further, ultimately conceding. If those assassins were standing right in front of me, I could identify them, but I truly cannot convey it with mere words. The longshoremen are familiar faces. They should remember something. Humph. The dock is controlled by several factions. It's not merely brute strength that qualifies one as a dockworker. Who introduced them and who vouched for them will be easily uncovered. Suddenly, Winters recalled the swift sword he had seized. I took one assassin's sword. It fell into the water when the assassin detonated the dock. Should we attempt to retrieve it? Tomorrow, you should hire a few skilled sailors to fish it out. Field's fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the wine glass as he furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. It may be worth a try, though I suspect the tides have swept it away. There's also a gun. I kicked an assassin's pistol into the water. The assassin's gun is peculiar, capable of firing without a matchlock. Furthermore, it is quite short, easily wielded with one hand. Did not the cripple mention that someone was offering a handsome price for several flintlock pistols? Field remarked matter-of-factly. Winters was taken aback. What is a flintlock pistol? This is the first I've heard of it. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it. The flintlock is a new invention from the north, utilizing a mechanism to ignite without a match. It arrived in azure blue only recently and remains quite a rarity. I do not possess one myself. Colonel Field attempted to sketch a diagram on the table with wine-soaked fingers, but failed. If you had the actual item, you would understand immediately. After considerable deliberation, 2 investigative avenues were determined. One would be to examine the recent disappearances and deaths of spellcasters within the Azure Blue Army. The other would involve probing the dockworkers to investigate those assassins disguised as laborers. Additionally, there were 2 leads that Field held little hope for: the sword and gun that the assassins discarded into the sea, and the brotherhood of teamsters that may have assisted the assassins with their carriage. Although no substantial progress had been made, at least the situation no longer felt entirely aimless, which could be deemed a small cause for celebration. Major Moritz's sick leave was revoked by Colonel Field, who sternly remarked, "If you continue to linger in idleness, you shall inevitably choke on your own vomit. It is best you return to the headquarters and fulfill your duties." Armed with 10 steel darts and a target plate bestowed upon him by the Major, Winters eagerly returned home, intent on practicing his art of dart throwing. According to Major Moritz's instructions, the target should first be hung 10 paces away, and only when he could successfully strike the silver coin 8 times out of 10 should he proceed to gradually increase the distance. However, recalling his planned visit to the Benway household, he reluctantly stored away his training equipment. With gifts of flour and meat purchased by the kind old maid Marita, he set off on horseback toward the Benvenuto residence. During his childhood at the boarding school, Winters often dined on dock workers' meals at the Benway household. These meals, characterized by their heavy oil, salt, and later, an abundance of sugar, were typically unpalatable to most, yet provided the laborers with the sustenance needed for their demanding work. Winters had a particular fondness for such hearty fare, but Kesha seldom prepared such dishes and discouraged him from indulging in them. Thus, he would sneak off to the Benway home to satisfy his cravings, where Mrs. Benway never minded serving him an extra plate. The Benvenuto family's dwelling, though not far from the bustling docks, lacked the charm of the more prosperous areas. A cluster of low wooden houses connected in a row, the dirt road, paved with coal cinders, turned to mud whenever it rained. The Benway family, comprising 22 members, resided in 2 adjoining small houses, which had been connected by removing a wall. As the children grew, the small courtyard behind their home was transformed into a shed, and an additional loft had been constructed atop the original flat-roofed house. The elders of the Benway family hailed from the Vaughan people, having fled their war-torn homeland over 30 years ago to seek refuge in the coastal town of Sea Blue. The Vaughan community is known for its strong familial ties. They tend to gather closely during times of prosperity and cling even tighter during adversity. This is not merely a reflection of profound brotherly love, but rather a hard-earned lesson in survival. A family must stand united to endure. Thus, the Benway household encompassed not only his parents and siblings, but also an extended network of cousins and relatives. Living closely in 2 small houses, while somewhat cramped, fostered a unique warmth among them. However, upon joyfully riding into the Benway residence, Winters was taken aback to find the house eerily vacant, devoid of its usual lively atmosphere. Had they moved? Stunned, he thought. Surely not. for Benway had explicitly stated he had not relocated. Both doors were locked, and peering through the cracks in the door panels revealed only darkness within, obscuring any sign of life. Winters knocked on the door of a neighboring house, and an elderly man cautiously opened a narrow gap, regarding Winters with suspicion. "Good sir, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the neighbors next door?" The old man glanced at Winters' dagger and then at his boots, rasping, "I know nothing. Do not bother me with your questions." At that moment, Winters had merely changed into his military boots, still clad in the attire he had worn to the street of the commoners. He thought to himself, "Could it be that this old gentleman perceives me as a scoundrel?" After uttering his words, the old man attempted to close the door, but Winters hastily propped his foot against it, explaining, "I am a friend of Benvenuto." "A friend? Do you take me for a fool?" The old man scoffed. "How could Benvenuto possibly have friends like you, clad in military boots?" A stick was thrust through the gap of the door, prompting Winters to retreat a step, and the old man seized the opportunity to shut the door. No matter how much Winters knocked, he would not relent. The atmosphere on the street began to shift, a change Winters keenly sensed. The dirt path between the rows of houses lay vacant of pedestrians, as the women of the households hurried to secure their doors and windows, ushering the children playing outside back into their homes. Winters could feel the weight of vigilant gazes fixed upon him from behind wooden windows. He rapped on another neighbor's door, the sound echoing in the corridor, yet no one answered. Nevertheless, he was certain someone lingered just beyond the threshold. He softly inquired through the crack, "I am a classmate of Benvenuto from the military academy. Could you kindly inform me of any troubles that have befallen his family? I shall do my utmost to assist him." Still, silence prevailed. "Then might you please deliver these provisions to Benvenuto?" Winters left the meat and flour at the neighbor's doorstep and turned to head back home. Something must have transpired at Benwin's residence, or perhaps they were evading someone. Winters pondered, judging by the demeanor of these neighbors, it seems Benwin is not in immediate peril. "The old man spoke of you. Those in military boots. Could it be that soldiers are seeking trouble with Benwin? Perhaps I could enlist the help of that limping fellow from the street of commoners to investigate." Enduring the phantom pain from his prosthetic limb, Winters retrieved the practiced steel dart from the ground. After a self-assessment, he concluded that, with all his strength, he could perform the flying dart technique only 12 times with this weight of steel dart before the potency of subsequent launches would diminish significantly. If he disregarded the power aspect, he could execute the technique 29 times. Beyond that, the phantom pain would intensify to such an extent that he would be unable to enter a state conducive to casting spells. This was likely what Major Moritz referred to as a state of extremity. However, Winters noted that, following the conflagration at the Victory Armory, his proficiency in acceleration spells seemed to have improved somewhat compared to before. He lacked concrete evidence, only an indistinct feeling. Might it be that transcending limits in the use of spells could more effectively enhance one's magical abilities? This query could perhaps find resolution by consulting the other spellcasters who, like Winters, had lost consciousness that fateful day. Moreover, Winters contemplated that if he were to practice alone, his current level of proficiency would be the utmost limit he could reach. Although the phantom pain in his limb was not intense enough to render him unconscious, it nonetheless prevented him from entering a state of spellcasting. He recalled the day of the armory fire, typically, when his attention waned even slightly. He struggled to maintain the focus required for casting spells. Yet on that day, despite having reached his limits and experiencing phantom pain that could only be described as torturous, he remained in a state of spellcasting. He speculated, could it be that a multitude of spellcasters employing their magic simultaneously would produce some uncontrollable effect akin to a chorus? He mused that to substantiate this hypothesis, a considerable assembly of spellcasters would need to recreate the circumstances of the armory fire. The opportunity to gather such a large number of spellcasters was rare. He could mention this idea to his uncle, but even Antonio would need to petition the Council of 13 to mobilize so many mages. Furthermore, should this conjecture prove true, its implications for spellcasters would be profoundly significant. The more valuable the information, the more prudent it must be handled. If one were to discover a possible gold mine, it would be wise to verify it quietly before deciding on subsequent actions. Thus, instinctively, Winters resolved to keep this secret and decided to refrain from discussing his thoughts with anyone until he had gathered more information. By this time, evening had fallen, and Winters set up his practice area in the basement. He had found that shooting targets in his bedroom created a cacophony that disturbed the entire household. Practicing magic in the yard felt rather peculiar as well. Consequently, He had retreated to the basement to hone his skills in the art of the flying arrow. Upon returning to his bedroom, Winters sipped a bitter concoction brewed from herbs by Major Moritz. The Major was indeed correct. The herbal remedy possessed a soporific effect. Within moments of consuming it, Winters felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. Though the phantom pain lingered faintly, his eyelids began to droop. He lay down, preparing to rest. However, just as he closed his eyes, a series of unsettling sounds emanated from outside his door. Reluctantly, Winters rose to open the door, only to find the general and the little general sitting at the threshold. Cats are creatures driven by compulsions. Many of their actions lack purpose and are simply performed for the sake of doing them. If a cat desires to enter a room, it will scratch at the door incessantly until someone grants it entry. Yet, once the door is opened, it may lose interest entirely. The general, who had been making a ruckus moments earlier, strutted away with an air of indifference upon seeing Winters open the door. Meanwhile, the little general bleated joyfully and leapt onto Winters' bed. At a loss for words, Winters closed the door once more and returned to his bed. The little general curled up beside his pillow, seemingly intent on falling asleep there. No one is aware of when they succumb to slumber. Under the influence of medication, Winters swiftly lost consciousness. In his dream, he appeared to float in an abyssal sea of darkness, with an equally dark sky looming above. Despite his inability to swim, he found himself impervious to drowning, unable to sink. He drifted, seemingly capable of continuing this voyage until the end of time itself. Until, suddenly, a figure wielding a heavy hammer struck him forcefully in the chest, eliciting an involuntary groan from Winters. The assailant, brandishing the hammer, uttered a peculiar sound. Meow. Winters regained awareness, yet his eyelids remained stubbornly shut. This state was familiar to him. He was certain that the little general had once again leaped from the top of the wardrobe onto his chest. The small general, perched upon Winters' torso, emitted a low growl, releasing a second meow. This noise signified the onset of a quarrel between the little general and a wildcat. With determination, Winters opened his eyes, prepared to rise and usher the little general out of the bedroom. However, he was met with the sight of a humanoid figure climbing through his window. Chapter 46. As if trapped in an ice cave, foreshadowing reclaimed. Awakening from a deep slumber, Winters beheld a humanoid entity entering his chamber through the window. The term humanoid was employed because the intruder was entirely cloaked in darkness, its posture peculiar, only faintly discernible under the moonlight as it revealed limbs and a head. The figure also noticed that the occupant of the room had awakened and turned its gaze toward him. In that moment of eye contact, Winters felt his drowsiness dissipate entirely. He leaped from his bed to seize the dussack, curved blade hanging from the wardrobe door. Time for contemplation was fleeting, regardless of whether the intruder was human or monstrous. Securing a weapon was paramount. Winters brandished his sword and lunged at the humanoid figure, forcing it into a corner. As it retreated, the figure drew a short gun from its waist, aiming it squarely at Winters' head. This was no flintlock pistol, but rather the peculiar short gun favored by assassins at the docks, a spring-loaded firearm, as referred to in hushed tones by the limping individuals. Recognizing the gun, Winters abruptly halted. Just as the humanoid was about to pull the trigger, it noticed his sudden stillness and relaxed its finger, threatening in a deep voice, "Don't move. And don't make a sound, or I shall shoot you." In uttering these words, the figure inadvertently revealed its identity. It was not a monster, but merely a woman. Although she endeavored to lower her voice, her femininity was unmistakable. "Please, do not fire. There are guards downstairs. If you shoot, you cannot escape." Winters feigned a demeanor of panic, though in reality, only the elderly Marita resided below. Aside from the 4 family members, she was the sole domestic servant brought in from her family home. Almost 50 years old, the matron possessed little combat prowess. Winters was merely bluffing. By the time the guards arrive, you will already be dead. Draped in a black bodysuit and masked to reveal only her piercing eyes, the woman grasped the revolver firmly with both hands, the barrel unwaveringly aimed at Winters' head. As the situation grew more dire, Winters found his thoughts crystallizing with remarkable clarity. The woman spoke again, divulging further information. The presence of guards did not seem to unsettle her, indicating her awareness of the military background of the household. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that there were no sentinels at the Selvadati residence, suggesting her intelligence was superficial, gleaned perhaps from public sources. "Spare my life. There is some money in the pouch on the table. Take it all if you wish." Winters complied, casting the dussack knife to the ground. He endeavored to project an image of weakness and cooperation, yet his mind was relentlessly devising a counterattack. He fervently recalled the mechanics of firearms, the brief delay from pulling the trigger to igniting the powder, and the subsequent moment before the projectile was expelled. He focused on the woman's movements, planning to sidestep in advance and evade any critical injury. If she missed her shot, he could close the distance and subdue her with his superior strength. However, unless absolutely necessary, Winters was reluctant to resort to this perilous method. It would be preferable to distract her first. What could divert her attention? The art of throwing projectiles? The 10 steel spikes lay on the desk, near her. Were there any alternatives? Winters racked his brain. Do you not recognize me, Mr. Montagne? The woman's tone shifted, hinting at flirtation. Though her grip on the revolver remained steady, Winters shook his head, realizing she had discerned his identity. Half a month ago, you set my hair ablaze, she spat bitterly. Was it you? Winters exclaimed, astonished that the thief from that night had tracked him to Seal Blue. It was I, she replied with a mocking smile. Winters felt an inexplicable absurdity. You were thieving at a military academy while I was on patrol. It was my duty to prevent you. We have no personal vendetta, do we? Who are you calling a thief? I reclaimed my family's property from a criminal. The term thief evidently pricked her, inciting a surge of emotion. Realizing her slip, she feigned anger to mask her agitation. I have yet to settle the score for you singeing my hair. Did you not also set mine aflame? Winters spread his hands. Moreover, you intended to kill me and forbade me from defending myself. The wound you inflicted on my arm has yet to heal. Damn you, Alliance soldiers, she seethed. Aware she had divulged too much, she cut to the chase. Return my belongings, and I shall spare your life. We will be even. What belongings? Winters felt a chill in his heart, but maintained a facade of composure as he lied. Where's my dagger? What dagger? This is dire. Winters has already given the dagger to Elizabeth, but he cannot involve his sister now. Elizabeth is sleeping merely a few meters away in another room. Who knows what this madwoman might do? Stop feigning ignorance. I searched thoroughly when I returned that night and found nothing. It must have been you who picked it up. You misplaced the dagger and now demand it from me? Winters sensed a contradiction in the logic of the woman in black. That night, when she fled, she had thrown the dagger at him to buy time. If she valued that dagger so highly, why would she use it as a throwing knife? Mr. Montagne, you seem to be misapprehending the situation. It is not I who seeks to reclaim my possession, but rather you who must surrender my item in exchange for your life. The tone of the woman in black grew increasingly cold. Should you refuse to cooperate, I would not hesitate to kill you first and then search for it myself. Hand over my dagger. Having experienced the prior encounter, Winters had no doubt that this woman would not hesitate to end his life. She appeared to possess no moral qualms about taking a life. Every move during their skirmish had aimed for Winters' vitals. Yet, reason whispered to Winters, even if he returned the item to the woman in black, she would likely shoot him in the head and vanish. The crux of the matter was what the woman truly desired. Was it the dagger? Clearly not. If she genuinely cared for that dagger, she would not have thrown it away. Seeking the dagger? Winters shook his head inwardly, muttering, but I truly did not find the dagger. I only came across something else. The bait has been set. What is it? The woman's tone remained icy. The fish has taken the bait. A small notebook. Winters had fully discerned the woman in black's intentions. What she truly sought was that empty notebook. The dagger was merely a ruse. If Winters obediently handed over the dagger, he would not refuse to yield another item. With just a casual remark, the woman could effortlessly retrieve the notebook. If Winters refused to relinquish the dagger, she would not reveal her true desires. Ignorance is not the greatest hindrance. Arrogance is. The woman in black underestimated Winters. Believing it effortless to mask her true intentions before this Navi youth, she would pay for that miscalculation. Where is it? Show it to me. The woman's tone remained cold, yet Winters detected a subtle shift. It's right behind you, in that bag on the table, he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately turned to search, but suddenly paused. She kept her finger firmly on the trigger of her revolver, denying Winters any chance for a surprise attack. She tilted her head, signaling Winters, you go get it for me. Can't you fetch it yourself? Enough with the nonsense. Winters approached the desk with an air of reluctance, while the woman in black kept her gun unwaveringly aimed at him. In truth, her intentions aligned perfectly with his own. Winters had never anticipated diverting her attention in such a manner. He reached into the bloodstained satchel, swiftly locating the notebook, yet refrained from extracting it. The woman in black, upon seeing his hand delve into the bag, froze momentarily, urging him to hurry. Is this what you seek? Winters inquired with a laugh, drawing the notebook from the satchel. Under the flickering light, his grin appeared maniacal, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning leather and smoke. The blank notebook, which the woman so desperately desired, was now engulfed in flames. As Winters ignited it with his fire magic, the woman's eyes widened in horror, followed by a piercing scream. Now was the moment. Winters crouched low and launched himself at the woman like a released arrow. Her focus had shifted away from him until his hand gripped the barrel of her gun, prompting her to pull the trigger. A thunderous gunshot reverberated throughout the room, leaving a bullet hole in the wooden ceiling. In close quarters, Winters elevated the barrel of the revolver, using the momentum to topple the woman. He pinned her down with his weight, subduing her. However, the fierce and ruthless demeanor she had previously displayed dissipated, revealing a helpless girl who struggled, wept, and cried out, "Put the fire out." At that moment, Winters was oblivious to her emotional transformation. The memory of her violent outburst lingered in his mind, and he dared not let his guard down. He meticulously searched the female assassin, confiscating all her weapons. After securing her, he tore the bedsheet and bound her tightly. The woman emitted heart-wrenching wails, her despair and resentment palpable even to Winters. Like a mad woman, she muttered, "I will kill you. I will kill you." Awakened by the gunfire, Antonio rushed into Winters' bedroom, sword in hand. Upon entering, he beheld his nephew atop a shadowy figure, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. A small fire smoldered on the floor, which he promptly extinguished with his foot. Only after dousing the flames did he realize the dark form was a person. "What has transpired?" Antonio inquired with remarkable calmness. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Winters replied, "A thief, a killer, pursued me all the way home from the interprovincial." The commotion had roused the women as well. Elizabeth stared wide-eyed at her brother as he hoisted the cloaked figure onto the bed, while Kesha took a moment to light the candles. As the light illuminated Winters' chamber, Kesha finally discerned the figure of the cloaked individual, exclaiming, "It is a woman, a thief, a rogue, an assassin," Winters replied. The bound assassin suddenly shrieked, "I will kill you." Both Kesha and Elizabeth were horrified by this chilling curse. "Spare us," Winters said, shoving a pillowcase firmly into the assassin's mouth. Now, the woman in black could only emit muffled sounds. She struggled desperately, but her hands were tightly bound behind her back and her legs were restrained, rendering her efforts futile and merely exhausting. Antonio quickly regained his composure and took charge. "Elizabeth, accompany your mother back to the bedroom. Do not fret. It is merely a burglar who has intruded upon our home." After ensuring the ladies were settled, Antonio pointed at the woman in black and instructed Winters, "Let us take this thief down to the basement, so as not to disturb your aunt and sister on the second floor." Margarita, residing on the ground floor, was also awakened. Upon seeing Antonio and Winters descend the stairs carrying a fiercely resisting figure in black, she gasped repeatedly, "Heavens, what is happening?" "Margarita, please hold the lantern for us as we head to the basement," Antonio interjected. The shaken Margarita, clutching the oil lamp, led the way, muttering, "Heavens, heavens." The cloaked thief was brought into the storage room of the basement, where Winters succinctly recounted the events to Antonio. After a brief discussion, the two men concluded that, despite the numerous uncertainties surrounding the incident, it was prudent to hand the woman over to the constable. They decided to have her imprisoned first and then interrogated at their leisure. Having just returned to Hylon a few days prior, Winters was unfamiliar to anyone. So Antonio rode off to find the constable while Winters remained to guard the black-clad thief. The woman had ceased her futile struggles, yet the fire of anger blazed fiercely in her eyes as she glared at Winters. If glances could manifest, Winters would have been riddled with thousands of holes. Who is this person? Unable to contain her curiosity, Elizabeth stealthily crept to the basement. The girl, astonishingly bold, tiptoed past Winters to secretly scrutinize the cloaked woman. Winters pushed Elizabeth out of the storage room, saying, "What is there to see? She is merely a thief. Aren't you meant to be with Kesha? Does my aunt truly require my company?" "She is better off with me," Elizabeth pouted. "I did not come to bring you anything," she retorted, having sought merely an excuse to escape her mother and witness the commotion. "Very well, I have received it. Now hurry back upstairs," Winters replied, exasperated. "And this," Elizabeth added, handing Winters a small, singed booklet, "it is nearly burnt to ashes." It was the small notebook that the female thief desired. The layers of paper were difficult to incinerate thoroughly. Despite Winters exerting all his strength with the fire spell, after a considerable time, only a little over half of it remained. With a wry smile, Winters shook his head, pondering the purpose behind this woman's interest in an empty notebook. Casually flipping through the pages that had been charred to black, Winters was astonished to find blue ink appearing where there had been no writing. Colonel Field's words echoed in his mind. Some individuals inscribe information in ways that are invisible to others. This technique is known as steganography. Steganography is a commonly employed method, utilizing nothing but water and fire. So it was. The contents of this notebook were inscribed with invisible ink, revealing themselves only when subjected to flames. Upon reaching the first page of the notebook, he discovered the following poignant words inscribed on the yellowed paper. To my dearest Mary, you are the flame that warms my skin. You are the clear water that quenches my thirst. You are my light. You are my everything. Since your departure, my life holds no meaning. This was a sorrowful love poem, seemingly penned by a man lamenting the loss of his beloved. Yet, in this moment, as Winters read the poem, he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. It was the height of summer, yet he truly sensed a chill enveloping his limbs, as if the very breath exhaled from his lungs had frozen solid. Not even when a dagger was a mere finger's breadth from his throat, nor when a crewman grasped his thigh in the cabin, nor when a gun was pointed at his forehead, had Winters ever felt such profound fear. Trembling, he turned 2 more pages. The next page featured a simple diagram, titled, Fourth Iteration of the Spell Talent Testing Device. Further flipping through the pages, he encountered analysis of sound-based spells. Winters grasped Elizabeth for support, feeling dizzy, as if he might collapse without her steadiness. There could be no mistake. It was the abbreviation for Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier, and Mary de Lavoisier was the wife of General Antoine Lavoisier. The letter he had seen at the end of the notebook represented Lavoisier. This small notebook was the lost research notes of Antoine Laurent, and Winters had set it ablaze with his own hands. What have I done? Winters murmured. Chapter 47. The madman, the sheriff, hurrying to the Selvicia residence, found himself having made the journey in vain. It turned out to be merely a misunderstanding. The young man of the Selvicia family had secretly brought a woman home that evening, only to be discovered by others in the household, who mistakenly assumed she was a thief. Despite the tumultuous events, the weighty gold coins from the major's wife alleviated all grievances of the sheriff, who was met with her troubled expression. The major's wife earnestly implored the sheriff not to disseminate tonight's minor upheaval. The sheriff comprehended Mrs. Selvage's concerns. Engaging in indiscretions before marriage and even bringing a woman from the outside into his home would render any respectable family in the town reluctant to marry off their daughters to such a young man. Truly, he was an inconsiderate lad, the sheriff mused, causing such distress to a lady of such beauty. Fueled by a protective instinct, the sheriff pounded his chest, swearing upon the graves of his father and grandfather that he would forget this evening's events by morning, ensuring no whisper would escape his lips. While Kesha outside assisted Antonio in fabricating his story, Winters returned the cloaked woman to the second-floor guest room, employing a rather forceful method. He laid her upon the bed, concerned for her comfort, fetching a pillow for her. The woman remained silent, offering no resistance, her gaze fixed on Winters, icy and penetrating. Apologies were in order, Winters began. I shall remove the obstruction from your mouth, but I kindly ask you to remain silent. The woman offered no response. Your silence implies consent, he declared, recalling his earlier mercilessness when she had screamed threats against him. Without hesitation, he stuffed a pillowcase into her mouth, even incorporating the mask she had used to conceal her identity. Thus, when he extracted the gag, the mask came away as well. At that moment, Winters had his first opportunity to scrutinize her visage closely. Initially, he had presumed the female thief to be in her 30s or 40s, given her decisive and ruthless demeanor, suggesting extensive experience. However, upon removing the mask, he was astounded to discover she was far younger than anticipated, appearing to be just in her early 20s, scarcely older than himself. Her delicate features and thin lips made it difficult for Winters to fathom that this petite lady had previously aimed a revolver at him. Once her mouth was freed, the woman did not scream. Instead, she slowly worked to relieve her stiffened jaw. You have misunderstood. We are not adversaries, Winters asserted earnestly. Humph. Your current actions lack any persuasive power, she retorted coldly, bound as she was. If I were to untie you, would we not be destined to harm one another immediately? Winters posited, pulling a chair to sit beside the bed. We ought to converse civilly, Mississippi. The title evidently struck a sensitive chord within her. As she reacted with the fury of a cat stepped upon, her eyes reddening as she seethed, that is not my name. Do not refer to me thus. As the woman clad in black regained her composure, Winters inquired, How would you like me to address you? She fell silent momentarily. What impression do you have of the name Salome Blue? The woman's eyes widened, her pupils suddenly constricting, clearly astonished by Winters' words. With a cold smirk, she replied, There is no need for such a roundabout approach. It is not Salome Blue, but Salomea. Those with a modicum of understanding of military history would recognize that this surname belongs to General Antoine Laurent. Yet only a select few would be aware that Salomea is the middle name of the general's wife. Winters possessed this knowledge because, as a devoted admirer of Antoine Laurent, he had once contemplated penning a biography about him. Consequently, during his years at the military academy, he meticulously scrutinized every available public and confidential document pertaining to Antoine Laurent. The woman's reaction effectively corroborated Winters' suspicions. Even if she were not a descendant of Antoine Laurent, she was at the very least intricately connected to him. This realization provided clarity regarding her profound animosity towards the Alliance Army, as Antoine Laurent had been sentenced to death by the Alliance Army Court, specifically the military tribunal of the province's republic. The phrase Antoine Laurent died of a head ailment was a euphemism for being led to the guillotine. 16 years prior, a decade after the conclusion of the Sovereignty War, the radical factions of the province's republic had ascended to power, seizing military and political control. They proclaimed that absolute loyalty was synonymous with absolute treachery, instigating a brutal purge within the mountains. Due to his involvement with military secrets, Antoine Laurent was accused of treason and subjected to a clandestine trial before being sent to the guillotine, resulting in the loss of his research manuscripts. Marshal Ned Smith lamented, A mind like Antoine Laurent's takes a century to produce, and yet it was so callously severed. However, at that time, Marshal Ned himself was perilously close to facing the same fate. You claim this notebook is a family heirloom. How do you intend to prove that? Winters presented the charred remnants of the notebook to the woman, placing it on the bed. Why should I prove anything to you? She retorted, Because it is an invaluable manuscript, and I hope you can demonstrate that you are not a thief. Winters recalled that this woman harbored a particular disdain for the term thief. As expected, her fury ignited instantly. Who are you calling a thief? It is you military men who are the real thieves, robbing my mother of my father. You stole his research from him. Ultimately, you even took his life. Calm yourself. Since you have referenced your father and mother, are you the daughter of the missing General Antoine Laurent? The woman scoffed disdainfully. I am not your enemy. If you can prove your identity, I am willing to relinquish this notebook to you, Winters said earnestly. And this dagger as well. With that, Winters produced the dagger belonging to the woman in black and placed it upon the bed. He had exerted considerable effort to reclaim this dagger from Elizabeth's possession. Should I then express my gratitude for your generosity in returning my father's notes only after incinerating them? The woman in black scoffed. Winters, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, There is still a portion left. Then come closer, and I shall demonstrate my identity, the woman in black said with an unexpected calmness. Winters instinctively rose and approached the bedside, but he noticed the glint of excitement in her eyes, which alerted him to the anomaly, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet it was too late. The woman in black sprang from the bed and charged at him. After all, Winters was a well-educated gentleman, incapable of scrutinizing a woman's sensitive areas repeatedly, and he had failed to discover the few small silver coins with sharpened edges concealed upon her person. Moments earlier, while she appeared to engage Winters in conversation, she had secretly retrieved a sharp object to cut the sheets binding her hands, biding her time for an opportunity to strike when he let his guard down. The woman in black seized the dagger and lunged toward Winters' left side. Though she seemed to have regained her composure, she was still consumed by a frenzied desire for vengeance, merely cloaking her true emotions. If she wished to escape, she need only wait for a solitary moment, yet her mind was solely fixated on retribution. However, Winters was no longer the same man from that fateful night of patrol. A novice in battle might become rigid with anxiety and fear, but a seasoned veteran could maintain their composure. The woman in black had failed to eliminate Winters that evening, and she would surely not succeed now. The cloth used to silence her still resided in Winters' grasp, and he deftly employed his left hand to secure the pillowcase while reaching for her weapon-bearing hand. Just as he intended to deliver a powerful blow to her face with his right, he hesitated, opting instead to disarm her. In combat, attempting to grasp an opponent's blade is an exceedingly perilous maneuver, often resorted to in desperation. Even aiming to seize her wrist could result in a grievous cut. The dagger lacked a hilt, and rather than capturing her wrist, he found himself gripping her palm. Fortunately, The pillowcase provided a barrier, otherwise, where the blade met skin would have drawn blood instantly. The woman in black refused to relinquish her hold, twisting her wrist in an attempt to slice Winters' arm. Irritated, Winters employed wrestling techniques to bring her down. In a one-on-one confrontation, the essence of the struggle ultimately lay between two individuals. The woman in black may have been a formidable assassin, yet despite her ferocity, she was merely a woman whose physical strength paled in comparison to Winters. Even in close combat, her skills were inferior to his, and she was swiftly subdued beneath him. Calm yourself. Winters pressed one hand against the weapon-bearing hand of the woman in black, while the other gripped her shoulder. You soldiers of the Alliance deserve nothing but death. The woman struggled fiercely. What does your father's wrongful conviction have to do with me? She spat. The remaining content is equally significant. The woman in black scoffed. Do you believe I am interested in what is written in that notebook? Magic, spellcasters, these hold no value for me. Winters found himself utterly speechless, realizing that reasoning with this lady was futile. Then why did you steal this notebook? To reclaim my family's estate. Shall I return this notebook to you? You have already burned it. Did you not claim to care little for its contents? Yet you cannot simply destroy it. What would satisfy you? I want it restored to its original state. However, the original has been incinerated. I will kill you. Are you out of your mind? Regardless of whether the woman in black was indeed insane, Winters was on the brink of madness himself. Calm down, he demanded, his voice strained. No longer wishing to engage in futile conversation, Winters swiftly bound her once more. As he pushed the door open, he discovered Elizabeth crouched at the threshold, eavesdropping. You are exceedingly bold, Winters thought, a wave of anxiety washing over him. What if he had been unable to subdue the woman in black, and she had encountered Elizabeth? Let me speak with her, Elizabeth asserted confidently. You and she are merely shouting at each other. I am certain I can extract more information. In response, Winters seized Elizabeth by the arm and ushered her into her own bedroom. After dismissing the sheriff, Antonio listened impassively as Winters recounted the recent events and the intricacies of the situation. The disposition of the woman in black would ultimately require parental judgment, as the matter had transcended Winters' personal affairs. Are you suggesting she might be his daughter? All indications pointed in that direction, though there was no tangible evidence. What are your thoughts? Antonio inquired abruptly. If she truly is the daughter of Antoine Laurent, her family has endured a tragedy. The orphan of Antoine Laurent should be treated with kindness. Yet she presently behaves like a madwoman, utterly unreasonable. Winters' mind was in disarray, instinctively seeking guidance from his trusted foster father. I do not know what to do. I will defer to your judgment. Defer to me? Antonio's gaze turned icy. Then let us take her to the outskirts and put a bullet in her head, then dig a grave for her. Surely it need not come to that, Winters exclaimed. Aghast, in Winters' eyes, Antonio appeared as a gentle husband and a kind father, effortlessly overshadowing his other identity. This was Winters' first encounter with the cold, unyielding side of him. Child, this is indeed a definitive solution. The daughter of Antoine Laurent, and that notebook. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the turmoil it could incite? If it becomes known that you possess this notebook, both Keisha and your sister will be in peril, regardless of whether she is Antoine Laurent's daughter. We shall first extract the truth through interrogation and then silence her. Once only the notebook remains, we can manage it with ease. Antonio sighed. However, you will not consent. Your sense of justice has yet to be dulled. Come, let us go meet this lady. With that, Antonio ascended the staircase. Recovering from his shock, Winters murmured behind Antonio. As long as you give the order, Colonel, I shall prepare the horses immediately. Let us meet her first. I hope it does not come to that. Antonio replied without turning back. Upon opening the guest room door, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. Elizabeth was seated at the bedside, merrily conversing with the woman in black. Father, brother, please do not tie up Sophia any longer. Upon seeing her father and brother enter, Elizabeth joyfully rushed to Antonio's side, eager to defend. Sophia is not a bad person. She merely wishes to reclaim her father's belongings. She now knows we are not villains, so please, let us cease our quarrel. Winters was taken aback. She even knew the name? Was there some unique communication between women? Ella, return to your own room. Antonio commanded his daughter slowly. Though Elizabeth, spoiled by Antonio's affection, typically disregarded his commands, she sensed the atmosphere shifting towards a more serious tone and immediately fell silent, obediently exiting the room. Antonio settled into a chair beside the bed, with Winters standing attentively behind him, clutching a steel spike, the pointed kind. I am Antonio Salviati. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? He greeted politely. The woman in black, who had appeared to be enjoying a conversation with Elizabeth, scoffed but offered no reply. What is your relation to General Antoine Laurent? Antonio inquired directly. What concern is it of yours? The woman retorted brusquely. Because if you are indeed General Antoine Laurent's daughter, you are a guest here. It seems you have a penchant for binding guests. If I were to release you, can you assure me that you will refrain from employing violence? I am not a madwoman, she replied defiantly. Antonio, serious and earnest, addressed her. Madam, please heed my words. Antoine Laurent is a military figure and scholar whom I greatly admire. His family shares a distant blood relation with my own, which is why I regard you as a guest. I understand your animosity. However, remember that grievances have their origins, and it was the Republic of the Union that executed Lord Antoine Laurent. Here lies the Republic of Veneta, where my family and I proudly identify as Veneta people. The wrongful accusation against Antoine Laurent bears no relation to us. I have articulated my reasoning thoroughly. This is my home, and I shall not tolerate any threat to my family. Therefore, should you dare to inflict violence upon my kin once more, regardless of your lineage or any hidden motives, I shall not hesitate to end your life without remorse. Antonio's tone was not menacing but rather calm, akin to an old shepherd meticulously counting his flock. Yet, within this room, no one would dare question the gravity of his threat. Upon concluding his statement, Antonio drew a small knife, first severing the bonds that restrained the legs of the cloaked woman, and then those binding her hands. Winters clutched the steel spike tightly, remaining ever vigilant. He had resolved that should the cloaked woman attempt to harm Antonio, he would drive the steel spike into her skull with unwavering precision. Fortunately, the worst did not transpire. The cloaked woman merely flexed her wrist and silently removed the remnants of her bindings. Now free, she refrained from any further acts of violence and quietly seated herself upon the bed. Winters found himself both exasperated and amused, pondering whether the woman was resistant to kindness or if Elizabeth had cast some enchantment upon her. It appeared that a temporary accord had been established between them. The cloaked woman did not seize the opportunity to take Winters hostage, which seemed to leave Antonio somewhat regretful. Might I inquire as to why you chose to visit my humble abode in such a manner this evening? Before the cloaked woman could respond, Elizabeth burst through the door, exclaiming, If you continue to question her like this, you shall only provoke another quarrel. Father, Sophia merely wishes to reclaim her father's belongings. She does not wish for the one who murdered her father to possess his estate. These are her two requests. Is that not so? Antonio turned to the cloaked woman for confirmation. The woman, referred to as Sophia by Elizabeth, nodded in agreement. That is a simple matter. As long as you can prove your identity, the notebook shall be promptly returned to you. Neither Winters nor I have any intention of claiming your father's estate. I possess a birth certificate, a baptismal certificate, along with letters, a signet ring, jewelry, and documents that can substantiate my identity. The cloaked woman finally relented, no longer dismissing the request for her identification. However, she pointed at Winters, asserting, But my father's notebook has already been destroyed by him. Madam Sophia, you are mistaken in your assessment. Books are, in reality, quite difficult to ignite, even if they were to catch fire. Only the outer layers would be consumed in a brief moment. The core remains largely intact. The contents recorded in your father's notebook have not suffered significant loss. What I burned was primarily the leather cover. Winters felt compelled to defend himself. You are mistaken, brother, Elizabeth interjected sharply, casting a disapproving glance at Winters. That notebook is a cherished memento left by her father, one of the few remnants she possesses. She sought to retrieve it from the military academy precisely because she did not wish for the one who killed her father to retain possession of it. Sophia desires the notebook itself, rather than its contents. Do you understand? You have destroyed her father's relic. The notes of Antoine Laurent hold no intrinsic value. Yet the notebook itself is of great significance. This peculiar reasoning rendered Winters speechless. However, Antonio coldly interjected, Do you not think, Miss Sophia, that you bear some responsibility for the destruction of this notebook? Why should I be held accountable? Sophia retorted with furious laughter. If you had not intruded upon my home with a weapon tonight, would that notebook have been incinerated? You threatened Winters' life, and any reaction from him would be entirely justified. Were he to eliminate you, I would not blame him. If you had approached him openly with documents to prove your identity, would the outcome have been the same? Would he truly hand it over if I requested it? Sophia seethed. He would, Antonio replied nonchalantly. Sophia found herself momentarily speechless, cornered by Antonio's words. Nevertheless, As the one responsible for the destruction of the notes, Winters must bear some measure of responsibility. As compensation, I propose this. I can assist in clearing your father's name, restoring your family's honor, and pursuing those responsible for the past injustices. 16 years ago, Antoine Laurent was executed for treason following a secret trial. His assets were confiscated, his statue demolished, and his contributions omitted from the annals of military history. Even to this day, the father of the Alliance's spellcasters has not been vindicated. Antonio's words momentarily stunned Sophia, who had been engulfed in anger, yet she quickly regained her composure, retorting with a cold laugh, "Restore my father's honor? By your means?" "Of course, I cannot do it alone," Antonio replied, unperturbed by Sophia's impudent inquiry, "but your father's research notes can facilitate this. The Military Council and the Supreme Quintet would be eager to restore General Antoine Laurent's reputation in exchange for the cost of this notebook." Sophia screamed, "I would rather die than allow the Alliance to claim my father's accomplishments. I have already stated that it was the Federated States who executed your father and have yet to vindicate him, but we are in the Republic of Veneta. Your adversaries are the Federated States, not us Veneta people. You should not harbor hatred towards the Alliance as a whole. If you regard humanity as a single entity, would that not implicate all of humanity as the murderers of your father? You have mentioned that we are in Veneta. On what grounds can Veneta overturn the Federated States' verdict?" Sophia's stance softened somewhat, yet she remained skeptical of Antonio. The charge of treason against Antoine Laurent was imposed by the Federated States Republic, but we can challenge this verdict at the Alliance level. After all, the Sena's alliance comprises 5 member states. As long as 3 parties cast affirmative votes, we can restore General Antoine Laurent's honor at the Alliance level. The Federated States may stubbornly refuse to accept it, but outside the Federated States Republic, Antoine Laurent will no longer be regarded as a traitor. Trust me, this is within the capabilities of us Veneta people. Sophia appeared somewhat moved. Antonio, with a gentle persuasion, remarked, "Moreover, we do not require the original of this note. We only seek its contents. The original shall remain yours as a cherished relic of General Antoine Laurent." "I need to contemplate further," Sophia replied, shaking her head, indecisive. "Madam Sophia, this is merely a suggestion for your consideration," Antonio spoke softly. "However, our prior agreement remains in effect. As long as you present a document validating your identity, the original note can be returned to you. Yet, Winters bears no responsibility for tonight's unforeseen events. The destruction of the original is a consequence of your own actions. If you truly value the sentimental significance of the original, even a burned relic retains its worth." After a prolonged silence, Sophia inquired, "How am I to retrieve the document that confirms my identity? Will you allow me to leave?" "I fear not. I cannot permit you to depart, yet I shall not confine you within my home. I would like to invite you to take respite at the 3rd Legion's encampment. Provide me with an address for the documents you require, and I can send someone to fetch them," Antonio replied courteously, reverting to the demeanor he had during the soiree. Sophia huffed in displeasure. "What if I must retrieve the documents myself? What if they are in Guitu City? In that case, I might allow you to leave, though I must first deliver this note to the military committee before granting you your freedom. The remainder is a matter between you and the military committee." Antonio's response was impeccable. "I regret to inform you that this note is of immense significance. Even the knowledge of its presence in this house poses a threat to my family." After a pause, he emphasized, "Please understand, it is you who have entangled us in this situation. I have extended to you the utmost respect." Sophia glanced at Antonio, then at Elizabeth, her fierce demeanor waning. With a hint of resignation, she stated, "I shall need to reconsider your proposal. The document that verifies my identity is at the St. Jean convent. You may seek out Sister Teresa to retrieve my personal belongings stored with her. The St. Jean convent is located atop a hill southwest of High Blue City, approximately half a day's journey from there. You cannot remain here. I must kindly request that you stay at the 3rd Legion's encampment for a while. Is that agreeable?" Sophia silently nodded. "Before your escort arrives, your freedom of movement must be temporarily restricted, for the 2 ladies in this house are no match for you. I trust you will understand," Antonio stated as he rose to conclude the conversation. "Winters, please rebind Madam Sophia, but do so with her comfort in mind." Antonio assured Sophia, "As soon as I obtain the documents, I shall release you immediately." Must Sophia be bound again? Elizabeth protested loudly on behalf of her new friend, yet fell silent upon witnessing Antonio's expression, casting a sorrowful glance at Sophia instead. Surprisingly, Sophia neither resisted nor uttered any mocking remarks. She seemed to have easily accepted Antonio's rationale for protecting her family. Her body language exuded compliance, yet her eyes remained fixed defiantly on Winters. In truth, Winters had not anticipated binding a woman 3 times in a single night. He nodded apologetically, yet the steel spike remained firmly grasped in his hand. The psychological impact Sophia had on him was profound. He dared not lower his guard for a single moment. This time, her hands were bound conventionally rather than in reverse. Subsequently, Antonio escorted Winters and Elizabeth out, leaving Sophia alone in the guest room. Still uneasy, Antonio instructed Kesha to take Elizabeth and the elderly Marita to a neighbor's house for safety. The house was now occupied solely by Antonio, Winters, and the solitary Sophia in the guest room. "Do you believe she is the daughter of Antoine Laurent?" Winters inquired of Antonio. "I now have an 80% certainty that Sophia is indeed Antoine Laurent's daughter," Antonio replied, pouring a measure of liquor for himself and his nephew. If she were intent on retrieving her documentation, it would signify her indifference towards this notebook. Her decision to remain suggests she possesses considerable confidence. However, it may also be a ruse. We must not let our guard down. "Should I remain in the guest room to watch her?" Winters asked. "No need. There are other matters for you to attend to. You should also go to the neighbor's house to safeguard your sister and Kesha. Take pen and paper and transcribe the remaining contents of this notebook. I will head to the barracks to summon reinforcements." Antonio calmly assigned Winters his tasks. "Aren't we supposed to return the notebook to her?" Winters responded bitterly. "The original can be returned. Yet Antoine Laurent's research notes represent a significant asset for the Republic of Veneta. In the face of Veneta's interests, our personal honor pales in comparison. Is it prudent to leave her alone in the guest room? If she were to escape, that would be most fortuitous." Chapter 49. The essence of magic. The following 2 days unfolded in tranquility. To Antonio's profound disappointment, despite numerous opportunities afforded to Sophia, she not only refrained from attempting an escape, but also calmly accepted her confinement within the military camp. Sister Teresa from the St. Jean Women's Monastery personally delivered a small box, which indeed contained Sophia's birth certificate, baptismal certificate, and several other family heirlooms, just as Sophia had claimed. Sophia herself matched the eye color, hair color, and birthmarks listed on the birth certificate. At this point, Antonio was largely convinced of Sophia's identity. The next step was to procure copies of the birth and baptismal certificates from the church that had baptized Antoine Laurent's daughter through ecclesiastical channels, allowing for a comparison. If both sets of documents were consistent, her identity could be conclusively established. A reputable guarantor, birth documents, and tokens. These were the means by which one could prove their identity in this era. In other words, regardless of who it may be, as long as one possesses the complete set of documents that correspond with the descriptions therein, she is, in a legal sense, the daughter of Antoine Laurent. Although there are numerous loopholes that can be exploited, this remains the most rigorous method available to the people of this era. Sophia acquiesced to Antonio's proposal, intending to use the research contained within the notes as compensation for restoring Antoine Laurent's reputation in the Republic of Veneta. This arrangement is a win-win, inadvertently. Sophia safeguarded the reputations of both Antonio and Winters. Antonio had resolutely decided to retain the contents of the notes in Veneta, even if it meant breaching promises. Meanwhile, the military headquarters gendarmerie was overwhelmed with busyness. Colonel Field had meticulously confirmed that in recent days, no spellcasting officers within the Veneta army had reported leave, gone missing, or met with demise. During the second gendarmerie meeting of all officers, Winters proposed a possibility. The individual in question was indeed a spellcaster, but not from the Veneta army. This person did not return to Veneta. Rather, he was en route to Veneta as a spellcaster from the provincial army. However, the 3 officers of the gendarmerie currently lacked any means to substantiate this claim and could only send an official letter to the provincial army. Given the tense relations between the 2 parties, this correspondence would likely sink into oblivion. However, the salvage operation yielded some unexpected discoveries. The Blue Sea port is a naturally deep harbor, with the dock seabed primarily consisting of coral reefs and stones, and a thin layer of silt. 4 adept sailors managed to recover the guns and swords within a day. The issue, however, was that neither the guns nor the swords bore any insignia or heraldry to identify the assassin, rendering them of little significance. The most notable find was actually the sword of Major Moritz, which the salvage sailors fortuitously unearthed. On the day Moritz drowned, his sword was also lost. He had been using a simple, old sword recently, So recovering the original ornate ceremonial sword, which had been quite expensive, was indeed a delightful surprise. Nonetheless, in recent days, Winters' thoughts were not consumed by this assassination case, but rather by Antoine Laurent's notes. At the military academy, all spellcasters had heard their seniors recount an enigmatic tale, that of the father of Alliance spellcasters, Antoine Laurent, who was executed over a decade ago. In the final phase of his life, he was conducting research that could overturn the magical system, having touched upon the essence of magic itself. After his death, his manuscripts vanished, along with his findings. No one knew the origins of this story, but it had undoubtedly morphed increasingly into a myth. In the 3 years Winters spent at the Officer Academy, he personally witnessed 2 iterations of this tale. The content of Antoine Laurent's research grew ever grander and more mysterious. And through the oral tradition among spellcasters, his manuscripts transformed into legendary artifacts capable of turning spellcasters into the fabled, world-destroying archmages. As a spellcaster, Winters certainly harbored doubts regarding the notion that anything could inherently elevate a caster's magical prowess. He likened it to his remark to Yak, "Can a mere child wield a fine sword and transform into a master swordsman?" However, the incessant exposure to such narratives cultivated within him a peculiar intrigue towards Antoine Laurent's research manuscript. While it may not possess the enchanting qualities depicted in the tales, it undoubtedly contained vital information. Yet, upon meticulously transcribing the notes, he found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. The manuscript was a chaotic amalgamation of a diary, a compendium of inspirations and experimental records. Many entries appeared to be spontaneous thoughts pinned down as they emerged, some fragmentary musings, while others detailed experimental outcomes. Scribbles and revisions were aplenty, with crude sketches adorning the margins, seemingly crafted in moments of creative stagnation. Did Antoine Laurent's notes encapsulate significant information? Certainly. However, for the Republic of Veneta, the most invaluable aspect recorded within those pages was likely the rudimentary sketches of a device designed to test the potential for fire-based spells. Though the drawings were rudimentary, Winters comprehended their essence. The entire apparatus was fundamentally an intricate balance scale. 2 glass spheres were positioned at either end, connected by a glass tube. The sketches suggested that these spheres contained some form of liquid. Winters surmised that the 2 spheres and the connecting tube constituted a closed system, and the liquid within the spheres was likely a highly volatile substance. As a spellcaster, Winters swiftly grasped the underlying principle of this testing device. In essence, it could detect the faintest flicker of magical ability. The untrained spellcaster's magical potential was as feeble as a spark ignited by a flint. Yet this ingenious device could discern even the smallest ember. To initiate the test, one would adjust the balance until equilibrium was achieved. If the subject possessed even the faintest capacity for fire-based magic, the slightest vaporization of the liquid within the glass spheres would disrupt the balance. Even Winters could not help but applaud the brilliance of this design. It is important to note that the most formidable challenge lies not in training a spellcaster, but in identifying those with innate magical talent amidst a sea of individuals. Like ordinary people, spellcasters have 2 eyes and a nose. Until assessed, even they remain oblivious to their magical potential. Their abilities are so minuscule that even if they unconsciously wielded magical forces, the effects would be too subtle for both themselves and others to perceive. Thus, those with magical potential remain obscured within the crowd. An unexpected headache or an inexplicable shiver in their daily lives may actually stem from the phantom pains of inadvertently harnessed magic. Yet these signs often elude even their own awareness, swiftly fading into oblivion. Through this testing apparatus, even the faintest traces of magical aptitude can be detected. The selection of individuals with magical potential has long been a closely guarded secret of the Republic of the United Provinces. By possessing exclusive control over this technology, spellcasters from various republics, regardless of gender, must be sent to the United Provinces for training. Acquiring this blueprint signifies that the Republic of Veneta can liberate itself from the United Provinces, independently conducting its own selection of spellcasters. It could even sever ties with the United Provinces and cultivate its own practitioners. After all, the curriculum for training spellcasters is not shrouded in secrecy. Veneta boasts hundreds of spellcaster officers, all of whom have undergone comprehensive training within military academies. As for the remaining contents of this notebook, they utterly transformed Winters' understanding of magic. However, the level of his magical capability remained unchanged before and after reading it. Nevertheless, The revelations within the text kept Winters awake for 2 consecutive nights. In this casually penned notebook, Antoine Laurent expressed, "In ancient times, people believed that the world comprised 4 elements: fire, air, earth, and water. The Seleucians perceived the world as consisting of metal, plants, fire, earth, and water. Naturalists classified all things into plants, animals, and inanimate objects. Yet, I contend that their vision of the world lacks beauty, being too chaotic and disordered. Therefore, I ventured further, categorizing everything that exists in the universe into 2 classes, matter and energy. All tangible entities are matter, water, gases, and stones fall within this category. Conversely, all intangible phenomena are energy, such as light and heat. Building upon this foundation, Antoine Laurent proposed a hypothesis, the conservation of matter. That is, magic does not conjure matter from nothing, nor does it annihilate matter into oblivion. The spell of vaporization does not obliterate water, it merely transforms it into gas. The spell of water creation does not fabricate water from thin air. Rather, it condenses the moisture in the atmosphere into liquid form." Laurent documented his designed experiment. In an extremely dry chamber, even when a spellcaster exerted their utmost in performing the water creation spell, they could only generate a few drops. Yet, in a humid outdoor environment, the same spellcaster could swiftly produce a glass of water. Additionally, he conducted another experiment involving the combustion of metallic powder, ultimately confirming that the increase in weight post-combustion was due to the absorption of air's matter into the metal. In a closed system, while the metallic powder may gain weight upon heating, the overall mass of the system remained unchanged. Laurent inscribed on the first page of his notes, "What is magic? Is it mere sleight of hand? Conjuring an apple? Summoning a rabbit? If magic could indeed create matter, would not all the world's sorcerers, by perpetually generating water, eventually submerge all land? Surely not. The essence of magic ought to be distilled into a phrase imbued with beauty and poetry. It is energy that can only alter the state of matter. However, I currently lack sufficient evidence to substantiate this claim." The remainder of this notebook is dedicated to validating this hypothesis. Antoine Laurent has dismantled the magical system he established and reconstructed the 3 primary classifications of spells. In the section analyzing the essence of sound magic, Antoine Laurent affirms that the essence of sound is a form of vibration. Sound, as it is understood, is the propagation of vibrations from a sound source through the surrounding medium. The essence of sound magic, therefore, lies in the ability to alter the vibrational energy of matter. Consequently, Antoine Laurent has redefined sound magic as vibrational magic, introducing a novel spell concept known as resonance. In his reflections on acceleration magic, the father of Alliance spellcasters posits that the acceleration of objects is merely a manifestation of acceleration magic. He contends that the motion of matter is fundamentally a form of energy, which he refers to as kinetic energy. Acceleration magic is thus categorized by Antoine Laurent as the ability to modify an object's kinetic energy. As for fire spells, there are no groundbreaking revelations. Nevertheless, the father of spellcasters has arrived at new insights, believing that flames are the release of energy stored within matter. Both light and heat represent forms of energy release. Fire spells serve as a substitute for flames, facilitating the transfer of energy. Furthermore, Antoine Laurent felt compelled to establish a mathematical framework for magic. However, the notes abruptly terminate, suggesting that some unforeseen event interrupted his research. Winters, perplexed, diligently studied and transcribed this notebook. The content recorded within should accurately be classified as the philosophy of magic and the principles underlying it. The majority comprises Antoine Laurent's conjectures and explorations regarding the essence of magic. Practical matters, such as how to enhance a spellcaster's proficiency or which training methods are most effective, are conspicuously absent. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Antoine Laurent, for he himself was not a spellcaster and possessed no magical abilities. His research was entirely theoretical, with little focus on practical applications. Within the entire notebook, the most practically valuable content is likely the hastily drawn sketch of a spell aptitude testing device by Antoine Laurent. The essence of magic is to alter the energy state of objects. After reading the entire notebook, Winters retained this singular notion. He was uncertain whether this statement was true or false, but even if it were true, his proficiency in magic would not surge simply from understanding its essence. Tears streamed down Winters' face. General Antoine Laurent was indeed truthful. A spellcaster's power stems from knowledge and diligent practice, with no shortcuts available. Even knowing the essence of magic offers no advantage. Does one not still have to practice the arrow spell diligently every night? However, Antoine Laurent's analysis of sound magic has proven immensely beneficial to Winters. Prior to this, he had believed that sound magic merely affected sound itself. By identifying the essence of sound as vibration and advocating for the renaming of sound magic to vibrational magic, Antoine Laurent has opened a new door for Winters. He attempted to practice the art of resonance, as documented in his notes. Antoine Laurent himself was not a spellcaster. Resonance was merely a conceptual framework he had recorded, akin to Winters' speculative notion of a spell to vaporize blood, which had never been practically validated. The concept of resonance was inspired by an incident during Laurent's military career. While marching across a small bridge, the synchronized footsteps of the cavalry caused the entire structure to tremble violently, ultimately leading to its collapse and resulting in numerous casualties. Through observation and contemplation, Laurent concluded that the bridge was inherently vibrating at a slow pace, and the rhythm of the horse's steps coincided with the bridge's natural vibrational frequency, akin to swinging the bridge on a pendulum, which culminated in its demise. Hence, he posited a hypothesis. If a spellcaster possessed sufficient magical prowess to amplify the inherent vibrations of such a large structure, they could potentially bring down these edifices. However, achieving this effect would require unimaginable magical ability, rendering it merely a notion confined to Laurent's writings. While Winters certainly lacked the magical capacity to demolish bridges or buildings, he ingeniously validated the feasibility of this spell through an alternative method. He procured several thin glass vessels for experimentation and had Elizabeth strike them with a spoon while he endeavored to amplify the sound produced using sound-based magic. After numerous failed attempts, one vessel shattered with a crisp resonance, amplified magically many times over. This indicated that Laurent's assertion held merit. The essence of sound magic lies in altering the vibrational state of objects, suggesting that such spells ought to be reclassified as vibrational magic. Chapter 50. New Perspectives. The dock was a confined space, bustling with familiar faces among the porters. After the explosion, if someone was missing, how could one not know? Winters slammed his hand on the table. There were too many people at the dock. Anyone with strength could come and work as a porter. How could we remember everyone? The man being interrogated responded with impenetrable resolve. Your Excellency, perhaps you should inquire with others? Winters posed various questions from different angles, yet the man obstinately maintained his ignorance. You may leave, Winters said, exhausted, waving his hand. Send in the next person. The man exited, and a short, stout fellow took his place on the chair. This man sat awkwardly, pressing his lips tightly together, remaining silent. What is your name? Winters politely broke the silence. Before he could finish, the stout man, as if pricked by a thorn, shouted defiantly, I know nothing. I asked for your name. I know nothing. Your name. I know nothing. Get out. I know nothing. In frustration, Winters seized a cup from the table and smashed it violently against the floor, shattering it into pieces. The dock workers are notably reticent, unwilling to divulge any information. Winters, in a state of exasperation, reported the findings regarding the dock workers to Colonel Field. In the leisure room of the officers' club, Field, Moritz, and Winters were seated in a circle around a small table. The dock workers, fearing they might be deemed informants, remained tight-lipped. Several gangs monopolized all the cargo business at the docks, imposing a code of silence, which naturally rendered the dock workers too intimidated to utter a word. Field's mood was severely dampened. He held his glass for an extended period without taking a sip. We cannot protect the families of the dock workers. They will not align with us. The assassination case showed no signs of progress, casting a somber shadow over the faces of both Field and Winters. Meanwhile, Major Moritz appeared unaffected, cheerfully pouring himself another drink. Winters couldn't help but ponder whether Moritz had genuinely lost his hearing or was merely using it as an excuse to evade the burdensome task at hand. Beneath the tranquil surface of the docks, currents of unrest were surging, and the Benvenuto residence remained eerily vacant. News from the cripple on Penman Street shed light on the silence of the dock workers and the mysterious disappearance of the entire Benvenuto family. The dock workers of Guitu City were largely divided into factions based on locality, frequently clashing violently over job disputes, often resulting in broken limbs. On the night of the assassination, the Monta leader was discovered in a pool of blood in an alley behind the Pine Grove Tavern, mortally wounded by a knife to the left side. Just days prior, the Montas had engaged in a fierce brawl with the Vaughn, resulting in one serious injury and several minor ones. The gravely wounded individual succumbed shortly thereafter. The Monta Republic, situated in mountainous terrain, presents a harsh living environment. The land cannot sustain its inhabitants, compelling the men to enlist in the military for income. Thus, the Montas are known for their fierce resilience and fearless disposition. Historically, this region has been a significant source of soldiers. Now convinced that the Vaughn were responsible for the murder, the Montas vowed to exact revenge. They would not rest until the blood of their adversaries was spilled. Though the Vaughn denied any involvement in the killing of the Monta leader, they lamented the lost opportunity for retribution. For the family-oriented Vaughn, the death of one member would incite an entire clan to seek vengeance. The Vaughn community is intricately woven together by a complex web of familial ties, akin to soil rich with root systems. Having previously suffered significant losses, the Vaughn were now licking their wounds in preparation for retaliation. In the shadows of the bustling port area, both sides were poised, gathering strength, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. According to the cripple, both factions had procured substantial arms on the black market, even acquiring considerable amounts of gunpowder. Even those unrelated to the conflict, the Paredes, were clandestinely preparing. The eventual outcome could indeed be quite grim. In the preceding violent conflict, the grievously injured Vaughn was the uncle of Benvenuto, and the act of blood vengeance is a revered and esteemed tradition within Vaughn culture. Consequently, the Benvenuto family has become a primary target for retribution by the Montanans. As the crippled individual asserts that their family is currently under the protection of the Vaughn community, do the dockworkers intend to engage in a life-or-death struggle? Field is utterly indifferent to such matters. To him, even if the port's waters were stained red with the blood of dockworkers, it would merely be an issue for customs and the city guard. Yet, it is precisely due to this absurd rationale that the dockworkers remain tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any information. This group of individuals is acutely aware that we lack evidence to compel them. Frustrated and disheartened, Field remarked, "If only we could throw them in jail and give them a good beating, they would surely talk." However, Field could only vent his frustrations verbally. Although coercive interrogation is a common method employed by the Alliance's law enforcement to obtain evidence, the Alliance's legal framework imposes strict limitations on its application. The Church also strictly prohibits the use of coercion among its followers. If Field were to dare to incarcerate dockworkers without any evidence and resort to torture, he would not need to wait for a future appeal. He would immediately find himself penning his own account of military history. What about money? Winters proposed another straightforward approach. We cannot afford to pay a price that could buy their lives. The Dockworkers Guild is merciless in dealing with informants. Field shook his head. Moreover, ordinary workers are unlikely to possess any valuable information. We need to identify the leaders, but they are currently in no position to disclose the whereabouts of those in charge. In recent days, Winters had conceived a new idea, yet he prudently refrained from voicing it too hastily. Now, as the investigation had reached a stalemate, he deemed it the appropriate moment to share his thoughts. I have acquired a spring-loaded revolver, similar to the one we retrieved. The spring-loaded revolver Winters referred to was, in fact, the one belonging to Sophia. After several experiments, I discovered this weapon is quite remarkable, and so is its wielder. After Sophia was placed under house arrest at the barracks, the spring-loaded revolver she carried was left behind at the Selvity estate. Unable to resist his curiosity, Winters disassembled the firearm and spent 3 times the duration of disassembly reassembling it. Possessing a natural intuition for mechanical structures, Winters swiftly grasped the design and principles of the spring-loaded revolver. The ignition mechanism essentially consists of a friction wheel connected to a coiled spring, requiring winding before use. When the trigger is pulled, the friction wheel rotates, generating sparks from the flint to ignite the gunpowder. In Winters' perspective, this design's advantage lies in its elimination of the need to carefully tend to a match cord, as with matchlock firearms, and it does not produce an open flame. It is worth noting that matchlock guns are inherently perilous weapons, posing risks to both the adversary and the shooter. The slow-burning match cord, despite its gradual ignition, still constitutes an open flame. For a gunman bearing a substantial quantity of gunpowder, smeared with powder residue, merely avoiding self-ignition should qualify one for remuneration. Furthermore, there exists the advantage of one-handed operation. The firing sequence of a matchlock firearm necessitates the use of both hands. Thus, there are no single-handed matchlock pistols. In contrast, a flintlock can be discharged with a single hand, allowing dockside assassins to wield both a gun and a sword simultaneously. However, Winters has also discerned the inherent dangers of this design. The flintlock mechanism is exceedingly intricate, fragile, and lacks reliability. The trigger, the catch. The coiled spring. Should any component become dislodged, the firearm could misfire. It is audacious for an assassin to affix such a weapon to their waist, unperturbed by the possibility of an accidental discharge injuring their own thigh. What could be simpler than that? Field languidly reclined back onto the sofa. It may not be straightforward. The gun's designer evidently failed to consider the practicalities of one-handed usage, employing a barrel akin to that of a long gun. Essentially, it is merely a truncated long gun, still firing lead projectiles weighing 30 grams. The difficulty of wielding such a caliber with one hand is immense. Had I been the designer, I would have opted for a smaller caliber. Winters confidently articulated his thoughts. The firearm we recovered has a bore larger than that of my flintlock. Any individual capable of accurately firing that weapon must possess considerable expertise in firearms. Field reclined on the sofa, uttering a soft hum of acknowledgement. And then? The customs coroner's autopsy report provided me with a spark of inspiration. By analyzing the posture, appearance, and calluses on the hands of the deceased, the coroner deduced their identities and social standings. I believe we can likewise infer the nature of the assassin from the evidence at hand. Quite intriguing. Field, upon hearing this, gradually straightened himself. Continue. Among the 4 assassins, at least 2 are proficient in firearms, capable of single-handedly wielding such a large-caliber flintlock. Additionally, there exists an informant within customs, who would forewarn them of the arrival of the thieving gull, allowing them to wait at the docks in advance. The 4 travelers approached them, mistakenly believing the assassins to be their awaited companions, which is rather peculiar. Moreover, there were their horses. Those draft horses remained unfazed by the gunfire. An untrained draft horse would likely not react so calmly. Field's demeanor grew exceedingly serious, and even Moritz noted the shift in atmosphere, silently setting down his glass. The colonel gravely addressed Winters. Speak plainly. There is another aspect of the assassins that has left a profound impression on me. They are all masters of swordsmanship, particularly well-versed in the longsword techniques of martial Ned. Winters emphasized his point with 3 repetitions of very, continuing. Their familiarity is akin to that of having engaged in countless sparring sessions. The assassins are acutely aware of how to counter a longsword with a swift blade. When I first crossed swords with the initial assassin, I narrowly escaped a grievous wound to my abdomen. Had I been facing an ordinary swordsman, I would not have been in such a precarious position. Major Moritz has also engaged with the adversary. You may inquire about his assessment. Familiar with the swordsmanship of military academies and proficient in firearms. Few individuals in Veneta fit this description. Winters clenched his teeth and articulated his conclusion. This is my personal conjecture. The assassin we seek is likely one of several alumni, one of whom I had previously incapacitated with a kick to the jaw. Alumni? What alumni? Winters intended to specify army officers. Yet the gravity of the accusation compelled him to use the term alumni. However, Field would harbor no misunderstandings. Are you skilled in swordsmanship? Field inquired abruptly. I manage reasonably well, but few can make me look as inept as I did, Winters replied. Come, there are swords for training at the club. Field rose, grasping his uniform jacket. Words alone are insufficient. We must test our skills. Half an hour later, on the 2nd floor of the officers' club, Field removed his helmet. Wiping the sweat from his brow, panting, you do possess some talent. I never expected to be the least skilled swordsman among the newcomers. With no armor, only helmets. In a sparring match focused on precision, Winters triumphed over Field with a score of 20-0. Winters had considered allowing the major a few points. But once he grasped the long sword, his mind was solely fixated on victory. Field's swordsmanship paled in comparison to Winters' magical prowess. Your turn, Field beckoned Moritz, tossing the helmet to the major. Facing Moritz, Winters felt an increase in pressure. The major, renowned as one of the top swordsmen in army competitions, demonstrated superior reflexes and control following their exchanges. Nevertheless, he still fell short compared to Ike, though Winters had often been bested by Ike. The latter was a true master of the blade. Through repeated failures, Winters' skills had steadily improved, and he had even come close to defeating Ike in the end. Major Moritz wielded formidable skill, yet he was merely of first-class caliber. He could not suppress Winters. Instead, Winters grew increasingly emboldened, ultimately securing victory in the match. Field watched with gleaming eyes. This year's competition relies on you to bring glory to the gendarmerie. Moritz lacks motivation. You must train diligently. Field approached and firmly grasped Winters' hand. You must vanquish the beasts of the garrison headquarters. Startled, Winters nodded vigorously. Chapter 51. The merchants rode in for the cultured young ladies of Sea Blue City. Their pre-marriage naivety evokes sympathy, and they are as beautiful as artificial flowers in a high-necked porcelain vase. However, once they enter matrimony, they transform into the formidable mistresses of their households, managing all the family's servants with precision, ensuring that the living room, study, bedroom, and the master's formal attire remain immaculate, while also guaranteeing that the kitchen provides decent meals, among other responsibilities. Does marriage truly possess such magical power, enabling an ignorant girl to metamorphose overnight into a competent mistress of the home? It is, of course, impossible. In truth, the facade of ignorance before marriage is merely a disguise to embrace the responsibilities of a mistress in the future. Every well-bred woman of this era has undergone extensive training long before reaching a suitable age for marriage. From a tender age, they have followed their mothers, absorbing the art of managing an entire household. Upon marriage, they arrive equipped with servants, dowries, and the requisite skills to assume control of another family. While men may perceive women as weak and uninformed, women have astutely leveraged this perception to manipulate men, a little secret unbeknownst to the gentleman. The deceived men can only blame society, which has imposed the singular objective for unmarried ladies to find a husband of equal standing. The Navarre family is no exception. Like every respectable household in the city of Hylon, Anna Navarre has been groomed by her mother since childhood to become an exemplary wife and mistress. In fact, the expectations placed upon Mrs. Navarre's eldest daughter surpass those set for the average noblewoman. While a typical noblewoman may bear children, nurture them, and manage the household effectively, that is where her duties often conclude. Matters beyond the home are deemed the responsibility of men, and women are expected to refrain from unnecessary involvement. For a lady, to engage in the public sphere and work like a man is considered exceedingly improper, inviting gossip, unless, of course, she is a widow. As a respectable widow, Mrs. Navarre not only demands her eldest daughter to be a competent mistress, but she also hopes Anna will possess a business acumen surpassing that of men, capable of undertaking responsibilities traditionally not assigned to women, ensuring that one day she can manage the Navarre Trading Company without the risk of losing their wealth due to an incompetent heir. Thus, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon, when Mrs. Navarre attends to her duties in the grand office of the Navarre Trading Company, Anna quietly sits beside her mother at the large mahogany desk, using a small knife to open letter after letter, assisting Mrs. Navarre in reviewing accounts, listening to employee reports, and silently observing her mother's decision-making process. Mr. Ludovico, Mrs. Navarre's voice is soft and magnetic, as she inquires at a measured pace. Could you kindly explain why, despite having issued a written order 2 months ago, you have yet to achieve even half of the planned purchase volume? The employee's chair is situated 2 meters from Mrs. Navarre's desk, positioned in the center of the expansive office. The chair is uncomfortable, devoid of any obstructions in front, and surrounded by emptiness, as the office is arranged to ensure that the person seated feels as though they are under scrutiny. However, the middle-aged man seated opposite Madame Navarre did not exhibit the same unease as the younger employees. He sat upright in his chair, holding his hat in hand, his hair interspersed with strands of silver, meticulously styled. Lodovico responded with calm composure. Madam, the prices of sulfur, saltpeter, lead, and iron are steadily escalating, and the market is rife with competitors vying for the same goods. Our current inventory is the result of our diligent procurement efforts. Furthermore, purchasing the quantity you require at the present price would deplete the majority of our liquid assets. Our primary focus does not lie in these bulk commodities. Thus, I cannot endorse your speculative actions. You make a valid point, Madame Navarre acknowledged with a nod of approval, tapping the bell on her desk. The maid, who had been waiting outside the office, opened the door. Summon all senior partners to my office, Madame Navarre commanded in a clear voice. The maid nodded and closed the door behind her. Anna sensed a shift in the atmosphere, which had grown increasingly grave. Lodovico's soft hat had become misshapen in his grip. Yet he maintained an outward facade of calm, his expression unruffled. The senior partners of the Navarre firm entered in succession, exchanging silent glances and forming a loose line, with only Lodovico remaining seated. Good afternoon, gentlemen, Madame Navarre greeted them with a nod. The senior partners responded by placing their hats over their hearts and bowing in return. Now that everyone is present, Mr. Lodovico can elucidate the contents of these two ledgers for us, Madame Navarre stated, retrieving two black-covered ledgers from her drawer. Upon seeing them, Lodovico's complexion drained of color, and he fell silent, his gaze lowered. The senior partners, seasoned businessmen, immediately grasped the implications of the term dual ledgers. The office fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, as all present held their breath, awaiting Madame Navarre's next words. What distinguishes these two ledgers? She inquired. The distinction lies in the fact that one ledger records all transactions of bulk purchases of sulfur, saltpeter, and other goods over the past 2 months, while the other has erased most of the entries, retaining only a scant portion of the content. Madame Navarre slammed the ledger onto the desk. Mr. Lodovico, your plan is quite ingenious. You have funneled the goods purchased by the Navarre firm to your brother-in-law. And if the prices of these bulk commodities rise, you would produce the false ledger, sell the goods, and reap a substantial profit. Conversely, should the prices fall, you would present the true ledger, allowing the firm to absorb the losses. Anna noticed Madame Navarre signaling her with her eyes, understanding her mother's intent. She obediently picked up the ledger to present it to the assembled senior partners, yet none dared to accept it for closer inspection. After making the rounds, she retrieved the ledger once more. What have I done to deserve such disrespect from you? Madame Navarre's tone was frigid. You have worked for the Navarre family for over a decade, becoming the most senior partner. I placed my trust in you, yet you have betrayed that trust. Do you have anything further to say? From the moment Madame Navarre produced 2 ledgers, Lodovico lowered his head deeply. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in the mind of this esteemed employee. After a brief pause, he raised his head, regaining his composure and serenity. The ledgers bear no distinction of authenticity. One is merely my conjecture. The goods procured by the Navarre Trading Company amount to only what is present in the warehouse, corresponding precisely with the legitimate ledger. I have not misappropriated the firm's funds for personal gain. Since you no longer trust me, I kindly request to resign. Lodovico calmly adjusted his attire, donned his hat, and stood up, preparing to leave. In that instant, he once again embodied the role of the chief partner, second only to Madame Navarre herself. What are you clenching your teeth and holding on for? Do you hope that Mr. Yano will continue to support you, waiting for you to leave so he can liquidate the goods to cover the losses? Madame Navarre inquired leisurely. The senior partners erupted in a chorus of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Madame Navarre would unearth another rat. A tall, slender senior partner was pushed to the forefront, awkwardly bowing to Madame Navarre, his mouth opening and closing in silence, ultimately choosing to remain mute. You now feel invincible, merely because you believe your accounts are flawless, and not a single coin from the firm is missing. Yet you have mortgaged the inventory of fabric to serve as capital for purchasing bulk goods. Do you think I cannot discover this? Madame Navarre retrieved several documents from her drawer, smiling as she queried. Lodovico replied politely. The unauthorized mortgaging of the firm's inventory was Mr. Yano's personal action. I see no connection to myself. You should hold Mr. Yano accountable. Madam, I never intended to embezzle the firm's funds. It was Lodovico who insisted that I needed a sum for circulation, which compelled me to act. Realizing he had been betrayed, Yano shouted, Lodovico deceived me. He is a devil. Yano charged at Lodovico, exclaiming, You devil. Lodovico met him with a punch, sending the slender Yano crashing to the ground, clutching his face and groaning in agony. Upon seeing blood trickle through Yano's fingers, Anna gasped in shock. Quite the spectacle, madam, miss, gentlemen, Lodovico said with poise as he removed his hat, bowing to the assembled company, as if genuinely remorseful for his outburst. Mr. Yano is not my partner. Our relationship is merely one of creditor and debtor, substantiated by a promissory note. As for the origin of the funds Mr. Yano lent me, I must confess, I am not privy to that information. Having said this, Lodovico replaced his soft hat and turned to leave. A round of applause erupted from behind the desk. Brilliant. Truly brilliant, Mr. Lodovico, Madame Navarre remarked, clapping and laughing. You have crafted a complete logic that legally exonerates you. Even if I accuse you, you can still defend yourself in court. However, you have made a grave error. Madame Navarre's tone shifted. I can be unreasonable. She pressed the bell on her desk, and several fierce army soldiers emerged from the adjacent room, led by an army officer. Without hesitation, the soldiers approached and seized Ludovico, who shouted in resistance. only to be struck violently in the face with a lead-filled baton by one of the soldiers. Half conscious from the brutal blow, Ludovico was swiftly bound. Madame Navarre approached him from behind her desk, leaning down to coldly inform him. The Navarre Trading Company signed a contract with the army 2 months ago. You are not merely trafficking my goods, but rather, you are trading military supplies. Therefore, you may present your case at the military tribunal, Mr. Ludovico. The army officer nodded to Madame Navarre and took both Ludovico and Janos away. Witnessing the widow's formidable authority, the remaining senior partners of the Navarre Trading Company fell silent. Mr. Leo, Madame Navarre called out another senior partner's name. Unease rippled through the crowd. Could Madame Navarre be seizing this opportunity to reshuffle the ranks? A plump, moderately tall man stepped forward, bowing and smiling obsequiously at Madame Navarre. Ludovico's responsibilities will now be assumed by you, and junior partner Piero will take over your current position. The others may leave, but Mr. Leo, please remain. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. It seemed this matter had reached a temporary conclusion. Once the other partners had departed, the rotund Mr. Leo cautiously inquired, Madam, shall we continue with the original plan to acquire sulfur, saltpeter, and other goods? The current prices are quite high. Continue. The future prices will be even higher, Madame Navarre replied wearily, leaning back in her chair and rubbing her forehead. I believe it is unnecessary to treat Mr. Ludovico in such a manner. It is too cruel. After all, he has been a friend of our family for many years. And he has even held Kate in his arms. Those soldiers will not let him off easily, Anna whispered to her mother in the carriage home. You have been taught for so many years, and yet you still do not understand? Madame Navarre sighed. The world beyond our home is a man's world. And thus a woman's demeanor must be even more masculine to avoid being belittled. If your father were still alive, would Ludovico dare to act this way? Therefore, I must be even more ruthless than your father to protect our family's wealth. Remember this. Why not teach Catherine instead? Anna murmured. She rather enjoys business. When you took me to the trading company, she nearly turned green with envy. I think it is not too late for you to start teaching her now. She would be quite willing. Why must it be me? I have no interest in ledgers. Is it not better to assign the right person to the right task? Madame Navarre let out a sigh, remarking, Your sister is merely enamored with the sensation of wielding control over others. When both of your sisters marry, I shall prepare an abundance of dowries to ensure they become the most opulent brides in Guitu City. However, I cannot allow Kate to oversee the business. Anna pouted and huffed softly. Observing her daughter's defiance, Madame Navarre earnestly advised Anna, Listen well, managing the Navarre trading house is not a privilege. It is a profound responsibility. It is a parental duty, and with it comes the obligation to care for your 2 sisters for a lifetime. Lost in her memories, Madame Navarre continued, When you were young, you would quarrel with your sister. Though you were the one who got scratched, it was Kate who came crying to me, while you shed not a single tear. At that moment, I realized that your sister is but a flower that blossoms in summer, should the world turn harsh. Kate would struggle to survive on her own. That is why I chose you. I do not wish to care for Catherine for all eternity. Anna, feeling indignant, retorted, Caring for Olivia is one thing, but Catherine does not require my guardianship. She has never regarded me as a sister. Madame Navarre tenderly adjusted her daughter's hair and smiled. When you both grow older, you will reflect on your quarrels with your sister as fond memories. The carriage journeyed back from the outskirts to the Navarre estate. The butler assisted the lady and her daughter alight from the carriage, gently reporting, General Serviati and Mr. Montaigne are awaiting you at the residence. It seems that Mr. Montaigne is seeking Miss Anna. Chapter 52. Giovanni's request in the tranquil drawing room of Madame Navarre. Antonio reclined on the sofa, admiring the artworks adorning the walls, feeling utterly at home. Meanwhile, Winters sat upright in his chair, observing with meticulous attention, resembling a statue. Do not be so tense. Antonio cheerfully offered a small dish of nuts to Winters. You appear just like a somber monk, merely lacking a chain to chastise your own back. Whom shall I blame? Winters replied, vexed by the apparent nonchalance of the main culprit. Antonio casually peeled a fig from the small table, savoring it piece by piece. Am I not here accompanying you? Why did Winters and Antonio find themselves at the Navarre mansion? The story is somewhat convoluted. Major Moritz possessed only 10 steel spikes, which were woefully inadequate. Thus, Winters sought the assistance of his uncle, Giovanni Serviati, the brother of Antonio. The Serviati family's history in Guitu City is relatively brief. It was not until Antonio and Giovanni's father, Cavalier, that the Serviati family began to flourish in sea blue. Cavalier, a hot-tempered Venetan with a prominent nose, was forced to leave his own family due to a vendetta in his youth. His mother pressed 2 gold coins into his hand, kissing his cheek and tearfully admonishing him, "My dear son, do not squander these coins. Keep them close, but do not spend them. The red markings on the coins bear the blood of Saint Novellata. Carry them with you, and Saint Novellata will bless you. I will pray for you every moment." His father silently handed him a fine sword. Thus, armed with a sword, 2 gold coins, and his mother's blessings, Cavalier journeyed alone from the City of Flowers to the City of Azure. He soon pawned the exquisite sword and squandered the 2 gold coins, indulging in a period of comfort. However, within a few days, the money ran out, and the new acquaintances he had made in the City of Azure abandoned him at twice the speed they had approached. Left destitute, Cavalier endured a period of hardship until he was taken in by a kind-hearted silversmith as an apprentice. After enduring the rigors of apprenticeship, he became a recognized member of the Precious Metals Guild in the City of Azure. When Cavalier's eldest son, Antonio, was born, he had already gained a modest reputation as a skilled silversmith, owning a respectable workshop. He also redeemed the ancestral sword and the 2 coins said to bear the blood of Saint Novellata. Cavalier Salviati's eldest son, Antonio, was accepted into the military academy, becoming a soldier, while his younger son, Giovanni, inherited his father's craft and took over the workshop after Cavalier's passing, becoming a silversmith. If Antonio held a fatherly place in Winter's heart, Giovanni, although referred to as an uncle, was more like a brother. Cavalier's lineage faced hardship, losing 5 children to infancy. It was many years after the birth of his first son before he had a second healthy child. Antonio and Giovanni had a 14-year age gap, while Giovanni was only 9 years older than Winters. Thus, compared to his elder brother, Giovanni, who was 14 years his senior, shared a closer bond with Winters, often indulging in mischief together. The majority of the misdeeds Winters committed during his childhood were instigated by Giovanni. If Winters set fire to the house, he would not confide in Antonio or Kesha, but he would tell Giovanni. If Giovanni committed a crime, he would not inform his brother, instead seeking Winters' assistance in disposing of the body. Among the 10 steel spikes given to Winters by Moritz, only 5 were suitable for practical use, which was insufficient. Winters contemplated commissioning someone to fabricate a batch of similar spikes based on the lieutenant colonel's specifications. Given the metal-related nature of the task, Winters immediately thought of his uncle Giovanni. Although Giovanni specialized in precious metals, Winters believed he must know some skilled blacksmiths. In addition to crafting a batch of steel spikes, Winters had another purpose: to create a scabbard for Elizabeth's dagger. The dagger that Elizabeth had previously wrested from Winters and returned to Sophia was inexplicably gifted back to her by Sophia, under the influence of some unidentifiable persuasive technique employed by Elizabeth. The leather sheath that Elizabeth had painstakingly crafted proved to be inadequate, quickly becoming riddled with holes from the dagger. Thus, Winters found himself tasked with enlisting Giovanni to create a silver sheath for Elizabeth. Naturally, while the exterior would be fashioned from silver, the interior would require a soft cork lining to prevent the blade from becoming dulled. Initially, Winters had presumed that crafting several hundred identical steel cones would pose no significant challenge. However, after engaging in discussions with an authentic blacksmith, he became acutely aware of the complexities involved. The challenge of ensuring consistency in shape and weight through pure handcrafting was formidable. The steel cones provided to Winters by Major Moritz were cylindrical, but hand forging could not produce such a form. Instead, they would emerge as prisms, necessitating painstaking filing to smooth out the edges. Should steel be utilized, the process would become even more laborious. Furthermore, it was imperative that each piece maintain uniform weight, compounding the difficulty exponentially. Even with Giovanni's most precise balance, designed for weighing gold, the discrepancies in weight among the 10 steel cones given to Winters by Major Moritz could not be accurately gauged. Giovanni's blacksmith friend marveled at these 10 cones, asserting that he lacked the skill to produce them, and even if he exerted considerable effort, each cone would exceed the cost of a single silver coin. According to Giovanni, while the material was inexpensive, the labor invested by the craftsman far surpassed the intrinsic value of the material itself. The worth of the artisan's labor was grossly undervalued, leading to a scarcity of craftsmen willing to invest such effort into base metals. These small items were akin to engraving patterns on iron. At this juncture, Winters began to comprehend why the specially forged steel cones, crafted from silver coins for spellcasting purposes by Major Moritz, commanded a price exceeding that of a single silver coin. It would be more practical to utilize silver coins as projectiles, as they were uniformly produced by the Veneta Mint, readily available in equal weight and similar shape. In contrast to the challenges faced with the custom steel cones, creating a sheath for Elizabeth proved to be a far simpler endeavor. Winters brought the dagger along for the process. Giovanni measured the dimensions and prepared a wax mold. Elizabeth merely needed to await the delivery of the sheath from her uncle Giovanni. By the way, did the young lady express any desire for specific decorative patterns on the sheath? Giovanni casually inquired as he returned the dagger to Winters. Caught off guard by the question, Winters hesitated, unwilling to presume Elizabeth's preferences. Consequently, he undertook the arduous journey back home to consult her directly. Elizabeth did not provide an immediate response. Instead, after a visit to the studio, she handed Winters 2 paintings. These artworks diverged from the conventional religious style, leaning more towards expressive painting, eschewing linear perspective in favor of intricate, delicate brushwork that depicted a vibrant tapestry of blooms, all while skillfully employing the technique of negative space without descending into complexity. Upon beholding the 2 exquisite paintings, Giovanni was utterly astounded, and the very next day, he presented a meticulously crafted sword sheath. The designs provided by Elizabeth were skillfully replicated on the sheath using the technique of embossing. This artisanal method involves striking the reverse side of a thin metal sheet with small chisels to create symmetrical patterns, resulting in a bas-relief texture on the front. By hand-carving intricate details, the clarity of the embossed lines is enhanced, ultimately resulting in a stunning decorative effect on the metal surface. This embellishment not only serves an aesthetic purpose, but also provides a more secure grip on the sheath. Upon receiving the sheath, Elizabeth was enamored and eagerly showcased it to Kesha and Antonio. However, Giovanni had another motive for visiting his young nephew, with a hearty laugh. He playfully hooked Winters by the neck, inquiring about the origin of the 2 designs and whether more existed. Giovanni had previously presented these designs to another wealthy lady, promptly securing 2 orders for silver salt cellars. In contrast to base metal artisans, the craftsmanship of precious metal artisans is held in higher esteem, regardless of the effort expended. Iron seldom fetches a price equivalent to that of silver. Yet, through the meticulous artistry of precious metal craftsmen, the value of gold and silver items can significantly surpass the worth of the raw materials themselves. Consequently, rather than pursuing mass production like their base metal counterparts, precious metal artisans have chosen a different path, investing their efforts into crafting fewer, yet exquisite, gold and silver pieces for profit. Astute Giovanni discerned that affluent female patrons were particularly fond of this new style of pattern, which he recognized as a promising opportunity akin to discovering a new vein of ore. He eagerly sought to acquire additional designs. Winters explained, the designs are from Ella. She frequently visits Lady Anguissila's studio. They must be her own creations. Upon hearing this, Giovanni expressed his regret. That little girl, if I were to ask her, she would surely attempt to extort me. Winters shrugged in response. But hasn't Ella always listened to you? Giovanni seemed to have a plan in mind. Why not persuade her to provide a few more designs while I assist you with the issue of the steel cones? Giovanni proposed to Winters that the time required for crafting cylindrical shapes was excessive and thus impractical. Instead, he suggested utilizing triangular prisms, which could be directly forged on a grooved anvil. Once the blacksmith produced rough blanks of approximately equal weight, they would be sent to Giovanni's workshop for refinement through the precious metal processing technique of precision grinding. Although this method might not achieve the exactness of the 10 steel cones in Winters' possession, it would ensure a greater consistency in shape and weight, and importantly, the cost would be acceptable to Winters. This proposal was one Winters could hardly refuse, though he was taken aback by his uncle's unexpected approach to negotiating a deal. Observing Winters' resentful gaze, Giovanni conceded to create an additional silver saddle horn as compensation for the designs. Moreover, regardless of whether Winters could procure additional designs, it would assist him in resolving the issue concerning the steel spikes. However, to the astonishment of both Winters and Giovanni, Elizabeth informed Winters that the designs were not her own creation. She unveiled a name that Winters least desired to hear, Ananaver. Elizabeth not only knew Anna but shared a close relationship with her. Together with several other female companions, Anna and Elizabeth studied in the studio of Lady Anguissila. Those 2 designs were commissioned by Elizabeth from Anna. Pride is a delicate thing, It compels individuals to act nobly, yet can simultaneously obstruct communication between them. Due to his pride, Major Layton honored his commitment to his first jump, while Winters, despite the wounds on his arm, charged into the enemy's quarters. Similarly, it was pride that rendered Winters reluctant to explain himself to Miss Navarre, and even less inclined to encounter her again. After all, that unprovoked slap had stung quite painfully. Yet, Elizabeth, with a mischievous smile, obstinately refused to assist Winters in seeking Anna for the designs, evidently having already learned through her own channels about the slap Winters had received from Anna. This was likely one of the few amusements in her otherwise mundane life, and she certainly would not let it slip away easily. My friend holds a particularly poor impression of you, and I would prefer to avoid her. Do you truly wish to subject yourself to another slap? Winters grasped Elizabeth, preventing her from escaping. For your own good, Winters, Elizabeth retorted, her reasoning elaborate, yet feigned seriousness evident in her tone. You have nearly driven Anna to her wit's end. Now my companions perceive you as an exceedingly disreputable man. If you apologize to Anna, she will forgive you. Why should I apologize? Winters exclaimed, bemused, having discerned Elizabeth's intentions. Was it truly a source of joy for her to witness him receiving another slap? Unable to contain herself any longer, Elizabeth erupted into laughter. Just then, Antonio returned home, prompting Elizabeth to seek her father's assistance. Antonio's demeanor was rather genial. I had presumed these young ladies merely visited Lady Anguissila's studio for amusement. It appears they possess considerable talent. Since Giovanni requires Miss Navarre's assistance, I shall escort you to the Navarre estate. Could you not simply approach Lady Navarre and request some of her daughter's artwork? Giovanni implored. You are aiding him, not me. It is your responsibility to go. I am visiting the Navarre estate to apologize for my previous indiscretion. Antonio's smile mirrored that of Elizabeth's, leading Winters to reaffirm that Ella's penchant for mischief was indeed inherited from Antonio. Upon returning to the small parlor of Lady Navarre, Antonio and Winters awaited the arrival of both mother and daughter. Antonio, an old acquaintance of Lady Navarre, succinctly articulated his purpose, hoping to procure several works from Miss Navarre on behalf of his brother Giovanni. Before Anna could utter a word, Lady Navarre had already consented on her daughter's behalf. Subsequently, Antonio cheerfully engaged Anna in conversation first in the old tongue and then transitioned to the ancient language. Anna responded effortlessly, leaving Madame Navarre somewhat bewildered. Winters could comprehend the exchange, yet it was merely a casual exchange of pleasantries between Antonio and Anna, devoid of substantial content. Upon confirming Anna's proficiency in both the old tongue and the ancient language, Antonio rose and, with great solemnity, performed a deep bow to Anna, sincerely stating, Miss Anna, I extend my apologies for my previous indiscretion in regarding you as an ordinary woman. Both Anna and Madame Navarre, along with Winters, were taken aback. In any case, the standing of men in this era far surpassed that of women. Moreover, even if Anna were male, the societal rank of Major General Antonio Serviati, commander of the Standing Legion, would still eclipse hers. It is exceedingly rare for an individual of higher status to apologize to one of lower standing. Regardless of the time or place, most individuals of elevated rank, even when deserving of an apology, would simply disregard the matter entirely. Witnessing this scene, Winters began to admire his uncle's composure, for Antonio exhibited no reluctance. He sincerely apologized to Anna for his actions. Startled by Antonio's profound bow, Anna hastily rose and clumsily returned a curtsy. Antonio, opting not to say more, turned to Madame Navarre with a smile, requesting, might Miss Navarre fetch some of the paintings? Madame Navarre, utterly perplexed, was unaware of what had transpired, having understood none of the earlier exchange between Antonio and Anna. Finally, Antonio resumed speaking in the common tongue, to which Madame Navarre, elegantly reclining on the chaise longue, replied, Let the two children go together. You and I have much to discuss. Winters followed closely behind Anna, and the two walked in silence straight to her studio. Inside, several easels were set up, and the table was cluttered with canvases and sheets of paper. Numerous panels, covered in white cloth, leaned against the walls, seemingly completed works. Many sheets of paper-bearing sketches lay scattered on the floor. Anna, with her back to Winters, rummaged through the table and, in a fit of annoyance, exclaimed, Mr. Serviati, you truly harbor a deep-seated disdain for women. Did you think it permissible to treat an ordinary woman with such levity? Winters was rendered speechless. The more Anna contemplated, the angrier she became, and she turned to Winters, demanding, What are your thoughts on this, Monsieur Montaigne? After a moment of contemplation, Winters replied slowly, my perspective is that as a guest, I should not be treated in such a manner. A roll of drawing paper was thrown towards Winters. However, the throw lacked force, and he easily caught it. Is it permissible for a guest to humiliate me and then request my work? Anna approached once more, clutching several large rolls of drawing paper, and thrust them into Winters' hands, declaring, here, no one can speak for me. I have never harbored any frivolous thoughts towards you. On the contrary, it is you who have been exceedingly rude. Winters, maintaining his composure, replied, if you do not wish to gift me the drawings, I am more than willing to purchase them. However, to be frank, my respect for you has diminished compared to before. Anna, now truly exasperated, retorted, shall you strike me again? Winters inquired with a hint of sarcasm. This statement, laden with mockery, drove Anna to the brink of fury, prompting her to weep. Indeed, Anna cried, collapsing to the ground in a fit of sobs. Winters stood in shock, utterly bewildered and at a loss for words. Why are you crying? Surely you are not fainting? He questioned, to which her sobs only intensified. What is this? I am innocent. If your servant hears, both you and I will be in a predicament, she lamented, yet her words had no effect. Winters crouched beside her, tentatively suggesting, shall I strike you once to even the score? Go ahead. Anna lifted her head, her tear-stained face reflecting a mix of vulnerability and fierceness. Finally, his words bore fruit. I do not strike ladies. Winters initially intended to say he does not strike women, but recalling the fierce assassin Sophia, he opted for the term ladies instead. Anna ceased her tears. Her eyes reddened as she sniffled and inquired, you mentioned wanting to buy my drawings, correct? I am willing. Name your price. Do not be exorbitant. Winters thought to himself. I still need to seek reimbursement from Uncle Giovanni. You shall know the price. Anna shot him a glare and pushed him out of the studio. On their way home, Antonio remarked to Winters, Miss Navarre is indeed remarkable. I believe if she were not a woman, she would accomplish even more. Did you not recently tell me that it is a widow who upholds half of Veneta? Winters countered. Indeed, I spoke of a widow, Antonio replied with a smile. If Miss Navarre were to become a widow, she would surely achieve even greater things. At Navarre Manor, Anna buried her head in the embrace of Lady Navarre, her face revealing no trace of her earlier tears. Are you quite familiar with that young man named Winters? Lady Navarre inquired casually. No, today marks only our second meeting. Anna responded absently. What do you think of him? Not well. Lady Navarre replied earnestly. I know his mother and have met his father. He possesses northern blood. Our family does not intermarry with northerners. Do you understand? Oh dear. Mother, what are you saying? I am not Caitlin, who constantly thinks of marriage. Chapter 53. The Honor Guard. In the early dawn, a splendid three-masted ship emerged upon the sea, its main mast proudly displaying the flag representing the Emperor of the Malo Empire, while the second highest mast bore the heraldry of an unfamiliar noble. This majestic vessel, with its three masts, was far from comparable to the humble little Seagull. It was a grand warship, towering with 3 stories in both the aft and fore structures, resembling 2 mighty humps standing tall upon the deck. In comparison, the little Seagull appeared as a mere dwarf before this great ship, easily crushed by a mere flick of a finger. At last, it has arrived. We have waited so long for this moment, Andre whispered in mild complaint to Winters. Yawning, Winters remarked, shrouded in mystery, one wonders which eminent figure it might be. As a temporary member of the Honor Guard, Winters and Andre had been waiting at the naval dock outside Blue Sea City since before dawn, now utterly fatigued. Bud, being slightly shorter, had been fortunate enough to be excluded from this selection. Winters, Andre, and 18 other cadet officers had been unfortunately chosen, now standing with halberds in hand, clad in armor, serving as an honor guard to bolster the Army's display. With the investigation shifting its focus inward toward the Army, Winters found himself rather idle, as all formal officers outranked him, leaving a cadet officer with no authority to question any formal officer. Although the military police theoretically serve as the Army's instrument for internal matters, Field S Military Police Department was a different entity altogether. Essentially, the military police at the Army headquarters acted merely as gatekeepers, their jurisdiction limited to the perimeter of the headquarters walls, standing guard at several main gates without ever having apprehended anyone. Thus, Winters had spent recent days on duty at the office, handling the dispatch of documents and scheduling guard shifts, while passing the time engaging in tea and conversation with the scribe, Morik. He also found ample time to attend to personal matters, such as ordering custom steel spikes, crafting scabbards for Elizabeth, and procuring patterns for Giovanni. Meanwhile, two senior officers toiled outside in pursuit of the case. Few army officers met the criteria of proficiency with firearms, adeptness in swift swordplay, bearing a facial scar, and lacking an alibi for the day of the assassination. The majority of army officers possessed only a rudimentary knowledge of firearms, serving as commanders of musketeers rather than as musketeers themselves. Moreover, as Instructor Null had pointed out, many officers abandoned swordsmanship after leaving military school, as it was seldom required. For instance, since embarking on his journey home, Lieutenant Montaigne had not practiced swordsmanship, relying solely on past glories to prevail over Major Moritz. A century ago, even kings and dukes donned armor and charged into battle on horseback at the front lines. However, with the evolution of military philosophy, the scale of armies has expanded dramatically, transforming the role of officers into a technical profession. The Northern Empire, despite having a ready supply of military aristocrats, has recently begun to emulate the Southern Alliance by establishing military academies. The valor of individuals is no longer the primary criterion for evaluating a commander. Hence, only those who possess a genuine passion for swordsmanship and marksmanship will persist in honing such skills. Major Moritz, who had long enjoyed a life of leisure, could no longer feign ignorance, as Winters' description evoked memories of a small society known as the Duelists' Club. This club, a modest association within the army, comprised officers who delighted in the art of combat, both with cold and hot weapons, gathering regularly for contests. Though not a clandestine organization, it welcomed any army officer with an interest. Moritz deemed it prudent to commence his inquiries with the members of the Duelists' Club and, rather uncharacteristically, volunteered for the task of acquiring the membership list, for he himself was among their ranks. However, after only 2 days of reprieve, a new assignment arrived. Headquarters had selected the 20 tallest probationary officers from this year's cohort. Winters was informed that he had been honored with a place in the Officers' Honor Guard of the Veneta Army. It was then that Winters learned that each year, 20 of the tallest new officers were chosen to serve as this so-called Honor Guard, essentially acting as imposing figures at various significant army events. As such, they were often called upon to serve as living statues for any and all occasions, a duty that no regular officer relished, resulting in a continual rotation of probationary officers for this role. Both Andre and Winters found themselves unfortunate enough to be selected. Standing idly at the dock early in the morning, their armor glistening with dew, unaware of whom they were to welcome. As they passed the artillery fortifications surrounding the naval dock, the ship's cannon deck and the gun ports on the stern opened one by one, revealing the dark mouths of the cannons. From Winters and Andre's perspective, the battleship exhaled plumes of blue smoke, followed by the thunderous roars echoing across the sea, a salute from the warship. The loading of cannons required time. The 32-pound short guns, intended for close-range destruction of enemy ships, necessitated sailors to hoist themselves over the hull for loading. When a warship entered a foreign port, discharging empty cannon ports signified a gesture of goodwill, which over time morphed into this unique form of etiquette. The naval fortifications reciprocated with their own salute. As they drew nearer, Winters discerned that the battleship's hull was lavishly adorned with oil paint, wood carvings, and gilding. These ostentatious embellishments bore no practical utility in combat, serving solely to convey the grandeur and majesty of the crown, provoking within Winters a profound disdain for the superficial opulence characteristic of the Northern Empire's style. Guided by a pilot boat, the magnificent and imposing warship gradually furled its sails and elegantly approached the naval dock. First gun crew, fire! At the command, the Army's cannons roared to life. For over 2 decades, the Army and Navy of Veneta have been locked in a relentless rivalry, contending over everything from military budgets to seats on the Council of 13, down to the most trivial matters. The recent salute from the coastal artillery was a gesture from the Navy, and with the Army present, it was imperative that they not allow the Navy to represent Veneta alone. Thus, the Army had also maneuvered a dozen cannons to fire a salute. As the people on the ship remained on board, 2 figures began to grow larger as they circled in the sky. Initially, these figures appeared no bigger than seagulls, but this was merely an illusion caused by their altitude. As they descended closer to the ground, the crowd at the dock began to realize that these were 2 terrifying behemoths. These avian giants resembled eagles, yet ordinary eagles could not possibly attain such size. The wingspan of these colossal birds surpassed that of a warship, soaring through the air like two ominous clouds. The massive creatures swooped down, causing the gunners to scatter in fear, their shouts falling on deaf ears as they fled. The two great eagles gracefully landed on the dock, extending their wings in a display of dominance, emitting a piercing shriek while surveying their surroundings with their cold, yellow eyes. Winters estimated that the wingspan of these majestic eagles was at least 10 meters, towering above the dock like two imposing walls. Unlike the gunners, Winters did not flee. The officer's honor guard remained steadfast, aware of what these creatures represented. Yet, had he not witnessed these two eagles with his own eyes, Winters would have found it hard to believe in the existence of such beings. Uttering an expletive under his breath, he gasped in astonishment. The pseudo-emperor truly possesses such giants. I thought it was all mere exaggeration in the annals of warfare. Andrei, however, did not respond. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth clattered against one another. One could not fault Andrei. The dread instilled by such monstrous beings was overwhelming, as if a mythical creature had torn itself from the pages of a tome. The fact that Andrei had not joined the gunners in their retreat was already a testament to his courage. What are we afraid of? Winters nudged Andrei discreetly. As long as it's a living creature, it must fear cannon fire. It's just a large turkey, after all. The pseudo-emperor can only conjure such grandiloquent spectacles to intimidate us. I'm not afraid, Andrei retorted angrily, though his body language betrayed his words. From the backs of the eagles dismounted two individuals of modest stature, triggering another wave of gasps among the soldiers. These riders bore no armor, clad instead in supple black leather. One of them stepped forward before the army and navy honor guards, proclaiming loudly, I, Count Narzia, the cabinet minister with full authority, salute you on behalf of His Exalted Majesty, Emperor Duel. His stature may have been short, but his voice resonated with remarkable strength, audible throughout the entire naval dock. This was clearly an attempt to intimidate the people of Veneta, to instill fear. Who did he think he was scaring? Andrei observed closely, expressing his dissatisfaction. Winters scoffed in response. These inbred imbeciles thrive on such futile displays. Before dawn, the two men arrived at the naval dock, waiting to be summoned, their spirits dampened by the recent turn of events. Standing at the rear of the formation, they began to engage in whispered conversations, unrestrained by their surroundings. A contingent of soldiers clad in black half-armor, each bearing a straight sword at their waist, was the first to disembark. They formed a precise line along the entire length of the gangway, extending all the way to the shore. Is this the loyalist army of the Oathbreaker? Winters mused, surveying the black-armored soldiers. Surely, they are not as formidable as the tales suggest. The fact that the loyalist army has been dispatched for protection indicates that the Oathbreaker places considerable importance on this so-called Minister of Seals. The loyalist army was established under the reign of the current Emperor Henry III, following the death of the previous monarch. As the name implies, this military force was exclusively composed of soldiers recruited from the orphans of fallen soldiers and deceased royal officials, primarily tasked with guarding the imperial palace and protecting Emperor Henry III himself. They were the only military unit permitted to bear arms within the palace, earning the trust of the Oathbreaker and earning the reputation of being the most elite force in the empire. Andrei, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "The Oathbreaker himself has betrayed his vows, which is why he harbors such fear of others betraying him. Thus, he creates this farce. When a father falls, the son must continue to serve the Oathbreaker. Instead of calling it the Loyalist Army, it should be named the Army of Extinction." The black-armored soldiers could not hear Andrei's words, yet Winters felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Fundamentally, he too was a member of the Loyalist Army, belonging to the Loyalist faction of Veneta. Many cadets at the Army Officer School, like Winters, were offspring of fallen officers. Just as Andrei expressed, when the father dies, the son continues to serve. Realizing his thoughtless comment, Andrei slapped himself through his helmet, muttering, "My mouth can be quite reckless, please disregard it." Winters understood that Andrei's words were unintentional and, in the end, he offered a reassuring smile to his companion. The ceremonial guard's duty was straightforward, to stand in silent vigil alongside the naval officer's honor guard, locked in a silent stare. Once the dignitaries had departed in their carriages, the ceremonial unit was dismissed. However, as Winters was about to return to the army headquarters, he was halted by an unfamiliar figure. Chapter 54. The reunion with Benway the newcomer, wearing a large hat and keeping his head lowered, entered the horse stable where officers tied their mounts. inquiring about Winters Montagne. He was directed to the young man. Although Winters did not recognize the face, the newcomer accurately called out his surname. "You are Mr. Montagne? Do I know you?" Winters responded, growing cautious. "I am a friend of Benway Nudo, and I bear a message from him." Upon hearing Benway Nudo's name, Winters quickly led the newcomer to a secluded area outside the stable. According to the informant, a group of Montaigne's men were searching diligently for Benway. Yet this friend had openly mentioned Benway's name in the presence of others. "What message do you have? Speak quickly," Winters urged, unable to resist reminding the stranger. "There are those searching for your friend. Do not carelessly mention his name. If a person with ill intentions were to hear that name, they could easily track him down. However, it is unlikely. Montarians are not that formidable. I have delivered numerous letters without ever making a mistake." This messenger, Benvenuto, considers himself quite experienced and dismisses Winters' concerns. Observing the messenger's nonchalant smile, Winters silently seethes. The Vaughn people possess no sense of confidentiality. Countless clandestine military operations have deceived enemy scouts and spies, only to falter due to the careless whispers of shepherds or woodcutters. One must never underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the masses. This is a crucial lesson Winters learned in his military history class. Yet discussing this with the messenger seemed futile. Winters directly inquired, "What message did he ask you to deliver to me?" Benvenuto conveyed that he is well and safe and that you need not worry about him. He will seek you out once the storm has passed. "Where is he staying now?" Winters pondered. Without hesitation, the messenger replied, "He is living at my home." 2 hours later, in a small courtyard on the outskirts of a village, Benvenuto was chopping wood. His shirt was draped aside, exposing his bare arms. Tanned from years of labor at the docks, he was neither overweight nor particularly muscular. Instead, he appeared lean. However, when he wielded the axe, one could discern the latent strength within his sinewy frame. Benvenuto took on the task of chopping, the axe rising and falling, cleaving the wood effortlessly. A young boy assisted by stacking the cut logs upon a stump. Their roles were clearly defined, and they worked in seamless harmony. The split firewood was neatly arranged beneath the eaves, forming a wall. "Benvenuto, look who I've brought you." The cheerful voice of the courtyard's owner resonated as the gate creaked open. Following the messenger, Winters entered, leading a horse. "What brings you here?" Benvenuto's astonishment was palpable. Winters strode forward and embraced him warmly, saying, "It's a long story." The messenger, who also owned the small courtyard, warmly beckoned his wife to prepare food and drink for Winters. Although the Vaughn people may not excel in scheming, they are known for their generosity and loyalty to family and friends. Most of the inhabitants of this village had sought refuge from the ravages of war in Veneta over 2 decades ago, which explains why Benvenuto would choose to hide here. "Are you the only one here?" Winters inquired, noting that the small courtyard seemed insufficient for Benvenuto's entire family. "My brother and I live here," Benvenuto replied as he offered Winters a stool, adding casually, "The elders have all been sent to relatives in another town." The two settled beneath the shade of a tree in the corner of the courtyard, while the owner called his son inside, kindly avoiding their conversation. The yard remained empty, with only Winters and Benvenuto left. It had rained the previous night, and as the sun emerged, the standing water was gradually evaporating, turning the outdoors into a steamy sauna. Beneath the mottled shadows of the trees, Benway held a large jug, pouring water for Winters. "This place is not safe at all. This friend of yours is a good person, but an atrocious messenger. His carelessness makes it easy for your enemies to trace you," Winters stated bluntly. There was no time for pleasantries as he scrutinized the defenses of the small courtyard from a military perspective. The walls were too low, situated on the village's outskirts, and there wasn't even a dog. "What will you and your brother do if someone approaches at night?" Benway handed the cup to Winters. "It's all right. The Varn people in this village are related to my family. I receive news immediately if a stranger appears. With their protection, I am quite safe, rest assured." "You believe yourself to be safe, yet the reality is that you are in greater peril," Winters cautioned, fearing that Benway might be lulled into a false sense of security. "This courtyard is not within the village but on its fringes. If I were to bring people here, we could be in and out before the villagers even had a chance to react." Benway chuckled. "Do not overestimate those Monta people. Whether Monta or Palatu, they are essentially just a group of somewhat strong dock workers, much like us Varn. The more you think like that, the more dangerous it becomes," Winters expressed anxiously. "Very well. Then I shall move to a house deeper within the village with my brother," Benway replied, seemingly unconcerned. Winters sighed. The indifference of those involved was frustrating for those who cared. However, relocating to another house would at least provide some semblance of safety. He added, "It would be best to change locations daily, so no one can pin down your whereabouts." All right. Benway responded with a hint of resignation. The two fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the incessant croaking of frogs in the small pond outside the courtyard. "I have heard about the dock situation." Winters finally broke the silence. "When did one need to form cliques to work at the docks?" Leaning gently against the tree trunk, Benway gazed into the distance. "It hasn't been many years. My father worked at the docks long before this. Ultimately, it's all about seizing opportunities. As more people flock to the Azure Sea, competition for dock work has intensified. Despite the hardship, if one has strength, they can work, leading to fiercer rivalry. Malicious underbidding is commonplace, and it's not unusual for people to be brutally beaten in the alleys. Without solidarity, those who band together will bully you, forcing you into their ranks. You are creating your own oppressors," Winters said, biting his lip, uncertain of which term to use. Gang, organization, society, whatever you wish to call it. Though now it is merely for self-protection, it will inevitably transform into a monstrous entity that feeds on you through violence. Indeed, we are beginning to see signs of that. Benway replied with a self-deprecating smile. However, once the dock was divided into territories, the malicious underbidding among the dockworkers ceased. Outsiders are not permitted to encroach upon the dock's work, leading to greater earnings for the laborers. Even the order of rogues is preferable to chaos. Let us not delve too deeply into matters that ought to concern the customs authorities rather than ourselves. Winters, suppressing his smile, earnestly inquired of Benway, "How do you intend to conclude this situation? Will you persist in evasion? Is there anything I might assist you with?" Benway laughed heartily, patting Winters on the shoulder. "There is no cause for alarm. You are taking this far too seriously. This is not a conflict between nations. The Montarians may make a great deal of noise, yet their actions are merely a means to expand their territory. Once this matter gradually settles, I shall no longer need to hide." Winters furrowed his brow. "As far as I know, the Montarians have acquired quite a number of genuine weapons, including a dozen matchlock guns. They are indeed intent on vengeance. According to the cripple, skirmishes at the docks typically involve only bludgeons, never edged weapons, and certainly not firearms. Dockworkers are not soldiers. Their brawls are merely about securing work, not about bloodshed, and they certainly do not wish to escalate matters. The cripple believes the Montarians are genuinely serious this time, and their motives are far from innocent. They likely aim to decisively defeat the other factions and monopolize the docks. Rest assured, we are also armed. In truth, brandishing firearms is merely a means of intimidation. They are not even loaded." Benway angrily struck his thigh. "These Montarians are clearly deranged. They blame our people for the deaths of their own, insisting that it was my family who killed their men. But was it not you and your brother who acted?" Winters suddenly recognized a blind spot. Although the vain people deny it, both the cripple, Field, Moritz, and Winters believe that Benway and his kin were responsible for the death of the Montarian leader. After all, it seems entirely plausible. This city witnesses nearly 200 homicides each year, with revenge killings accounting for a third. Encounters between adversaries often lead to drawn swords. Such occurrences are all too common in the Azure City. Revenge is one of humanity's most primal emotions, and the culture of retribution is a shared facet of human civilization. While the law reserves the power of vengeance for the ruling class, in the untamed lands south of the Shady Mountains, familial retribution remains esteemed by the majority. Benway Nudo, in avenging his uncle, may have violated the law, yet the citizens of Azure City would still cheer for him. However, just moments ago, the implication of Benway's words suggested otherwise. Certainly not. Benway's tone was filled with exasperation. "While my brothers and I did indeed plan to avenge our uncle, the death of Scar has no connection to us." "Alas, not you then?" "Certainly not. Neither your brothers?" "On the night Scar perished, my entire family was keeping vigil for our uncle. It could not have been my brothers who did it." "Then how?" Benway sighed. "That is the crux of the matter. Everyone assumes my family was responsible for Scar's death as an act of revenge. Not only the Montans, but the Vaints are equally convinced of this notion. And even my distant relatives entertain the same thoughts, regardless of my attempts at clarification." Benway has no need to deceive Winters, particularly regarding this matter. Although Winters initially believed that it was Benway's hand at work, he nonetheless stands by Benway, a fact that Benway fully comprehends. Therefore, since Benway asserts that he is not the one who dispatched that Montan, Winters is inclined to believe him. Does this not mean the affair is destined to spiral into chaos? Benway let out a low grunt. In truth, it matters little. Even if Big Scar were to survive, I would still seek vengeance from my uncle. The exchange of blows is ultimately inconsequential, and it would indeed simplify matters for me. That makes a significant difference, Winters exclaimed, visibly agitated. If this incident were to be pinned on you, you would certainly face banishment. This matter cannot be attributed to me, Benway replied with a grin. My neighbors stand as my witnesses. The very reason the constable cannot apprehend me for trial is precisely why the Montagnes are so desperate to seek revenge on me. Moreover, I did not commit this act, and I shall never concede to it. Is there anything I can assist you with? Winters inquired. Anything at all, he replied. Nothing really. I lack for nothing at present. I am not required to work, and life is good, Benway responded. Winters looked intently into Benway's eyes and solemnly stated, if you had not saved me that day at the docks, I would have drowned. I owe you my life. If there is anything at all that I can do, just say the word, my friend. The weight of the word anything was palpable in Winters' tone. Benway understood Winters' sentiment and chuckled while playfully punching Winters on the knee. Do we really need to discuss gratitude between us? Just focus on being a good officer and refrain from getting involved in my trivial matters. Speaking of which, I do have a favor to ask of you. Go on. Is your workshop still operational? Indeed, it is. My uncle is currently overseeing it. Could you assist me in securing an apprenticeship? Benway asked, somewhat hesitantly. Of course. I will vouch for you. My uncle will surely agree, Winters assured, thumping his chest. Actually, I wish for my younger brother to become an apprentice, Benway quickly clarified. He has completed his studies this year at Luyo, but he cannot go to Guitu City. I do not want him to work at the docks. If you could guarantee him an apprenticeship, it would be ideal. Skilled artisans belong to the middle-income class in this society. They earn their livelihood through their craft. Unlike farmers who depend on the whims of nature, or the merchant class, often regarded with disdain. They are the envy of most manual laborers. However, becoming an artisan is not simply a matter of desire. In Veneta, various guilds have historically monopolized entry into their respective trades through the payment of substantial taxes. A mere carpenter, lacking guild membership, can only craft furniture for his own household. Only formal members of the Carpenters Guild are permitted to openly sell woodworking products and provide carpentry services to others. Other industries are largely similar. Through such means, artisans restricted the influx of competitors into the market, thereby avoiding excessive rivalry. In fact, it was not solely the artisans who engaged in this practice. Merchants, too, employed guilds to achieve the same end. To become a formal member of a guild, one must first serve as an apprentice under an established member. After enduring a grueling apprenticeship that lasts 5 to 7 years, upon completion, the apprentice is bestowed with tools from their master, thus automatically gaining guild membership. The apprenticeship is notoriously arduous, as many craftsmen possess irascible temperaments and adhere to a strict, often punitive, educational method, frequently resorting to physical reprimands. All while apprentices receive no wages. Nevertheless, this is an indispensable path toward entering a lucrative profession that many aspire to but find elusive. Otherwise, you might as well come to my workshop. The work at the docks is physically taxing and cannot be sustained for a lifetime. Winters genuinely wished for Benway's well-being. Benway, being of the same age as Winters at 19, was not too late to begin his apprenticeship. I shall not attend, Benway replied with a faint smile. Apprentices receive no wages, and I have a large family to support. My brother can serve as an apprentice. I merely worry that he may not endure the hardships of such a position. Rest assured, I shall ask Giovanni to look after your brother, Winters remarked, recalling a pressing matter. By the way, I have a question for you. You were present when the docks pier was bombed, correct? Indeed. The perpetrators were not the cloaked figures, but rather individuals masquerading as dock workers. Do you remember anything? Benway nodded with a sardonic smile. Of course, I remember. They were Montagne. Wait, what did you say? Montagne, Winters exclaimed, his breath quickening in surprise. Yes, Benway replied matter-of-factly. Those Montagne who work at the docks? Are you implying that the individuals responsible for the destruction of the pier were members of the Montagne? Yes, Benway shrugged. They are recent recruits for Big Scar, who have only recently begun associating with that faction of Montagne. Winters inhaled deeply, his tone turning somber. Benway, if you need my assistance in dealing with those Montagne, simply ask, and I shall help you without hesitation. However, do not speak recklessly merely because of past grievances with them. This assassination is complex. The identity of the deceased remains a mystery, and may involve significant repercussions. I need you to answer me truthfully. Are you absolutely certain about what you witnessed? I am certain. I am absolutely certain, Benway replied earnestly, meeting Winters' gaze. Moreover, our situation with the Monta men has not yet reached a life-or-death threshold. You are overestimating the gravity of the matter. Tell me everything you know about those individuals. Where shall I begin? From the very beginning. Benway took a sip of water to soothe his throat and began recounting events from 6 years prior. During his final year at the Army Youth School, Benway's family suffered an unfortunate accident that claimed the lives of 2 of their laborers, his father and uncle. 6 years ago, after graduating from the Army's juvenile school, Benway, in order to provide for his family, took up work at the docks, much like his forebears. At that time, the docks were devoid of any semblance of order. As a multitude of dispossessed farmers flocked to the city, competition among dock workers grew fierce. You require 3 silver coins to unload a ship's cargo? We shall do it for 2. The dock workers engaged in relentless rivalry, undercutting one another, which led to a cascade of violent confrontations. As tensions escalated, the organizational structure evolved, giving rise to small factions within the dock workers. The strength of an individual paled in comparison to the collective might of a group. Those who did not align themselves with a faction faced intimidation, assault, and expulsion. These small factions, in turn, were subjected to the tyranny of larger groups, either joining forces with them or banding together with other small factions to form a more formidable entity. Ultimately, every dock worker became affiliated with a larger faction. For these individuals hailing from various regions, their place of origin became the most common form of identity, and it was only natural for them to coalesce based on their regional affiliations. In the end, the Montarians, Venians, and Palatins, these outsiders, managed to oust the local Venetans from the docks, seizing control of all the cargo handling. The 3 factions regulated the number of dock workers, forbidding outsiders from working at the docks, thereby preventing excessive competition. This practice bore similarities to the commercial and artisanal guilds that artificially established barriers to entry within their respective industries. However, they lacked a stringent organizational framework. Fundamentally, they banded together solely to avoid being victimized. Even the leaders of these factions were typically ordinary dock workers, but when conflict arose, everyone would align themselves according to their regional origins. Initially, there was a semblance of peace, but gradually, some grew dissatisfied. Approximately 2 weeks ago, Benway noticed some unfamiliar faces among the Montarians. While this was not unusual, given the high turnover of dock workers, with individuals frequently leaving and newcomers arriving shortly thereafter, the Montarians instigated conflict with the other 2 factions. The 3 groups were roughly equal in strength, as they were all merely dock workers, and none dared to escalate the violence too severely. However, the newcomers among the Montarians were exceptionally ruthless. It was they who left Benway's uncle grievously injured, and he succumbed shortly after being brought home. The Montarian leader, a man known as Big Scar, boasted drunkenly to others that these individuals were hired thugs specifically brought in for this purpose. His intent was to utterly crush and subjugate the Venians and Palatins. On the day of the assassination at the docks, Benway witnessed the newcomers among the Montarians hurling explosives onto the pier. Accompanying them were several other dock workers. But those witnesses were silenced immediately. Only Benway managed to escape into the ship's cabin. Winter mused. Those dock workers who were silenced were likely the bodies mentioned by customs that had been taken away by their families. The corroboration of intelligence heightened its credibility. Following this, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, during which Benway rescued the non-swimmer Winters and Moritz from the sea. Winter and his contemporaries were invited into the customs prison for a respite, becoming oblivious to the tumult beyond their confines. However, for Benway, a series of unfortunate events unfolded relentlessly. The customs office was in disarray due to an explosion, leaving Benway unable to find anyone willing to listen to the concerns of a mere dock worker. With no other recourse, he returned home, intending to seek out the customs officer the following day. Yet, before he could even enjoy his dinner, distant relatives knocked on his door, breathless with urgency. To inform him, Scar had died, and the Monta were gathering forces to exact revenge. In haste, Benway's entire family fled their home that very night. The women and elderly were sent to safety in a distant locale, while Benway, along with his uncle and brother, concealed themselves on the outskirts of the city until today. The so-called enforcers the Monta had summoned were not mere thugs. They were assassins, disguised as muscle infiltrating the Monta ranks. Winter furrowed his brow, pondering that they had likely vanished without a trace by now. Benway sighed softly, reflecting that those unfamiliar faces were indeed not ordinary individuals. They were merciless beings who valued human lives as mere trifles. He found it curious that, having already infiltrated the docks, they would still create such a ruckus. And what of that carriage? Did they intend to abduct someone alive? Winter stroked his stubble, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. My curiosity about the identity of the deceased grows ever more intense. What manner of person could warrant such a grand scheme? I suspect the Manta leader has also been silenced. Regardless, those individuals have certainly fled without a trace. Every passage leaves a mark. If we trace the footprints, we shall surely discover their whereabouts. Do you know where the core members of the Manta are now? The dockworkers refused to divulge anything to us. Benway shook his head. I do not know. Just as they remain unaware of my location, we are all in hiding. If I find out, I will inform you. Very well, but do not have this friend deliver messages for you again. Winter chuckled wryly. He truly is a dreadful messenger. Furthermore, you must quickly find a new place to reside. This dwelling is far too perilous. Benway nodded in agreement with a smile. They reminisced about shared and unshared experiences before bidding farewell. If you relocate, how shall I find you? Winter inquired. Go to the docks and seek out George Gape. Tell him you wish to see me, and I shall reach out to you. Winter nodded, refraining from further discourse as he mounted his horse and rode back to the city. Upon entering the gendarmerie, Winter discovered Colonel Field and Major Moritz awaiting his arrival. Where have you been? Field asked, somewhat displeased. I met with a dock worker and gleaned some crucial information, Winter replied, his heart steady despite his absence. The docks should no longer be a solid front. The Vaughn will support us. Oh, what information? Winter relayed what he had learned from Benway regarding the connection between the assassins and the Manta gang. Your classmate, Lou, does not intend to use our hands to eliminate the Manta, does he? Field questioned, his expression rife with skepticism. There exists a possibility. Although Winters places trust in Benway, he does not make any definitive statements. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. Field, with a grand gesture, declared that there was an important task to be entrusted to you. The truth is, Colonel Field and Major Moritz had been searching for several days based on the list provided by the Duelist Club, only to discover that the list was a mix of genuine and spurious names. On one hand, it was an exceptionally detailed document, filling 7 pages. Yet, many individuals listed had merely signed the guest book and were included in this compilation. Furthermore, numerous non-officers also appeared on the list, suggesting that the Duelist Club had indeed expanded its membership beyond military ranks. However, the military police sought individuals who were not only well-versed in the Ned longsword technique, but also skilled in the swift sword style. While many civilians may be adept in the swift sword, few possess familiarity with the long sword technique, as it has long fallen out of favor, and there are no swordsmanship schools in Veneta that teach it. Only officers returning from military academies would have received systematic training in this art. The true core members of the Duelist Club, however, were scarcely represented on the list. Among the entire roster, there were only a handful of officers of the rank of colonel, which seemed implausible. Although Major Moritz was also an official member of the Duelist Club, he was known for his laid-back demeanor and was rarely alert after 8 in the evening. His visits to the club were primarily for socializing, devoid of any involvement in the club's management. When Moritz sought to obtain the list, the other party was unwilling to comply, leaving the Major at an impasse. No, the Major actually had a solution. His method was theft. No, no, no. Winters vigorously shook his head, gesturing emphatically. You might as well ask me to rob something. But stealing is simply beyond my capabilities. Stealing is a straightforward endeavor. The key lies in possessing a strong psychological fortitude. Just like a horse thief, as long as one carries themselves with the same composure as the horse's owner, suspicion will not arise. I believe your psychological resilience is robust and holds great potential. Field was fervently extolling the virtues of Lieutenant Montaigne. Senior, I truly cannot. I am, after all, an officer. If I were caught stealing, Field admonished, before you even begin the task, you are already contemplating failure. Can such a mindset lead to success? Focus solely on succeeding, and you shall not falter. He added, moreover, we are acting with honorable intent. Our inquiry is legitimate. The actions of our military police cannot be deemed as theft. Rather, it is a matter of employing alternative means to gather evidence. If we were to conduct a straightforward raid, we would be armed and force our way in. If a raid is necessary, I would certainly partake. Winters was growing agitated. Very well, Lieutenant Montaigne. I command you to acquire the evidence without being detected. Chapter 56. The Duelist Club. The activities of the Duelist Club typically took place at the estate of Colonel Bozhukov, a figure of considerable renown. Winters had heard of this illustrious army playboy and dueling expert since his youth. In the opulent city of Blue Sea, the modest salary of an officer hardly amounts to anything significant. However, Colonel Bozhukov, hailing from a wealthy merchant family, has inherited a substantial fortune, allowing him to indulge his passions freely. His warm-hearted nature, exceptional swordsmanship, and considerable wealth have rendered him the manager and organizer of the Duelist Club, to which he generously offers his estate as a venue for their gatherings. It was he who provided a list, partially authentic, to Major Moritz, prompting Winters to retrieve the genuine list on behalf of the two officers. With Moritz already compromised and Winters having never attended any events at the Duelist Club, Colonel Bozhukov would undoubtedly be wary of the two of them. Yet, no one would pay heed to an inexperienced officer like you. No one is concerned about where a second lieutenant is undergoing his training. Colonel Field explained why this task could only be entrusted to Winters, having just returned from the provinces and possessing a fondness for swordsmanship. It seemed entirely reasonable for him to participate in the activities of the Duelist Club. The colonel patted Winters on the shoulder and, with heartfelt sincerity, declared, "You are the most trusted individual between Moritz and me. Besides you, there is no other officer in the army worthy of our trust. Would you betray our confidence?" Time now returns to the present, as the sun has set. Most of the city is engulfed in darkness, yet Colonel Bozhukov's estate is ablaze with light. At this moment, Winters and his companions have just arrived at the entrance of the estate. "What a fool I am," Winters chastised himself inwardly. "How could I have agreed so impulsively?" Newcomers in the workplace are often coerced into undertaking tasks they are reluctant to perform, simply because they are unaware that they can refuse. Winters finds himself in precisely such a predicament. "Wow, this is quite extravagant," André exclaimed in admiration, handing the reins to a servant at the door. "This Duelist Club must be quite wealthy. While not all affluent families illuminate their residences extensively, those who can afford to light many lamps are undoubtedly quite prosperous, a simple yet effective means of discernment. The wealth lies not with the club itself, but rather with its benefactors," Colonel Canter explained to André with a smile. "To gain legitimate access to Colonel Bozhukov's estate to procure items, the most effective method is to participate in the Duelist Club's activities on Wednesday and Friday evenings." Clearly, Colonel Bozhukov has grown cautious of Major Moritz, and it would be impossible for Winters to be introduced to the club through him. Instead, he sought the connection of Antonio to enlist Colonel Canter of the 3rd Corps as his sponsor, conveniently bringing André along as a cover. As for Bud, his external enrollment in swordsmanship was rather unremarkable, and he held little interest in dueling. Winters retrieved 2 pieces of candy from his satchel and offered them to the spirited horse, which responded joyfully with 2 snorts, eagerly licking Winters' hand in delight. The horse was tethered alone to the side, kept separate from the others. He instructed the servant from the Bozhukov household, handing over the reins. The servant, dressed in a striped livery, nodded and led away the 3 horses. "What has happened to good fortune?" asked Cantal with curiosity. Winters sighed, responding with resignation. "A few days ago, it seemed he caught the scent of a filly and then began to fight with the horse in the same stall, gnawing at his own mane." André laughed heartily, remarking, "That is the sole drawback of colts." The 3 of them exchanged laughter and conversation as they entered the Bozhukov villa. It was not until they truly stepped into the Duelist Club that Winters first noticed the remarkably relaxed and natural atmosphere of the establishment. There were no formal introductions or oaths typical of brotherhood rituals. After registering on the guest list at the entrance, one could roam freely. No wonder Major Moritz had remarked that at the Duelist Club, one merely drank and chatted, for most of the attendees were indeed indulging in leisurely conversation and refreshments, with many having brought their ladies along. This stood in stark contrast to Winters' imagination of a group of serious men handling firearms and swords in a secluded chamber. "Ah, Cantal, my dear fellow, it has been quite a while since your last visit." A jovial voice preceded the figure of a tall man with a ruddy complexion and curly brown hair, who approached with a hearty laugh and embraced Colonel Cantal. "I haven't come alone. I have brought 2 fresh faces with me, Winters and André." Cantal introduced them, both genuine Venetians, newly returned from the provinces as lieutenants. Cantal then patted the arm of the curly-haired man. "This curly bear is the host of this place, the organizer of the Duelist Club, Colonel Bozakov. Kontal deliberately elongated the pronunciation of Colonel, prompting Winters and Andrei to unconsciously salute. Bozakov raised his hand to stop them, playfully punching Kontal's shoulder and laughing heartily. What military salute is this? Kontal and I are merely a few years older. This is a gathering place for friends who enjoy swords, regardless of rank. It is skill that counts. So what do you say? If you're interested, would you like to engage in a bout tonight? Why would you do that? For these two novices to be thrown into a match on their first visit? Isn't that a bit cruel? Kontal replied to Bozakov. At least let them acclimatize to the atmosphere first. Huh, you know that swordsmanship is at its peak right after leaving school, do you not? So, as the introducer, you should take responsibility and show them around, Bozakov retorted. He then turned to Winters and Andrei. Do not hesitate. Consider this place your home. If you need anything, please seek me out. With that, Bozakov nodded to the three and returned to the parlor. Come, let me show you around this estate. The restrooms can be quite elusive. If you find this place enjoyable, you are welcome to return, bringing your companions. Colonel Kontal offered 2 glasses of wine to Winters and Andrei, leading the 2 lieutenants on a tour of the various locales on the ground floor of the estate. Kontal did not exaggerate. The lavatory at the Bozhukov residence was indeed quite concealed. Winters discerned Kontal's thorough familiarity with the place and surmised that the colonel must also be a core member of the Duelist Club. In the hall, Colonel Bozhukov tapped a silver spoon against a glass wine goblet, the crisp sound capturing the attention of all present. The guests in the club spontaneously cleared a space in the hall, forming a circle. 2 swordsmen clad in full armor emerged, positioning themselves in the center of the vacant area. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the first pair of competitors for tonight's match, Bozhukov announced. Standing between the 2 swordsmen, Winters, however, was not inclined to heed Bozhukov's words. As all eyes focused on the center of the arena, he knew his opportunity had arrived. I shall take a brief respite, he whispered to his companions. Are you able to find your way? Kontal raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Fear not. I shan't lose my way. To avoid arousing any suspicion, Major Moritz had not attended the gathering that evening. The Major had meticulously drawn up a complete floor plan of the Bozhukov estate for Winters, encompassing not only the ground floor, but also the second. The ground floor served as a reception area and activity space, allowing all guests unrestricted movement. However, the second floor, separated by a floorboard, was off-limits. The staircase leading from the hall to the upper level had been permanently sealed. The lower level was an unceasing revelry welcoming all guests, while the upper level constituted Bozhukov's private domain, featuring a parlor, his office, and several bedrooms, despite the fact that the Bozhukov family did not reside there. Winters' objective was Bozhukov's office, where all the documents of the Duelist Club were stored. Colonel Field had opted for this discreet approach of theft precisely because the Bozhukov estate was entirely functional in design, devoid of any valuables. The security here was akin to that of a private residence, perhaps even lacking in fortifications, rendering it almost defenseless. Winters discreetly exited the hall. Recalling Colonel Field's words, a third-rate thief dons night attire to commit theft, while a first-rate thief does so in formal wear. The more composed and natural your demeanor, the safer you shall be. After mentally repeating this thrice, he grasped the protruding wood on the exterior wall and began to climb. Foolery. Should anyone behold me scaling this wall, even adorned with a crown, I would surely be apprehended, Winters chastised Field in his mind. Following renovations, there was but a single entrance to the second floor of the estate, guarded by a servant. Only guests with close ties to Bozhukov were permitted through. Thus, Winters had no choice but to scale the wall. Overthinking proved fruitless. Regardless of whether anyone was watching, Winters gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to ascend. This is the most perilous segment of the entire plan. Discovery midway would spell disaster. Fortunately, Winters ascended to the balcony without encountering any exclamations of alarm. Everything progressed smoothly, yet his heart raced violently, its rhythmic thumping audible in his ears. He inhaled deeply several times, meticulously surveying the balcony. As anticipated by Colonel Field, the wooden door was securely locked from within. Adhering to the plan, Winters drew a slender blade from his boot and deftly maneuvered it into the door's crack, effortlessly disengaging the latch. Recalling the blueprint meticulously crafted by Major Moritz, he traversed the corridor until he reached Bozhukov's office. The door bore a heavy iron lock, which Winters pried open with sheer force. Colonel Field harbored no expectations of transforming Winters into a skilled lock-picker overnight, nor did he intend for him to stealthily purloin a list. The colonel's objective was to convey to Bozhukov that even in the absence of cooperation, he could procure the information he sought. Thus, Winters continued to apply brute strength until he managed to pry open the drawer of Bozhukov's filing cabinet. The Duelists Club lacked a definitive list of core members. Bozhukov would not have transcribed the names of those pivotal figures onto parchment. What Field sought were the financial records of the Duelists Club, including donation logs and meeting minutes. Any documents that recorded the names of those closely involved in the club. Winters extracted a polished copper disc and, under the soft green glow emitted by his illumination device, sifted through the documents, gathering all that appeared potentially useful. The operation had unfolded with such remarkable ease that Winters could feel his fingers twitching with exhilaration. The items were secured. Now, the challenge lay in his exit. 3 minutes later, at the entrance of Bozhukov's villa on the second floor, the attentive servant graciously opened the door for Winters, who nodded and stepped outside. This was the segment of the plan that truly tested both luck and audacity. Field was certain that the doorman's attention would be focused solely on those entering, oblivious to those departing. As long as Winters maintained an air of composure, he could exit without arousing suspicion. Once outside, Winters veered into the garden, retrieving a bundle of documents from the shrubbery. He had managed to extract all pertinent papers, but the stack was too thick to carry discreetly, making it conspicuous in his hands. Thinking quickly, he bound the documents into a bundle and tossed them through the window into the garden's underbrush. Every aspect of the plan unfolded flawlessly. Winters quietly slipped into the stable, where the stableman was obliviously dozing at the entrance, completely unaware of his presence. He located Strong Luck, packed the documents into the saddlebag, and even fed Strong Luck a piece of sugar. Now, Winters merely needed to return to the main hall with an unperturbed demeanor, casually explaining that he had been delayed in the restroom due to checking on the horses. And after biding his time for a while longer, he could depart with 2 companions, carrying the documents away without a trace. As he whistled his way out of the stable, a figure donned in a broad-brimmed hat and clad in a brown hunting outfit entered the premises. The individual kicked the leg of the stableman, rousing him as if to procure a horse. Winters instinctively assessed this newcomer, who was shorter than him, with the upper portion of his face obscured by the hat, leaving Winters to glimpse only the part below his nose. The man's beard, unkempt and wild, bore no semblance to a meticulously groomed goatee. It simply appeared as though he had neglected to shave for a week or so. Winters found this chin peculiar. Yet it was only after walking a score of paces that he discerned the anomaly. The color was off. The hue of the man's jawline was abnormal, not merely a consequence of dim lighting or the presence of facial hair. It was a shade Winters recognized all too well, a deep bruise. The unmistakable violet hue resulting from a violent impact. Immediately, Winters pivoted and strode back into the stable, approaching the man in the hunting attire with purpose. He patted the man's shoulder and cheerfully inquired, "My friend, how fares your chin?" A person of sound mind would have turned to respond to such a gesture. Yet this individual flinched and remained silent, neither acknowledging Winters nor glancing back. Winters, maintaining his jovial demeanor, continued, "Your sword and gun are with me. Would you like me to return them?" He kept a vigilant watch on the man's hands, and upon uttering this, the man clenched his fists. Initially, Winters had been uncertain of the man's identity, merely probing with his words, but the response he received clarified everything. Without further ado, Winters swung his arm and delivered a powerful blow to the back of the man's head, now convinced that this was indeed the assassin he had previously struck. The assailant, taken aback by Winters' sudden aggression, was met with a staggering blow that left him momentarily dazed. However, he had his own countermeasure. Turning swiftly, he hurled an object at Winters' face. Just as Winters sought to capitalize on his advantage, he was met with a barrage of straw and chaff, causing foreign particles to invade his eyes and eliciting a torrent of tears, rendering him momentarily sightless. While Winters had been speaking, the assassin had stealthily seized a handful of debris from the trough, cunningly preparing an ambush. The stableman watched in horror as the 2 gentlemen, having exchanged mere pleasantries, erupted into a brawl. Now unable to open his eyes, with an intense stinging sensation coursing through them, Winters felt his fighting spirit ignited. He lunged toward the position of the assassin, intent on grappling closely, yet he missed his mark. An individual seized his arm, prompting Winters to swiftly overpower him, delivering a punch. Ouch! I am but a stable man, a stable man. The assailed cried in desperation. Winters had recognized the voice of the assassin, which differed markedly from that of the one pleading for mercy. Gasping for breath, he demanded, "Where is that man?" "The gentleman has departed." "Where to?" "I am uncertain about where to go. You should promptly soothe your eyes, avoiding any rubbing, lest it lead to dire consequences." The groom hurried to fetch clean water, assisting Winters in rinsing his eyes while muttering, "No bleeding means no grave harm. If straw has entered your eyes, do refrain from rubbing. Those jagged fragments are as sharp as a blade, and a mere rub could spell disaster." Once the foreign object was thoroughly washed away, Winters' vision was finally restored. With reddened eyes, he inquired of the groom, "Where did that man flee?" The groom shrugged, replying, "I only saw the gentleman dash out of the stable." "Did he mount a horse?" "No." Upon hearing this, Winters bolted from the stable without hesitation, making his way towards the hall. The Bozukov villa lies on the outskirts, and without a steed, there is nowhere to venture. The adversary is presently within the villa. Cantal and Andre looked on in astonishment as Winters returned, his hair damp and eyes red, claiming he was off to the restroom. "What happened to you?" Andre, ever blunt, queried, "Did you fall into a latrine?" Winters, nearly consumed by indignation, was interrupted by a loud crash as the main door of the hall was forcefully flung open. A man burst in, alarmed, shouting, "We have been attacked." Chapter 57. The Eastern Encampment. A man stormed into the hall, exclaiming, "We have been attacked." The villain complains first. Infuriated by the cry of an attack, Winters strode purposefully toward the individual. Cantal and Andre, bewildered, trailed behind him. It was only when he was mere steps away that Winters realized this man was not the fleeing assailant with the injured jaw. The newcomer was clad in an officer's uniform, while the attacker had donned a deep green hunting outfit. Colonel Bozukov reached the uninvited guest first, offering him a glass of wine, gently grasping his arm, and imploring, "Do not rush, speak slowly. What has attacked us?" The man, his hair matted with sweat, seized the wine glass and tilted his head back, downing the entire cup of sweet beer. Only after this drink did he regain his composure, wide-eyed and gasping. He addressed Bozukov, "The naval dock. The Duck's Beak fort has been lost. General Tsiolkovsky commands all officers who receive this news to assemble immediately at the Eastern Encampment." Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, and a lady nearly fainted. Colonel Bozukov tightened his grip on the man's shoulders, demanding, "Who attacked us?" "I do not know." The messenger shouted in return, reiterating General Tsiolkovsky's order. "All army officers and soldiers who hear this command must immediately proceed to the Eastern Encampment. There must be no mistakes." Bozukov released the messenger and scanned the gathered crowd, loudly inquiring, "Who can confirm this gentleman's identity?" "He is my contemporary, from the 13th Artillery Department, Ordnance Corps. Those from the 13th should recognize him." Another man stepped forward. Upon confirming the identity of the individual before him, Bozukov nodded at the man who had stepped forward and addressed the assembly with a commanding voice. "The naval dock has come under attack. The artillery bastion has been compromised, and the enemy's intentions remain uncertain. Gentlemen not in military service, please attend to the ladies present. Those of you with army ranks, follow me to the eastern camp." The hall erupted into chaos, officers hurriedly seeking their uniforms and swords, while the ladies, in a state of panic, inquired among themselves about the unfolding events. "By the Holy Sacrament, this is truly a nightmare," exclaimed Countess, cursing under his breath as he strode purposefully toward the exit. "Follow me. We must procure our horses first." Without hesitation, Andre trailed behind Colonel Count. Winters, who had initially returned to the hall in search of the assassin, was suddenly met with an urgent assembly order, leaving him momentarily at a loss. After a brief hesitation, he kicked a nearby stone pillar in frustration, muttering a curse. "That scoundrel has gotten away with it." He then hastily pursued Count and Andre. The modest stable of Bozukov's residence was now overcrowded with people, officers craning their necks to identify their steeds over the shoulders of others. At the entrance, some were leading horses out while others were trying to enter, creating a bottleneck. The cacophony of whinnying horses blended with the clamor of voices, making it nearly unbearable. Occasionally, one could hear queries like, "How are you leading my horse?" In a foul mood, Winters kicked open a section of the fence, creating an alternate exit to bring his horse, Strong, out. In the front yard, many were already gathered, conversing in small groups. Bozukov, his expression grim, sat astride a tall, spirited horse, chewing tobacco and silently counting the number of men present. His steed, attuned to its master, impatiently pawed at the lawn. The thick residue of tobacco was spat onto the ground, and unable to wait any longer, the colonel shouted to the assembled officers, "No more waiting. We shall depart, and those remaining can follow from behind." With that, he galloped out of the residence. Leading the way, Winters and Andre exchanged a glance, then, like the others, followed suit. At the eastern camp, located on the outskirts of the city of Blue Sea, the atmosphere was similarly tumultuous, with the camp gates wide open. Bozhukov maintained his swift pace as he led the officers directly through the entrance. Charging into the military camp would typically warrant a severe punishment, but evidently, this was not the moment for such considerations. The eastern camp was a standard army garrison capable of accommodating 6,000 to 7,000 personnel, precisely the number for a fully staffed corps along with auxiliary cavalry. The layout was rectangular, surrounded by 3-meter-high walls and ditches. Internally, 2 main roads intersected perpendicularly, with 4 main gates at the junctions where the roads met the walls. The structures nearer to the center held greater significance, while the outer ring, adjacent to the walls, housed the soldiers' barracks, with stables and officers' quarters situated further inward. At the very center of the intersecting roads, one finds the residences of high-ranking military officials, warehouses, the military conference hall, and the Legion's treasury. The eastern camp serves as the garrison for the 4th Florentine Legion. However, the 4th Legion is currently engaged in a standoff with the Confederates to the north. Leaving behind only a handful of maintenance personnel, no soldiers remain. Bogusław hastened directly towards the heart of the camp. At that moment, only this particular location was illuminated, while the other barracks lay shrouded in darkness. An elderly officer, his hair grizzled and clad in the uniform of a general, stood prominently at the intersection, accompanied by several guards. In the distance, a number of officers had already arrived, the crossroads alive with shouts and the whinnies of horses. Bogusław approached and rendered a military salute, exchanging a few words with the general. He then returned to inform the accompanying officers in a loud voice. "Go to the rear and find your commanding officers. Assemble according to your respective units." The officers dispersed, and amidst the confusion, Winters searched around. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was Colonel Field. The colonel nodded at him and led him to the rear of the military conference hall, where most of the Army headquarters personnel were resting. Officers huddled together by department, sitting or standing, quietly conversing while smoking. Winters followed Field to a sheltered area, where a figure sat against the wall, a hat obscuring his face, dozing off. Judging by his stature, it was undoubtedly Major Moritz. The 3 members of the gendarmerie were all present, and Field took a seat on a stone. Inquiring of Winters, "Have you received orders as well?" Someone had rushed to relay a message from Bogusław's residence. Winters settled onto the ground. "I've acquired the items. They are in my saddlebag." Upon hearing this, Colonel Field rose and opened the saddlebag, extracting the documents within, exclaiming, "How much have you taken?" "I've retrieved everything that might be useful," Winters replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. "We'll review them thoroughly tomorrow." The colonel stuffed the documents back into the bag and scrutinized Winters. "You didn't bring a weapon?" "I came directly from the Duelist Club, without a weapon." "Come with me to retrieve one." Colonel Field led the way, stating, "I suspect Zio is waiting for the 2 battalions of the 3rd Legion. Once they arrive, we will depart immediately. Who would attack the naval dock? We are not at war with anyone, are we?" Winters followed closely behind the colonel, saying, "I encountered an assassin at the docks tonight at the Duelist Club." "What?" Field halted in astonishment and turned around. "I had a confrontation with an assassin in the stable." Field furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you certain you weren't mistaken?" The build and physique were very similar to that assassin, and he had a wound on his chin. "I tested him, and he immediately attacked me." Winters gritted his teeth and said, "Unfortunately, he escaped. The scoundrel played dirty, throwing dirt and grass in my face to blind me." "You encountered him at Bogusław's residence?" "Indeed." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Winters asserted resolutely. Field gently patted Winters on the shoulder, saying, "It matters not if they fled. Their presence at the Bogusław villa indicates a significant connection to the Duelist Club, affirming that we are on the right track. However, remember this, should you encounter them again, do not act recklessly alone. They are truly capable of playing for keeps. Exercise caution. That assassin, were it not for their underhanded tactics, could never have bested me." Winters, still seething with indignation, remained unsatisfied. Field sighed, turning to continue walking, articulating each word. Porcelain should not clash with earthenware, do you understand? Winters, feeling discontented, responded with a reluctant acknowledgement and fell into step behind the colonel. The key to the armory at East Camp had been taken by the quartermaster of the 4th Legion, resulting in the 3 iron locks being forcibly pried open. Most officers had received a sudden summons for an emergency assembly, arriving at East Camp empty-handed and on horseback. Consequently, a senior officer took charge, distributing weapons and armor to those in need. Winters received a breastplate, a helmet, and a saber, and it was only at that moment he realized that blood might indeed be shed tonight. He hastily inquired of Colonel Field, who exactly attacked the naval dock. What significance does the dock hold? There is no treasure there. I do not know. I was summoned without prior notice and given no explanation, the colonel replied, kicking the slumbering Major Moritz awake. Stop sleeping, armor up. Major Moritz yawned, stretched his shoulders, and leisurely began to mobilize his joints. Observing the major's languid demeanor, Field felt a surge of irritation and kicked him again, urging, quit dawdling. After Winters assisted Colonel Field and Major Moritz in fastening their breastplates, the colonel took Winters' breastplate, gesturing for him to step in front. Traditionally, a squire would assist a knight in donning armor, and lower-ranking officers would aid their superiors. However, those of higher rank would not assist those beneath them, as per customary practice. Winters, somewhat taken aback, protested, I can manage on my own. Enough of this nonsense. Colonel Field brusquely pulled Lieutenant Montaigne closer, simultaneously strapping the breastplate onto Winters while stating, in Guitu City, there are many officers, but few soldiers. Currently, only 2 battalions of the 3rd Legion are stationed there, and they are all located on the western side of the city. One cannot predict when they might arrive. I am concerned that Zio may grow impatient and utilize us as mere pawns. How can the 3rd Legion possibly arrive slower than us? Field scoffed. Who said every officer has a warhorse? Upon receiving the news, they rode straight here, he retorted. Now, you infantrymen will have to play the part of cavalry tonight. Having efficiently assisted Winters in donning the breastplate, the colonel meticulously checked all of Winters' straps and buckles. Once satisfied that everything was secure, he patted the metal plate on Winters' back, saying, all right, move around a bit and see if anything feels uncomfortable. How is your chopping practice coming along? Not very well, Winters admitted. Winters responded candidly. The infantry division no longer offers immediate chopping courses, merely strike at the head. Colonel Field mounted his horse and demonstrated a few chopping motions. Legs must be tightly clenched, and after the chop, the weapon should return to its original position in a small arc. Do not linger in battle. You are now cavalry, equipped with 4 legs. If outmatched, retreat. Another rider galloped into the camp, racing towards the crossroads. The warhorse reared, and the rider dismounted with haste. Striding towards the old soldier clad in general's attire, the chairman of the Council of 13, a member of the Council of 5, and the Governor-General, General Chow, whispering a report. 5 minutes later, all officers in the eastern camp received orders, immediately advanced to the naval dock to reclaim the Duckbill Fort. Chapter 58. Duckbill. The Duckbill Fort derives its name from Duckbill Cape, located at the eastern bay of the sea, which resembles a duck's bill. It also serves as a natural breakwater, akin to an arm extending from the land to shelter the bay. Establishing a fort at Duckbill Cape allows for control over the narrow entrances and exits of the eastern bay, while simultaneously placing all vessels within the harbor under cannon fire. If necessary, a chain can be drawn across from Duckbill Cape to the opposite shore to thwart any enemy incursions from the sea. It is precisely due to the advantageous geographical conditions of the eastern bay that the Veneta Navy constructed a dedicated dock here, designating Eastern Port as the maternal harbor for the entire Veneta fleet. Yet now, this harbor has fallen. The heavy artillery atop Duckbill Fort was pivoting to bombard the naval ships anchored within the port, while the army officers received the command, reclaim this position. In the darkness of night, a cavalry unit was galloping at full speed. Over 100 officers had gathered at the eastern camp, and General Chow dispatched them all in one breath, led by a colonel towards Eastern Port. Winters crouched low against his horse, closely following Colonel Field ahead. The momentum of over 100 steeds racing together was astonishing, their hooves thundering like war drums. However, Winters remained unaffected by this fervor. At that moment, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, rendering the road pitch black and invisible. Riding at such speed on this night path was perilous. A slight misfortune could lead to a fall. Along the way, some riders occasionally tumbled from their mounts, needing assistance and being carried to the roadside to await rescue. After an indeterminate duration of galloping, the sounds of gunfire began to faintly echo ahead, signaling that Eastern Port lay just beyond. It was then that Winters noticed figures ahead waving torches, prompting him to slow his pace and come to a halt. In a clearing by the roadside, officers who had arrived earlier were resting. Though this cavalry unit numbered just over 100, at full gallop, their formation stretched to 1 kilometer in length. Several commanding colonels resolved to establish this position, where gunfire could be heard, as their staging ground, dispatching 3 officers to scout ahead while awaiting the assembly of the entire unit. The assembly point was now clearly resonating with the sounds of gunfire emanating from the front. A series of muffled thuds resonated through the air, the deep roars only a heavy artillery could produce. Colonel Field handed a water pouch to Winters, advising him to take a sip and to stay close, urging him not to wander off. As Winters uncorked the vessel, he was met with an acrid scent. Was it alcohol? Indeed it was. He nodded slightly, recorking the pouch. He did not believe that dulled senses from spirits would serve him well in combat. The anticipation before battle was long and torturous. The officers were oblivious to the identity or number of their adversaries, yet they were compelled to confront these unknown foes at a moment's notice, which left an unsettling weight in their hearts. Field and several other officers formed a small circle, puffing on their pipes and engaging in hushed banter, occasionally erupting into laughter. Winters, unable to partake in the smoking camaraderie, sought a stone to sit on, quietly toying with the 2 steel spikes he had brought along. Having intended to visit the club that evening, he only carried 3 as a precaution. Moritz, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings, unfurled a blanket from his saddlebag and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The major would not forfeit any opportunity for a nap. A figure approached, brandishing a torch, relaying orders. The scouts had returned, and Colonel Kara summoned everyone for a meeting. Over 100 individuals encircled one another. A daunting task to convey orders to such a multitude. Colonel Kara, not possessing any magical prowess, resorted to standing atop a large stone, vociferously shouting, "The Duckbull Bastion has been confirmed lost. The assailants are now bombarding the naval ships with artillery. The fiercest fighting occurs at the docks, where the remaining naval personnel are desperately battling the attackers." A sardonic smile crept across Kara's face. "Yet, this bears not a copper penny's worth of relevance to us. Our orders are to reclaim the Duckbull Bastion. With the naval forces drawing the enemy's attention, we have a prime opportunity. Remain silent and charge directly for the bastion. Everyone, stay close to your commanding officers. Disperse." The officers scattered to locate their mounts. They had never trained together and were not all cavalry, making it challenging to form a cohesive unit. Thus, Colonel Kara's strategy was to capitalize on the enemy's distraction, riding forth swiftly to engage in close combat once they breached the bastion. For this cadre of officer-trained individuals, many of whom were spellcasters, hand-to-hand combat would prove more advantageous than firearms. The officers roughly arranged themselves into 2 columns, with Winters situated in the middle. Ahead of him was Major Moritz, and further still was Colonel Field. At the very front stood Colonel Kara, who needed to lead from the forefront to effectively command this entirely officer-formed cavalry unit. The charge commenced at a slow pace, and once a distance of 2 to 3 meters separated the cavalry, Colonel Kara issued the command for a brisk run. Winters remained unaware of their destination, nor did he need to know. His focus lay solely on the unfolding mission ahead. Although the column charge possessed limited impact, its agility allowed for swift directional adjustments. As long as each cavalryman followed closely behind his predecessor, the formation could be maintained. The troop of cavalry, trotting away from the road and into the forest, felt the branches whip against them like lashes. After traversing the woods for several minutes, flickers of fire began to pierce through the tree gaps, heralding their imminent exit from the thicket. Winters inhaled deeply, clutching the scabbard with his knee as he unsheathed his saber. Upon breaking through the deliberately felled line of trees, the landscape opened up before him. Less than 1 kilometer ahead lay the Duckbull Fort, where the Navy and assailants were locked in fierce battle at the dock to their left. Suddenly, Major Moritz surged ahead, darting like an arrow towards the fort. Winters followed closely behind, spurring his steed, Strong Luck, with vigor for the first time, initiating the charge. This advance was devoid of shouts or buglers. The officers silently urged their steeds onward. For the first time, Winters beheld Strong Luck displaying his full gallop, surpassing Moritz's mount and ultimately matching pace with Field's black horse. The kilometer vanished in an instant, and the assailants, who were heading from the fort to support the dock, scarcely comprehended the unfolding chaos before being toppled by the thundering cavalry. The leading officers afforded no opportunity for those behind to wield their sabers. Winters glimpsed only a decapitated corpse. Slaying those dozen adversaries was merely incidental. The entire cavalry did not decelerate, continuing their straight charge towards the fort. The Duckbull Fort was no bastion. It had been constructed to guard against maritime foes rather than land threats. Thus, it stood as a clumsy yet robust square fortification made of stone and mortar. Although half-moon bastions had been added at each corner, the overall structure remained unchanged, featuring a single entrance without a moat. This was, in essence, a gamble, should the assailants bolt the gates. Those 100 cavalrymen would find themselves powerless against the 8-meter-high stone walls, as this hastily assembled light cavalry lacked any siege capabilities and could only swarm like ants. Colonel Kara's wager rested on the assumption that the assailants would not anticipate such swift reinforcements, nor would they consider that aid would bypass the port in favor of an immediate assault on Duckbull Fort. Following the attack on East Sea Bay, Admiral Xiao received word and mobilized troops for support, taking less than 3 hours to arrive. Within that brief span, before the assailants could eliminate the defenders at East Sea Bay, this entirely officer-composed light cavalry had reached the fort. The gates of Duckbull Fort were shut, yet unbarred. The earlier group had merely left the door ajar, and the assailants lacked the manpower to defend the fort adequately. The foremost cavalryman pried open the gap and forcefully pushed the doors wide. The following horsemen streamed in, surging into the open ground within the fort. At this very moment, the assailants within the fortress remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in manipulating the cannons inside. Colonel Kara dismounted his horse with fervor, bellowing for the capture of a few alive. He then forcefully kicked open the wooden door from which the sound of cannon fire emanated, brandishing his saber as he charged inside. Winters was equally taken aback by the laxity of the assailants' defenses. This was a cognitive blind spot for them. They were solely focused on launching a surprise attack, but had never considered the possibility of being ambushed themselves. Having gained an unexpected advantage, the battle was already half won. Leading the charge, Colonel Kara was followed without hesitation by a dozen officers, all wielding their sabers as they surged forward. Within, cries of anguish echoed, accompanied by the dull thud of metal striking flesh-covered bones. However, Winters remained motionless, along with Moritz, as they awaited Colonel Field's command. There was no need to follow the others. It seemed the enemy presence here was minimal. Colonel Field, remaining composed, assessed the situation. "We should head to the powder magazine. I am concerned that these desperate men might resort to reckless measures against us." He then halted 2 officers clad in junior ranks. "You two guard the main entrance. Once our men have entered, secure the door. No one is to be admitted without orders from a colonel." The 2 lieutenants had initially wished to accompany Colonel Kara into the fray, seeking a chance to vent their frustrations, but were intercepted by Field. A reminder that rank often dictates authority. Colonel Field, accompanied by Moritz and Winters, chose not to follow the main force, but instead veered in a different direction. "Do you know where the powder magazine is located?" Winters inquired, his curiosity piqued. Field scoffed lightly. "The position of a fortress's powder magazine is always the same, farthest from the cannons." Chapter 59. The fortress. The entire raid proceeded astonishingly smoothly. The cavalry officers incurred no casualties as they effortlessly seized the fortress's main gate. In truth, the latter half of the cavalry charge was merely a follow-up, giving Winters the impression that this was akin to a farce. Field, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, entered the fortress from an alternate route, ensuring that no open flames would ignite the powder by having 3 spellcasting officers alternately maintain illumination spells. Field led the way, meticulously inspecting each storage room, cautiously opening small gaps in the doors to assess whether any light flickered within. Yet, the colonel failed to locate the powder magazine, discovering only empty storerooms and terrified rats. Winters harbored doubts about Field's theory that the powder magazine would indeed be situated farthest from the cannons. After inspecting a row of warehouses without even a trace, he felt his vigilance waning. Nevertheless, Field remained alert, cautiously opening the penultimate door. As the wooden door creaked ajar, the colonel suddenly froze in place. He turned to Moritz and subtly nodded. The major, who had been maintaining the illumination spell, understood the signal and ceased his incantation. He retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and waved it towards the colonel. Field nodded slightly, inhaled deeply at the door, and forcefully kicked it open. He then swiftly concealed himself beside it and unleashed a powerful shout amplified by magic. This booming voice, though not as deafening as Moritz's thunderous spell, startled Winters and evidently shocked those within the room as well. The elite sharpshooters could suppress their instinctual fears, remaining unblinking even as enemies charged forth, awaiting their commander's order to fire. Yet, the individuals inside clearly lacked such composure. A gunshot rang out, and 2 lead bullets shot forth from within, shattering against the stone walls of the bastion. Upon witnessing the gunfire, Major Moritz quickly dashed to the doorway, releasing 3 silver coins from his hand in rapid succession. Simple, yet lethal projectiles conjured by his spell. Sounds of heavy objects colliding with the ground echoed from within. Wasn't the objective to capture them alive? Couldn't they aim for the shoulders or similar areas? Field muttered his grievances towards the major and produced a copper rod to cast a light spell. Moritz merely shrugged, saying nothing. The cold weapons and armor in the room reflected the green light emitted by the spell, indicating this was indeed the armory of the duck-billed bastion. Winters observed 2 corpses slumped over 2 matchlock guns, behind which were neatly stacked wooden barrels and layers of cannonballs piled on shelves. The naval management was truly abysmal. The lieutenant colonel seized the moment to critique. Isn't it hazardous to combine the armory and powder magazine? By now, Winters had grown accustomed to Field's perpetual criticism, understanding that the colonel bore no malice, merely a penchant for chit-chat. It was best to ignore him at this juncture, so he and Moritz feigned silence. The lieutenant colonel was likewise familiar with this cold indifference, clicking his tongue in boredom as he squatted down to examine the corpses. "Have you discerned anything?" Moritz inquired, breaking his usual reticence. "They aren't wearing uniforms, their nails are filthy, and their teeth are rotten. These are common traits. I cannot ascertain their identities," Field replied casually, his attention suddenly drawn to the weapon carried by the deceased. "But this knife, isn't it?" The colonel extracted the short, curved dagger from the corpse, waving it a couple of times. "This is a sailor's short dagger, quite intriguing. Let us see if any live ones remain over there." The assailants were no match for the officers in close combat, even outnumbered. The officers swiftly cleared the entirety of the bastion at the cost of merely 4 minor injuries, with those wounded in close combat fewer than those who had sustained injuries from night riding. The remaining living enemies were roughly dragged to the open ground at the center of the bastion, trembling as they knelt. The officers sat nearby, boasting, while the junior officers took on the grim task of hauling out one corpse after another from the bastion. The young rascal had yet to comprehend the situation when I swiftly severed half of his shoulder with a single stroke of my blade, the edge of which was now dulled. Colonel Kara, evidently pleased with this surprise assault, laughed heartily with a few comrades, boasting of his valor. What do warriors do after a victorious battle? They indulge in bravado. This is an undeniable trait of humanity. Without a doubt, it was a splendid victory, and as the commander, Colonel Kara was entitled to his share of pride. Noticing his subordinate approaching, Colonel Kara wiped the smile from his face and inquired with a slight tilt of his head, "Have you completed the count?" The young officer nodded. "We have accounted for 47 corpses, though some belong to the local garrison, making it difficult to distinguish." "Do not concern yourself with the details," Colonel Kara interrupted. "Let the Navy handle their own identifications." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound akin to a hammer striking stone interrupted him, accompanied by the whistling of cannonballs and the heavy thud of iron projectiles colliding with the stone walls. The outer wall of Duckbill Fort was shattered, sending debris flying. Some fragments even landed in the central courtyard, while several cannonballs whizzed overhead. Judging by the sound, at least a dozen cannons were firing upon Duckbill Fort. "Who dares to bombard us?" Colonel Kara demanded angrily. "A warship from Haidong Bay is firing upon us," an officer reported, clutching his cap as he hurried over. "It appears to be a Navy vessel. They may not be aware that we have recaptured Duckbill Fort. Should we notify them?" "Notify them? Nonsense." Colonel Kara shot back, casting a fierce glare. "Let them fire. A Navy ship bombarding a Navy fort is of no concern to us. Are we to remain here in the reverse slope, vulnerable to their artillery? Listen carefully. No one is to approach the cannon positions. If you are injured by friendly fire, seek medical expenses from the Navy yourself. Our mission is complete. I command everyone to secure the main gate and await reinforcements." Another artillery colonel pulled Colonel Kara aside and whispered, "The bombardment from the dock continues. Isn't it unseemly for us to merely watch from across the waters?" "My dear brother," Colonel Kara replied with a hint of resignation. We are over 100 officers here. Who can I command? You are a colonel as well, and without Admiral Qiao's orders, how could I possibly direct you? The Admiral commanded us to reclaim the fort, and we have done so. It is fortunate that we have suffered no casualties. There is no need to sacrifice our junior officers for the Navy. I understand your perspective. It would certainly be unwise to lose lives for the Navy. However, there is a safer way to support them, the artillery colonel explained. I have observed the cannon positions at Duel Fort. If we adjust the angles slightly, some heavy artillery should be able to cover the docks. The Admiral ordered us to reclaim the fort, but it must serve a purpose, or else why exert such effort? Merely for a few crumbling stones? Unable to counter the logic presented and realizing he could not command the officer, Colonel Kara merely nodded in agreement. Both men held the rank of colonel, and the artillery colonel's decision to consult Kara was indeed a significant mark of respect. Nonetheless, he remained apprehensive, cautioning. The Navy's vessels are still targeting us, so exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, Kara replied. Once the night watch schedule was organized, Colonel Kara, accompanied by 2 other officers, escorted the prisoners to the kitchen for interrogation, a scene likely to be rather grim. Meanwhile, the artillery colonel, along with several officers from the artillery division, busied themselves with the cannons. A few lieutenants were stationed on night duty, while the remainder took the opportunity to rest. The warships adrift in Haidong Bay unleashed several rounds of cannon fire towards the Duel fort before realizing that their adversary, the Duel cannon, had suddenly fallen silent. Likely due to some unforeseen circumstance, they ceased their assault on the fort, possibly because the guiding light from the Duel cannon's fire was lost in the dim moonlight, rendering its position unclear. An eerie stillness enveloped the Duel fort, and Winters first attended to his horse, Strong Fortune. The horse's recent penchant for brawling with other stallions was not a mere fabrication. Other officers' geldings were no match for Strong Fortune, who frightened them significantly, prompting them to desperately attempt to distance themselves from the volatile stallion, with several reins severed in the process. Strong Fortune, with a bit in his mouth, was unable to reach his opponents, growing increasingly agitated. In exasperation, Winters drove a stake into the ground in a secluded corner, tethering Strong Fortune away from the other steeds. You troublesome rascal, you truly are a handful, Winters chided, patting Strong Fortune on the forehead. The splendid Lucian stallion felt no remorse for causing his master to endure the scorn of several officers, gazing up at Winters with large, blinking eyes. His pink tongue extended in search of a treat. Amused yet frustrated, Winters retrieved a few sugar cubes to feed Strong Fortune, saying, Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. Winters initially intended to relieve Strong Fortune of his tack for comfort, but noticing that the other officers had not done so with their warhorses, clearly in anticipation of an emergency, he simply removed the bit and provided the stallion with some hay and water. Monsieur Montaigne, someone called out to Winters. It was Andre, who stood at the door, beaming and waving. Keep your voice down, Winters replied as he approached. What is you in such high spirits? No questions, just follow me, Andre responded mysteriously. He led the way, with Winters following closely behind. After navigating a few turns, Andre bowed and gestured grandly. Allow me to present to your excellency the treasures of the Navy. With that, he lifted a wooden plank from the ground, revealing a basement. The basement was brightly lit, filled with laughter and chatter, and contained a dozen or so people. Winters recognized many familiar faces, seemingly all fellow cadets from his class. Have you found the wine cellar? Winters inquired, chuckling as he grasped the situation. Andre, brimming with pride, replied, Of course. My nose is sharper than a dog's. I followed the scent right to it. Alas, it is a pity that the priest is not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be thoroughly intoxicated by now. The priest is a nickname bestowed upon Bard by Andre. Bard did not partake in tonight's operation, as he lacked a warhorse and would have been unable to reach the eastern encampment in time, even if he had received word. You all enjoy yourselves. I must remain on night watch. Winters found a pretext to withdraw, for he neither partakes in alcohol nor relishes such a raucous atmosphere. To Winters, tonight's raid seemed akin to a farce, inexplicably summoned to the eastern encampment, setting off in a haze, confronting a group of foes whose origins remained a mystery. Throughout the entire skirmish, he felt utterly ineffectual. He was bereft of any celebratory spirit. Winters strolled to the top of the artillery fortification, where heavy cannons were positioned within the robust fortress, while smaller caliber artillery was exposed to the open air. He perched upon a low wall, observing the sea beneath the moonlight, which appeared a deep shade of black, with a solitary warship adrift upon the waters. That vessel had just fired upon the duck-billed fortification, yet inexplicably, it did not rush to aid the battle at the docks. The docks were now ablaze, for Haidong Port, as the home base of the Veneta Navy, served not only as a supply port, but also as the site of the Veneta Naval Shipyard. Buildings within the harbor had been consumed by flames, and amidst the conflagration, Winters discerned a ship moored at the dock, engulfed in flames. The assailants were setting fire to the laid keel and the vessels under repair in the shipyard. Gunfire erupted from the docks, and Winters watched as the naval sailors attempted to regroup to reclaim the shipyard, only to be scattered by volleys of gunfire, retreating in disarray. Blood flowed in the shipyard, while just 600 meters away, the officers in the duck-billed fortification were reveling in excess, most having found a sheltered place to rest. The battle had drawn to a close, and the entire fortification was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. Andre arrived at the top of the fortification, clutching 2 bottles of wine, casually declaring to Winters, "It is rather dull by myself. I thought I would keep you company." He used his teeth to uncork a bottle and handed it to Winters. He then opened another bottle, taking a hearty swig. This officer's cellar wine seems rather unremarkable. Winters accepted the bottle but did not drink, gesturing towards the shipyard. "It is quite dire over there. If we were to support them and flank the enemy, do you think we could prevail?" Andre scrutinized the situation at the shipyard, smirking as he replied, "If these attackers are of the same caliber as those within this fortification, we need not the navy. Our mere 100 or so could charge and rout them. Yet, after all these years at military academy, would you be content to perish so easily?" Winters was left speechless, as Andre candidly articulated the selfishness that lay within them all. A stray bullet, a flying arrow, a spear could easily claim a life. They were not afraid of death. Those who feared death would not have gathered at the eastern encampment tonight, leading soldiers to their demise in a charge that was acceptable. However, to perish like an ordinary soldier is hardly worth it. Let us not dwell on such thoughts. We are but 2 warrant officers, the most inconsequential of ranks. We shall heed the orders from above without excessive contemplation. Ander, once again, presented his theory of expendable personnel, eagerly leaning toward Winters, nudging him at the waist and inquiring in a somewhat frenetic tone, "How many for you tonight?" "What do you mean by how many?" Winters was perplexed by Ander's question. "Oh, can you not comprehend?" Ander gestured with a slicing motion, illustrating his point. "This, how many?" Upon realizing the nature of Ander's inquiry, Winters resignedly replied, "None." Ander erupted into laughter, raising 3 fingers. "I have 3 tonight. That brings us both to 5, thus evening the score. To be frank, my 5 hold a higher quality. The cleric, however, scores a 0. Huh. Lieutenant Montaigne sighed deeply. "Brother, regardless of what you say, you have emerged victorious." And uttered a response. But the thunderous roar of artillery drowned out his words, rendering them inaudible. The 32-pound cannon of the Duckbill battery unleashed its fury for the first time that night upon the invaders. Chapter 60. The Great Veneta. Despite undergoing 2 calibration shots, Winters and Ander perceived that several heavy cannons aimed towards the bay were still indiscriminately hurling 32-pound iron balls toward the dock. Rather than providing genuine fire support for the naval sailors, it seemed more a display of power, a mere auditory signal to announce that the fortifications had changed hands. After a period of silence, as the cannons of the Duckbill battery roared back to life, the naval commander, directing the sailors' assault on the dock, acutely sensed a shift in the tides of battle. The Duckbill battery, which had originally targeted the water's surface, was now redirecting its fire towards the naval dock. Although the projectiles indiscriminately rained down on both the assailants and the Navy sailors, casting doubts on the attackers' artillery skills, there remained another possibility. Reinforcements had arrived and reclaimed the battery. The morale of the hastily assembled cohort of over 400 sailors had teetered on the brink of collapse. Had the naval commander not retained over 30 boarding crew members as a task force, this disorganized rabble would have surely discarded their weapons and fled. The naval commander understood well that this motley crew could only thrive in favorable conditions. Having concluded their inability to prevail, they would flee at the slightest hint of resistance. Sailors are not soldiers. They are first and foremost sailors, with their naval duties occupying their time and energy, leaving little room for combat training. Hence, boarding parties were specifically established for close-quarter combat. Equally, the naval commander, whose primary role was that of a captain, had already exceeded expectations by rallying the sailors for a counterattack amidst chaos. He truly lacked the skills to lead this disorganized throng back to reclaim the dock. Thus, the naval sailors, upon striking the dock multiple times, crumbled at the first sign of adversity. As one individual turned to flee, the rest followed suit in a hasty retreat. Observing this from behind, the naval commander felt an acute sense of anxiety, yet was powerless to intervene. Upon discovering that the artillery fortress might have been reclaimed by reinforcements, the commander could not suppress his elation. Leaving a captain to oversee the demoralized sailors, he, accompanied by several guards, circumvented the dock and made directly for Duckbill Point. On the high walls, the officers on night watch discerned a lone rider approaching the fortress gate through the darkness, the sound of hooves resonating distinctly in the night air. An officer, highly agitated, promptly seized a red-hot iron rod from the charcoal pit and thrust it into the cannon's firing chamber. A cannonball roared forth into the night, its destination unknown. Before the sound could dissipate, the gunner received a resounding slap across the face. "Who told you to fire? Can't you distinguish the sound of hooves? It's just one person. What were you thinking?" The watch officer shouted furiously, delivering another sharp blow to the gunner. Winter and Andre, arriving at the commotion, fell silent, fearing they might attract unwanted attention. The rider, undeterred by the cannon fire, soon reached the gate but failed to announce his identity, instead demanding to speak with the commanding officer inside the fortress. The officers on watch, assessing the situation, did not perceive him as a messenger from the eastern camp. They exchanged glances and, in unison, grasped their firearms and began to load them, while Winter retrieved a steel spike. "We are the Veneta army. Announce your identity," the watch officer retorted. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the rider turned his mount and departed in silence, leaving several bewildered army officers atop the wall. A few minutes later, the departed rider returned, this time accompanied by the naval commander. Initially, as the outline of the fortress grew increasingly distinct, the naval commander felt a rising sense of trepidation. Ultimately, he decided to remain cautious and sent guards to ascertain the situation. Once he confirmed that the army had indeed reclaimed the fortress, he hastened to seek assistance. However, the jubilant naval commander was denied entry at the fortress gates. The watch officer refused to open the door without orders from a senior officer. When Colonel Kara arrived in response to the report, he bluntly told the naval commander, "If you have matters to discuss, do so from outside." In desperation, the naval commander raised his voice to explain his intentions, only to be curtly dismissed by Colonel Kara. Admiral Zio's orders were to reclaim the fortress. "We must hold our position here until further directives are received. I am unable to allocate any personnel to assist you. The pirates will not return to Duckbill Fortress. Their ships have fled. This is a stone, an immovable stone." The naval captain cried out in despair. "Are you truly willing to watch as the pirates set our warships ablaze?" Standing behind Colonel Kara, Winters seized upon a few key phrases. Pirates fled. Winters harbored some doubts about his hearing. What pirate would dare to assault the home port of the Veneta Navy? Had he misheard? Or was the term pirate being used in a context different from his understanding? Yet Colonel Kara remained unmoved. Gesturing towards the solitary vessel on the sea and addressing the naval personnel, "The sailors aboard your ship, combined with the present company, are sufficient to reclaim the dock. That is not our ship. That is the vessel of the Oathbreakers. They will not assist us," retorted the naval commander in indignation, only to be met with a pleading tone. "Please help us. The pirates have already seized 4 of our large ships. If they set ablaze the vessels in the dock, our fleet will take years to recover." His words were so sorrowful that even the stone-hearted Colonel Kara could not remain indifferent. "My cavalry is too few to make a significant impact. 2 battalions of infantry are on their way here and will soon arrive to aid you in defeating the enemy. It will be too late when they arrive. It is already too late. Whatever remains in your dock has already been reduced to charcoal. I will not allow my officers to perish for mere ash. Please leave." With that, Colonel Kara turned sharply and walked away, unyielding. The naval commander stood outside the fortress for a moment, dazed, before riding off in despair. As they watched the diligent naval officer's figure recede into the distance, a sense of unease settled among the officers in the fortress. The joy of their recent victory was overshadowed, and they silently turned to depart. "What is that over there?" Ender suddenly shouted. The officers, alerted by his voice, turned to see. Across the land connecting Azure City and East Seaport, a dark thicket was moving in a military formation, accompanied by the sound of drums. Soldiers marched in 8 neat columns, their long pikes resembling a forest, advancing in orderly fashion. Major Antonio Salviati had arrived with the 3rd Legion of Greater Veneta, a dark figure separated from the ranks, maneuvering around the dock and approaching the artillery bastion. The cavalry officer urged his steed onward, galloping to the fortress gates. The horse, frothing at the mouth, bore the urgent message, "Where is Colonel Kara?" "I am here." Colonel Kara swiftly returned to the battlements. The message from Major Salviati was delivered. "I command you to coordinate with my forces to attack the enemies entrenched in the dock." With this, the messenger pulled the reins and sped away without further explanation, merely issuing commands. The officers atop the bastion were momentarily bewildered, instinctively directing their gaze towards Colonel Kara. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, surveying the assembly. "Did you not hear the orders? Wake everyone. The lightly wounded will remain here. The rest will engage." The northern section of the naval shipyard connected to the sea, separated from the land by a stone wall and other port structures. The assailants had thwarted the naval sailors' numerous attempts at assault behind this very wall. The assailants positioned numerous sharpshooters along the parapet and dragged several short cannons from a ship undergoing repairs. Once the naval sailors ventured within 50 paces, they would be struck by the fire of matchlocks. When the foremost among them fell, the timid would turn to flee. The flight of a few individuals could not be curtailed, which in turn incited a greater exodus. Following a volley from the short-barreled cannon loaded with shot, the morale of the attacking force would utterly collapse. Ultimately, the sailors dared only to stand 60 paces away, engaging the assailants in a futile exchange of gunfire from a distance. However, this time, the approaching force was not composed of sailors, but rather the elite Veneta standing army. Since the conclusion of the Sovereign Wars, the configuration and tactics of the Allied army had undergone little transformation. Marshal Ned had refined the phalanx tactics of Duke Arlian, retaining a portion of swordsmen to counter the Duke's formations, while replacing crossbowmen and archers with musketeers. In the Battle of Butcher, Marshal Ned had decisively defeated Duke Orleans' forces using this improved long spear phalanx in open combat, establishing a composite system of ultra-long spears, swordsmen, and musketeers that has persisted to this day. However, against the immediate adversary, the phalanx was evidently unnecessary. With the sound of drums, 2 battalions of infantry smoothly deployed into a line. The pikemen lowered their lances to the ground, drawing their sabers and forming ranks behind the swordsmen. Musketeers stood in the frontmost line, spaced 2 steps apart, drawing their rammers and commencing the loading of their matchlocks. Within the shipyard, the enemy felt an unprecedented pressure. This time, the assault was not led by a ragtag mob wielding sailors' knives and bellowing for courage. The infantry of the 3rd Legion stood 100 meters away, their ranks as precise as if hewn from stone, yet silent as the grave. On the battlefield, apart from the whisper of the wind, one could only hear the sound of lead balls being pushed into barrels. The musketeers completed their loading process with practiced ease, inserting gunpowder and lead balls, replacing the rammer into the empty slot beneath the barrel, pouring powder into the touch hole, securing the cover, and finally affixing the smoldering match cord, all under the watchful gaze of their adversaries. The officer in charge of the musketeers swept through the ranks, confirming that all had completed loading. Rising in his stirrups, he brandished the battle standard hanging from a spear 3 times. Antonio, positioned behind the ranks, nodded to his standard bearer at the sight of the flag's flourish. This spellcasting officer galloped forward, and with the amplification of his voice, bellowed, "Great Veneta." The soldiers responded with a thunderous cheer, "Long live Great Veneta! Long live Great Veneta!" The battle cries intensified, each more resounding than the last. Not only were the enemies within the shipyard seized with dread, but even the naval sailors behind them trembled in fear. A musketeer behind the stone wall, startled, inadvertently pulled the trigger, the gunfire echoing as the lead struck the ground, creating a small crater. This was quickly followed by the crack of several more shots, as others instinctively joined in the firing. The officers lined up outside the fortifications heard the 3 battle cries, comprehending that the 3rd Legion was about to launch an assault. Time was of the essence. Colonel Kara drew his saber and commanded loudly, "Arrowhead formation, officers in the front, young men to the rear, I shall take the lead." What delightful thoughts occupy your mind? Colonel Bozhukov advanced on horseback, playfully striking Colonel Kara's back with the flat of his sword, jesting, "Why do you presume to stand at the forefront alone?" Following the 3 battle cries, Antonio turned to his adjutant and whispered, "Let us commence." With the command to advance, the drums resounded, and the musketeers at the forefront initiated the advance. The soldiers of the 3rd Legion surged forward like an unstoppable tsunami, inching closer to the shipyard. Approaching within 60 paces, a musketeer within the walls, unable to withstand the psychological strain, fired at the advancing army. This time, it was not just a mere dozen who joined in. Every musketeer with powder in their firearms pulled the trigger in unison. The sound of gunfire erupted like popping beans. Even the short cannons joined in the fray. Dozens of grape-sized projectiles burst forth from the cannon, creating a barrage. Amidst the hail of bullets and cannonballs, over 20 musketeers were instantly felled, their bodies marred by 4 or 5 bloody wounds. To be killed outright was a form of mercy. The majority of deaths were accompanied by excruciating agony. One musketeer, his lung perforated, experienced blood flooding into his trachea, forcing alveoli out through his mouth. Yet he lingered, helplessly whimpering on the ground. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the 3rd Legion resolutely pressed forward, the musketeers fixated on their objective, refusing even a glance at their fallen comrades. This indifference extended not only to the musketeers, but also to the sword and shield bearers and spearmen behind them. The soldiers disregarded the corpses and the dying on the ground, stepping over them as if they were merely fallen timber. Advancing to about 50 paces, the wall of men halted at the command to stop. Rest on your arms. The musketeers planted their supports into the ground, propping up their matchlocks. Meanwhile, their adversaries were in disarray, hastily reloading. Prepare. The musketeers gently blew on their matches, lifting the covers of their powder pans. Aim. They rested their weapons on their shoulders, aligning their sights on the enemy. Fire. Pulling the trigger. The smoldering match traced an arc, igniting the powder in the pan. A flash of light erupted, the gunfire rang out, and a volley of lead balls flew towards the stone wall, eliciting screams from behind the smoke. Charge! The junior officers, leading their subordinates, spurred their horses forward, piercing through the ranks. The sword and shield soldiers followed closely behind, shouting as they surged towards the Haidong Port shipyard. On the opposite side of Haidong Port, the cavalry officers completed their formation, hastening towards the docks at a brisk gallop. 4 colonels stood at the forefront of the entire charging formation, tasked with guiding the assault. Behind these 4 officers, the width of the line gradually expanded. The overall formation resembled an arrowhead, a configuration known as the arrow formation or phalanx. Just as the color red does not hasten one's speed, the arrow formation does not enhance the penetrating power of the charge. The true purpose of the phalanx lies in the notion that if each cavalryman behind follows the one in front, the foremost rider alone can steer the entire charge, while simultaneously maximizing the formation's width. As they approached within 100 meters of the shipyard wall, Colonel Kara bellowed the command to charge. All the officers drew their sabers, bent low, and accelerated with all their might. Initially, it was anticipated that this distance would require the officers to brave a hail of bullets. Yet no gunfire erupted from the stone wall. The cavalry encountered no resistance, swiftly reaching the edge of the stone barrier. Without hesitation, Colonel Kara leaped his horse over the parapet with grace. His leap left the other officers momentarily dumbfounded. For instance, Winters had never trained for such a feat. Witnessing Colonel Kara vault over the wall, his heart skipped a beat. He had no idea whether his mount might suddenly stop at the edge and throw him, risking a broken neck. However, if his superiors leapt over, he would have to muster the courage to follow suit. Fortunately, not all were as reckless as Colonel Kara. Colonel Bozhukov reined in his horse at the wall, halting his advance. The others followed suit, coming to a stop. Bozhukov, grumbling, led the other 2 officers over the parapet and opened the gate. The cavalry surged into the shipyard but found themselves in a state of confusion. There were no enemies within, only scattered individuals fleeing. What nonsense is this? Colonel Bozhukov shouted. The 3rd Corps has done all the work for us. They've left us the scraps. What shall we do? Asked one of the officers. Bozhukov shot a fierce glare at the questioner. Are we not to eat the scraps? Slay all those not in uniform. With that, the colonel struck his horse's flank with the saber and charged towards the fleeing enemies by the seaside. Winters observed as Andrei eagerly followed Colonel Bozhukov in pursuit of the escaping foe. Chapter 61, The Guard's Arcade. Wow. It's the statue of the Sabine woman. How did the ancients achieve such a delicate texture in stone? Anna, adorned with a comical little mustache on her lips, joyfully meandered through the mercenary arcade. And this one? Look at the lines of her body, simply exquisite. Yet, at that moment, Winters appeared somewhat distracted, responding absent-mindedly to Anna's remarks. his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he stood protectively beside the cross-dressing maiden. The Guards Arcade is a long corridor adjacent to the Parliament Square. Constructed during the Imperial era, in times past, the Emperor's envoys would proclaim edicts from the arcade's rooftop and receive petitioners within. The colonnade, a symbol of imperial majesty, is not only exceptionally high but also houses several statues crafted by renowned artists. Adjacent to this colonnade lies the former barracks of the Royal Guards, hence its designation as the Guard Colonnade. Following the Sovereign War, the Venetian Republic inherited this corridor. Although significant public ceremonies, such as the oath-taking of officials, are still conducted here, it has transformed into a mere leisure spot for citizens, no longer an inviolable royal sanctuary. Eager to stir up chaos, Elizabeth willingly became the messenger for Anna. In exchange for providing a design, Anna requested Winters to bring 2 horses to Mrs. Anguissila's studio promptly at 9 this morning. Thus, Winters awaited the arrival of Miss Anna, attired in men's clothing and sporting a small mustache. "I skipped class," exclaimed Anna, her large eyes brimming with excitement. "Take me to the Guard Colonnade." "Did you bring the horses?" "I did, but I did not bring a side saddle for ladies," Winters replied apologetically. "Shall I fetch a carriage instead?" The act of straddling a saddle was considered quite unrefined for women, hence the necessity for a side saddle. Yet, Anna gleefully mounted the horse, declaring, "No need. I have long wished to experience what it feels like to ride astride." At that moment within the Guard Colonnade, Winters observed Anna admiring the statues, suddenly overwhelmed by an unsettling sense of unreality, as if the fierce battle at Haidongport just 2 nights prior had been a mere figment of his imagination. On the street, a small laborer pushing a handcart was embroiled in a heated argument with a vendor driving a mule cart within a passing carriage. A lady curiously pulled back the curtains to gaze outside, while elegantly dressed gentlemen paid no heed, leisurely riding by on horseback. Passers-by busily pursued their livelihoods, whereas Anna remained entranced by the artistry of the sculptures. It was another ordinary day in the Azure City, yet the soldiers could already detect the increasingly acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. During the post-battle cleanup the night before, over 600 corpses had been counted. The assailants, entrenched at the shipyard, had attempted to escape by small boats to the sea, but the majority were caught and slain by cavalry from behind. Without the need for torture, the captives revealed a single name, Captain Drake, a notorious member of the Teneria Captaincy and the Planters Association. He was a pirate whose very name instilled fear across the inland seas. This had been a meticulously planned ambush, with pirates stealthily landing in small boats during high tide, hiding in the forests east of Haidongport. 2 nights later, as a fierce southern wind howled, they launched their attack. A band of pirates staged a diversion at the docks, and when the garrison rushed to assist, another group of pirates, lying in wait outside the fortifications, seized the opportunity to capture the bastion. Subsequently, both pirate factions coordinated their assault, overwhelming the defenders. They then set fire to the docks and commandeered the warships anchored in the harbor. By the time the warships returned to their home port, most of the sailors had already disembarked to rest. Only a small number of crew members remained aboard the warships, unable to mount an effective resistance amidst the chaos. The valiant sailors aboard 3 warships managed to repel the pirates in their attempts to navigate away from the harbor. However, 2 of the vessels were sunk by the heavy cannon fire from the duck-billed guns positioned at the narrowest point of the bay's entrance, while the 3rd was ambushed by pirate ships concealed outside the bay after it had escaped, its fate remaining unknown. The crew of another warship took refuge in the ship's cabin, unable to steer the vessel away, and the pirates dared not board. Ultimately, the ruthless pirates set fire to this warship. In the dock, 2 ships were dragged ashore to clean barnacles from their hulls. The pirates, unable to return them to the sea, set them ablaze as well. The remaining 4 warships saw their crews slaughtered by the pirates, who seized the opportunity to sail them away from the harbor with the forceful southern winds. In just 2 hours, the Veneta Navy lost 4 of its 10 ships at Haidongport to piracy, with 6 others destroyed by flames. Remarkably, the last intact warship in the harbor was the Imperial vessel, Virtue, which Captain Winters had been tasked with welcoming that day. A contingent of loyalist soldiers remained aboard Virtue, and any pirates attempting to seize the ship met their demise. Meanwhile, the captain of Virtue calmly assessed the situation, refraining from recklessly abandoning the bay. Recognizing that the fortifications had changed hands, and that most cannons were likely aimed at the bay's entrance rather than the harbor itself, He concluded that it was wiser to engage with the fortifications within the bay than to plunge into the uncertain seas beyond. In fact, by the time the cavalry from the eastern encampment arrived at Haidong port, most pirates had already fled. Securing even one genuine warship was a considerable victory, and any pirate boarding a naval vessel had but one thought: to make off with the ship. Ultimately, the pirates lingering in the shipyard were those who had not managed to board a vessel. They continued to pillage and burn in the harbor, only to discover that the ships had already been taken away. Most were trapped in the shipyard, with a few remaining at the fortifications. Thus, Captain Winters witnessed the scene before him: a solitary warship exchanging fire with the duck-billed fortifications while another vessel blazed fiercely at the dock. Its crew engaged in fierce combat with the enemies in the shipyard. Antonio had once told Winters that war was merely a means, not an end. Yet now, there was no alternative to war. The entirety of Guitu City was soon aware of the naval base's assault. Before long, the news would spread throughout Veneta and the entire Confederation. In just one night, the Veneta Navy had lost half of its warships. This was an unannounced and stealthy attack. Whether or not Captain Drake had been instructed by the Confederation, the Veneta regime had already concluded that the Tanalirian Confederation was responsible for the assault on Haidong port. Following the War for Autonomy, Veneta convened its first assembly of citizen representatives. Couriers raced along the roads to spread the news, and citizen representatives from various cities gathered in Guitu City. The consul is set to deliver a speech at the assembly of all citizens. Yet everyone is already aware of his intended words: war? The prices of iron, copper, sulfur, and saltpeter are skyrocketing, with new rates emerging every minute. The Navy is forcibly requisitioning all armed merchant vessels, offering exorbitant daily wages to recruit sailors, and has conscripted every convict they can find. The Army Reserves have received mobilization orders, with officers previously assigned to various idle positions being reassigned to new roles within the ranks. The 3rd Legion has swiftly transitioned from a partially staffed unit to full capacity. A reserve corps has already established its officer framework, eagerly awaiting the arrival of reserve soldiers to complete its ranks. The proponents of war initially sought to leverage the dockside assassination incident to pressure the ruling council, but such maneuvers have become unnecessary. The dockside assassination case and the responsibilities of managing the headquarters guards have been transferred to the Blue City's garrison headquarters, leading to the disbandment of the Army's Military Police Division. Major Field, Captain Moritz, Lieutenant Winters, and countless other previously idled officers have been reassigned to new duties. Major Field and Captain Moritz have taken command of the Reserve Corps, while Winters has been summoned by Antonio to the 3rd Legion for training. The war machine of Veneta has begun to churn, with all officers merely cogs in this vast apparatus. No one can control their own fate, especially not a mere lieutenant. As the whirlpool begins to swirl, Winters finds himself swept along by the current. He expended so much effort investigating the dockside assassination, only to find it futile. Perhaps for the powerful, this is merely another round in the game of politics. He suddenly finds himself envious of Andre's carefree disposition, not overthinking, simply doing whatever is asked of him. Perhaps, compared to himself, Andre is better suited to the life of a soldier. What are you daydreaming about? Anna waved her hand in front of Winters, interrupting his thoughts. Were you even listening to me? Of course. Lieutenant Montaigne snapped back to reality and deftly shifted the topic. You sought me out just to accompany you to the Guards Colonnade? Haven't you ever been to the Guards Colonnade? The Colonnade is considered a landmark of Blue City. Winters often visited it as a child with friends or arranged meetings there. He could not fathom the fuss over merely strolling through the square. How could a lady come to such a place? These statues are all. Anna blushed fiercely, her voice dwindling to a whisper by the end, rendering her final words almost inaudible. Winters glanced at the marble and bronze sculptures nearby, the male figures brazenly displaying their virility in public. Naked? Anna softly affirmed. Knowing they are naked, you still chose to come? The previously shy Anna playfully kicked Winters' calf. Lieutenant Montaigne nimbly dodged. Why are you so barbaric? Anna angrily declared. I am here as a man now. Winters retorted. Surely you do not believe that donning this attire will render you unrecognizable as a woman? Regardless, do not perceive me as a woman at this moment. Winters bowed gently. Mr. Navarre, please take your time to admire the surroundings. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Do not go. Anna urgently grasped Winters' sleeve. How can you abandon a lady here? It is unsafe, remember? I shall draw for you, and you will serve as my guard. Do you intend to renege on our agreement? This is the council square. Winters chuckled. This is likely the safest place in the entire Veneta. What danger could there possibly be? Releasing her grip, Anna seated herself upon the stone pedestal of the statue, softly murmuring, "You wouldn't understand. You are a man, and you are safe wherever you go." As she spoke, Anna buried her head in her arms, lost in thought. With a sigh, Winters turned to depart. A few minutes later, he returned, carrying 2 large cups. Upon noticing she was alone in the guard's colonnade, Anna felt a surge of panic. Seeing Winters return, she angrily kicked the calf of Lieutenant Montaigne, exclaiming, "You truly left? Where did you go? Are you not a man now? I invite you to share a man's drink." Winters casually settled on the stone pedestal beside the statue, extending one of the cups toward Anna. Surprised, Anna joined him on the edge of the pedestal, taking a small sip. Sweet beer, brewed without hops, so it cannot be stored for long. It is made fresh and sold immediately. Winters took a hearty gulp himself. Reminiscing, "I used to come to the colonnade with friends for sweet beer during my youth. I never imagined that 6 years later, that beer maiden would still be selling it." He took another sip, smacking his lips. Though the flavor seems slightly altered, it always tastes better in memory. "Do you still come here with your friends for sweet beer?" Anna inquired, cradling her cup as she took delicate sips. Winters, contemplating Benway, who was hiding at the countryside estate, shook his head. "Not anymore. My friend is quite busy now." A gentle breeze wafted through as they sat in silence, sipping sweet wine. Suddenly, Anna mimicked Winters' relaxed posture, allowing her legs to stretch comfortably instead of keeping them neatly together. Leaning back against the statue's base, she languidly stretched. Winters extended his cup toward Anna. She hesitated momentarily before smiling and clinking her cup against his. Gazing towards the council square, she softly expressed, "Thank you. This may be the only opportunity in my life to personally admire these sculptures in the guard's colonnade. You provide the designs, and I shall assist you. It is a fair exchange." Anna's sudden warmth perplexed Winters, prompting him to raise his cup and take a small sip to mask his unease. "Indeed, I find myself envious of you," Anna whispered, "for as a woman, I am unable to witness dissections, observe models, or gaze upon nude sculptures. Regardless of my artistic endeavors, my works remain confined to my own chamber, as no art dealer would deign to exhibit a female artist's creations. Even the esteemed Mrs. Anguissola could only render portraits for others. I have previously only encountered these sculptures through the medium of my paintings. Though they reside in the square of the Parliament, I have passed by several times without ever alighting to visit. Just as it is now, you could come here at any moment. It is only because I am accompanied by guards that I dared to arrive." Anna expressed her frustration. "Mr. Montaigne, you still do not comprehend. For a lady, there exists no safe haven outside of her home. Who has conveyed this to you?" Winters could not suppress a chuckle. "My mother, and other respectable women." Winters perceived Anna as a paradox, embodying a spirit of freedom while simultaneously constraining herself. He finished the remaining sweet wine in his cup and took Anna's glass as well. Anna stood frozen, astonished as she watched the man before her drain her sweet ale in one gulp. Subsequently, Winters returned the cup and, taking her hand, guided Anna through a series of turns in the narrow alley beside the Parliament Square, leading her to a small clearing. Anna, bewildered, found herself on a patch of grass nestled among the houses. "Here we are. This is where we used to practice swordplay." Winters contentedly drove a stake into the ground and tied the 2 horses. "What have you brought me here for?" Anna asked, arms crossed defensively. Winters waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. I have no interest in men." Anna, both angry and embarrassed, pretended to kick Winters. He unsheathed his sword and offered it to Anna, holding the scabbard himself. It was a typical ceremonial sword, short, light, and narrow, but still a genuine weapon. However, Anna did not reach out to accept it. Winters spoke earnestly. "Miss Anna, I concur with your assessment. There exists a natural disparity in physical prowess between men and women. Despite the existence of frail men and robust women, should the majority of men wish to cause you harm, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. Yet, I can impart to you a modicum of swordsmanship for self-defense in times of crisis, with the hope that such skills will never need to be employed." With that, he pressed the ceremonial sword into Anna's hands. "There is but one lesson I wish to teach you: courage." Winters pointed to his chest, throat, and eyes. "Often, it is not about technique, but rather about bravery. As long as you dare to thrust forcefully at these vital areas, penetrating deeply enough, you may not kill, but you will certainly inflict severe injury. Now, give it a try and stab me." With that, Winters stood before Anna, holding the scabbard in his right hand. What are you contemplating? Get to it. Winters adopted the tone of Instructor Null. I command you to strike me. Anna was on the verge of tears. Can I practice with a dummy when I return home? Will the dummy fight back? Will it bleed? Winters admonished her sternly. Isn't that fierce depiction of Aphrodite your creation? Yet now, faced with your own challenge, you falter? Are you aware of this? I am not entirely forbidden from uttering impolite words in the presence of a lady. With a sharp retort, Winters exclaimed, strike. Anna shut her eyes and thrust forward. In Lady Anguissila's studio, Elizabeth gazed at Anna's reddened eyes, astonished. What has happened now? My brother is not a villain. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Anna shook her head, reflecting on Winters' words when he returned her home. What with your frequent tears? Anna sat silently upon her horse, merely dabbing at her tears without a word. Was it merely that I disarmed you? Such occurrences are commonplace in sword practice. Yet Anna remained silent. Winters cautiously inquired, after today, will those sketches be settled? I provided you with 10 paintings. Does a day's worth of guarding equate to a settlement? Sighing, he continued, well then, do you have any other requests? Speak them all at once. With resignation, Winters suggested, in truth. I still recommend you convert them into silver coins. I can pay you directly. Angered by his words, Anna retorted, do you wish never to see me again? I too do not wish to see you. No, it is not like that, Miss Anna, Winters replied with a sorrowful smile. I am going to war, should I not return. Your debt shall remain uncollected. You see, while men may be safer than women, they too must venture into perilous territories at times, do they not? Chapter 62. The General Assembly. Let this shameful day be remembered. Veneta has fallen victim to the deliberate aggression of the Tenerian Confederation. Until a week ago, the Governing Council was still engaged in discussions with the Confederation to maintain peace over the Inner Sea. Yet history will attest that the Tenerian Confederation had long conspired and meticulously planned this assault. They deceived Veneta with hypocritical statements and false hopes of peace. Our fleet has suffered devastating losses. Our naval port has been reduced to ashes, and many brave Venetans have lost their lives. The facts are self-evident. The enemy has launched an attack against us. As the governor of the Republic of Veneta, I have ordered the army and navy to take all necessary measures. The ocean remembers eternally. Veneta shall forever recall the unprovoked war waged by Teneria. Under the gaze of the divine, I vow, no matter how long it takes, no matter how much blood must be shed, even if it stains the entire inner sea, we shall uphold our justice. Trust in our army. Trust in our people. May the divine bless Veneta. We shall surely achieve victory. I call upon the esteemed citizens' assembly of the Republic of Veneta to declare that from the moment the Confederation of Tenilia launched its despicable surprise attack on Haidong Port, the illustrious Republic of Veneta and the Confederation of Tenilia have officially entered a state of war. In the heart of the parliamentary chamber, this venerable elder struck the podium with great force, casting a resolute gaze upon his surroundings as he pronounced unequivocally, the Confederation of Tenilia must be annihilated. The Grand Assembly Hall was filled to capacity with citizen representatives from various city-states of Veneta who had hastened to the Azure City. The special acoustics of the hall ensured that the words of the Chancellor resonated clearly with every individual present. With each declaration made by the Chancellor, the citizen representatives would respond with fervent shouts. Upon the Chancellor's final utterance, the impassioned representatives rose en masse, brandishing their fists and unleashing a roar akin to a tumultuous wave. Destroy the Confederation. Destroy the Confederation. In the balcony above, Antonio adjusted his triangular military cap and turned to Winters, saying, It is time for us to depart, Winters. There is nothing more to observe. Those without the status of citizen representatives or legislators were prohibited from entering the ground floor assembly. Thus, the designers of the hall had thoughtfully created the balcony for ordinary citizens to witness the proceedings. Are we not to witness the subsequent voting process? Winters, momentarily distracted by the fervor of hundreds of legislators united against a common foe, remarked, We remain oblivious to the proposals the Chancellor intends to put forth. Others in the balcony parted ways for the two officers, with one even patting Winters on the shoulder, urging, Let us vanquish those scoundrel pirates of the Confederation. Winters responded with a polite smile, following Antonio as they exited the balcony. Once outside, Antonio spoke to Winters. We need not concern ourselves with the Chancellor's proposals. It suffices for us to grasp his stance. Winters nodded in agreement. Chancellor de Bella's prowess is indeed formidable. Antonio expressed with a hint of melancholy. Some legislators within the assembly do not agree with linking Drake's recent attack to the Confederation of Tanilia. However, Dibella has summoned the entire citizens' assembly directly. Given the current atmosphere in the parliamentary chamber, I believe that even the highest war budget would pass with ease. How could a mere pirate captain like Drake orchestrate such a surprise attack? The Confederation must surely be backing him from the shadows. Winters, perplexed, inquired, "But I cannot fathom how the Confederation dares to provoke us. It is we who ought to strike first, yet they have taken the initiative. Do the Tanilians truly believe that by dismantling the Veneta navy, we would forego our retribution?" Antonio raised an eyebrow, imparting, "Do not perceive the Confederation as a monolith. Just as one should not view Veneta as a singular entity. There is no need to ponder the thoughts of the Tanilians. Hopes for a peaceful resolution have been extinguished, leaving only the path of war. Our duty is to secure victory for Veneta. Are you still accustomed to serving under Quintel? Colonel Conter seems to exhibit an excessive degree of care towards me. He has enlisted several of us aspiring officers into his elite 100-man squad, where we find ourselves with little to occupy our time." Winters remarked somewhat bashfully. Colonel Conter is tasked with commanding the premier battalion of the 3rd Corps, which typically operates at half strength. Following the attack on Haidong Port, it was swiftly reinforced to full capacity with reserve soldiers and is currently engaged in rigorous training at the West Camp. However, Winters, being in the standing forces for his internship, finds himself rather unoccupied. "Speak less, act more, and observe diligently," Antonio advised, adjusting Winters' cap and giving him a gentle pat on the back. "Some will seek to curry favor with you, while others may disdain you, but ultimately, such perceptions are inconsequential. Simply fulfill your duties." Winters nodded in silence, understanding that to deny the advantages his family had afforded him would be nothing short of hypocrisy. If he were to exchange places with Benway, there was no certainty that Benway would perform better, yet Winters recognized he could never match Benway's experience of working at the docks to support his family from such a young age, nor could he emulate Bud. This acknowledgement fostered a sense of respect for both Benway and Bud. Nevertheless, Winters sought to steer clear of the controversies surrounding nepotism. He originally intended to join Colonel Field in the Reserve Corps, but Antonio had insisted he join the ranks of Davenita. Although few were aware of the connection between 2nd Lieutenant Montaigne and the Corps commander, it nonetheless made Winters feel somewhat ill at ease. Antonio was there to reassure Winters, guiding him on how to navigate the situation by diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. As the two rode from the assembly hall towards Winters' home, Antonio casually remarked, "The Navy is currently clearing the coastal waters. Once they have secured the shipping lanes, the 3rd Corps will be ready to strike. Ensure you are prepared and attend to any remaining matters." "What? Are we deploying so soon?" Winters exclaimed, suddenly alert. "This seems exceedingly hasty. Are our ships, gunpowder, munitions, and provisions ready?" "Not entirely prepared, yet a response must be made," Antonio replied with a subtle grimace. "The populace's fury is a fire that can consume both enemies and ourselves. If we do not retaliate, public opinion may overwhelm the government. The ruling council desperately requires a victory to solidify its authority. A monarch should not initiate war out of anger, nor should a general launch an attack out of resentment. Such actions are reckless, and you must vehemently oppose such chaotic orders. I have read of such matters," Antonio continued, shifting the subject. "But I pose you a question. Do you believe there is a commander in Davenita more adept in warfare than I?" "None, though it may bear the semblance of flattery." This was Winters' honest sentiment. The Republic of Davenita naming the 3rd Corps after itself speaks volumes about the military prowess of this unit. Furthermore, the commander of the Davenita Corps is undoubtedly the most skilled commander in the entire Republic. "Indeed, I too believe there is none," Antonio responded. While his words could be construed as self-aggrandizing, his demeanor remained devoid of arrogance, as calm as discussing the weather. "So if I were to oppose, would the quintet abandon their pursuit of a swift victory?" "They will consider your opinions. I have expressed my objections, and the 5-man team has demanded my compliance. If I persist in my resolute opposition, they will replace me and appoint another to lead the assault. Let them take charge, then what? Shall we witness the 3rd Legion suffer unnecessary losses due to a last-minute change in command? Shall we boast with undue pride of our foresight?" Antonio tightened the reins, halting in place, and gravely addressed his nephew. "Winters, heed my words. Never claim that I forewarned you, even if you truly did. We are soldiers of Veneta. Since we draw a salary, We must dutifully serve the interests of the Republic. Antonio rarely adopted such a stern tone with the children, whether with Winters or Elizabeth. It was Kesha who assumed the role of the stricter parent, while the major often shielded the children from reprimand. The chastised Winters lowered his head, and Antonio, realizing his temper had flared too much, softened his voice. The ruling council has made a firm decision. All a soldier can do is endeavor to win the war. We must prioritize Venetta's interests. The alliance has eradicated the nobility, yet we officers stand as her protectors. Winters acknowledged with a sound. In his view, most officers merely regarded their military positions as ordinary occupations, lacking the elevated loyalty akin to a knight's fealty to their lord. Although he admired Antonio, Winters felt he could not achieve such nobility. The parliamentary hall was not far from home, and soon they arrived. A filthy little beggar, donning a large hat, was peering over the fence. Upon seeing the two officers return, the little beggar fled in panic. With a surge of dispossessed farmers pouring into the city, the number of beggars in Cebu City had increased significantly. The neighborhood surrounding the Salviati estate was well policed, being a focus of the garrison's patrols. Nevertheless, one could still occasionally encounter beggars. Catch up to him and ascertain his identity. If he is merely a beggar, give him some money and instruct him not to approach our home, Antonio directed, pointing to the little beggar's retreating figure. Winters nodded, urging his horse to pursue. Antonio first led the chestnut horse to the stable for care, then entered the house through the back door. As soon as he stepped inside, Elizabeth rushed over, grasping his arm in anxiety. "Father, are you and brother going to war?" "Who said that?" Antonio inquired with a smile. "Everyone is talking about it. The whole of Cebu City is abuzz with war discussions. Even my companions in the studio are talking about it. And the elderly ladies are recounting tales of battles from over 20 years ago. Where are you going to fight? Is it dangerous? Why must brother go as well?" Antonio tousled his daughter's hair, responding in a light tone. "It is not dangerous. Your brother and I merely need to take a boat for a brief tour around a small island at sea, and this conflict will be resolved. If you feign ignorance with Elizabeth, she may grow to be a foolish woman." Kesha approached Antonio with a hint of discontent, asserting, "Have a bit of faith in the children we have raised. Ella is 16. She is strong enough to grasp what is transpiring." Kesha led Elizabeth into the parlor, seating her squarely in the center of the sofa, while she and Antonio took their places on either side. Kesha clasped Elizabeth's hands, earnestly elucidating. "War is the most violent means of resolving disputes, a brutal exchange where two factions slaughter one another until one submits. Thus, we have soldiers, warriors who fight so that others need not shed blood. Your father and brother are soldiers, and though they may be reluctant to leave you, they must depart from this home to engage in battle. Do you understand? Their absence is not a reflection of their love for you." Tears welled in Elizabeth's eyes as she inquired, "Is war dangerous? Will they never return?" "They will," Antonio hastily consoled his daughter. "War is not as perilous as it seems. There's a song that goes, 'If every bullet hit its mark, who would the king find to fight for him?'" However, Kesha shot Antonio a stern glance. Addressing Elizabeth with gravity, "War can indeed claim lives. Many sons may not return home. Your father and brother might also fail to come back. We pray for their safety. But if they cannot return, you must learn to face it with strength." Upon hearing her mother's words and envisioning the dreadful scenarios, Elizabeth could not contain her tears. "Isn't it a bit cruel to say such things to a child? She is already 16. She must learn to accept this reality. Only by doing so can she endure. Should she truly lose you, without succumbing to despair like my sister?" Just as the two were on the brink of a disagreement over their parenting approach, Winters entered, pushing the door open. Seeing Winters return home, Elizabeth rushed to embrace her brother, sobbing uncontrollably. "Winters, I don't want you to go to war. I don't want you to never come back. Please don't go." Winters, bewildered by the scene, held Ella awkwardly, patting her back gently while casting a questioning glance at their parents. Yet, even the strong and resolute Kesha could not suppress her tears at that moment. Antonio sighed deeply. Embracing his wife, exchanging glances with Winters, both at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, the stoic Sophia descended from the upstairs. Indeed, Sophia was now residing with the Winters family. The barracks of the 3rd Legion were now brimming with soldiers, and it was evidently inappropriate for a lady to remain within the military camp. Sophia's identity had been confirmed. The messenger had journeyed relentlessly, reaching the provincial capital to transcribe the original documents stored in the church. The verification of the documents Sophia carried matched perfectly. The ruling council and Sophia struck a deal. In exchange for her notes, Governor de Bella would expedite a proposal to exonerate Antoine Laurent, while Sophia would temporarily remain in Veneta to await her hearing. Initially, Sophia intended to reside in a convent, yet Elizabeth fervently extended an invitation for Sophia to stay at her home. Despite the vehement objections of Antonio and Winters, Elizabeth succeeded in persuading the true matriarch of the household, Kesha. The rationale behind Kesha's acquiescence was rather straightforward. The two families were indeed relatives. Kesha's great-grandfather's sister had married into the Dallavasi family, making Kesha's grandaunt the grandmother of Antoine Laurent, who was also Sophia's great-grandmother. Thus, Winters and Elizabeth were obliged to refer to Sophia as their cousin, due to the natural geographical barriers of the Twin Mountains. The aristocracy of the Senez Bay area typically refrained from marrying beyond their circle, while intra-family unions were exceedingly common. Within the taverns, individuals bearing either surname would casually converse, inevitably uncovering their familial connections. Winters' maternal grandfather, being the youngest son, had forfeited his right to inherit titles and lands, opting instead for commerce. However, this misfortune turned into a blessing, as he evaded the purges of the old aristocracy during the Sovereign Wars. It was quite ordinary for younger sons of minor noble families to lose their noble status and become commoners in a feudal state. With a frosty demeanor, Sophia approached Winters, offering him no semblance of kindness, even under the same roof. Winters empathized. If someone had singed his hair and then incinerated the belongings of his kin, he too would find it difficult to forgive. Yet, this did not imply that Winters had absolved Sophia for her nocturnal intrusion and her two murderous attempts. Understanding but not forgiving, Sophia mirrored this sentiment, encapsulating the awkward tension between them. Winters gave an awkward smile and a nod to Sophia, only to receive a glare in return as she cradled Elizabeth in her arms, guiding the weeping girl back upstairs. Chapter 63. The uninvited guest. This minor upheaval rendered the atmosphere within the household somewhat somber. Laughter and joy had fled from beneath their roof. The servants, too, acutely sensed the shift in mood. Even the ever-cautious Marita had become unusually reserved. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the sky, Antonio led Winters into the study, claiming he had something to present. Initially, Winters presumed Antonio merely sought an excuse to avoid Kesha, yet Antonio indeed unearthed a chest, unveiling 3 layers of nested wooden boxes before extracting a sword and presenting it to Winters. "Surely, you must have pondered long and hard over this sword," Winters remarked, struggling to conjure any commendatory adjectives. "Perhaps it is rather vulgar?" The sword was a quintessential single-handed ceremonial blade, somewhat reminiscent of a rapier, yet decidedly shorter and lighter. However, the essence of the sword lay not in the blade itself, but rather in its hilt and scabbard. A ceremonial sword, by nature of its decorative intent, must strive for opulence, though such splendor can exist in varying degrees. Major Moritz's ceremonial sword epitomized tasteful grandeur, whereas the one now in Winters' possession exuded a distinctly gaudy ostentation. The entirety of the metal on this sword, apart from the steel of the blade itself, is composed solely of gold. Not only is the entire guard crafted from gold, but even the exterior of the scabbard is gilded. Both the scabbard and the end of the hilt are adorned with gemstones unfamiliar to Winters. However, given their capability to be set in gold, their worth undoubtedly surpasses that of the gold itself. The sword unabashedly proclaims a certain ostentatious aesthetic, with the scabbard being more valuable than the blade, epitomizing a lavish display of material excess, a veritable embodiment of extravagance. What is deemed vulgar? Such is the spirit of the age. Antonio felt a flush rise to his face. A ceremonial sword must indeed be opulent and resplendent. In my youth, we all aspired to adorn ourselves with our entire wealth. To venture out with a plain sword would invite ridicule. Do you think it is any different today? Keep it well. This sword shall henceforth belong to you. Winters envisioned himself wielding the sword and was instantly overcome with goosebumps. He hastily returned the sword to the table, declining. To carry this golden sword would be too shameful. Does it not blatantly announce to others that I am but a facade? I might as well attach a gold bar to my waist. If you feel embarrassed to bear this sword, how could I possibly have the audacity to carry it? Be a bit more courteous, Antonio chided gently, tapping Winters on the head. This is your father's ceremonial sword. He entrusted it to me, and today I pass it on to you. This is a legacy. Cherish it. That only indicates a flaw in both your tastes. Winters remarked as he drew the sword to test the blade's resilience. The blade bent into a significant arc before springing back to its original form. Remaining straight, the blade is indeed excellent. Naturally, it is the finest blade from Steel Fortress. Interactions among men seldom involve emotional exchanges, even between fathers and sons. Yet, influenced by Elizabeth's sentiments, Winters found himself becoming somewhat sentimental. He secured the ceremonial sword, lowered his gaze, and for the first time expressed his true feelings. In truth, I do not care who my biological parents are. I do not know them, nor have they seen me. To me, Kesha is my mother, and you are my father. I shall serve you as a son and protect Ella. Antonio, too, was moved, wrapping an arm around Winters' shoulders and whispering, "Silly boy, what are you saying? Your coming of age is more than enough for Kesha and me. You are, without doubt, our child. Always have been, and always will be." A knock interrupted the rare moment of tenderness between the two men. "Sir, there is a carriage waiting outside, and the visitor refuses to reveal their identity," came Merita's voice through the door of the study. "It is a guest I have arranged to meet. Please allow them to enter through the back door and proceed directly to the study," Antonio replied in a clear voice. Merita acknowledged and departed. "Is there a guest? Should I step aside?" Winters inquired. "You must both retreat and listen." Antonio opened a concealed door in the corner of his study. "The visitor may wish for you to remain hidden, yet I desire you to hear what they have to convey." Behind the secret entrance lay a spiral staircase leading to the master bedroom above, a passage known to the entire family. The door, however, was exquisitely crafted, its edges seamlessly integrated into the contours of the wall, rendering it virtually invisible. Winters, understanding the cue, slipped behind the door, peering through a hidden peephole obscured by shelves. He observed the study. Two figures clad in black cloaks entered Antonio's study under the guidance of the elderly Merita, the servant trailing behind, carrying an ornate wooden box. Once the room was left with only 3 individuals, the cloaked figure accompanying the servant removed his hood. Upon glimpsing the visage beneath, Winters stifled a gasp. He recognized the man instantly. His identity was indelibly etched in Winters' memory. The luxurious warship, the elite loyalist army, and the legendary Eagle Knight, just days prior. At the still-standing harbor of Haidong, Winters and Andre had awaited this very individual for hours. Count Narsha, the oaths-breaching minister of King Henry III and his plenipotentiary envoy, had discreetly arrived at the residence of General Serviati of the Veneta army. Although 26 years had elapsed since the conclusion of the Sovereignty War, many within the empire still regarded the Sena's alliance as southern rebels. The clandestine meeting between a powerful figure in the Veneta army and the emperor's favored courtier was enough to evoke boundless speculation. Yet, Antonio remained unfazed by the visitor's identity. Without even a courteous greeting, he merely nodded toward the chair before his desk and said coolly, "Please, take a seat." Despite the apparent cold reception, Count Narsha exhibited no anger. Instead, a semblance of a conciliatory smile adorned his face. "His Majesty has commanded me to convey his most sincere regards." Antonio chuckled awkwardly, but refrained from engaging in conversation. Count Narsha, however, dutifully accepted the exquisite wooden box from the servant and placed it reverently on Antonio's desk. "This is a gift from His Majesty for you and your esteemed wife." Yet, Antonio did not even glance at it, leaning back in his chair with impatience. "If you have come merely to deliver greetings and gifts, I acknowledge their receipt, and you may take your leave. Otherwise, please speak plainly." "Indeed, delivering the gift is my primary objective in this visit. His Majesty does not seek anything from you. He merely wishes to extend greetings to an old friend." Count Narsha replied with a smile, but then shifted his tone. "Of course, there are other matters at hand." "Speak plainly," Antonio urged. "I come to convey the Emperor's stance. It is not a directive, but rather a sentiment. His Majesty, representing his authority, does not wish to witness a conflict between Veneta and Tanilia." Count Narsha spoke gently. Antonio let out a derisive laugh. Unfortunately, his words hold no weight. "You have misunderstood, Your Majesty. His intention was not to impose his will upon the southern kingdoms, but merely to convey certain facts. Lord Nalzier remains exceedingly courteous. A new warlord has unified most of the Norman factions and has garnered the allegiance of the Tatars. The Empire will not idly observe the emergence of a new barbarian regime at its doorstep. Our northern forces will initiate a proactive offensive to eliminate this threat." Antonio, initially quite impatient, fell into deep contemplation, while Nalzier waited in silence. After a moment, Antonio inquired, When do you plan to commence hostilities? 4 days ago. Lord Nalzier replied with a smile. The war has already begun. As per our strategy, the Northern Army departed from the White Mountain Fortress 4 days prior. In a few days, news should reach here. You are indeed taking precautions, Antonio remarked. There is no alternative, Nalzier replied. If one does not extinguish a fire at its inception, the consequences are inevitably dire. He gestured to their surroundings. This is a lesson imparted by the southern factions. Antonio chuckled. What is the purpose of sharing this with me? Your Excellency, you must comprehend the implications of my words, Nalzier elaborated. The Empire and your alliance engage in substantial commercial exchanges. Traders will transport goods to wherever the price is highest. Our war against the Norman barbarians has already inflated the prices of essential supplies. Should Veneta and Tanelia enter into conflict now, the cost of military provisions will soar to exorbitant heights. The resources on this continent are insufficient to sustain 2 wars simultaneously. Our mutual bidding for military supplies will only benefit the merchants. At the current price levels, it is utterly impossible for your side to procure sufficient resources. Moreover, Veneta is not self-sufficient. It relies on imports for saltpeter and sulfur, and it is futile to expect trade embargoes to ensure supply. Nalzier paused for a moment before presenting an even weightier consideration. Furthermore, as the war against the Norman barbarians occupies most of His Majesty's attention, the balance of power in the south will be disrupted, inevitably inciting certain factions to stir. Antonio scoffed, interrupting him. Why are you sharing this with me? Some seek to ascertain your stance. I possess no stance. The position of the ruling council is my position. No, your stance is of great significance, Nalzier asserted firmly. Those within the Veneta military who retain their reason look to you for guidance. Your perspective is crucial. Who says so? I do. A servant who had been quietly standing behind Nalzier stepped forward and removed his hood. Winters did not recognize the man, but this time it was Antonio who was taken aback. Antonio abruptly stood up, whispering in astonishment. Your Excellency, the Secretary of State? The highest title in the Republic of Veneta is that of the Consul, while the title of Secretary of State is unique to the Confederation. The Secretary of State of the Confederation holds a status equivalent to that of the Consul of Veneta. Upon hearing Antonio's words, Winters was equally startled. Indeed, it is I. As the Secretary of State for the Republic of the Provinces, I beseech your assistance. Lionel, the Secretary of State, stepped forward and sincerely addressed Antonio. At this moment, the Emperor's favorite, the head of state of the Republic of the Provinces, and the General of Veneta, 3 individuals who should never find themselves in the same setting, were all present in Antonio's study, not to mention an army lieutenant, clandestinely eavesdropping behind a concealed door. What could this mean? Antonio glanced at Count Narsha. It was I who requested His Excellency Narsha's aid to come here. Without his protection, I would not have reached Azure City at all. The Secretary of State for the Republic of the Provinces, Lionel, explained rapidly. I have also made arrangements in Guitu City. No one knows I have come to Azure City. Lionel now appeared anxious, entirely devoid of the composure one would expect from the chief civil servant of the Republic of the Provinces. Why then, have you gone to such lengths to come to Azure? The reasons are complex. I shall be brief. Leaning towards Antonio, Lionel said, I can no longer suppress the young faction of the provincial army. Should you deploy troops to Teneria, the provincial army will seize this as a pretext to invade Veneta. The reason? The Secretary of State was nearly in despair. What reason do those mad dogs need? The provincial army has long desired to transform the alliance into a genuine nation. Surely you are aware of this? Moreover, excuses are plentiful. The diplomatic authority of the various republics has been ceded to the alliance government. Veneta possesses no right to declare war. You have already violated the sovereignty charter. Please wait. Count Narsha said leisurely. From my understanding of your alliance, whether the member states possess the right to declare war is a contentious issue. The sovereignty charter does not delineate this in detail. Contentious enough. Lionel interjected brusquely. Count Narsha smiled, spreading his hands in a gesture of ease. Shifting to a more comfortable position, the Secretary of State swiftly added, furthermore, Teneria is currently divided into several factions, one of which is closely aligned with the provincial army. If you deploy troops, what will you do if the Teneria Islands directly become the 8th province of the Republic? Can the Veneta Governing Council endure that? At that point, the situation would spiral out of control. Antonio furrowed his brow and remarked, the idea of a grand Senes nation was initially Marshal Ned's conception. Indeed, the provincial army has inherited this vision, yet it would not be so deranged as to engage in a full-scale conflict with Veneta over it. Naive. Are you truly unaware of the nature of the provincial army? A nation within a nation. While there are rational factions within the provincial army, the more severe the friction between Veneta and the provinces, the weaker the voice of reason becomes, and the greater the influence of the hawks. Therefore, Veneta must afford us rationalists some leeway. If conflict erupts between Veneta and Teneria, the voice of reason within the provincial army will vanish entirely, Lionel exclaimed passionately. But what significance does this discussion hold for you and me? The Veneta army differs significantly from the Union army. The command of the Veneta army rests in the hands of the consul. You should seek out Consul de Bella. This is the crux of the matter. The hawks of the Union are within the military, while in Veneta, they reside within the government. There are those in the Union who wish to transform the alliance into a centralized state. Do you not have individuals in Veneta who aspire to fracture the alliance and establish the Republic of Veneta independently? Lionel, channeling the eloquence of a Secretary of State, fervently declared, both our nations have factions seeking to resolve issues through civil war, and more perilously, they believe they have a significant chance of success. Count Narzia, unhurriedly interjecting, remarked, I believe the Secretary of State is quite correct. In fact, without the military pressure exerted by your Majesty, the alliance would likely have descended into chaos long ago. Presently, we are entangled with the Normans to the north, which some perceive as an opportune moment. Antonio boldly questioned Lionel, what is your true purpose in seeking me out? To avert civil war. Lionel responded resolutely, I fear that may be beyond my capacity. You can do it. How could I? Lionel astounded them all. The most effective course of action would be for you to initiate a coup, strip Consul de Bella of his power, dissolve the parliament, and establish a provisional military government. Your legion is the only force near Guitu City. No one could impede you. Antonio rose abruptly. What madness are you speaking? There is a second option. Lionel, with bloodshot eyes and a frenzied demeanor, exclaimed, Veneta should dispatch troops to cleanse the Union army, reorganize its structure, and reclaim command for the Union Congress. With my support, the hawks within the army would be unable to stir any trouble. We could eliminate them all in one fell swoop, thus preventing future calamities. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Is this not civil war? Better a brief pain than prolonged suffering. A major civil war is preferable to a minor one. A little bloodshed today is far better than a deluge in the future. Antonio grasped the secretary's arm and urged him to leave. Please depart. I do not wish to hear any more of this lunacy. I will pretend you were never here. Yet, no one anticipated that Lionel, a man even taller than Antonio, would suddenly break down in tears. Even Count Narzia, who had been a mere observer, was left speechless, let alone Antonio and Winters hidden behind the door. I am out of options. Do you understand? I am utterly helpless. I watch as the republics are poised to be submerged in a sea of blood, yet I can do nothing. The Sena's alliance is doomed. The Union Republic is doomed. Your Veneta is also doomed. If there were any other way, why would I seek the assistance of a sycophant of this false emperor? In a fit of hysteria, Lionel pointed at Count Narzia. I clandestinely crossed the sea from Guitu City to Guitu to meet de Bella, hoping for a final glimmer of hope in Veneta. But it is too late. After the burning of Haidong Port, it is all over. It is finished. All is lost. The chief public servant of the Confederation knelt helplessly on the ground, weeping profusely with his face buried in his hands. Winters, who had been secretly observing this scene from behind a dark door, suddenly felt a wave of pity for him, though he also recognized him as a madman. Mr. Serviati, what transpired in the study? Kesha's voice echoed from the doorway, evidently startled by the commotion. Nothing of consequence, Antonio replied. Send the servants home and invite Miss Ella and Miss Sophia upstairs. Kesha did not press further, simply responding softly, very well. After a moment of shared glances between Antonio and Narsha, Lionel abruptly halted. Soon after, he rose, transforming into a man entirely different. The agitation and madness that had marred his features had vanished, leaving the Secretary of State devoid of any emotion, resembling a cold stone statue. The stark contrast to his earlier demeanor raised doubts as to whether his original soul had been extracted and replaced with a new one. Lionel, with a blank expression, regarded Antonio and spoke in a chilling tone. General Serviati, you are a competent soldier, yet you lack the awareness to sacrifice everything to alter the course of history. The courage and determination to instigate change, and the wisdom to pierce the veil of fate. I met with Governor DeBella yesterday, and you today. You and DeBella are of the same ilk. DeBella is driven by public opinion, while you are propelled by responsibility. I know who you are, which is why I arrived with the knowledge of how this encounter would unfold. Nevertheless, I chose to meet you because if you can remember what I say today, perhaps it may delay the impending destruction. In any other circumstance, such words directed at Antonio would have invited a duel. However, the secretary's tone bore no trace of aggression or insult. Once he had spoken, regardless of whether Antonio comprehended, Lionel donned his hood once more and strode towards the study door. Upon reaching it, he suddenly turned back, maintaining his calm demeanor as he addressed Antonio. My assistant and dear friend, Mr. Mara, was sent as my emissary to meet Governor DeBella in Veneta, but he has since fallen silent. He is evidently deceased. Once you locate him, please bring me his ashes. With that, he exited without a backward glance, leaving a bewildered Antonio and Count Narsha in his wake. Narsha stood for a moment, then nodded apologetically to Antonio and hurried after him. It was not until they had distanced themselves that Winters emerged from the hidden door. Was that man truly the Secretary of State? Winters asked incredulously. Antonio silently nodded. Is he not merely a madman? After a brief silence, Antonio replied, perhaps. Chapter 64. A new method of practicing the art of deviation. How could General Serviati possibly incite a mutiny over a few mad utterances? You are well aware of the truth behind this, Your Excellency. In the gently swaying cabin, Count Narsha retrieved 2 glasses from the cupboard and, while pouring wine, casually inquired, I simply cannot fathom why you would share such sentiments with him. As the amber liquid flowed into the glasses, Narsha added several ice cubes from a cotton-covered iron canister into the wine before handing it to Lionel. Unlike his demeanor in Antonio's study, Lionel now appeared as the astute and capable provincial chief official he was renowned to be. The Secretary of State accepted the glass, giving it a gentle swirl, and calmly remarked, if I cannot persuade DeBella, I have already failed. The rest is mere trifles, predictable and of no consequence. Yet, the corrupt tendencies of you nobles never cease to astonish me. Is it not a tad extravagant to employ the court sorcerers to conjure ice merely for chilled wine? One cannot truly call it extravagance, for I am, after all, one of His Majesty's most trusted sycophants, Count Narsha replied with a smile. The day following the Secretary's unexpected visit, the ship Virtue set sail from Azure City, carrying the Emperor's delegation. It would make a brief stop for supplies in Guitu City before heading straight back to the Empire. The deployment of Veneta to the Teneria Islands had become a foregone conclusion. As the Virtue departed the dock, an expanded meeting of senior military officers, attended by all of Veneta's high-ranking officials, was underway, and the atmosphere in the Army Headquarters Throne Hall was exceedingly tense. The meeting had commenced that morning, yet no substantial conclusions had emerged. Mobilize 3 more legions, clear the outer islands in 1 month, seize Golden Harbor in 2 months, and pacify the Teneria Islands in 3 months, declared Major General Leighton, newly appointed commander of the 1st Reserve Legion. His face flushed with fervor as he gesticulated animatedly towards his colleagues. You speak nonsense. If the Confederation is not subdued in 3 months, will you take your own life in penance? Retorted another officer seated across from Leighton, unflinchingly. You suggest the mobilization of 3 additional legions, totaling 5. Shall we exhume funds from your ancestral graves? Fuming, Leighton erupted in outrage, drawing his sword. The opposing officer, equally defiant, unsheathed his saber in response. As the military chamber threatened to transform into a battleground, the surrounding officers hastily restrained the 2. Senior officers seated further away were no strangers to such scenes. For over 30 years, Veneta had seen more generals perish in duels than in battle. Observing the army's internal strife, the naval officers remained composed, eagerly relishing the unfolding drama. To disgrace ourselves before our allies, exclaimed General Chow, the military overseer, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Disarm them at once. With their superior genuinely incensed, Leighton and his adversary dared not continue their antics. They surrendered their swords and sulked back into their chairs, attempting to incinerate each other with their fiery glares. Another army officer interjected, Leighton has a point. If we are to engage, it must be with the intent to annihilate the Confederation. Mobilizing all 5 legions to sweep the battlefield is far more effective than deploying them one by one. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Could the combined might of 5 legions resolve the situation with the Confederation in merely 3 months? Dissenting voices arose. The Confederation is but a disjointed entity. Why not? One skeptic scoffed. The false emperor harbored similar thoughts, boasting that he could annihilate us before the Lunar New Year. Yet the sovereignty war dragged on for a grueling 11 years. How could the Confederation's band of pirates and slave masters be compared to us? A supporter of Leighton, inflamed by the retort, interjected, "Moreover, it was the Confederation that chose war, not Veneta." "Enough of this bickering," General Zio interjected, pointing to another individual. "Antonio, your turn. I wish to hear the thoughts of our comrades. Speak your mind," he urged, as the primary force assaulting Tanaluria was your 3rd Legion. Antonio cleared his throat. "Then allow me to share my perspective." The room fell silent. "I concur with the previously mentioned sentiments. Prolonging the war against the Confederation only serves to disadvantage us," Antonio stated gravely. "However, I staunchly oppose the notion of rapid victory. Once war commences, the paramount concern becomes how to conclude it. Yet, I am utterly in the dark regarding the intentions of the ruling council concerning the war's resolution." As he spoke, Antonio rose from his seat and approached the grand map of the inner sea adorning the War Council Hall, gesturing towards the Tanalurian archipelago. Where will this conflict culminate? The capture of Goldenport? The surrender of the Confederation? The conquest of the entire archipelago? Transforming Tanaluria into a province of Veneta? Our current task is to clarify our strategic objectives. Did not Governor Debella declare that the Tanalurian Confederation must be obliterated? Someone interjected. "Indeed," Antonio retorted. "But what constitutes the destruction of the Confederation? Executing its leaders? Dissolving the Confederation? Arresting and executing all its members? Furthermore, what shall we do with Tanaluria post-destruction? Maintain its independence? Assume control over the Confederation's governance? Or convert the islanders into citizens of Veneta?" In conclusion, Antonio articulated, divergent strategic objectives necessitate varying tactics. Without a clear strategic goal, true victory remains unattainable. Moreover, Veneta must brace itself for a protracted conflict. War is the most consequential matter determining a nation's fate, and we must never entertain the notion of a swift victory. At this juncture, Antonio recalled the frenzied words of Secretary of State Lionel and solemnly added, "For our most formidable threat does not emanate from Tanaluria, but rather from other potential adversaries." That afternoon at 3 o'clock, an order signed by Governor Debella and 4 regional governors was dispatched to the 13-member military council. The war budget has been fully approved. The 2nd Reserve Army Corps is to commence conscription, with preparations for the establishment of the 3rd and 4th Reserve Corps underway. The Navy is authorized to attack any vessels belonging to the Tanalurian Confederation, and a retaliatory strike against the Confederation is to be organized as swiftly as possible. Accompanying this order was a public declaration issued by the ruling committee. The esteemed Republic of Veneta and the Confederation have entered a state of war. All treaties, contracts, and agreements are rendered void. Any Veneta individuals who support or assist the Confederation shall be deemed traitors. Any Tanalarians who extend their support or assistance to the Confederation will be regarded as enemies. The coalition of Tanalarian captains and plantation owners shall inevitably face annihilation. Victory belongs to Veneta. That evening, under the command of Colonel Conter, the 3 cadets, Winters, Bard, and Andre, received official orders to assemble at the western camp at 8 o'clock the following morning, equipped with all necessary gear. The next night, at Major Moritz's residence, a somewhat inebriated Major Moritz clung tightly to Winters, insisting, despite Winters' protests, on teaching him the art of deflection as a parting gift. 3 officers from the former Army Headquarters Gendarmerie once again gathered at Major Moritz's abode, but this time it was not for a meeting. Rather, Field and Moritz were bidding farewell to Winters. "I have no skill in the art of deflection," Winters said with a wry smile, seeking assistance from Colonel Field. However, Field was too intoxicated to comprehend Winters' words. "Rest assured, what I am about to impart is my unique training method," Major Moritz declared with a long belch. "Deflection requires no explosive strength. The key lies in precision. Do you understand?" As he released his grip, he turned to search for something. "Where's the chair? Where's the chair?" Amused yet bewildered, Winters promptly handed his chair to Major Moritz, though he was perplexed about how one might practice deflection using a chair. Moritz took the chair and unsteadily climbed atop it. Winters rushed to support the disoriented man, but Moritz reached up to retrieve a thin rope from the beam above. What began as a lesson in deflection abruptly transformed into a lesson in hanging, frightening Winters, who quickly lifted the major down from the chair. The rope was long, descending from the beam to the height of the table. At the end of the rope, Moritz tied a small dinner knife before instructing Winters to step back until the rope was taut. Yet, the tip of the knife remained a finger's breadth from Winters' nose, forbidding any further advance. "Stand still. Do not move," Major Moritz instructed before releasing the knife. Winters watched as the knife swung like a pendulum, arching away from him and then returning. The gleaming blade descended toward his eye, prompting Winters to instinctively avert his head to the side. "Do not move. It will not harm you," Major Moritz explained. "When the knife returns, it will not exceed its original height. Just watch." With that, Major Moritz demonstrated the motion himself. He held a dining knife against the tip of his nose, retreating until the rope tightened, then released his grip. The knife, tethered by the rope, swung back and forth like a pendulum. Major Moritz remained utterly still, the blade returning perilously close to his nose, yet inflicting no harm. When the knife swung back again, it did not meet Major Moritz head-on as before. Instead, it veered off slightly, striking his shoulder instead. "Do you comprehend now?" Major Moritz inquired with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "I think I am beginning to understand," Winters replied, astonished to realize that Moritz was not merely intoxicated but demonstrating genuine skill. "You are indeed a genius." The principle of deflection was fundamentally straightforward, akin to the art of lateral projectile motion. The true challenge of this spell lay in its demand for precision. The caster must accurately direct the spell at a swiftly moving object and must be able to alter its lateral velocity in a split second before impact, thus diverting it from its original path. Yet, the greater challenge than the spell's inherent difficulty was the lack of safe and effective training methods for mastering deflection. The spell itself posed significant risks, serving as a last resort in dire situations. Even the most adept kinetic casters dared not fully trust this spell, for a miscalculation could be fatal. Training with firearms was tantamount to courting death. Thus, the existing training regimen employed archery. Practitioners would shoot arrows at the trainee, allowing them to practice deflecting the projectiles, gradually transitioning to more powerful bows. However, even with arrows that had their tips removed and wrapped in cotton, accidents were not uncommon. A more significant issue arose from the caster's difficulty in discerning whether an arrow had deviated due to a miss or had been successfully deflected. Utilizing magic, much like archery, required a tactile understanding. The process of practicing the spell deepened this sense. If the archer could not ascertain whether each arrow hit the target, how could they refine their technique? Major Moritz's training method was remarkably ingenious. The weighted object, bound by the rope, would not exceed its original height upon swinging back, ensuring the trainee remained in absolute safety, free from psychological pressure. During the swinging motion, the closer the weight was to its original position, the slower its speed, thus reducing the difficulty of using the spell, allowing for gradual practice. The most brilliant aspect was that the caster could clearly determine whether they had successfully employed the deflection. If the pendulum deviated from its intended path, it signified success. Otherwise, it indicated failure. One could focus on increasing their success rate, and once the tactile sensation of the spell was ingrained, they could transition to practicing with arrows, a far easier endeavor than beginning directly with archery. A genius? Perhaps. But merely employing clever techniques, Major Moritz waved at Winters. "Now, give it a try." This time, as the knife flew toward Winters' nose, he suppressed his fear and did not flinch. The dining knife indeed did not make contact with Winters. It reached its limit at a point not far from him and swung back out again. When the knife swung back towards him, Winters attempted to employ the lateral technique of the arrow spell on it. However, the disparity between the swiftly moving knife and the stationary steel cone in his hand was insurmountable, leading to repeated failures on his part. Realizing the difficulty of mastering the technique, he acknowledged the need for further practice. Major Moritz interrupted Winters, suggesting a diversion. "Let us have a drink instead." He patted Field's shoulder, who lay sprawled on the table, receiving no response. "Has one already succumbed?" Winters hurriedly assisted the now slumbering Field onto the sofa, anxious that the Major might choke on his own vomit, and adjusted him into a side-lying position. Major Moritz observed Winters' attentiveness and chuckled. "You are quite considerate." With that, he reclined back in a rickety lounge chair, gazing at the ceiling, and remarked nonchalantly, "You are a good lad, but be sure not to end up like me." "Ha ha, nor like Field." The weight of this statement rendered Winters momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he mustered the courage to pose a question that had long lingered in his mind but remained unasked out of politeness. I fail to comprehend why someone as formidable as you would indulge in excessive drinking. You are the most skilled spellcaster I have ever encountered, bar none. Have you forgotten what Antoine Lorraine once said? Any addiction is poison for a spellcaster. I remember that. Moritz sniffed, clutching the bottle, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Ah, Winters. You still do not grasp that the only thing capable of preventing a rational soul from plunging into the abyss is a bad habit. Answer me. Do you believe in God? No. A spellcaster ought to be an atheist. Neither do I. I once sought out miracles, delved into texts, searching for evidence of divine existence. Yet, the more I learned about various religions, the less I could believe in any deity. Winters, let me ask you one more question. Have you ever lost someone close to you? No, my parents, whom I have never met, hardly qualify as close. That is a fortunate circumstance. Have you ever pondered where one goes after death? No. The Normans believe they will feast with the gods after death. Catholics think they will ascend to paradise. The Selicans believe in a cycle, transforming into new animals. Do you know why religions depict the afterlife in such varied ways? No. Because humanity fears death, yearning for the notion that death is not the finality they dread, hoping their souls will persist. For us spellcasters, atheists, rational beings, death signifies the complete dissolution of consciousness. Everything that transpires thereafter is irrelevant to you, and you will feel nothing. Death implies the absence of sensation itself. The scorn, the mourning, and the commemoration from the world hold no significance for you. Even the essence of meaning has vanished. In death, all is lost. Can you comprehend this? The weight of such information momentarily overwhelms Winters. Moritz murmurs, one day, you shall understand. Everyone must face death. Inevitably, you too will lose someone of great importance to you, and you will find yourself pondering their whereabouts. In the end, a harsh truth will emerge. They have gone nowhere. They simply cease to exist. Regaining his thoughts, Winters retorts, is it not the same for those who believe in God? Do they not also succumb to deception and death? Indeed, they are deceived, Moritz replies softly. But for one whose consciousness has vanished, what does it matter to be deceived? They will not experience anger, regret, or resentment, since death brings total dissolution. It may be preferable to be deceived, trading it for the tranquility of life. Then why do you still identify as an atheist? Me? Moritz curls up in his chair, smiling as he speaks. Feigning belief serves no purpose. One cannot deceive oneself. I am rational enough to evade the snares of religion. Yet I lack the courage to accept death with equanimity. My existence is solely for the sake of living, devoid of meaning. Yet, I do not wish to die, thus. I must navigate through life in a daze. You still have significant people in your life, which lends meaning to your existence. Protect them, lest you become like me. As Moritz's voice dwindles, it eventually fades into gentle snoring. He has succumbed to slumber. Winters retrieves the bottle from Moritz's grasp and finds a thin blanket to cover him. After ensuring that both Colonel Field and Major Moritz are asleep, he steps into Moritz's bedroom. Opening the backpack he brought, Winters extracts a finely crafted revolver. After confirming the firing mechanism produces sparks, he begins to deftly load ammunition. Among the gifts brought by Count Narsha, there exists a pair of intricately designed, opulently adorned revolvers. The barrels gleam with a mirror-like smoothness, capable of striking a target with precision within 30 paces. Antonio bestowed one upon Winters, who now prepares it for use. Once the ammunition is secured, Winters swiftly dons a fitted black ensemble, having deliberately opted for soft leather shoes over military boots today. He slips the revolver into a holster on his right thigh, secures a long dagger to his left, and finally slings a belt with a steel spike across his shoulder. After ensuring the two other officers in the living room are thoroughly intoxicated, Winters pushes open Moritz's bedroom window and ascends to the rooftop. Though he did not fully grasp Moritz's words, he is resolute in his commitment to protect those he cherishes, a lesson that requires no instruction from the major. Thus, Winters' allegiance shifts from lawful good to neutral good. Chapter 65. Dagger, steel spike, and revolver climbing gracefully onto the rooftop, Winters navigates his ascent with agility. During the era of sovereign warfare, the district where Major Moritz now resides was repurposed to accommodate noble families fleeing from the Duke's domain in the provinces of the mountains to Veneta. At that time, the provincial militia had openly raised the banner of rebellion. However, the flames of insurrection had not yet reached Veneta. In name, cities such as Azure City and Blossom City remained direct territories of the crown. Astute Veneta merchants recognized an opportunity. Even as refugees, the nobility sought more dignified housing. Consequently, they erected rows of stone houses in this district. Innovative entrepreneurs constructed these residences as two-story structures, closely aligned, sharing walls between adjacent homes. This design, featuring dual levels and adjoining units, not only conserved materials but also maximized land usage. While the closely situated houses lacked grandeur, they at least offered roofs and four walls. Constructed of stone, and, most importantly, they were significantly more affordable than standalone stone houses. Ultimately, this idea proved to be a resounding success, with fleeing nobles eagerly producing the scant gold coins they had brought from the provinces. The terraced stone houses sprang up in the neighborhood like mushrooms after rain, and some financially constrained nobles even began to hire laborers to construct such dwellings for themselves. The architectural style in the district of the Benway family mirrored this same design philosophy. However, while the noble refugees still possessed some wealth, they opted for stone. The destitute commoners, lacking resources, had their living quarters primarily constructed of timber. The houses were interconnected, with their roofs joining together. Although later inhabitants made various alterations to their roofs, it did not hinder the nimble Winters. At that moment, Winters moved across the rooftops like a shadowy feline, treading silently. Two night watchmen, lanterns in hand, strolled down the street, oblivious to the dark figure leaping between the spaces of two rows of houses. Soon, Winters traversed the entire district. Arriving at his destination, it was a house, commonplace in this neighborhood, unremarkable in style. The ground floor's windows and doors were tightly shut, while faint glimmers emanated from the second floor, resembling the humble abode of an ordinary family, devoid of anything extraordinary. Utilizing the moonlight, Winters verified the characteristics of this house against those of its neighbors, confirming he had not erred. He drew his flintlock pistol from its holster, sprinkled gunpowder at the ignition point, and pulled the flint down to strike against the friction plate. The weapon was now primed to fire. Unlike ordinary flintlocks, the craftsmanship of Henry III gunsmith, the royal armorer, included a clever design, a small cover over the ignition hole that operated in conjunction with the trigger. Only upon pulling the trigger would the cover open, allowing the gunpowder within the barrel to ignite, significantly reducing the risk of accidental discharge. In that moment, Winters could only trust in the efficacy of this design as he returned the ready-to-fire flintlock pistol to its holster. This firearm represents his last resort, unless absolutely necessary. He harbored no desire to wield such a loud weapon. Let us rewind time to 2 days prior when Winters trailed Antonio home from the parliamentary hall. Catch up to him and ascertain his identity. If he is merely a beggar, offer him some money and instruct him to keep his distance from our home, Antonio directed, gesturing towards the small beggar's retreating figure. Winters nodded and urged his steed forward. Not far ahead, Winters caught up with the small beggar, who, instead of fleeing, halted and stared blankly at him. "Why are you running?" Winters dismounted, gripping the hilt of his sword as he approached the boy, his voice stern. To his surprise, the young beggar, with a quivering nose, burst into tears and clung to Winters, exclaiming, "Brother, please help me save my elder brother." Initially instinctively inclined to recoil, Winters found himself frozen in place, allowing the beggar to embrace him. Though the boy was on the verge of adolescence, Winters recognized that voice unmistakably. He produced a handkerchief to wipe the boy's tear-streaked face. "Are you Benway's brother?" "The third one." The beggar nodded. "What has happened to your brother? Speak slowly," Winters urged, leading him to a secluded alley devoid of passers-by. During his time at the Army's preparatory school, Winters had often sought out Benway for companionship. Benway Nudo, the eldest son, had several siblings beneath him. At that time, Winters and Benway were the same age as the third brother, with the younger siblings trailing behind them like shadows, all calling Winters brother. "My elder brother was sought by the Montagnes last night," the third brother sobbed, relaying the events through a series of gestures and fragmented words. Despite his tender years, he articulated the situation with clarity, allowing Winters to grasp the unfolding tragedy. "Last night, a group invaded the farmhouse where Benway was hiding. After a fierce struggle, they abducted Benway and his second brother, brutally assaulting the homeowner in the process. The third brother, residing with the homeowner's son, was spared when the latter falsely claimed him as his own." And then, Winters strove to steady his breath. A voice within him incessantly cried out, "The Montagnes have traced you to Benway." The third brother, whose tears had momentarily ceased, suddenly erupted once more into sobs. "Then my second brother died. The abductors swiftly mounted their carriages and departed the farmstead, prompting the third brother to chase after them. However, not far down the road. The carriages halted momentarily before continuing on. Upon reaching the spot where they had stopped, he discovered the still warm body of his second brother, the fabric below his abdomen saturated with blood. The visage of Bunway's younger brother began to materialize in memory, a round-faced, guileless child. Somewhat awkward, yet particularly obedient to Benway and Winters. Even when struck by their mother wielding a stick, that foolish lad never betrayed Benway or Winters. That child is dead. The one who followed behind with a silly grin is gone. A sudden haze enveloped Winters' mind. Bunway's third brother wiped away his tears and continued recounting the subsequent events. Then, having no choice, I had to hide my second brother in a ditch by the roadside and continue pursuing those Monta people. That night, Bunway's third brother stealthily followed the cart into the city, witnessing that group drag Benway into a house. Winters began to grasp the unfolding situation, feeling beads of sweat form on his brow as his breath quickened uncontrollably. Yet, he repeatedly admonished himself. Urgency serves no purpose. The immediate priority is to clarify the situation. There are still several uncertainties that must be resolved. Charles, do not panic. I have a few inquiries to make. Winters asked as calmly as possible. How do you know that it was the Monta people who abducted Benway? Their accent, they all spoke with a Monta accent. Bunway's third brother replied without hesitation. Have you sought out your elder brother's companions, those dock workers, or approached the sheriff? The corners of Bunway's third brother's eyes moistened again as he sobbed. It's futile. The sheriff won't intervene. The Monta people have bribed him. Several of my brother's co-workers have been killed by the Monta people, yet the sheriff has not shown his face. We are not Vitans. The sheriff simply does not care about us. Everyone's attention is focused on the war with the Tanyo Alliance. The Monta people have chosen an opportune moment. Are you saying there was a brawl between the dock workers, the Wayne people, and the Monta people, and the Wayne people were defeated? Winters sensed some crucial information. Yesterday, during the day, the Monta people attacked my Brother S group, killing the leaders. I sought them out, but they had already knelt in submission. Too afraid to rescue my brother. It was they who revealed our hiding place to the Monta people. Bunway's third brother clutched Winters' arm, weeping profusely. I had no other recourse. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Winters, I implore you, please save my brother. If you rescue him, my life will be yours forever. Do not cry. A man should shed blood, not tears. Winters handed a handkerchief to Charles to dry his eyes. Do you remember where they took your brother? I kept watch all night. And when the sun rose, I noted the address of that house. Bunway's third brother quickly opened his clothing, tearing a piece of fabric from his inner garment and handing it to Winters. The cloth bore an address written in blood. Is this address certain? Indeed. Does anyone else know you came to find me? No. I haven't spoken to anyone. How many people took your brother? A dozen or so. Is your brother still there? Benway's third brother shook his head in despair, tears streaming down his face. I guarded outside all night, but they did not bring my brother out. Today, I sought out his group, but I cannot keep watch over them. Please, hurry to rescue my brother. The longer we wait, the more likely they are to move him elsewhere. Having heard enough, Winters grasped Charles by the shoulders and inquired. Have your other family members been sent to relatives by your brother? Do you know their whereabouts? Yes, Benway's third brother replied, wiping his tears and nodding. Winters withdrew his spellcaster's insignia and placed it in Charles's palm, then produced all the money he possessed. With a grave expression, he instructed Charles. I shall take care of your brother. You must now find your other family members. Take this insignia and go to the Army Officers Club to seek out Lieutenant Bud. Gerard's Bud. Tell him I sent you, but do not divulge anything about your brother's situation. Have him procure a horse for you to locate your family. Do you understand? Benway's third brother opened his mouth to say more, but upon meeting Winters' gaze, he swallowed his words and nodded heavily. Repeat after me. Benway's third brother recited Winters' instructions. Your brother is alive, and I will rescue him. If your brother is dead, I will avenge him. Seek out your family, and do not inform anyone that you have met with me. Now go. Time shifted back to the present. After confirming that no light seeped through the wooden door of the balcony, Winters grasped the parapet and iron railing, gently lowering himself onto the balcony at the rear of the building. Though he minimized the height of his descent, being a fully grown man, he still made a slight noise upon landing. Holding his breath, he unsheathed his dagger, pressed against the wall, and listened intently. Fortunately, only the sound of snoring emanated from behind the door. No one seemed to have noticed his arrival. Winters undertook this operation alone, without seeking assistance from anyone. While he was assured that Bud would aid him without hesitation, and that Andre might also lend a hand, he refrained from confiding in anyone regarding his plan. Benvenuto was a friend of Winters, having saved his life once, but Bud and Andre did not know him, and thus Winters wished to keep others uninvolved. From his early schooling to military academy, a decade of rigorous training had shaped Winters Montagne into a paragon of order. He could have approached the sheriff, but he understood the consequences. Montagne would receive word in advance, slitting Benway's throat and burying him in a pit beyond the town's borders. He could seek Antonio's assistance, requesting the gendarmes to search the premises, yet that would expose Kesha and Elizabeth, putting them in peril. Therefore, Winters resolved to address the matter himself. Employing the technique taught to him by Colonel Field, Winters slipped the thin edge of his dagger into the door's crack and unlatched it. Yesterday and today, Winters meticulously surveilled the residence, remaining in position for an extended duration. The house appeared far more complex than it initially seemed. Benway's third brother claimed that a dozen individuals had abducted Benway. However, Winters counted at least 22 distinct faces that entered the dwelling without ever departing. It was evident that such a multitude could not be accommodated within a single house. The only plausible explanation was that the adjacent structure also belonged to this band of Montans. They had likely perforated the walls, merging the two houses into one, and it was conceivable that there were even more than two involved. Winters devised two plans. If the adversaries relocated Benway, he would ambush them en route, should Benway remain. He would proceed with his original strategy, which he was currently executing. Employing a dim illumination spell, Winters discerned three individuals sprawled on the floor, ensconced in slumber. Silently, he approached one, ascertaining the vital points before decisively plunging his dagger into the individual's neck. At the moment of the thrust, Winters pressed his knee against the assailant's chest, while his left hand covered the mouth and nose. The Montan, jolted awake by excruciating pain, found his throat grievously wounded and his airways obstructed, rendering him incapable of vocalization, only able to flail his arms in a futile struggle. Yet Winters remained undeterred, continuing to exert force as he dragged the blade, experiencing a peculiar resistance akin to a dampening sensation. The sharp dagger severed tendons, trachea, and blood vessels, leaving a ghastly gash upon the Montan's neck. Soon, the assailant succumbed to weakness, motionless. During the struggle, an unsettling recollection of Major Moritz's words surfaced in Winters' mind. He mused, "According to the Major, should I ever face execution for this act, it would bear no relation to you. Your existence would be utterly extinguished, devoid of any vengeance." There exists a stark contrast between slaying an enemy on the battlefield and executing a citizen without trial. Veneta is not a lawless land. It possesses order and law, wherein the state monopolizes the power to take life. Regardless of the actual enforcement of these laws, murder remains an unequivocal capital offense. Yet Winters' objective this night was not merely to rescue Benway. He aimed to resolve Benway's predicament entirely. Eliminating the physical form may not entirely eradicate the issue, but it would address the majority of it. Winters could employ the flying arrow spell to drive a steel spike into the foe's forehead, ensuring a swift and bloodless execution. However, he lacked the profound mastery of kinetic magic possessed by Major Moritz. Were it Moritz, he could stride boldly through the front door, impaling each occupant one by one, solely concerned with preventing any from fleeing. Winters, however, had not yet attained such prowess and needed to conserve his magical energy for the foes yet to come. He continued with his methodical approach, dispatching the remaining two individuals in the room. 3. Winters silently counted in his mind. At least 19 remained. In a room on the first floor of the adjacent house, Benvenuto awoke from his unconscious state, doused with a bucket of cold water. His left eye throbbed with intense pain, encrusted with blood, rendering it impossible to open. Ever since he was brought to this place, he had been tightly bound to a chair, enduring relentless beatings. Benvenuto laboriously lifted his head, and by the dim light of the oil lamp, he discerned the figure before him. He licked his parched lips and weakly declared, "I reiterate, the death of Big Scar has nothing to do with me. If I had killed him, I would certainly not deny it. But I did not kill him, and you shall not coerce me into admitting otherwise. It matters little," came the reply from the man beside Benway. "You can confess and live a few more days before being hanged, or refuse and die here from the beatings." The man extended a cup towards Benway, urging, "Here, Have some water. This man was slight and pale, with sparse brown hair, seemingly untouched by manual labor. Unlike a dock worker, Benwin refused to drink, turning his head aside to inquire, "Then why not simply kill me?" Because they lacked the courage. They could bludgeon someone to death en masse, yet they did not possess the bravery to execute you while looking into your eyes. You deny killing Bald Scar, and they are at a loss as to how to proceed, leaving you imprisoned until your inevitable demise, the frail man explained, taking a large sip from the cup himself. Are you afraid it is poisoned? It is merely water. See, I too have drank. And who are you? Benwin asked. The frail man set the cup aside, seemingly fatigued, and pulled up a chair to sit before Benwin. I am Bald's son. Benwin paused in silence before responding, whether you believe it or not. Your father's death is unrelated to me. I have said, it matters not who is responsible. Bald's demise is, in fact, a blessing. Your death would also be a favor. All this bloodshed is inevitable. I do not comprehend your words, Benwin replied, shaking his head in confusion. The frail man supported his chin with one hand, stating, You understand. Your family has been at the docks for many years. You are well aware of how things were in the past. Chaotic competition and violent takeovers left everyone starving. After our three factions took control of the docks, we established rules for the first time, and life improved somewhat. Yet, we still engage in open and covert struggles. Countless blood has been shed, and each year brings more widows and beggars to the docks. So what? Benwin interjected. There is no need for three factions. One group is sufficient at the harbor of Blue Seaport. I do not aim to drive you and the Palatins from the docks, but rather to transform you into my people. Only by uniting the three factions into one can we truly eradicate internal strife. I will establish a dockworkers guild akin to the blacksmiths guild. When dockworkers act as a unified entity, we will possess a voice. Benwin interrupted. Wait, what are you proposing? You will? The Monta are listening to you now. Indeed, the frail man nodded. For now, it is merely the Monta, but soon it will encompass all dockworkers. And what if the Vaughn and Palatin refuse to heed your call? Benwin scoffed. Thus, there must exist individuals capable of employing force, their purpose being to ensure that all heed my command, the feeble man responded softly. Benvenuto, with a disdainful scoff, retorted, So, your thugs are your military aristocracy. Do you still aspire to reign as an emperor over a dock as small as a green bean? The feeble man's pupils dilated, and with fervor, he exclaimed, You do not comprehend, Benvenuto. This is for the benefit of all dockworkers. Have you ever encountered a dockworker aged 50? No. They are either deceased or have been utterly worn down. Dockworkers barter their very lives for meager wages, which dwindle ever further. Over the past decade, the price of grain has surged by 20%, while the wages of dockworkers have scarcely shifted. Due to the decline in the silver content of currency, they have effectively decreased by 10%. Without a voice, there shall forever be no bargaining power. The docks do not lack workers. They will grind us all to dust, draining our flesh and blood, leaving naught but refuse. This impassioned oration seemed to exhaust the feeble man, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Benvenuto, momentarily rendered speechless by the interruption, after a pause, inquired, But you are not a dockworker, are you? I am not, the feeble man replied through gritted teeth, but like you, I was born into a family of dockworkers and have witnessed their suffering. Have you shared your ambitions with your military aristocrats? Benvenuto pressed. The feeble man shook his head. They do not yet comprehend. What drives them now is hatred. They seek vengeance for Baal, while others yearn for territorial gains. I shall guide them step by step. In the end, they will understand. All will ultimately come to grasp it. Benvenuto, with a smile, queried, Then what purpose does this conversation serve? The feeble man lowered his gaze to Ben's feet, responding softly, Because you are nearing death. I wish for you to grasp the meaning of your demise, to know that it shall not be in vain. Suddenly, the wooden door behind the feeble man was thrust open. Before he could turn, a glint of cold steel flashed, and his body stiffened abruptly. In the next moment, the once vibrant feeble man slumped helplessly from his chair, collapsing to the ground. An object had pierced through his skull, with a pointed tip protruding from his mouth. A blood-soaked, masked figure swiftly entered the room. Everything transpired with such suddenness that before the astonished Benvenuto could utter a sound, the masked figure rushed forward, covering his mouth. Do not scream, it is I. Upon recognizing the familiar voice of the masked figure, Benvenuto's eyes widened in disbelief, muffled sounds escaping his lips. Winters? The masked figure nodded, releasing his grip, and promptly began to survey the room, ensuring that no other living souls remained before swiftly returning to Ben's side. "It is I. You are still here, splendid. I feared they had relocated you," Winters said, removing the black cloth from his face to reveal his features. The area around Winters' eyes was splattered with blood, yet the lower half of his visage remained eerily pristine. The initial surprise on Winters' face faded, replaced by anger and sorrow. "What have they done to you? What has happened to your eyes?" he exclaimed. Bewildered, Benway could not comprehend Winters' words. Setting aside his confusion, Winters unsheathed a dagger and deftly severed the ropes binding Benway's limbs. Regaining his freedom, Benway attempted to rise from the chair, but collapsed back down. His limbs weak from 3 days of confinement, with only his eyes able to move. He watched in astonishment as Winters grasped the hair of a frail man with one hand while wielding the dagger in the other, slashing the corpse's throat once more. Subsequently, he reached into the lifeless mouth for an unknown purpose. After exerting considerable effort, he extracted a slender, pointed object, roughly the length of a finger. Winters wiped the bloodied item on the man's clothing and inserted it into a belt adorned with a row of triangular steel spikes, several of which were conspicuously vacant. Having completed this grim task, Winters thrust a spring-loaded gun into Benway's hands. "If anyone enters, you must shoot. There's no need to pull the trigger, just direct the barrel at them and press this small lever." With that, he exited the room, leaving the door ajar behind him. "What are you going to do?" Benway urgently inquired. He was only 20, and there were at least 2 others. Without turning back, Winters departed, shutting the door firmly. Benway slumped in the chair, gripping the peculiar firearm directed at the entrance, his mind a blank slate. The abrupt turn of events had rendered him utterly bewildered. As his limbs gradually regained strength, Benway's arms became responsive once more, prompting him to deliver a sharp slap to his own face. The pain confirmed reality. It was no dream. He struck himself again, the ache identical. Resolute, Benway picked up the frail man's water cup from the table and drained the remaining liquid. His parched throat was finally quenched, and he involuntarily glanced at the man who had offered him water. The frail man's body lay on the ground, head turned to the side. A pool of blood emanating from his throat, steadily expanding. This once youthful and slender lad's pallid face had grown even more ashen, now smeared with a mixture of blood and dust. Any aspirations he once harbored had perished alongside his life. Benway crouched beside him, gently closing the lifeless eyes that had lost their luster. He then grasped the man's hand, silently reciting the Lord's Prayer in his memory. Suddenly, the door swung open, not with the quiet swiftness of Winters' earlier entrance, but rather with a forceful shoulder check. Benway instinctively tightened his grip on the gun, aiming it toward the doorway. To his surprise, it was Winters who re-entered. 25. "It's all taken care of. Come quickly." Breathing heavily, Winters inquired, "What on earth are you doing?" Upon recognizing Winters, Benway resumed his grasp on the frail man's hand, continuing his incantation. Winters, agitated, exclaimed, "In such dire times, you still have the leisure to conduct a religious ceremony?" Undeterred, Benway insisted on reciting the entirety of the Lord's Prayer for the delicate young man before he finally rose, limping as he followed Winters outside. "How did you know I was here?" Benway asked, just as he exited the confines of his small room. He stumbled upon a lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. "Charles came to find me," he said. "Do you know where Charles is now? What has become of my younger brother?" Benway pressed anxiously. "Charles has gone to your mother," Winters managed to utter with great difficulty. "Renee is dead." Darkness enveloped Benway's vision, and he felt the world spinning around him, nearly collapsing to the floor. Winters hastily supported him, silently clasping Benway's arm. Taking a deep breath, Benway steeled himself and declared, "You must leave quickly. I can handle matters here. You need not concern yourself with this. Come with me. I know a safe place to hide you." Once assured that the street was clear, Winters guided Benway away from the Monta stronghold. Moving slowly due to his limp, Benway was soon hoisted onto Winters' shoulder, who carried him swiftly to the nearby Yanchong River, where he gently set him down. The 2 men descended a gentle slope into the riverbed, walking until they reached a drainage pipe. A bald man clad in a coarse monk's robe had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Winters approach, he expressed his discontent. "What took you so long? There were some complications along the way. I appreciate your assistance this time." "Spare me the pleasantries," the man replied impatiently, gesturing for Benway. "Come with me." He then limped into the dark drainage channel. "The Montas may seek revenge against you, and even if they don't, the sheriff will come looking. Follow him." No one will find you there. Heal your wounds first, Winters advised Benway, slipping a bag of money into his hand. Although Benway initially intended to refuse the money, he ultimately accepted it, gripping Winters' arm, tears welling in his eyes as he uttered a simple yet profound, "Thank you." Do we need to exchange such words? Winters embraced Benway tightly. And what about you? Benway asked, concern etched on his face. Fear not. Aside from you, no living soul has witnessed my presence there. After tonight, I shall be off to war, and then I shall be even more elusive. Winters laughed heartily, though his tone turned somber as he added, in the unfortunate event that neither of us returns, please look after my family. Of course, Benway asserted, firmly grasping Winters' hand as he followed the limping figure into the darkness of the drainage channel, their two shadows vanishing into the abyss. Winters donned a mask and returned to the stronghold of the Montanans, with several steel spikes hastily embedded in their bodies, which he had yet to retrieve. Scholar? Major? In a dreamlike haze, Moritz vaguely heard someone calling his name, and then he found himself aboard a swaying boat. At last, as he lifted his head to see who was beckoning him, he awakened. Winters' face loomed before him. Did I fall asleep? How long have I been out? A bewildered Major Moritz inquired. Not long at all. We were drinking together, and I noticed you had dozed off, so I roused you. Oh, what time is it now? Major Moritz winced, his head pounding, enveloped in a sensation akin to a hangover. I don't know, it's quite late. You insisted on drinking. Not allowing me to leave, Winters replied with a wry smile. It truly is far too late. I must return home. My apologies. What about Field? He has to sleep as well. Wake him up. If he stays out all night, his wife will be quite distressed, Moritz said, clutching his forehead and inhaling deeply. What is that smell? What smell? Have you forgotten you spilled wine on me just now? Winters pointed to the damp spot on his clothing. Prior to awakening Major Moritz, he had deliberately doused himself with half a bottle of wine to mask any lingering scent of blood. I truly apologize. I must have had too much to drink. Major Moritz said, rubbing his temples with a look of regret. When Field and Winters departed Moritz's abode, the landlady personally escorted them out. After walking a short distance, a half-dazed Field, mounted on his horse, pointed to the sky and asked, "What is happening over there?" "What do you mean?" Winters responded, perplexed. "Up in the sky, look. Is there a fire?" Field yawned. Winters yawned in response, "I don't know. In any case, it's not our concern." Field chuckled, "True enough. Bullets don't discriminate. Do be careful. Once this battle is over, I shall treat you to a drink in Golden Harbor." Winters replied cheerfully, "Make sure it's of good quality. I can't endure another round of this cheap stuff." The two rode away, laughing as they left the urban area. Kesha pressed her ear against the door and turned to Antonio, saying, "They're coming up the stairs." Antonio shifted his gaze from the book in his hands to his wife and sighed. They're returning to their room. Kesha walked back to the bed and complained to Antonio, "Where do you think the child has gone? Why is it so late for their return? They didn't even inform me. What do you consider late?" Antonio replied lightly, still focused on his book. "The child has grown up and should have their own nightlife. At Winter's age, staying out all night was quite common. You needn't worry so much." Kesha, unable to contain her fury, turned around and struck Antonio twice. "Enough. You have returned, now you can rest easy." Antonio put away his book and extinguished the light. In the darkness, he embraced Kesha from behind, holding his wife's hand tightly. "Once Winters and I depart from Hylon, you and Elizabeth should stay at Giovanni's house. With all the men gone, it is not safe." Kesha simply replied, "After you leave, I will light 2 eternal lamps. Until you and the children return home, I shall pray for you every day." Antonio silently squeezed his wife's hand. The room was filled with the sound of Kesha's soft sobs. Chapter 66. The expedition. "It is commendable to have such spirit right after assembly," remarked General Zio, riding at the front of the formation as he spoke to Antonio. "This marks the first time in a decade that the 3rd Legion is fully staffed. It is also the first occasion for the assembled Davanita to present itself in full gear, receiving the inspection of General Zio and Major Antonio. Comprising a chief infantry battalion and 9 infantry battalions, totaling over 5,000 infantrymen, along with 2 cavalry squadrons of over 600 cavalrymen. This is the entirety of the 3rd Legion's combat strength. Among them, 5 infantry battalions are composed of temporarily summoned reservists, while the remainder are regular soldiers who drill daily. There are no artillery units, as they would significantly hinder the march's speed. Thus, the Auxiliary Artillery Corps of the Republic of Veneta operates independently. Winters, Bard. and Andre are now 3 junior officers within the Chief Infantry Battalion. They may stand proudly at the forefront of the infantry ranks, yet they must also humbly remain behind the formal officers. After the inspection, General Zio offered no further words, simply saluting solemnly to Antonio. Antonio returned the salute with a serious demeanor and stepped into the Legion's formation. With a command, Antonio led the entire Legion out of the barracks in 4 columns. No one knew their destination, yet the atmosphere was tense, and no one dared to whisper. The soldiers marched mechanically, following the person ahead of them. And the officers did the same, albeit mounted. The 3 junior officers were equally unaware of their destination, and according to Winters' observations, several formal officers exchanged glances. Clearly, just as uncertain, the 3rd Legion departed silently from their garrison, circumventing the city of Hylon, and headed eastward. The farther they traveled, the more familiar the path became for Winters. He exchanged a knowing glance with Andre, who evidently recognized the route as well. It led to the port of Hydong. In the end, nearly 6,000 officers and soldiers of the 3rd Legion arrived at the docks of Hydong. The battle had long since ended, yet the scars of the port would take a long time to heal. As they looked around, they beheld the charred remnants of walls and ruins, blackened by fire. The once functional military dock has now largely lost its purpose, leaving both officers and soldiers bewildered as to why Antonio has brought the 3rd Legion here. Antonio ascends to a vantage point, ensuring that all soldiers can behold him. He surveys his troops and proclaims with a resonant voice, "It is here that the Tenilian Confederation has launched a shameless surprise attack upon us. They declared war without warning, incinerating our warships and slaughtering unarmed civilians. The despicable islanders believe that such actions will intimidate the Divinity, that they can delay the reckoning." With each utterance, the spell-casting officer by his side amplifies his words, their resonance echoing throughout the port of Hydong. The Legion stands in hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon their commander atop the platform. "Thus, I have summoned you, the bravest and finest of the Divinity. The Republic has trained you, forging you from ignorant children into true men. And now, the Republic requires your unwavering dedication. It yearns for each of you to fulfill your duty." The soldiers below instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, and Winters too found himself clutching the hilt of his sword. Antonio paused, then bellowed, "Today, at this very moment, I shall lead you forth from this place. We shall exact vengeance upon Tenilia. Blood debts can only be repaid in blood. We shall not grant forgiveness. The Tenilian Confederation must be obliterated. Destroy the Confederation. Destroy the Confederation. Destroy the Confederation. Destroy the Confederation." Amidst the thunderous cries, a colossal ship, adorned with the flag of the Divinity Navy, sailed into Hydong Bay, its fully unfurled sails resembling clouds drifting atop the sea. Following closely behind, ship after ship entered the bay in its wake. Antonio raised his hands and brought them down, silencing the Legion once more. He issued his first command with authority: no light loads for long voyages. In this maritime expedition, our supply lines dictate our survival. All excess capacity must be devoted to provisions and gunpowder. Officers, heed my orders. Dismount. With that, Antonio was the first to dismount, standing firmly on the ground. Leading by example, every officer from the highest rank to the lowest sergeant dismounted as well. The officers' steeds were stabled, and they could still fight without mounts. The entire 3rd Legion shall comply. Aside from weapons, ammunition, tents, and cooking utensils, leave behind all else. Cast it into Hydong Port. As the afternoon tide began to rise, the sailors remaining at Hydong Port, coordinating with the army, retrieved the prepared planks and small boats, constructing 2 temporary floating bridges for the 3rd Legion to board the ships. This was a joint operation between the Army and Navy, with the latter displaying utmost courtesy by dispatching the flagship of the Outer Sea Fleet, the Glory. The arrival of this vessel signified that the commander of the Outer Sea Fleet had also reached Hydong Port. In addition to the illustrious warship, there exist another 21 large, armed merchant vessels voluntarily conscripted as troop transports. According to the plan, this squadron would first embark the 3rd Legion, and subsequently, the remaining warships of the Veneta Navy would converge with this fleet, ultimately forming a formidable armada comprising over 30 large sailing ships and a dozen oared vessels. In theory, this fleet of more than 40 ships, coupled with the 3rd Legion aboard, should suffice to confront any adversary in the inland seas. However, from the very inception of the plan, minor discrepancies arose. A naval liaison dispatched to the shore glanced at the position of the sun in the sky and then at the sea level, lamenting to Antonio that his subordinates needed to expedite their boarding process, lest they face complications with the receding tide, which would necessitate waiting until midnight for the tide to rise again. Antonio harbored similar concerns. He gestured towards the floating pier, noting its low elevation, which necessitated climbing aboard, rendering it impossible for his soldiers to board any swifter. Relying solely on these two piers would be insufficient. Large ships would need to lower smaller boats to ferry personnel. Coordinating the transportation of troops via these smaller vessels required meticulous planning to maintain order among his ranks. The naval liaison, holding the rank of colonel, found merit in Antonio's reasoning. He nodded in agreement and hurried to the shoreline to relay the message back to the illustrious ship. The ranks of the Veneta Army and Navy did not share a common hierarchy, thus the soldiers were not required to salute one another. As Antonio watched the naval liaison depart, only a few army colonels remained by his side. Noticing Colonel Quintel's hesitation, Antonio placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to speak freely. "Is it not a tad premature to deploy our forces?" Quintel inquired, concern etched upon his face. "We have only just completed our assembly today. At the very least, we ought to allow the reserve soldiers a week of training, should we not?" Antonio surveyed the other colonels present, recognizing that they, including Quintel, were among his most trusted subordinates. Should they express doubts regarding his strategy, a thorough explanation would be imperative. Antonio countered, "The crux of this conflict lies not in the thoroughness of our preparations, but rather in the disparity between our readiness and that of the enemy. Those 5 reserve battalions may currently be of no use, yet I still possess you 5 elite standing battalions. Meanwhile, the Tenillians have nothing but their captains and planters leading their small contingents. Drake's preemptive strike has incapacitated East Harbor. We must seize the opportunity." Quintel remained visibly troubled. "Yet we only have 5 battalions of standing troops, while the main islands of Tenilia boast populations nearing 100,000. Our numbers are still insufficient. Of course, we cannot solely rely on our legion to conquer the archipelago," Antonio clarified. "Our objective now is to secure a victory, bolster the Republic's morale, and create an opening for subsequent offensives." He continued, "If even you doubt the appropriateness of our deployment, what would the Tenillians think? By catching them off guard, we have already gained the upper hand. However, can we truly catch them off guard?" Contai pointed towards the vividly dressed figures at the Haidong port. "There are no secrets in High Blue City." A troop of nearly 6,000 soldiers had departed from their station, an occurrence that could hardly remain concealed. By the time the Third Corps was still marching towards Haidong port, news of Davanita's impending voyage had already reached the ears of the officers' families. As soon as one officer's family member learned of this, the news swiftly spread to all military families. There exists a unique communication channel among military families, which, while fundamentally based on word of mouth, operates with astonishing speed and efficiency. Upon receiving the news, the families hurried to Haidong port. None would forsake the opportunity to bid farewell, as this could very well be their last encounter. Thus, the scene unfolded before all: a child clinging to his father's sleeve, unwilling to let go; a wife, arriving late, kneeling on the dock in tears, desperately waving towards the ship; and elderly women, likely having lost their husbands in wars 30 years prior, arriving in carriages to bid farewell to their sons. Although the boarding process continued in a tense and orderly manner, the originally solemn and dignified departure began to take on a tone of sorrow and desolation, provoking tears in the eyes of onlookers. Antonio found himself unable to order the families to disperse. Their presence was undermining the morale of the Third Corps, a sight he wished to avoid. Yet, ordering them away would result in a permanent loss of respect and trust from the soldiers, a fate far worse than diminished morale. For many, this could indeed be the last opportunity to see their loved ones. As long as it did not delay boarding, Antonio could only sigh and let it be. The inability to maintain secrecy had already been discussed by the 13-member committee. Antonio turned away, no longer gazing at the scene on the dock. "As long as we deploy, complete secrecy is unattainable, yet we can still exploit a time advantage against the Teniarians. The quicker we act, the less time we afford the Confederation to respond. Thus, the crux lies not in secrecy, but in how swiftly we can reach the archipelago." Several lieutenant colonels pondered these words. Antonio remarked softly, "After all, there are no secrets in High Blue City." Meanwhile, as the Third Corps busied themselves with boarding, a constable from High Blue City was leading a patrol team. laboriously retrieving bodies from the charred remains of houses after a fire. 1, 2, 3, 4. In total, 25 corpses were found among the burned structures. Their charred bodies laid out on the street like offerings in some pagan ritual, soon attracting a crowd. A fire? One patrol member inquired, shivering. The constable felt a pang of anxiety but maintained his composure, reprimanding his subordinates. A fire, and not a single person escaped? These bodies all bear fatal wounds. It was undoubtedly murder followed by arson. Behold this individual. The wound upon his neck is lethal enough, yet his skull has been cleaved as well. Another member of the patrol, his lower teeth clashing uncontrollably against his upper ones, is on the verge of tears. Who could this deceased person possibly be? Must one be killed twice to truly perish? Have we inadvertently encountered a cult? One of the patrolmen struggled through the throng, delivering a letter to the sheriff. The sheriff, breaking the wax seal, hastily glanced at the contents of the letter, and suddenly, a broad smile illuminated his face as he proclaimed, "We need not concern ourselves with this case any longer. The sheriff of the Dock District is willing to take it on, claiming it to be a case of familial vengeance." "Do you believe it to be a familial feud?" the shivering patrolman inquired. "Would a family feud annihilate an entire household? Would all the deceased be men?" The sheriff, indifferent, replied, "However, since someone is willing to alleviate our burdens, I shall not interfere, even if they claim it to be self-inflicted." Until they arrived at the docks, Winters, Bud, and Andre had not anticipated the imminent departure. Andre was eagerly hoping to see his family one last time before embarking, while Winters and Bud felt little anticipation. Bud was not from Veneta, and Antonio had strictly forbidden Kesha and Ella from seeing them off. Antonio had always held a strong aversion to such actions, believing they dampened the military spirit. Perhaps it was for the best that they did not come. Winters was uncertain how to confront the farewell. At last, it was time for Winters' company to board the vessel, yet a stranger woman obstructed his path just as he was about to step onto the makeshift gangway. "Mr. Montaigne, please hold for a moment," the unfamiliar woman respectfully addressed him. "Do you know me?" he inquired. "Someone wishes to see you. Please follow me." "Who is it?" he asked. Intrigued yet skeptical, Winters shook his head and followed her. As long as it was not a sheriff accompanied by patrolmen come to arrest him, he harbored no concerns. The mysterious woman guided Winters to a pitch-black carriage adorned with silver trim, indicating that the person wishing to see him was inside. Upon seeing the carriage, Winters inhaled sharply, discreetly retrieving a steel spike and gripping it tightly. With his other hand, he opened the carriage door, simultaneously preparing to unleash his swift strike. The steel spike poised for action. However, inside sat someone he had not anticipated. "Miss Anna, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. Anna, somewhat anxious, retorted, "Why shouldn't it be me? Are you referring to the matter you spoke of?" Winters realized he had likely misunderstood. "What are you talking about?" "Come inside and close the door," Anna urged, grasping Winters' arm and pulling him into the carriage. "We mustn't let others see me. I am not yet married." As they sat within the carriage, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Winters quietly tucked the steel cone back into his pocket, the tautness of his nerves easing, leaving him somewhat fatigued. He jested, "If you've come to collect payment for the painting, the timing is rather unfortunate, for I am about to embark on a journey to Tenilia." In truth, ever since Charles had sought him out 2 days prior, Winters had been on edge. Last night, his tension reached its zenith as he meticulously plotted, examined routes, and prepared contingency plans. Yet, when it came time to act, danger loomed at every turn. Now that he had finally relaxed, an overwhelming sense of weariness enveloped him, and he longed for a moment of slumber. Anna's eyes were red-rimmed. "Why do you always behave this way? Why do you treat me like this?" "I was merely jesting," Winters quickly apologized, exhaling deeply. "When we first met, you would slap me when angry. Now you seem to shed tears at the slightest provocation. You still hold a grudge over that slap, don't you? You petty creature. I've long perceived that you remember everything, merely pretending to forget." "If you say so, then so it is," Winters conceded, lacking the energy for a debate. This demeanor only served to infuriate Anna further. She abruptly leaned back against her chair, turning her head to avoid his gaze. "Just leave." "Very well. I shall take my leave." Winters rose, his eyes lingering on Anna's neck, profile, and hair. When an unbidden thought crossed his mind, Anna's profile might be my final memory of peace, embodying a beautiful vision of an alternate life path. "Why do you linger?" "I wish to gaze upon you a while longer." For reasons unknown, Winters felt an overwhelming desire to touch Anna's hair. He reached out, tousling her slightly natural curls. "You are exquisite in your unrestrained vitality." Then he opened the car door and stepped outside. Suddenly, a pair of arms encircled him from behind. Anna pressed against his back. Weeping, "I need you to do just one thing for me. Just one thing. You must return. That is all I ask. Is that all too simple? Would my ashes suffice?" Anna laughed through her tears, playfully thumping Winters' back. "You truly are insufferable." Then Anna retrieved a small, intricately carved wooden idol from her handbag, no larger than a thumb, yet brimming with detail and life. A goddess wielding a shield and spear. She placed the idol in the palm of Winters' hand. "No matter how far or difficult the journey, Athena shall guide the wayward back to their homeland." "When did you learn wood carving?" "I have no formal training." Anna replied shyly. "It's not executed well, is it? How could I have overlooked that?" Winters mused. He noticed multiple fresh wounds on Anna's left and right index fingers. The edges swollen and red, indicating recent injuries. "This is the most exquisite wood carving I've ever seen. I wish to exchange it for something of equal value." Winters searched through his belongings, but found nothing of value. Consequently, he removed the ceremonial sword, crafted in gold, and placed it in Anna's hands. "This sword belonged to my father," he remarked, "though it holds little sentimental value. It is merely the most precious item I possess." Today's agenda only entailed a review. Hence Winters adorned himself with this ceremonial blade. Taken aback, Anna stammered, "No, this sword is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." "Why would you give me your father's sword? Is it a token of engagement?" No, we are not at that stage. Besides, my family does not endorse unions with the Northerners or the Empire. When did I ever suggest marrying you? And why do you persist in labeling me as an imperial citizen?" Winters nearly succumbed to exasperation. "My mother's lineage hails from the Confederation, while my father's family has resided in Veneta for generations. How have I become an imperial citizen? Perhaps it is your height that misleads you. But you are most certainly not a Northerner, and I am not inclined to marry at this moment," Anna weakly protested. Chapter 67. The Angel of Vengeance. As the sun dipped in the west, the southeast wind gradually subsided. Accompanied by the tolling of bells, the Glory turned its bow, unfurling sails against the wind to anchor, alongside other vessels that had arrived early, awaiting the ships trailing behind. Despite the long-standing rivalry between the army and navy officers of Veneta, 2 days at sea compelled even the most prejudiced army officer to concede. Managing a fleet is, indeed, a skillful endeavor. Commanding 50 soldiers may merely require a loud voice, yet leading 500 into battle necessitates an effective command structure. The 3rd Legion of Veneta comprises 59 companies, totaling a mere 5,000 souls, dwarfed by the historical tales of the ancient Empire's battles, which often numbered in the hundreds of thousands. For details on the composition of the 54 companies and 5 principal companies, please refer to the earlier chapters. However, to coalesce these 5,000 into a cohesive force requires the concerted efforts of 76 officers, 118 constables, 62 flag bearers, 40 drummers, 13 barbers and medics, and 3 accompanying priests. Thank heavens the soldiers are responsible for cooking their own meals. Otherwise, the list would necessitate the addition of several cooks. Yet, managing a fleet poses a challenge that surpasses the complexities of commanding a legion. The Vengeance Fleet, to which Winters belongs, consists of large sailing ships and oared vessels from the offshore fleet, requisition merchant ships, and several supply vessels designated for transporting provisions. The variations in ship types, ages, draft depths, and seaworthiness are considerable. The warships crafted by the Navy can slice through waves at speeds exceeding 10 knots, whereas it would be remarkable for the cumbersome merchant ships to navigate at such velocities without capsizing. Flat-bottomed, oared vessels cannot withstand tumultuous seas, and deep-draft merchant ships and warships are ill-suited for shallow waters. The diverse array of vessels could not maintain a prolonged formation, with each ship inevitably drifting apart, and those with inferior seaworthiness lagging behind. Thus, during the past few days, while Winters sought fresh air on deck, he could scarcely discern the whereabouts of other ships. The vastness of the ocean rendered them mere silhouettes against the horizon. Consequently, the naval headquarters had meticulously charted the course and anchorages for the Revenge fleet. Departing from the eastern seaport, the fleet would regroup at anchorages after traversing 60 to 70 nautical miles before proceeding to the next stop. Colonel Quintel remarked to Winters that, astonishingly, not a single vessel had fallen behind after 2 relentless days of sailing, indicating the Navy's unwavering resolve. For Quintel, who often emphasized that the Navy consisted solely of sailors and captains. To utter such words was a testament to the officers' commendable efforts, a sentiment Winters deemed worthy of the highest praise. In that moment, Winters reclined on a makeshift bed within the cabin of the flagship, Glory, his gaze fixated on the door. This bed, more akin to a wooden box, was bordered by 2-foot-high panels, resembling a coffin when one lay within. Such a design was necessitated by the tumultuous sea, preventing slumbering individuals from being tossed overboard. Above him, the ceiling mirrored the ship's deck, crafted to maximize space with bunk beds. The cramped quarters housed 4 sleeping berths, leaving only a narrow passageway, creating an atmosphere of considerable confinement. Although the accommodations were modest, they represented a significant privilege within the Navy. Life at sea was notoriously harsh, with sailors often curled up in hammocks, awakening sore and fatigued. Yet, even in this state, their circumstances were preferable to those of many merchant sailors. The crew of the Rogue Gull, for instance, slept directly on the deck, enduring dampness that led to skin ailments and restless nights, rolling with the waves during turbulent weather. The Veneta Navy demonstrated immense goodwill by reducing the crew of the Glory, even dispensing with gunners, retaining only those necessary to ensure the ship's operational capacity. They repurposed all available space into cabins, effectively transforming the flagship of the offshore fleet into a command center and dormitory for Army officers. To facilitate seamless communication, the Naval Command even arranged for the quarters of the 3rd Corps commander to be adjacent to that of the offshore fleet commander. As Colonel Quintel articulated, their desire to decisively confront the Tenilians was palpable, even to the extent of courting their long-standing adversaries. Anchored against the headwind, the Glory maintained a steady position, gently swaying with the waves. It was evident that Andre was asleep, as the sound of intermittent snoring emanated from the upper berth where Winters lay. On the opposite upper bunk, Bud continued to peruse his well-worn book. Sensing the ship's movements, Winters seized a moment when the vessel reached its highest point. Employing the technique of flying arrows, a steel dart was hurled from his hand, embedding itself in the door of the cabin. Winters exhaled with satisfaction, retrieving another dart. Within a small circle carved with a knife in the center of the door, a dozen steel darts were now firmly lodged, while outside the circle lay only the holes left from previous practice. The explosive power of a spellcaster's incantations, as well as their technique, could only be enhanced through relentless practice. If conditions for practice were lacking, one must create them nonetheless. The distance from his hand to the cabin door was approximately 2.5 paces, and Winters had already begun practicing the 6-step target in his home basement. At such a short range, he could achieve perfect accuracy, though the significance of this practice was minimal. However, space aboard the ship was indeed limited, and with numerous senior officers around, Winters dared not be reckless. He could only engage in casual play within the confines of the cabin, treating it as a game. "Remember to remind me not to play darts with you again," Bud remarked, peering out from his bunk at the darts embedded in the door, a smile gracing his face. "Not a problem," Winters replied, his playful spirit ignited. He assumed the posture for throwing darts, took aim a couple of times, and launched the dart towards the door. Yet, at the very moment the dart slipped from his grasp, someone from outside opened the door. As 3 lieutenants idly passed their time in the Glory's cabin, a swift sailing ship docked at the harbor of Azure Bay. The sailors aboard appeared weary and haggard, having worked in shifts, tirelessly navigating the vessel towards Azure Bay. They had faced headwinds and storms along the way, yet these resolute sailors remained undaunted. Unbeknownst to them, they had shattered the record for the shortest time taken from Golden Harbor to Azure Bay, creating a substantial gap from the 2nd place. Although this minor episode went unnoticed, the sea would eternally remember. Their record would stand for centuries, until eclipsed by an era-defining clipper ship. However, they arrived too late. The Republic of Veneta had already dispatched its avenging angels. Upon receiving this news, Captain Kenway and Captain Tanya, leaders of the Planners Association, ceased their attempts to meet with Governor DeBella and returned straight to their ship. War had arrived, and it would not relent until one side capitulated. Kenway endeavored to prevent this calamity, yet his efforts proved futile. Now, he needed to swiftly communicate the news of the Veneta 3rd Legion's departure to the other captains. Chapter 67. The Paddle Sail Warship, Golden Lion. At the very moment the door outside opened, the dart left Winters' hand. No one anticipated that someone would enter at that precise moment, and both Winters and Bud shouted in unison. Had the individual outside heeded their warning and attempted to dodge, it would certainly have been too late. Before the two could vocalize their alarm, the person outside acted swiftly, leaning aside to evade the incoming projectile, thus averting disaster. A sharp little object flew out the door and lodged itself in the wooden partition opposite the hatch. The person outside reached in, pulled it free, and entered the cabin with a smile, saying, "What? You landlubbers think you can challenge our navy?" Winters sprang from his bed, stepped over to the individual, and, with a hint of trepidation, said, "Thank goodness you reacted swiftly, Cage. It's a relief you weren't hurt. I shall never play like that in the cabin again." Ensign Cage of the HMS Glory returned the steel spike to Winters with a grin, remarking, "You can't injure a naval officer with such trifles." Winters chuckled and reclined back onto his bed. After exchanging greetings with Cage, Bud inquired, "Aren't you on duty?" "Anchor's away. It's my turn to rest now." Cage replied with a weary yawn as he settled back into the bunk beneath Bud. The room accommodated 4 beds, and aside from Winters, Bud, and Ander, 3 Army warrant officers, there was a Navy ensign. However, the Navy ensign was in a league entirely different from the Army officer like Winters. Cage was significantly more seasoned than his 3 roommates. While Winters, Bud, and Ander had only just departed from the military academy as novices, Cage had been serving aboard the Glory as an ensign since the age of 12, accruing 8 years of experience on board. Officers of comparable ranks in the Army had already ascended to the rank of lieutenant, yet Cage remained one of the 11 ensigns aboard the ship. This discrepancy arose because the naval and Army officer systems were fundamentally distinct and did not align, in stark contrast to the Army's rigid hierarchical structure. The Navy's rank system was notably flat. The officer hierarchy aboard a vessel consisted of only 3 levels: captain, first officer, and midshipman. Among these, only the captain and first officer were considered formal officers, while midshipmen, like Winters, ranked above sailors and soldiers, but below the commissioned officers. In the Army, both are merely junior officers, the former being a 3rd-level lieutenant and the latter a 2nd-level lieutenant, with these ranks commanding at most an 80-man company. However, in the Navy, the captain holds the highest authority on a warship. The first officer ranks just below the captain, overseeing all others. The captain's command strength varied by vessel. The Glory boasted 30 cannons and a full crew of over 500, meaning her captain would be equivalent to at least a colonel in the Army. Conversely, the captain of the Scurvy Gull, with its mere 20 sailors, would not even qualify as a warrant officer in Army terms. Yet, from the Navy's perspective, the captains of both ships theoretically belonged to the same rank of captain, with neither required to salute the other. Due to this vast disparity, the armies and navies of Veneta simply disregarded each other's ranks, each following its own path. A warrant officer like Winters would not need to salute even a naval general, and the same principle applied reciprocally within the Navy. To become an officer in the Veneta Navy, one must first hail from a reputable background and have a guarantor. With these prerequisites met, one may board a vessel as a candidate officer. Following this, it is imperative to diligently accrue experience until the Naval Headquarters grants approval for promotion to warrant officer. As for when one may ascend to the rank of captain, that is contingent upon the availability of a ship without a commanding officer. Though Officer Cage possesses significantly more experience than the 3 Army warrant officers, he never adopts an air of superiority. Rather, he is remarkably affable, imparting a wealth of nautical knowledge to Winters and his companions. Additionally, given that the 4 share a similar age, they quickly become well acquainted and enjoy each other's company immensely. By the way, upon departing from this anchorage, we are likely to rest for a day at Lighthouse Harbor, allowing you all a moment of respite, Cage remarked, covering his head with a pillow and speaking in a lackluster tone. What? Winters suddenly sat up. Disembark? Life aboard the ship feels akin to imprisonment, compounded by seasickness. Yet upon hearing of the impending shore leave, there was no hint of joy in Winters' tone. Indeed, we shall disembark to rest, likely anchoring for a day or 2. Are we truly stopping so soon after just 2 days at sea? Bud inquired, peering down from the upper bunk in confusion. Are we not bound for the Tenelira Islands without pause? Winters jested. We, the landlubbers, have yet to complain. Yet it seems you sailors are the first to require a shore break. You fortunate souls in the officers' quarters hardly suffer, Cage retorted, now unable to sleep, sitting up in bemusement. Moreover, you will still have access to hot meals. Is that truly hardship? When we previously sailed from Guitu City back to Veneta, we did not rest even for a day. What sort of vessel were you aboard? I am uncertain, Winters pondered, recalling the name of their ship. It was called the Thieving Gull, a modest vessel with 3 masts. I see. How many crew members does the Thieving Gull carry? Approximately 20 sailors, plus us, bringing the total to over 50. If only the glorious ship were alone, it could indeed make the journey to the islands without ever touching land. A large sailing ship could manage that, but a row sailing ship cannot, Cage replied wearily, returning to his bed. If you wish to comprehend why, once the following ships arrive, I shall escort you to view the nautical charts when I deliver them, and it will become clear. The Navy's meticulously chosen anchorage was shielded by an unnamed island, with the fleet's vessels maintaining a safe distance, anchored in this natural harbor. A small boat was lowered from the Glorious, and Winters followed Cage down the rope ladder into the watercraft. Cage held tightly to a wooden box containing navigational charts and the fleet's forthcoming destinations. To ensure the fleet's route remained undisclosed, only the senior officers aboard the flagship, the Glorious, were privy to the next anchorage's location until each vessel reassembled. Thus, even if individual ships were captured, the enemy would remain oblivious to the fleet's overall course. Although the vengeful fleet is vast in its ambitions, accurately intercepting it upon the boundless ocean proves to be no simple task, for sailors exert themselves, their oars rhythmically striking the water's surface. The small vessel drifts away from the HMS Glory, gliding through the undulating waves towards another oared sailing ship, the Lion. In the fading light of the sunset, Winters gazes upon this oared sailing vessel. The Lion is neither a mere rowboat nor a pure sailing ship. It is a product of pragmatic design. Whether oar or sail, it embraces both. In contrast to the robust and broad HMS Glory, the Lion's hull is slender and elongated to accommodate more oarsmen. The entire ship is relatively low profile, featuring only a single deck, with both bow and stern comprising just one deckhouse. The hull bears no gun ports, only a dense array of oars. Recalling the layout of the Fortune, Winters surmises that the Lion's cannons are likely positioned at the bow and stern along the hull. Why is this vessel's freeboard so low? Winters inquired, patting Cage on the shoulder from behind. Isn't that a disadvantage in battle? Though he has only experienced one naval engagement, Winters has grasped a fundamental truth. In naval combat, a higher vessel possesses the upper hand. This understanding explains why the structures of warships have progressively risen, ultimately resembling fortresses upon the deck. Not only does the HMS Glory boast a higher freeboard than the Lion, but it also features 3 tiers of deckhouses. For the Lion's sailors, facing the Glory is akin to confronting a towering wall. Any attack on the Glory must be executed from below, while the Glory can easily dominate the Lion from its elevated position. Indeed, it is disadvantageous. Hence, modern warships are designed to be round, whereas the Lion is an antiquated vessel constructed over a decade prior. Cage turned, patiently elucidating to Winters. Moreover, the Lion possesses its own advantages. While it may struggle in a boarding scenario, it is not rendered ineffective. The Lion is remarkably agile. Indeed, a sailing ship is helpless in windless conditions. Winters reflected on his past naval skirmish and remarked, I believe contemporary warship designs are excessively extreme, akin to those cavalrymen who ultimately encase themselves and their steeds in iron plates. Engaging in a topic of his interest, Cage suddenly became animated, gesturing towards the Glory as he commented to Winters. The Glory appears formidable, yet it is notably cumbersome. The height of the deckhouse destabilizes its center of gravity, preventing the placement of numerous cannons within. Additionally, the elevated deckhouse presents a considerable disadvantage, exposing a larger windward face and complicating maneuvers. But isn't a higher deckhouse advantageous in naval combat? Winters timidly posed this question, feeling uncertain in a realm he did not fully comprehend. Cage slapped his thigh. Hence, I describe it as extreme, much like those knights clad entirely in armor. In hand-to-hand combat, sturdier armor undoubtedly confers an advantage, leading nobles to encase themselves entirely in iron. Yet, what if the enemy shifts from melee to firearms? Naval warfare parallels this. In pursuit of an advantage in boarding actions, the deckhouses have only grown taller. The Glory is indeed the epitome of boarding warships. Yet what if the enemy refrains from boarding? How can naval battles be conducted without such engagements? Never one to feign knowledge, Winters has cultivated a commendable habit of inquiring when in doubt, a lesson learned from Antonio. As the tactic of ramming gradually waned, the art of naval warfare for nearly a millennium has involved 2 vessels drawing near, with sailors exchanging volleys of crossbows and firearms, culminating in a decisive boarding action. Winters found himself at a loss for alternative strategies. Utilize artillery, Cage asserted confidently, to sink these cumbersome ships from a distance. Winters chuckled softly. But isn't there already artillery aboard? Moreover, given the inaccuracy of cannon fire on the tumultuous sea, striking a vessel even 50 meters away proves to be a daunting task. The ship's artillery, consisting of either large-caliber short-barreled cannons or rotating guns, could only be effective at close range. Cage hurriedly countered, consider this. If we equipped a nimble ship with long-barreled cannons, it could engage from afar without the need for boarding. A grand ship like the Glory would be unable to pursue or retaliate, merely left to endure the assault. Regrettably, the Navy is currently populated by staunch traditionalists, resistant to innovation. They possess an affinity for imposing ships like the Glory, funneling all funds into constructing such high-profile vessels. Cage lamented, striking his thigh in frustration. While naval warfare eludes my expertise, I recall a similar land battle, the Battle of Carleigh, where the infantry of the ancient empire could not keep pace with the cavalry of Parati, their morale eroded by arrows until they were ultimately decimated by heavy cavalry. Winters jested, should I ascend to the role of military governor, I shall allocate the entire naval budget towards fabricating the ships you desire. Cage chuckled in response. And if I were to become military governor, I would divert your Army's budget to our Navy for shipbuilding. Winters laughed heartily. It's a pact. I have always admired individuals like you who harbor innovative ideas. I, however, am but a student of your wisdom. Cage shook his head, gesturing dismissively. No, it's not my invention. These are the theories of Captain Spire. I merely echo his insights. Captain Spire commands the Lion, and you shall have the fortune of meeting him on this visit. As they conversed, their small boat approached the side of the Lion. A rope ladder was lowered, and Winters followed Cage aboard the Lion. The dialogue nearly obscured his original purpose for visiting, but upon stepping onto the ship, the intent resurfaced with clarity. He instantly grasped why Cage had remarked that a paddle sail vessel must dock every 2 days. A glance aboard would elucidate the matter. Before him, the open deck of the Lion was densely populated, leaving no space to step. This deck was divided into 2 tiers, broadly convex in shape. At the center stood an elevated platform, evidently occupied by Navy soldiers, with no room for them to recline, forcing them to huddle together for rest. The deck near the ship's gunwales is a convex structure on the lower level, where the deck is more than a meter lower than that of the center, serving as the seating area for the oarsmen. This design ensures that the oarsmen are positioned lower than the soldiers in the center, thereby allowing the soldiers unobstructed access to their ranged weaponry. The disheveled and emaciated oarsmen are shackled to the sides of the oars with iron chains, with each or manned by 3 or 4 oarsmen. They possess no space to move, resembling the enslaved oarsmen aboard the Good Fortune. Even though the deck is open to the elements, Winters can still detect an unpleasant odor. The crowded Golden Lion resembles a transport vessel carrying livestock, with human beings crammed together like cattle, unable to move. On this ship, human dignity is non-existent. Winters doubts he could endure even an hour in such conditions. How can there be so many people? Just how many are crammed onto this ship? Winters inquires in shock, turning to Cage for answers. Cage responds with a question. How many aboard the Glory? Perhaps 200 or 300. Winters is uncertain. Cage, with an impassive expression, states that the Glory originally housed over 500 crew members, and now, including them, there are fewer than 400. The number aboard the Golden Lion is approximately the same, around 400. How can this ship, significantly smaller than the Glory, accommodate 400 souls? How do they endure it? The deplorable living conditions of the Golden Lion's crew astound Winters. The Glory not only boasts a larger size than the Golden Lion, but also features multiple decks. While the vast majority aboard the Golden Lion are crammed onto the open deck, Cage, seemingly accustomed to the harsh realities of life at sea, coldly remarks, they are not human, they are sailors. Yet, even sailors cannot last long in such conditions, necessitating shore leave every 2 days for respite. The galley ship is essentially a fortress adrift on the sea, exhibiting poor self-sustainability. More than half of our fleet consists of such galleys, making the acquisition of transit ports vastly more important than the destruction of enemy vessels. What happens in the rain? There is nothing overhead to provide shelter. Endure it. And what of the oarsmen? Why are they shackled? They are criminals. No free man would willingly serve as an oarsman. Cage, leading the way without glancing back. Replies, there is no need to pity them. They have met this fate due to their crimes. Moreover, if they survive the war, they may be pardoned, which is certainly preferable to dying in a prison cell, is it not? Winters falls silent, following Cage as he navigates the confines among the oarsmen, seeking a place to rest his feet as they move towards the stern, where conditions are likely to be more favorable, for the captain always resides in the best accommodations. Suddenly, a pair of hands clutches Winters' calf, and oarsman, seemingly delirious, incoherently pleads, have mercy, grant me a sip of water, I beg you. Cage, striding ahead, turns back to see the oarsman gripping Winters' leg, his fury igniting. You have audacity. Are you seeking death? As he spoke, he unsheathed his naval cutlass and turned back, while the oarsman before him desperately evaded his advance, allowing Cage a path. The surrounding crowd was stirred. Naval soldiers peered from the elevated platform, whispering among themselves. Yet none intervened. In such dire living conditions, the sole reason the crew refrained from mutiny was military discipline. As an inmate, the oarsman's attack on an officer could warrant his execution at Cage's hands. Winters raised a hand to halt Cage, who had brandished his cutlass to assist him. I know this man. Cage froze in place. Winters scrutinized the oarsman's face, uncertainly inquiring, Gold, the captain of the Good Fortune, is that you? The oarsman, Gold, whose teeth had been mostly shattered by Leighton's sword hilt, trembled upon hearing the name of the ship, and was instantly overcome with despair. Chapter 68. Good Fortune, do you know this person? Cage's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still gripped the naval cutlass firmly. I can't exactly say I know him. He was once a pirate captain intent on plundering our vessel, only to be captured by us. As for how he ended up on your Navy's ship, I am unaware. To expedite our efforts, the governor permitted us to conscript all hardened criminals. Cage sheathed the naval cutlass, remarking, this man is fortunate. Being a pirate is a capital offense, but rowing on board is certainly better than facing the gallows. Wouldn't you agree? Gold no longer resembled the audacious figure who once ruled the inland seas. With half his teeth lost to Leighton's blows, his cheeks were hollowed, and his lips bore deep, bleeding fissures. His shoulders and arms were mere bones, leaving him looking utterly drained. Winters felt a pang of sympathy and suggested to Cage, let us get him some water. Cage cast a glance at Gold and whistled towards the sailors on the elevated platform, prompting a water pouch to be thrown down. The weeping Gold, upon spotting the pouch, momentarily forgot his sorrow. He lunged forward to seize the water pouch, clutching it to his chest, then wiped his tears and eagerly uncorked it, tilting his head back to drink deeply. Winters said nothing further and turned to leave with Cage. What more was there to say? In Winters' view, Gold's downfall was entirely of his own making. He should have anticipated the gallows when he chose the life of a pirate. He felt the same about himself when he donned his black attire and secured his revolver. He had already resolved, if it led to the gallows, he would not cry out in surrender. He felt no sympathy for Gold, nor did he relish in kicking a man while he was down. He certainly did not consider himself a saint for providing Gold with a pouch of water. Originally, Winters assumed this incident had concluded, yet he soon realized that the situation had caught the attention of others at the ship's stern. On the central platform of the deck, several individuals clad in naval officer uniforms approached from the stern, and the sailors promptly cleared a path for them. The leader donned a loosely tailored Navy uniform, featuring a deep blue coat, a crisp white shirt, and trousers. The collar, cuffs, and front were adorned with golden fringes. Amidst the filth of the ship, this officer stood out with an unforgettable cleanliness. Even the most unobservant could discern the captain's arrival. Unlike army officers, naval officers did not wear boots. However, Captain Spire's footsteps still resonated with a distinct thud. A few officers, lacking the bordered tricorn hats, trailed behind him. Winters surmised they were likely the lieutenants of the Golden Lion, as the naval cadet Kedge had never been seen in such a hat. Upon noticing Captain Spire's approach, Kedge immediately stood at attention and saluted, while Winters merely nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Bastille, please inform me of the situation here. Spire's voice was slightly hoarse. Yet when he spoke, the entire Golden Lion fell silent. Yes, sir. A oarsman has detained this army gentleman. Captain Spire's gaze shifted from the water pouch in Gold's hands, and he was already fully aware of the unfolding events. The captain pointed at Gold and commanded, when the 13th bell tolls, give him 10 lashes. Mr. Delon, you shall execute this. Yes, sir. Kedge subtly shook his head, signaling Winters not to intercede. Having dealt with the interruption, Spire turned and departed. The lieutenant, accompanied by several sailors, descended, unlocked the iron shackles, and took Gold away. Once Captain Spire had distanced himself, Kedge remarked to Winters, "Only giving him 10 lashes is a leniency on your behalf. Had it been another oarsman, losing an arm would be considered a light punishment." "I had no intention of pleading for him," Winters responded, bemused by the misunderstanding. How could a mere army ensign presume to meddle in naval affairs? Besides, I have no camaraderie with that man. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Kedge chuckled softly. Well, he is fortunate to salvage an arm. After delivering the nautical charts to Captain Spire, Kedge and Winters made their exit from the Golden Lion. Before leaving, Winters took a moment to meticulously examine the ship's stern quarters. The Golden Lion did not designate separate cabins for officers within the quarterdeck. Spire's solitary space was merely a small area partitioned off with thin wooden planks. Several iron hooks were twisted around a post, seemingly intended for hanging hammocks. A few wooden sticks propped up a board, on which maps were pressed down by a ruler and an ink bottle. This served as the captain's desk. There were no chairs, only an overturned small wooden barrel. Beside the desk was a cannon, indicating that Spire resided next to the rear artillery of the Golden Lion. It appeared that this humble abode was only the captain's quarters during times of peace. Once engaged in battle, it would transform into a gun emplacement. Could it be that a captain resided in such meager conditions? It seemed even less comfortable than our own accommodations. As Winters boarded the small boat returning to the Glory, he could not restrain himself from inquiring of Cage. Cage sighed, expressing his helplessness. There is no alternative. The space aboard the row-sailing vessel is limited. This type of ship was originally intended for combat during the day and rest at night. It should not stray far from the harbor, nor embark on long expeditions. Alas, we have no other vessels available. Otherwise, these coastal ships would not have been deployed. Everyone speaks of the disgraceful ambush by the Confederation that severely struck the Veneta Navy. Yet most fail to grasp the magnitude of the losses incurred by the Veneta fleet. Conversely, the Veneta Navy has rapidly assembled such a formidable retribution fleet, leading many, including Winters, to believe that the Navy has not suffered substantial damage. It was only at that moment that Winters truly comprehended the severity of the Navy's plight. They were merely holding on. They had even integrated coastal vessels into the fleet destined for a transoceanic expedition, compelling the sailors and officers aboard the row-sailing ships to endure harsh living conditions. It appears that the Tantalarians have indeed struck a critical blow. However, Cage, unwilling to show weakness in front of the army, rallied his spirits and cheerfully declared, "It is of no concern. The crew is still aboard. Ships can be rebuilt if lost. Out with the old, in with the new. It is a perfect opportunity to construct new vessels." Winters nodded. Yet this act of vengeance loomed darker in his heart, not only along the shores of the Senna's Sea, but across the entire world. Few ports could sustain a fleet as vast as that of Veneta's retribution. The Republic of Veneta boasts over 400 small towns with populations around 1,000, and 58 medium-sized cities housing approximately 5,000 each. However, towns with populations exceeding 10,000 are scarce, with only 9 such historical hubs remaining, including the suburban residents. Guitu City, one of the most prosperous cities on this continent, has around 70,000 inhabitants. The fleet comprised 43 large ships and over 20 smaller vessels, carrying more than 20,000 sailors, soldiers, and officers, equivalent to an entire city adrift upon the sea. Only a handful of major ports, like Guitu Harbor and Gold Harbor, can accommodate such a multitude of vessels simultaneously. Most ports have fewer residents than the crew of the fleet, providing only limited freshwater and provisions. Lighthouse Harbor cannot accommodate so many people at once. Its docks are insufficiently spacious. To disembark everyone at Lighthouse Harbor would require 2 days, with an equal duration needed to return to the ships. According to the Navy's original plans, only the 12 row-sailing warships, which are less self-sufficient and in harsher conditions, could come ashore for a day's rest. The large sailing warships and requisitioned merchant vessels carried enough supplies for continuous sailing beyond a month, thus remaining anchored offshore. However, as Winters and Cage returned to the Glory aboard their small boat, Vice Admiral Nershaw, commanding the entire fleet, suddenly realized that the Navy's headquarters had not consulted the Army in formulating this plan. Sailors are capable of enduring the confines and harsh conditions aboard a vessel for extended periods. Yet the over 5,000 soldiers of the 3rd Legion may not possess the same resilience. Furthermore, Many among them are afflicted by seasickness, watching as their naval counterparts disembark while they remain stranded, inevitably harboring grievances. Such is the reality, Your Excellency, Sir Selvia. Admiral Nershaw approached the highest-ranking officer of the 3rd Legion and candidly communicated the fleet's circumstances. You may address me directly, Admiral Nershaw, Antonio replied with a courteous smile. The Admiral, his temples graying, leaned slightly forward, anxiously confiding in Antonio. You must believe me. I harbor no intent of discrimination against your forces. It is simply unavoidable. Several antiquated paddle ships lack cargo holds, and the sailors can only bring provisions with them, necessitating a shore visit for resupply. Should any army officers wish to disembark for rest, I can dispatch small boats to convey you. I shall remain aboard. As long as one army officer does not disembark, so too shall the other sailors stay on board. Will this suffice? The naval forces of Veneta and the army have traditionally been at odds, and the admiral had steeled himself for a verbal onslaught. Yet, to his astonishment, the army's brigadier general before him had cast aside the customary arrogance of the army, displaying reasonableness instead. Antonio reached out to clasp Admiral Nershaw's arm, sincerely stating, Your Excellency, there is no need for concern. In the face of impending conflict, we must unite and exercise forbearance. Given the practical necessities, you need not ponder the army's sentiments. My position reflects that of the 3rd Legion, and I express no dissent. The Legion shall echo my sentiments. Admiral Nershaw, elated, grasped Antonio's hand, nodding affirmatively. However, Antonio abruptly shifted his tone, saying, I have a modest proposal. The Admiral's previously cheerful demeanor waned as he thought to himself. So this is where he awaited me. Anticipating the army's understanding is indeed a folly. Seemingly oblivious to Nershaw's change in mood, Antonio earnestly articulated his suggestion. The dual command structure of the Veneta Army and Navy, Your Excellency, is all too evident. The Army operates under one chain of command, while the Navy adheres to another. The outcome is as we see now, where the Navy regards the Army as mere cargo, and the Army views the Navy as mere transport vessels. And then, Nershaw replied with a neutral tone, But my soldiers can also lend a hand aboard, and your sailors can disembark. We ought to establish a joint command for wartime operations, merging our 2 command chains into one, thereby maximizing our combat effectiveness. Military strategy should transcend political discord. We must exert every effort to secure victory for Veneta. The Tenerian archipelago comprises hundreds of islands, housing populations in the hundreds of thousands. It is far from the fragile ashes imagined by the Parliament. If we govern separately, we shall provide the Confederation with an opportunity to exploit our disunity. And then, unmoved, Nershaw inquired coolly, The establishment of a joint command can oversee both my fleet and your legions. But will this joint command be dictated by your army or our navy? The very purpose of forming such a command is to resolve the discrepancies between the army and navy. Any continued bickering renders it futile. Antonio paused momentarily, then earnestly replied, If your excellency consents, I am willing to heed your directives, allowing you to assume the role of chief of the joint command. Nershaw essayed, who had been waiting outside Antonio's cabin, hurriedly asked upon seeing the admiral emerge, Did the army speak disrespectfully to you? Why must you be so accommodating? Without uttering a word, Nershaw paced back to his own cabin. His aide, who had followed him for many years, grew increasingly agitated and quietly complained. You ought not to be so courteous. The army's brutes respond only to firmness. What if we simply deny them disembarkation? Nershaw gestured for him to cease, and the aide, understanding, fell silent. The admiral, laboriously lowering himself into a chair and removing his hat, reflected with a hint of sorrow, You are mistaken, as am I. There are indeed gentlemen within the ranks of the army. Upon the arrival of the Revenge fleet at Lighthouse Port, a herald from the Glory announced to all personnel, irrespective of army or navy, the joint letter drafted by the 2 generals. The letter conveyed 3 primary points. Firstly, it elucidated the fleet's current status and the insufficient docking facilities at Lighthouse Port, declaring that only 12 oared sailing warships would be allowed to dock for supplies, while the remaining vessels would anchor outside the harbor. It further stated that at any port incapable of accommodating the fleet, priority for supplies would be granted to oared sailing warships without further notice. This was a premeditated plan by the Navy. Secondly, the 2 generals expressed gratitude for the resilience and fortitude of all officers and sailors, many of whom endured dire living conditions yet continued to fulfill their duties. Although large ships could not dock, small boats could transport limited supplies and personnel. The generals decided to draw lots from each ship to select 12 individuals to disembark for a day of rest as a reward. This lottery would be similarly conducted at future ports without additional notification. This method was suggested by Antonio, a brigadier general, who stated, "Hope must be bestowed upon people. With hope, one can persevere." However, neither of these matters had the profound impact on the officer corps as the third announcement. Admiral Nershaw and Brigadier General Salviati proclaimed the establishment of a Joint Command Committee. The command of the fleet and the Third Corps has now been transferred to this Joint Command Committee. Henceforth, all military operations concerning the Tanalari Union will be the responsibility of the Joint Command Committee. The committee will comprise 3 voting members, with Nershaw and Antonio each occupying one position, and a third member to be appointed by the 13 Group. As the 2 generals have already dispatched a messenger to the Veneta Military Council, the Army and Navy officers were somewhat taken aback by the news. What? Have we truly become one family? Chapter 69. The banquet. The harbor at Lighthouse Port was bustling with activity. 12 oared sailing warships were docked at the pier, and dock workers were busy loading provisions and barrels of fresh water onto the vessels. Sailors disembarked and set up tents on the open ground, kindling fires to cook and rest. Since their departure from Veneta, the sailors aboard the oared ships had subsisted solely on cool water and dry, stale bread. It was only upon arriving at Lighthouse Port that they savored warm soup and fresh bread for the first time. Other fortunate sailors selected by lottery from different ships were also camped ashore, preparing their meals, yet they were strictly segregated from the oared ship sailors, forbidden to interact. Likewise, the sailors from the oared ships were required to camp separately, with subordinate officers and cadets taking turns to patrol, ensuring no sailor ventured away from their designated encampment. These measures were instituted for epidemic prevention. Admiral Norexio, having spent a lifetime at sea, believed that an outbreak of infectious disease aboard the filthy, cramped oared ships was inevitable. Regardless of the precautions taken, the sole responsibility of the admiral was to prevent the sailors from transmitting any illness to the larger sailing vessels. Outside the harbor, the fleet's other ships lay at anchor. Although the entire fleet appeared haphazardly moored, there existed an underlying order. The Glory, alongside the supply ship, occupied the innermost position, while the merchant ship carrying the 3rd Corps infantry was anchored nearby. The Navy's principal warships formed the outer circle, safeguarding the merchant vessels transporting the infantry. Meanwhile, other lighter vessels in the fleet were stationed at the furthest distance from the flagship, serving as the outermost layer and sentinels. As night fell, the lively port gradually fell silent, yet the atmosphere aboard the Glory grew increasingly vibrant as a grand banquet unfolded. Temporary partitions on the gun deck were dismantled, and square tables were combined to form a long table stretching from the bow to the stern. Generals Antonio and Norexio sat side by side at one end of the table, with other Navy and Army officers facing one another, arranged roughly in descending order of rank down to the stern. The Navy dispatched small boats from the port carrying freshly slaughtered cows, pigs, chickens, and ducks, along with fresh vegetables, fruits, and fine wines. The ship's cooks exerted themselves to the utmost that evening, as the modest kitchen produced a continuous flow of sumptuous dishes to adorn the long table. The recipes were straightforward, primarily involving roasting and boiling. Meat was skewered on iron forks and roasted, while vegetables and fruits were cleaned and arranged on platters. Yet, the rare opportunity to indulge in fresh meats and vegetables aboard brought immense joy to all, who lavished praise upon the head chef for his culinary prowess, leaving the burly sailor blushing with pride. While the officers dined in the cabin, the sailors on deck celebrated with double rations of spirits, relishing the roasted meats and vegetable soup delivered from the kitchen. Though devoid of tables and chairs, their joy was no less than that of the officers. Winters had never attended such a delightful gathering. The venue was dim, low, and modest. Behind Winters' chair stood the cannon of the Glory, and just above it loomed the deck of the ship. The dozens of candles adorning the dining table served as the sole source of illumination within the cramped cabin. There were no lace tablecloths, no exquisite porcelain, no silver or gold cutlery. Indeed, there was an insufficiency of utensils, for the Glory had never hosted so many officers. According to protocol, officers were forbidden from using the sailors' cutlery. Thus, those seated at the rear of the long table had to resort to eating meat with their hands. Yet the atmosphere in the cabin was vibrant and jubilant. To Winters, It was inconceivable that this scene could be more entertaining than the ostentatious receptions at the Navarre residence or the solemn dinners within the army. Who could have imagined that the rigid naval hierarchy would be cast aside at the dining table? On the cannon deck of the Glory, army and navy officers mingled freely, and one could hardly discern that these were two factions that typically held disdain for one another. The officers did not indulge excessively in drink, yet their faces radiated a rosy glow. Antonio regaled them with witty remarks, and laughter erupted from the table at the bow from time to time. Winters, Bard, and Andre, along with other ensigns, occupied seats at the end of the table, oblivious to the conversations of the officers on the other side, only hearing waves of hearty laughter. However, the distance granted them the benefit of being unobserved in their demeanor as junior officers, and all the dishes were served from their position, allowing the ensigns to eat heartily without concern for appearances. Andre passed his plate towards Winters, piled high with meat akin to building blocks. His cheeks stuffed. He chewed vigorously while mumbling, "Try this meat. This cut is exquisitely roasted." Winters, unreserved, transferred half of the roasted meat to his own plate, raising his glass with a grin, proclaiming, "A toast to the chef, to the flames of the hearth, and to this pig." Andre, beaming, extended his glass, and the two clinked their cups together. Bard, too, silently raised his glass for a brief clink, as he was not one to engage in conversation during meals. At that moment, across from several army ensigns sat 4 or 5 youths who appeared to be just over a decade old. Among them, a golden-haired boy was strenuously attempting to pry off a rib, yet his strength had not yet matured, and the rib was unusually resilient, refusing to budge no matter how hard he tried. Observing this, Winters stood, drew out his small knife, and expertly pried the rib from the bone, placing it onto the golden-haired boy's plate. The child, clad in a blue officer's uniform, stood up and politely said in a childish voice, "Thank you, Your Excellency of the Army." Looking at these young children, Winters was reminded of Benway's younger brother, Charles. He rolled up his sleeves and began to carve meat from the half-roasted pig, distributing portions to several small children. These youngsters, clad in officer uniforms, exhibited remarkable politeness. Each time Winters placed meat onto their plates, they would rise and express their gratitude. Although merely 11 or 12 years old, and yet to experience the changes of adolescence, they were undeniably children. However, they shared the same military rank as Cage, both being naval officer cadets. And Cage had been of a similar age when he first boarded the ship. This was the method employed by the Veneta Navy to cultivate officers. While the Army established military academies, the Navy directly assigned these 11 and 12-year-olds to warships. In the Navy's perspective, a warship served as the finest military academy. These children departed from their parents at such a tender age to live aboard the vessel. As apprentice officers, they learned beside the captain how to utilize sextants and nautical charts, navigate the tumultuous seas, and earn the respect of sailors. By the time they reached 20, should they endure the hardships of life at sea, they would emerge as resilient and tenacious men. At that point, they would qualify to take the Naval Committee's examinations, and upon passing, they would ascend into the true ranks of naval officers, becoming lieutenants. Yet at present, the young officer cadets before Winters were still mere children. "Is there anything else you would like to eat?" he inquired after filling each child's plate with meat. The golden-haired boy exchanged glances with his companions, then stood again, slightly bowing as he said, "This is already sufficient, thank you." Winters found this child increasingly endearing. He reached out to pat the boy's head, smiling as he said, "No need for formality." However, this affectionate gesture incited the ire of the young officer. The once polite golden-haired boy angrily swatted Winters' hand away, declaring, "Do not treat me as a child. I am a naval officer." Winters burst into hearty laughter, feeling not the slightest annoyance, but rather finding this little adult even more charming. Andre also laughed heartily, rising to lift his glass, saying, "I apologize on his behalf. A toast to you, esteemed naval officers." With that, he downed an entire glass of wine in one go. The golden-haired naval cadet was undeterred, pouring himself a full glass and drinking it down in one swift motion. Winters playfully punched Andre and sincerely bowed to the young naval cadets, saying, "I was inconsiderate earlier. My apologies." At that moment, a wave of raucous laughter erupted from the dining table at the ship's bow. The naval and army officers laughing so hard they could hardly breathe, pounding their fists upon the table. A smiling Vice Admiral rose, raising his glass in a hearty toast, proclaiming, "To lovers and their ladies, may they never meet." This witty remark ignited another uproarious round of laughter throughout the cabin, as all the officers raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "To lovers and their ladies, may they never meet." They then drank heartily. Suddenly, a melodious song resonated from above. The sailors on deck, having indulged in drink and hearty fare, began to harmonize in a maritime ballad. Back to the tranquil homeland. Let the sea roar, my friends. Vice Admiral Norexio, in high spirits, joined the sailors in their refrain. Having weathered countless tempests, we have safely reached the shore. All the naval officers exchanged knowing glances. Rising to join the chorus, do not forget your old comrades aboard. La 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 la. Antonio also stood, clapping in rhythm to the naval officers' chorus. Inspired by him, the army officers rose in unison, clapping along. We man a cannon together, we swab the deck together, I clean the barrel while you load the shots. And we shall triumphantly return victorious. After a brief pause, the sailors on deck and the naval officers in the cabin sang together. Having weathered countless tempests, we have safely reached the shore. Do not forget your old comrades aboard. La 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 la. Everyone refilled their glasses, eagerly awaiting the two generals to propose a toast. However, suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar over the sea. The lively atmosphere of the banquet swiftly dissipated, as the once boisterous cabin fell into an abrupt silence. The officers were all too familiar with that sound. Thunder? Or cannon fire? Winters suddenly realized, straining to discern the source and direction of the noise. Again, a series of thunderous booms resounded. It was undoubtedly the sound of cannons, and it came from the direction of the sea. How could there be cannon fire? Could it be that the Tenerian Confederation intended to repeat their previous tactics? The quiet cabin erupted into chaos once more, as the officers cursed while searching for their swords and coats. Silence! Vice Admiral Norexio bellowed. All the officers in the cabin froze in place, turning to face him. The Falcon and the Amelia have reported that since the day before, two swift vessels have been trailing us at a distance. Therefore, General Salviati and I believe that rather than seeking out pirates, we might as well create an opportunity for them to engage us in battle. Vice Admiral Norexio spoke with calm assurance. Tonight, the wind, tides, and formations are not in our favor. The Confederation's pirates must think they have stumbled upon a fortuitous chance, and we shall exact our first blood debt this evening. I hereby declare, under the Supreme Command's first order, annihilate the enemy that dares to invade tonight. Vice Admiral Norexio proclaimed loudly, then raised his glass. This toast is for victory. With that, he drained his cup in one gulp, shattering it into pieces. Except for a few senior officers. Most of the officers were only now beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Antonio exclaimed loudly, "To victory!" and drained his cup. Under Antonio's leadership, all the officers raised their goblets, some with worry, others with alarm, and still others with calm resolve. Admiral Noreco calmly addressed his aide, Mr. Calamon. Issue the orders. Beat the drums for battle. The urgent sound of drums filled the air as the glorious ship prepared for combat. The naval officers donned their uniforms, secured their swords, and rushed to their stations. Sailors flooded into the ship's hold, swiftly clearing away the tables and utensils from the gun deck. Enter, holding a plate with a mournful expression, protested, "I haven't finished eating yet." "Throw it away. Look at those little kids." Winters pointed to the young naval officers. Though they had barely tasted their meals, they rose without hesitation when the drums sounded. Sailors discarded unfinished food overboard, and within a minute, the gun deck was cleared. Every officer and sailor returned to their posts, methodically preparing for battle, while the army officers stood idly, uncertain of their next move. "Centurions, return to your ships and locate your troops," commanded the captain, who remained aboard the glorious ship awaiting orders. Antonio summoned the army officers, instructing them to carry out the directives of the Joint Command. The army officers, as if awakening from a dream, promptly departed the ship. At sea, an army officer was assigned to each ship in rotation, while the others rested on the glorious vessel. 3 warrant officers hastily returned to the stern cabin to retrieve their weapons and found Captain Wilson of the 1st Hundred of the Chief Company. Sailors lit torches across the deck of the glorious ship as 4 small boats were lowered, ferrying the naval and army officers who had just attended the banquet back to their respective vessels. 2 cannon shots rang out, this time from the glorious ship. The entire fleet was roused by the sound, and other vessels began lighting torches in response to the glorious ship's cannon fire. In the distance, the port came alive as sailors ashore heard the cannon fire. their camp transforming from mere flickers into a brilliant display of lights. Admiral Nareko stood on the bow, hands clasped behind him, silently counting the responses to his cannon fire. An aide climbed to the bow, excitedly reporting, "General, Drake has indeed arrived." Nareko continued to count to 30 before responding, "I have waited for him a day and a half. If he had not arrived, it would have indicated I overestimated him." The entire bay was rife with spies. No matter who it was or where they landed, news could not be concealed, especially since ships had already spotted us. Antonio ascended to the bow, shaking hands with Admiral Nareko in congratulations, "Your Excellency," across the vast sea. "You have managed to compel the enemy to act according to your plan. Had you not informed me in advance, I would have thought you were improvising to bolster the troops' morale. In truth, it is merely a matter of soothing the spirits of the troops. The situation remains decidedly unfavorable for us, and I am still uncertain whether Captain Drake will indeed arrive." Admiral Narexio remarked with a wry smile. Captain Drake is an ardent gambler, never one to overlook an opportunity for a small wager with great stakes. With our 4 warships now in his possession, his resources have increased, yet I cannot guarantee whether he will muster the courage to engage in this gamble. Please, do not be so modest. Your understanding of Drake's psyche surpasses my expectations, Antonio said with admiration. As a fellow gambler, I comprehend the thoughts of a gambler better than most. However, there was no trace of joy upon Admiral Narexio's countenance. In truth, I too am wagering the fleet as collateral, taking a chance against Captain Drake. What do you require from our army this evening? Antonio inquired. Nothing at all, Admiral Narexio replied somewhat sheepishly. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from deploying these 21 transport vessels. It is not that I underestimate the combat prowess of your subordinates, but the sea is inherently different from the land. If I can avoid utilizing the 3rd Legion, I shall do so. Antonio nodded, conveying his understanding through a gaze directed at Narexio, who also appreciatively acknowledged him with a nod. In the distance, the surface of the sea flickered with a faint light. It was the alert ships positioned on the periphery. Admiral Narexio had dispatched 2 swift sailing vessels, each weighing less than 100 tons, to patrol the areas surrounding the fleet's anchorage. They had recently spotted the enemy's fleet and fired a warning shot. The alert ships were relaying information to the flagship through their lights, the rhythmic illumination signifying prearranged scenarios. The alert vessels repeatedly transmitted the message, "Enemy ships, northwest, 20 to 25 vessels." The moonlight was dim, yet from approximately 2 kilometers away, the vague silhouettes of ships could still be discerned upon the darkened surface of the sea. The enemy had arrived. Chapter 70. The gaming table. What is the most vital quality for a gambler? Some may assert it is luck, while others might claim it is the wisdom to walk away after a win. Yet a true gambler loses solely due to bad fortune, never wins because of good fortune. Should they triumph, they attribute it solely to their own prowess. As for leaving after a win, such individuals do not even qualify as competent gamblers. A genuine gambler will reinvest their winnings back into the pot, continuing until they have lost it all. Gamblers believe that the most crucial skill at the gaming table is seizing the moment. A skilled gambler can grasp fleeting opportunities while possessing the audacity to wager their entire stake, thereby becoming the sole victor of the pot. As one of the masters of rigging in the Tanaliana Confederation, Frank Drake may be an incorrigible gambler, yet even his adversaries commend his ability to seize advantageous moments. Tonight's opportunity is indeed a rare one. Half of the main warships of the Veneta fleet, the Ord's sailing vessels, are presently taking a respite in the harbor. Outside, the anchorage hosts merely 11 large sailboats and several nimble smaller craft, alongside 21 merchant vessels carrying army personnel. To the east of Lighthouse Harbor lies a treacherous expanse of reefs and shoals stretching for several nautical miles. Unless the navigator possesses an intimate knowledge of this perilous waterscape, the entire fleet risks annihilation should they venture into its depths. At this moment, a formidable northwesterly wind is sweeping in from the sea, the tide shifting as the evening current surges toward the shore, shrouded in dusk. Drake's fleet arrives, propelled by the northwest wind, firmly securing the advantageous position of the windward side, thus benefiting from both the elements and geography. Any misstep by the Vengeance fleet could see them tossed into the eastern waters by the turbulent waves, should they be forced into that domain. They would not require Drake's intervention, for the sea itself would impart its own lesson of danger upon the Veneta. Officers like Winters are oblivious to these intricacies. They hear the drums of war resounding on each ship, all sailors methodically preparing for battle, their blood surging with the thrill of impending conflict. However, naval officers, particularly those of higher rank like the captains, possess a profound understanding of this maritime territory and the immense power of nature itself. The fate of the entire fleet now rests upon the shoulders of Vice Admiral Nershaw, and every captain's palms are slick with cold sweat, hoping that the admiral is not merely boasting but truly possesses a well-thought-out strategy. On the deck of the flagship, the Glorious, all gathered gradually quiet down, their gazes fixed on the foredeck, the domain of the fleet's supreme commander. There, Vice Admiral Nershaw's countenance reveals no emotion. He grips the ship's railing firmly, commanding without turning his head, "Mr. Kalaman?" "Yes, sir," the first mate responds instinctively, standing at attention. "Relay my orders to all ships, with Glorious leading the way. Set course due north and weigh anchor." "Aye, sir," came the chorus of acknowledgement to the Admiral's command. Kalaman bellowed to the deck, "Lower the small boats. Set course due north. Raise the triangular sails. Move swiftly." The previously tranquil deck buzzes anew with activity at Nershaw's command. The boatswain sounded the whistle, a sharp, too short, too long signal, and even those sailors who did not fully grasp the first mate's orders understood the significance of the call. The signal lights at the stern flared to life, transmitting commands to the entire fleet through their rhythmic flashes. Over 20 sailors nimbly ascended the rigging, attaching the blocks. On the deck, sailors worked in unison, hoisting multiple triangular sails between the masts. Winters recognized this type of sail, having learned about it from the first mate on the Raven. With these triangular sails, a ship could sail against the wind. However, he found himself perplexed by the subsequent actions of the crew, as two small boats were lowered to the sea, and the deckhands busily secured ropes between the foremast and the small vessels. "What are they doing?" Winters inquired of Cage. "A warship's tonnage requires it to anchor headwind for stability," Kitch elucidated. "However, when weighing anchor, it is imperative to first adjust the vessel's direction with the small boat. Otherwise, we shall be spun about by the wind. Row, lads. Put your backs into it." The burly first mate bellowed. The sailors on the small boat vigorously wielded their oars, gradually guiding the Glory towards the northern side, at approximately a right angle to the wind. 12 sailors strained against the capstan, their faces contorted with effort, muscles taut, their bodies nearly inclined upon the deck. With a cacophony of grating sounds, the anchor, submerged in the seabed, was slowly raised. The moment the anchor detached from the ocean floor, the entire ship lunged forward. What had commenced as a tug-of-war between the anchor and the sail suddenly relinquished, allowing the sailing vessel to gently accelerate. The admiral would lead us northward, evading the treacherous reefs to the east. Kitch nervously swallowed. "This is perilously risky. Where lies the danger?" Kitch pointed at the sail, billowing with the wind. "Both wind and waves are propelling us eastward. By nightfall, we shall be utterly lost. We might believe we are heading north, yet draw ever closer to the east. The Glory serves as the guiding ship. Should its course be miscalculated, it could plunge the entire fleet into dire straits." Winters was unaware of Noreko's strategy, yet he had meticulously studied the ambush at East Seaport. The commander of Tanilia had executed feints with remarkable precision, concentrating superior forces and segments to systematically dismantle the port's defenses. Moreover, he engaged without lingering, seizing a morsel before retreating, leaving the reinforcements from the Veneta army bewildered. Such an exemplary case is seldom found even in military textbooks. The man who orchestrated that battle was now leading his fleet towards the Glory. Would he grant the Veneta fleet a chance? As the vengeful fleet anxiously weighed anchor, the Tanilian fleet had already encroached within a kilometer of the Veneta fleet from the northwest, while the Glory's anchor remained submerged. The silhouettes of Tanilian vessels gradually came into focus. 5 formidable ships at the center, flanked by others of lesser caliber. In stark contrast to the brightly lit Veneta fleet, Drake's ships bore no lights, a shadowy crescent of over 20 warships advancing menacingly towards the Veneta vengeful fleet. Kitch counted the Tanilian warships. "I have accounted for 21. 5 of the grand ships must be those stolen from us at East Seaport. The others appear to be merely armed merchant vessels. We possess over 40 ships. If we cannot prevail against them, it would be wise to disband your navy forthwith," Ender declared boldly. "It does not tally that way." Kitch shook his head. "The oared sailing ships are currently docked for rest, and those troop transports are of no consequence. It is not 40 against 20, but 10 against 21. Our warships are superior in quality, yet the wind and conditions are not in our favor. If we could come alongside, we might still have a chance. Winters interjected, pointing at the opposing vessels. Why do they not light their lanterns? In a bid to maintain secrecy, Cage responded. Yet it was evident that we had already discerned their presence. Cage, somewhat bewildered, gazed at the approaching enemy fleet, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Something is amiss. Is there something ahead of a large ship? From the bow, the thunderous voice of Admiral Norexio boomed. There is no time to weigh anchor. Sever the anchor chain immediately. Signal all ships to cut their anchor lines. The sailmaster, take your men up the mast. Lower all the square sails. Winters also recognized the ominous shadows before the Tenerian warships. They were a multitude of small boats and skiffs. At a distance, the silhouettes of these vessels overlapped with the larger ships, only becoming discernible as they drew nearer. The flagship in the center of the Tenerian fleet suddenly furled its sails, while the 6 vessels on either flank maintained their speed. Sound the cannons to alert the port. The urgency in Admiral Norexio's voice betrayed his usual composure. On the northwest horizon, a spark ignited, soon engulfing the entire surface of the sea in flames. These vessels, laden with pitch, firewood, and straw, hastily fitted with masts and sails, ignited en masse, transforming the once dark ocean into a crimson inferno, reminiscent of hell itself. The 6 great vessels emerging from the flanks of the Tenerian fleet erupted in flames as well. The 6 blazing ships, ablaze with fury, formed a wall of fire alongside the smaller incendiary boats, propelled relentlessly toward the Veneta fleet by the fierce winds and tumultuous waves. The Tenerian warships lowered their sails, leisurely trailing behind this fiery barricade. The Tenerians were indeed mad seafarers, to set great ships ablaze as fire vessels. Cage's face contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of curses. The most precious asset at sea is the ship. The Glorious fired 3 cannon signals in rapid succession, and the ships could no longer heed the order of sequence or direction. There was no time to weigh anchor. The anchor chains were severed without hesitation. Sailors scrambled up the masts, lowering all sails, eager to tie their handkerchiefs to the yardarms. The fiery wall advanced menacingly, and the 3 swift sailing vessels stationed at the fleet's periphery did not shy away. Instead, they raised their crimson flags and boldly approached. They steered toward the right flank of the firewall, casting the grappling hooks originally intended for boarding onto the 3 blazing fire ships. As the iron hooks latched onto the sides of the burning vessels, the 3 caravel ships swiftly adjusted their triangular sails, attempting to tow the fire ships toward the open sea to buy time for the fleet. The iron hooks became scalding hot from the flames, the ropes smoldering before snapping. The sailors drenched the ropes in seawater and tossed out more grappling hooks. The Tenerians, of course, would not passively witness these small vessels jeopardizing their plans. The bow cannons of the Tenerian warships immediately unleashed a barrage upon the small boats, which splintered aboard the caravels as cannonballs carved bloody furrows into the hulls. Nevertheless, the valiant sailors of the Veneta gritted their teeth and, with unwavering determination, managed to steer 3 colossal fire ships away from their original course. Vice Admiral Norexio clung desperately to the ship's railing, veins bulging in his hands as he gazed intently at the sea. The 3 fire ships on the right had been successfully towed away. However, the 3 on the left, along with a smaller vessel in the center, continued on their relentless collision course towards the Veneta fleet. The escort ships had exerted every ounce of strength, yet the vast and cumbersome fleet remained perilously within the path of the fire ships, the distance diminishing to less than 100 meters. The judgment day for the Veneta avenging fleet had arrived, and it was inescapable. On the forecastle of the flagship in the center of the Teneria fleet, Captain Frank Drake surveyed the magnificent and imposing Glory from afar. He observed the forecastle of the Glory, knowing that Norexio must be there. "Mr. Norexio, I have revealed my cards. Now it is your turn," Drake murmured to himself. On the deck of the Glory, First Officer Calaman anxiously implored Vice Admiral Norexio, "General, please take refuge aboard the Siren. Leave this to me." Norexio's facial muscles twitched slightly as he shook his head. "You are the fleet commander. Your duty is to lead the entire fleet, not to perish alongside the flagship." Norexio gritted his teeth and added, "I did not anticipate, Mr. Drake could muster such a grand scale of incendiary vessels. That was my oversight. Such a multitude of ships could not have been hastily gathered. You must have been preparing this for a long time. However, since I dared to sit at this gambling table, I must also possess my own stake." "Calaman, in a state of desperation, was drenched in sweat. At this juncture, you should not be fixated on the gambling table. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of war drums echoed across the sea. Norexio erupted into a maniacal laughter, akin to a gambler who, with only a final silver coin, had struck a 36-fold jackpot on the roulette. He pointed towards the southwestern sea, exclaiming in a frenzy, "My stake has arrived. Ha ha ha, my stake has come." He commanded the fleet, "Lower the square sails, steer westward, break through the fire ships, and charge directly at the enemy." Amidst the resounding war drums, 12 oared sailing vessels surged forth from Lighthouse Harbor. "Row harder. Strike the drums with fervor. Let all know that Spear has arrived." Captain Spear bellowed from the bow of the Golden Lion, brandishing his sword. "All hands, follow my command." 3 cheers for victory. On deck, the sailors roared in unison, their voices growing ever louder. The other captains of the oared sailing vessels, upon hearing the battle cry of the Golden Lion, issued the same commands. In an instant, the cries echoed skyward as the 12 oared sailing vessels charged with astonishing vigor towards the flank of the Teneria fleet. The winds were not in their favor, but it mattered little, for the oared vessels were not relying on sails. The waves were also against them, yet it was of no consequence, for the oared vessels had their oars. The oars on either side of the ships flapped like the wings of birds, rhythmically striking the water's surface with each powerful stroke. The first mate of the Golden Lion personally seized the drumsticks, exerting all his strength to strike a war drum as large as a round table, thus controlling the rhythmic strokes of the oarsmen. The second mate, wielding a whip, along with the officer cadets, patrolled the lower deck, meting out strict punishment to any oarsman daring to slack off during this critical moment. 3 oared sailing warships broke away from the assault formation, steering towards the 3 massive fire ships on the left flank. As they approached the fire ships, the cadence of the drum transformed into a rapid succession of beats. Upon hearing the drumbeat, the oarsmen plunged their oars beneath the surface of the sea, holding them firmly in place. The resistance against the oared sailing ships intensified, causing them to decelerate abruptly. Once they were sufficiently close to the fire ships, the sailors at the bow exerted themselves to cast iron hooks. Subsequently, the rhythm of the drum shifted once more, transitioning to a slow, half-time beat. Upon hearing this new tempo, the oarsmen began to row in reverse. As the oars churned the water, the oared sailing ships gradually retreated, dragging the massive fire ships aside. The entire process unfolded with fluidity and swiftness, leaving Winters aboard the Glory astounded. He had never envisioned that such cumbersome oared vessels could execute maneuvers as agile and refined as those of cavalry. Admiral Norexio revealed his trump card. While oared sailing ships were indeed ill-suited for long-distance expeditions and less capable of operating in tumultuous seas, the anchorage outside Lighthouse Port was an ideal locale for them to showcase their prowess. The spies of the Confederation observed the oared sailing ships at anchor, with oarsmen remaining aboard while the sailors disembarked to rest, concluding that these warships were unable to engage in combat on short notice and would require several hours to regroup. Unbeknownst to them, the sailors had meticulously set up camp according to their respective vessels, prohibiting any movement among personnel. In the event of an emergency, they could swiftly assemble and board their ships. All these measures were not only to afford the sailors a chance to recuperate, but, more importantly, to project an image of weakness and unpreparedness to the enemy, thereby creating an opportunity for Drake. In Drake's estimation, Norexio had only 10 warships at his disposal. If he could decimate these 10 vessels, the 12 oared ships in the harbor would be unable to escape. The remaining transport ships would then be mere prey, to be consumed at will. This fleet of over 20 warships represented the last vestiges of Venetta's strength. Annihilating this armada would render the seas a domain for the Tenerian people. Without ships, the people of Veneta could only dream of future maritime expeditions. Conversely, Admiral Norexio had never believed that merely delivering the army to the islands would suffice. He did not consider himself a mere transport fleet. His core strategic philosophy had always remained unchanged: the decisive battle of the fleet. The mere existence of the Tenerian fleet posed a threat to the people of Veneta. Norexio believed that a decisive naval confrontation was imperative to resolve the issue. Rather than chasing the shadows of the Tenerian fleet across the ocean, it was far wiser to devise a strategy that would compel them to seek him out. Now, the viper had slithered out of its lair, coiling around his arm. Yet it must be slain. "Captain, what shall we do?" Drake's first mate asked in a panic. "What is there to fear, even with several more galleys?" Our warships are not outnumbered. Drake kicked the chair aside, raised the flag. The main force of Veneta is currently being dragged by fire ships. Let us first deal with these galleys, and then we shall confront Nareko. Drake drew his curved sword and approached the edge of the forecastle. Roaring at the disarrayed sailors on deck, "What are you afraid of? Our ships still outnumber theirs. If you cower now, your descendants will become slaves to the people of Veneta, for freedom, for gold. Tonight, I shall lead you to earn wealth that you could never fathom." The crew of the Vengeance, initially on the brink of despair due to the emergence of the galleys, reignited their fighting spirit under Drake's fervent encouragement. Their eyes ablaze as they returned to their posts. While a sailing ship cannot directly sail against the wind, it can progress at a sharp angle to the wind's direction. The wind blew from the northwest, and the Glorious had been sailing north for a distance. Upon receiving orders from Vice Admiral Nareko, the helmsman exerted all his strength to turn the helm in the opposite direction. With inertia, the Glorious made a 90-degree turn against the wind, now heading west. Its bow aimed squarely at Drake's flagship. In the chaos, it was difficult to relay commands to all the vessels. But the actions of the flagship served as the clearest order. This was the very purpose of its existence. Observing the flagship charge towards the heart of the enemy formation, other warships promptly adjusted their course. No longer evading the fire ships, they surged into the inferno, heading straight for the Tenerian fleet. Chapter 71. Naval battle. At this moment aboard the Vengeance, Drake bellowed commands. Signal all ships to adjust their course and follow the Vengeance to engage this pack of galleys. Do not grapple. Sink them with cannon fire. The Vengeance was one of 5 warships seized by Drake from the port of Haidong. The Veneta Navy believed there were only 4, unaware that the 5th had been captured by the Tenerians after escaping to sea. Although the vessels boasted high bulwarks and elevated decks, advantageous in boarding encounters, Drake was acutely aware that his band of pirates lacked the capability to withstand hand-to-hand combat amidst casualties. They could only fight favorably. Should the enemy board and transform the naval battle into a brutal melee, the morale of these pirates would shatter instantly. The Tenerian fleet pivoted, charging toward the Veneta galleys. While the galleys of Veneta launched their own offensive against the Tenerian fleet, the distance between the two rapidly diminishing. The characteristics of the galleys resembled wolves, iron-headed and copper-tailed with a weak midsection. Due to the presence of oars on the sides, the galleys could only initiate attacks from their bows, where the toughest timber, the largest caliber cannons, and boarding planks were stationed. The sides represented the galley's most vulnerable point. Armed only with small caliber swivel guns, this area not only possessed the weakest firepower, but was also structurally the most fragile. A single fierce collision from a large ship could snap a galley in half. As the two fleets advanced toward one another, the pirates, growing impatient, unleashed their bow cannons the moment the galleys came within range. A cannonball struck the sturdy bow of the Golden Lion at a steep angle, ricocheting off. In stark contrast, the paddle-sailing vessel White Eagle was not so fortunate. The projectile struck the deck directly, piercing through 4 sailors before finally coming to rest upon the 5th. The anguished cries emanating from the bow of this ship were audible even to the nearby vessels. One sailor, grievously wounded with horrific gaping wounds, did not succumb immediately. Instead, he wailed in agony. Those around him held him tightly, yet felt powerless to assist. The first mate of the White Eagle swiftly drew his knife, granting the sailor a merciful release. The cries faded, leaving the bow of the White Eagle enveloped in silence save for the ominous thrum of war drums. Despite enduring a barrage of cannon fire, the Veneta paddle-sailing ships refrained from retaliating. The drums resounded, and the Veneta vessels approached their adversaries with calm resolve. Unlike other captains who sought refuge at the safer stern, Spire positioned himself beside the cannon at the bow of the Golden Lion, gripping an iron rod embedded in the coal furnace. The Golden Lion had but one opportunity to fire, and Spire placed his faith solely in himself. As the opposing warships drew nearer, the Veneta vessels had entered the range of muskets. Gunfire erupted from the grand ship of the Tenerians, yet the Veneta ships remained silent. To the right, do you see that vessel bearing the black flag? Spire nearly lay prone over the cannon's breech, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the direction of the muzzle. Addressing his first mate, "I have an aversion to ships that fly the black flag." The flag on the right side of the ship was raised, prompting the helmsman to immediately veer to the right. At this juncture, the distance between the Golden Lion and the black flag ship had dwindled to less than 20 meters. The sailors of Veneta could discern the Tenerians' beards. Cannon's tail, muzzle, black flag ship. These three formed a straight line. Now, Spire thrust the heated iron rod into the touch hole. The 2-ton cannon was propelled to the end of its sliding rail by the recoil, causing the ship to tremble in unison. Accompanied by a thunderous report that left all crew members' ears ringing, the bow was shrouded in smoke. A massive stone projectile was launched from the cannon's mouth, hurtling towards the black-flagged vessel. Due to the limited gun positions on paddle-sailing ships, they compensated for their scarcity with sheer firepower. Thus, Veneta typically mounted 3 to 5 heavy cannons at the bow. However, the Golden Lion bore but a single cannon, albeit one of formidable caliber. Spire firmly believed that it was preferable to possess one larger cannon than 3 smaller ones. The cannon positioned at the bow of the Golden Lion was not an ordinary piece of artillery, but rather an antiquated stone-throwing cannon, typically employed in sieges. This cannon was not only exceedingly cumbersome and laborious to load, but also notoriously inaccurate, capable of missing targets as large as city walls. Therefore, Spire had to approach sufficiently close enough to aim the muzzle directly at the enemy's forehead, ensuring that he would not miss before he could fire. Despite its myriad shortcomings, this cannon had one singular advantage: its overwhelming power. If it could breach city walls, what were mere warships in comparison? The nearly 200-pound stone projectile, akin to a harbinger of death, howled as it shattered everything in its path, both wood and flesh. The black-sailed ship was struck, creating a gaping hole at the waterline, with the cannonball exiting through the opposite side. Sea water surged rapidly into the hold, accompanied by the piercing screams of pirates, as the black-sailed vessel began to tilt. The crew of the Golden Lion erupted in deafening cheers. The cannon fire from the foremost Golden Lion served as a signal, prompting the bow guns of the other galleys to unleash their furious roars. Cannonballs pierced through the bow of the Tantalarian's ship, reaping lives within the hold. Another grand vessel was struck below the waterline, causing its bow to sink as sailors aboard leapt into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Following the initial barrage, the Venetan galleys and the Tantalarian fleet collided into each other's formations, engaging in close-quarters combat. Although the bow guns had initially favored the Venetians, the disadvantages of the low-hulled galleys became glaringly apparent in the boarding skirmishes. The towering deck of the grand ship loomed over the galleys like a fortress wall, as the Tantalarians fired down upon them. On the crowded galleys, the Venetan sailors found themselves with neither cover nor refuge, retaliating only with firearms and crossbows against the enemy's lead projectiles. The deck transformed into a battleground, with sailors becoming marksmen, as a confrontation of projectile weaponry unfolded above the waves. The Venetan captains understood that their sole hope for victory lay in boarding. Prolonging this battle would undoubtedly lead to the collapse of the galley's morale. The officers aboard the galleys urged the oarsmen to row with utmost fervor, striving to approach the grand ship directly, where its firepower was weakest. Meanwhile, the Tantalarians sought to maintain distance, bombarding the galleys with cannons positioned along their flanks. One armed merchant ship of the Tantalarians, caught unawares, was ensnared by a grappling hook cast from the White Eagle. The Venetan sailors strained to pull the rope, reducing the distance between the vessels. The iron hook bit deeply into the hull, refusing to yield. As the Tantalarians attempted to sever the rope, they discovered that a 2-meter iron chain lay behind the hook. To prevent the grappling line from being cut, the Venetians had deliberately replaced the last 2 meters of rope with a riveted chain. A brave sailor climbed the chain in an attempt to sever the line behind, but he was struck down by a marksman from the White Eagle as he peered over. Other Tantalarian sailors frantically hacked at the hull with axes, desperate to sever both the hook and the railing. Yet, it was too late. The boarding plank from the bow of the White Eagle was lowered, the iron hook securing itself to the merchant ship's side, binding the two vessels together. A piercing whistle rang out as the Venetan sailors shouted and surged onto the armed merchant ship, igniting a bloody melee. Meanwhile, on the western battlefield, a galley was besieged by 3 Tantalarian vessels. The paddle-sailing vessel of Veneta finds itself not only at a disadvantage in terms of design, but also in numbers. The cannons of the large sailing ship roar and bellow, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs that splinter the paddle-sailing ship into fragments and scatter flesh amidst the chaos. The captain and first mate of this vessel have already perished, leaving the remaining officers and crew incapable of reorganizing the sailors in the midst of turmoil. The living have piled the corpses to form a makeshift bulwark, while only a handful of the brave continue to return fire. The paddlers, no longer obeying commands, frantically seek any means to break free from their shackles. Some leap into the sea, attempting to abandon ship, yet those aboard the large sailing vessel show no mercy, ruthlessly firing upon them with muskets. Outside the lighthouse harbor, a bloody and brutal melee unfolds upon the waves, amidst the smoke of burning gunpowder. The sounds of gunfire and battle cries merge, with dismembered limbs, corpses, and splintered timber floating across the surface. Spire harbors no interest in the armed merchant ships. Only warships are deemed worthy adversaries for the Golden Lion. The sea is illuminated by flames, casting a crimson glow, as the silhouette of a colossal warship stands out distinctly against the night. Several armed merchant ships fire upon the Golden Lion, yet Spire remains indifferent to their assault. He promptly commands the Golden Lion to alter its course, leveraging the paddle-sailing vessel's remarkable maneuverability to carve a path through the chaotic battlefield, charging towards the imposing warship. The lookout of the Revenge notices the approaching paddle-sailing vessel, prompting Drake to immediately order a turn to the southeast, unfurling all sails to confront the enemy with the starboard side. The cannons roar, and a volley of cannonballs hurtles toward the Golden Lion. A chorus of screams erupts from the ship, yet the Golden Lion only intensifies the rhythm of its battle drums, inexplicably gaining speed. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, no one could have anticipated that Norexio would audaciously lead a charge through the fire ships. Neither Tanilia nor the Veneta Navy would dare such a feat. The flame-laden small vessels, propelled by the wind, create a wall of fire between the two fleets. A prudent captain would typically avoid the fire ships, steering southeast to distance themselves before seeking a chance to return to the fray. This was indeed the original strategy, to use the fire ships to drive the Veneta fleet into the perilous waters to the east, with their own fleet closely following to eradicate any stragglers. Even the unexpected emergence of 12 paddle-sailing warships from Lighthouse Harbor would not pose a problem. The Veneta fleet would still be compelled by the fire ships into treacherous reefs. Drake could then systematically dismantle them, focusing his fleet on eliminating the paddle-sailing warships before turning to annihilate any remnants of the main Veneta fleet that might escape from the deadly waters. However, Norexio is no ordinary man. He is the foremost gambler within the Veneta Navy. He boldly opts for the most direct route, heading straight for Drake's flagship, the Revenge. The fierce blaze instilled fear in the hearts of many, yet more terrifying than the fire itself was the act of willingly stepping into the inferno. Even from a distance of several meters, the crew aboard the Glory felt the searing heat waves. "Oh God, save me. This is hell. We are destined for damnation." Some on the deck were frantically praying, while others knelt, murmuring incantations. "Get back to work, you cowards," barked the fierce bosun, blowing his whistle and driving the prayerful sailors back to their stations with slaps and wooden clubs. "I've never seen you utter prayers before. This piety is worthless now. Just focus on your duties. Old Nick has never lost." Captain Wilson of the 100th Company cast a glance at the three worn officers. Winters and Bud seized the trembling soldiers, who were reciting prayers, from the ground. Andre, more direct, delivered a harsh punch to the face of a soldier who had dropped his weapon to pray. As the naval and military forces rallied their spirits, the Glory drew ever closer to the fiery vessels. The canvas had dried out from the heat, and before they could even reach the fire ship, embers carried by the rising heat ignited the foresail. The sailors rushed to the bow, dousing the burning sails with seawater they had prepared in advance. "Pour water on all the sails. Don't stop," shouted the voice of the bosun, hoarse from exertion. 100th Company, follow my orders and assist the Navy in fetching water." With that command from Wilson, the three worn officers and all the soldiers of the army plunged into the task of retrieving water. The ship had stacks of empty barrels ready, simply requiring ropes to lower them into the sea. The Glory plunged into the inferno, its bow crashing directly into a burning skiff. With a splintering sound of wood breaking, the burning skiff was crushed into the sea, leaving only charred remnants. The sailors at the bow erupted in joyous cheers. However, their laughter quickly faded. The fire ships that had collided with the Glory did not get dragged beneath. Instead, they clung tightly to the hull, held fast against the relentless waves. Each of these fire ships bore sharp iron spikes protruding an inch long. Upon impact, these spikes would pierce the ship's hull, securing the fire ships to the war vessel. The Glory collided with 3 fire ships consecutively, and as it bore the weight of the additional resistance, its speed diminished significantly. A charred odor wafted through the air, and from beneath the bow came the terrifying crackling sounds. It was uncertain whether it was the skiff burning or if the Glory's hull had caught fire. First Mate Caraman dashed to the stern, disregarding formalities. Ketch, ensign. You take your men down. Ketch saluted and, without hesitation, secured a rope around his waist. The nearby sailors, ignoring rank, raised their buckets and poured water over him. Transformed into a figure of water, Cage led a dozen sailors down the ship's bow, using wooden buckets to scoop seawater and douse the raging flames engulfing the small boat. The cannons of the Glorious were removed, and the sailors leaned out from the gun ports to pour water onto the blazing vessel. Under the leadership of the Glorious, 3 other frontline warships bravely charged through the inferno, confronting the fire ship as they advanced towards the Tenillian fleet. A breach was forcefully created in the fiery wooden wall of the sea, and the warships at the rear decisively altered their course, crossing this perilous maritime barrier through the gap. General, the fire at the bow cannot be extinguished, the weary First Officer Kalaman reported, struggling to maintain composure. If it cannot be extinguished, then so be it. Even the fires of hell will require time to cleanse my ship, Nershaw replied, his face flushed with determination. Gripping Antonio's arm, General Serviety, the Glorious may be lost, but a new ship lies before us. The Vice Admiral pointed towards Drake's flagship. The Vengeance stands before us. If the Glorious falls, we shall seize Drake's flagship. The Vengeance has lowered all sails. General, it appears Drake is attempting to flee. No, Drake will not flee. Nor shall I. Nershaw sneered. Do you believe a gambler will cut their losses? No, they will wager everything left in hopes of a comeback. Both we and Drake have placed our entire stakes. The victor takes all. Raise the flag of desperation. Prepare to board. A giant red triangular flag was hoisted atop the Glorious. Chapter 72. Boarding among the pirates upon the inner sea. Tales circulated that 3 things instilled the greatest fear upon the ocean. Heavily armed maritime fortresses, the winds blowing from the ship's bow, and the oar-sailing vessels in the absence of wind. Implicit in this saying was a truth. While the oar-sailing vessels were indeed fearsome, they were only so in still or light winds, as full-rigged ships would lie idle in such weather. However, when the winds were favorable, the oar-sailing vessels posed little threat. On the quarterdeck of the Vengeance, Drake brandished his curved sword, bellowing orders. Lower the sails. Advance with the wind. At least a quarter of the cannons found their mark, and the crew of the Vengeance could faintly perceive the mist of blood erupting from the enemy ship. Yet the approaching oar-sailing vessel, like a pain-immune monster, remained unresponsive. Even the rhythm of the drums did not falter, merely growing louder. The drumsticks not only struck the drumhead, but also pounded upon the frail nerves of the pirates. The Golden Lion launched its final assault. The helmsman of the Vengeance exerted every ounce of strength to maneuver the helm, while sailors scrambled up the rigging, hastily severing ropes with their curved blades. All sails were lowered from the 3 masts, and as the canvas filled with wind, the Vengeance began to accelerate. In a desperate bid to intercept the Revenge, Spire's maneuver failed, and the 2 vessels narrowly brushed past each other. The Golden Lion nearly collided at full speed with the Revenge's flank, with a mere 3 to 4 meters separating them at their closest approach. The Revenge now swung to the right side of the Golden Lion, an area where the latter's firepower was weakest. Conversely, the Golden Lion found itself behind the Revenge, where it faced the latter's most formidable artillery. Drake rushed to the stern of the ship, rallying all his gunners to this crucial position. Under the sternmaster's stern urging, the pirates aboard the Revenge scrambled to reload their aft cannons. The tide of battle had shifted, the prey had become the predator. The prudent course of action would have been to maintain their speed and create distance by sailing away. However, a blinded Spire refused to relent. Under his command, the oarsmen on the right side of the Golden Lion rowed forward, while those on the left pulled backward, executing a tight turn to continue their relentless pursuit. The sailors shouted as they raised 2 triangular sails. The galleass, equipped with both oars and sails, began to pick up speed with the addition of the sails. Captain, we can no longer pursue. The first mate, who had abandoned his post at the stern in a panic, rushed to the bow of the Golden Lion, exclaiming, "The wind is too strong. Even with sails, we cannot catch up to a fully rigged ship." His words were abruptly interrupted by the thunderous cannon fire of the Revenge. A cannonball skimmed low across the bow, piercing through the oarsman's station. The 32-pound shot struck down a row of oarsmen and shattered a gaping hole in the ship's wooden planking. In an instant, the Golden Lion was filled with horrified screams. "Good shot. Well done. Reload quickly," Drake exclaimed, pulling out a handful of gold coins and rewarding each gunner at this position with 2 coins. The surrounding sailors' eyes widened in astonishment. Energized, Drake raised the gold in his hand and asked the nearby sailors, "Do you want this?" The men greedily fixated on the gleaming gold, nodding vigorously. Yet, Drake abruptly tossed all the coins into the sea through the cannon port. The sailors gasped in shock. But Drake snarled fiercely, "You worthless lot! What is this paltry gold worth? A bottle of fine wine and 2 women would squander it all, and then you'd be back on deck scrubbing the floors. Have you seen the best of Goldport's wenches? Huge bosoms, but faces like saints. Have you ever indulged with them? Can you afford it?" Silence enveloped the cabin, broken only by the heavy breaths of the sailors. "I intend to lead you to earn not just this trifling sum, but vast fortunes. Fortunes beyond your imagination." Drake bellowed maniacally, "Fortunes enough to last you a lifetime. Fortunes sufficient to indulge in as many wenches as you desire. Win this battle, seize the Venetian ship, sell it, and I will ensure you by every drop of wine in Goldport. Now, for God's sake, fire those cannons and annihilate this band of Venetians." The pirates, with frantic cries, rushed back to their cannons, their eyes ablaze as they exerted every ounce of strength to clear the barrels and reload the ammunition. "Captain, we can pursue no longer. Ahead lies a fire ship. This vessel has already been driven from the battlefield. We must make a wide turn to return. Let us change our target." The first mate of the Golden Lion, straining his mind for a way to persuade the obstinate Captain Spire to abandon the quarry before them, made his appeal. Once again, a series of thunderous cannon blasts echoed, with cannonballs narrowly missing, sending plumes of water soaring several meters high. Everyone aboard the Golden Lion heard a resounding thud from below the waterline, as if struck fiercely by a heavy hammer. A cannonball had struck the hull beneath the waterline, and the sailors, hearts pounding, listened intently to the sounds beneath the deck. Yet, nothing transpired. The projectile had failed to penetrate, ricocheting off the ship's shell. Had the cannonball been any faster or at a slightly different angle, the Golden Lion would have found itself with a gaping hole below the waterline, forcing all aboard to abandon ship in a desperate bid for survival. Fortune had favored them this time, but could they expect such luck again in the future? Spire slammed his fist against the cannon at the bow, commanding, "Lower the sails, turn right, we're heading back." The first mate, heeding the order, dashed toward the stern. Spire fixated his gaze upon the flagship of the Tenelari fleet, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Just as the first mate was about to change course, he heard the captain bellow from the bow, "Do not turn. Charge straight at the enemy ship." Looking ahead, the first mate beheld a fearsome warship emerging from the fiery sea and thick smoke. Flames danced upon her sails, and her prow bore the inferno, resembling a vessel returned from the depths of hell, hurtling directly towards the retribution. Narashio stood resolute at the ship's bow, his visage twisted in a fierce snarl as he roared, "Raise the flag of defiance. Prepare the whole crew to board." On this fiery warship, a massive red triangular flag was hoisted upon the mast. This was the very banner raised by the beggars of Veneta when they ambushed the Empire's supply ships. It was the flag that had flown when the nascent Venetan navy charged towards the mad King Richard's blockade of Guitu City. This battle-worn, tattered flag, riddled with bullet holes and charred marks, was a sacred relic of the Venetan navy, a privilege reserved solely for the flagship of the outer fleet. When this crimson standard ascended upon the flagship, it signified that the fleet commander believed the final hour had arrived, the fleet's very survival hanging by a thread. The Venetans would never retreat until the last drop of blood was shed. Even the most timid sailor would find courage ignited upon seeing this banner. It represented not merely a flag but the spirit, hope, and backbone of the navy. The first mate pounded rhythmically upon the drum as the Golden Lion surged forward, joining forces with the Glory to launch a fierce assault on the flagship of the Tenelari fleet. A sharp whistle pierced through the air on the deck of the Glory, as the fierce boatswain distributed weapons among the sailors, shouting, "Prepare to board. Grip your weapons tightly. Await the captain's command." In addition to the boarding team, who serve as the ship's military police, the sailors are generally prohibited from carrying weapons during their daily navigation. Only prior to engaging in combat are swords and firearms distributed. Antonio located his subordinate, an officer hailing from the artillery division, and instructed him to gather personnel for the gun deck, as the ship currently lacked gunners. Several senior officers saluted and then departed the cabin. Antonio then called out another name, Lieutenant Wilson, the commander of the 1st Hundred of the Chief Brigade, who promptly stood and saluted. Which 100 do you command? Reporting to the general, the spearman. Have your men exchange their weapons for short swords and bring your 100 to the boarding party. Yes. The other officers remain aboard the Glory, suppressing the enemy's deck with matchlocks. Yes. In the face of an urgent crisis, Vice Admiral Naratio commanded the Glory to directly confront the enemy flagship. However, he overlooked the fact that the Glory was no longer the ship it once was. It had been temporarily converted into a command vessel. Originally manned by over 500 crew members, the Glory now boasted fewer than 200 sailors, having left behind both gunners and boarding teams to maximize space, retaining only those deckhands necessary for the ship's operations. Fortunately, over 150 soldiers from the 1st 100 of the 3rd Legion were still aboard. Winters, Bard, and Andre assisted Lieutenant Wilson in assembling the soldiers of the 1st 100, as the Army's exceptionally long spears required formation into a phalanx, which was impractical on the cramped vessel. As the distance to the Vengeance diminished, the figures of pirates on its deck became increasingly discernible. The sailors and soldiers aboard the Glory scurried across the deck in a frenzied state, akin to headless flies, feeling an urgent need to act yet uncertain of what exactly to do. 3 midshipmen, each clutching a large bundle of sailor-esque knives, distributed weapons to those who were unarmed amidst the chaos. I don't care if you are an officer or a soldier. Anyone with a matchlock must report to the mast's platform. Antonio calmly assigned tasks to his subordinates. Wilson, have your men assemble on the deck. The rest of you, head to the gun deck and load cannonballs. At that moment, the Vengeance found itself being cornered by both the Glory and the Golden Lion from opposing directions. Drake was astonished that Naratio had managed to carve a path through the fire ship. Hard to starboard. Turn south. Frustrated by the helmsman's slow reaction, Drake seized the wheel himself. He aimed to turn south and shake off the 2 Venetian ships, but such maneuvers were not so easily accomplished. The Vengeance was traveling at excessive speed, making its turning radius considerable, and the sharp turn caused the ship to tilt dangerously. High-speed turns posed significant risks, especially for a vessel with a high center of gravity, as a moment's inattention could lead to capsizing. The hull of the Vengeance creaked ominously, beginning to lean to the left during the rapid maneuver. All hands to the starboard side. Upon hearing the command, the sailors promptly assembled at the starboard side, and the ship gradually began to regain its equilibrium. Drake exerted every ounce of strength to steer the Revenge, yet the vessel's bow was exceedingly large, and the fierce winds and tumultuous waves propelled it steadily southeastward. The distance between the 2 ships dwindled to less than 20 meters, drawing ever closer. At this moment, the soldiers and sailors aboard the Glory gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies rigid in anticipation. Lieutenant Wilson's right hand, clenched too firmly around the hilt, turned pale at the joints. Andre, with a semblance of amusement, observed Winters and Bud, gesturing towards Lieutenant Wilson's right hand with his chin. For the 3 midshipmen who had already endured one boarding battle, although their hearts raced and breaths quickened uncontrollably, they remained far less tense than during their initial encounter. The fierce-looking boatswain, with his left arm tightly clutching a curved dagger and a wooden barrel, cursed as he scattered an unknown substance across the deck. Any sailor foolish enough to obstruct him received a swift kick. When the substance landed near Winters, he discerned that the barrel contained sawdust and sand. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped their purpose: sawdust to absorb blood and sand to enhance traction, strewn upon the deck to prevent slipping in the event of excessive bloodshed. It appeared that, at this moment, only the irritable boatswain possessed clarity of purpose. As the ships drew nearer, they gradually matched each other's speed. The helmsman pushed the rudder, directing the Glory to collide with the Revenge. Grappling hooks were cast, and the air filled with cries of battle. The boarding skirmish ignited between the flagship of both fleets. Chapter 73. Chaos and Fury as the Glory cast its grappling hooks. The 2 warships immediately engaged in a fierce exchange of ranged weaponry. Heavy muskets, light firearms, hook guns, and firelocks. Even steel crossbows and stones, anything that could be weaponized was employed. The sound of gunfire erupted like popping beans, as both sides fervently sought to unleash a torrent of bullets and arrows upon one another. The army officers who had ascended to the platform received orders from the Legion commander to disregard the enemy armed with muskets and focus on suppressing the opposing rotating cannons. From behind the hull of the Revenge, several arms emerged, attempting to sever the grappling hooks. However, as the distance between the 2 vessels closed, for every hook severed, Two more latched onto the Revenge's side. The sailors of Veneta shouted in unison, pulling the ropes to draw the Revenge closer to the Glory. A few exceptionally strong sailors hurled iron grenades onto the deck of the Revenge, and after a series of explosions, cries of anguish resonated from its deck. Winters crouched behind the ship's railing, evading stray bullets and arrows, awaiting the command to board. A few stray shots even struck the hull directly before him, yet failed to penetrate the 2-inch thick oak planks. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the Revenge, as if all sound had vanished. The sounds of gunfire, cries of battle, and shouts of anger all faded into silence. Even the sounds of lamentation ceased. Crouching behind the ship's railing, Winters sensed that the distant gunfire from the enemy vessel had also vanished with the clamor. He cautiously peered out and noticed that all the lights on the opposing ship had been extinguished, illuminated by the flames of the Glorious. He could discern no one on the deck of the Vengeance. This quiet, darkened ship exuded an eerie presence, resembling a ghostly vessel. An increasing number of crew members aboard the Glorious began to notice the oddity of the enemy ship, and one sailor excitedly exclaimed, "We have slain them all." Silence. A fierce sailor lunged forward and struck the sailor across the face, immediately commanding the others, "Extinguish all the lights aboard the ship. Move swiftly." Unable to see their adversaries, the marksmen on the Glorious ceased their fire. Thus, the two ships approached each other in this foreboding and uncanny atmosphere. As the distance between the two vessels dwindled to mere meters, First Mate Calamon bellowed, "Lower the gangplanks." The bow, midsection, and stern of the Glorious extended a dozen gangplanks, bridging the two warships together. Rising, First Mate Calamon drew his saber and roared, "Long live Ace Nick." Ace Nick was the moniker of Mauricio, and the sailors erupted in thunderous cheers. Calamon was the first to charge, with the sailors closely following, surging toward the deck of the Vengeance. Captain Wilson shouted the battle cry of the 3rd Legion, "Viva Veneta!" Winters, Bard, Andre, and all the soldiers echoed in unison, responding to their captain and rushing towards the deck of the Vengeance. However, the deck of the Vengeance remained completely deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. Did we truly slay them all? The earlier sailor questioned incredulously. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as dozens of pellets unleashed a storm of blood and flesh upon the deck of the Vengeance. The Taniarians had maneuvered their heavy artillery to face their own deck, claiming the lives of several Venetians with a single shot. With the thunderous roar of the cannons serving as a signal, the sound of gunfire erupted as the Vengeance launched a full counterattack. Dark muzzles of guns and cannons emerged from the bow and stern, directing their ammunition towards the Venetians on deck. The artillery deck of the Vengeance unleashed a devastating barrage at the hull of the Glorious. Without gun crews on board, the Glorious skipped the process of returning fire and instead prepared to board, while the gunners of the Vengeance were already stationed aboard. This close-quarters combat was the moment when the short-barreled cannons aboard the warships could unleash their maximum potential. With the roaring of 16-pound and 32-pound cannons inflicting horrific wounds upon the hull of the Glorious. "What are your men doing?" Antonio shouted furiously from the stern of the Glorious towards Colonel Quintel. "Are they hiding behind cover waiting to die instead of attacking the ship's deck?" Colonel Conter wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "When suddenly ambushed, human instinct compels one to seek refuge in a secure location." The deck of the Revenge was engulfed in chaos. Sailors and soldiers alike felt as though an uncountable barrage of bullets was raining down upon them. With the army and navy entangled in disarray, both sides having lost their cohesion. "They are in the superstructure. Attack the superstructure. Attack the superstructure." Lieutenant Wilson, witnessing his soldiers cowering behind makeshift cover, was driven to a frenzy. He pulled at those curled up behind debris on the deck, exclaiming, "Do not hide here. Charge the ship." Yet before he could finish, a bullet struck him in the left side of his neck, shattering his vertebrae and leaving a horrific wound on the right side of his neck. Wilson's body went limp, collapsing onto the deck of the Revenge. "First, eliminate all those in officer uniforms." Drake, from the aft superstructure, laughed heartily. "Load the cannons, load the cannons." During ground combat, officers would typically be shielded within a phalanx. However, in the close-quarters melee on the deck, these elegantly attired professional soldiers became exceedingly conspicuous. The crew of the Revenge found the situation bizarrely ironic, as this tactic of taking refuge in the superstructure was originally conceived by the Navy. In the past, when pirates attempted to assault the Veneta Navy on the inland seas, even when outnumbered, The pirates could not prevail as long as the Navy retreated into the superstructure. Secure within the robust structure, the Veneta Navy could engage 2, or even 3, pirates at once, vanquishing those marauders. Yet now, the roles were entirely reversed. The pirates occupied the superstructure, while the Navy was left exposed on the deck. Winter witnessed a gruesome spray of blood from Wilson's neck and, disregarding the flying bullets, sprinted to the lieutenant's side. However, it was futile. The lieutenant was already dead. With the Centurion fallen, the command structure of the 100th Company was incapacitated. Someone needed to step forward to replace Wilson. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, cannon blasts, wails, and shouts that melded into an indistinguishable roar on the deck, a resounding voice rose above all others. Attack the superstructure. Everyone, attack the superstructure. For the first time, Winters summoned all his magical prowess to unleash a spell of amplification, bellowing, "The 3rd Legion, assault the stern. Sailors, advance to the bow." General Taylor was right. The most effective spell on the battlefield is indeed amplification. The spell of death held little efficacy in a battlefield teeming with hundreds or thousands. How many could the caster truly slay? 10, 100, 500? Yet, amplification could organize soldiers amidst the tumult, enabling them to enact vengeance. 100th Company, follow me. Bard shouted fiercely, yanking 2 soldiers from their hiding behind barrels, charging towards the aft superstructure. Andre brandished his saber, following closely behind, shouting, "Kill." Winter repeated the command thrice, exhausting all his magical energy to cast the amplification spell, a piercing phantom pain coursing through his body as if he had been inflated thrice like a mere vessel. He could barely stand, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and sweat poured from his skin in a chaotic manner. Fortunately, the 3 unequivocal commands had reached every inhabitant of Veneta, and they had understood them clearly. The sailors and soldiers were in dire need of direction, and they heard Winter's orders. Initially, a few led the charge, but soon the majority followed suit. The sailors surged towards the bow of the ship, while the first 100 soldiers rushed towards the stern. This was sorcery, witchcraft, dark magic. The enraged Drake seized the collar of a nearby gunner, shouting hysterically as he watched the Veneta soldiers, whose morale had nearly crumbled, regain their resolve. Drake shoved the gunner back to the cannon. "Fire! Open fire! Kill those sorcerers!" Winters struck the handle of his knife against his thigh twice, using the genuine pain to suppress the phantom agony, and after regaining a modicum of clarity, he sprinted towards the stern. At that moment, the assault by the first 100 soldiers was encountering setbacks. The ship's deck served as a fortress upon the sea, and the soldiers, armed only with daggers, had no means for breaching the stronghold. Andre and another tall soldier were relentlessly battering the ship's door, yet the wooden barrier remained unyielding. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, numerous defenders fired down at the infantry below. Bud had somehow procured a matchlock gun from a corpse and was struggling to load it. "Stop banging. We can't break through. They've surely barricaded the inside." Winters grasped Andre. "What now? You lift me up, and I'll climb in through a 2nd-floor window?" Andre was equally at a loss. "Are we seeking death? Clamber onto the cannon, and the pirates will sever your hand. Then what are we to do?" Andre was utterly bereft of ideas. Winters meticulously recalled the layout of the Glorious. The ship had been seized from pirates, and its design must be similar. Find the access to the hold. The hold and the deck are connected. "Commander, here." A soldier shouted. "It's stuck. Something is blocking it." Winters strode over to find a square opening roughly 1.5 meters long, with a wooden plank firmly wedged, sealing the entrance to the hold. "Everyone weighing over 160 pounds, stand on it. Quickly." Winters positioned himself atop the plank at the hold's entrance, pulling Andre up with him, while other tall and robust soldiers followed suit. Bud led a few soldiers skilled with matchlocks to suppress the shooters above, providing cover for Winters and the others. "On my count of 1, 2, everyone jump together. Jump with all your might. Jump high." The urgency of the situation left Winters no time for explanations. As he bellowed the command, "When I say 2, jump. 1, 2. The crowd jumped unevenly, and the plank creaked ominously beneath them. Andre comprehended Winters' intentions, and he bellowed sternly, "Whoever fails to synchronize will meet their demise. 1, 2. The wooden planks groaned in agony, and beneath them, the sound of splintering echoed ominously. 1, 2. The group leaped with increasing harmony, nearly touching down simultaneously. 1, 2. A thunderous crash ensued as the planks, along with the supporting columns beneath, shattered, causing all those standing upon them to plummet into the ship's hold. My arm! A soldier cried out in distress. With no time to assess the injury, Winters scrambled to his feet and peered into the hold. The pirate gunners on the lower deck of the open-air artillery platform heard the commotion from above, perplexed. They approached the hatch, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of 6 or 7 soldiers falling from above. Kill! Winters, devoid of weaponry, lunged at the nearest Tannian. The pirate gunner was knocked down by Winters' forceful charge, and without regard for the other adversaries nearby, Winters relentlessly pummeled his opponent's face and throat with his fists. Other soldiers, regaining their senses, surged towards the enemies within the artillery deck, engaging in fierce combat. The artillery deck, less than 2 meters high, saw soldiers continuously leaping down, igniting a bloody battle. The scrawny pirate beneath Winters was battered with several blows to the nose and throat, leaving him bloodied and dazed. In a desperate instinct, he clawed at Winters' face and neck, attempting to gouge out his eyes. The filthy hands inflicted lacerations across Winters' visage. This was not mere combat, but a frantic struggle for survival between 2 desperate souls. The violent side of Winters was unleashed, disregarding the pirate's frantic movements. He pressed his knee firmly against the opponent's chest, drew the curved dagger from the pirate's waist, and swiftly severed the throat of his assailant. The dagger, poorly maintained, bit into flesh with intensified ferocity. With force, he dragged the blade from the hilt to the tip, the wound penetrating deep to the vertebrae, nearly decapitating the pirate. The gunner gasped for breath. Winters delivered another vicious strike to the wound, severing bone, then stepped on the lifeless torso, yanked the hair, and tore through the remaining flesh of the neck, ultimately claiming the pirate's head. Like a figure drenched in blood, Winters held the severed head in his left hand and the curved dagger in his right, roaring as he sought new adversaries. The pirates on the artillery deck, terror-stricken by this demonic figure of death, collapsed in morale, scrambling down to the lower holds. "Damn, you wretch will haunt my dreams for a month," a deep voice boomed, as large hands seized the pirate's head from Winters' grasp and cast it aside. The officer, speaking, produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Winters' face. "If you wish to avoid carrying a distasteful nickname for life, you ought to refrain from such actions in the future." As Winters regained composure from his fury, he recognized the face before him, one he had encountered only once, the captain of the Golden Lion, Captain Spire. Upon the Gold Lion's arrival alongside the Vengeance, an awkward predicament was unveiled, as the elevated gunwale of the Vengeance rendered the Gold Lion's boarding plank unusable. In desperation, Spire commanded that the plank be affixed to the cannon port. As he led his crew through the mouth of the cannon and onto the gun deck of the Vengeance, a disconcerting sight awaited him. Winters surveyed the surroundings, noting the soldiers and sailors averted their gazes in fear, unwilling to meet his eyes. He gasped for breath, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within his chest. Bud approached and placed a reassuring hand on Winters' shoulder, patting his back in a gesture of comfort. "What is the situation aboard?" Spire inquired directly, avoiding any unnecessary preamble. "The Tanniarians are guarding the ship's upper deck. I intend to breach the cabin," Winters succinctly replied. "You take your men to clear the remaining enemies in the cabin. The foes on the upper deck will be handled by my troops," Spire stated while locking eyes with Winters. "Is there any issue?" Ender exhibited a hint of dissent, yet Winters was disinterested in contesting Spire's authority at this moment. Since the other party was willing to tackle the formidable challenge, it was indeed preferable. He gestured to Ender that all was well, to which Ender merely grunted in response, refraining from further comment. "The deck is entrusted to you, sir," Winters acknowledged with a nod toward Spire. Spire regarded the youthful officer before him and, for the first time since enlisting, rendered a salute to the army officer. "Do not falter. Once this battle concludes, I shall treat you to a drink." With that, he turned and led his subordinates toward the ladder ascending to the upper deck, bellowing to his men, "One head, 1 gold coin. But leave that scoundrel Drake for me." Crew members from the Gold Lion continued to ascend through the cannon port, and one sailor, upon reaching Winters, handed him a water skin. Though he could not discern the identity of the individual, Winters felt an unbearable thirst yet resisted the urge to drink, instead distributing the water skin among the soldiers. 3rd Legion, Chief Battalion, 100th Company. Acting Commander Lieutenant Montaigne wiped the blood from his blade and addressed his following soldiers. "Let us proceed. We must finish the remaining tasks." Chapter 74. Conclusion. The sea once again fell into tranquility, the waves sweeping away planks and dismembered limbs, leaving scarcely a trace of the fierce battle that had transpired the night before outside Lighthouse Port. Only on the sandy shores of the harbor did the charred hulls of 2 fire ships continue to smolder. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we commend their bodies to the sea, awaiting the day when the ocean shall grant them resurrection, allowing them eternal peace and tranquility in the heavens. On the deck of the Glory, Admiral Noreko was delivering his final address. Following a brief mourning ceremony, the bodies of the sailors were sent into the sea, carried forth on planks draped with military flags. Such is life aboard a ship, where everything is frugal and rudimentary. The customs and moral codes of the land find no application here. With neither coffins nor graves, the fallen sailors were encased in burlap sacks filled with stones before being consigned to the depths of the ocean. The living are preoccupied with survival, continuing to struggle amidst the hardships and perils of the sea. At this moment, Winters is leading the remaining soldiers of the 100th Legion in digging graves outside the lighthouse harbor. Antonio, who has always been accommodating, resolutely refuses to compromise during the funeral, adamantly rejecting the more time-efficient and labor-saving option of a sea burial, insisting instead on interring the bodies of the fallen soldiers of the 3rd Legion on land. Soldiers of the army are not sailors. The latter, accustomed to such farewells, can accept the sea as their final resting place with equanimity. However, Antonio cannot and will not allow anyone to cast his soldiers into the ocean to feed the fish. Following the death of Captain Wilson, Winters temporarily assumed the role of Centurion of the 100th Legion. The position of Centurion is one that can only be held by a formal officer, so Winters is merely acting in this capacity until a new official officer is dispatched from Army headquarters to replace him. Although it is difficult for Winters, as a vested interest, to voice criticism, he still perceives serious flaws and inadequacies in the current military officer system. With only one officer in a 100-man unit, the entire unit loses its organization upon the officer's demise, and succession relies on the arrival of an official from Army headquarters, rendering the command structure a delicate and fragile work of art. Nevertheless, considering he is merely a lowly warrant officer, Winters feels it best to let those above him worry about such matters. He is solely focused on quickly completing the digging of these graves. In the naval battle that transpired mere hours ago, the fleet of Veneta emerged victorious. As the Glory and Vengeance ships came alongside, the other naval vessels trailing behind the Glory failed to provide support. The captains made a calm judgment that the battlefield required their presence elsewhere, placing their trust in the Glory's ability to prevail in its duel with the Vengeance. When the main fleet of Veneta breached the fire ships, the galleys found themselves in dire combat. Outnumbered, when one Veneta galley deployed its boarding plank onto a Tenilian vessel, another, if not several, Tenilian ships would bombard it with cannon fire. Thus, the galley not only had to engage in close-quarters combat with the Tenilian ships, but also faced artillery fire from behind. The arrival of Veneta's main warships completely altered this circumstance. The galleys no longer had to contend with 2 foes, and both sides began to engage in one-on-one combat. As the naval clash devolved into a grueling test of endurance on the crowded decks, only the side with more resilience and a greater insensitivity to pain could claim victory. Ultimately, the Tenilians could no longer endure the brutality of such bloodshed. They were not sailors, but a fleet comprised of pirates, adventurers, and speculators. Driven by greed for plunder and bounty, they set sail, and upon realizing the futility of their struggle, all Tenilian vessels hastily began to flee. The Vengeance had yet to abandon resistance when the Tenilian fleet collapsed entirely. The fleeing pirates, heedless of their peril, unfurled their sails to the full, harnessing the fierce winds and tumultuous waves to propel themselves to the utmost limits of speed, recklessly escaping towards the treacherous eastern waters. Yet, Spire's hopes were dashed as Drake eluded capture. Let us rewind time to a few hours prior. Aboard the Revenge, amidst the ferocious battle, the lower deck had been overrun by the crew of the Golden Lion. However, the passage to the upper deck was restricted to a narrow ladder, impeding the sailors' advance. At the foot of the ladder, Drake swung his curved blade, severing the throat of a Veneta sailor, then disdainfully kicked the now lifeless body down the stairs. Laughing maniacally, "Do not send your pitiful subordinates to their doom, Spire. If you possess any courage, come up here and face me in single combat." Of course, Spire would not be swayed by Drake's taunts, for his advantage grew ever more formidable, allowing him to remain calm and collected. I am in no hurry. Indeed. I relish the thought of prolonging your despair. Ha ha ha. Do be cautious not to leap down. Should you do so, I shall not engage you in a duel. Drake's voice rose in desperation. Coward. Spineless wretch. Utterly nonsensical vulgarities. The more crude Drake's insults became, the louder Spire's laughter echoed, as if he reveled in Drake's final moments of madness. Silently, however, he gestured to his crew, as two rotating cannons were dismantled by the sailors of the Golden Lion and carried into the hold. While exchanging barbs with Drake, Spire deftly prepared ammunition for the cannons without missing a beat. Wait for me. I shall ascend, Spire shouted, directing the cannons towards the staircase. I shall await you. Nonsensical drivel, Drake retorted, igniting the fuse on the iron pot filled with gunpowder in his hand. He used words to stall Spire, buying himself time to craft this makeshift explosive. As the hissing iron pot was hurled down the staircase, Spire's cannons, now loaded with shot, erupted in a volley, sending dozens of grape-sized projectiles into the upper deck, met with a cacophony of screams. In that moment of cannon fire, Spire noticed the object that had been cast down from above. He immediately dashed towards the lower hold, shouting for his crew to flee just as the iron pot detonated. Its explosion felt even aboard the nearby Glory. You truly are despicable. Smoke filled the stern of the ship, marking the first time Spire unleashed a curse during their exchange. Humph, are you not equally so? Drake replied with a sardonic smile. Alas, your iron bomb exploded with little effect, merely a sound, really. Your cannon fire struck wood. It harmed few. Deep within, these two arch-rivals understood their fundamental similarity. Drake was but the Spire of Teneria, while Spire embodied the essence of Drake from Veneta. In the stern tower of the ship, silence enveloped the atmosphere, interrupted only by the distant sounds of combat emanating from elsewhere on board. Surrender, Drake. You have reached a dead end. Your demise is inevitable. However, I assure you a swift end, sparing you the indignity of capture, Spear proclaimed, his sincerity unmistakable. Drake, upstairs, pressed against the wound inflicted by a revolving cannon, instinctively sought to retort with biting words, yet was suddenly engulfed by a sense of despair. Spear spoke the truth. The forces of Veneta aboard the Revenge were advancing relentlessly, and the Tenerian fleet was crumbling upon the waves. For the first time in his life, he comprehended the true meaning of being cornered. Gripping his curved blade anew, he grit his teeth and declared, "You shall never take me alive." At that moment, as the blade hovered perilously close to his throat, Drake heard his men shout, "A ship! It's coming in!" From the depths of the dark night, a colossal black sailing vessel silently emerged from the northwest, not joining the fray, but heading straight for the starboard side of the Revenge, crashing into the Golden Lion at full speed. With a deafening impact, the great ship collided with the midsection of the Golden Lion, its immense inertia causing it to ride atop the vessel, the bow raised high, transferring its weight down to the keel and ultimately to the hull of the Golden Lion. Amidst the agonized groans of the ship's structure, the Golden Lion was cleaved in twain. A boarding party swung ropes from the dark sailing ship, leaping onto the deck of the Revenge. Leading the charge was a man wielding four spring-loaded guns and dual curved blades, sweeping across the deck with the ferocity of a tempest, clearing the Veneta crew. Drake recognized the uniquely shaped vessel and the berserker-like dancer of blades. Laughing maniacally, he shouted, "It's the Firebird. Captain Kenway has come. Ha ha, you are all doomed." The last of Drake's men, hearing the name Firebird, felt their spirits reignite and followed him downstairs to fight. However, Spear and the crew of the Golden Lion had already been driven back into the ship's hold by the boarding party. Grabbing the shoulder of the man leading the boarding party, Drake, in a frenzied state, exclaimed, "You came to aid me after all. Narcio is on that ship. Let us slay them all. We have not lost this battle." The man removed his hood, revealing Edward James Kenway, the legendary captain of the consortium who had sought to halt the war until the very end. "I did not come to bolster your cause," Edward replied curtly, delivering a powerful punch that knocked Drake unconscious. With Drake in tow, the boarding party swiftly returned to their ship, the Firebird, and sailed away, leaving the scene of chaos behind. The entire raid transpired with the swiftness of thunder, before the officers aboard the Glory could comprehend the situation. The Firebird had whisked Drake away. The pursuing warship reported the sighting of a massive black vessel entering the treacherous reef waters. No ship dared to follow the Firebird into the perilous zone, For the sailors of the Veneta fleet deemed any vessel that ventured into the reefs to be doomed to sink, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. The battle had already culminated in a resounding victory, and no sailor was willing to take risks at the final moment. In this engagement, the Veneta fleet suffered the loss of 7 galleys and 3 large sailing ships, but captured 4 warships, including the flagship Revenge of the Tenerian fleet, along with 5 armed merchant vessels. They also sank and burned 1 warship and 3 armed merchant ships. While the remaining Tenerian vessels fled into the Death Sea east of Lighthouse Port, their fates now uncertain. All warships seized by the Tenerians from East Seaport had been either reclaimed or sunk. The Tenerians were no longer capable of mustering a fleet that could confront the Veneta navy head-on. This was indeed a remarkable triumph. The 3 lost large sailing ships were ignited while attempting to breach the fire ship, and the flames became uncontrollable, forcing all hands to abandon ship. Fortunately, the Glory was spared from destruction. However, the gunners aboard the Revenge struck the Glory below the waterline, causing it to take on water and begin to sink. As the hull descended, the dinghy anchored at the bow followed it into the depths, extinguishing the flames on the fire ship. The crew of the Glory fought valiantly to plug the breach below the waterline, rescuing the flagship from the brink of sinking. Thus, through a twist of fate, the Glory narrowly escaped disaster, evoking a sense of bittersweet irony. Meanwhile, the 21 transport ships, as Narisho had predicted, remained at a distance throughout the naval battle, proving utterly useless. On the evening following the battle at Lighthouse Port, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Catch lay carelessly in bed, nonchalantly stating that he had never expected much from them. The requisition of those transport ships had included their original captains and crews, who naturally preferred to protect their own vessels. Catch, now bald, bore a ghastly wound on his scalp, stitched with over a dozen sutures. With the qualifications earned from this battle, he was poised to ascend from a naval officer candidate to a lieutenant, especially given the significant loss of officers in the Navy, which created a pressing need for replacements. However, I believe the matter is not solely as such. Bud pondered thoughtfully, asserting that for your Navy, the captain's initiative holds paramount importance. Army officers are accustomed to obeying orders, while naval captains often make their own decisions. When the Glory engaged the enemy last night, not a single warship came to its aid. They all rushed towards the primary battlefield, indicating that the captains aboard had made a judgment, deeming the main front more critical than rescuing the flagship. Catch grinned. That perspective is indeed refreshing. Upon reflection, it holds truth. A solitary ship in the vast ocean, surrounded by water, becomes a kingdom unto itself, with the captain as its king. I believe the inconsistency in command remains the root cause. The captain of the merchant vessel desires to engage in battle, yet the army officer aboard may be awaiting orders. The army officer is inclined towards combat, while the merchant captain likely wishes to safeguard his ship. If each vessel were assigned a commander with full authority, we might have waged this battle with greater ease. Andre's upper bunk unexpectedly resonated with snores. He invariably felt drowsy during these theoretical military discussions. He was a pragmatist, understanding only through personal involvement. How could it be otherwise? What army would heed the orders of a naval officer? The Navy would likewise be reluctant to follow the directives of army officers. Catch also stifled a yawn. Yet, are we not currently unified under the command of the Joint Command? The Joint Command should possess the authority to appoint officers capable of commanding both the Army and the Navy. Winters contemplated, resting his head on his arm. Enough of this. If that were truly the case, you Army officers should not be here, but rather aboard the sailing ships. The sailors of the sailing vessels should be reassigned to those requisitioned merchant ships. Such an arrangement would be the most logical, enabling the entire fleet to harness its full combat potential. Yet, ultimately, it was still to accommodate your Army's preferences that you were stationed on the larger ships, wasn't it? Catch's candid remarks left Winters and Bud momentarily speechless. Let us change the subject. I've heard something. Catch, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, hastily shifted the topic, sitting up to pat Winters' bunk with a mischievous grin. I've heard you frighten the sailors on the Golden Lion so much they soiled their trousers. That's quite an exaggeration. It couldn't have reached that level. Bud immediately sprang to defend his friend. Who told you such tales? Catch slapped his thigh. Do I need someone else to tell me? The entire fleet is abuzz with it. I suspect you shall soon acquire a nickname. If you're concerned about the unpleasantness of what others might call you, you could come up with a nickname yourself, and I'll help spread it. Alas, I've also been yearning for a nickname. After taking a blow to the head, Catch seemed to have unleashed his loquacious persona. Winters sighed, turning away from Catch and curling up, feeling a wave of stomach pain. Chapter 75. The Port of Seawater. Please provide the items as listed on this paper. Bud pressed the supply list onto the table, his voice emanating from his helmet, sounding somewhat muffled. Everything must be delivered to the dock by noon tomorrow. Someone will be responsible for receiving it. Winters and Andre stood resolutely behind Bud, donned in full officer regalia, particularly Andre, who rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword, casting a menacing gaze at the middle-aged man behind the table. Although Bud's tone was as courteous as possible, their imposing demeanor clearly left no room for refusal. The diminutive, gaunt mayor of Seawater Port lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of these three tall, formidable officers, and hastily picked up the list to scrutinize it closely. After meticulously perusing the list, the initially troubled mayor of Haichuan Port experienced a slight alleviation of his furrowed brow. The quartermaster under General Nershaw was thoroughly acquainted with the intricacies of Haichuan Port. This list would undoubtedly inflict financial pain upon the mayor, yet it was something he could begrudgingly procure. Moreover, the vengeful fleet only sought provisions such as grain, flour, and cloth, which would not severely cripple this modest trading port. However, the innate nature of a merchant compelled the mayor to negotiate. He feigned difficulty and remarked, "My dear officer, this town has fewer than 1,000 households. Where can we hastily gather such substantial quantities? For instance, this 10,000 kilograms of double-baked wheat cakes? How am I to procure such a vast amount of wheat cakes?" A menacing sound emanated from the depths of Winters' nostrils, and the gaunt mayor fell silent immediately. It was he who had stated his inability to procure these items. Andre, with a sardonic smile, declared, "Since you are unwilling to comply, we shall take it ourselves." Huh. Even better. No sooner had he uttered these words than he pushed open the door to depart. The mayor of Haichuan Port leaped in alarm, hastily intercepting Andre. His instincts warned him that while the other two officers might be less formidable, this towering officer was indeed capable of merciless plunder, unencumbered by moral scruples. Sit, sit, sit. Do not be hasty." Sensing the opportune moment, Bud assisted the elderly mayor back into his chair, speaking gently. "Though my colleague may be somewhat impatient, he speaks the truth. We must acquire these supplies, either through your voluntary contribution or by our own means. In fact, our approach to you is already a privilege. If I were in your position, I would be seeking bakers for those cakes at this very moment." Sweat beaded on the mayor's forehead. This seasoned merchant, well versed in the ways of the world, understood the ploys of these youthful officers. Yet, the fleet of warships anchored outside was no illusion, nor were the ominous cannons aboard mere fabrications. The palpable scent of blood emanating from these young men, reminiscent of his own grandchildren, was undeniably real. Under immense psychological pressure, the demeanor and tone of this robust and kind officer instilled an unusual sense of trust. The mayor swallowed hard, nodding with great difficulty, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. "I will comply, I will comply. No rush, just ensure it arrives at the dock by noon tomorrow." Bud bent down to retrieve the list that had fallen to the ground, placing it back upon the mayor's desk. "By the way, where is the town's water source? We shall fetch the fresh water ourselves, sparing your townsfolk some exertion." The elderly mayor, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly shouted, "Cannons! How many cannons do you possess?" Andre strode over to the old mayor, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground, demanding fiercely, "Are you probing into military matters? Do you wish to die? I suspect you are a spy for the Union. Do not treat the elderly in such a manner. He is nearly of the same age as your grandfather." In an instant, Bard intervened to stop Andre, with Winters hastening to assist. The startled old mayor quickly clarified, "I do not wish to pry into military affairs. Can't your fleet fire a round of cannon at the dock?" Winters and Andre exchanged glances, uncertain of the old man's true intentions, but Bard began to grasp the situation. The old mayor grew increasingly animated. "Indeed. A round of cannon fire. The entire fleet should fire a round. Blank shots will suffice. If you agree to assist me with a round of cannon fire, I can prepare everything you need by tonight." Bard and Andre turned to Winters. "Mr. Mayor, gunpowder is a precious military resource. The fleet cannot squander valuable powder to intimidate the townsfolk." Winters furrowed his brow as he addressed the mayor of Haichuan Town. Realizing the old man's rationale, the old mayor seemed to have discerned that the officer of medium stature was the leader among the three. He grasped Winters' arm and said, "Gunpowder is manageable. I can supply you from the town's armory." I can provide you with all the gunpowder from Haichuan's arsenal. If you do not display force, not only will I be unable to fulfill my role as mayor, but the townspeople will also be reluctant to part with their supplies. If they choose to delay, it will hinder the preparation of provisions. Winters pondered this, while Bard and Andre remained silent. I can also offer a sum of money to reward the esteemed officers. The old mayor pleaded once more. It is unreasonable for the entire fleet to fire a round, and it is indeed inappropriate for the esteemed Veneta Navy to intimidate the townsfolk. Winters contemplated. However, I can devise a plan to bring a main battleship to fire a round. You need not offer money. Simply surrender the gunpowder from the town's armory. Excellent. Excellent. The old mayor nodded vigorously. He then recalled something else. Might I request that the 3 esteemed officers provide me with a written statement? Simply stating that if Haichuan Town fails to deliver its supplies, the cannons shall reduce Haichuan Town to ruins. I cannot provide you with such a document. You are offering, not a seizing, do you understand? Winters chuckled. However, I can write you an equivalent document with a similar meaning. The mayor of Haichuan Town hurriedly took the threatening letter, which stated that if Haichuan Town did not pledge allegiance to the Republic of Veneta, the Veneta Navy would obliterate the town, and rushed to ring the bell to summon the townsfolk for a meeting. Having accomplished their task, Winters, Bard, and Andre strolled leisurely towards the dock. I cannot fathom why this town is called Haichuan. There are no wells in the town square, Andre casually inquired. Bard replied unhurriedly. The waters near this island often witness whales surfacing and spouting. The ancients, seeing this spectacle from afar, believed it to be a wondrous fountain, hence the name Haichuan. How do you know this? Andre asked, somewhat disgruntled. Because I have read, Bard responded with a smile. Winters unfastened the clasp of his jaw and removed the helmet adorned with plumes, its weight causing beads of sweat to form as it stifled him. His hair was dampened by the oppressive heat. Alas, after years of military training, he found himself engaged in the ignoble task of a brigand. With a sigh, Winters expressed his gratitude to the 2 for aiding him in this distasteful endeavor. Why speak of such things? He mused. To restrain the military and prevent its influence from swelling within the Republic, the logistics of the Veneta Republic's army were entrusted to the civilian department of the supervisory government. With the dining plates held by others, it was inevitable that the military's desires would not be fully realized. Moreover, due to the hastily arranged overseas expedition, the Vengeance fleet had depleted Veneta's war reserves. Both Norexio and Antonio were uncertain about the adequacy of subsequent supplies. Hence, the unified command deemed it imperative to seize every opportunity for resupply. They preferred to discard provisions into the sea later rather than leave the holds empty now. Thus, the recent forced donation had come to pass. The theory behind raising military funds, while seemingly straightforward, required a certain finesse. It could not appear too unseemly while still securing the necessary resources. Consequently, Winters reluctantly sought the assistance of Bud and Andre. In principle, such unsavory tasks would not befit any officer of honor. However, it was hardly appropriate for a mere warrant officer to take the lead. Yet, due to Winters' accomplishments during the capture of the Vengeance and the unfortunate demise of his superior, he had ascended to the rank of centurion, albeit still as a mere warrant officer. Notably, he was not just any centurion but the chief company centurion. A standard company comprises only 80 men, while the chief company boasts a strength of 150, effectively 2 standard companies, all hailing from the military academy. The veterans had yet to attain the position of chief company centurion, while this fledgling officer, having only recently departed from the academy, found himself in such a role. Albeit temporarily, it was natural for envy to arise. Even Andre felt a twinge of discomfort, let alone others. Only Bud discreetly cautioned Winters, expressing that he had not been placed in a favorable position but rather in a den of serpents. Thus, Winters now conducted himself with increasing humility, adopting a low profile. He saluted his elders from a distance, fearful of being labeled as arrogant for having attained the position of chief company centurion. Fortunately, few were aware that Colonel Serviati was the uncle of Lieutenant Montaigne. Though whispers may circulate behind his back, Winters gritted his teeth and endured. However, if anyone dared to cast slander upon Antonio, Winters would readily challenge them to a duel. Since departing from Azure City, Winters had not encountered Antonio alone. Within the military confines, there were no familial ties, only the hierarchy of ranks. This arrangement suited Winters well, as he felt a sense of ease. If he were to receive undue consideration, it would only serve to discomfort him. During the days of recuperation following the Battle of Lighthouse Port, Ensign Montaigne yearned for the swift arrival of personnel from the Army headquarters to relieve him of his temporary duties as the acting centurion. He found it perplexing that a mere ensign was entrusted with the role of chief centurion, believing it would be more logical to assign a seasoned officer from another company. However, when Winters approached Colonel Cantell, the latter explained that the Corps lacked personnel authority and that officer appointments were to be made by the Army headquarters. Transferring officers from other companies to the first company would undermine the combat effectiveness of two units, while allowing Montaigne to act as centurion would only compromise one. The colonel patted Winters on the shoulder, offering reassurance. This was an exceptional opportunity for growth, one that many would covet. Furthermore, he assured him that the assignment would not last long. He should endure and not fear the whispers of others, for only the mediocre would be free from envy. With such words from a superior, Winters had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, Montaigne's hopes for a formal officer to replace him were dashed, as he received orders for another deployment instead. After tending to the fallen, repairing the warships, salvaging weapons and supplies from sunken vessels, and shipping captives back to Azure City, the third day post-battle saw the revenge fleet of Veneta set sail once more. The outcome of the monumental naval clash outside Lighthouse Port had already reached the farthest corners of the Senna's Gulf through merchant vessels. This was precisely why Admiral Narishox endeavored, even at the risk of placing the Veneta fleet in peril, to orchestrate a decisive confrontation with the enemy. He firmly believed that a large-scale naval battle could determine the course of the war, and the victors of such a fleet engagement would dominate all. The Veneta Navy, having not only vanquished the fleet of the Tenilias but also shattered their morale, found that along the route from Azure City to Golden Port, only a few coastal harbors were directly under Veneta's control, while the more distant ports nominally belonged to Veneta yet maintained clandestine ties with the Tenilia Confederation. Ports like Aquifont Harbor, being closer to the archipelago, had effectively fallen under the Confederation's sphere of influence. After news of Veneta's resounding victory spread across the Senna's Gulf, the autonomous ports of Veneta, previously restless due to the defeat at Sea East Port, suddenly fell into line overnight. Meanwhile, territories like Aquifont, part of the Confederation, lacked even the courage to resist, surrendering without a fight. Under Narishox's command, the Revenge fleet swiftly cleared every obstacle along their route, inching closer to the main island of the Tenilia archipelago. Thus, one must ponder the gravity of one's actions. You have directly led to the demise of Tenilia's bravest and most skilled captains and sailors. Vessels adorned with the flag of Veneta now roam the inner seas with impunity, as our once loyal ports capitulate one by one. Within the hold of the Firebird, Edward Kenway wore a grave expression. "You cannot hold me accountable for this." Drake, with a sardonic smile, reclined in a swaying hammock, his wounds on his head and shoulders tended to. "Whether I win or lose, the mere firing of a couple of shots from the Venetan fleet will have those islanders eager to hoist their undergarments as white flags. Do not attempt to convince me of their loyalty. Do you believe your own words? Even if they had the courage to resist the Venetans, your dismal defeat has surely extinguished that spark." Captain Kenway struggled to suppress his fury. "For your personal vendetta, you sacrificed 20 of the finest ships of Tenilia. Do you deem that worth it?" Captain Drake, now bereft of his fleet, sighed and nonchalantly replied, "Engaging in a decisive naval battle was indeed the correct course. Had I emerged victorious, the Venetan war plans would have been utterly thwarted." "What would you have said then?" "The fault lies solely in my defeat." "Perhaps you have forgotten why the Venetans declared war upon us," Captain Kenway retorted with a sardonic smile. "Had you not raided the Venetan Navy's home port, this war would never have transpired." "You are mistaken," Drake countered. "Regardless of whether I set fire to East Seaport, the Venetans would have gone to war with us." The clamor for war from the Venetan Parliament grows louder with each passing day, driven by their territorial ambitions. War was inevitable. I merely hastened its arrival and seized the initiative for the islands. Drake yawned, closed his eyes, and languidly remarked, "Spare me your futile rhetoric. Your very act of coming to rescue me signifies your allegiance. If you feel the need to vent your frustrations, then strike me." Without uttering a word, Kenway drew his curved sword. "Hey, what are you doing? You truly intend to strike me?" Drake exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he struggled to rise from the hammock. With a swift gleam of steel, the ropes securing the hammock were severed, causing Drake to crash heavily onto the deck, groaning, "Ugh, my poor back." "You fail to comprehend, or perhaps refuse to acknowledge, that as long as your fleet exists, It remains a sword hanging over the heads of the Venetans. While your fleet persists, they dare not navigate the inner seas freely. What use is your talk now? Drake protested, clutching his back as he struggled to stand. Given that you were unwilling to attack the Glory, you should have left me on the Revenge to await my demise. You are still of value, Captain Kenway replied coldly, though your fleet is no more. Your very existence is still a sword suspended above the Venetans' heads. Your plans have failed, so I require your full support for mine within the Confederation. Kenway wrinkled his nose and added, moreover, I will not abandon my friends to await death on a ship. As the sun dipped in the western sky, amidst the resounding salutes of a Venetian warship, a flag of the Venetian realm gradually ascended atop the diminutive artillery emplacements of the harbor of Sea Springs. Not far away, in the town square, the venerable mayor was engaged in discourse with the gathered townsfolk. Standing on the fortifications, Andre observed the square with disdain, letting out a scoff and spitting on the ground. I actually believe it's commendable for you to undertake such unsavory tasks, Bard remarked while raising the flag, speaking to Winters. This is, in fact, an act of protection for you, a rather astute arrangement. Winters remained silent. Chapter 76. Crimson Sulphur. What do the signals from that ship convey? Winters inquired of Cage, pointing towards the receding war vessel. Wishing good fortune and victory, farewell, Cage squinted to decipher the flags. 6 principal warships had departed from the fleet, dispersing across the vast expanse of the sea. I can't fathom why your navy would engage in such a tactic of dividing their forces, Winters sighed. Cage stretched his joints and replied, the formidable fleet of Teneria has been vanquished. There is no need for us to remain tightly clustered. Only by spreading out can we exert control over this maritime expanse. We should be nearing Crimson Sulphur Island, correct? Crimson Sulphur Island is the 5th largest of the Teneria archipelago, named for its reddish soil and the sulphur abundant in the central highlands of the island. The island itself takes on an irregular oval shape, covering an area of nearly 700 square kilometers, approximately 1/14 the size of Venetian territory, roughly equivalent to a quarter of a Venetian county. Calculating based on the pace of a field march, it would take about 2 days to traverse from the southern tip to the northern end of the island, a distance of over 50 kilometers. From the western edge to the eastern section, it would require about a day's journey, spanning more than 20 kilometers. Later generations would discover that this island is, in fact, a massive underwater volcano, with only a small portion emerging above the surface. However, the people of this era were unaware of such geological truths. As long as sulfur could be extracted, they cared little for living near a volcano. This island guards the southern gateway of the Teneria archipelago, and Crimson Sulphur Harbor stands as the finest deep-water port along the route to the harbor of Sea Springs. Unlike the indecisive harbor of Sea Springs, which wavers between 2 great powers, Crimson Sulphur Island is one of the main islands of the Teneria archipelago, the heartland of the Confederation. Its numerous sugarcane plantations speaking volumes about its wealth. Consequently, following the declaration of war by Governor de Bella, this crucial sulfur-producing locale swiftly severed its exports of sulfur to Venice. In the meticulously crafted military strategy of Norexio, seizing Crimson Sulphur Harbor was a pivotal objective. The port's docks were ample enough to accommodate the entire fleet, and the prosperous island could sufficiently provision the expeditionary forces while also allowing for the capture of the island's sulfur mines. Utilizing this island as a base and launching pad would provide a robust support for an offensive against the main island of Teneria. Later that afternoon, Winters stood on the deck of the Glorious and could discern the southern cliffs of Chitufu Island, where the lookout post had also spotted the Veneta fleet. The sentinel in the lookout gaped in astonishment at the sails on the horizon, 30 nautical miles away. 1 ship, then 2, followed by dozens more. A grand fleet was sailing toward Chitufu Island, the Veneta naval flag fluttering prominently atop their masts. Even though the outcome of the Battle of Lighthouse Harbor was already known, the efficiency and speed of the Veneta fleet left the sentry dumbfounded. What are you staring at? The watch commander angrily kicked the sentinel. Light the signal fire. From his position aboard the Glorious, Winters observed a thick plume of smoke rising from the southern shore of Chitufu Island, ascending several hundred meters into the sky before dispersing. The beacon relayed the news of the Veneta arrival across the island, and the Veneta forces were aware of this as well. The fleet navigated east around the southern tip of Chitufu Island, sailing beneath the basalt cliffs, and by nightfall had anchored in a sheltered cove. A small contingent on the shore had been closely monitoring the movements of the Veneta forces. since the expedition commenced. The Veneta army aboard the ship had for the first time experienced the palpable tension of impending battle. At dinner that evening, the soldiers of the 3rd Legion no longer dined on dry hardtack, but feasted on fresh fish, salted meat soup, and freshly baked bread. Under the special orders of the Joint Command, each soldier received a small cup of spirits. Every spellcasting officer was allocated 2 standard sets of magical materials, a generosity not typical for the army. The soldiers reclaimed their weapons, which had been collected and managed upon boarding. The veteran Centurion's 100-man contingent was fully outfitted with half-armor. The musketeers began meticulously inspecting their lead bullets, reworking those inferior ones that could not fit into their barrels. The sounds of weapons and armor being polished resonated throughout the entire fleet. The cannon deck of the Glorious had been temporarily transformed into a Legion tent, crowded with officers from the 3rd Legion convening for war council. The Teneria Confederation was merely a loose political alliance, lacking a standing army. Aside from the security forces, their primary military strength comprised the private armies of plantation owners and the militia of various towns. The deputy commander stood before a map, explaining, in addition to Chitufu Harbor, there is a small town called Ta City inland. Chitufu Harbor has a population of about 10,000, while Ta City has fewer than 5,000. Outside the town, there are 4 villages and a multitude of plantations. A guard began distributing maps to the assembled officers, and as the acting centurion of the 100-man contingent, Winters received a detailed map of Chitufu Island. The map's meticulousness left him astonished. This less-than-hand-sized document accurately marked the roads, villages, water sources, and large plantations on Chitufu Island, certainly not something that could have been hastily prepared. The deputy commander meticulously examined the map, providing a succinct overview of the terrain on Chiu Island before commencing the allocation of combat assignments. The atmosphere shifted as the officers present became noticeably more alert. The waters surrounding Chiu Island were fraught with treacherous reefs, with Chiu Port being the sole natural deep-water harbor. At dawn the following day, the fleet would set sail towards St. Hill Beach. Following the high tide, the 1st Battalion would disembark via small boats to establish a temporary encampment on the beach. Should the adversaries on Chiu Island seek to capitalize on this moment to launch an attack, the transport vessels of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions would directly beach themselves, as the combined forces of the 3 battalions should suffice to address the threat. However, before the deputy commander could finish his discourse, a messenger rushed in from the ship's quarters, abruptly interrupting him. According to military law, anyone who intrudes upon military discussions faces severe consequences. The messenger, trembling under the scrutiny of the disapproving officers, hastily approached Antonio and handed him a note. Antonio, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, glanced at the note, raised an eyebrow, and calmly informed his subordinates, the Chiu Island Council has surrendered. Amidst the blazing sun, a warship, with all cannon ports open, slowly made its way towards Chiu Port, ostentatiously firing a round of blank shots at the fortifications that guarded the bay's entrance. The thunderous roar of the cannons echoed throughout the bay as a white flag was raised atop the fort. An uproarious cheer erupted from the Veneta fleet. The soldiers and sailors were elated at the prospect of avoiding combat. However, the army officers harbored a sense of discontent, feeling sidelined since their deployment, as the glory of the victory was claimed solely by the Navy. Even the surrender of Chiu Port appeared to be a direct consequence of the naval triumph at Lighthouse Port, leaving the army with little credit. The coastline of Chiu Island was characterized by steep cliffs and dense reefs, with the bay housing the sole deep-water harbor. Nonetheless, the bay was shaped like a gourd, with a narrow entrance that was easily defensible. The Taneilians had fortified the entrance with a robust artillery stronghold, which elucidated why the initial combat strategy had overlooked a seaborne assault on Chiu Port. How could they surrender? Andre seethed, berating the Chiu Island Council. With a chain across the bay's entrance, which ship could enter? Relying on natural defenses, they should have put up a fight. Enough, enough. Isn't it a good thing to avoid unnecessary bloodshed? Bard interjected with exasperation. Winters nodded in agreement, albeit feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet, the prospect of avoiding battle was indeed preferable. The Navy has claimed all the glory, leaving us as mere dependents, Andre muttered in discontent. On board the Glorious, Vice Admiral Nalesho politely inquired of Antonio, General Servietti. Shall we proceed to dock? Please wait a moment, Antonio replied. Antonio, however, remarkably expressed a dissenting opinion, instructing one of his aides, take my guard to the fortress. Escort the Tenilians out, and secure the artillery facing the water. Is that truly necessary? Nersho replied, momentarily taken aback. The cannons within the fortress will be essential for our defense of Red Sulphur Harbor in the future. Your Excellency, while we harbor no intentions of resistance, must you subject us to such humiliation? The envoy from the Red Sulphur Island Council appeared somewhat incensed. Antonio smiled and responded, for the sake of caution. If we require these cannons later, we can reopen them with some effort. Nersho hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to Antonio's directive. Thus, the entire fleet awaited outside the bay, observing as the Vengeance lowered several small boats, carrying dozens of soldiers who slowly rowed toward the fortress. The previously jubilant atmosphere began to dwindle as soldiers and sailors watched the flagship's actions with confusion, leading to a growing restlessness. After nearly an hour of commotion, a flag was finally waved atop the fortress. Upon seeing the agreed signal, Antonio's grave expression softened slightly. Admiral Nersho sighed and gestured to First Officer Calamon. Orders were relayed from the Glory to the entire fleet, and the ships weighed anchor to enter the bay. Why the prolonged delay? The second officer, stationed at the helm, inquired of Calamon. Calamon snorted dismissively. What else could it be? The army is envious of us and wishes to claim some glory for themselves. It's an old tradition of theirs. As the bay, resembling a gourd in shape, opened up significantly after entering, the shoreline remained rugged, leaving no place for large vessels to dock. After sailing a short distance, when the leading ships could finally see the docks of Red Sulphur Harbor and the bastion beside them, Antonio once again ordered the fleet to halt. Calamon, fuming, departed from the bow to issue the command for all sails to be furled. Sir Salviati, I understand your concerns. You need not worry so much. Nersho reluctantly divulged some naval secrets to Antonio. The Red Sulphur Island Council has previously engaged in extensive dialogue with the Navy, and neither party wishes to see Red Sulphur Island engulfed in flames of war, which is why the Council chose to change its flag. Do you sincerely wish to change your flag? Antonio asked the envoy with a serious demeanor, particularly obstinate that day. Otherwise, why would I be here? The envoy from the Red Sulphur Island Council retorted without hesitation. Very well, then allow 100 of my troops to occupy the bastion at the port, Antonio articulated clearly. The envoy angrily countered, what do you mean by this? We are changing our flag, not surrendering. Did you hear what I said? Antonio replied, no longer willing to engage in further discussion with the envoy. He turned directly to Admiral Nersho. I kindly request that you provide ships for my soldiers. Once the Third Corps occupies the bastion, the fleet may then dock. Your Excellency, the Serbian, our naval forces have indeed long since reached an accord with the Council. However, Antonio remained unmoved. Please send ships for my soldiers. Since the Council has determined to change the banner, what harm is there in allowing my troops to garrison the fortress in advance? Despite the envoy's stern objections, Nareko had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. Winters, who had already removed his armor, along with Bard and Andrew, received the order. The first 100 must assemble immediately. At last, it was our turn. Andrew excitedly fastened his helmet. The three sergeants swiftly assisted one another in donning the issued breastplates, preparing to gather the tents of the first 100. Army soldiers were organized into groups of 8, sharing a tent and a cooking pot. Hence these 8 were referred to as a tent or a squad, constituting the smallest unit of the army. Having temporarily assumed command of the first 100, Winters had yet to memorize all the soldiers. He now recognized only the leaders of each tent. Once the personnel of the 19 tents were accounted for, Colonel Quintel, accompanied by his standard bearer, ascended the deck. The operation to seize the fortress would be under the direct command of Colonel Quintel, facilitating negotiations with the Council. Small boats from each vessel began to converge on the Glory, on the deck of another warship alongside. A commotion erupted as Colonel Quintel and the 3 sergeants explained. The Navy refuses to allow our independent garrison at the fortress. They insist on sending a contingent as well. Winters, Andrew, and Bard boarded one vessel, with Andrew proudly holding the standard of the 100. Colonel Quintel and his attendants took another boat, bearing the flag of the chief battalion. A naval officer from another warship displayed a naval flag unknown to Winters. 3 boats, each flying military colors, advanced ahead, followed by over 30 others, steering toward the harbor of Red Sulphur. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! The soldiers clumsily rowed as they entered the second expansive area of the gourd-shaped bay. Sitting at the bow, Winters surveyed his surroundings. The rocky shores at the base of the gourd appeared desolate, with the pier of Red Sulphur extending from the coastline. Not a single ship was moored at the dock, neither large vessels nor small ones. A hexagonal fortress lay quietly at the water's edge, devoid of any sign of life. On the forecastle of the Glory, Antonio and Nareko silently watched the small boats gradually distance themselves from the fleet. I shall certainly recount in detail to the gentlemen of the council the courtesy shown today. If the Venetians treat Red Sulphur Island this way, who would willingly submit in the future? The envoy of the council pursued them in a fit of anger. Very well, very well. Upon landing, I shall personally apologize to the gentlemen of the council. Nareko reassured the council's envoy generously, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the roar of heavy artillery. The cannonball erupted in a colossal splash, plunging the Venetan fleet into chaos. Where is the cannon fire coming from? It is nearby. It is the fortress cannons. The thunderous sound of heavy artillery echoed thrice, followed by the anguished cries and the resounding splintering of ship hulls. A paddle-sailing vessel began to tilt slowly, as the sailors aboard leapt overboard in a desperate bid for survival, while the rowers, shackled to their seats, cried out for their chains to be released. This time, everyone could see the location of the cannons, alarmingly close, right at the second narrow point of the gourd-shaped bay. The camouflage of shrubs and vines was stripped away, revealing yet another artillery emplacement. It was not marked on the map. When had they constructed this fortification? Accompanied by a deafening call. At the second narrow point of the bay, an iron chain was drawn from the seabed, signaling the firing of heavy artillery, as the jaws of the C.H. Lee Port Bay revealed themselves. Chapter 77. The tide. Where is the cannon fire coming from? Winters suddenly awoke to the reality, standing up unsteadily in the swaying small boat and looking back. Yet the situation deteriorated so rapidly that he had no time to ponder. A thunderous call rang out from the shore. The clanking of the dragged iron chain echoed, and a red and black striped line slowly ascended from the seabed, forming a naturally sagging arc that obstructed the waist of the gourd-shaped bay. Winters could not help but curse, as the soldiers in the small boat also noticed the peculiar sight behind them, creating a stir. The iron chain across the sea divided the Venetians into two parts. C.H. Lee Island was feigning surrender. Should they turn back? Attack the second fortification? Accelerate straight for the dock? What should they do? All eyes from the 100-man detachment and various small boats turned to Winters. Even Bard and Andre were watching him, awaiting the Centurion's command. A cold sweat broke out on Winters' forehead. Throughout most of his life, he had been one to obey orders, yet at this moment, he was suddenly tasked with the responsibility of so many lives, causing a twinge of panic. Each of the three choices bore its merits and drawbacks, and he truly did not know which would be the best. However, panic only occupied the span of a single breath. Winters regained his composure, the sense of responsibility overpowering all unease. Even the most foolish command surpassed the absence of direction. Gritting his teeth, he decided to abandon the mission, shouting, "Turn around and charge forward." Colonel Quintel's voice rose from the adjacent small boat, as he fervently waved his arms, repeatedly shouting, "Charge forward! Charge forward!" With his superior taking command, Winters felt a sense of relief that he no longer had to deliberate. He activated his amplification spell, broadcasting Colonel Quintel's orders across the surface of the sea. Charge forward. The soldiers awaiting command seemed to be infused with new life, as Andre raised the battle flag high, waving it vigorously, while Bard seized an extra, or joining the soldiers in rowing. The bewildered sailors instinctively obeyed the magically amplified voice of Winters, while the leading naval officer shouted in anger, yet his voice was drowned out by the roar of cannon fire. The larger the caliber of the artillery, the more laborious the loading becomes. However, following the thunderous roar of the 8 heavy cannons, the concealed artillery emplacements did not fall silent. Instead, the sounds of lighter artillery began to resonate. The Veneta fleet, recovering from the initial shock of the ambush, commenced its counterattack. In the midst of the fierce battle behind him, Winters could hardly afford to divert his attention. A contingent armed with muskets and crossbows surged to the shore, directing their fire towards the Veneta men aboard a small vessel. This small boat, bearing the military flag and manned by 3 warrant officers, was positioned at the forefront, with 3 individuals clad in polished armor, rendering them conspicuously exposed. Most of the marksmen on the shore had taken note of this small craft, and a relentless hail of projectiles ensued, prompting the others on board to crouch low. Yet, Andre, far from being intimidated, defiantly raised the military flag even higher, unleashing a torrent of insults towards the Tenerian forces on the shore. As if mere verbal taunts were insufficient, in a fit of rage, Andre shockingly began to unfasten his trousers to relieve himself towards the shore. Winters swiftly yanked him down. Are you insane? Don't seek death. Ha ha. Andre laughed maniacally, addressing Winters. The Tenerians are dreadful shots. They once hit me. You're mad. I tell you, neither of us fears. Soldiers fear not. Winters glanced at the other 5 soldiers aboard. Andre's audacity and disdain for the Tenerians were contagious. They ceased their attempts to hide beneath the gunwales and instead leaned over the sides, exerting themselves to row vigorously. Cannon! A sailor on another vessel exclaimed in alarm. A throng of Tenerians was seen working together to maneuver 2 light cannons closer to the shore, with the Venetta's small boat now less than 70 meters from the coast, where the shotgun pellets could turn the surface of the water into a hellish scene. Now we're targets, Andre shouted in frustration, striking his thigh with a fist. Row, row with all your might. Winters, too, spotted the 2 cannons. However, his breathing began to slow, and his thoughts sharpened. He instinctively entered a spellcasting mode. His focus intensely concentrated. Yet, rather than conjure magic, he retrieved his spellcasting materials. The standard spellcasting material kit issued to officers was uniformly designed, allowing Winters to swiftly locate what he sought. Several small containers with metal shells and glass interiors. Now was not the time to lament over the spellcasting materials. Winters extracted all 4 containers. The spells of the Alliance's spellcasters were essentially reverse-engineered from those of the court mages of the Moreau Empire. The poisonous smoke spell had caused considerable suffering for the militia during the Sovereignty War, employing toxic fumes to incapacitate the garrison of the bastion, while using non-toxic smoke to obscure the field of cannon fire before launching an assault to seize the fortress, a classic tactic of the Imperial forces. The Magical Warfare Department had yet to decipher the poisonous smoke spell. However, the non-toxic smoke spell had been successfully replicated. With a deft motion, Winters uncorked the metallic vessel, entering a state of incantation, and unleashed the long unpracticed spell of fire ignition upon the substance contained within. Initially, a wisp of azure smoke emerged, soon followed by a thickening cloud of white vapor that billowed forth. While the smoke posed no lethal threat, it nonetheless provoked relentless coughing among those aboard the vessel. Ironically, it was Winters, closest to the source, who appeared most impervious to its effects, repeating the procedure thrice with unwavering focus. Subsequently, he seized a small barrel from the ship, placing the 4 smoke-emitting metallic containers within, and exerted all his strength to submerge the barrel into the water, propelling it toward the shore. Utilizing the standard spellcasting materials provided by the Magical Warfare Bureau, the Alliance's spellcasters could replicate the effects of the Imperial Court mage's smoke art. Unbeknownst to Winters, the contents of the metallic containers were invaluable alchemical products. All he comprehended was that invoking fire ignition upon the substances within would generate an intense smoke. This knowledge sufficed. Just as a swordsman need not grasp the intricacies of blacksmithing, a spellcaster need not fathom alchemy. The user need only possess the skill to wield it effectively. The full designation of these metallic vessels is activation-type portable alchemical smoke generators, colloquially referred to by military spellcasters as smoke bombs. This constituted the Senna's Alliance's version of the smoke art. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the original methodology employed by the court mages, the results were consistent, sufficient for the needs of the Magical Warfare Bureau. The billowing smoke drifted eastward toward the coast, creating a veil between the Tenelians on shore and the Venetians aboard, obstructing the line of fire of ranged weaponry. The small boat, shrouded in smoke, became a fleeting silhouette, compelling the Tenelians to fire indiscriminately, thereby alleviating the pressure on Winters' vessel. Why didn't you use this sooner? Ender exclaimed, delivering a jubilant punch to Winters. I just deployed all 4 smoke bombs at once. I don't even know what I'll use to engage the stronghold next. Winters, his eyes reddened from the smoke, struggled to suppress tears while managing a wry smile. Why hasn't the artillery in the stronghold fired yet? Bard, who had been silently rowing, finally spoke up. The oarsmen put forth every ounce of strength, propelling over 30 small boats gracefully across the bay's surface. Winters estimated they were now less than 400 meters from the dock, where the pounder cannons were fully capable of targeting the small vessel. Yet, the stronghold remained ominously silent. Winters' heart sank gradually. The commander of the stronghold might either be chillingly composed, biding time to unleash a devastating counter against the Venetians, or perhaps the Tenelians possessed ample forces and chose to conserve their ammunition. There was even the possibility that they had relocated their artillery to a newly constructed bastion. Could that truly be the case? Winters cast his gaze toward the small boat piloted by Colonel Contel, pondering what thoughts occupied the commander's mind as he steered toward an uncertain fate. As the concealed second fortress extended its fangs, the situation at the bay entrance occupied by Antonio's guard grew increasingly perilous. The fortress was primarily designed to counter threats from the sea, rather than to defend against assaults from land. The Tanarians, initially retreating from the fortress, suddenly turned and launched a fierce attack. The outnumbered guards found themselves embroiled in a brutal melee within the fortress, while the standard-bearer on the top tier desperately waved the military flag in a plea for assistance. "What is happening?" exclaimed the gentlemanly Norexio, as he seized the collar of the envoy from Chisulf Island, unusually resorting to coarse language. I do not know," the envoy stammered, his face pale, drenched in sweat, and visibly terrified. "It is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." In a fit of rage, General Norexio delivered a powerful blow to the envoy's nose. "A misunderstanding?" he demanded, following it with another punishing punch. The envoy nearly lost consciousness, blood streaming into his airways as he coughed violently. "Your Excellency," Antonio interjected, restraining the furious Norexio, his expression devoid of the satisfaction he had previously hinted at, replaced only by calm and restraint. "Spare his life. There are matters of greater importance at hand. Dispatch my troops ashore and swiftly seize that fortress." The deck of the Glorious was in disarray, with officers commanding sailors to return to their posts, while cadets rushed to fetch gunpowder. Several cannons had already begun to retaliate, acrid smoke enveloping the Glorious. The entire fleet was engulfed in chaos. Some ships attempted to turn away but found themselves trapped in the innermost positions, while others sought to return fire but were obstructed by friendly vessels. Norexio, panting, stared at the deck beneath him, exclaiming, "This cannot be. There are no more ships." "What do you mean there are no ships?" Antonio responded, his impatience growing. The troops dispatched to occupy the bastion had taken most of the small boats, leaving only a few that could carry a maximum of 200 men. If 200 men could not seize the fortress, the fleet would be trapped here. Norexio gasped for breath. "The wind is unfavorable. The remaining small boats must be used to tow the larger vessels away from here." Regaining his composure, the naval commander called out, "Mr. Calamon." "Yes, sir. Release all remaining small boats. Tow the large ships and turn them around. We must leave this place." "Yes, sir. Let the paddle sailboats depart first. Have the sailors of the White Eagle swim to the fortress at the bay entrance." "Yes, sir." Calamon saluted and swiftly departed from the forecastle. "Why not let the troop transport ships land?" Antonio struggled to contain his doubts before Norexio's subordinates. "That is not feasible. St. Hiri is a beach, here. The shoreline is lined with reefs. The ships would run aground before reaching the shore, becoming easy targets." Norexio explained rapidly. Antonio fell silent. The fortress at the bay entrance was equally untenable. There would surely be another iron chain to contend with. Norexio gritted his teeth and declared, "The Tanalarians have invested heavily. They are certainly not merely intent on consuming your 100-man contingent. If we do not depart promptly, the entire fleet shall be ensnared within the bay. We must safeguard the fleet." General Serviati, for the first time addressed as Your Excellency by Norexio, who was younger by over a decade, sorrowfully affirmed, "Your men cannot be rescued, nor can mine. This burden is mine to bear, and I shall not shirk it. Yet, I harbor no selfish intent. The fleet must vacate this place immediately." Antonio, understanding the veracity of the admiral's words, recognized that the priority should indeed be a swift exit from the ambush zone. As the leader of the Legion, he was compelled to place the survival of his forces above all else. Reluctantly, the commander of the Davanita Legion acquiesced to the admiral's order for retreat. Amidst the relentless exchange of cannon fire, the fleet commenced the rescue of the abandoned sailors. Pivoting under the guidance of small boats, preparing to depart, the Tanalarians unleashed dozens of makeshift fire ships, constructed from canoes, and the sailors of Davanita, brandishing daggers, plunged into the sea, engaging in a brutal struggle upon the surface of the water. The bloody hand-to-hand combat continued within the fortifications at the bay's entrance. Antonio watched as the small boats of the first 100-man contingent glided toward Red Sulphur Port, drawing ever closer to the dock. The waters, once calm and tranquil, began to churn restlessly. Winters aboard the small boat sensed this shift, The ocean's temperament seemed to be transforming, and the vessel began to rock. Is something amiss? Winters questioned, gazing perplexedly at the increasingly turbulent surface. Before their astonished eyes, the unimaginable occurred. The waves reversed direction, surging from the shore toward the open sea. The small boat, nearing the dock, suddenly halted, caught in the grip of the tumultuous waves that thrust it backward. Yet, the anomalies did not cease. Within the sheltered harbor, the waters that ought to have been placid surged higher with each passing wave, all emanating from the direction of the dock and pushing outward. God, what is that? A sailor cried out in terror as the roiling waters ahead coalesced into a towering 3-meter wall of water, crashing and roaring, unleashing a torrent of frothy white spray upon the small vessels of Davanita. Several large ships within the Davanita fleet, a kilometer away, lost control as they were buffeted and collided with one another, driven by the ferocious wave. Following this surge, even the waters along the shoreline receded by 3 meters from their original position. The surface of the sea inexplicably regained its calm, the waters returning to their former state. Yet, the small boats of Davanita were all capsized. Winters was hurled into the briny depths, the bitter salt water stinging his eyes, while the weight of his armor and weapons dragged him deeper. The pressure of the water intensified, squeezing the last remnants of air from his lungs. He desperately admonished himself not to choke on seawater, yet a surge of salt water inevitably flooded his nostrils, followed by an even greater deluge. In the merciless embrace of the ocean, Winters struggled to remove his helmet, fumbling to unfasten his breastplate, casting aside his sword and firearm into the abyss below. Yet, it was futile. He continued to sink deeper. A sudden realization struck him. Of course, I cannot swim. Why am I even fighting? His capacity for thought was waning, the overwhelming lack of oxygen dulling his cognitive faculties. As consciousness ebbed, a pair of strong hands grasped his clothing, pulling him toward the shore. Chapter 78. The escape like embers rekindling in a dormant hearth. Winters regained a flicker of awareness. He could vaguely sense himself being dragged, the buoyancy of water, the sound of waves, and distant cries for help. 2 additional hands joined the effort, hoisting Winters from the waist-deep water onto the rocky beach. One of them swiftly cleared the water from his nasal passages and throat, vigorously patting his back before commencing chest compressions. The remnants of seawater in his airways were expelled. Fortunately, he had not been submerged for long. Instinctive breathing remained intact, air re-entering his lungs, coursing through the alveoli, capillaries, and arteries, propelled by a feeble heartbeat to nourish his organs. As oxygen once again reached his brain, Winters' thoughts reignited like a nearly extinguished flame, restoring his consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes and greet the light, he beheld a familiar yet unexpected visage, an unmistakable toothy grin. Gold, is that you? Before they could exchange pleasantries, a resounding shout echoed from afar. Over here. This was soon followed by a cacophony of gunfire, battle cries, and screams. Taniello is coming. A nearby voice shrieked in terror. Taniello is here. Run. With great effort, Winters staggered to his feet, reminding himself to remain composed. The situation left no room for contemplation. He needed to ascertain the circumstances swiftly. A rapid survey revealed a sandy beach beneath his feet, with a boundary of woodland and rocky shore some 20 meters ahead. Glancing to his right, he could see the fort and pier of Red Sulphur Port. Turning behind him, he noted the water's surface. He comprehended that their small boat had capsized in the tumultuous wave, and Gold had rescued him from the surf. Based on their relative positions, he deduced he was now on the western shore of Red Sulphur Port. Gunfire and cries of battle erupted from his front right, indicating that the forces clearing the remnants of the enemy were advancing from Red Sulphur Port. Winters grasped Gold's arm. Into the woods. He stood and shouted to the others on the beach. Into the woods. We must retreat into the forest. Remaining on the rocky shore would make them sitting ducks. They needed to escape this wave of pursuers. Stumbling, Winters dashed toward the broadleaf forest by the coast. Follow me. Everyone with me. Into the woods. On the rocky shore. Apart from Winters and Gold, there were over 20 fortunate soldiers and sailors who had narrowly escaped, their command structure shattered. Yet, the disoriented Venetians instinctively obeyed the orders of the officers in uniform. Regardless of whether they were sailors or soldiers, all Venetians fled towards the woods. A voice thick with a Ternillian accent echoed from a distance to their right. Don't let them escape. Capture 5 Venetians. A cry, more beastly than human, came from the same direction. Help. Save me. Winters dashed into the line of trees, the resilient branches whipping against him like lashes. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed deeper into the forest. Once he entered the thicket, visibility was obscured by foliage. The positions of individuals became indistinguishable, with only the rustling of leaves and intermittent gunfire and wails piercing the air. No Venetian dared to pause and discern friend from foe. They had lost their leadership and direction, consumed only by the frantic instinct to survive. Where to run? Red Sulphur Port lay to the northeast, and the pursuers were advancing from there, scouring from north to south, leaving the southern side devoid of enemies. Realizing this, Winters halted and shouted in Venetian dialect using his amplification technique. Venetians, head south. To the left. Before he could sprint south, a sudden force collided with his waist, and Winters was knocked down. An excited voice shouted, "Over here. I've caught an officer." The two of them tumbled in the muddy underbrush, the Ternillian attempting to pin Winters to the ground with all his strength, while Winters struggled to rise and fight back. This was a struggle devoid of honor or decorum. One side was driven by bounty and greed, while the other fought for survival. The Ternillian was not as strong as Winters, but he clung to him from behind with unwavering determination, regardless of the blows he received, continually shouting, "Over here." The structure of the human body dictated that the strength of one's limbs pulling back was far inferior to that of thrusting forward, being seized from behind. Even with Winters' superior strength, he found it difficult to exert himself. Any attempts to swing a fist or elbow backwards yielded little power, and the Ternillian's cries drew more pursuers. Suddenly, Winters realized this was not a contest. There were no rules to constrain their actions. He ceased his futile flailing and began to explore the Ternillian's arm, searching for his fingers. Found them. The Ternillian's fingers were tightly gripping Winters' waist. Winters slipped his hand between the Ternillian's fingers and his clothing, firmly grasping two of the Ternillian's fingers and exerting all his strength to wrench them backward. With two sharp cracks, the Ternillian screamed and released his grip. Regaining his freedom, Winters turned and pinned the Ternillian beneath him, his hands tightly encircling the Ternillian's throat. Yet, the Ternillian did not succumb easily. He struggled violently, emitting intermittent, deep sounds from his throat. With his right hand, he pried a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at Winters. A sharp pain shot through Winters' head, followed by a numbing sensation, causing him to release his grip on the opponent's throat. The Ternillian, finally able to breathe again, let out a groan as he inhaled deeply. Yet, before he could exhale, a stone, roughly the size of his head, struck him with brutal force. Accompanied by a horrifying cracking sound, the Ternillian convulsed and fell still. Winters, still clutching the stone, summoned strength from his waist to raise it above his head, swinging it down in a circular motion. Once, twice, thrice. The adversary lay lifeless, and only then did the exhausted Winters relinquish his grip, gasping for breath as he rose to his feet. This small patch of mud in the forest seemed to have just witnessed a gruesome sacrifice, splattered with crimson and ivory. "Help! Help!" The cries for aid bore the accent of the Veneti. Removing the short dagger from the now lifeless Ternillian, Winters crawled out of the mire, moving towards the source of the sound. Colonel Contal's situation was now perilously dire. A dozen Veneti were fleeing southward, only to be halted by a low cliff before them. The ground abruptly rose 2 or 3 meters, the limestone wall devoid of any handholds. Enormous waves crashing from the northeast had overturned the Veneti's small boats, and the beach along the western shore was littered with Veneti, some alive, others lifeless. Colonel Contal belonged to the fortunate few who had washed ashore alive. He quickly rallied the surviving Veneti soldiers around him, leading this ragged band into the depths of the island's forest. "Colonel, we can run no more. If we continue, morale will shatter. While we still have strength, we must turn back and fight," urged Andre, brandishing a wooden stick as he approached Colonel Contal. Lieutenant Andrea Cellarini, leading a few soldiers, had joined Contal's small group during their flight. "We are unarmed. A direct confrontation would lead to our demise," Contal gasped, leaning on his knees as he struggled to catch his breath. "We must head southwest to the coast. We must find a way to return to the fleet. It is our only chance for survival." Including the 2 officers, the group consisted of 14 individuals, none possessing even a single weapon. Those who refused to abandon their armor and arms had drowned in the sea, while those fleeing felt burdened by their possessions. The soldiers were eager to discard anything that could be thrown away, except for Andre, who had scavenged a thick branch from the forest to use as a club. "Let us rest briefly in this clearing," Then we shall move westward along the cliff to find a way up. Colonel Contel, drenched in sweat, clearly found himself out of breath. Senior officers were seldom accustomed to such exertion. Upon hearing the colonel's command to pause, the soldiers promptly sank to the ground, utterly fatigued from their flight through the woods. "Do not sit idly. Stand up. Sit down, and you shall never run again," commanded Andre, brandishing a wooden stick as he navigated through the ranks of weary soldiers, insisting that they remain standing. The exhausted men, however, paid little heed to his authority, choosing instead to lower themselves to the ground in silence, defying his orders. Andre, infuriated and gritting his teeth, felt powerless to compel them at this moment. Suddenly, a rustling in the woods caught their attention, and a figure burst forth from the thicket, intruding upon their small clearing. Clad not in the uniform of the Veneta, but rather in the garb of the Tenerian, the soldier's unexpected appearance startled both sides. For a brief moment, they locked eyes, each party astonished by the presence of the other. "Kill him," Andre shouted, seizing his stick and charging forward. Yet the Tenerian, quick to react, turned on his heel and fled back into the forest, calling out, "They are here." The lithe Tenerian darted away with the agility of a monkey, disappearing into the underbrush. Andre pursued for a few steps, but soon halted, recognizing the futility of the chase. "Quickly move," he urged, pulling the soldiers up one by one from the ground. Yet, as he had warned, after such exhaustive exertion, resting only served to sap their remaining strength. The soldiers staggered to their feet, moving sluggishly, and even the knowledge of pursuers behind them could not spur them into a run. Just a little longer, just a moment more, a devilish voice whispered in their minds. "I can't run anymore. I would rather perish than flee. Let them kill me." One soldier, overwhelmed by despair, slumped back down to the earth. Andre could contain his frustration no longer. In a fit of rage, he raised his stick and bellowed, "I will strike you down." The soldier, startled into action, scrambled to his feet, but it was too late. The Tenerians had caught up with them. About 10 Tenerians emerged from the forest, surrounding the small band led by Contal and Andre. The Veneta had the advantage in numbers, yet they bore no weapons, not even a stone to defend themselves. The Tenerians, armed with sailors' knives and short spears, hesitated to strike first, aware of their numerical disadvantage. Thus, a standoff ensued, with the Tenerians gradually pushing the Veneta back towards a low cliff until the latter found themselves with no escape. The spark that ignited the conflict came when 2 Tenerians emerged from the woods, shouldering matchlock guns. Upon seeing the approaching enemies armed with ranged weaponry, Andre realized that they could no longer afford to delay their actions. He should have struck at the moment the Tenerians appeared. "Follow me. Kill." Lieutenant Andrea Scherini bellowed as he brandished a wooden stick, charging towards the tallest of the Tenerian men. The surrounding Tenerians, taken aback by the audacity of these cornered beasts, were momentarily stunned when they saw an officer swinging a club towards them. The hulking Tenerian, caught off guard, instinctively raised his curved blade in defense. Years of swordsmanship had ingrained in Andrea a reflexive transformation of the wooden stick into a longsword. He deftly struck aside his opponent's weapon and, with a swift return swing, delivered a crushing blow to the adversary's right ear. Blood gushed from the Tenerian's nostrils, mouth, and eyes, and he collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, Andrea had felled the Tenerian giant. The Tenerians were astounded by the officer's ferocity, while the Vintans felt a surge of inspiration, rallying with stones in hand to charge at the enemy. Yet, the dire circumstances deepened Andrea's despair as 7 or 8 more Tenerians converged upon them. He observed with growing horror as the number of Tenerians in this small clearing multiplied. Come and kill me," the desperate young lieutenant roared, searching for another opponent. However, the Tenerians shied away from him, creating an unexpected void amidst the chaos of battle. Suddenly, the dull thud of a gunshot echoed. Andrea closed his eyes, yet felt no immediate pain. He opened them again in confusion. Below the low cliff, Colonel Contel clutched his abdomen, collapsing onto the ground. A Tenerian leader, observing from the edge of the clearing, quickly noticed the conspicuous officer amidst the fray. Under his incessant commands, several spear-wielding Tenerians surrounded Andrea. If stones were effective, humanity would not resort to iron to slay one another. One by one, the unarmed Vintan soldiers, armed only with stones, fell to the ground. Witnessing this despairing scene, Andrea let out a desperate scream as he seized the spear aimed at him, shattering the skull of the spear bearer with his wooden club. The remaining spear throwers, gripped by fear, hesitated to approach him, but at the clearing's edge, two harquebusiers had already taken aim. This Vinton lad can't be more than 20, can he? Thought the Tenurian leader, gazing at the young officer on the battlefield. A warrior indeed, but alas, a Vintan. In the next instant, a warm rush enveloped his head, and his consciousness faded away. The captain beside him collapsed with a thud, while the harquebusier, bewildered, crouched down, attempting to rouse the captain, who had already breathed his last. From the depths of the thicket, another sound emerged. The harquebusier turned towards the noise, and his legs weakened, nearly unable to support him. Emerging from the dense foliage was a figure clad in Vintan military garb, the uniform seemingly washed in mud, stained with blood, and marked by the remnants of some white fluid that had solidified, leaving stark traces behind. Before the musketeer could even cry for help, the approaching figures raised their hands, and the powder keg at the musketeer's side detonated instantaneously, the force of the explosion cleaving him in two. Another musketeer, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, found his own powder keg erupting violently, leaving a gaping wound across his abdomen, as though a monstrous beast had bitten through him. The cacophony of battle was abruptly interrupted by these two thunderous blasts, causing both the Tenilians and the Vinity to gaze in confusion towards the edge of the forest. A bloodied Vinity officer surged into the fray, striking down Tenilians with the ferocity of a tempest. Each time he raised his left hand, a Tenilian would convulse and collapse. 6 or 7 men wielding curved blades followed him into the battle, while another Vinity officer armed with a bow and arrow guarded the forest's perimeter. The Centurion has arrived. Reinforcements are here. Andre roared with maniacal laughter. Exterminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 79. A first-class thief. Approximately an hour after the Vinity fleet withdrew from the bay, a contingent of Tenilians escorting captives swaggered along the main road connecting the port of Red Sulphur with the entrance to the bay. Fewer than 20 individuals formed a line on the packed earth path, half of whom were Tenilian sailors tasked with the escort, while the remainder comprised Vinity bound together, their hands tied. Leading the procession was a gaunt, simian-like pirate, swaggering with a spear held high, its tip impaling the head of a man adorned with a Vinity military cap. With the blood drained, the visage beneath the cap appeared sickly pale. The procession even included a large cart, where a weary mule pulling it foamed at the mouth. Several Vinity corpses were carelessly draped with a straw mat, exposing only their lower halves, brazenly cast upon the cart. Surrounding the bodies were a multitude of severed heads, as the cart creaked along, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The road was nearly devoid of civilians. A few passers-by, upon catching sight of this macabre procession, hurriedly sought refuge in the adjacent woods. The island of Red Sulphur had long been placed under martial law, and the inhabitants were well aware of the impending arrival of the Vinity. However, the islanders feared the pirates who had converged from all directions far more than the Vinity themselves. At this moment, the island's defenders comprised not only militia but also private soldiers from plantations, alongside mercenaries and rogue pirates heavily recruited by the Confederation. These pirates considered themselves the defenders of Red Sulphur, justifying their additional fees as reasonable. Daring not to provoke the large plantations, the pirates preyed upon the common folk instead. Within just a few days, skirmishes between the militia and the pirates had erupted multiple times, resulting in casualties on both sides. Should the Vinity delay their arrival any longer, it seemed inevitable that Red Sulphur would descend into internal strife. Now, emboldened by a significant victory, the spirits of the defenders surged, while the pirates grew increasingly audacious. The pirates escorting the captives paid no heed to the onlookers hidden in the woods, merely advancing along the main road towards Red Sulphur port. The leading scrawny pirate, suddenly seized by a whim, burst into a raucous sea shanty. When you feast, feast on the rib tips. When you wed the grandest thief at midnight. When the steel blades clash, sister dons silk, while brother beheads. The cacophonous melody erupted from his wind-blown lips, infused with an accent so thick it seemed impenetrable. Aside from the singing pirate himself, it was unlikely anyone else could comprehend his lyrics. The farmers concealed in the woods exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether the fearsome sight of the pirates brandishing heads on their spears or the ass-like braying of the song was more terrifying. Another band of pirates, heading to reinforce the artillery, approached, and the two factions brushed past one another. Those who had missed the chance to engage in battle or capture prisoners gazed enviously at the captives being escorted and the severed heads on the cart. Well, that is quite a haul. One pirate called out, half in admiration, half in envy. "You lot have struck gold. Share a couple of heads with me. There are plenty of heads up front. Go and take your own," cackled the gap-toothed pirate. "My friend, I suspect your heads are filled with the wisdom of the island's old farmers." Such coarse banter was common among sailors. The two groups soon left each other behind, the winding dirt path concealing the opposing figures as they rounded a bend. Those worthless scoundrels must have butchered a few farmers from the nearby estate to boast such spoils. The pirate who had called out earlier remarked jealously to his companions, "How many truly made it ashore? I wager there are at least 15 heads on that cart." The pirate beside him nodded in agreement. "Alas, why was I not so fortunate?" he lamented. "We ought to devise a way to procure a couple of heads ourselves." Moments earlier, amidst the thunder of two explosions, a fresh contingent surged forth from the dense forest, causing the morale of the encircled Tenerian forces to plummet. A few cunning souls at the edge of the battlefield bolted, triggering a chain reaction that sent the numerically superior Tenerians scattering in panic. The Veneta officer, armed with a bow, disregarded any attempts at retaliation from the Tenerians, focusing solely on shooting down those pirates trying to flee. "Pursue. Don't let them escape. If they get away, we're all doomed," Andre urged the exhausted Veneta soldiers. Cornered against a low cliff, the Veneta forces relied solely on sheer will to fight. But as the enemy turned to flee, they simply lacked the strength to chase after them. Meanwhile, the reinforcements that had emerged were desperately intercepting the fleeing pirates, with the bow-wielding Veneta officer taking down several in quick succession. Yet, two pirates had managed to infiltrate the dense forest, their figures swiftly disappearing amidst the foliage and underbrush. It was over. In the heart of the battlefield, Andre despaired, contemplating that the second wave of pursuers would annihilate them all. However, the officer leading the reinforcements, drenched in blood and mud, followed the pirates' trail into the verdant rainforest. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and yet it felt fleeting. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and branches rustling echoed through the woods once more, and the officer emerged, carrying two severed heads, the garments and shoes of the fleeing pirates. Along with their heads, were unceremoniously cast upon the ground. Countless words swirled in Andre's mind, only to be swallowed back. All that emerged was a heartfelt embrace and a teasing remark. "Winters, do you harbor a peculiar fascination with beheading?" Winters glanced at the complex expressions of the Venetan soldiers behind Andre, inwardly lamenting that his reputation was irrevocably tarnished. "The pirates sought to exchange our heads for gold, requiring our clothing and shoes as proof." To demonstrate his mental stability, Winters explained with a wry smile, "Leaving behind a headless corpse would leave them unable to discern who has perished." The Venetan soldiers visibly relaxed. Even they found Winters' fierce demeanor when dispatching foes daunting, yet the man standing before them, offering a reluctant explanation, had reverted to the gentle Montaigne lieutenant they knew. "How did you locate us?" asked Bard, approaching with a smile. With such commotion, it would be nearly impossible not to notice. Andre, filled with excitement, embraced Bard fervently. Others were busy clearing the battlefield, while the three lieutenants of the 100th Company convened for a brief meeting. Winters succinctly recounted how he had gathered the remaining troops, encountered Bard, and interrogated two prisoners. These Tenerian pirates had placed a bounty of 2 gold coins per head, doubling the reward for live officers. Winters' expression turned grave as he stated, "On Red Sulphur Island, every long-legged pirate has come to sweep the area in search of those of us who have not drowned. You are now the highest-ranking officer in command. It is your decision to make, and we shall follow your lead." Andre felt a surge of relief at no longer having to contemplate the matter. Colonel Quintel was alive. The pirates' firearms had a low powder load, leaving a fingertip-sized hole in the colonel's abdomen. The bleeding had ceased on its own, yet the lead bullet remained lodged within, and the state of his abdominal cavity was uncertain, though the colonel had succumbed to shock. Winters and the others were at a loss. A half-dead comrade posed the greatest dilemma, and Bard had already organized soldiers to fashion a makeshift stretcher. There was no choice but to flee. The crucial question remained, where to escape? Winters sat on a rock, pondering. Moreover, with an injured soldier, we cannot run swiftly. What shall we do then? Andre pondered quietly for a moment, his expression strained as he suggested softly, "Perhaps." He gestured with his hand. "No." Bard silently restrained Andre, aware that the soldiers were watching. Abandoning the wounded would fracture their morale. They could either carry the injured or leave none behind. The recent skirmish had claimed 5 lives and left 4 gravely injured, requiring assistance just to move. Winters understood all too well that this fragile band of soldiers not only had their movement impeded by the wounded, but also presented a larger target. If only 3 sergeants were in action, their chances of survival would significantly increase. The soldiers combing the battlefield were all injured, yet none dared to show signs of their wounds, fearing abandonment. One severely injured soldier wept quietly, while the others remained silent, fully aware of how the situation would unfold. All injured comrades would be left behind. If fortunate, someone might grant them a swift end, while those unable to keep pace would fall behind one by one, leaving only a few to reach the western shore of the island, praying to find a small boat to carry them to safety. Were my men destined to receive such a fate? Winters clenched his teeth, thinking, even if fate exists, I shall never surrender. All the surviving Venettans were gathered around Lieutenant Montagne, including soldiers from the 100th Company and sailors from the Navy. I, Lieutenant Bard, and Lieutenant Sherini have resolved not to abandon any wounded, Winters declared forthrightly. In the soldier's eyes, he saw gratitude mingled with anxiety and uncertainty. Looking at this map, we are approximately here. If we flee southwest, we might reach the coast. The map of Red Sulphur Island, issued before the battle, was carefully kept in an oilcloth pouch close to his heart, mercifully dried despite the sea's fury. However, I have decided that we shall not flee southwest. We will head northeast towards Red Sulphur Port. Listen closely, this is not a retreat, but a determined advance. Advancing towards Red Sulphur Port would be safer, even more so than fleeing southwest. The pirate setup resembled a tightening net, yet behind it lay a vulnerable point. In the astonished gaze of the soldiers, Winters reiterated Colonel Field's teachings. Only third-rate thieves wear night cloaks, while first-rate thieves don formal attire. Follow me, and I shall lead you in finery out of this snare. Time reverted to the present. With a newfound resolve, Winters led the battered Venettans to don the pirate's garb, storming a nearby farmhouse to feast and commandeer a large cart. The Venettans, including 3 officers who could not speak the Tenerian dialect, had become captives. His initial plan was for everyone to wear pirate clothing. However, while the 3 officers might intimidate the farmers, any discerning eye would see through their disguise. Hence, they were left with a mix of half pirates and half captives. The convoy escorting the captives swaggered along the main road of Red Sulphur Island, attracting attention yet raising no suspicions. The bastion outside Red Sulphur Port loomed closer. Yet encounters with Tenerians dwindled, as evidently, most were preoccupied with capturing prisoners. Who do you serve? On the outskirts of Chiho Port, a cart collided with a group of riders, blocking the road entirely. The cart could not leave the path, and the driver recklessly urged the horses forward, leaving the riders with no choice but to dismount and yield. Hyladin, barked the leading, toothless, gaunt pirate, announcing his presence with bravado. Ah, Redbeard's men, no wonder, mused the leading rider, glancing at the cargo and inquiring with a smile. What do you have on that cart? Are you blind? That is living cargo. The toothless pirate mocked. Dead ones are worth 2, while living ones fetch 3. Do you understand? Though the pirate was diminutive in stature, his tongue was sharp, laced with the coarse dialect of sailors, rendering his words almost incomprehensible to those listening. Oh, I see, replied the leading rider with calm demeanor. Winters, who had been walking with his head down, grew curious about the rider's identity and discreetly glanced up, only to lock eyes with him inadvertently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Winters quickly lowered his gaze. However, it was too late. The leading rider promptly commanded his men, bring forth that Venettan. I wish to interrogate him. What do you intend to do? The toothless pirate barked, positioning himself defiantly before the captive. I need to question this prisoner. The rider replied impatiently, unwilling to engage further with the lowly pirate. You merely wish to ransom him, do you not? I could offer you the coin directly. The coarse sailor's dialect was evident, and the pirate sneered. You think you can interrogate him? You're halfway through your sentence when I realized you have no coin. The pirate, suddenly understanding the situation, shifted his approach. Can you afford the price? Hand him over to me. And go to the goat hall to collect your payment. Just say Captain Kidd sent you. Captain William Kidd, having searched his person in vain for a coin pouch, was left to propose an alternative. And who are you to demand anything? If you want the man, bring the money. The pirate railed, 5 Venettan coins. If you can't pay, then be gone. Venettan refers to the gold coins minted by the Republic of Veneta, short for Venettan ducat. Does anyone else have money? Captain Kidd asked the other riders. Unfortunately, no one had brought any coins that day, and and the group could only muster a handful of silver coins. You may leave. Captain Kidd dismissed, uninterested in quarreling with the ignoble pirate, waving his hand. He will eventually be in my possession, and I shall interrogate him later. With that, he led his followers away, allowing the anxious group to exhale in relief. We may have just encountered the commander of Chiho Island, Bard whispered. Did you see their horses? They are splendid war steeds. Andre nodded in agreement. We are fortunate. They didn't bring any money. Of course, the gaunt pirate exclaimed with a toothy grin, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth. I am good luck gold. Chapter 80. Finding a way to survive. Upon inquiring further, it became evident that the council had confiscated all the vessels from the island several days prior, leaving the farmers devoid of even sizable planks of wood. Gold returned with grim tidings. The remnants of the Veneta, having eluded capture, had transformed entirely into pirates, hastily navigating eastward past the harbor. Winters even sent Gold on a perilous errand to Crimson Sulphur Port, where he traded his head for a sum of money. The enemy was predominantly scouring the southwestern part of the island for the Veneta, while Winters and his group had managed to reach the eastern side. For the moment, they were safe. The next step was to devise a means to secure a small vessel to set sail. Bard stroked the stubble emerging on his chin, as expected. The Crimson Sulphur Council has meticulously prepared such a grand scheme. They would certainly not wish for any whispers to escape. Even if islanders were to hide boats, they would never relinquish them. Can we trust this man? Andre's focus was entirely on the matter of the boat. Winters was scrutinizing the map of Crimson Sulphur Island, his gaze unwavering. I know not why he has allied himself with us, but had he intended to betray us, we would have perished long ago. Thus, I choose to place my trust in him. After traversing the main road, they turned onto a narrow path and continued for some distance before Winters commanded a halt for rest. The party paused by a small stream, and the tension that had gripped the surviving Veneta began to dissipate, only to be swiftly replaced by fatigue. Even the sentinels struggled to stay awake, and as soon as the others' backs met the ground, the sound of snoring filled the air. 14 individuals still capable of walking alongside a large cart. Winters gazed at his slumbering subordinates beneath the shade of the trees, contemplatively reflecting, this is all that remains of my 100-man regiment. He refrained from pondering what might have transpired had he chosen to retreat instead of pressing forward. However, as the backbone of this ragtag group, he could not afford such musings, nor could he allow himself to rest. Lieutenant Montaigne reminded himself, you must find a way for these men to survive. You too. Come here and look at the map. Winters summoned Bard and Andre to his side. This map has a scale of 100, 000. I counted our steps. After departing from Crimson Sulphur Port, we marched over 4,400 steps along the main road, and over 3,200 steps on the small path. The steps he referred to were military paces, with each footfall counting as one step, approximately 2 meters in length. Bard quickly calculated, so, from noon until now, we have covered nearly 9 kilometers, moving at quite a rapid pace, almost forced march speed. And without even a pot to cook in, could we afford to move any slower? Andre rolled his eyes and remarked to Winters, it's useless. Knowing how far we've come serves no purpose. Did you bring a measuring tape? Without bringing it along. I possess this. Winters smirked slyly as he produced a steel spike, precisely 15 centimeters in length. The 3 Warren officers busied themselves with the map for a while, retrieving the necessary calculations, and ultimately, by correlating their traveling distance with the nearby stream, ascertained their current location on the map. They advanced along the path, nearing the eastern coastline of Red Sulphur Island, with a straight-line distance of approximately 3 to 4 kilometers indicated on the map. We must not flounder aimlessly. Winters folded the map and addressed the other 2 Warren officers. The team will rest here temporarily. Bud and I will scout eastward. I want to go too. Upon hearing he was not included, Andre became immediately agitated. You are not going anywhere, Winters retorted, pressing him back down. If the 3 of us are absent, the rest will surely think we have deserted. You will stay behind. As the sun dipped low in the west, Winters returned to the resting spot and convened a meeting with everyone. Given the peculiar circumstances and the diverse composition of the team, he lacked confidence in his authority, thus resorting to this military democratic approach to foster a greater willingness among the soldiers to obey orders. The coastline lies just beyond the hills to the east, less than 4 kilometers away. He refrained from superfluous remarks and turned directly to a few sailors in the group. Can any of you construct a raft? Sir, if you intend to venture out to sea on a raft, it may be unfeasible. One particularly bold sailor ventured to explain, "A raft lacks sufficient buoyancy, and it would capsize with even a slight swell. Moreover, we lack the necessary tools for construction." "What if we had tools?" Winters countered. The sailor pondered, counting on his fingers. "To accommodate all of us, we would need to fell at least 50 logs, not to mention ample rope, and ideally, some pitch." "Do you have experience in boat building?" Winters inquired further. "I worked at a shipyard previously," the sailor replied, scratching his head. Everyone had heard that the enemy had confiscated all small boats, making it exceedingly difficult to construct makeshift rafts. Winters fixed his gaze upon the soldiers, his voice resolute. "Furthermore, as Bud and I scout toward the coast, enemy sentries are stationed everywhere. It is utterly impossible for us to harvest timber and construct a vessel under their watchful eyes." The soldiers' spirits dimmed. "However, we still have an avenue of escape." Winters, intent on bolstering morale rather than disheartening them, calmly articulated his plan. "Colonel Cantel's strategy is to find a way to the coast in search of a vessel to set sail. My plan, however, is quite the opposite. We shall not head toward the coast, but rather, we will journey northwest, deeper into the island's interior." The makeshift meeting fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the gentle bubbling of the stream. Although the soldiers were taken aback and filled with uncertainty, they remained silent, attentively listening. A circle of people stood around, as Winters laid the map in the center, pointing to it with a stick while explaining. "Although we find ourselves stranded on this island, the ambush by the Tenillians has, in effect, failed. Our main forces remain unscathed and will soon land once more. This is precisely why Lieutenant Bud and I have discovered so many Tenillian sentinels along the coastline. Their primary defensive focus is the shore. The further we venture inland, the fewer enemies we shall encounter." Winters gazed at the assembly and stated, "I do not wish to utter grandiloquent phrases about conserving strength and awaiting victory. Our immediate goal is to survive by any means necessary until Veneta conquers this island. In my view, advancing into the heart of the island offers the greatest chance of survival. The soldiers of the Chief Brigade of the 3rd Legion are all professional soldiers, with several sergeants among Winters' small contingent having served for over a decade, far exceeding the tenure of the 3 lieutenants. Yet, whether veterans or newcomers, none had ever had an officer explain the rationale behind their actions. Winters underestimated his own authority. Through the bloody battle in the woods and his leadership in extricating the team from encirclement, he had earned the respect of his soldiers. "Sergeant Montaigne, we shall follow you. Just give the orders, and we will comply." The tranquility of Tudong village was shattered by shouts and wails. This small farming hamlet, nestled in the heart of Chiho Island and home to merely 40 households, was invaded by a band of unwelcome guests. 7 or 8 fierce men, clad as sailors and wielding curved sabers, kicked open the gate of a farmer's yard in the eastern part of the village. They first pummeled the male head of the household who dared to resist, then herded the entire family, young and old, into the yard. "We are the requisition team under Captain Kidd." The leading pirate, with a toothless grin, brandished his saber, shouting, "Quickly bring out whatever valuables you have, if I have to find them myself. Do not blame me for the consequences. The cellar is this way," came a startled voice from the backyard. "Move." The pirate waved his hand imperiously. A few of his comrades emerged from the backyard, carrying cured meats, pickled vegetables, and fine flour, demonstrating their discerning taste in their plunder. "Do not be angry. We will pay," the toothless pirate mocked as he addressed the family, then pressed the blade of his saber against the dazed patriarch, demanding, "Where is the village chief's home?" The initially subdued sobs of the women and children erupted into a cacophony of wails. The elderly matriarch, in a desperate attempt to grasp the pirate's leg, cried out, "You killed my son, you wretched fiend. You may as well kill me too." The pirate, taken aback, stumbled a few steps back to evade her grasp. The old man hastily pulled his wife away, positioning himself protectively between his family and the pirates, arms outstretched like a hen shielding her chicks, his expression rigid. "Do not harm my son. I will take you to the village chief." "Very well, head of the household. Tell your wife to cease her crying. We are not here to kill anyone." The toothless pirate chuckled heartily as he scrutinized the farmer's family, his gaze lingering with an unsettling intensity. He approached the huddled women and children, remarking with a smirk, "Your woman is quite lovely. Is she your daughter or your daughter-in-law?" The elderly man stepped forward, his anger palpable as he confronted the pirate, his voice strained. "You may be a guest in my home, and you can take whatever you desire, but you shall not lay a hand on my women. unless you are prepared to kill me." Behind the toothless pirate, a taller, imposing figure seized his shoulder and interjected. "Captain Kidd has sent us to requisition supplies, not to toy with women. Let us get to work first. Once this is done, I'll treat you to something more extravagant. Calm yourself, my good man. I merely wish to console your weeping woman," the toothless pirate retorted, raising his hands in mock surrender and stepping back. "If you're unhappy, let us simply find the village chief." A large cart awaited outside the courtyard, and as the pirate observed the goods being loaded, he retrieved a handful of marked papers from his belt, tossing a few to the elderly man. "Do not say we are not compensating you. This is military scrip. Keep it safe, and when the conflict concludes, present it at the Chitwa Port Got Club for your payment." The old man accepted the scrip with a deep sense of humiliation, glancing back repeatedly as he followed the toothless pirate out of the yard. The tall pirate was the last to exit, raising his hand to toss a silver coin that arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the elderly woman's embrace. "Take this. Do not say we do not pay." With that, he departed, casually closing the door behind him. In their overwhelming fear, the family failed to discern that the tall pirate spoke with a clear and refined accent. However, the pirate community is diverse, and it is not unusual for Veneta people to take to piracy. The door to the village chief's home was the next to be forcefully kicked open. The pirates reiterated their process of extracting supplies, intimidating anyone who dared to resist. "My lords, we have already submitted our quota from Tudong village," the village chief said, his head bowed and voice trembling. "Nonsense. You ate yesterday, so you won't eat today? Just because you submitted the previous quota, you think you can evade this one?" The toothless pirate chastised, striking the chief's face with the back of his curved blade. "We demand flour, oil, meat, and salt, everything. And we require 6 large carts. I do not ask for excessive goods, just fill 3 carts for me, and I shall procure the remainder from other villages." Seeing his son battered and bruised, the village chief lamented, "Where am I to find 6 large carts for you? Surely you know which households possess large carts." The toothless pirate sneered, raising his knife against the chief's neck. "It seems you are not afraid of Captain Kidd, are you? Very well, come with me. William Kidd enjoys breaking stubborn bones into soft ones." The village chief trembled at the pirate's menacing laughter, pleading for mercy and swearing that the mere thought of Captain Kidd made him quiver in fear, promising to fulfill any demands he had. The toothless pirate nodded in satisfaction and casually inquired, "By the way, where does the village barber reside? Is there a doctor nearby? My name is Captain Kidd. As I sail across the sea, I am relentless in my pursuits, having committed numerous heinous acts. I took the life of William Moore. The creaking wagon trundled away, accompanied by the haunting melodies of the pirates fading into the distance. The village headman's cart, along with those of several affluent farmers and their draft animals, had been requisitioned, leaving the farmers of Tudong village clutching military notes, on the verge of tears. Some of the women discovered that this band of ruthless pirates had even made off with their iron pots. Indeed, they had become true brigands. Winters sighed heavily as he sat atop the wagon, cursing under his breath. "I hope this won't land us in a military tribunal." The calm Bud, who was driving the cart, replied, "It's really not a big deal. We mainly took secondary provisions, and we didn't take much staple food. No one will starve. During a war for sovereignty, far worse things occur. The books merely record that in times of famine, people resort to cannibalism. Haven't we already discussed this? To move through the countryside without raising suspicion, we must disguise ourselves as a grain requisition team. What kind of requisition team would we be without a wagon? We will deal with future matters later." Suddenly, Winters sat up abruptly, his head aching as he lamented, in a radius of several miles. "There is only one physician skilled in bloodletting, and he is a plantation owner. This complicates matters." Colonel Quintel's vitality was remarkably resilient, largely due to the diligent care of 3 ensigns, and his condition had stabilized. However, another issue arose. The comatose Quintel began to develop a fever. Clearly, the fever was a result of foreign matter entering his wound. Upon examination, they discovered that a lead bullet had lodged itself within Quintel, accompanied by a fragment of fabric from his clothing. Yet, even Bud, who excelled in hygiene classes and was well-versed in medical texts, lacked the capability to perform the surgery necessary to extract the bullet. Assisting Colonel Quintel could lead to his demise, yet failing to intervene would certainly result in his death. The dilemma faced by Winters, Bud, and Andre was stark. Should they watch Colonel Quintel perish, grant him a merciful release, or seek out a doctor to make every effort to save him. Chapter 81, Red Pine. On a winding dirt path, two riders galloped forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. The rider trailing behind suddenly slowed his pace, prompting the one in front to sense something amiss and rein in his horse. The rear rider dismounted, awkwardly limping forward, leading his horse to catch up with the one ahead. "Oh dear, my lord, I can truly ride no longer. Let us rest for a moment. My backside feels as though it has been pierced by a burning iron rod, and the flesh at the top of my thigh has been rubbed raw. You lazy scoundrel, where in this desolate wilderness would you find a place to rest?" The rider ahead reprimanded his loyal servant. "Do not dawdle. Once we return to the estate, you may rest to your heart's content. Quickly mount, for we must reach home before nightfall." The old servant, sensing a shift in his master's tone, seized the moment to lament, "My lord, we have come this far. Even walking, we shall certainly arrive home before dark. I can hardly ride any longer. Alas, my rear is ablaze with pain. Why not ride ahead? And I shall walk back at my own pace?" "You lazy good-for-nothing," Carlman retorted, yet his tone had softened. After over 20 years of devoted service, the two had matured from spirited youths into men with graying hair. Though Carlman, the master of Red Pine Manor, chastised him, his demeanor had already relaxed. "Look around at this desolate wilderness. Where do you suppose we can rest?" The old servant, Bach, brightened at the prospect, pointing in the distance. "See that smoke rising beyond the woods? That must be the camp of some hunters taking a break. We can ask for a sip of water, and who knows, perhaps I'll even be rewarded with some meat." "You glutton for meat. Have I ever treated you poorly?" Carlman chuckled, scolding him lightly. Realizing he had let slip his desires, Bach hastily changed the subject, thumping his chest in assurance. "We shall simply ask for water and return home immediately, without delay." Upon traversing the woods and reaching the source of the smoke, both master and servant soon recognized their grave error. In a small clearing between the trees and the brook, several large wagons encircled a campfire, around which men clad in cloaks lay napping. Two iron pots simmered over the fire, releasing the very smoke they had seen. While it appeared to be a mere caravan, the true concern lay with the men gathered by the fire. Every man in this small camp bore the telltale curved sabers of sailors, with long spears and firearms casually leaning against the wagons, their tips stained with dark red blood, yet to be wiped clean. From their attire, Carlman deduced, these were none other than notorious pirates. The Council of Red Sulphur Island tacitly permitted the pirates to dispose of their plunder, a truth understood by all. The spoils brought prosperity to the island, yet its inhabitants suffered greatly at the hands of these marauders. Most pirates were desperate men. Given the chance, they would not hesitate to engage in misdeeds on land. Moreover, after committing their crimes on the mainland, they could swiftly escape by sea, making it exceedingly convenient. Murders were a frequent occurrence on Red Sulphur Island, with the vast majority remaining unsolved. Yet the residents were acutely aware that the culprits were the damned pirates. The council repeatedly declared its intent to combat the rampant criminality of outsiders on the island. However, the pirates seldom targeted the influential members of the council. Conversely, dealing in the pirate stolen goods proved immensely profitable. Thus, the plight of piracy on Red Sulphur Island had never been resolved. Now, the brazen presence of pirates upon the island left its citizens trembling with fear. Bach's face turned ashen, and Carlman cast a fierce glare at his old servant, signaling him to remain silent and to retreat quietly. However, it was already too late. The pirates in the camp had discovered the master and his servant. "Hey, stop right there!" Someone from the camp shouted at the pair. Carlman swiftly mounted his steed and spurred it forward, disappearing into the woods in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Bach's agility paled in comparison to that of his master. His movements were somewhat sluggish, and he was grabbed by another man who emerged from behind, seizing the reins of his horse. The rest of the pirates immediately closed in, and those who had been dozing were jolted awake, rushing to arm themselves. Having put some distance between them, Carlman, upon seeing his old servant captured, reluctantly turned his horse around and headed back. Realizing their escape was no longer possible, Carlman dismounted and declared loudly, "We are merely travelers seeking a drink of water." One of the pirates snatched the reins from his hand and pushed Carlman beside Bach, while a group of pirates encircled the two men. The pirates, however, paid no heed to him. A tall pirate sternly reprimanded the one who had captured Bach, saying, "How could you let them get this close to the camp?" The chastised pirate hung his head in shame. Observing this, Carlman surmised that the towering pirate must be the leader of the group, and, summoning his courage, he spoke to the tall pirate. "We are merely passing through, seeking a drink of water. We did not intend to intrude. Please let us go." The tall pirate regarded Kalman with a penetrating gaze before silently turning to the campfire, gesturing for the two to follow. Bach trembled in fear, his jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his cheeks bulging. Kalman patted his old servant's back, offering reassurance. "It's all right. My lord, I apologize. I shall no longer indulge." Bach could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears. The master and servant were compelled into the camp formed by the surrounding carts, where a snaggle-toothed pirate leaped down from one of the vehicles. Upon seeing the pair, he approached the tall pirate with a menacing glint in his eye, mimicking a cutting gesture. The tall pirate remained noncommittal, bending down to retrieve 2 cups from beside the campfire, which he handed to them. "What is the meaning of this?" Kalman asked, somewhat bewildered. "Did you not seek a drink of water?" "Oh, thank you. Thank you," Kalman replied repeatedly, taking the cup yet hesitating to drink. In contrast, the terrified Bach gulped down the contents of his cup in one swift motion. "Who are you?" the tall pirate inquired, his expression impassive. "Travelers," Kalman cautiously responded. "We are merely farmers from the vicinity." "Do farmers possess such fine steeds?" The tall pirate replied with a hint of a smirk. "We are somewhat affluent landowners," Kalman retorted, sensing that the pirate did not seem to relish violence. "May I inquire about your identity?" "Me?" The tall pirate chuckled. "I am part of Captain Kidd's requisitioning crew." The tension gradually eased, and Kalman's cognitive faculties began to return. Instinctively, he sought to glean more information from the physical characteristics of the pirate captain before him. Though his face bore smudges of soot, Kalman discerned from his voice that this man was quite youthful. His hands were long and clean, a pair unscarred by arduous labor. Furthermore, his teeth, skin, and physique. If the toothless pirate embodied the archetype of a marauder, this young man seemed to resemble more of a scholar or a monk. The most striking feature, however, was his eyes, which were cold and profound. As their gazes met, Kalman averted his eyes, rationalizing to himself, could one ascend to the rank of pirate captain at such a tender age without possessing some remarkable capabilities? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the captain, both Kalman and Bach lowered their heads. Just as Kalman mustered the courage to utter something, the pirate captain waved dismissively at his men. "Let them go." The other pirates appeared reluctant, yet upon hearing the young captain's command, they relinquished the reins back to their master and servant, clearing a path for them. Kalman, in disbelief, mounted his horse and hastily doffed his hat in a gesture of respect to the pirate captain before galloping away with Bach in a desperate flight. The pair kept glancing back, fearing pursuit from behind. "I understand your concerns," the pirate captain remarked to his crew as he watched the 2 strangers vanish into the distance. "But we are not pirates." Kalman and Bach dared not to slow their pace, urging their steeds to race back to the Red Pine Manor. He strictly ordered his old servant not to disclose the events of the day to anyone. Observing Bach's frightened demeanor, Kalman knew that even without his command, Bach would remain silent. The gentle Lady Kalman noticed her husband's troubled state upon his return, but, respecting his reticence, refrained from pressing him further. Yet, even upon returning home, the sensation of having one's life in the hands of others lingered ominously in Kalman's mind. He summoned the captain of the estate guards to inquire about any unusual occurrences in the vicinity recently, repeatedly admonishing him to remain vigilant against pirates. The captain nodded in agreement, though inwardly he remained skeptical, believing that pirates were only bold enough to commit highway robbery and would never dare to assault a plantation with armed guards. As night fell completely, Red Pine Manor succumbed to slumber. After retrieving and cleaning his flintlock and short sword, Kalman extinguished the candle and climbed into bed. "Why have you taken out your weapons again?" Lady Kalman inquired anxiously, unable to restrain her curiosity. "What troubles you so? You seem restless since your return." "I encountered the grain requisition team from the council today, and they were all pirates," Kalman sighed. "With the war raging outside, our home is no longer safe. Rest now." "Dear," Lady Kalman replied, uncertain of what to do, as she grasped her husband's hand and drifted into sleep. In her slumber, Lady Kalman remained oblivious to the small band lurking outside the Red Pine estate, poised for action. To the trio of lieutenants, it was presumed that the plantation owner, as one of the 2 pillars of the Confederacy, would have fortified his estate with high walls and deep moats, brimming with elite private guards, thus rendering it an impregnable fortress. However, The intelligence relayed by Bud and Andre from their reconnaissance revealed that the estate's defenses were pathetically feeble, so much so that the three lieutenants found it laughable. The outer wall was merely a wooden fence scarcely taller than a man, and Bud and Andre had struggled to count even 6 armed sentinels. Winters, leading the remnants of Veneta, had lain in ambush outside the estate for hours without encountering a single patrol. It appeared that nighttime security consisted solely of a solitary dog. "It seems there's no night watch here," Andre whispered. "With only 5 guards, they can't even maintain a proper shift." Winters, astonished by the notorious laxity of the plantation's defenses, felt a mix of frustration and amusement at the futility of his meticulously crafted assault plan. "Let us proceed," Winters reiterated. "The plan remains unchanged. If anyone resists, eliminate them on the spot. But the owner must be taken alive." Bud released an arrow tipped with poisoned meat towards the night watchman. The guard initially barked a few times before indulging in the feast. After a considerable wait, the night watchman remained lively and alert. Andre, suppressing his fury, cursed Gold. "You said this trick was particularly effective, didn't you?" "It is indeed effective. Truly. But I've only ever used rat poison before. I've never dealt with poisonous mushrooms," Gold replied, feeling aggrieved. Andre then aimed his weapon at Bud. "What is going on? Didn't you claim those mushrooms were exceedingly toxic?" With a sigh, Bud stood and, like a full moon drawing back the bowstring, felled the night watchman with a single arrow. "If we had done this sooner, we wouldn't have wasted so much time lying here," Andre exclaimed in exasperation. "Wasn't it your insistence on using poison? Let us get on with it." Winters, resigned, cautioned, "Do not let anyone escape." Bud remained stationed outside to prevent any flight, while Winters and Andre, along with the remaining soldiers, stealthily infiltrated the guards' quarters. After swiftly dispatching 5 sentinels, the Veneta soldiers ignited torches and boldly stormed into the main residence. Carlman was roused by the commotion below, but before he could react, the bedroom door was forcefully kicked open, and several torch-bearing figures wielding curved blades burst in. The blaze of the flames blinded Carlman, while the intruders laughed heartily, exclaiming, "My lord, how fortuitous! The sparrow we released has flown back into our grasp." The owner of Red Pine Estate, Carlman, was brought before Winters, glaring at the pirate leader with fury, and demanded, "You followed me here, didn't you?" Winters shook his head, stating, "No. We originally intended to seek out the master of the Red Pine Manor. It seems our family is inescapably doomed." Carmen appeared drained of strength. His countenance aged significantly. "Take whatever you desire, money, jewelry, provisions, but please spare my family." "No, I am not here to rob you." Winters sheathed his curved blade. "You are a physician, correct? I have come to request your assistance in saving a life and to inquire about certain matters. Fulfill my 2 requests, and your family, your estate, and your wealth shall remain unharmed. Why seek my aid when there are numerous skilled doctors in Chihong Harbor? I am merely a secluded estate owner. What inquiries could you possibly have for me?" Suddenly, Carmen grasped the reality, recognizing the Azure accent and the peculiar requisitioning team that did not resemble pirates. Enlightenment dawned upon him. His eyes widened, pupils constricting, as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Winters' nose. "Why, you are from Veneta? You are an officer of Veneta." Winters nodded slightly. "From the Grand Veneta Legion, chief of the 1st 100, Centurion Winters Montagne. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Carmen." Chapter 82. The enslaved freeman. The decision to raid the Red Pine Manor was reached after deliberation among 3 lieutenants. Not solely due to Colonel Cantel's need for a physician, but also because they urgently required a channel to gather information from the outside world. The greatest dilemma for the party was their utter ignorance regarding the state of the conflict. Had the 3rd Legion launched a second offensive? What was the direction of the assault? Particularly for Winters and Andre, both believed it was improbable to remain indefinitely concealed in the vacuum created by the Taniarians. Even if one sought to hide, it should be with a proactive approach, gathering intelligence and then maneuvering accordingly, rather than burying one's head in the sand like an ostrich, praying the Taniarians would not stumble upon them. Thus, the Red Pine Manor emerged as the most fitting target. The plantation owner held a high social standing and was well informed. Moreover, the manor's remote location made it less prone to exposure. Most importantly, Carmen was a doctor, albeit reputed to rely primarily on bloodletting for his cures. Before Winters and Carmen could utter a word, a centurion rushed in, whispering urgently, "There's been an incident. We've lost 3 of our men." Winters, maintaining an impassive demeanor, entrusted Carmen to Andre and strode purposefully toward the exit. "What has transpired?" he inquired, his tone remarkably calm. Yet the centurion appeared flustered. "One man went to inspect the western house and has not returned. The other two entered to search for him, and they too have vanished." This centurion was a seasoned veteran, a reliable aide to Winters, trusted by several lieutenants. Yet even he was now drenched in sweat, his expression betraying panic. "Let me there," Winters commanded, furrowing his brow. Outside the row of wooden houses on the western side of the residence, the remaining soldiers stood a few meters away, craning their necks to glimpse inside, yet dared not approach. The interior of the house was enveloped in darkness, as if a feral beast lay in wait, devouring every particle of light. Upon spotting Ensign Montavi's approach, the soldiers saluted with respect. Seeing that the assault team had succeeded, Bud led 2 musketeers to this location. "What transpired?" Bud inquired softly. "I am uncertain. All I know is that 3 of our men entered," Winters replied, glancing at the sergeant. "Did they carry torches when they went in?" "The second group did," the sergeant hurriedly explained, "but after entering, our men called out, and then it went dark again." "Captain, there must be something sinister within. Is there a back entrance?" "No, there is only this one door. One door in, one door out." A torch was handed to Winters, who drew his saber and, accompanied by the other 2 soldiers, ventured into the pitch-black wooden structure. The torchlight reflected nearby, revealing 2 curtains that separated the interior of the cabin. Winters lifted the curtain with his saber, only to find another curtain behind it, devoid of any presence. He severed the cord holding the curtain and led the soldiers deeper into the room, which was partitioned into smaller spaces by fabric drapes. Suddenly, Winters heard a creaking sound from above, the wood straining under pressure. Realizing the impending danger, he quickly stepped back. However, his assailant moved with astonishing speed, leaping down from the beams and toppling him. In that moment, Winters comprehended that it was not a malevolent entity he faced, but rather a human. The 2 soldiers who had entered with him screamed before falling silent, the torch extinguished. Winters lay on the ground, the flame of his torch snuffed out by a hand that emerged from behind the curtain. His attacker, now on top of him, grappled fiercely, twisting Winters' right wrist nearly 180 degrees. Yet, the curved blade remained firmly in Winters' grasp, and as he plunged into the darkness, his eyes had yet to adjust, rendering him blind to his surroundings. More figures emerged from behind the curtain, attempting to restrain his limbs. In a desperate situation, Winters delivered a fierce headbutt to the assailant atop him. His forehead collided with a hard object, sending a jolt of pain through his skull. However, it was evident that he struck true, for the attacker cried out and loosened their grip on his right hand. "Attack!" Winters shouted the signal, his liberated right hand thrusting the curved blade into the encroaching darkness. Yet, he felt no resistance against flesh, as the opponent nimbly retreated. From deeper within the house, a hoarse, aged voice spoke in a language unknown to Winters. The others who had tried to restrain him withdrew, granting Winters complete freedom as he pushed himself up from the ground. At that moment, Bud had also led the remaining soldiers charging into the wooden cabin. Under the flickering glow of the firelight, Winters finally discerned the occupants of the room. A group of individuals, shackled in iron chains, huddled together in the corner of the wooden cabin. Women and several young children were nestled at the innermost edge, while the men stood protectively around them. At the forefront of this assembly was an elderly man, his face etched with deep lines, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, trembling as if a gust of wind might topple him. Yet, his eyes shone with a fierce vitality. "We do not wish for bloodshed," the old man addressed Winters, his voice rasping like shards of glass being ground together, uttering the words in a rough, accented version of the common tongue. "Uninvited guest." "What of my soldiers?" Winters replied, his tone grave. The elder responded with a string of words that Winters could not comprehend. A few slender, dark-skinned men acknowledged him and emerged from another corner, bearing the unconscious form of Winters' subordinate, who had vanished upon entering. Bard promptly knelt to inspect, placing his hand on the soldier's neck. After a brief examination, Bard nodded at Winters, indicating that the man was merely unconscious and still had a pulse. A youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, supported the elder, and Winters noted the boy's injured chin and bloodied lip, understanding the implications. Nearly bested by such a youth, Winters felt a swirl of complex emotions. He pointed his curved blade at the boy, demanding, "You were the one who attacked me, weren't you? What if I had also wielded a knife?" The chained youth spat blood defiantly and replied in halting common tongue. Do you think it's your turn to question me now? Observing their chains and living conditions, Winters surmised their predicament. He sheathed his dagger and inquired, with a measured tone, Are you slaves of this plantation? The thin, dark boy bristled with indignation, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by the elder. We are not slaves. We are free men who are enslaved. The elder corrected Winters solemnly, with each word pronounced deliberately. He countered, And what of you? Who are you? We are free men who are not enslaved, Winters responded, unwilling to divulge too much. You must be Venetans, am I correct? The elder narrowed his eyes, piercing through Winters' facade. Free men enslaved by gold, by the sea. Winters chuckled lightly. So it appears your republic has conquered Red Sulphur Island? A flicker of surprise crossed his face at the elder's awareness. He smiled, maintaining his composure. You shall soon find out. Upon hearing Winters' reply, the elder sighed softly, his demeanor darkening momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. I understand now. There is no need for concern. Tomorrow, we will work as usual. Now, please leave. We need to rest. The elder then spoke a few words in an unfamiliar tongue to the other captives, prompting the men, women, and children in the room's corner to stir. They disregarded the presence of Winters and his companions, engrossed in readying the severed curtains and laying down mats. Seemingly on the verge of sleep, the Venetans stood in stunned silence, bewildered as they were ushered out of the wooden house occupied by the slaves. Oh, there was indeed another wooden cabin to the north, where some others resided, the elder added as they reached the door. Entering and exiting in a state of confusion, the Venetans found themselves at a loss regarding the situation. Since entering the house, Bard had remained silent, only speaking to Winters upon their exit, judging by their physical characteristics. These individuals appear to be herdsmen. The nearby soldiers, upon hearing the term herdsman, looked even more perplexed, though the centurion seemed to ponder this information thoughtfully. Herdsmen? How could they be enslaved in the archipelago? Reflecting upon his knowledge from books, Winters too found it strange. Weren't the herdsmen located far to the west, beyond the Platonic Republic? Precisely because they were adjacent to Plato, the herdsmen could end up enslaved in Teneria. As the Platonians had a tradition of selling captured foes into slavery, even engaging in raids specifically for that purpose, Bard succinctly explained. It was only then that Winters and the other soldiers began to understand. Indeed, these Platonic sheep herders were capable of anything. One soldier scoffed, disdainfully remarking, To enslave the devout, are they not afraid of damnation? The herdsmen do not believe in our gods. They are heathens, Bard corrected the soldier, furrowing his brow as he contemplated further. However, we are in a quandary. Enslaving heathens could exploit a loophole in the Union Province laws. Yet Venetan law strictly prohibits slavery in any form. Thus, to continue detaining them would constitute a legal breach. If we set them free, we would be awaiting our doom. This is an island, surrounded by the vast sea. Where could they possibly escape? Winters muttered gloomily, That old man is quite astute. Even if we shattered their chains, they would not flee. He has seen through our facade. In our estate of nearly 100 acres, we have at least 30 or 40 slaves, and the guards responsible for their supervision have been eliminated, Bard said, hesitantly. Must we then assign several individuals to take over the guards' duties? Winters took a deep breath, first as pirates, then as brigands. Well then, it seems that serving as keepers for the slave master is a matter of course. Let 5 individuals keep watch and ensure they do not escape. The soldiers chuckled heartily. That old man mentioned there are still some slaves elsewhere. Winters, disinterested, said to Bard, You take a few men and go have a look. Bard nodded and led several soldiers toward the north. However, it wasn't long before another soldier came running to report to Winters, Centurion, Cadet Bard requests your presence again. In a further northern shack, the slaves residing within bore a stark contrast to the herdsmen, resembling Winters and Bard more distinctly. These slaves were all from the Sena's Bay. In this narrative, 2 Warren officers unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance. Upon Winters' arrival, he witnesses an individual weeping profusely, clinging to Bud's leg. Winters immediately recognizes the person, yet struggles to recall his name. Are you the portly captain of the Thief Osprey? The following day, in the morning, a gentle breeze wafts through the air. The once bustling Chitao port has lost its previous vibrancy. The docks, once filled with a cacophony of voices, now lie eerily silent. And not a single grand vessel graces the bay. Only a few seagulls linger upon the pier, gazing vacantly at the undulating waters. Carmen, The proprietor of the Red Pine Estate arrives at Guitu port laden with provisions of meat, vegetables, and wine, accompanied by his nephew, ostensibly to bolster the morale of the troops. However, the true purpose is merely to check on his own laborers. In an estate like Red Pine, a mid-sized plantation, fewer than 50 slaves toil in the fields, guarded by only 7 armed men. Outsiders may perceive these guards as mercenaries, yet they are, in essence, merely laborers with wages and arms. Unlike slaves, they receive compensation, and their role includes the occasional task of capturing runaway slaves, alongside performing lighter duties and assisting in agricultural labor during busy seasons. After all, a small plantation cannot afford full-time soldiers. Fortunately, as it is an island with no means of escape, instances of slave flight are rare, and those who attempt to flee seldom venture far. The Guitu Island Council is undoubtedly well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Red Pine Estate. Thus, the estate's contributions are primarily in the form of monetary and food resources, rather than manpower. Nevertheless, Red Pine must still furnish 2 armed men, aged between 20 and 40, proficient in the use of firearms, while also bearing the responsibility for their wages and any potential compensation for injuries. Within the raucous tavern, 2 unfortunate laborers, having drawn the short straw, sip their drinks while venting their frustrations to their employer. Carmen, ever the gracious host, offers words of comfort and promises of better days. Seated beside his uncle, Carmen's nephew remains silent, humbly listening, and promptly refills any empty glasses. The 2 guards regard the modest and gentle young man with fondness. The older of the 2 muses internally about the transformation of the once mischievous youth into a commendable individual after 6 or 7 years apart. As the carriage glides over the cobbled streets, making its way away from Guitu port, Carmen presents a pass adorned with the council's seal, allowing for a smooth passage through the checkpoint, as was the case upon arrival. Guitu port is currently under strict martial law, necessitating that civilians possess a pass for entry and exit. On the outskirts of the town, hundreds of conscripted laborers toil fervently, expanding and deepening the existing trenches, while using the excavated earth to construct earthen fortifications around Guitu port. Winters observes all of this keenly, taking mental notes, aware that his observations extend far beyond what meets the eye. On the main thoroughfare of Guitu port, wooden stakes are erected at intervals, each topped with a severed head. The humid weather has caused the heads to decay, emitting a foul stench that attracts crows. These gruesome trophies were taken from the bodies of the Veneta people. The Council of Guitu port employs this macabre display to proclaim victory to all on the island, while simultaneously instilling fear among the islanders. For not only are there stakes bearing the heads of enemies, but also those of traitors. Winters gazes at these stakes, his overwhelming rage defying description, causing him to tremble, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. I have done all that you asked of me. The council will undoubtedly not spare me. Kalman, in a subdued tone, implores, please allow my wife and daughter to leave for my father-in-law's home. They will utter not a word. I can vouch for their silence. Through a series of probing questions, Winters has gleaned the state of the battle. After breaking free from the ambush, the Veneta fleet immediately blockaded Guitu port, encircling Winters and his small band of men. While the Tantalarians find themselves ensnared by the Veneta fleet's grasp, the Guitu Island Council has established camps at several potential landing sites, and the 3rd Legion has launched a number of tentative assaults from the northern beaches, all of which have proven unsuccessful. Winters assesses that the 3rd Legion has not suffered significant losses. Despite the Council's claims of a great victory, they have not erected any new stakes in recent days, nor have they produced any tangible evidence of their martial prowess. This indicates that the 3rd Legion has retrieved the bodies of their fallen soldiers, suggesting a retreat conducted with order, despite the failure of their offensives. The recent engagements with the 3rd Legion have primarily involved militias and the Tantalarians' guards, as the Council has come to realize the ineffectiveness of the pirates, relegating most pirate forces to less critical defensive positions. As long as you refrain from actions that threaten our safety, the security of your family can be wholly assured. We are not brigands. We are trapped here. After much contemplation and hesitation, Kalman finally resolves, stammering, perhaps I have a means to facilitate your escape. Chapter 83. The Corshita ceremony night has fallen. A bonfire has been lit in the clearing before the main residence of the Red Pine Manor, casting flickering shadows. In the firelight, one can discern several goats suspended beneath the oak trees, awaiting slaughter. On the 2nd floor of the main house, Winters sits by the window, idly toying with a steel spike while observing the bustling activity in the courtyard. After a few knocks, Kalman enters. "Have you brought the file?" Winters inquires coolly, his gaze fixed on the bonfire, avoiding eye contact with Kalman. "I have," Kalman replies, shifting awkwardly before Winters, struggling to swallow, "but I advise against awakening the injured." Although the lead bullet has been removed, his condition remains perilously unstable. It is unwise to forcibly rouse an injured person from a state of unconsciousness, as it may exacerbate their condition. This is not your concern. Your sole responsibility is to awaken him, for I have my reasons. Winters' gaze remained fixated on the campfire, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Kalman. Kalman, having encountered a soft rebuff, murmured as if in self-reassurance, "How you manage your personnel is beyond my jurisdiction. But I have fulfilled my duty as a physician." On the small bed in this guest room lay Colonel Quintel, unconscious. Kalman approached the bedside and retrieved a small glass vial. He uncorked the bottle and waved it beneath Quintel's nostrils. A foul odor wafted from the vial, and, upon inhaling the irritating gas, Quintel reacted immediately. His nostrils flared, his chest heaved, and accompanied by a fit of instinctive coughing, he struggled to open his eyes. Kalman glanced at Winters, who gently turned his head towards the door, signaling for Kalman to leave. Now, only Quintel and Winters remained in the room. As Quintel regained consciousness from his stupor, his awareness was still clouded. He emitted a few painful, guttural sounds from his throat. Picking up a cup of water from the table, Winters slowly offered it to Quintel. Once his parched lips and throat were moistened by the clear water, Quintel began to regain a semblance of consciousness. He gazed at the figure before him and, with great difficulty, inquired, "Lieutenant Montaigne?" "Yes, it is I. Where am I?" "On Chaos Island." "Are we captured?" "No, neither of us is captured. It is still safe here for the time being." As Colonel Quintel's awareness sharpened, he groaned and reached towards his abdomen. Winters intercepted him, saying, "Do not touch that. It is a wound. Do you remember? You were shot, and the physician here extracted the bullet. He did an excellent job. The rest is up to you." Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Quintel trembled uncontrollably. "The doctor said that unconsciousness is a form of self-protection. I had him awaken you." "Why?" It took considerable effort for Quintel to utter a single word. "Because I have certain matters I must inquire of you." Winters' tone revealed no emotion. "In a few hours, I must depart from here. If I do not clarify this now, I fear I shall never have another opportunity. What do you wish to ask?" Leaning closer to Quintel's ear, Winters lowered his voice, which was soft yet clear, devoid of sentiment. "Why did you attempt to assassinate the envoy of the Secretary of State for the provinces?" Quintel, struck as if by lightning, felt shock overwhelm even the pain of his wound. He inhaled sharply, his eyes widening involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, the colonel finally closed his eyes and responded slowly. "It was not I who killed him. In the common tongue of the continent, the second person singular and plural are represented by a singular term." Upon hearing the most ludicrous remark, Winters erupted into laughter, pounding his chest in amusement. Once the laughter subsided, he wiped away his tears and remarked, "Perhaps neither of us will see the dawn of tomorrow. Is it truly necessary to engage in such wordplay? Whether it is you or your associates who take action, what difference does it make? I have always opposed assassination." Contemplating Winters, Caltaire inquired with difficulty, "And how do you know this?" "Me?" Winters sighed. "It would be more pertinent to ask why it took me so long to comprehend this." Caltaire anxiously lingered at the staircase. The passage of time felt uncertain until the sound of a door creaking open above was followed by the approaching footsteps of someone descending towards him. The injured individual had once again slipped into slumber. Winters approached Caltaire and softly said, retrieving a small oiled paper package from his waist pouch and placing it in Caltaire's hand, "Should the patient awaken, dissolve this medicine in warm water for him to drink, a little at a time." "What is this?" Caltaire queried. "A sleeping aid, capable of inducing profound slumber," Winters patiently elucidated, smiling as he added, "Perhaps after today, I shall have no need for it. I might as well leave it with you." Caltaire unwrapped the layers of oiled paper, carefully inspecting a piece of processed herb. "It is indeed fresh. I have never encountered a remedy that aids sleep." His gaze was nearly glued to the herb, as if unveiling a new realm. "These are not local plants. They are unique to the New World, sourced from the Empire's colonies." Winters observed Dr. Caltaire with a smile, and after the latter had set aside the herb, he sincerely stated, "I apologize for the trouble I have caused you." Caltaire, startled by this, waved his hands dismissively. It's quite all right, truly. Rest assured, I do not intend to silence you. Winters chuckled heartily. Since you have honored our agreement, I too will uphold my promise. This is a heartfelt apology. With a sigh of relief, Caltair responded, however, from the standpoint of your interests, I would advise against reporting us immediately. No, no, no. How could I ever betray you? I shall remain silent, Caltair insisted, his face flushed, shaking his head vigorously. There is no need for fear, Mr. Caltair. This is not a threat, but rather my sincerest counsel. Even should you decide to expose us, I would not seek revenge nor harbor any anger towards you. We intruded upon your home, and you are entitled to respond as you see fit. Gazing earnestly into Caltair's eyes, Winters continued, Yet I would advise you to remain observant and prepare for both outcomes. Should I fail, you must promptly surrender these gravely injured individuals and dissociate from us. Conversely, if I succeed, retaining these injured will earn you the gratitude of the Venetans. Disregarding Caltair's complex expressions, Winters made his way out of the main residence, heading towards the bonfire. After a moment of astonishment, Caltair hurriedly followed him. The old servant Poke rushed over to Carmen with a mournful expression, lamenting, Master, our household is ruined. I cannot stop them. Rest assured, Mr. Poke, Winters replied courteously. I shall compensate you for whatever the herders have taken. Upon hearing Winters' words, Poke instinctively shivered, daring not to respond, merely muttering under his breath, What about the slave? One robust slave is worth more than 10 sheep. Ha ha. Winters laughed heartily, Mr. Poke. Throughout history, the freedom of a slave has always been purchased with the blood of their master. Therefore, I would argue that free liberty is far more desirable. Would you not agree? A herder, equipped with a small knife, can skin an entire sheep in less than 10 minutes. Nothing goes to waste. This is the principle of the herders. The sheep's blood is carefully collected in wooden barrels, and no organs are discarded. The herder women wash the sheep's entrails, boil away the blood, and then slice them into fine strips to prepare a rich, creamy mutton soup. Not a single part is wasted, either boiled or roasted. Each has its purpose. Freed from their shackles, the herders busily engaged in their tasks, and in that moment, it seemed as if they had returned to their homeland. Thousands of miles away, low tables by the bonfire were joined together to form a long feast table, laden with an array of dishes, and fresh offerings continued to arrive. When Winters observed his soldiers seated on the ground like the herders, feasting heartily, they only noticed his presence when he approached, rising promptly to salute him. Winters called over the sergeants. Let everyone enjoy the meat. No alcohol is permitted. The centurion nodded and returned to the table. Not far away, at the end of the long table, Andre waved eagerly at Winters. Alongside Andre sat Bard and the elderly herder. As Winters sat down, a herder woman immediately presented him with a bowl of white soup, accompanied by a rather unsettling dish, a sheep's head, precisely split in half and elegantly arranged. Do indulge. They are awaiting your presence. Andre winked at Winters. The sheep's head, with 2 hollow eye sockets, seemed to fixate on Winters, amplifying his discomfort. He took a sip of the soup, which was remarkably delightful, seemingly spiced with pepper, warming him thoroughly. Centurion Montaigne, I have a humble request. The elderly herder, who had been conversing with Bard, turned his gaze to Winters. What is it? Winters replied, his attention fixed on the soup, his tone indifferent. For some reason, he felt an aversion towards the old man. Musta's wishes to conduct the Kurshatahi ceremony with you, Bard explained. He has elaborated to me at length. And it seems to be a form of oath-taking ceremony. This ceremony, it appears, is not merely an oath, but something beyond that. The elderly herd spoke in a peculiar accent, declaring, Kurshatahi is the covenant witnessed by the divine, an unbreakable vow. Isn't that still an oath? Winters remarked as he sipped his soup. No, it is different. The old man intended to elaborate, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against wasting words on the outsiders. If you perceive it as an oath, then so be it. Isn't it customary to cut one's palm and shed blood? Winters sighed, setting down his bowl. I am a spellcaster. I believe in nothing and abhor self-harm. No ritual can bind a person's will. What I pledge to you is my honor. I believe the old tongue is still necessary, Bard interjected, suddenly switching to the ancient language. The other herd do not trust us. They merely obey Mustas's command. If a ritual could instill faith in the other herd, it would be worthwhile. I have no desire to shed my blood for the old tongue, Winters retorted. If you fancy it, then go ahead, he continued. But they have set their sights on you. Bard chuckled. The old tongue is indeed what it is. Andre joined in the mirth. The elderly herd observed the three lieutenants converse in the ancient language. Elder, I have a question, Winters pressed, steeling himself. What does the ritual entail? Does it require one's own blood? It does. The old man's face creased with laughter, but animal blood suffices as well. The firelight illuminated both Winters and the elderly herd as they stood face to face. Mustas, the elderly herd, sliced open his left hand and clasped Winters' left arm, who reciprocated the gesture. A herd man knelt before them, offering a bowl of animal blood. The elderly herd dabbed a bit of the blood on his lips, and Winters followed suit. He then applied oil to the left arms of both men. As Winters pondered the significance of this ritual, he suddenly heard the elderly herd chant a peculiar melody. The oil on their arms spontaneously ignited, and a flame surged between them. Winters gasped, instinctively trying to retreat, but the old man's grip held him fast as if it were a vice. In the next moment, the flames extinguished, rendering the previous occurrence a mere illusion. Yet the burning sensation on his left arm confirmed that the fire was indeed real. The elderly herd scattered a bit of ash over their heads before finally releasing his grip. At that moment, the herd surrounding them began to sound horns. Who exactly are you? Winters grasped the elderly herd's arm, demanding an answer. They are now your soldiers. Old herd, however, remained silent, weariedly stating, they will trust you as they trust me, provided you lead them. Even into the depths of hell, they shall follow. Please uphold our promise. Once your soldiers set foot upon this island, return the women and children to our homeland. Appearing utterly exhausted, the old man was assisted back to the table by other herd members. Outside the crowd, Bud and Andre squeezed their way in. Was that fire just now? Where did the fire come from? Is it truly fire? Andre exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. Winter's eyelids twitched incessantly. It is fire, undoubtedly fire. Oil cannot spontaneously ignite without cause, nor can it extinguish without reason. Do the herd also possess sorcerers among them?